Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Many people were standing in one room and they were cutting the protagonist into pieces. The protagonist rolled his eyes in pain, his whole face was covered in blood. A silhouette of a girl appeared in his eyes. She smiled and said that she was the one who asked the protagonist to open the door, so she was entitled to an extra share for this. The man held out his severed hand to her, and the protagonist at that moment thought that he had been so naive. He grinned angrily and said that if there was life after death, then for what they had done to him, they would pay 100-fold. Suddenly, Jang woke up in an apartment. He looked around and wondered if those monsters had killed him. However, at the moment the action takes place a month before the Ice Age. The protagonist picked up the phone and said that today is November 12th, and therefore there is a month left before everyone is covered in thick ice. Jang went out onto the balcony and wondered if he had been reborn. In December 2050, the Earth suffered from a huge meteorite falling, which caused global climate change. Everything around was covered in ice. The average temperature in the city was between 60 and 70 degrees below zero. A blizzard that lasted for more than a month covered the city with a blanket of snow and ice, and therefore this caused the mass extinction of various species, including humans. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he managed to survive thanks to the supplies he kept at home, but these monsters simply stole them and even wasted him. The protagonist left the room and said that the main task now is to ensure his own safety and accumulate enough supplies to survive the end of the world and take revenge on these scumbags. He put his hand to his chin and mentally said that it is necessary to take care not only of food and entertainment, but also of weapons in order to be able to give them a worthy rebuff. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He rubbed his eye and said that something got into his eye. Suddenly, he found himself in another dimension and immediately exclaimed that he could store tons of resources in it. Jang licked his lips and said that if he could transfer that food warehouse here, he would have enough food for 10 lifetimes. The sun's rays reflected on the windows of multi-story buildings, and the protagonist talked about how he needed to eat more delicious things, which he would not be able to eat later because of the end of the world. The action moves to some luxurious building. The protagonist sits at a table and greedily eats everything that was brought to him, and the waiter is stunned by the question of how Jang can stuff so much into himself. The protagonist almost cried while eating, and also thought about how during the end of the world, people prayed for instant noodles, not to mention eating something like that. He left the establishment and two girls noticed him, because the doorman gave the protagonist a VIP card and said that he spent a lot of money, and therefore they were waiting for him again. The dark-haired girl looked at Kin and told her that she was lucky because her faithful dog, it turns out, is a real money bag. But this girl at that moment wondered if he was just pretending to be poor. Kin blushed and approached the protagonist to ask him how he ended up there. The protagonist frowned and thought that she was pretending to be white and fluffy, but it was because of her that he was killed and his ribs were cooked into soup. He picked up his VIP card and said that he was going to the store to buy something, but at the same time he was thinking that he could not cheap out in this situation and wanted to use the girls as free labor. The girls smiled at him and said that they were on their way and they were also going to the store. After a while, they found themselves in the store. The girls were pushing food carts and asking the protagonist if he was really going on a camping trip, otherwise why would he need so much food? The protagonist picked up a few bags of food and said that anything can happen in life and he wanted to be prepared for the end of the world just in case. The girl frowned in displeasure and suggested that he treat them to dinner for helping him today, but the protagonist smiled and said that he had been very busy lately, but he could treat them next month. The dark-haired girl frowned and asked if a person like him would waste his time shopping for food himself. Kin smiled and told the protagonist not to take her words seriously because she was just a little tired. She grabbed her friend's hand and said that the protagonist was a good person. Jang turned around and said that everything was fine and that they didn't need to worry about it. The action moves to the apartment complex where the protagonist lives. He walked up to the cashier and swiped his card. Jang lowered his head and thought that it didn't matter if he was considered crazy after this, because he didn't care, because all he wanted was to take revenge on those who killed him in his past life. The woman with the child in her arms looked at the protagonist and thought that he had a mountain of food. Did he really want to fill his belly and leave them all without food? The old lady smiled and asked if this was a new delivery, but the girls answered that these were the protagonist's purchases and they were just helping him. The old lady looked at the protagonist and asked if he really wanted to leave Aunt Lin without food. The child picked up a chocolate candy. Jang immediately took the candy from him and said that he bought these things for himself. The child angrily began to scream for the protagonist to give him the chocolate bar, otherwise he would kill him. The protagonist pointed his finger at him and threatened to punish him if he said another word. Auntie Lin's eyes widened and she asked him how old he was to be raising other people's children, and she also asked him if it was too hard for him to give the child a chocolate bar. She extended her hand and said that she would buy it, but would just drop off the money later. However, the protagonist handed her his phone and said that these were his personal products, so she either bought them from him right now or went to the supermarket and bought them herself. They walked out of the store, and the old lady shouted after him that she was the head of the management committee of the apartment complex, and therefore he would regret what he did. After a while, they walked out of the elevator. The protagonist went home and, about to close the door, said that he would invite them to visit next time. He immediately slammed the door. Then he used spatial magic and said that he would first move the provisions to see how it all worked, and then he was going to sort everything and start looking for medicine. Jiang looked at the list and said that it was important to think about heating, and also to think about insulating the house to make it an impregnable steel fortress. He put his hand to his chin and said that it was not that difficult to get a cold weapon like a crowbar or an axe, but he did not know where to find a firearm. Jiang lay down on the sofa and said that in any case, he had another month in reserve, and if there was not enough money, he would sell his assets. Morning came, the sun was shining on the windows of the residential building. The protagonist materialized several items of food. He put his hand to his chin and said that the vegetables and meat did not spoil, but the live fish had come to an end, which meant that living beings would not survive in that dimension, since time there passes in a special way. He picked up the phone and said that since the food was kept fresh, he should try experimenting with ready-made dishes. He called someone and asked them to pass the phone to his boss because he was planning a big party for his friends that would last 3 days and 3 nights. The protagonist stood up and listened to the manager say that his order would cost him at least $1 million, and he would also need to make an advance payment of $200,000. Jiang looked at his phone and immediately transferred the advance payment to them. Then he took out his property documents, saying that the money would lose its value in a month, so he should make full use of it. He went to some institution that issued loans. There were about 6 million won in his bank account. The protagonist looked at his phone and said that even after he mortgaged the house that his parents left him, his savings were not enough. He raised his head and mentally said that if you don't take into account the cost of the banquet, the amount for which exceeds $1 million, the remainder should be enough to equip the house. However, he still needs to buy medicine and weapons, so there is not enough money for everything. Suddenly, a man behind him called out to the protagonist and asked if he would like to use the services of their company. Jiang smiled and asked if he had the authority, because we are talking about millions. They were standing between 2 high-rise buildings, and the protagonist said that if the man helped him with the money, he would return it to them within 3 months, and the man replied that it was not a problem, because they were an experienced company in such matters. After a while, they found themselves in the office, and the blonde man approached the director and said that Jiang wanted to take out a loan from them. The man turned around and started asking questions about the loan, and the protagonist said that he would pay it back as soon as possible, and besides, he didn't care how high the interest rate was. The director looked at him and said that the rate was 40%, and besides, if Jiang took out a loan of 5 million won, he would have to pay back 7. After a while, the protagonist signed the contract, and at that moment the director said that in order to get the money, he had to provide something valuable as collateral. The protagonist frowned and handed over the documents, and then said that his house was worth more than 5 million, and so he would use it as collateral, and besides, he also had a car worth 300,000, which they could also take away if he didn't pay back the money on time. But the director replied that his house was worth 4 million at most, so he didn't know how he was going to get a loan of 5 million. The protagonist's eyes widened and he started saying that they should help him because he really needed the money. However, the director crossed his arms and said that it wasn't worth it, but the protagonist still didn't give up and exclaimed that he needed at least 4 million and he would give them back 7. The director took the documents and said that he would make an exception for the protagonist, but Jiang was thinking at that moment that there was nothing good about such loans. Of course, but there was a month left until the end of the world, and he didn't think that these pig heads would outlive him and shake the debt out of him. The protagonist headed for the exit, and the men started discussing how crazy he was because there was no way he could give them back the money. The men looked at each other and said that such a big fish couldn't be missed. The protagonist got into the car and thought that they were wonderful people because they gave him a lot of money. He looked at his phone and saw that he had been transferred money and now his balance was 9 million. Some time later, he was drinking coffee in the building of the security company, thinking that this is one of the largest security companies in China, which provides security for many politicians and celebrities. The protagonist frowned and mentally said that in his past life, he heard that the son of a tycoon built himself a shelter worth $1 billion, so it was surprising that such rich people could exist in their world. A man in a suit approached the protagonist and introduced himself as Huai, saying that he was the manager of the commercial department. The protagonist shook his hand and said that he needed them to build him a safe shelter that could withstand the end of the world. The manager immediately sat down at the table and said that they were a world-class company, and therefore he was sure that they could meet his needs. Jiang picked up a sheet of paper with drawings and prices. He paid attention to the drawing, as well as individual elements in the form of a video surveillance system, super strong bulletproof glass for the windows, and an armored door. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and mentally said that his goal was to turn his house into an iron box that no one could get into. Huey held out another drawing and thought that even though he didn't know the protagonist's true goals, there were many rich people in the world who cared about their safety, and so he was definitely their client. The manager frowned and said that it didn't matter where this house was located or what its area was, because after such transformations it would turn into a real impregnable fortress. He smiled and pointed to the drawing and said that he used to be a mercenary in another country, so he had some knowledge. Suddenly, Jang's eyes widened. He smiled and asked if Huey could get a weapon. The protagonist grabbed his head and justified his interest in the weapon by saying that he had gotten into a fight with some guys on the road and they had threatened him. And besides, he was sure that he had seen machine guns in their hands. The manager closed his eyes and thought that he certainly had connections, but that didn't mean he should help people he knew nothing about. He then stood up and said that the construction would take about half a month, and if he found a way to help the protagonist with this issue, he would let him know. The protagonist smiled and mentally said that now he needed to go to the hunting club, because this was probably the best place to find bladed weapons. He found himself at a shooting range and some girl told him that if he was going to Africa, he should make sure he had enough equipment and that he would be safe. Jang got out of the car and asked the girl not to worry because he was going with friends, so he promised to use the new things wisely. In his car there was a crossbow and arrows, and he thought that he was lucky that he had a hunter's license, because if someone had questions about the bow, crossbow, and hunting knife, he had nothing to worry about. The protagonist was standing near the car when he suddenly heard some sounds. He saw a man nearby who was saying that bringing in so many things was only possible with the owner's consent. Jang waved at them and said that it was a delivery for him and asked to let them in. The man looked at the many trailers and said that there was food for 1,000 tables. The girls nearby looked at him and thought that he was rich. Kin smiled and mentally said that he really was rich and therefore he should not let him be disappointed in her. The protagonist signaled with his hands and said that first they needed to bring everything to the warehouse and he would take care of everything. The protagonist saw a girl behind him and mentally told her to just continue to misunderstand everything, and then when she realized the truth, he would send her to hell with his own hands. Jang opened the door. He saw a man in front of him who told him that a banquet for 500 tables had been delivered. There were many boxes in front of him. He began to move them into his space. He imagined himself lying on all these dishes and thought about how he would be able to stuff himself for the rest of his days. A day later, several workers walked around his apartment. People turned around and wondered what had bitten the protagonist, because a few days ago he had dragged 3 carts of food home from the supermarket. The protagonist was texting the manager, who said that in 3 days a man was willing to provide him with a firearm, but the price was too high. Jang extended his fist to the worker and said that he would leave everything to them, and he himself would temporarily live in a hotel. He walked along the corridor and thought that in a month they would all understand who was the real madman. Then he went to see manager Zhu and told the man that he needed his help because his sister and her husband were managers of a large company. Jang raised his finger and said that he was offering double the price and also promised that they would not suffer a loss, so the manager replied that he would approve a 20-day vacation and that his things would be delivered tomorrow. Jang smiled and thanked him, exclaiming that he would immediately transfer the money to him. Then he left the room. The young man looked at the warehouse and said that there were enough food, tools, and other necessities for at least 1,000 people. He put on his cap, thinking that he should take shelter somewhere just in case, because he could not afford any mistakes. He passed by the room in which a red-haired man was standing, who was at that moment inviting Kin to a concert. The girl fixed her hair and thanked Ju, but said that she had a date. The guy pointed his finger at the protagonist and indignantly asked him how he could force the girl to help carry his things. He scowled and shouted that Kin had come to work today with a sore back, and so he hoped that Jang would not pester her with such requests anymore. The protagonist looked at her and mentally said that it turned out that she had already managed to blab everything. Then Kin approached the man and said that she thought she just had a slight backache. Zhu pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that he should immediately give her 500 yuan for a doctor, but the protagonist replied that she herself offered to help him. He did not ask for it. Jang glared at him angrily and asked who he was to order him around. The protagonist turned away, and Zhu began to tell the girl that he only said that Jang did wrong, and besides, she should stay away from him. The girl looked at the protagonist's back and wondered why he had changed so much, because it seemed like he was a completely different person, because he no longer behaved like before, and therefore something was definitely wrong here. The action moves to the hotel. The protagonist came out of the shower and read how Kin wrote to him about something strange happening to him lately, because he began to buy a lot of things. The protagonist sat down and smiled when he read her message about how they hadn't been communicating much lately, and that made her feel lonely. The girl frowned at her phone and exclaimed that she had even taken the initiative to communicate, And Jang hadn't even responded, and the dark-haired girl added that Jang was really weird lately. She extended her hand and began to think out loud about why he had bought so many products, and even threw a banquet, as if he was getting ready to end. Kin looked at her friend and asked if it was possible that something was really coming, and Jang somehow found out about it, so he was getting ready. The girl laughed and exclaimed that if something was really coming, it would have been trumpeted everywhere by now. She rubbed her shoulders and told her that they should calm down, because if they also started stocking up on food, they would be laughed at. A week later, the protagonist is holding a gun and saying that he will feel much calmer with this thing when the end of the world comes. A courier came to him and brought a package. The protagonist signed the document, thinking that now he has emergency medications that he will definitely need. Then he handed over the paper and said that in fact he needs to order something more. The courier smiled and asked where the delivery should be made. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would give him a ride there because he was going there himself. After a while, a man in a suit told the protagonist that, in accordance with his requirements, they covered everything with sheets 20 centimeters thick. He extended his hand and said that the ventilation system was able to filter out any harmful gas, so he would not be afraid of attacks from the outside. In addition, they completely redesigned the thermal insulation system according to the architectural plan of the Arctic Research Institute, and thanks to the furnace, Jang would be able to heat this room by 99%. Then they went out to the balcony and Huai said that all the glass was bulletproof. It was even stronger than the alloy that covered the house. In addition, everything was designed in such a way that the room was bright enough and he could observe what was happening outside. The manager adjusted his glasses and said that in addition, to ensure his safety, they installed a system of cameras, a total of 300 of them throughout the building, which allows them to monitor each floor. They shook hands and the protagonist said that he was very pleased with the result, and the man added that he was sure that this shelter would live up to his expectations. Then the manager left the apartment, and the protagonist looked at his back and thought that he regretted that he could not check it out. The protagonist smiled slyly and mentally said that it was unknown whether he would be able to survive. Jang leaned on the railing and said that the last batch of supplies was being delivered to him. He looked at the water truck and thought that the most scarce and most important thing during survival was water. The protagonist went down, and people began to whisper that a few days ago he did something with his house, and now he bought water. The man smiled and asked the protagonist why he needed so much water, and the protagonist thought about the fact that last time Uncle Yu gave his last supplies to a mother and child who were already dying, because of which he died himself. He was also one of the few who were kind to the protagonist. Jang whispered in his ear that the temperature this year was abnormally low. According to the young man, he received information that the winter would be hard, and therefore it would be better to stock up on food and water just in case, so as not to suffer later when prices rise. Uncle Yu put his hand to his chin and asked if he was sure that this information was reliable. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said that he had prepared thoroughly, and if Uncle Yu was worried, he could at least stock up on instant noodles and mineral water. Another man began to pull him aside, saying that Jang was lying, because usually those who agitate to buy something are trying to drag him into something. He pulled him aside, and Uncle Yu shouted at the protagonist not to take these words to heart, but Jang at that moment was thinking that it was his job to warn, and whether to believe or not depended only on himself. The protagonist sat in a restaurant, spending the rest of the time spending every last yuan on supplies, and also doing his physical training and learning how to handle a firearm to face the coming end of the world. The protagonist went to a store and bought another large cart of food. He also learned how to shoot a bow. The protagonist threw a pill into a glass and mentally said that he would come to work early so that he would not be suspected of missing things, and then he would add a sleeping pill to his tea. The protagonist brought a tray of tea and offered everyone to drink it and take a break. All the people began to drink tea, saying how tired they were. The protagonist also drank it and thought that the sleeping pill would take effect in about half an hour. And indeed, all the men passed out, and the protagonist checked this and said that now they could take everything they needed. He walked along the warehouse and said that he had turned off the equipment, and therefore he could proceed to the next step. He extended his hand and used spatial magic. The boxes disappeared from their place. The protagonist smiled and said that he would first move everything and then sort it if necessary. He continued to use magic, thinking that with such productivity he could easily carry out the entire warehouse. After a while, he sighed heavily and said that he had done a good job. Suddenly, he saw a pallet with small boxes and wondered what it was. Inside were clothes, and the protagonist immediately realized that it was a good thing. He blushed because he thought about the fact that this was the latest technological development of 2050, because these things are able to withstand abnormally low temperatures. He looked at the empty warehouse and mentally said that with such a quantity of supplies, he was sure that even in the face of the Ice Age, he would be able to live comfortably. The protagonist took a sip of water, thinking that no one would ever think that one person could have carried all of this. The protagonist lay down under one of them and decided that he only needed to hold out for a little while, and then this secret would sink into the other secrets of the Ice Age. After a while, someone started shaking the protagonist, shouting that something serious had happened. Jang opened his eyes and asked what had happened, and he was told that someone had carried out their entire warehouse. The protagonist immediately jumped up and opened his mouth wide, pretending to be shocked. He held his head and wondered where so many things could have gone. The man handed him a phone and said that the director wanted to talk to him. Jang took the phone and the director asked what was going on there because he had been told that all the goods had disappeared from the warehouse. The young man put his hand to his mouth and said that they did not yet know what exactly had happened, but during the break in just 2 hours, all the goods had simply disappeared. Jang's eyes widened in shock because the director had called him names and asked him if he had really decided to bite the hand that feeds him. The protagonist stood with his back to his colleagues and mentally wondered what he should do now, whether he would have to turn himself into the police. However, he smiled and asked the director not to say that, because they knew that he was not that kind of person and he would not have been able to carry so much goods. Jang raised his head and said that he believed that they could not sort this out on their own, and therefore they needed to contact the appropriate authorities. The director frowned and said that he would report it to the general director so that he could deal with it himself. The protagonist looked at his colleagues and said that the director said that he would look into the matter. According to him, specialists would be sent to them, and therefore they did not need to be afraid of anything. Then he patted one of them on the shoulder and said that it was okay that they fell asleep because he was sure that they were not guilty of anything. The sunlight fell on the iron door. The protagonist sat in front of a policeman who thanked him for coming. The protagonist stood near the door, and the policeman said that if he remembered anything suspicious, he should definitely contact them, and besides, he should not leave the city yet. Jang turned around and said that he was not going anywhere. The news on TV was talking about a major theft in one of the warehouses in their city on the afternoon of December 10th. The protagonist looked at the date and said that there were only 2 days left. He saw himself in the reflection of the phone and also a snowflake. He looked up and saw that it was snowing. Everyone around was running somewhere and the protagonist stood calmly in place. Then he still went forward, saying that in 2 days this world would finally cease to exist. 2 days later, a bright star began to shine incredibly brightly. At 2 o'clock in the morning on December 12th, due to the aftermath of a star explosion, the temperature of the Earth's surface dropped sharply, bringing a devastating catastrophe to the planet. Jang looked out the window and saw snow. Everything around was covered in snow. He picked up a glass of water and said that the time had come. The protagonist looked out the window and saw snow. He sat down on the sofa and picked up a glass of water. In the apartment complex chat, people were complaining about the weather. Jang looked at his phone and said that this was just the beginning. He went out onto the balcony and thought that the snowfall would last at least 3 months, and the temperature would drop lower and lower. Girls were taking pictures near the house, and the protagonist looked at them and thought that by that time they would no longer be so happy about the snow. The next morning, the girl is standing at the door and trying to open it, but she can't. She opened the door a little and saw a mountain of snow, and therefore wondered why the forecast did not say anything about this. People were covering themselves with blankets to protect themselves from the cold. The girl looked in the closet and said that she didn't know how long this weather would last, but they didn't really have any winter clothes. Jang was sleeping in his bed, but someone suddenly called him. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Kin calling him. She was also lying on the bed, and the protagonist asked her with displeasure why she was calling so early. The girl smiled and talked about the weather and asked if he knew it would get cold and decided to stock up on supplies. The protagonist stretched, looking out the window, and said that he briefly heard one of his friends talking about it, but he didn't think the temperature would drop so much. Jang took the phone away from his ear because the girl angrily screamed that she was not surprised that he bought so much stuff. Then she blushed and asked him why he didn't warn her, since it was because of him that she was freezing here. The protagonist chuckled silently and then said that if she had nothing else to say, he would hang up. The girl opened her mouth wide and shouted for him not to hang up, but the protagonist disconnected the call. Kin began to bite her fingernails, saying that he had completely lost his mind, and besides, he needed to think of something urgently. He grabbed his face and decided that he had miscalculated, since he didn't think that she would try to charge him with anything. Then he raised his hands and said that it was time to have breakfast, and at the same time watch the news while eating. The protagonist was sitting at the table and listening to the news, which said that the previous night, streams of icy wind hit their planet, which led to global temperature changes all over the world. The reporter said that meteorologists were trying to figure out the cause of such a cold snap. Jang put down his fork and said that the cold snap was the same as last time. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating. He picked up the phone and saw messages from Kin asking him to share with him some supplies. He lay down on the sofa and wondered if she really didn't want to go out in such cold herself, so she decided to ask him for help. Jang took a photo of his luxurious breakfast. He smiled and sent it to her and mentally said that in this world, she would not get a drop of help from him because she would pay in full in this life for all her mockery and for killing him. The girl smiled and exclaimed that she knew that he was definitely not starving. The protagonist sent her a photo and wrote that he should have told her earlier because he ate almost everything. The girl's mouth opened in shock and wondered if he really ate premium wagyu and also French wine. She frowned at her phone and said that it was strange that with his wealth he lived in some high-rise building. The girl smiled and wrote that she wouldn't mind a steak and a glass of wine too, but the protagonist replied that she should go to the supermarket and buy some, so the girl almost wrote him an angry message. She frowned with anger and decided that she couldn't let him off the hook. The protagonist threw the phone on the couch. Suddenly, he noticed a notification on the tablet for remote control of the building's monitoring system. He smiled, picking up the tablet. He saw Auntie Lynn in front of the door and said that there was going to be a good show. Auntie Lynn stood in front of the door and shouted at the residents of the house that they all needed to calm down because the snowfall would end in 2 or 3 days at most, and therefore there was no need for them to go out to get supplies. The villagers frowned and exclaimed that no one could say for sure when this would end, so they needed to go out and stock up since the prices would only go up in the future. Auntie Lynn spread her arms out and asked if they really wanted to add to the panic, since mass buying would lead to shortages and higher prices, and thus they would all be unable to afford it. The villagers immediately gaped in surprise as the old lady started yelling at them, saying that if any of them were caught stocking up on food, she would report it. Suddenly, everyone turned around as the protagonist asked the old lady if she knew how long this would last. The protagonist smiled and asked if it lasted longer, who would be responsible for the villagers dying of hunger. The villagers looked at the old lady and said that this was indeed a valid question. Old Lady Lynn smiled and told them not to worry, as there would be no shortage of supplies since the snowstorm would soon subside, but at the same time, she wondered if the protagonist was ashamed to say such a thing in front of everyone. She pointed her finger at the protagonist and exclaimed that he was breaking the law, but the protagonist waved his hand and called her names. He then turned around and said that they didn't have to worry, since it was so cold outside that he wouldn't go out even if they begged him. The protagonist entered the elevator, and Auntie Lynn thought about how ignorant he was, so she would have to find a way to get even with him. A few days later, the protagonist was sitting on the sofa. He opened a bag of potato chips. He was eating the chips and playing the game console, talking about how relationships with people are complicated. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he wondered why he was writing at such a time. The young man picked up the phone and saw Aunt Lynn in the group calling him and ordering him to go down and help clear the snow. The protagonist smiled and said that the first floor was completely covered, and in another month there would be snow all the way to the 3rd floor. The old lady and her grandson were warming themselves near the heater, and Jang was writing that he would clear the snow when the snowfall stopped. The old lady frowned and said that if it weren't for that little worm, none of them would have uttered a peep, because the rest of the people had also started to support the protagonist. She started pressing buttons on her phone and wrote to the group about how a young and strong young man couldn't take the initiative and help his neighbors. The protagonist drank soda and said that she was giving orders under the guise of her position in the district committee, and the others were just waiting for Jang to start insulting them so they could hide their heads in the sand like cowardly ostriches. The protagonist smiled and said that he would have a good time today. He started typing and wrote that since it was for the common good, she should be the one to take responsibility, and there were many tenants, but she only listed a few names, not even mentioning the rich people on the list. A drop of sweat rolled down Old Lady Lynn's cheek, because the other tenants agreed with the protagonist that it was unfair that only the middle class should clean. The protagonist remembered 2 men. On the 6th floor there lived Jang, who had more than 100 people under his command, and on the 2nd floor there lived a 4th-generation rich man Zhu, who had many connections in society. Jang bit into a potato chip and mentioned these 2 rich men, asking Aunt Lynn why she didn't ask these 2 to help them. The protagonist remembered these 2 men, because in his past life, Jang was the one who broke down his door with an axe, and Zhu was the one who stabbed him in the first place. Jang poured the wine and said that they were both trash, but he still had to see it through. Auntie Lynn frowned and said that Jang probably mentioned them so that he wouldn't have to come down and do anything himself. She bared her teeth angrily and said that if she gave in, she would no longer be taken seriously. Jang lay on the sofa and wondered if anyone would want to freeze their face outside. His mouth dropped open in shock when he saw the old lady's message that they should also contribute to the improvement of their shared home. The man opened his mouth wide and asked if she was sick, since it was a real snowy hell outside, so she should go to the hospital to get her head treated. Auntie Lynn took the phone away from her ear. Zhu recorded a voice message at this point, saying that shoveling snow was not his job, and besides, he didn't have to go to work, so he would rather spend his time in bed. He lay down next to the girl and called Auntie Lynn a bad name, saying that they were paying her a salary and she thought she was a queen. Zhu looked up and wondered what he cared about the poor people who had nothing behind them. He raised his phone and recorded a video saying that those who wanted to sweep the snow should hurry up because they still had to go to work to earn money. Auntie Lin saw this and became furious, so she started yelling that it was all the protagonist's fault because it was because of him that she had quarreled with those rich people. Jang was standing in the kitchen at that moment, cooking something. He was holding a bowl of food when he suddenly heard Lin yelling that he was trying to make her life difficult. The protagonist sat down on the sofa and asked if the meaning of her existence wasn't to be scolded by someone. He frowned angrily and said that he was not so easily intimidated, and therefore she should stop yapping if she valued her life. Aunt Lin immediately sat up and said that he was completely crazy, but she would not tolerate it. Suddenly, someone started knocking on the protagonist's apartment. Jang was standing in front of the door, shouting that he wanted to discuss with the protagonist what he wrote in the chat. Jang stood near the door and picked up a crossbow. He opened a small window while Jang continued to shout that he was going to just blow the door off its hinges. He kicked the door and the protagonist took aim with the crossbow. Jang smirked, deciding that there was no point in killing the man. He aimed the crossbow at his leg. It was too boring for him to just let the man die. The neighbor, holding a bat in his hand, shouted for Jang to come out and then they could talk like men. The arrow flew forward at great speed. A moment later, it pierced the man's leg. He fell to the floor and screamed in pain. The protagonist saw him rolling from side to side through the peephole. Putting the crossbow on his shoulder, Jang said that the temperature was quite low. With a penetrating wound, he clearly would not have fun anytime soon. Jang stood up and walked away, but infection was definitely unavoidable in the absence of emergency care and a shortage of medicine. The neighbor gritted his teeth in pain, although now he would definitely die a miserable death from the cold and pain. Soon the man entered the elevator. Leaning on the railing, he said that the kid really wanted to kill him. Jang looked at the elevator button. Taking the phone in his hand, he said that he had to find someone who could provide him with first aid, otherwise his leg would stop functioning in half an hour. Approaching one of the doors, he said that an ambulance would definitely not be able to arrive in such weather. Digging around in the nightstand, the man tried to find a way to save his leg. He tried to cut off the shaft of the arrow with scissors. Looking at his leg, Jang realized that in that case the arrow would still remain in his leg. Taking a clothespin, the man tried to pull out the arrow. Blood spurted from the wound. Soon the arrow was on the floor. The protagonist's neighbor picked up his phone, saying that he simply had to kill Jang. Entering the group chat, he wrote to Jang not to die prematurely. The guy answered him and wrote a message saying that if he came again, he would not only be left without a leg. Lin opened her mouth in amazement, not believing that Jang had fought back the man. Kin looked at the chat on her phone, frowned and opened her mouth in shock. Gritting his teeth, Jang called and ordered his subordinates to gather. Frowning, he shouted, saying that they needed to kill one dog. It seemed like snow was falling quickly. The man, putting the gun on his shoulder, said that they were going to him immediately because they had to avenge their boss, to which the resident replied that he had almost lost his leg because of him, and he lived in apartment number 2401, and they needed to attack unexpectedly and also kill this bastard. A small window was visible. The guy, pulling out a cleaver, shouted for them to open the door for him, adding that for shooting their boss, he would die today, and today was his last day, so let him come out and accept death. He hit the door hard, exclaiming that a snowstorm blocked all the roads, so they spent a lot of effort to get here, and he could not escape. Suddenly, the hooligan's blade broke, causing sweat to run down his face. Standing at the entrance, he said that this door was made of a solid piece of metal, and wondered how they could break it down and how many enemies he had installed such a door. There was a tablet on the table, and knocking sounds could be heard in it. Jang sighed heavily and said that they would have to start over. The protagonist looked at the screen and asked if they had any strength, adding that they hadn't eaten enough porridge, and the enemy asked why he was hiding there like a pathetic turtle and to come out. The protagonist went to the sink. He, filling the hose with water, said that he would help them a little. The bully opened his jaw and exclaimed that he thought he could avoid death a second time. A moment later, a powerful stream of water hit the enemies. Drops fell right on the guys' bodies, causing them to scream that they were very cold and were about to die, and also asked to stop. The bullies fell to the floor and called for help, and one of them exclaimed that they should wait for him because he couldn't move. The young man, pouting, thought that he wanted to teach them a lesson with a crossbow, but it was better this way. The man, lying on the sofa, asked where the boy was and whether they had dealt with them. He spread his fingers and shouted for someone to explain what had happened. The hooligan, through tears, explained that Jang was mean and his door was very thick, so they had tried for a long time to break it down, but they had only managed to scratch it a little, and he had also poured water on them. The resident, baring his teeth, thought that the front door really did seem thick to him. He exclaimed, flexing his fist, that it was not scary because he was sure that he would not be able to sit behind this door for the rest of his days, and they would watch him and kill him as soon as he showed his nose. Tall buildings appeared, and it was heard that Hayu was right, and as soon as he came out, they would cut him into pieces. People were seen digging a path through the snow, and one of them said that no matter how hard they tried, they didn't have enough workers, and the second added that the snow at the door was cleared, but they couldn't get to the supermarket. The guy scratched his forehead and replied that it was true, and the snow was falling faster than they could clear it, and they couldn't cope without a snowplow, and suggested that everyone go back because they shouldn't freeze. The protagonist, standing on the balcony, wondered if they were going back. A moment later, he turned around. The protagonist, throwing away the paper, thought that they didn't fully understand that a person couldn't compete with natural disasters of this scale. A girl appeared on the TV and said that the government was talking about the current cataclysm, and continued that due to poor prevention of cataclysms of this type, about 10 million people had died so far, and about 200 million had suffered, and asked everyone to remain calm. Yang yawned widely and thought that common sense could not estimate the scale of this disaster, and the human mind simply could not comprehend such a scale of destruction. The protagonist lay on the couch and read Lin's messages that their country was able to cope with this disaster, and they should not worry, because it would soon be over, and they should not forget to help each other when needed, and this storm would soon pass, so there was no need to stock up. A message from Kin suddenly appeared on his phone, asking if he was okay. The protagonist, smiling, believed that she did not care whether he was alive or dead, and wrote to her that he was okay. The girl asked if he could lend her some food, since she had run out, and he had bought a lot, and added that she would definitely treat him to dinner later, to which the guy, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if she had run out of supplies quickly. Turning on the flash, the young man asked himself, didn't they buy all sorts of junk that time and manage to eat it all in just 2 days? Kin, seeing the photo of the cancer from Zhang, which he bragged about, exclaimed that the protagonist had planned everything from the beginning and was simply protecting himself. And her friend added that even if he was 3 times rich, she hoped that he would die single. The girl, biting her lips, wrote that he had upset her and did he understand how serious it was. The protagonist grinned and muttered that they should get their own tricks, and said that he didn't care and her mood was constantly changing. Kin's friend, opening her jaw, exclaimed that it was terrible, and asked how long this blizzard would last, and whether he was ashamed to send her such photos when she was dying of hunger. While drinking soda, the young man read the message that since he couldn't do such a trifle, he thought he wasn't serious about her, to which he said that green tea with lotus was very tasty. A neutral response from Zhang appeared in the dialogue. The girl, opening her mouth wide, asked what it was and what he meant. She turned around abruptly and said that the protagonist was an idiot, because she asked him to give them some food, and he simply ignored her request, and Kin clarified whether they knew each other, and also asked not to remind him of him anymore. Her friend, putting her hand in her pocket, asked if he had any other options besides him, and added that they needed to find someone who could help them now. Suddenly, the brunette widened her eyes and exclaimed that she wanted to ask Shu for something. A moment later, the guy was holding a bag in his hand and said that he brought everything, and among the discounted goods, he chose the best and most expensive. The girl closed the door with a creak. Kin, lowering her eyebrows, wondered if he loved her so much, and realized that she would have to check. 3 days later, the lights were on in the windows of a tall building. The protagonist, eating chicken, said that the most interesting part was about to begin. Suddenly, the electricity in the house went out, and people did not understand where it had gone and what to do. Residents of the house came out of their apartments and started asking if everyone else had no electricity. A girl with a child in her arms answered that they had no water either and that she could not even prepare formula for the child. While she was calming the crying child, a guy, wiping his glasses, asked what to do now, since it had become colder and without heaters they would not last long. All the residents in the hallway of the house were perplexed why no one from the management company had come and were worried that without heaters the temperature would drop to -30. There were no supplies left, and it was impossible to go to the store because of the snowfall, and if this continued, they would simply die. Zhang, with a toothpick in his mouth, thought that the management company would not help them here. The main character turned the handle on the yellow generator and said that he would try to turn it on. A light came on in one of the windows of the apartment building. Auntie Lin, wrapped in a blanket with her grandson, wondered why everything was like this, because everything was fine a few days ago. In the group chat, they were discussing how a similar blizzard many years ago led to extinction, and now several large cities have already fallen, and in order to survive, you need to rely only on yourself. The woman looked at her phone and thought that she needed to stock up on supplies before panic sets in. Who, sitting on the couch with Grandma, asked her why it was so cold and when the parents would come, and Auntie Lin replied that everything was fine and they would be back soon. She frowned and thought that she had to protect them both and they had to survive. Kin, Zhu, and the neighbor with blue hair read the messages in the chat from Auntie Lin, in which she informed all the neighbors that the disaster was temporary. The water problems would be fixed soon, and asked all the residents of the complex to cooperate with the management company or they would be handed over to the police. The blue-haired villager held the phone in her hand and asked Kin if it was that serious and what was going on outside, and Sue threw the phone aside and exclaimed that it was all boring and called Auntie Lin a vile fox. Jang, sitting on the sofa, looked at the phone and exclaimed that it would be better if this old woman did something instead of just giving orders. The hooligans, wrapped in blankets, asked Jang what they should do since there was no fever reducer and they couldn't get out of here, and he shouted at them to shut up and called them useless trash. The protagonist was stretching in front of the TV, having just finished playing a game, and his phone lit up with a notification. There were messages from Auntie Lin in the chat room on his phone. Jang looked at his phone and read the message, which said that the snowstorm had a huge impact on everyone's lives and it would be over soon. In the second message, she wrote that in order to cope with this situation, they would collect items from each apartment and divide them equally, and Jang, looking at his phone, smirked and thought that this was the case last time. 2 private messages from Aunt Lin appeared on the screen. The guy opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he did not even have time to read them, and she was already here watching him. In the messages, she clarified whether he had enough supplies, because she knows that he works in a warehouse and saw how he bought 3 carts, so she said that everyone needs to help in this difficult situation, and Jang, frowning, remembered that in his past life he kindly gave her something, which led him to trouble. The protagonist pressed the red button on his phone. He told her not to forget to share the supplies with him when she collected them and thought that she was one of the reasons why he was killed in his past life. Auntie Lin angrily looked at her phone and exclaimed that he worked in a warehouse and could buy goods at a discount, and he had a lot of unnecessary things at home. Frowning, she stroked her grandson's head and thought that he needed to calm down, he couldn't give up, and that if she could think of something, she would get supplies for another week. The woman smirked, looked at her phone and told the boy that everyone knew that he was in charge of the warehouse and did not need food, adding that this was an order from the organization and he had to obey. Sitting with a toothpick in his teeth, Jang replied that he would be happy to, but there was little food lately and asked why she didn't give him a few packages of noodles first. Aunt Lin angrily opened her mouth and shouted into the phone that she was now representing the interests of the organization, and if he refused to hand over the materials, then she was going against the organization, and added that she would get to him yet, and Jang calmly smiled. The protagonist, looking at the phone, said that she was just an employee of the district committee, not a boss. The woman angrily clenched her teeth when Jang told her on the phone to sort everything out herself and that he would wait for her at home. Aunt Lin pressed the end call button. She threw the phone, indignant that she was also a leader and did not understand how to influence him. The woman grabbed her head and thought of setting people on him, but then decided that another method was needed since everyone would understand that they could simply refuse to hand over the supplies. The crescent moon shone over the tall buildings and it was snowing. The protagonist watched the video from the surveillance cameras and grinned. With noodles in his mouth, he thought that the supplies usually last for 3 to 5 days. But in the cold they are used up faster, and besides, they themselves fell for the scam and it was not his fault. There was a blizzard outside, and Jang thought that the outside world was plunged into chaos and only with supplies could one survive or meekly await death. A neighbor's chat screen appeared on the phone, in which a neighbor was asking Auntie Lin about distributing supplies since her family had eaten everything, and the woman answered that a unified distribution would give everyone a chance to survive. Wrapping herself in a blanket with her grandson, Auntie Lin maliciously exclaimed that they were all idiots and everything would go to her. Looking at the boxes of supplies, she wondered if she could just give away the supplies she had so diligently collected. The woman's grandson, sitting on her lap, shouted at his grandmother that the phone was ringing, and she was irritated and indignant that these people still needed something. Opening her mouth, she looked at the phone and was surprised that it was Jang calling and wondered what he could possibly need. Putting the phone to her ear, she heard accusations that she had thought of everything well and had taken all the supplies into her own hands. Coughing into her fist, Auntie Lin replied that her job as a district committee employee was to distribute food, and Jang, grinning, told her to send it immediately since his family was short of supplies. At this time, Auntie Lin's grandson was chewing on cookies, and she replied that she couldn't send the supplies right away since she needed time for approval, and Jang was indignant that this was shameless since she had just gone and filled her pockets with supplies. Sitting on the couch with his phone, Jang demanded with a grin that they give him the groceries. In front of him stood a crowd of hooligans with bats, and he said that otherwise he would come with a dozen people and personally take them. Jang and a crowd of guys broke down the door, and Auntie Lin screamed in fear that they should not come since this was breaking into private property. He slapped her, which made her cheek turn red, and told her to shut up since she had deceived the tenants with the delivery of groceries and should get what she deserved. The main character, biting into a sausage, watched the video of what was happening from the surveillance cameras and grinned, saying that she got what she deserved. He got an idea and, snapping his fingers, said that he could publish this in the general chat so that all the neighbors could enjoy it. Smiling, he decided that the reaction would be great. The hooligans stood in the apartment with bats, and Jang ordered them to find all the food in the house and added that they would take it as compensation for the hard work of the residents. Auntie Lin grabbed her leg and begged them not to take everything, because her supplies were there, and asked how she and her grandson would survive if they took everything. Jang, looking down at her, shouted at her to take her hand away, but the woman, with tears in her eyes, begged her to leave them some. Jang kicked Auntie Lin with all his might and shouted at her to back off, who looked at his grandmother, who was lying on the floor with her mouth open, in fear, who was swinging his knife furiously, yelling at them to get the hell out. He stabbed the guy with the mohawk in the ass with all his might, causing him to scream and widen his eyes. Clenching his fist, the guy turned around and, gritting his teeth, asked the boy if maybe he wanted to die. The bully angrily kicked Hu, and he screamed. Watching the boy lying on the couch, one of them laughed and told the guy with the mohawk that he had spent all that time training his legs for a reason, and he told him that it was cool, and he threw the boy away like a rabbit. The bully with the mohawk, smiling contentedly, threw the knife over his shoulder and said that it was wonderful and he should definitely document it. Aunt Lin touched her grandson with trembling hands, calling him her boy. Jang, frowning, spat and demanded that he stop because things were more important now. The man with the bat on his shoulder said that this was her payment for lying and he simply returned what she deserved. A video from the main character appeared in the neighbor's chat with what was happening in Aunt Lin's apartment. The neighbor mockingly wrote that she was a liar and deserved it, and another resident noted that the guy in the video was strong and probably studied a lot. Jang, looking at his phone, assumed that apparently they did not fully understand the essence of what was happening. New messages appeared in the chat where residents supported Jang, advised him to report to the police, and called the old woman shameless, and the main character, squinting his eyes, said that any of them could be the next ones to be broken into by hooligans. Jang, spreading his arms out in satisfaction, said that fortunately he didn't care. A new message from Aunt Lin appeared on the phone screen. The protagonist, with his mouth open, looked at the phone and read the message, in which a woman asked the neighbors for hemostatic drugs, antibiotics, and reported that her grandson was injured and Dr. Zhu urgently needed medicine for the operation. A girl in a white coat with a badge on her chest appeared, and Jang wondered if Dr. Zhu would really operate on Hu. The protagonist sat on the couch reading how Zhu asked in the chat to give her medicine if they had any. The guy remembered that the girl was the first doctor of Tianhai. In her past life she treated many people. At this time in the chat, Aunt Lin asked to give her medicine for her grandson. Jang along with the others began to laugh, saying that he just got his retribution. Jang closed his eyes and shook his head and said that the person who usually doesn't write anything just went and spoke out in the general chat to save Xiaohu. Looking at the street where the snow continued to fall, the guy said that even if he was saved, the blizzard was still here for a long time, there would be little use. The guy went to the window, which was almost covered with snow. He said that the first floor was almost completely covered. The girl standing behind him grabbed her head in hysterics. The snowstorm began last week and covered the whole world. In some places the temperature reached 100 degrees below zero. Snow covered the entire city. The snowfall did not decrease, but only intensified. The residents of the cities buried under the snow, who were not evacuated in time, remained there forever in the snow. Lin began to write messages in the chat asking for food. She was even ready to pay when someone set her a price. A second buyer appeared, offering twice as much. The protagonist, eating chicken, said that some people started a business here. Many people in different apartments stared at their phones. They smiled when they saw that a pack of noodles would cost someone 2,000. Chewing meat, the protagonist said that people were too naive. At this time, the guy on the top floor picked up his phone and said that he was rich, so he could spend 2,000. If they were ready to give it, then she should write to him. Jang looked out the window at the city. He knew that the city's transport and public facilities were paralyzed. Unfortunately, they would not be able to take the money with them to the next world. At this time, the guy with a grin on his face said in the chat that they could offer a higher price if they wanted to buy noodles. A girl with a child in her arms wrote in the chat asking to give her noodles, because she could not feed the child due to the lack of milk and lack of food. The protagonist grinned. A single mother with a baby asked for help. As soon as someone opened up, she herself would immediately become a victim. Frowning and then stopping frowning, Jang mentally said that in her past life, this girl fought for her child to the last, which means that she is not so simple. A day later, Jang was training with dumbbells. Hearing the ringing, he picked up the phone. According to his calculations, the neighbors should have already run out of their last supplies. Picking up the phone and looking at the two hungry people, the protagonist asked them why they were calling him on video. Did they really want to brag about losing weight? Two girls lying on the bed began to ask the guy where he got so much food. Was he really warm? Pointing to the fireplace, the guy said that it was a great thing and it warms the house well. Kin, smiling broadly and bulging her eyes, asked the guy if she could come visit him. Putting her hand to her face, she said that they had not seen each other for so long and she already missed him. The protagonist, understanding the girl's intentions, frowned, saying that on such a cold day she should stay home. Sitting on the sofa, he said that he did not understand how cold it was, but judging by their appearance, the temperature had dropped significantly. The two girls stopped smiling and froze. Kin frowned deeply and screamed in anger, saying that they were frozen, they were scared and had nothing to eat. If he was not going to help, then he should not mock her. Smiling, the protagonist said that it would be better for her to find another fool who was ready to do anything for her. Raising his hand, Jang asked her if he was lying. They were not related. The protagonist glanced at the phone and pressed the off button. Kin threw the phone away, saying that this idiot was taking too much liberty. Her friend, who was sitting next to her, said that their problem was that they did not immediately see through him. Now they would not be able to see his things. Pointing to the guy's photo, the girl said that now he was even cooler than that rich guy because he was no use now. Kin swung her hand in anger. The girls started to quarrel and fight on the bed. At this time, the protagonist was watching the news on TV. The presenter was saying that the city administration had officially issued an order that electricity would be supplied daily, but from 1 to 2. Drinking a glass of wine, the guy listened to the presenter say that now large power plants had stopped working, which caused an electricity shortage. Poking at the tablet, Jang said that the scale of the disaster had become so serious that even the state could no longer hide it. The guy picked up the tablet and started reading the chat, where they were discussing the news. One of the people even offered to buy noodles from him for 5,000. Closing his eyes, Jang sighed, not understanding how these people, being on the verge of the end of the world, still tried to exchange vital resources for money that would soon be of no use. The snow continued to fall. The protagonist went out onto the balcony thinking that he needed to continue living without losing hope. Even if he was scared, he had to grit his teeth and resist. Aunt Lin was almost crying standing next to her grandson. Dr. Zhu was treating Jang's wound, and Zhu looked at the phone saying that this would last for some time. Kin's friend turned away from her and asked her who she could rely on now except the idiot Jang. Taking the phone in her hands, the girl said that they couldn't tell everyone about Jang, but the two of them were definitely not enough. Soon the girls came to Zhu and started complaining to him about the protagonist. The guy hit his fist on his palm after hearing the story of how Jang humiliated two girls. Kin hugged the guy's hand, saying that they needed to find a way to get into the apartment. After that they could settle there. After the conversation, the girl hugged him and led him down the corridor. Soon the three found themselves near the protagonist's apartment. Zhu knocked on the door. Jang looked at him through the camera and asked Zhu why he came to him. A moment later, the protagonist was horrified to see two girls and weapons in their hands. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that they wanted to kill him. The protagonist quickly began to collect water through the hose. He squinted at the door, hearing Zhu tell him that they should help each other. Looking at the trash can full of water, the protagonist told Zhu that if things were that bad, then he could help them. The guy grinned, looking back, and told the protagonist that things were not too bad, but he was very hungry, otherwise he would not have bothered him. Jang brought the hose to the opening in the door. All three outside tensed up and smiled. Suddenly, water with slop splashed on them. The girls stepped back in horror and trembled. Zhu began to bang on the door in anger, telling Jang that he would kill him. The boy gritted his teeth, trying to understand how their enemy knew about everything in advance. He swung his cleaver, saying that he would come in and kill him. A moment later, he grabbed the door handle. Suddenly, electricity struck his hand. The protagonist looked at Zhu, who had fallen to the floor through the camera, and said that his life was not precious at all. Putting his hands behind his head, Jang said that he might never leave here at all, so he would just watch what would happen to them. At night, the protagonist's eyes suddenly opened. He got up from the bed after hearing gunshots. Taking the tablet in his hands, Jang asked himself if one of the neighbors had a gun. Jang smiled when he saw a familiar face. Jang and his henchmen were currently robbing the apartment. The guy glanced at the basin of snow. He frowned, realizing that Jang was wasting some time, because the only way to get water at the moment was to collect snow and bring it inside so that it would melt. Lying back in bed, the guy said that the residents on the third floor were doomed because they had no supplies or the ability to protect themselves. Holding the phone in his hand, Jang told his subordinate that they first needed to deal with this bunch of fools. Throwing a photo of the dead and a selfie with a gun in his hand, Jang told the people in the chat that none of them knew that such a catastrophe would happen, but now he was taking responsibility for House 25. Brushing his teeth, Jang said that this guy was not bad, since he was able to live so well even in such conditions. The protagonist frowned and said that the number of bullets was still less than the number of people. He could only wait for the man to kill himself. The guy squinted when he saw a new chat. The new chat in the phone was called Resistance to Jang's Actions. Rubbing his face, the protagonist read how people began to discuss a plan for resistance. In the chat, one of the guys grinned and said that dealing with the enemy would be easy. Sitting on the couch, Jang said that people were too naive as long as they did not get caught in a hail of bullets. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when Uncle Yu wrote that they couldn't let things go like this, otherwise they would all be shot. It would be better to take the enemy's supplies. Uncle Yu, sitting on the couch, said that he was ready to take the initiative and lead the people. The man smiled when the neighbors began to support him. Uncle Yu hunched over and said that he couldn't go up against Zhang and his guys by himself, he would need at least a dozen people. One of the girls wrote in the chat saying that they couldn't do that because Lin had already robbed them. Who knows, maybe he was the same. Clenching her fist, the angry girl said that Lin had taken their vital supplies, and if he led the youth, what would the old women and children do? So the people split into two groups, arguing angrily with each other. The protagonist sighed while preparing his food. He didn't expect anything else. Soon he served himself some food. Afterwards, he sat down on the sofa saying that people keep shifting blame onto each other. The guy waved his hand sharply, having burned himself with hot food. The events take us to the neighbor's room with an ashtray on the table. Zhang, holding a gun in his hand, ordered two subordinates to hurry. One of the guys stopped and asked Zhang if they should stop and have a snack. Zhang pointed a gun at him and asked if he wanted to be like those hungry sick people who were hiding in their apartments. Throwing the man's body on the floor, the guys said that they should hurry up, taking advantage of the situation. Leaving the apartment, the man said that he was glad that they understood that their painstaking efforts were not in vain. Looking at the backs of the two guys, Zhang understood that if he did not have a gun in his hand, they could resist. The protagonist, watching everyone through the cameras, said that this man was too ruthless. He clearly left the corpses there so that if anything happened, he could use them as rations for a rainy day. Zhang closed his eyes, saying that if he tried to get to him, he would simply kill him. The next day, girls wrote to the chat asking for help. One of the girls, having closed the door with the sofa, was shaking. She looked in fear at the door, behind which Zhang was standing. When her door was open, she began to beg for mercy, but no one listened to her. The man simply dragged her. At the last moment, she saw on her phone that many people in the chat were gloating and thanking her for the time they had bought. Qin and her friend, sitting on the bed, said that they had to find a way to survive, because since the women were attacked first, they would soon come to them. Biting her finger, she said that they needed to inform trustworthy people that Zhang had supplies and try to get into his apartment. A notification about joining a new group appeared on the protagonist's phone. Qin sent him a message saying that it was too dangerous outside and that they would all be caught sooner or later, so they needed to stick together, and that his apartment had a balcony and a good door. Seeing how many people started joining the chat, the protagonist realized that Qin had already told him everything, but most likely she had not mentioned that he was the one who injured Zhang. Smiling widely, he said that he was comfortable alone, and if he needed a roommate, he would let him know. People in the chat were indignant, saying that only together could they survive. They needed his support. The four people gathered in one apartment shuddered when they saw that Zhang had left the group. Qin frowned and began to swear. The neighbor turned to her and asked what they would do with the guy's taciturnity. Besides, they had already tried to kill him. The two girls froze when they heard her question. The guy adjusted his glasses and said that they needed to stop being nice because Zhang was alone in the apartment. They just needed to get ready and attack. The second guy chuckled and closed his eyes and said that he used to work for a lock-picking company so he could open all types of locks. Soon the group found themselves at the protagonist's door. Qin smiled sarcastically, thinking that the most they could do was spray them with water. The guy crouched in front of Zhang's door. The protagonist himself grinned, seeing how they were trying to break down his door. Having entered the house security management system through the tablet, the guy was choosing what he should choose. A moment later, he pressed the panel, wanting to turn on the high voltage flow. Electric arcs instantly struck the guy. He was drowsy, while electricity was flowing through his body. Soon he fell to the floor, unconscious. Qin froze in horror, looking at the guy's severed arm. Two neighbors standing to the side began to accuse the protagonist of cruelty. Zhang, picking up a crossbow, said that they themselves had broken down the door and were going to kill him. Taking aim, the guy said that this was his house, so it was up to him to decide who would live and who would die. A moment later, the guy pulled the trigger. An arrow flew out of the crack in the door. It hit the shoulder of the guy standing in front. Zhu and his friend immediately approached him and began to lead him away. Two more arrows flew out of the crack in the door. One of them hit Zhu's hand, and the second hit the second guy in the back. The girls saw this, turned around and ran away. The events take us to another part of the corridor. Entering the apartment, three guys immediately lay down, feeling terrible pain. One of the girls stared at the arrow in horror, realizing that it was rusty. One of the guys clenched his fist and stood up, saying that without antibiotics, death due to infection would be guaranteed. A moment later, he hugged himself in horror, denying what had happened. The neighbor hit Qin hard, saying that it was all her fault. The girl yelled at Qin, who had stepped back, asking her if she really didn't know about the crossbow or if she had simply hidden the information. And even the door was unusual. Qin began to cry, saying that she didn't know about it either because this hadn't happened last time. One of the guys grabbed the neighbor by the shoulder, telling her to stop because he himself could confirm everything. The girl stepped aside and said that they had no help. Soon, Ju came in, examining Ju's wound, saying that the injuries were serious. Ju opened her mouth in amazement. Ju frowned when she saw the arrow. She sat down and started looking for medicine in the first aid kit, saying that she had already seen an arrow on one of her patients in the hospital. But this wound was too deep. Without professional equipment, she couldn't be 100% sure. The girl covered her mouth and cried. Covering her face with her hand, the girl mentally said that Jang was too cruel, and he must have done it on purpose. The doctor examined the wound and said that simply pulling out the arrow was impossible, because it would lead to infection. Standing up, Ju said that she had seen a similar wound before. It looked like it was Jang's doing. Clenching her fist, Kin said that the guy also had medicine. A month ago she saw with her own eyes how they brought him a bunch of medicine. Kin frowned, remembering the past, and said that a month ago, Jang had changed a lot. He began to collect all the things around the house. Almost every day trucks came to him with delivery. Ju turned to Kin and said that Jang most likely knew what kind of situation they would have. He must still have a lot of necessary things in stock. The guys, having lost their common sense and sweating profusely, said that they just needed to find Jang and ask him. The girls stood opposite each other and began to discuss how they could get medicine from Jang. Kin smiled and said that this guy doesn't know what kindness is, so they can set an example. Pointing at Kin, Wang said that since she had suggested the idea, she should do it herself. Ju approached the girl and said that he had been unfair to her, but now they could only live in safety if everyone tried. The girl, standing in front of the crowd, said that she would try anyway. After a while, Dr. Ju began to carefully pull out the arrows. Kin turned away, hearing cries of pain. She called the protagonist and squeezed out tears, asking him to help them. The protagonist, who was preparing meat, asked her if they could survive the snowstorm at all. The guy began to cut the meat, thinking about the snowfall that blocked the entrance to the city. Everyone was running out of supplies. People ate instant noodles dry. Even if people did not die from the cold, without food, they would not last long. Like Xiaohu, they would lie helplessly. Kin wiped away her tears and told Jang that she was wrong and would not absolve herself of guilt, so she would try to fix everything. Looking at the people inside the room, Kin told the protagonist that others were badly hurt and would die if they did not receive timely help. Suddenly, the neighbor snatched the phone from Kin's hand, saying that everyone was in a dangerous situation now, so he should act like a man, cast aside his insensitivity, and help them. Throwing greens into the frying pan, the protagonist told the girl to guess why he shot the guys with rusty arrows. Grinning, he horrified the girl, saying that he wanted to see them writhe in pain. Wang screamed, bringing the phone closer to her face. Jang grinned and said that he could let Kin come, but she should be alone. Kin was delighted and snatched the phone away, saying that she would listen to him and do whatever he ordered. The protagonist, smiling, told the girl to come. Kin's friend approached her, wanting to say that she would also obey. The protagonist grinned and asked Kin if they needed extra people. The girl smiled widely and said that everything depended on him, and she would do as he wished. A moment later, she turned around and ran away. She hit her friend when she clung to her, saying that she was tired of living this life. Wang hit Kin in the face, saying that even after so many troubles, she wanted to go to him. Didn't she say that she hated him and wanted to be with her? The girl turned to Ju and hysterically asked what was wrong with wanting to be happy. Kin approached Ju and asked him if he would wish happiness on a person if he loved him. The guy crouched down and stared at the floor when the girl told him that although he had done a lot for her, he still could not give as much as Jang. After saying this, Kin turned around and walked away. Her friend pushed her to the ground in anger. Soon the girl was locked in a separate room. She sat on the floor crying. Ju looked back and said that they could sort everything out later. They wouldn't last long without medicine. Suddenly everyone turned to the guy with glasses. He adjusted his glasses and said that apparently Jang had a lot of food and a fireplace. Of course they wouldn't be able to defeat him, but they could tell others about it. Everyone opened their mouths in amazement, realizing that such a number of people would be enough to win. Kin jumped up and screamed, saying that they were too shameless. Wang raised her hand, blaming Kin for everything. Ju blocked the girl, saying that he sincerely loved her, and if he tried, sooner or later, she would love him, so she shouldn't touch her. The guy smiled, telling Kin not to be afraid, because he was on her side. Turning away, the angry neighbor said that he was a useless heel. Soon, a photo from the protagonist's apartment was uploaded to the general chat of House 25. One of the girls wrote in the chat saying that they should discuss what they would do with it. Jang and his guys started to drool at the sight of so many things. Jang smiled widely, realizing that his time for revenge had come. Soon, many people in the chat began to discuss and blame the protagonist for all the troubles. Jang picked up his phone and smiled. He grinned, saying that he did not owe anyone anything. Looking at his reflection, the protagonist said that he had been in the same situation, but then they treated him like a piece of meat, and then they simply tore him to shreds. Leaning back on the couch, he said that there was nothing to talk about with animals. At this time, the guy standing opposite Wang said that they could deal with Jang, but he was not afraid of anything at all. Lin frowned and said that this guy only thinks about himself. Zhu gritted his teeth wanting to find Jang if he survives this time. The protagonist grinned maliciously while the others pointed at him and started discussing him. They scolded him, blaming him for all the troubles. Jang poured himself some wine. He stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the city through the window, he decided to go outside after a while. Snapping his fingers, the guy remembered his snowmobiles. Starting to spin, he said that this way he can safely go out and have a good time. The protagonist suddenly narrowed his eyes. A notification from Dr. Zhu came to his phone. She sent him a message saying that she ran out of food and medicine. Taking the phone in his hands, the protagonist said that, as befits a doctor, Zhu is quite reasonable. The guy thought, last time the girl died because she gave the last food to Limai and her child. Sitting on the couch, the guy was thinking about whether to help him, but the problem was that the smarter the woman, the easier she betrays. He stretched, saying that he was not going to die. Smiling, he said that although he was confident in her, he still could not let her in. Soon, Zhu, who was sitting wrapped in a blanket, received a message from Jang saying that if he wanted to exchange, then she should find something that would be useful to him. Bringing the phone to her mouth, she asked if he could give her something as an advance. The girl squeezed the phone and became embarrassed. She had never asked anything from a stranger. Soon the protagonist answered her, saying that he would give her food and medicine, but she must fulfill her request. Grinning widely, the guy said that the neighbors were planning to attack him. He wanted her to monitor their actions and report everything. The protagonist smiled, waiting for a response from the doctor, who was now frowning while reading the message. Clutching the phone tighter, Zhu soon said that she chose him. A shadow covered the guy's eyes. He was happy with his success. Soon the girl stood up and went to the window. She turned her back to the window and thought. Suddenly, someone wrote a message to the protagonist asking whether he would share his supplies or not. Jang, stroking his chin, said that insatiability was addictive. He smiled mockingly, saying that even if his house was burned to the ground, he would get nothing. The guy with glasses gritted his teeth in anger. Soon Jang joined the capture group. He immediately wrote in the chat saying that their main goal now was to deal with Jang. The guy with glasses shouted, saying that they needed to put aside old grievances. Uncle Yu nervously said that he urgently needed to tell Jang everything. Zhu, looking at the phone, decided to tell everything to the protagonist. A moment later, her message came to the protagonist's phone. He was standing in the armory and took a gun. Zhu wrote a message saying that after seeing the video, people went crazy and were getting ready to go to him. Jang brought the phone to his lips and said that she should not come with everyone. Pointing the gun at the phone, the guy said that it would be better for her to watch this show. At this time, a crowd of people was climbing the stairs. The men were holding pipes in their hands and saying that they would kill this bastard now. Soon the entire corridor was filled with people. The protagonist watched them through the camera with a smile on his face. He pressed the power supply panel. One of the guys raised a hammer telling Jang to open the door. A moment later, an electric current struck the guy's body. The flow of electricity instantly struck the people closest to him. After a while, the guys fell to the ground. The crowd stepped back in horror. Soon Jang came with a gun in his hand. Pointing the gun at the guy, he asked him where he was going. Putting his fist in front of him, the guy in glasses said that the protagonist had killed his neighbors and that they needed to be avenged. Someone in the crowd frowned as the boy told them not to be afraid to break down the door with wooden tools because he wouldn't be able to do anything that way, and once they got through, they would all have a warm fireplace and plenty of food. The crowd's faces showed clear anger because they had been suffering from cold and hunger for over half a month, and now their lives depended on whether they could break through this door. The log hit the door. 4 men held it, saying that they needed to push a little harder to open the door and kill the hero. The young man covered his ear because of the noise coming from the door. Taking a glass, the guy asked himself why they were making so much noise. Taking the remote control, he decided to turn on the music while they were trying to open his door. The raiders, holding the log, shouted that he should just wait because they would kill him as soon as they opened the door. They fell to the floor, saying that they couldn't do it anymore because they didn't know what to do. Looking at the door, they tried to figure out what kind of door it was and why it was so strong, because how long would it take to break it down? The man, looking through a magnifying glass, said that this door was exactly like the ones in bank vaults, the same as the one he had at work. Sitting on the floor, the robber asked if that meant they couldn't break it down. The bank employee, lowering his head, explained that even explosives couldn't break through such a door, let alone a piece of wood. The young man approached the door, while the employee explained that a key was needed. The protagonist aimed a crossbow at the man, while he was saying that even the best burglar in the world couldn't open it. Something flew by quickly. The bolt pierced the man's neck. He grabbed his neck while someone was yelling at them to be careful because he had a gun. They were running away, yelling at everyone not to push because they all ran away from the door. One of the raiders was standing by the wall opposite the door, yelling curses at the hero. There were many bodies on the floor. The protagonist was loading another bolt into his crossbow while screams were heard from behind the door about how he was the devil and should have died already. The guy with glasses, leaning against the wall, exclaimed that the others should not worry because he had an idea. He punched the wall and explained that this door was made of a special alloy and it was not so easy to open it. One of the raiders, smiling, exclaimed that he did not understand how he could not figure it out earlier, and the second added that since there were many of them, they could try to destroy the wall. People started hitting the wall with sledgehammers. A boy with glasses, clenching his fist, said that the protagonist would not be able to make fun of them anymore. Some of the top layer of the wall crumbled. The man swung the sledgehammer for another blow. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that even the wall here was too strong. The boy, touching the wall with his hand, could not believe that the walls were also made of metal plates. Throwing a shovel on the ground, the robber said that he did not understand why everything was like this, because who would think of building such a house, and the second man said that he could not believe that the guy's apartment was completely made of steel. Someone tried to undermine the wall. One of the robbers hit the wall with a shovel. Another guy tried to break through the wall with a pickaxe, holding a glass in his hands. The protagonist asked if they wanted to hear answers to their questions and immediately explained that the outer walls of his apartment were reinforced with 20 centimeters of strong steel and even a cannonball could not penetrate it, and their methods would be completely useless here. Pressing something on the tablet, the hero noted that at this rate they would quickly run out of strength. The robber, covering his face with his hand, asked why he did this to his apartment, and the second noted that they had already known that the guy was starting a renovation, but they could not even think of such a thing. Pointing his finger, the boy in glasses shouted that he knew about the approaching snowstorm and did all this on purpose to protect himself. The robbers, with their mouths wide open, said that he only thought about himself and did not care about the others, because if they all died, then what good would it do him, since it was impossible to survive just being alone. One of them fell to the floor and cried, saying that one day the young man would pay for condemning them to suffer. Zheng, raising his gun, told them to take their time since they had only just begun, and suggested that even though the walls and doors were made of steel, the ceilings and floors were unlikely to be. Pointing his finger at the others, the leader ordered them to split into 2 groups and check, since it was impossible for the entire apartment to be made of steel. The men hit the apartment with sledgehammers from above. The other 2 hit the ceiling of the apartment from below. The hero, clenching his fists, noted that the boss of the raiders was indeed smart, but the guy himself was no fool. The ceiling was made of steel, and one of the raiders exclaimed that this was completely impossible and that there was no way to get there. 3 intruders were standing in a certain room, and one of them explained that the ceiling, floor, and walls were covered with steel, so his apartment was truly a steel box. One of them bowed down. Holding his stomach with his hand, the man realized that he was already so hungry that he would soon die. His eyes widened. He thought that this was all meat. They looked at each other. Taking the phone in his hand, the robber noted that it even became hot. The boy in glasses, clutching his head, did not believe that nothing more could be thought of. Tears flowed from his eyes and he screamed that the hero really lived normally alone, because anyone would want to live his life now. The resident of the house, holding out his hand, suggested an option with a balcony, because while he was doing repairs, he replaced the balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows, and it was worth checking this idea, because it might be possible to go in. Raising his hands, the man shouted that if there was a window, then there must be an exit, because it was impossible to seal everything. The robbers walked along the board. The young man held a mug with a hot drink in his hand. A crowd of intruders had already gathered outside the window. One of them had already swung a sledgehammer, saying that as soon as they broke this window, the hero would die, and the other one understood that if there was a funeral, it would obviously be for this bunch of people. The hero put the cup on the table, while the robbers were talking about how he didn't have much time left and that the hour of his death would soon come and all his tasty products would become their products. The protagonist, grinning, went somewhere. Lighting a Molotov cocktail, he noted that they would soon be unable to utter a word. The young man threw it into a hole in the wall, saying that it was for a herd of frozen sheep, who still needed to thank him. They raised their heads, noticing something from above. A Molotov cocktail flying at them was clearly visible in the eye. One of them was engulfed in flames. His body turned black, while someone screamed that the hero had thrown an incendiary shell at them. The burning body flew off the balcony. Lighting another shell, the boy realized that burning alive was the worst death. A man, his eyes wide open, begged for help. The hero grinned and said no. They were reaching for the exit, asking the others to help them because they did not want to die here. Putting a sledgehammer in front of him, the boy in glasses told them to get out because they were all too hopeless. Having hit one of them, he shouted for them not to come closer because they could not be saved, and besides, the fire could spread to the others. The burning raiders fell from the board. The rest of the bodies continued to burn. Some of the attackers warmed their hands from the corpses, saying that it was really warm. One of the men climbed over the balcony. His foot landed on the hand of one of the frozen bodies. One of them, kneeling, said that he was dying of hunger and asked him to help him with at least a piece of bread. 3 of the attackers stood in front of the windows and asked him for a little food, because he had a lot of things at home and in the future they would do whatever he wanted. The protagonist, holding a bowl of noodles, asked them not to be like that because he was already sick of them. Looking at them, he also said that he was so touched that he even wanted to eat. Saliva flowed from the men's mouths. Putting the plate on the table, the guy explained that he could give them another chance, but this would be the last. Grinning, Zhang explained that he would feed noodles for a week to whoever brought him Zhang's head. All the attackers sharply turned their heads. The boss, looking at them, did not understand why they were standing and what the hero had told them. The man clenched his teeth. Pointing the gun in front of him, he ordered them to move away from him because it was unclear what they had in mind. Taking the phone in his hands, the leader read the message that the protagonist would feed the one who brought him the head of their boss. Then he realized that the young man had decided to fight him after all. The man in glasses, his mouth wide open, asked him to wait and asked what would happen to the hero's house when he left, and their leader ordered them not to attack if they did not know how to do this either and suggested that they come up with something. 2 men stood at the corner of a long corridor and one of them asked if they were really going to do this, because how many people could Zhang kill? The second resident said that this was all nonsense and if they continued in the same spirit, they would die of hunger, and their leader himself would not last long, and thanks to their plan, they could simply make a profitable exchange with the protagonist. A gun appeared from one of the apartments and the boss's shout was heard that they needed to leave and get rid of the ice as quickly as possible. Coming out into the corridor, he ordered his subordinates to move faster. A man came out from around the corner with a knife, realizing that now was the best option. One of the assistants turned around, his mouth wide open. 2 residents were already flying at him with weapons, while his wards shouted to the leader that there was danger behind. A snow-covered house was visible. Zhang was holding a gun in his hands. Baring his teeth, he ordered the victims to be carried away. The guy in the blue shirt opened his mouth wide and noticed that he had been shot. He turned his head and felt pain in his back. Holding his phone, the wounded man called Dr. Zhu to ask him to bandage his wound. After a while, the woman bandaged his wound, and he promised to give her something. The doctor, her eyes wide open, said that she would rather die than touch what Zhang wanted to give her, to which he replied that she would die in that case. Wiping away the tears of his savior, the scoundrel promised that if he had to sacrifice any of his people, he would sacrifice the girl last. She pushed his hand away. Looking at the man holding her, the assistant asked what was going on. Loading his gun, the bandit said that she would not leave until he recovered. Sitting around the table, the gang discussed their failed attempts to attack Zhang. Opening her mouth, the girl heard that the villains were planning to settle in the apartment next to the target and wait for him to come out. Looking at the doctor leaving, the leader of the bandits asked her where she was going. Turning her head, Zhu said that she was going to the toilet. Holding the phone in her hands, she informed the protagonist of the men's plan. Opening the door, a couple of young people agreed to give their apartment to the gang. They entered the room. They looked the guys straight in the eyes. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy in glasses was glad that they were not killed. A moment later, the scoundrels hit the couple in the back. They began to finish off the people lying on the ground. Smiling, Zhang asked the woman standing next to her if she thought that the guys would leave so easily. Tilting his head, the man explained that they needed a constant supply of food. Sitting on the couch, the boy in glasses complained that his shoulder was itching. He saw signs of infection on his body. Sweating, he could not believe his eyes. Starting to cry, he shouted that he did not want to die. The other guys also looked at their wounds. Covering his face with his hands, the guy said that they would all die, and Zhu asked the girl to talk to Zhang, because if this continued, they would die. A few days later, the protagonist watched the video recording. On the screen, it was clear that Zhang, pointing a gun at the residents, ordered them to obey him. Looking ahead, the man thought that there was little ammunition and food left, so he needed to quickly deal with the main character. Raising his finger, the young man realized that the bandit was intimidating people so that they would not attack him. A call came on the boy's phone. Putting the device to his ear, he heard a question about how he was doing. Covering herself with a blanket, Zhu said that the scoundrels were robbing other people's apartments and killing residents. Covering her mouth with her hand, she shared information that the gang had been catching residents for the past few days. Opening her mouth, the girl complained that she had not eaten anything for 2 days. Lowering her head, the guy heard a request for help. Frowning, he thought that a doctor could be of great use, which meant he couldn't let her die. Clenching his fist, the protagonist realized that he had to take advantage of this chance. Making a surprised face, the lady heard that he would help her if he completed a certain task. Opening his mouth wide, Zhu shouted for Zhang to forgive him, because endless hiding would not bring any benefit. Standing by the door, the guy said that there was nothing good about the infection and his friend. Sweating, the infected man heard the protagonist's words that his body was burning despite the fact that it was very cold outside. Clutching his head, the red-haired guy screamed that he would kill the protagonist. Smiling, he said that no medicine could save such a wound and suggested the dying man to do something he would never dare to do. Lowering his head, Ju said that he was right. Walking down the corridor, the young man thought that he had nothing to be afraid of now. Opening the door, the guy called Kin. With her arms crossed, the girl asked what he needed. Taking her hand, he offered his friend to marry him, to which he refused. Pushing the dying man away, she should find Jang and not be distracted by unnecessary things. Grabbing Kin by the neck, Ju shouted that they would go to hell together. Having hit the madman on the cheek, the girl told him to go away because he stunk. With his mouth wide open, the boy shouted that his girlfriend was to blame for this herself. Holding a jar of sleeping pills in her hands, Ju thought about what she had promised to help the young man. Looking at the gang leader, she said that she would help the cook. Putting her hands on her hips, the man was surprised by the doctor's desire to help them. Turning her head, she said that she wanted to live. Raising her hand, Jang agreed to the woman's proposal. The doctor was chopping wood in the kitchen. Opening his mouth, the cook ordered her to make sure the fire did not go out. Frowning, the lady was glad that the gang did not see her as a danger. She poured the contents of the bottle into the pot. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl began to stir the food. After a while, all the bandits were holding plates of food in their hands. Looking at the spoon, the leader said that he never thought that the doctor would join them. Leaving the men, Ju said that she wanted to eat somewhere else. Closing the door, she thought about the dose of sleeping pills and the food would put the bastards to sleep for at least half an hour. Frowning, the lady hoped that they would not guess her plan. The bandits closed their eyes and said that they were very tired today. Peeking out from around the corner, the doctor was glad that the plan worked. Picking up the phone, she wrote that she had completed the boy's task. He wrote that they needed to be dragged to the balcony. The girl was carrying the sleeping people to the balcony. Clenching his fist, he was glad that the whole gang was here. Grabbing his shoulders, Ju asked if the protagonist was going to kill the sleeping people. Smiling, the protagonist said that the doctor would kill them herself. Looking at the rope, the lady heard the order to tie up the men and take the gun from the leader. Opening her mouth, she said that the young man was too cautious. Raising the gun, he said that safety was above all. The doctor tied the bandits to the bars. She reached out for the gun. Opening his mouth wide, Jang ordered her to take the magazine out of the gun and then leave. Holding the gun in her hands, Ju asked why she should trust the guy. Frowning, he explained that she had no other options. The girl unloaded the gun. She threw it at her new ally. He caught the gun. Looking at the object in his hands, he thought it was the same gun. Looking at the young man walking away, the doctor could not understand what he was doing. Water poured out of the hose. The protagonist directed a stream of water at the tied-up people. Making a surprised face, the doctor thought that this boy was a real madman. Jang opened his mouth wide and screamed. His assistants, making surprised faces, could not understand what was happening. Baring his teeth, the leader realized that they were put to sleep. Turning his head, he shouted the name of the protagonist. Holding a hose in his hands, the boy asked the enemies to die faster. His hand turned the valve. An even more powerful stream of water fell on the opponents. Smiling, the protagonist decided that they would not survive anyway, so there was no point in wasting water. The water on Jang's face froze. Bringing the phone to his ear, the boy told her that she could come. Falling to her knees, the girl said that she was on her way. Pointing a gun at the door, the boy heard the doctor's voice. Looking at her, he thought that her hands were empty, so he could let her in. Opening his mouth, the protagonist allowed him to come in. The doctor opened the door a little. Opening her mouth, she was surprised at how warm it was in there. Falling to her knees, she said that she had not been in a warm place for a long time. Approaching the girl from behind, Jang asked the lady if she had forgotten anything. Smiling, the boy explained that Chu had to prove that she was not a danger. Blushing, she asked what she needed to do, to which the guy replied that he wanted to make sure there was no hidden weapon. Sitting behind his new ally, he said that they should now be honest with each other. Undressing, the girl heard praise from her new comrade. Handing over a towel, the protagonist offered the doctor to take a hot bath. The young man led the woman to the door. Smiling, he said that he found clothes for her. The sound of water was heard from the bathroom. The protagonist took a package of syringes. Raising his hand to his face, he decided to take them. Holding the hem of her dress, the doctor thanked the guy for the clothes. Putting his hand on the sofa, Jang invited her to sit down. Holding a hair dryer in his hands, the young man explained that he allowed the girl to live there for a reason. Looking down, Ju listened to the neighbor's words that she should obey him in everything. Pointing to the door, he said that there were cameras installed along the perimeter of the entire apartment, and the doors were made of steel, so if she was not satisfied with something, then she should leave right now. The lady blushed and promised to be obedient. Smiling, the protagonist said that she had made the right choice in the current situation. Holding onto his neighbor's hair, Jang said that he would tell her a secret. The protagonist played with the girl's hair and said that keeping secrets was the main step in strengthening their cooperation. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Jang added that he had killed those who tried to take his life. She had seen it, to which the doctor, with her head down, said that she understood. The guy sat down next to her on the sofa and said that she had probably heard about it on the news. An explosion in space and an energy release caused a snowstorm, adding that as far as he knew, energy rays were capable of not only influencing the weather, but also changing the structure of the human body and could even give it abilities. Suddenly, a bag of food appeared in his hand, and he said that he had received the skill of space. Then the protagonist threw it on Ju's feet and added that everything she saw in the apartment was a drop in the ocean, because most of the supplies were stored in space, but they would disappear if he died, and if he was alive, she would enjoy life. The girl looked at the pack of food on her feet and said to herself that he really did have superpowers, and Jang said at that time that it was for her. The doctor greedily pounced on the food, and the protagonist handed her a glass of water. He looked at her with a smile on his face and said that she had not yet won his trust completely, but he was not going to do everything around the house himself. When Ju finished drinking the water, Jang said that the sewer had frozen long ago, so all manipulations with the bathroom were now her concern. He suddenly brought his finger to her lips and asked what she was ready to do to get all these bonuses. After a short pause, you could see in the eyes of the protagonist how Ju began to undress, calling him master. After that, their lips met in a passionate kiss. The protagonist threw off his clothes and pounced on the doctor. The girl, her face red with embarrassment, looked at the guy. They held hands and their fingers intertwined. The next day, Jang, passing by his room, looked at the sleeping Ju and thought that she was still sleeping, after which he added that he must have overdone it yesterday. Then he knocked on the door and asked if she wanted to get out of bed and have a snack. The doctor rolled over, waking up. Getting out of bed, she picked up her bra from the floor and said, "Okay." After that, they began to eat burgers and drink soda. When the girl ate everything, the guy asked if she was not full, to which she answered no, adding that she thought she was ready to eat much more, but such an amount of food could cause gastroenteritis. A few seconds later, the protagonist threw Ju a jacket. When she put it on and asked what they were going to do, he opened the balcony. Taking a bat in his hands, Jang, with a sinister smile on his face, replied that he would break himself some ice cubes. Then he gave another bat to the doctor, to which she asked why she was doing that, since they were already dead. The protagonist, with hatred in his eyes, replied that even dead, they were ugly as an eyesore, so he wanted to get rid of them. After which he ordered the girl to smash their corpses, so that it would become a clear example for the others that it was better not to mess with him. Ju went out onto the open balcony. The guy pointed his hands towards the corpses and told her to get down to business in the name of their eternal cooperation. The doctor obediently moved towards the frozen people. The next second, she hit the ice with all her might with the bat. The protagonist stood to the side and filmed everything. Seeing this, the girl was very surprised and asked if he was really filming, to which the guy, without lowering his phone, replied that he was recording the process to show others, let them know who the owner of this building was. As soon as he said this, Ju hit the icy corpse with the bat again. After a while, this video was uploaded to the general chat. People who were subjected to violence by these people began to rejoice, cry with happiness, and say that this devil was finally dead and now they can finally go out. When suddenly they saw a message in the chat from the main character, which said that from now on the building was under his control. Jang was sitting on the couch with Ju and reading the messages in which she asked him if it was really him who killed him and whether he had food. Suddenly, Kin called him on the phone, which made the guy open his mouth in surprise and said to himself that she was still alive. When the protagonist picked up the phone, he heard a familiar voice asking if he was really with that doctor now. Kin was sitting in one of the apartments and asking if she could go to him, since Jang was now dead. Didn't he want her to live a well-fed and happy life? He couldn't live with another woman. He was hers and she was completely his. Hearing this, Jang smiled and asked if she was still alive. The girl suddenly put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, "Didn't he really leave her? But just think that she was already dead." Tears poured out of her eyes, and she screamed that she was alive, that she loved him more than life itself, and then told the guy to kick the doctor out and then they would be happy together. But while she was saying this, two very unhappy girls appeared behind her. At that very second, screams and sounds of a fight were heard, after which the protagonist put the phone down. Jun hugged him with a blush on her cheeks and quietly said that she was not like them. Hearing this, the guy with red cheeks from embarrassment turned to look at the doctor. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself that if Kin saw them together, she would go crazy. When the girls were struggling, the protagonist's voice suddenly came from Kin's phone, saying that she was a good person, but she was a little late because he had found a better person. Hearing this, Kin grabbed the phone, and Jang asked if she was really happy for them. On the screen, she saw a joint photo of the protagonist and Ju. Enraged by what she saw, Kin screamed with all her might that he could not do this to her because she loved him much more, and she did not love him and was just using him, after which she asked him to give her one single chance and then she would prove to him that she truly loved him. Kin froze in shock when she saw the male lead smile and say that it wasn't worth it because they truly loved each other, and then asked if he could give up on her for her sake, adding that they shouldn't keep in touch anymore because Ju might misunderstand. The girl burst into tears and said that she didn't believe him because he had chased her before. He had done it for 2 years. What had changed now? She fell to the floor and screamed that it was all her fault and that she should die, and her 2 rivals laughed at her, saying that she deserved it. Jang hung up and said to himself that he had had enough fun, so there was no point in continuing the conversation because she was about to die anyway. He then took Ju's hand and asked if she thought he was being cruel. The girl hugged his hand and calmly said that she thought he had his reasons for doing so. Hearing this, the guy extended his hand to her with a smile on his face and said that he was glad that she understood him. After a while, Ju prepared dinner and announced that everything was ready. Jang ate an apple and told her to start, and he would join later. He read the general chat of the 25th house, in which Aunt Lin wrote that she would contact the right people who worked in the police, so they must listen to her and bring her food. Otherwise, they will all be shot. While Ju was eating, she wondered if he really thought she would poison him, when suddenly the guy said that if he was not mistaken, this old woman was one of the first to be captured by Zhang. It was a miracle that she was still alive. The doctor lowered her head and quietly said that when she examined her grandson, she felt sorry for them and gave them some supplies. Hearing this, the guy looked at her with displeasure. Seeing such a look, the girl got scared and said that it was just the beginning. She did not think that it would drag on for so long, adding that in the current situation she would not have acted so rashly. Then the main character poured juice into a glass and said that this was not the problem. Putting the glass on the table, he asked why she was still alive, because she probably ate everything that Ju gave them a long time ago. Hearing this, the doctor put down the plate with food and said that her grandson died about 10 days ago due to lack of medicine, to which Zhang said that then everything was quite logical. Suddenly, a crazy laugh was heard from the opposite house, where the guys immediately looked. A man jumped out of the balcony of at least the 10th floor with a crazy laugh. Continuing to laugh, he flew down like a pike. After that, Ju exhaled heavily and asked when this storm would end, to which the protagonist replied that no one knew, because the weather did not depend on them in any way, all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Uncle Yu called his phone. The guy picked up the phone and said that he was listening. The man laughed in confusion and, raising his hand behind his head, asked if everything was okay. Zhang smiled broadly and told the uncle to throw away politeness and just say what he needed, and he would be happy to help him. Then he looked at the phone with cunning in his eyes and said to himself that Uncle Yu was one of the few good and honest people, so he thought he could be useful to him. The man sat on the bed and said that May's daughter had a fever, but he did not have any medicine. She was literally burning. They were very worried about her. After a short pause, he asked the protagonist if he had any medicine, at which the guy's eyes widened. Then he raised one eyebrow and said to himself that Uncle Yu was single, and May had a good figure. She was young. He took such good care of her. After thinking for a while, he spread his hand to the side and said that he had something, so he could come and share it. The man happily thanked the guy, saying that he had helped him twice, so he could ask for help without shame. He would never refuse. To which Zhang closed his eyes and replied that they had known each other for many years. He was closer to him even than his own uncle. Slightly lowering his head, he added that it was time to drop the empty talk, because he had to come for medicine. Having said this, he hung up and said to himself that May was not so simple. His uncle was the only one who listened to him and made at least some reserves, and naturally he was the best option for her. At this time, Ju was holding a glass of juice in her hands and asking the guy if they were really that close, to which he replied that in such a situation, you should only think about your own benefit. Taking the glass in his hand, he added that Uncle Yu was a good person, and if he helped him, he would be able to use him in the future. Having said this, the protagonist drank the juice. Putting the empty glass on the table, he added that he did not want this disaster to change him. Such people are rare. After a while, Yu knocked on the door and asked if the protagonist was home. Zhang saw through the cameras that the uncle did not come alone and asked what she was doing there. After that, he asked if it was Yu, to which the man stepped towards the door and replied that it was him, and May, standing next to him, shouted that her child had a fever. Then the protagonist threw a small box through the hole and said that they should take this medicine for the hero, adding that this would be enough. Yu reached out his hand to the medicine on the floor. Picking it up, he happily exclaimed, thanking the guy for helping him. Suddenly, May rushed to the door and started asking if he could take the child for a while. He had a heater and warmth at home, and their apartment was too cold. She continued to say that her child was sick, so she was afraid that she would freeze to death, and Zhang stood at the door and wondered if she was going too far, adding that he was afraid that if he took the child, the mother would ask for it too. Leaning against the wall, he replied that he could not let just anyone in here, and besides, he was almost out of fuel. The temperature was not much different from the outside. Uncle Yu put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that the protagonist had already helped them by giving them medicine, after which he suggested going back and just putting on warmer clothes, to which Mei turned around and asked if a man could understand her, adding that her girlfriend was still so young. With tears in her eyes, she turned to the door and screamed that she knew it was useless to ask, but she was asking him to take the child with him at least for a while, and the guy listened to her with his arms folded. After a short pause, he smiled and said that she could predict whether he would agree to this before the end of the world. He looked at the door and continued to say that everyone in this building was waiting for him to die. They wanted to occupy his house, so he thought that they also knew the feeling of fear, and even Uncle Yu understood it. Then the man abruptly turned Mei around and said that everything was right, Jiang had helped them so much, and then asked who else would give them medicine. Did she even understand how difficult it was to get it, to which she said that he allowed a doctor to live in his house. Then the protagonist replied that they were dating, which froze Ju in place. She looked down and with a blush on her cheek said in her head that even though he said it for no reason, she still liked to hear it. Yu turned around and told the girl that it was time to go, adding that he had helped them and that was enough, to which she said that she knew, but still wanted a better life for her daughter. The man put his hand on Mei's back and apologized to Jiang, after which he thanked her for her help, to which Jiang replied that he understood everything. Moving away from the door, the protagonist exhaled heavily and said that this woman was unbearable, to which the doctor asked if there were few like her. The guy lay down on her lap and replied that she was right. Closing his eyes, he added that he could not ruin the relationship with his uncle. At this time, Yu in his apartment looked at Mei and asked displeasedly, "How could one behave like this? How could one ask a stranger to look after her child?" The girl looked at the man and replied that it was for the good of her daughter, after which she asked why she should live if she was gone. Yu sat down next to him and said that he understood everything, but kindness also had to be paid for, because if it weren't for Jiang, he wouldn't have any supplies, which is why he would have died long ago. Mei frowned in displeasure while the man was talking about how he was sure that his kindness would be repaid. Then the girl laid her head on Yu's shoulder and said that in fact, she didn't think he deserved such praise. After all, he was wary of him too. Hearing this, the man jerked away from her and asked what she was saying, to which she replied that she didn't say anything like that, adding that she thought that the protagonist simply didn't want to help him, took him through the medicine, was that help. Yu's eyes lit up, and he gritted his teeth in anger when he heard Mei say that Jiang could use such trifles to exploit him in the future, after which she asked if a good person would treat dozens of people so cruelly. She looked ahead and continued to say that his apartment was big, and there were only 3 of them, he was just. But before she could finish speaking, the man lost his temper and shouted loudly, "Enough." He frowned angrily and told the girl to be quiet, because he was still able to distinguish good from evil, after which he asked if he was no longer a person in her eyes. Mei's daughter began to cry, and the mother turned to Yu and apologized for being wrong, adding that she said it for his own good, so that he would be more careful. Yu left, saying that he would sleep in the living room today, and let them sleep here. Mei watched him go, saying to herself that she could not give up, she had to find a way to get into the protagonist's apartment. Then she looked at her daughter and said that she would do everything so that they would not need anything. The first few floors of the high-rise building were buried in snow. A shovel suddenly hit the snow. After a while, a tunnel began to appear, and after some time, people came out of it. The guys with sinister smiles on their faces said, "Forward." A few minutes later, a guy with a bucket saw them. The leader of the guys pointed his finger at him and shouted, ordering them to catch him. The guy did not have time to run away, and he was hit hard on the neck with a shovel. He lay in a pool of his own blood while men stood over him and said that they would deal with him before leaving. They reached the 24th floor and, stopping at one of the doors, the boss raised his hand and ordered Lau to do something about it. The man sat down by the door with dynamite in his hands. Having prepared everything, he started running, shouting for everyone to cover their ears. A powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist's eyes showed shock, because he realized that it was an explosion right next to the door. He immediately grabbed his gun. Then the guy ran to the cameras, saying to himself that the living room and bedroom were fine, the door was also not damaged. Through the camera, he saw those who broke into their building and asked if it was another gang. He saw shovels, sticks, axes, and other construction tools in their hands. Jiang saw that they were walking towards his door and said to himself that they were just hiring a team in the neighboring house, it must be them. Then he walked towards the door, saying in his head that since they came to him, it meant that he had become known beyond the boundaries of this house. At this time, the leader of the foremen looked at the door and asked what the hell, even the explosives couldn't take this door. Lyle scratched his head in confusion and said that it shouldn't be like this, because he made this explosive himself, and his comrade picked up a sledgehammer and offered to break this door. Suddenly, a small hole opened in the door, and the main character asked with a dissatisfied face if they really wanted to get it. In his hand, he used magical power and also held white phosphorus dissolved in sulfur dioxide, which was a simplified formula for explosives. When burning, it reaches more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. The next second, the guy threw a burning Molotov cocktail and white phosphorus through the hole in the door. The foreman immediately scattered, but at that very moment, fire enveloped them. The man, who was engulfed in flames, stretched out his hand towards his comrades, begging for help. Suddenly, a bullet pierced his head. The protagonist fired a pistol through a hole in the door. The burning people began to fall, and the remaining foreman looked at this and shouted, asking where the guns came from. Suddenly, another foreman was killed by a bullet to the head. There were about a dozen corpses lying on the floor in front of Jang's door. The protagonist looked at the pistol and said that it was very good that he did not buy a machine gun, because the expenditure of bullets would have been much higher. Turning his gaze to the door, he said to himself that the cold had removed most of the potential enemies. Only the most desperate and cruel remained, so he needed to come up with a new way to get rid of them. The guy quickly walked along the long corridor, thinking that these guys came prepared. They would relax only when they killed everyone. He approached Ju, who was shaking with fear, and said that everything was fine. The doctor, with tears in her eyes, looked up at the guy. Suddenly, she blushed deeply from embarrassment and shame. She jumped to her feet and screamed that she was not afraid. She just decided to hide just in case. What if there was an earthquake? To which the main character spread his arms in different directions and said that they lived on the 24th floor. If there was an earthquake, they would still be crushed. Jang sat down on the sofa, and Ju, sitting next to him, asked what happened. After a while, sorting out the clothes, the doctor said that these workers were more dangerous than even Jang. The main character lay on the bed and said that he did not care, because without weapons these people were nothing. Now people who used to be strangers to each other have united and become a kind of family. He looked at the ceiling with hatred in his eyes and added that fortunately he got rid of them, otherwise he simply would not be able to sleep peacefully at night. The girl sat down next to him and asked what they should do, whether they should take revenge on them, to which Jang took out his phone and answered, of course, but not only for himself. He quickly typed something in it, finishing that in order to live in peace, they need to get rid of the trash. He wrote in the general chat messages that a group of workers from the 26th building broke into them to rob and kill, but he managed to stop it. And below he wrote that the guy from the 10th floor was killed. Judging by the sound it was explosives that they brought, they got to them by digging a tunnel in the snow. After that, the guy and the doctor began to read the messages of the residents that it was very good that they had him, because with him they were guaranteed safety. He was their hero. After reading this, Jang brought the phone to his mouth and said that he used up his weapons supplies, so now they can only count on themselves. Having said this, he called Uncle Yu. The main character looked at his girlfriend with a smile on his face, and when the man picked up the phone, he immediately asked if the guy was hurt and if he needed help, adding that he once drank with them, but did not think that they were capable of murder. Jang put his hand to his chin and said that it was indeed dangerous. He didn't have a plan yet, but since he had met them, he suddenly smiled ominously and said that you should tell him everything he knew about them, and then he would figure out what to do with them. Uncle Yu asked the guy if he really wanted them all to unite against them, to which the protagonist smiled and replied, yes, that's right. Then the man said that he would write in the chat, we need to see how many people would respond, to which Shang, looking at the doctor, said that it was not worth it. It would only create doubt in them. They would think that he was in league with you, after which the man asked what they should do. There were still corpses lying at the protagonist's door, and he himself continued to say that there was no need to rush because he had enough supplies since they came here once. It meant they would return to take revenge. Sooner or later the neighbors themselves would come running to them for help, to which Uncle Yu happily exclaimed that Jang was very smart, so they would do so. After hanging up, the protagonist looked at Ju and said that he had a favor to ask her, to which she asked what it was. The guy put his hand on her cheek and said that most of the neighbors hated him, so there were some things he could not do personally. Suddenly clenching his hand into a fist, he exclaimed that she and Uncle Yu would collect information for him, adding that the sooner he sniffed everything out, the better for them, to which the doctor happily replied that she would try. A few days later, Ju, dressed as a maid, picked up a marker and said that she had collected all the information she had received from Uncle Yu here. She began to draw on the board, saying that their main enemy was a group of people from Building 26, a gang of construction workers united. They were quite strong. They had shovels, rebar, and even firearms. After drawing the number 21 on the board, she added that Building 21 was another threat. She pointed to what she had written with a marker and said that there were two leaders, Wang Qian and Xiaolu, and that they had many strong young guys in their 20s under them, and that they called themselves a gang of wild wolves. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind her, saying that there weren't many people left in the other buildings. Most had committed suicide or died of exhaustion, and that there was no need to be afraid of them. Then he put his hand on the embarrassed girl's shoulder and added that they needed to continue collecting information, especially about weapons, if they had any, because they needed to minimize all risks. At this time, the light was on in another apartment. The foremen were standing by the corpse lying on the floor and the leader was saying that they would save Zhang for dessert. First they needed to deal with the others. He wrote a message in blood on the wall saying that they would beg them for mercy, and then suddenly, the protagonist's phone vibrated from messages in the chat of the 25th building where people wrote for him to surrender, otherwise they would kill them. Jang took the phone in his hand and said that they responded even faster than he expected. He wrote back that the foremen came and were killed, and if they could not stand up for themselves, then it was their problem, and not his. Why should he surrender if they were very dangerous? Several guys immediately answered him that he was safe, but they were not. After reading this, the guy gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Then he wrote that they would die anyway. What difference did it make? Why? To which he was told that he did nothing when they were robbed. How dare he ask such questions? At the same second, Jang recorded a voice message in which he asked if they really thought that he could not kill them personally, which caused shock and horror among all the residents of the house. The guy, wrapped in a blanket, grabbed his head and asked what he should do, because he thought that he could live normally without Jang, and as a result, an even more cruel gang appeared. Would they really kill them all? He looked out the window, outside which the snow was flying, and said that if it did not melt soon, they would all die. At this time, the protagonist called Uncle Yu and said that it was time. The man clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that he could handle it. Then he wrote in the chat that there was no need to panic, because there were no more than 20 of them, and if they united, they would definitely cope with the foreman, to which the people readily agreed. Yu sat on the couch and wrote that the supplies were almost exhausted. They had not eaten for several days, so there was almost no strength left. Jang would definitely be able to fight, because he had a lot of food and weapons, even if he was leading them. The protagonist at this time was reading his uncle's message, which said that he needed to try to convince him. After that, he personally wrote to the guy, asking what they should do now. Jang brought the phone to his mouth and replied that everything was fine, adding that when the time came, they would join them. Thanks to teamwork, they would save the building. After that, he created a group call in the general chat where he said that he came to talk for the common good, adding that they were ready to listen to any conditions. Otherwise, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted and asked if he was ready to help them or not. Hearing this, the guy spread his hand to the side and asked if they really agreed to do everything he said, to which he was answered that as long as he did not order them to die, they agreed. Then Jang sat down on the sofa and asked if he told them to arm themselves and go against that gang, would they agree, to which he received no answer. After a short pause, he picked up the phone and with a sly smile on his face asked if they really wanted to push everything onto him, and why would he save their lives. At this time, the doctor was eating cake. The guy put a cup of coffee on the table and said that they just need to wait until they come back and kill someone, and then they will talk again. But before he could hang up, Uncle Yu told him not to hang up, because they were all listening to him, adding that he would work hard to keep them all alive, and then asked everyone what they were hesitating about. Did they really want to wait until they were all slaughtered? While he was saying this, the doctor was feeding the protagonist cake. Licking the cream off his finger, Jang said that in that case, from now on, they would all obey him, and whoever was lazy would get nothing, and there would be no need to reproach him later, because he had warned everyone. Having said this, he left the group call. After that, in the chat of the owners of the 25th building, people began to actively correspond, calling for them to fight back together. The protagonist, having read the messages, also wrote with a smile on his face that whoever refused deserved to die. He continued to quickly type messages in which it was said that there was no need to worry, because he would not let them starve as long as they obeyed him. He would give them supplies. Then he raised his hand to his chin and said to himself that before they began to defend the building, they needed to make sure that they were generally capable of fighting, adding that they would need to get out for supplies and weapons. And as for the method, putting out his index finger, he realized that the best option would be transport, which he had hidden in space. Imagining himself riding a snowmobile, Jang said in his head that in such difficult conditions, he would be able to move around the city with ease. Looking down at the chat, he saw that the guys were asking him if he would be able to get supplies since it was so hard to drive through this snow, to which he replied that none of that mattered since he had to try for all of them. At this time, Uncle Yu happily clenched his fist and said that there was no need to worry since he had worked in a warehouse for several years, so he knew where some of them were located in the city. Lin held her head in her hands and said that since she was the manager, she would definitely be held accountable for everything, and the guy, wrapped in a blanket with dry lips from hunger, said that the supplies were running low, so the only way to survive was to go out for supplies. A few seconds later, words of gratitude poured into the chat, which the protagonist read with pleasure. Zhu looked at the guy and happily said that they would be happy to join him now, to which he replied that it didn't matter because to him they were just cannon fodder. He walked down the hallway saying that a small favor made him a god in their eyes, and the doctor looked at him and asked if he was really going to go outside. Zhang put on his bulletproof vest and said that there were enough supplies for the two of them. Putting on a shirt on top, he added that he just needed a good opportunity to go out and look around. Hearing this, the girl said that she would go with him then, but the protagonist immediately put his finger on her lips. He then patted her cheek and asked if she really thought he didn't trust her since they were in a relationship. Waving his hand before leaving, he added that he trusted her 100%, after which he said that he would be back soon. Zhu looked at the guy with a sad face. A few minutes later, the protagonist went down to the 4th floor where everything was covered in blood. There, he opened the window. Then he jumped out of it into the snow. After walking a little forward, the guy realized that it was quite difficult to walk in such snow. After that, he looked around and said that there seemed to be no one around. He stretched out his hand and created a snowmobile in front of him. When he moved from a place on it, a man from the upper floors was watching him. Zhang rode in the snow and said that something told him that someone would target him because of the snowmobile. Suddenly, he straightened up and happily said in his head that he had not been outside for so long, so now he had a chance to arrange street racing. It was so cool. After a while, he arrived at the police station. To get inside, the guy broke the window. Then he confidently stepped inside. There was no one inside. Suddenly, in the corner, the protagonist saw police officers frozen to death. Zhang walked up to them and said to himself that they must have been on night duty when it all started and they didn't have any suitable clothes. Taking a rag in his hand, he added that those who defended their city were worthy of respect. Suddenly, his eyes showed surprise at what he saw. Something round was sticking out from under the rag. Then the protagonist pulled the cloth off the object, saying that this thing was probably related to the armory. There was a bunch of keys on the floor. Picking up the bunch, the protagonist began to look for the key to the armory. Zhang walked up to the door to the armory. Pushing the door, the guy opened it. Approaching the display cases, he saw a large number of weapons. The protagonist took the machine gun, thinking that there were cartridges in the room and different types of firearms. Zhang pointed his gun forward and said that he had become much calmer recently, and his shooting accuracy had increased significantly, and he had done well in the clash with that gang. Winking, the guy happily shouted that he clearly had talent. Zhang released a stream of mana forward, saying that all that was left was to form a strong team. The guy put his hand to his chin, saying that cannon fodder should not be forgotten either. Having boarded the snowmobile, the protagonist thought that the supermarkets that were located near residential complexes were probably fenced off, and the likelihood that the goods had survived in the suburbs was much higher. After some time, the guy arrived at the place, jumping off the vehicle. Squatting down, he began to quickly clear the snow with his hand. Having reached the glass, Zhang happily shouted, "Here it is." The protagonist lowered the rope down, quickly sliding down it. The guy started looking around, thinking that the luxury brands he could never afford had now turned into ordinary trash. He released mana to the side, thinking that the food should be on the floor below, so he would collect what he might need along the way. Zhang slowly walked up to the sign. Looking down, the guy noticed a shelf with fruits. He walked further, thinking that a lot of the food had spoiled during this time. The protagonist moved the bags with disgust, saying that he wouldn't even eat it if they paid him. Sipping up the bag with a smile, the guy added that it would be enough for these idiots. After some time, Zhang arrived at the bunker. The man in the building watched the protagonist, smiling as he said that he could move on snow, and if they took the snowmobile, they could go out for supplies and put an end to their suffering, to which his partner replied that they called that thing an electric sled. The man frowned, shouting that he didn't care what it was as long as they got rid of the protagonist. Zhang looked up, thinking that the best hope was a vehicle that could move on snow, but once everyone knew about it, they would only get angrier at him, and fortunately, the guy could fight back. Uncle Yu clenched his fists, shouting that Zhang had indeed prepared thoroughly. The guy climbed through the window, replying that it was not that easy to find supplies outside, as he had gone to all the supermarkets nearby and hadn't found anything. The protagonist pointed to the bags, shouting that he had spent a lot of effort getting supplies for the people. Zhu squatted down, turning over the contents. Uncle Yu began waving his hand, praising Zhang. The protagonist pursed his lips, starting to look around at the shouts. Frowning, the guy shouted that he had collected these products for them, but he did not intend to feed the slackers. The people from the street pointed inside, ordering them to hand over the food. Zhang pointed his finger at them with a malicious grin, saying that for killing each one, they would get food. The people's mouths opened wide, surprised that for killing each one, they would get food. At that moment, they jumped up from their seats with a wild look. The people on the street opened their eyes wide in surprise. They collided with each other and started fighting. The people shouted that they needed to kill as many as possible, because then they would get more food, while Zhang and Zhu watched them from the side. Uncle Yu raised his hand, ordering them to attack, because there were more of them. An axe suddenly fell from the bloody guy's hands. The people turned around in horror. Noticing the corpse of their partner, they turned around, starting to quickly run in the opposite direction. The villagers joyfully raised their weapons up, shouting that they drove those bastards away, so it was time to eat. Zhu looked ahead in horror, thinking that they could still be saved. She began to shake her head, thinking that professional equipment and medicine were needed to save her, and Zhang would not spend money on such people. After a while, the people moved to the lobby where the protagonist clapped his hands, praising them for their excellent work. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy asked if everyone now understood that as long as they worked together, they were not afraid of anyone. Pointing to the guys in the crowd, he asked them to come over. With a smile on his face, Jang immediately handed them a ration. Tapping the guys on the shoulder, he said that if they maintained this ardor, they would not have to worry about wealth. Jang looked at the crowd behind him, thinking that the feeling of hunger was wonderful because people were ready to do almost anything for food. Looking ahead from under his brows, the guy knew that this was exactly what he needed. The protagonist beckoned them with his hand, asking them to come for food. Holding a gun in his hands, the protagonist put food in the woman's hands. Looking at the crowd with a grin, he thought that the more you work, the more you get, because if people want to be full, they need to work. Jang looked ahead, shouting that Hao was next, when suddenly the man knelt down, asking where his food was. The protagonist looked down. Swinging his leg, he immediately kicked something. Pointing at the candy, the guy said that this was his food. Hao took it in his hands, menacingly asking why there was only one candy. Jang smiled, asking if the man really had the nerve to be hysterical, because while everyone was working, he was hiding behind their backs. Everyone immediately began to laugh, after which Jang added that he was giving this candy because he was kind. Hao waved his hand, asking if it was his fault since the humans had dealt with them so quickly that he hadn't even had a chance to try. To which the protagonist shook his finger, saying that it wasn't his problem since he was interested in the result, not the process. The man pointed his finger forward, shouting loudly that it was unfair since the guy was being very biased towards him. The protagonist looked him in the eye, smirking slightly. The guy waved his hand, asking if Hao really wanted to discuss the unfairness. The subordinate pushed the man to the floor when the protagonist suddenly came closer, adding that he was giving orders and Hao should be punished for disobedience. Pointing his gun forward, he shouted that this would happen to anyone who disobeyed his orders. The guys started kicking Hao, while Jang looked around, saying that if anyone disagreed with him, then he wasn't holding anyone, so they could just take and leave. After patting, the boy said that he thought they understood each other. Hao looked up menacingly, saying that Jang was just a liar. The protagonist walked over, stepping on his hand. The boy picked the man up by his hair, saying that he hoped Hao would behave better next time. With a thumbs down, the protagonist shouted menacingly that they did not need such trash. With his hands behind his back, Jang shouted that the supplies had been distributed, so they would put the rest away for now. A pitiful voice of a boy was heard from the crowd, shouting that he did not get anything. Qin fell to the floor, saying that Jang was her love, so she clearly did not wish her harm, after which another girl asked him not to forget about her. The protagonist squatted down, saying that of course he had not forgotten them. Jang smirked, adding that he could not do without them, after which the girls' faces changed dramatically. The girl frowned, asking menacingly why the guy singled them out from the others. Qin started crying, asking if Jang hadn't said he loved her. The protagonist slapped her in the face, asking if she took it seriously. Looking at the crying girl, the guy added that she was just using him, and besides, he now had a girlfriend. Ju hugged the protagonist, who asked her not to bother him in the future. Qin grabbed her head, shouting that this couldn't be true, because the guy offered her to stay with him, and then asked why he changed his mind, when suddenly Jang looked into the crowd, asking the guy what everyone called her. Hao began shouting that Qin was called a universal socket, a bus, and Russian roulette. People began to laugh loudly, to which the girl continued to cry, ordering everyone to shut up. Unable to bear it, she ran outside, when suddenly the protagonist gave the man a candy, saying that it was his reward. The guys took the girl by the arms, carrying her outside. Jang folded his arms, saying that since they got rid of the trash, they needed to discuss how to strengthen the building. Turning to the people, he said that there were still 47 people left in their building, not counting the children. Ju approached Uncle Yu and Limai, saying that they were separate and the rest would be divided into groups of 7 to 8 people, and everyone would be on duty in order to be able to repel an enemy attack in time. The protagonist approached the stairs, saying that as soon as the people noticed that someone was approaching, they needed to hit the railing to notify the others. Smiling, Jang added that there was a reward system, and they needed to kill 5 people to get food, and the only things on duty were what they themselves had. The guy put his hand on Uncle Yu's shoulder, saying that he would be responsible for this. There was a strong blizzard outside. Holding the food in her hands, Ju asked what was happening there now. The protagonist examined the weapon on the tablet, answering that the snowfall had paralyzed the city and the low-rise buildings were completely covered in snow. Putting the tablet on the table, Jang said that even if the snowfall stopped and the temperature returned to normal, it would take at least half a month for everything to melt, to which the girl noted that winter was approaching and the temperature would only get lower. The protagonist stood up from the sofa, moving away from it. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he dropped the weapon, answering that it was not a problem for them. The guy squatted down, saying that even in the worst time, no one would get to them. Taking the machine gun in his hands, Jang added that the worst thing in the current situation was the people they would have to face. Standing on the balcony, the guy thought that he needed to try this thing out. Looking through the sight, he wondered if there was really someone ahead. Looking at the silhouettes, the protagonist noticed that someone was aiming at his snowmobile. Jang frowned, thinking that his bait with the garage had worked and this guy would definitely not be happy with the find. His phone vibrated with a call from Uncle Yu, who happily said that he had picked up the noodles. Leaning on the sofa, he asked Mei not to be angry with him because she was simply speechless, after which the protagonist asked why Uncle Yu was so polite to him, because he was not obliged. Jang took off his jacket, asking if Uncle Yu was really ready to raise someone else's child, to which he received the answer that it did not matter now, because he was lucky to have found such a woman. Ju was giving the protagonist a massage, who said that Uncle Yu underestimated himself because in real life, a man like him is a real treasure. Taking a bite of chicken, he added that Mrs. Mei was also good because there were no wedding expenses. Uncle Yu laughed, saying that the child was enough for him, so he asked the guy again not to be angry with his wife. The protagonist replied that he respected his uncle and Mei, which made Uncle Yu smile shyly, saying that Jang could call at any time. The guy stroked Ju's face, saying that there were some things that should not be rushed. At that very moment, they merged into a passionate kiss. The masked guys carefully made their way into the lobby. They slowly approached the stairs. A brick almost fell on the protagonist's face. He swung his stick and quickly broke it into 2 pieces. Hao waved the brick, shouting loudly that they were attacked, so they needed to quickly go out and work off the food. The guy clenched his fist in anger, saying that they needed to kill the one who turned them in, and he could not believe that these cowards had prepared. The opponents quickly ran up the stairs, starting a fight. The enemy turned back, seeing his wounded partner. He shouted loudly in horror that they had to retreat. The villagers watched the retreating enemies, saying that there was no point in catching up with them because it was too dangerous outside. The main character yawned, saying that a group of crazy hungry dogs had indeed attacked them again. Pointing his finger forward, the guy asked if he could hit the enemies with a sniper rifle from such a distance. Raising his palm up, the protagonist activated the gun. Pointing it forward, Jang said with a smile that he needed to try this thing because he needed to check whether it worked or not. Looking through the scope, the guy noticed the enemy. Without taking his eyes off, Jang thought that this scope was really powerful because even an ant could be seen through it. His finger suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet quickly pierced the guy's head. Falling to the ground, his partners asked if someone had really shot. Jang grinned, thinking that he was a shooting genius. The opponents gritted their teeth, running away from the building in fear. The protagonist looked through the scope again, thinking that before this skill disappears, he should try again. The bullet flew straight into the enemy's forehead. Jang reloaded the gun again. The bullet hit the guy's heart straight. After reloading, another bullet quickly flew into the body of the man trying to escape. There were many bullets scattered around the protagonist's feet. He looked forward with a smirk on his face. The guy raised his gun, saying that now he wouldn't have to leave the house to get rid of unwanted people. The guys looked outside, saying that the shot came from above and it must have been Jang, so they'd better listen to him in the future because they'll live until the protagonist loses his temper. The guy looked around, thinking that the shots had disturbed many people, and after tonight, many of them would no longer be able to sleep peacefully. The next day, Ju approached the protagonist with food in her hands, saying that she wasn't as good at cooking as she was at the restaurant, so she asked him not to judge her too harshly. Jang picked up his chopsticks, saying that they had a lot of time, so the girl could practice more, because if they ate only instant noodles, they'd get bored of them quickly, so they needed to diversify their diet. The girl sat down on the couch, excitedly said that she heard gunshots, and then asked if it was the guy, to which Jang replied that he killed 7 of them with a sniper rifle. Ju put her hands to her face, saying that the protagonist was amazing, and Jang then asked if she was interested in why he used a sniper rifle. The girl smiled, saying that she did not care what he did or how he did it, because the main thing was that they were not in their place. The guy put the plate on the table, saying that she was really very smart, and the fact that she did not have unnecessary curiosity made him happy. There were people standing on the balcony of building 26. The guy excitedly asked the boss what they should do, because some were dead and more than half of their people were missing. The leader frowned, saying that the enemy had weapons, to which his partner said that without the protagonist's snowmobile and supplies, they would only have enough food for a few days. The man gritted his teeth, ordering Dao's corpse to be brought in the evening. The protagonist walked down the corridor, asking the guy to continue working. The guys looked at Jang's back in fear, thinking that if someone wanted to survive in this building, then they shouldn't provoke the guy. The protagonist put an earphone in his ear. Having sat on the snowmobile, he thanked Uncle Yu for the information he provided, so he asked to organize a group of people to watch their building, to which the man asked the guy not to worry, because he would guard the place until his death. People were looking out of the window of the 21st building at the street. The man looked at the protagonist leaving, asking where he was hiding him, because yesterday he sent the guys to the garage, but there was nothing there. To which the guy replied that their area was quite large, so Zhang could hide him in a secret place, and that's why he was so hard to find. The leader narrowed his eyes, saying that this car should be in their hands. Taking the sword in his hands, he said that with the snowmobile they could go for supplies, and then there would be no problem expanding the team. With wild eyes, he gritted his teeth, saying that he needed to find a way to get a few packs of cigarettes, because he had not smoked for half a month, so he would soon go crazy without them. The protagonist carefully drove up to the building. Turning his head, the guy thought that there were only a few large supermarkets left where he could find food. Suddenly, his eyes widened, remembering the southern base. Zhang turned forward, thinking that the main warehouse had been emptied by himself, but there must be something left there. Starting the snowmobile, the protagonist thought that he needed to check if there was anything useful left there. Driving up to the food depot, the guy thought that most of the products supplied to the city were concentrated here, and if he managed to take all the materials. Breaking the glass with a stick, he added that even feeding 1,000 people would not be a problem for him. Zhang peered inside excitedly, thinking that everything easily accessible had long been stolen. Lowering the rope down, he quickly rolled inside. Releasing the mana, the guy said that there was nothing edible here. Embarrassedly scratching the back of his head, the protagonist said that it might come in handy in the future. Biting off a piece of supplies, he thought that because he used the snowmobile so often, there might not be enough fuel. Getting on the transport, the protagonist thought that he needed to go to a gas station and replenish supplies. Hitting the gas station, Zhang menacingly shouted that there was almost none. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked if there was really nowhere else to refuel except this place. Falling into a snowdrift, the guy asked if they really had to save fuel now. Raising his hand up, he said that there were few people left, and it was a pity that they could not use large equipment for excavations. Zhang's eyes widened and he wondered what it would be like to actually dig it up. The guy stood up and said that the snow was less than a month old, nothing had frozen over yet, and it was quite possible. He activated the excavator next to him, saying that the snow was up to 10 meters high, so he could easily try to dig the entrances. After filling it with fuel, the guy said that he should try. Zhang got into the cabin, saying that he had already operated similar equipment in the warehouse, so there shouldn't be any problems. Heading to the gas station, the protagonist said that it wouldn't take long. He lowered the bucket and scooped up some snow. Zhang operated the excavator with a smile on his face. After some time, the protagonist stood in front of the entrance, saying that it was good that he didn't have to dig by hand because he would have been dead by now. Entering, the guy thought that fuel was usually stored underground, so he needed to check something just in case. He inserted the stick into the door and tried his best. Opening the door, the guy with the flashlight started to go down. Having illuminated the room, Zhang thought that with 3 such gasoline storage facilities, he would no longer have to worry about fuel. Approaching the barrel, he carefully unscrewed the part. Having put on the film, the protagonist tied it. Suddenly, he smiled. Having carefully gone down, the guy thought that if he got here so calmly, does it mean that now all the supplies are his? Spreading his arms out to the sides, Zhang joyfully shouted that the remains of civilization buried under the snow are now his. After a while, it was already dark outside. Having illuminated the room with the flashlight, the protagonist said that he had settled the issue with fuel and supplies, so he would have a good rest today. Squatting down in front of the entrance to the tent, he added that tomorrow at dawn he would go to the place that Uncle Yu had spoken of. Having zipped up his sleeping bag, the guy quickly fell asleep. Zhu was sitting in front of the child when suddenly his mother said that her child had been in this condition for 2 days, and then asked if she could save him. The girl exhaled heavily, thinking that Zhang had left food but taken all the medicine. Uncle Yu approached the doctor, saying that he had found something. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the child's mother, the uncle said that the main character would return soon and everything would be fine with them. The girl picked up the child, thanking the doctor and Uncle Yu, because she did not know what she would do without them. Zhu put the bag on her shoulder, saying that Zhang gave them the medicine, so it was him who should be thanked. Turning around, the doctor and Uncle Yu headed for the exit. Suddenly, someone quickly ran past the girl. Lin raised the knife up, shouting that her grandson had died, so the woman should experience it for herself. Swinging, she plunged the knife into the neck of the child's mother with all her might. Zhu managed to react, so she caught the child. The woman turned to the doctor, asking him to take her child and run. Lin turned around with a knife, ordering her to give the child back. Zhu covered the baby with her hand, saying that he was the same age as her grandson, to which the old woman shouted that her grandson had died, so this one should not live either. The girl turned around and quickly ran up the stairs. The old woman suddenly made a dash forward. She stretched out her hand and skillfully grabbed the doctor's leg. Lin loomed over Zhu, shouting furiously that the girl had failed to save her grandson and would now pay for it. The doctor closed her eyes, covering the child with her hands. Suddenly, a loud thud was heard. Uncle Yu stood in front of the girl, pushing Lin away from her. Turning around, he asked how the child was and whether the old woman had hurt the doctor, to which Yu replied that everything was fine. Uncle Yu turned around and said that he couldn't even imagine what he would say to Zhang if something happened to the girl, to which Yu replied that it was also her fault, but she didn't think Lin would last so long without food. The old lady turned around, shouting that the man was a coward, that he was afraid of death because he was also to blame for her grandson's death. She hugged her body and shouted that everyone was to blame, so they should die for it. Uncle Yu approached her, shouting menacingly that Zhang had saved them from Hao, so without him they would have died long ago, so the old lady should cover her mouth. Zhu leaned towards her, asking her not to blame her for the fact that the protagonist did not give her medicine. Lin frowned, shouting that her grandson died because of the guy's refusal. The doctor's face changed, answering that she persuaded the protagonist to give medicine, but when she arrived, the grandson had already been killed. The old lady was rolling around on the floor in hysterics, screaming loudly that it wasn't her. People came closer to her, asking if she had killed her own grandson and was just torturing him all the time. The guy smirked, saying that Lin had done a lot of evil and wouldn't last long anyway, so they might as well help her. The guy lit the lighter, saying that Lin was fat and they hadn't eaten for a long time. The lantern brightly illuminated the surroundings. The protagonist opened the tent, saying that it was time to go to that place. The guy scratched his head, thinking that the place his uncle had mentioned should be here. Putting his hands on his hips, he said that he already had experience, so things would go faster. After digging up the entrance, Zhang thought that the armory should be somewhere nearby. After entering, the guy looked around, saying that the place was quite far away and looked quite safe, but wondered why there was no one here. After lighting up one of the rooms, the protagonist asked if there were any people here at all. Confused, Zhang asked if they had left earlier. The protagonist's eyes widened as he wondered if someone had known the end was coming and had taken all the ammunition. He thought that they were probably just hiding and waiting for the time to restore the old order in the new world. As he climbed onto the excavator, Zhang thought that a large number of armed people could be a serious problem. Frowning, the guy thought that he needed to have time to prepare for this. The excavator was quickly clearing the area. The protagonist looked inside, saying that this place was different from what he imagined. After going down inside, the guy began to look around. Zhang approached the boxes, noticing the weapons. Opening his mouth in joy, the protagonist noticed cartridges, sniper rifles, and even grenades. Zhang put his hand to his chin and said that they should have taken everything with them before they left, and judging by the remains, they managed to carry most of it, but it was not that bad. As he got on the snowmobile, Zhang said that he thought he had collected enough, and if he needed to replenish his supplies in the future, he would find similar places. Entering the building, the villagers asked why there was nothing today, because the guy really had not found anything. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he had searched many places but had not found anything, so he would have to be patient. The men began to complain that they had nothing to eat, and they had worked so hard, but would they really not get anything? Zhang grinned, asking if they were finished. The men took a frightened step back, and suddenly the protagonist asked if they had forgotten lately who saved them. Walking forward, he said menacingly that not even a few days had passed since their deal was concluded, and they had already become insolent, so everything would return to normal. They would get food themselves. The man fearfully extended his hand forward, saying that the main character had misunderstood them, and they understood that it was not easy to find food in such conditions, so Zhang suggested that they rest first. The protagonist turned around and said that they were free for the day. The tenant frowned and thought that Zhang was shameless because they had tried so hard for him and he had treated them so terribly. He held a knife behind his back and said that it was not safe to go out alone and therefore he should take someone with him. He smiled and said that his snowmobile could fit at least 3 people. While one of them clutched a knife in his hands, the others smiled and said that they would be only too happy to help. The protagonist reached into his pocket for a gun and said that he was sorry about this. He immediately shot the one holding the knife in the head. The tenant fell to the ground, and the protagonist said that he did not believe a word they said. He pointed the gun at another tenant and said that he had spoiled them too much because they did not understand the meaning of unquestioning obedience. He started shooting at them, saying that if he didn't kill them, the others wouldn't get it either. The residents started falling to the ground. Zhang turned around after shooting them. Dr. Zhu came up to him and asked if anything had happened to him since he had been there for so long. The protagonist took her hand and said that everything was fine since he only had a few scratches. Then he closed his eyes and said that he had always been a kind person, and so he would forgive them. He raised his hands and said that it was time to go back, and Mei looked at him and thought that he was not kind at all. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that everything was almost ready since he had more than enough cannon fodder, so a little cleaning wouldn't hurt. After a while, he was lying on the couch and asking the girl about what had happened while he was gone. She put her finger to her chin and said that Aunt Lin wanted to kill the mother of that child, but in the end she got even. The girl frowned and said that the man from Building 9 wanted Jang to agree to negotiate. The protagonist frowned and asked what they should talk about. She looked at him with her mouth slightly open and said that their relationship did not go beyond doctor-patient, and besides, she was told that they were eager to negotiate, but they would only tell the protagonist personally about the details. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he did not need anything from them, because all they could do was wait for death and he did not need them. Dr. Zhu looked at him and asked if she should tell them that he did not agree to negotiate. The protagonist leaned on his palm and ordered her to tell him everything she knew about their building and its residents. The girl started talking about Chen, who was the head of a cosmetics company worth $200 million, but it turned out that the company was some kind of pyramid scheme. Chen stood with her arms crossed, and the girl told him that she was about 40 years old, but she was in good shape, and she had a strong character and a firm hand, and under her leadership there were about 10 survivors in Building 9. Dr. Zhu massaged his leg and continued to tell him that according to the information she had, Chen was the one holding the leadership position in Building 9. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that at a time like this, even a woman could take over the reins, so this girl must be something more. The girl looked at him and asked if he really wanted to meet her, and the protagonist replied that it would be right to scout the situation. Then he picked up the phone and said that he should understand what was going on in other people's minds. He opened the chat and saw 2 friend requests, so he accepted the 2 and thought that he seemed to have seen a man named Lijian somewhere. Jang smiled and mentally said that she really needed him. The protagonist was looking at his phone and reading the messages, and Chen just suggested that they discuss it over the phone instead of in messages, to which he replied that if she had something to say, she should say it directly. The girl was sitting on the couch and talking about how the protagonist was cruel, and therefore he should be careful. She frowned and mentally said that they said that this guy had killed a lot of people, and also that he had a snowmobile and a sniper rifle, so he should be more careful. She bit her lip and then wrote to the protagonist that she had admired him for a long time and hoped to meet him, and that she knew he had a snowmobile and could go for supplies, so they would like to cooperate with him. The protagonist asked her what she could offer him in return, and the girl replied that they had workers. He scratched his cheek and thought that she was being too pushy and probably thought that he could be fooled that easily. Jang narrowed his eyes when he read her message that he probably knew the public mood towards him. The protagonist brought the phone to his mouth and asked if she really meant that she would attack him if he did not agree to cooperate. The girl brought the phone to her mouth and said that she was sure that he would not do that, because the best option for everyone was to fight together. The protagonist smiled and said that it was the first time he had seen such a confident person, but he would think about it and give his answer. Jang looked out the window and wondered if they were really all against him, since if they all teamed up, there was nothing he could do. He lowered his head and wondered what the chances were that he could hold out if they all attacked at the same time. He stood by the window and thought about how the humans were running low on fuel and electricity, so they wouldn't be able to use technology, and they certainly wouldn't be able to destroy the building with their bare hands. The protagonist looked at his reflection and wondered what they would do to him if he continued to stand his ground. He closed his eyes and wondered if he would have to kill thousands of people to deal with this, since if he let things slide, he would definitely get into trouble. Suddenly, a new message came into his phone. The protagonist picked up his smartphone and saw a message from the manager of Building 18, saying that he thought the best option under the current circumstances was to work together. The protagonist smiled when he read the message from the manager that they were in dire need of food and could provide manpower and other resources in exchange for his demands. So the protagonist said that as expected of the CFO, he knew how to maximize profits with minimal costs. He then looked at Dr. Zhu and asked her what she knew about Building 18. The girl approached him and said that she heard rumors that their leader was very charismatic, the people that were united, everything was shared equally, and almost everyone had survived to this point. Jang smiled and wrote that he would think about his offer, and then said that if they wanted to survive, they shouldn't rely on this alone. He looked at his phone and said that the demands were not that difficult. He hugged the girl and said that there were 2 options, start a war or come to peace. The protagonist smiled and said that killing them all was a waste of his precious ammunition, since many of them did not hold a grudge against him, and it would also affect his mental health. But Dr. Zhu was thinking at that moment that she did not understand what was going on in his head, but the good thing was that he liked her. The girl opened her mouth in shock, and the protagonist asked her what he should choose. He pressed himself against her, and the girl said that if a war broke out, he could handle it, but if he supplied them with resources, it would be a waste. But then the protagonist asked if there was a way to kill them all without spending much effort and keeping himself safe. Dr. Zhu blushed and said that she did not know, since perhaps it would be enough to simply move to another place. Jang narrowed his eyes and thought that he would not be able to make the same bunker in another place. After a while, they were lying in bed, and the girl was holding a bulletproof vest and asking the protagonist what she should do with it. The protagonist looked at her and told her to make fragments of clothes out of it, because that way she would be safe. Then he wrote in the general chat that they were all in a difficult situation because others wanted to take away their food, because they were jealous of them being able to go outside, and so they threatened the protagonist, saying that they would demolish their building. The protagonist looked at the chat smiling and read how the tenants began to angrily write that they would fight back. Then the protagonist wrote in the general chat that he thought that they could divide their supplies and hide some of them. He smiled because everyone agreed with him. Then Jang frowned because someone had infiltrated their group despite the fact that he had previously blocked this option. He found himself in a new group for building owners, to which Chen had invited him. The protagonist lay on the bed and read that Chen wrote that they needed to discuss everything. And Wang Qian wrote that he heard that Jang was not in poverty because he was the only one of them who lived in complete comfort. Tianfeng wrote that he did not know what they would do if the protagonist refused to negotiate, and the others wrote that they should immediately get down to business. The protagonist made a dissatisfied face when the head of the 18th building wrote out all the points of the agreement, the main one of which was that they would not attack him if he shared resources with them. He threw the phone aside and said that it was easier to immediately eliminate them as a potential threat. Suddenly, his eyes widened and exclaimed that they just needed to drive them into a trap. The next day, the protagonist got dressed, taking his katana with him. He stood up and said that they had used peace talks as a cover to sniff out his combat power, and therefore they needed to surround them and get rid of this trash. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that when they all arrived at the place, he would simply throw a grenade at them. Even if not everyone died, they would definitely not touch him anymore. He left the house saying that it was time to go hunting. Uncle Yu handed out rations to the people, saying that they should be prepared and fight back if necessary, because the delegation would soon arrive here. The people happily ate burgers and chicken, saying that following the protagonist was the best decision in their lives. The protagonist went down to them and they immediately began to ask him about the negotiations. Zhang smiled happily and said that if the negotiations were successful, then the problems with food would end and there would be no more bloody showdowns. Everyone cried, because Zhang also said that for the sake of a bright future they should work hard today, because victory is just around the corner. The protagonist smiled and mentally said that if the opponents were dead, they would have nothing to worry about. They went outside. Everything was covered in snow, but they walked through huge snowdrifts. In front of them were two groups of people. The protagonist frowned and asked if they were trying to play a joke on him. The protagonist picked up his phone and recorded a voice message, telling the heads of the houses to order their residents to get out of here if they wanted to stay alive. He called Uncle Yu and said that there were too many of them and that reinforcements were needed. He lay down in the snow with a sniper rifle and said that he would save them. The protagonist was behind Uncle Yu and the other residents, and in front of them were several groups of residents from other buildings. The blonde guy standing next to Uncle Yu said that they did not seem like they were in the mood for a discussion, even though they had agreed to negotiate. Uncle Yu frowned and shouted at them to stop panicking, as it would not reduce their numbers. The blonde boy looked at him and said that there were too many of them, but the man replied that they had nothing to worry about, as their target was not them, but Zhang, as they wanted to force him to give in to them in the negotiations. The man looked at him and said that besides, Zhang had asked them not to worry. There were 5 heads of different buildings standing in front of them. Chen smiled and thought that they would see if they could handle this situation. The other heads were thinking that they should not allow any of them to attack them first, so they should be prepared to fight back. Wang Qian looked at his comrades and said that their numbers were enough to scare them to death, and Tianfeng said that Zhang must have gone to change his pants. Chen smiled and suggested that they take their time, as they just needed to discuss the matter and see what decision he made. Tianfeng held out a stick and shouted that they were waiting for the protagonist to talk. Uncle Yu walked over and said that the protagonist was also waiting for them, but he didn't understand why they hadn't come in the group that had been discussed, and Lijian said that they hadn't thought it was practical for everyone to come together, so they decided to do it this way. Uncle Yu extended his hand and said that only 5 people could enter, and that they would have to go through a body search. Chen crossed her arms in displeasure, and Wang Qian exclaimed that this guy really wasn't afraid of death since he dared to make his own demands. The protagonist had been listening to their conversation on the phone and wondered if they really thought they could threaten him that easily. Uncle Yu was talking to the protagonist, and Wang Qian held out a bat and asked if he couldn't see that all these people were waiting for something. The man extended his hand and asked him to wait a bit. The two groups were standing opposite each other. The protagonist was lying on a small hill and mentally saying that the distance was just perfect. Then he whistled loudly. The men started to turn their heads, wondering what was going on. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that he had a little surprise. He threw a grenade in their direction. It landed at the feet of the residents. They opened their mouths wide and started screaming when they realized what it was. There was a loud explosion. A crater from the explosion was left on the ground. Uncle Yu pulled out his phone and the protagonist asked on speakerphone how many people were left. The man held the phone in front of him and asked if he was going to say anything. Wang Qian grinned and exclaimed that they were here to negotiate, which was unnecessary, But at the same time he wondered where the protagonist got a rifle and grenades from. Uncle Yu held the phone, and the protagonist asked him on speakerphone why they brought so many people with them to the negotiations, because he thought they were in the way, so he dispersed them. Zhang entered the building and said that it was almost 2:30, so they had 5 minutes left. Chen extended her hand and began to shout that they came here to establish communication. The protagonist looked down on them and said that he was on the 30th floor. Then he smiled and thought that he would have to kill at least 20 people. It would not be easy to do in such a mess, but he thought he could handle it. Zhang sat down at the table and mentally said that he did not want to waste bullets and grenades. There were 5 people in front of him. He smiled and asked if that was all. Lijian looked at him with excitement and said that they were representatives who had come here to negotiate. The protagonist looked away and mentally said that he would have to come up with another solution. They were all sitting at the table, and one of them said that the protagonist knew how difficult the situation was now because there were not enough resources. Many people were sick or died from the cold. The protagonist looked at him silently while he said that this could not go on any longer, and they hoped that he would understand them and also provide everyone with supplies. Zhang put a gun on the table. Everyone stood up and started shouting at him that even if he killed them, others would come. The protagonist smiled and asked why they were nervous, because this gun was just getting in the way of the prime, so he decided to put it away. Then he picked up the gun and asked them to sit down and continue the conversation. He closed his eyes and said that first of all, he was not satisfied with the option of unreasonable consumption of his resources. He frowned and said that he thought the people running the buildings weren't that useless. All 5 of them looked at him as he said that he knew they were taking care of their people even when there was a shortage of food. He put his hand on the table and said that he would give them his terms, and if they didn't agree, they would start a war. Zhang raised a finger and said that first, he would agree to share the supplies, but only in reasonable quantities, and besides, he didn't care how they divided them up inside their buildings. He spread his hands and said that he would be able to get food for 300 people at most, but Chen shouted something. She bared her teeth and exclaimed, that it was too little because there were 76 survivors in her building plus 20 employees of her company. He looked at them and asked if there was a need for this chatter. They looked away in surprise because someone exclaimed that he should not rush so much. Qianfeng put his hand on the table and said that he thought they could discuss it one more time. Wang Jian said that it was not enough. Besides, how would they explain it to others? The protagonist pulled his gun back and asked if they really thought that providing food for 300 people every day was not enough. Lijian stretched out his hands and said that he should let them think about it. Besides, they could discuss other conditions for now. Zhang put his foot on the table and said that they should discuss what they would do. He put his hand in his pocket and said that since they wanted to achieve stable development, they needed to do something about it because they could not last long just by searching for supplies, because no one knew when it would snow. The protagonist poured a pack of seeds on the table and said that they needed to start working, because when he went out, he found a pack of seeds, so he thought that in order to provide themselves with food, they could grow grain. Everyone looked at him with displeasure because he was saying that they should do as their ancestors did. Qianfeng put his hand on the table and exclaimed that nothing would grow in such cold. But Zhang smiled and replied that the supplies and fuel might soon run out, so they had nothing else to do. He pointed to the wall and asked if everything outside was not underground. Then the protagonist pointed his finger at them and said that they had every chance, and besides, they needed to send workers every day so that he could see their work, and then he would provide them with all the necessary materials. The men immediately approached him when they heard him say that he would provide them with cigarettes, drinks, clothes, and medicine. One of them extended his hand and asked the protagonist to give him cigarettes, because he had not smoked for half a month and would soon go crazy. The protagonist held out a pack of cigarettes. They immediately took 2 cigarettes and asked for a light. They began smoking happily, and the protagonist asked if they agreed to the terms. Lijian raised his hand and wanted to say something, but the men agreed, saying that they would agree to everything as long as they could smoke. One of them held up 2 fingers and said that they would agree if he gave them 2 packs a day. The protagonist shook his head and said that he would give them no more than 1 pack a day. He then crossed his arms and said that they had nevertheless come to a compromise in their negotiations. The leaders frowned in shock. Wang Qian opened his mouth wide and shouted at them to just do as Zhang said. Lijian adjusted his glasses and said that this was too much, but the man told them to stop wasting their precious time. They continued smoking, saying that it would be right to take the protagonist's wishes into account, but Lijian, looking at them, thought about the 2 of them groveling in front of him like this would prolong their miserable lives. Yunyang looked at them and said that they couldn't handle this matter so lightly, but Wang Qian replied that they had agreed that the 5 of them would make the decision. The protagonist looked out the window. He was looking at the crowd of people below. The protagonist turned around, pointing his gun at them, and asked how they dared to send people here to attack him. The man spread his arms and asked if they wouldn't be playing with their own lives then. Lijian opened his mouth wide and shouted that they could kill each other. The protagonist pointed his gun at them and ordered everyone to sit down. Uncle Yu and the other people entered the room. They forcibly sat everyone down at the table. The protagonist was holding a sniper rifle in his hands. He looked through the scope, thinking that he couldn't act rashly. The protagonist aimed at the man walking in front of him. The bullet hit the man's head. He then immediately killed the second man with the same shot to the head. The two men were lying on the ground, bleeding, and the crowd panicked and began to scatter. The protagonist was still looking through the scope. He fired another shot. He killed several more people running in different directions. The house leaders were sitting at the table, listening to the terrifying screams of the people. Zhang turned around and asked if they had thought it over. Two of the men raised their hands and said that they agreed to the terms. The other three house leaders also raised their hands. Lijian closed his eyes and raised his hand, saying that he also agreed. The protagonist smiled and said that they would start today, and tomorrow he would let them know when they could come for supplies. He put his hand on the shoulder of one of them and said that he had done a good job, so Zhang would keep an eye on him, so he should not play around with him. The house leaders left the building. The protagonist stood at the exit with several other residents. They turned around and asked him how he had convinced them, and he replied that he had simply intimidated them. The protagonist raised his finger and said that he would provide food for their 300 men, and in exchange, they would work for them and cultivate the land for future crops. The men behind the protagonist looked at each other and wondered if it was possible to provide food for 300 men. The protagonist looked at them and asked if they would rather fight thousands of men if they could not come to an agreement. He extended his hand and said that he did not care, but he was not sure that they could do it. Zhang placed his hand on his chest and told them not to worry too much, because he would do his best to find food and not let them die of starvation. The men burst into tears and said that he was doing such a good job, so they were right about him. The protagonist smiled, because everyone said that from now on, they would fully support all his decisions. Then he looked at Uncle Yu and asked him what was wrong with his face since he looked worried. The man smiled and said that today was just a strange day and that it was not the protagonist's style. Zhang led him somewhere and said that cooperating with the building leaders was the right thing to do. He walked behind Uncle Yu and said that he had originally planned to trap all the leaders because if they lost their leaders, the people would fall into chaos and would be easy to defeat. Then he smiled and said that only 5 people came and so killing them would not help, so it was better to compromise and choose the right time to strike. Uncle Yu smiled and said that he did not quite understand the protagonist, but he was right. Uncle Yu's mouth opened wide when the protagonist said that the amount of food was very limited and if they distributed it themselves, it would be a problem, so there was no need for them to do it themselves. They both looked out the window and the man said that it was a great move, as expected of the protagonist. Zhang looked at the dead bodies outside and said that the reason he was confident of victory was because he had enough ammunition. He looked at the bodies and said that he was not afraid of their threats because they were no match for him in terms of firepower and they had no food or warm clothes. Zhang looked at his uncle and said that even a world champion who had gone on a hunger strike for 30 days would lose to him in the ring. Uncle Yu looked at him and asked if a person would die after going on a hunger strike for 30 days. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if a bunch of dead people could defeat him. Zhang looked up and said that these guys probably knew what he wanted, but they weren't the only ones interested in the price. The men were smoking in the meantime, and Uncle Yu was saying that they would not rush at them unnecessarily now, but would wait like the wisest of the ancient emperors. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they would definitely not make rash decisions. They looked at the buildings around them and the man asked what the point of farming was, since it was useless in such cold weather, but Zhang replied that it was done to exhaust them and nothing more. He put his hand on Uncle Yu's shoulder, who exclaimed that he owed him everything, so he would do whatever he said. The protagonist smiled and asked him not to forget to keep everything he told him a secret and just follow the plan. The protagonist walked forward and mentally said that it was not only the enemies outside that needed to be feared, since there were plenty of them inside the building as well. He then entered his house. Dr. Zhu smiled and exclaimed that he was back. She hugged him and asked how the negotiations went. He picked her up in his arms. Zhang laid her down on the bed and told her that she should stay home for the next few days and not go out. He stroked her cheek and promised that all their troubles would soon end. The next day came and the men were standing outside. They were holding shovels and talking about how they needed to work because the more they worked, the more they would get. The old man raised his head and said that they had come to a peaceful agreement, so they would not have bloody fights and only happy days awaited them. The two leaders stood to the side and smoked. The protagonist walked towards them through the snowdrifts. The men looked at him and asked if he was going to get supplies. The protagonist smiled and said that he would bring everything himself because he had a snowmobile. He waved at them and shouted at them not to relax because he would check on their progress when he returned. The man raised his hoe above himself and exclaimed that he hated working on an empty stomach. Wang Qian turned around and said that he couldn't find the snowmobile, even though he searched everywhere. The protagonist shot through the window of some store. He walked through a dark room and said that what he was looking for should be somewhere here. He found a box and exclaimed that this was what he was looking for. He took a blue bottle in his hand and mentally said that this substance was colorless and odorless, just the perfect option, and it was not difficult to find. He began to move objects into his space, saying that even if it did not kill them immediately, it would definitely damage their internal organs, and without proper treatment, they would still die. Jang got on the snowmobile and thought that it would take about a quarter of an hour for the drug to start working, so he needed to lower their guard so that they would eat this poison. He rode forward and mentally said that he would just chase the unwanted ones away and that would be it. It was snowing, everything was dark. The protagonist stopped and thought that without normal clothes and food, they were all exhausted a long time ago. He rode forward, thinking that he was waiting for this so much because they must be desperate, because the promised food after such a hard day still had not arrived. Jang entered the building with 3 large bags, and so the residents asked him in shock about where he got so much food. He put the bags in front of him and replied that he just went a little further than usual. The people looked at him worriedly and said that he was right, but such forays were very risky. More people entered the building, and the protagonist mentally said that he was well prepared this time. He picked up a bag of food and shouted for them to come up one by one to get the food. He threw the bag at the man's feet. Jang smiled and asked them not to crowd. He raised his gun above himself and shouted that he was sure that they would soon be able to give up their weapons. The people smiled and said that good days would soon come. The protagonist clapped and said that the work would continue tomorrow. The residents walked away, saying that today they would finally get a full night's sleep. Jang smiled as he watched them go. Sometime later, in his apartment, Ju said that he could take a shower and go to bed. The protagonist began to bathe, thinking that this could not go on for much longer. He frowned and said that he would get rid of them and then find a way to get out of this place and start over. Wang Qian pushed his friend aside when their comrade returned home with a bag of bread. The man took it in his hands and smiled happily. He took out a pack of cigarettes from the bag and was glad that their neighbor had kept his promise after all. The guys surrounded him from all sides and asked him for a cigarette each. The survivor thought that he usually needed 1 pack every day, and if he gave the cigarettes to the others, there would be no more than half left. His friend's eyes turned bloodshot. One of them asked to give them at least 1 cigarette, because otherwise they would suffocate. The resident of the house handed them a pack and said that he risked his life to get them, because cigarettes are very hard to get now. The heroes immediately began to smoke. Wang Qian said that he would share with them only if they promised to work hard for him in the future. The man picked up the bag of buns and asked everyone to follow him to divide the supplies. The guys were sitting in the apartment and eating bread. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the survivor suggested that his neighbor could have poisoned the food. He closed his eyes and decided that the others would not know about it and continue to work hard. The resident of the house approached his wife and said that they no longer need to worry, since if they worked hard, they would always have food. The woman said that they would definitely survive this snowstorm. There was a huge hole in the street. The girl suggested that this was a blessing from her parents from heaven and thought that there would be no more cold or murders. The next day, the main character came out of the shower. Someone's screams were heard from the street. Jang looked out the window and wondered if the process had already begun. People were arguing about working conditions and lack of pay. Ju sat on the sofa and asked what the noise was. The guy replied that it should not bother them. People were working hard outside. The boy came out of the building and realized that his plan worked faster than expected. Putting his hand on Uncle Yu's shoulder, the survivor informed him that the other groups were short of food and asked him to be careful and not to get himself into trouble. The man urged him not to worry, as he knew how to keep a low profile. The man was riding a snowmobile. Heavy snowfall continued over the city. The resident of the house accepted the food from his neighbor's hands and was glad that he managed to find supplies in such conditions. The protagonist asked if they liked the food. The man replied that everything was fine and that they had eaten so much yesterday that they even cried. Jang slyly knitted his eyebrows and realized that they had actually eaten everything. Smiling widely, the boy said that they could come to him for food from time to time and thought that they would meet the same fate anyway. A snowstorm raged outside. Someone shouted that they were all lying and ordered the others to grab them. A man standing on the balcony threw his neighbor down. Residents fell down one after another. Someone said that they killed his entire family and asked how they dared to lie to them. The young man was lying on the bed with a machine gun in his hands. The villains continued to throw people off the balcony. The survivor counted the bullets and thought about how he was looking forward to tomorrow. The next day, a group of Duma residents went out into the street led by him. Ahead, in the snow, people were lying. The protagonist looked around and decided that after the fall, some of them did not die immediately, but froze due to serious injuries that did not allow them to even move. Jang saw traces of blood on the balconies and concluded that yesterday's battle was serious. Uncle Yu approached him and asked if they would continue their work. The guy asked why they should not do this. The young man stepped forward and said that they needed to work to survive. There was a frozen corpse on the ground. The residents of the house gaped in shock when the survivor said that they could end up like that too. The man with glasses turned around and promised to get to work right away. The people went down into the pit. Uncle Yu noticed that none of the other groups had come out to clear the snow and asked if he should order them to come out. The protagonist suggested that they were too busy for that. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Jang explained that the previous night had been the beginning of a clash between those in power and ordinary residents, and explained that some of them would die soon anyway if they did not solve the problem of distributing supplies. The guy smirked and said that they could kill a lot of people in one night. The man realized that his friend wanted to deal with two problems at once. Getting on the snowmobile, the young man said that this had nothing to do with them and suggested that they let them figure it out themselves. A message appeared in the building leader's chat. The survivor wrote that he would not provide food or cigarettes unless he saw the fruits of his labor. The next day, the protagonist watched as people cleared the snow. He smirked, noting that there were a third fewer of them, and was glad that his plan was so effective. His neighbor frowned, saying that some people did not know that they deserved food too, and asked why they did not resist and fight for a chance to survive. Jang looked around and asked if he really thought this was all about rations. The guy put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and explained that many of them were not willing to risk even the little they had, and that this way they would try to avoid any showdowns no matter what. Chen raised her hand and asked him to stop. The girl approached him and said that she wanted to discuss their cooperation again. The boy asked if they had anything to talk about. The woman raised her eyebrows and explained that if things continued like this, sooner or later everything would collapse, since they could simply be robbed, and then there would be even more victims. Frowning, the survivor said that he did not care about it, and thought that on the contrary, he wanted to see it as soon as possible. Spreading her arms, the manager suggested solving everything rationally and expanding their territories, and said that now they could build their own kingdom, in which he would become the king. The protagonist smiled contentedly. Jang put his hand on his ally's shoulder and asked if she really thought so. Chen said that this was the only way to maintain their status, since no one knew what would happen to them in the future. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the guy remembered that she had managed to attract many people to her side, and suggested that many of them had lost their loved ones. The young man narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that he could become one of them. The survivor threw the girl into the snow and shouted that he would not become one of her dead. The woman extended her hand to him and promised to do anything. The protagonist approached the workers. Jang opened his mouth in surprise and noticed that there were no casualties yet, and the rest continued to work together. Lijian looked around in surprise and asked what brought him here. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked how they managed to do this. The man asked what exactly they were talking about. Looking at him, the young man told him that the other communities had been fighting among themselves for a long time, and asked how they managed to maintain order. The resident of the house leaned on a hoe and explained that he immediately informed everyone about the results of the negotiations and that they were equally distributing food, despite its quantity. The survivor smiled and called it a good idea, since no one would worry about him dying of hunger. Lijian asked him for help. Turning around, the protagonist apologized and said that he did not have such an opportunity now. Jang looked back and said that with his abilities, the neighbor could easily attract more people who could survive thanks to him. The man looked at him tensely. The guy explained that he still could not protect everyone. The resident of the house frowned in disappointment and asked if he did not have any plan. Wang Qian approached his comrade and asked if he was not going on another sortie today. The young man said that he would look for cigarettes and alcohol a little later. Smiling widely, the man called him very kind and asked him to tell him if he needed any help. Tianfeng promised that he would always be loyal to him. Putting his hands on their shoulders, the survivor declared that they were now brothers and added that he would definitely solve any problem that arose. His shadow had red eyes. Holding a paper bag in his hands, the protagonist asked everyone to come to him one by one. A local resident raised his hand to his mouth and asked if they could get cigarettes too. A crowd gathered around, who believed that their savior should not have favorites, and besides, they only needed one pack a day. Jang raised his hands and promised to try to bring them cigarettes from tomorrow. After that, the people left. The blonde clenched his fist and asked if his friend was too kind. The boy said that they were asking for too much and did not appreciate what they had. Jang looked back and said that there was nothing wrong with that, since their demands did not go beyond the limits. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The guy announced that they could end it there. The residents of the house gritted their teeth in discontent and complained that they worked hard while others were getting all the privileges. The young man lay down on the sofa and realized that there was not much time left. Frowning, the survivor remembered that the death toll from the internal conflict had reached 400 people and realized that he could no longer wait for them to let their guard down even further. The protagonist clenched his fist and decided to do it tomorrow. The moonlight illuminated the shelves of the store. Jang threw the buns on the floor. He picked up the gas mask and thought that their last meal would be the most satisfying. The guy emptied the rat row and decided that the service would be top-notch. Lighting a cigarette, the young man wondered if this was all, and realized that everything was going too smoothly. The survivor exhaled smoke and suggested that all the past skirmishes might not have been their fault. He shook off the ashes and realized that he could not stop to ensure his own safety. The protagonist frowned and declared that they were nothing in front of a real force, despite all their tricks. There was a snowstorm outside. A group of people approached their comrade. Holding a phone to his ear, Jang asked them to wait here and said that he needed to call people from the building. The guy handed the paper bag to the guys. He smirked and thought that his plan would soon be crowned with success. People lined up to buy groceries. The young man put his hand on his belt and called over the residents of Building 21. The survivor squatted down and opened the bag. Suddenly, Wang Qian pointed a gun at him and ordered him to stop. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. Someone jumped forward and shielded him from the bullets. Jang immediately caught the fallen Uncle Yu. The scoundrel standing behind him swung a stick. The guy took out a machine gun and declared that he would not repeat this mistake again. The blonde's eyes widened in fear. The young man opened fire and shouted that they all had to die. The crowd that had approached him took the brunt of the attack. Dead people fell into the snow. Trying to escape, the resident of the building asked where he got the gun. The stranger's mouth opened wide as a bullet hit him in the back of the head. The machine gun fell to the ground. Holding the pistols in his hands, the survivor thanked Uncle Yu for saving him and promised to avenge him. Wang Qian looked back and shouted that it was not their fault. Tianfeng swore that it had nothing to do with him. The protagonist's eyes widened in madness and said that he did not care. Chen covered her face with her hand and said that she really did not know about it. The girl put her palms together and explained that she needed to survive for her daughter. Jang shot her in the head. Lowering the gun, he asked her for forgiveness and explained that he could not allow such a thing to happen again. Behind him lay a pile of dead bodies. The boy looked back when he heard a heavy sigh. The young man crouched down next to his friend, who was still alive. The survivor looked around and pulled out a syringe of adrenaline. The protagonist stuck it into his comrade's chest and asked for help. The man looked around the corner and told his son to go help him. The guys took the wounded man on a stretcher. Jang ordered them to carry him to him. Holding the child in her arms, Mei asked what happened to him and how they could live together now if they were not sure of their own safety. Uncle Yu was lying unconscious on the stretcher. With tears in her eyes, the girl wondered if her comrade had decided to prove his loyalty by shielding their leader from a bullet and leave her a widow. The woman asked if everything would be okay with him. The boy looked back and said that there was nothing to worry about. The stretcher bearers were climbing up the stairs. The young man promised to do everything to save the wounded man and explained that his girlfriend was a doctor at a major hospital, so everything would be fine. The woman in the house frowned sadly and said that she could not go on living if her husband died. The survivor looked at the child and asked if she was already burying Uncle Yu while they were desperately trying to save him. Mei shook her head and denied it, saying that she wanted him to live a long and happy life. The protagonist ran up the stairs. The girl thought about how she needed to do everything to make sure her long-term meal ticket survived. Jang pointed to the stretcher and asked the neighbor to return to the apartment, as her husband was about to undergo an operation to remove the bullet. The woman knelt down and said that she would not leave him alone. The man lay with his eyes closed and snored softly. The guy gave him a stern look and thought. After that, the young man opened the bunker door. The woman in the house closed her eyes and thought about how long she had wanted to be in the warmth again. Mei walked into the living room and realized that she also wanted to enjoy the heating, the fireplace, and fresh food. The heroes watched her in amazement. The girl smiled widely and asked if there was any powdered milk. The survivor clenched his teeth angrily and asked what she was talking about. The woman hugged the child to her chest and explained that he needed to eat. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and threatened to kick her out if she did not help. Waves of light energy appeared around the computer desk. An operating table appeared in its place. Jang put Uncle Yu on the couch. His wife asked what just happened. Zhu tried to find something in the box. The guy asked her to save their neighbor at any cost and promised to get all the necessary medicines and equipment. The doctor cut the wounded man's sweater and said that she would do everything in her power. The boy spread his arms and asked if there was any hope. The girl explained that the prognosis was not optimistic, since if the bullet hit the internal organs, it would be almost impossible to save him. Mei covered her mouth and asked what they would do if her husband died. The survivor asked her to be quiet. The protagonist pointed his finger at her and asked her not to interfere, since if something went wrong, all the responsibility would be on her. The woman wiped away her tears and decided to leave. Heading for the door, the resident of the house said that she did not know how to treat diseases and save lives, so staying here would be a waste, and thought that no one would want to leave a house with so much food and hot water. Jang stood in her way, reminding her that her husband's life depended on this operation and said that she would have to stay here to help take care of him. The boy picked up a gun and explained that it would be better for Uncle Yu. The boy pointed a gun at the neighbor and ordered her to stay here. The hallway was dark. The man spread his arms and explained that they had nothing to do with what happened. The survivor held his hand out in front of him and said that his friend had been seriously injured in the attack, so the culprits should pay for it. The heroes' mouths dropped in fear when the protagonist suggested attacking them tonight. The girls looked at each other and wondered what that meant. The resident of the building looked down and asked if they could do it. Pointing to the bags, Jang asked the neighbors not to worry about it and explained that he would deal with the villains while they watched the building. The bags contained clothes, and the guy ordered his comrades to kill anyone who jumped off the building. The young man pointed to the sky and called on everyone to surround the 21st building. Someone went out onto the balcony and saw them. The local man clutched his head and shouted that they would all die and asked how they could fight this man. The brunette put his stick on his shoulder and said that this was their territory and that they would fight back even if the enemy broke in. The survivor waved his hand and asked his comrades to watch the windows so that no one could escape through them. The boy looked at him and wondered what his leader was planning. The protagonist jumped into the first floor window and noticed that there was no one there. A lot of logs and paper bags appeared from the subspace. Jang poured kerosene on them. The man frowned and asked what was going on. The guy poured the fuel on the floor and thought about lighting a lighter and leaving right away. The young man opened the lighter and said that he could not calmly watch people die from the cold. The lighter fell into a puddle of kerosene. The survivor asked the residents to thank him for lighting a fire for them. The flames engulfed the floor of the first floor. The fire filled the entire space. The protagonist came out of the snow hole. Smoke was pouring out of the windows of the building. Jang explained that now it was his comrade's turn. The man looked out the window and said that the enemies had set them on fire. The smoke prevented them from seeing anything. A local resident tried to open the windows, but they were frozen. His neighbor shouted that if they broke the windows, there would be even more smoke and that they needed to get out of here. The guy picked up a machine gun and thought that this was very similar to how they sat around the fire during their college years. The fire engulfed the entire building. The young man realized that this time the flames were much larger and more dangerous. The burning man fell out of the window. His body fell on the snow. The boy realized that the building had turned into a trap and that people had a choice to die inside or outside. The residents of the 21st building began to jump from the balconies one after another. The burning man raised his hand and asked for help. The girl grinned and swung the knife. She plunged the knife into the back of the man who fell. The guys standing behind her opened their mouths in shock. The neighbor smiled and said that his friend would have been afraid to kill even a chicken before. The girl closed her eyes and explained that she could not stand aside while everyone was working so hard. The woman noticed another man falling out of the window and asked her friends to give him to her. The survivor watched as the guys dealt with the rest of the villains. Looking at the burning building, the main character thought that he would have to do it again since the fire was very beautiful. A resident of the neighboring house saw the fire and asked what they should do now. Gritting his teeth, his comrade asked why they should risk their lives and explained that Wang Qian had carefully calculated his attack but had still been defeated. Their comrades raised their eyebrows in fear and decided that they would be fine since they had nothing to do with the attack. Zhang led the crowd to the next building, and the boy suggested killing them all. The people on the balcony explained that they had nothing to do with this and asked them not to kill good people. The boy smiled broadly and suggested that since they had survived this far, they must have several lives, like cats. The young man stepped forward and declared that he would kill them, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Fuel spread across the snow. Several buildings were engulfed in flames. The man's mouth opened wide, realizing that the enemy's intentions were completely serious, and said that the buildings that had taken part in the attack had been burned down. The survivor picked up a loudspeaker and thought that killing everyone in one night would be too much, but he still had one more thing to do. Putting the loudspeaker to his mouth, the protagonist asked everyone not to worry and explained that he wanted revenge and was not going to kill innocents. The local resident smiled broadly and said that this was wonderful. The people standing on the balconies were glad that the villain was not going to kill them, since he had no reason for revenge. Someone suggested that he was just tired of so many murders. Zhang said that it was time for them to go back. The boy sat down by the fire and explained that they wanted to warm up a little more. Holding his hands over the flames, the neighbor said that he wanted to sit there for a little while longer because the cold would be waiting for him at home again. The guys threw a dead man into the fire so that the fire would not stop burning. The murdered residents lay on the floor. Looking at them, the boy thought about how he had treated them well and wondered why they had turned against him. The boy took a phone out of one of their pockets. The chat archive appeared on the screen. The survivor smiled and understood what was going on. The protagonist returned home and entered the room where the operation had taken place. The heart monitor showed Uncle Yu's vital signs. Zhang looked at it and decided that everything was fine. The boy put his hand on his belt and praised his friend for her good work. Zhu said that she was very glad that she could help. Mei frowned sadly and said that they had not eaten anything for the past 24 hours and asked her neighbor to bring them some food. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and realized that she really liked to cross the line. Throwing a pack of noodles on the floor, the survivor allowed her to eat it and explained that he would not let his comrade's family go hungry. The boys left the room. The girl asked if he really had nothing else. The heroes shuddered when the woman said that she saw eggs and chicken bones in the kitchen. The main character frowned angrily and said that she could not eat if she did not want to. The resident of the house explained that it was just a question and that noodles were a great option. The boys went into another room. The doctor sat on the bed and said that they needed to rest since they had too many problems lately. Jang took off her slippers and said that everything was fine. The guy asked how long it would take for Uncle Yu to recover. Ju covered her mouth with her hand and said that he had a pretty serious wound and that the man had lost a lot of blood, so she was not sure that he could be saved at all. The young man patted her thigh and asked how she managed to save him. The survivor's eyes widened in amazement when he heard that his body seemed to be recovering on its own when his pulse should have stopped, and that his bleeding had stopped and the wound had become smaller. The protagonist imagined a street full of people and remembered that the culprit of the disaster was gamma rays from space, which gave him these powers. The city's residents walked along the streets. Jang realized that he might not be the only one who was exposed to radiation, and that there might be other people with superpowers in the world. The guy jumped to his feet and assumed that the near-death state had awakened Uncle Yu's power. Scratching his chin, the young man wondered if the near-death state was necessary for awakening, and decided that it was now unprofitable for him to save people from death. The survivor sat down on the bed and thought that without him, his comrade would have died. The protagonist put his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder and asked her to give the injured man muscle relaxants and other sedatives to keep him under control. Ju raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had also developed abilities. Jang replied that it was quite possible. Spreading his arms, the guy explained that he had never encountered anything like this before and said that there would be nothing left of the house if the patient went berserk after waking up. The girl asked him to leave it to her. The young man got out of bed and suggested that she go to bed early. The woman asked if they should trust May to take care of the patient. The survivor headed for the door. Looking back, the protagonist asked his girlfriend not to worry about it and explained that the neighbor knew perfectly well that she would be kicked out if something happened to her husband. Jang went out into the living room and called out to the resident of the house. He pointed to the room and asked her to look after her husband at night. The girl immediately went inside. The guy lowered his gaze and decided to deal with the traitors. The corridor of the 25th building was dark. The young man held a shield and a gun. He shot through the door lock. The door swung open. Qin pounced on the intruder and wished him death. The survivor parried her blow with his shield. The knife slipped from her hands. The girl fell to the floor. The protagonist said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A man with severed limbs was lying on the table. Jang called it no surprise that his acquaintance was still alive. The woman, wide-eyed, asked why he was not dead yet and was indignant that these people could not kill him. The guy picked up a stick and asked if she really thought she could kill him by secretly preparing an uprising. The resident of the house said that it was all his fault and that he should have agreed. The young man swung the club and said that he did not have time for her. Qin opened her mouth and screamed as the powerful blow broke her leg. The survivor dragged her to the window. The girl asked him for mercy. The protagonist lifted her into the air and said that she deserved what would happen to her today. After that, he let go of her hair. The woman fell from the window of a multi-story building. Her body fell on the snow. Jang smiled and asked her to thank him for such an easy death. The body of his friend lay in the snow in an unnatural position. The next day, Ju leaned over the bed and reported that the recovery was going very well. The guy confidently knitted his brows and asked his friend to make sure that Uncle Yu recovered quickly. The girl gave him an injection. When the guys wanted to leave the room, May asked her savior to bring a phone charger and diapers from her apartment. The young man looked around and remembered that, according to rumors, people who are in a coma hear everything. Closing his eyes, the survivor explained that he had urgent business and promised to help as soon as he had time. The protagonist left the room and thought that it was time for him to get rid of this annoying person. Looking at the fire, Jang was glad that there was not much left to do and decided that he did not need to continue to waste resources. The boy looked back and said that this was all for today. One of the residents looked back. He approached his leader, and the young man asked what happened. The local waved his hand and said that he had important information for him. Holding a gun in his hands, the survivor wondered what interesting things could have happened during this time. The boy frowned and asked if his friend had heard about the shelter of Siming, the son of the richest man in their city. The protagonist asked if he really knew its location. The neighbor pointed to the side and suggested that they talk in another place since it was too crowded. The heroes entered the building. Jang asked his friend to tell him everything in detail. Zhu smiled and told him that the shelter was on the territory of the Yunk estate, and its price exceeded 250 million. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, deciding that this man was truly worthy of the title of the richest, and asked why his friend was sharing this with him. The local put his hand to his chest and explained that he wanted to prove his loyalty to him and wanted them to destroy this shelter together. The young man smirked and said that he would not believe it so easily and asked if they had enough strength to destroy a shelter of this level. The boy said that he knew where this place was and that he could not cope alone. The survivor shook the dust off his jacket. The neighbor explained that in fact, Simon contacted him to lure his friend into a trap and steal supplies and a snowmobile. The protagonist gave him a menacing look. Su threw up his hands and said that he refused and that he would never do this. Jang asked if he had proof that his words were true. The guy pointed a gun at him and said that he could kill him right now. The local man opened his mouth in horror and asked him not to do it. The young man fired to the side. The bullet entered the wall behind the frightened man. He frowned and said he was telling the truth. The survivor blew on the barrel of the gun and asked his friend to give him a good reason to prove his innocence. The boy lowered his head and explained that his chances of survival were much higher here than in the man's shelter. The neighbor remembered serving the rich man drinks and told him about the hard times he had to control himself while working for him. Su imagined bringing a crowd of women to his house and added that he had played the role of pimp more than once. Covering his face with his hand, the local man said that he had made the local oligarchs laugh and explained that he wanted to take revenge on him even if his friend refused to help him. The protagonist raised his gun and asked what his help would be. The boy spread his arms and said that they could pretend that the trap had been sprung, since Simon would then open the door himself and they would be able to kill him without much difficulty. Jang frowned and asked what the safety was like inside the shelter. The neighbor narrowed his eyes and said that he would only tell them if his comrade promised to help him and provide him with food and clothing. The boy smiled and asked what the point of his help would be then. Su closed his eyes and shouted that he would not tell them even if he had to die. The local frowned menacingly and explained that he knew that their leader got rid of people if they lost their value in his eyes, so information about the shelter was his only hope of survival. The boy's mouth dropped in surprise. The survivor lowered his weapon and promised to agree to his terms if he agreed to his terms. The boy smiled and said that he was listening carefully. The protagonist raised his index finger and asked him to tell them as much about this shelter as possible, especially about their security measures. The neighbor reminded him that he had been there several times, so he knew everything. Jang squatted down and added that he needed his friend to kill someone. Zhu asked why he didn't do it himself. The guy smirked and explained that he was having a bit of trouble dealing with this person and asked his friend to wait for news from him. The local headed for the stairs. The young man promised to bring him everything he needed. The survivor approached the apartment. The boy saw a suitcase in his hands and assumed that these were devices for special agents. The protagonist put it on the floor and explained that he wanted to continue acting anonymously, but now he would have to reveal his trump card. The neighbor pressed himself against the wall and decided that his friend was probably some retired killer, judging by his accuracy and composure. Zhu clenched his fist and realized that he would definitely survive this apocalypse with its help. Jang took a syringe out of his suitcase and explained that when he was a mercenary, he often had to capture problematic prisoners, so he has his own methods of dealing with such people. The local looked at the syringe with fear and asked what his friend was going to do. After releasing a few drops from the needle, the guy explained that this was a poison that they usually use, and added that the attack would occur only a week after it entered the body, and without an antidote, it was impossible to survive. The boy fell to the floor and asked him not to do this. The young man asked him not to worry about it and promised to give him the antidote when they destroyed the shelter. The survivor injected the poison into his assistant's neck. The protagonist got to his feet and said that now he had nowhere to go. Jang put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to panic, since the poison would not work for at least a week. The neighbor opened his mouth wide and said that he wanted them to trust each other. The guy extended his hand and said that he would send instructions later. Zhu promised to contact Simon as soon as possible. Looking after him, the young man realized that he had not been seen through. The survivor looked at the empty syringe and thought that the poison was just a cover and that in fact it was methylene blue, which is used to treat methemoglobinemia. The protagonist returned to his apartment and decided that since the local resident believed him, the likelihood of betrayal would be much less. Uncle Yu was lying on the bed. Holding the tablet in his hands, Jang realized that his comrade would not complain, being on the verge of life and death. Entering the room, the guy noticed that his friend had woken up and was glad that he was okay. The man said that he survived only thanks to him and his doctor. The young man approached him and asked him to concentrate on his recovery and leave everything else to him. Holding her daughter in her arms, Mei said that from now on they owe him everything. The survivor smiled and reminded him that he had to take responsibility for their family. The girl's eyes widened and she was glad that her neighbor had brought up the topic himself. After handing him the baby, the woman decided to go get her things and asked her friend not to close the door. The protagonist said that he did not dare to do so, since Uncle Yu was still here. The local resident put on a down jacket and promised to return as soon as possible. She grinned slyly and thought that now their leader no longer had a reason to not let her in. Jiang picked up his phone. A message appeared in the chat in which the guy asked his accomplice to deal with the person who left his apartment. The young man poked the baby in the cheek and realized that he could not get rid of him. The survivor pressed the baby to his chest and decided to simply find him a new family. Mei approached the door and thought that she should stay in her neighbor's house so that she and the baby could survive. The girl opened the door. Zhu raised the knife above his head. The woman's eyes widened in fear. The boy had plunged the knife straight into her chest. She clutched at the wound, and the local resident said it was her fault. He swung the knife again and stabbed her several more times. The neighbor smiled and said she should die. The rich kid left her to die and asked when he would get his supplies. The protagonist looked at his phone. Jiang turned to Uncle Yu and explained that he had decided to leave them there until he recovered and the child grew up. The man opened his mouth in surprise and said that if 3 more people appeared in the house, they would have to spend several times more coal and food supplies. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and suggested discussing it later. Suddenly, the child in his arms began to cry. Jiang held the child in a panic and asked why he was crying. The uncle replied that he did not know, since Mei usually looked after him. Then the hero handed the baby to Zhu and asked her to calm him down. She replied that she did not know how to handle children either. The guy looked at the child in a panic and suggested that he needed to change his diaper. The girl agreed. He threw a diaper at her and left. The brunette entered the room and asked the uncle if he felt any changes in his body. He excitedly raised his eyebrows and said that he had no strength at all. The wounds were itching. The hero replied that this meant that they were healing. This was normal. While the child was sleeping, Yu said that he doubted that this was normal. Jiang asked why Sister's eye was still not here. Maybe something happened to her. Uncle grabbed him by the shirt and told him to quickly go check. This cannot be allowed. The hero looked at the girl and asked her to take care of them. He would go check. He put on a bulletproof vest and took a machine gun. The guy took out his phone and wrote to everyone to gather in apartment 1301 on the 13th floor. He would distribute supplies and he would discuss some issues with them. He brought the phone to his mouth and said that if they did not want to die, then they should stay home. After a while, people gathered in the apartment and discussed that they needed to support the protagonist. Then he would provide them with food and be able to guarantee their safety. That would be the right thing to do. Jiang leaned against the door and mentally chuckled at how they were all afraid of imminent death. He threw a grenade into the apartment. People looked at it in shock. There was an explosion. The hero hid behind cover with satisfaction. He entered the apartment and was happy with the picture he saw. The guy looked at him and said that they helped him. Why did he decide to kill them? The brunette looked at him and said that it was not they who helped him, but he allowed them to live. The yellow-eyed man smiled and fired. He left the apartment, smiling contentedly. A gloomy aura appeared around him. He thought that all the enemies from his past life except Hao were killed. Only 5 remained. Jiang walked forward and thought that no one could threaten him anymore. The hero smiled and thought that he was done there. It remained to catch Simon. He frowned and mentally cursed him. Jiang looked at his uncle and said that he had bad news about Sister's eye. The latter asked what happened to her. The guy punched the wall and said that the neighbors conspired to get rid of them. Their goal was his house and supplies, so he eliminated 2 on the spot, but someone managed to escape. Yu started crying and he kept saying that he would take revenge on them for what they did. The man slammed the bed and screamed that it was his fault. The brunette raised his head and said that it was not so and he should blame him for not noticing in time. He looked at the mark that Yu left and thought that his strength had really increased. It was continuing to grow. Jiang touched his shoulder and told him not to worry. He would make them regret everything. The man clenched his fist and said that they deserved to die. They had done so much for them, and they repaid them like this. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that it was his fault. He did not think that they would do this. He smiled slyly and told him not to be upset. They would find him a new beauty. He replied that he would prefer someone mature. The guy hugged him and said that he would find him the perfect candidate. Suddenly, Zhu ran into the room and called the hero. She held out the baby and said that she was still crying. What should she do? Jiang looked at her chest and said that she must be hungry. The girl hit him and said that he was a fool. She was not nursing. How would she give her breast? He replied that they were not ready for children and they needed to find someone who could take care of her. He frowned and said that they needed to find a family and send her to them. They would provide everything they needed. The doctor smiled and said that in that case they needed to start looking for a family. After a while, the hero was walking with a child through snowdrifts. The man looked at him from above and asked if he had come to finish them off. Jiang fired a shot into the air and shouted for Lijian to come out. He came out to him and asked what he needed. The brunette smiled and asked if he was afraid of dying. The man looked at the guy in shock and said that he did not think that he had come to kill them. He pointed at him and noted that he came alone, and with a child in his arms, he thought that he would not kill them, hiding behind a child. The guy smiled and said that he had already said that Lijian was not stupid. He came to give them this child. They had plenty of people. He asked if he wanted to find him a wet nurse. Jiang handed him the child and said that now they would be engaged in raising him, and in exchange he would not touch them. He took off his backpack and said that it contained diapers, powdered milk, and some food. The guy put his hand on the brunette's shoulder and said that he should understand what would happen if they failed this task. Lijian raised his eyebrows and said that he could not worry, they would take care of the baby and would not allow anything to happen to her. He handed the child to the woman. The hero frowned and asked how many people they had left. He answered 66. The guy folded his arms and asked how they planned to survive. He wouldn't feed them. He replied that they would manage. They had somehow survived until today. Lijian looked at his people and said that he always believed that everything would be fine for them. As long as they were alive, there would be hope. Jiang raised his finger and said that solving the food issue was not that difficult. The man frowned when he said that there was plenty of food in the building he burned down. He shook his head and said that they would not go there. If they did, the same fate would await them. Jiang looked at him with displeasure. The brunette frowned and said that it was better to preserve humanity and die with dignity. In that case, their death would not be so sad. The hero looked at him in surprise and was surprised that even now there were people who remained true to their beliefs. He raised his finger and said that he admired him. The man thanked him. He looked gloomy and said that he admired him even more because he was able to make the lives of many people much better even in the conditions of a disaster. He was far from him. Lijian put his hand to his chest and said that he had a small request. The man told him to stop because he knew what he wanted. The man spread his hands and said that he had managed to get food in large quantities before, and the people had become much smaller. Thanks to his abilities, he helped his people survive. Jiang turned around and told him to forget about it. He raised his head and said that everyone was suffering now. He was not a god to help everyone. Lijian looked at him in surprise when he said that most people now only care about food. No one wants to fight. Jiang waved at him and said that in these difficult times it is better to only care about yourself. He does not build castles in the air. His goal is just to live comfortably. Lijian watched in surprise as the guy threw the grains and said that this was a parting gift. The hero threw the bag in his hand and said that in this world you can only rely on yourself. He managed to touch him. He proved that even in difficult times there are good people, so he will give them a chance. Lijian was kneeling in shock. Jiang threw him some seeds and told him to try to grow them. They were normal. He laughed and told him to do his best. The man looked at the seeds and asked if they could survive in such a low temperature. Professor G knelt down and told him to quickly collect them. If they planted them, they would no longer have to worry about food. Lijian looked at him and asked if they could grow them. Was it possible in such a temperature? He raised his eyebrows and said that if there was a chance, they should take it. The people were collecting seeds. The hero stretched and said that the problems were finally over and all that was left was to capture a new base. Zhu looked at him and asked if he was finished. He confirmed and said that he was very hungry. The girl took off her robe and asked him to give her a minute. She made a ponytail and asked him what he would like to try. Jiang hugged her and said that his cook was very cute. Hadn't she guessed? Zhu blushed and asked what he was doing. Her uncle was still here. Yu closed his eyes when the hero said that there was excellent soundproofing here. He would not hear them. The girl asked him to stop. He did not hear her. After a while, in the morning, Jiang checked his phone. He smiled, reading the correspondence, and thought that he could not wait any longer. After a while, the brunette entered the apartment. The hero smiled at him and offered to sit down so as not to talk in a hurry. The guest sat on the floor and asked to let him tell about their conversation with Simon. Jiang put his finger to his lips and said that he should not do this. He just should give him his mobile. He recoiled in shock and asked what this meant. The hero smiled and said that he would look at their correspondence himself. He stretched out his hand and told him to give him the phone. He wasn't hiding anything from him, right? Hao looked away and agreed with his words. Jiang pointed a gun at him and asked if he didn't understand the good way. He asked him not to shoot. The guy held out the phone and said that he had told Simon bad things about him, but he did it so that he would believe him. Jiang snatched the phone from him and told him to stop chatting. After a while, the hero held the phone in his hands and noticed that they had been texting for half a month already. He frowned and read how Hao wrote that he was a scumbag and was acting arrogant just because he had a gun in his hand. Why did he live in such a cool apartment? He was so cruel that he killed dozens of people in an instant. It would not be so easy to deal with him. He was strong and capable. They could defeat him if they worked together. Jiang looked at the guy and asked how he would explain this. He asked to listen to him. After all, he gave him an injection. If he died, he would not survive. He did it so that Simon would believe that he was in league with him. Hao raised his hand and said that he swears that if he suddenly has bad intentions, he will die in terrible agony. The hero frowned and thought that in this correspondence he did not reveal his true firepower. Simon only knows that he has a lot of supplies, a snowmobile, and that his apartment is well protected. He smiled and mentally told himself that this should be used to trap him. Jiang threw the phone aside and asked him to tell him more about this shelter, especially about the defense and weapons. Hao looked at him in shock. After a while, the guy spread his hands and said that he heard that it was built from missile materials. It would be difficult to penetrate even with a nuclear warhead. He imagined tank fire and suggested trying to break through with a well-armed crowd to draw the enemy into a long battle. The guy imagined a picture of gas sprayers and flamethrowers installed at the entrance, the temperature of which reaches almost 2000 degrees at the moment of launch. Jang slammed the notebook shut and mentally concluded that if his goal was supplies and a snowmobile, then he would definitely try to kill it. He smiled and thought that in this case, he needed to choose the right time. The hero looked ahead and said that if he was caught, it would be the worst outcome. He did not think his life was important to him. He looked at his friend and said that the main threat was a trap at the entrance. His friend confirmed. He said that they could pretend that he caught him and then they would pass. Jang smiled and said that he would pretend that the gas affected him, so they would bypass the trap at the entrance and kill him. He looked gloomy and said that when they got there, he would do everything to kill him. Jang smiled and thought that it seemed better not to tell him that he had a gas mask for now. He leaned back on the couch and thought that it would be great if there was a way to solve everything at once. The guy stretched his hand up and internally exclaimed how come he hadn't thought of this before. He got up from the couch and thought that in space, time is static. He had previously considered this space only as a warehouse. But it can be used in a real fight. Wouldn't this be a strong trump card up his sleeve? The hero clenched his fists and thought that if he could unleash its potential, the reward would be worthy. He waved his hand and told the guy to go back to his place and wait for news. He would contact him in a couple of days. The guy said that he could wait, but there was no poison in his body. Jang smiled and asked what he was afraid of. He said that it would take a week for it to work. A couple of days would not solve anything. He said that in that case he would wait. He looked at the hero through a crack in the door and asked him to definitely contact him. Jang smiled and said that in the future he should find time to develop his abilities. Maybe he had talent not only for firearms. He sat down on the sofa and thought that now he needed to think about how to use space during a skirmish with Simon. After a while, the hero made a fire in the middle of the apartment. He smiled and thought that he could try to absorb the flames that would burst out of the flamethrowers using space. The guy stretched out his hands and thought that in theory it was possible. He raised his hand and said that since space is in a stable state while maintaining constant kinetic energy, this could be done. Jang stretched out his hand. Fire was entering it. He smiled and said that then he could use this flame against them. The brunette looked at the fire and exclaimed that it was a great idea. He jumped up and shouted that the space had so many uses, it was just a real find. The guy clenched his fist and said that he needed to practice. In the future any attacks against him would be useless. He scratched his head and said that if he used this skill against people, what would come of it? Before he only did it with fish. Jang smiled and said that he would have to find victims for his experiment. He stood in front of the guy and said that being pushed out into the street by neighbors is bad. The guy looked at him when he told him to attack. Jang lured him with his finger and said that if he hit him even once, he would reward him with a piece of bread. The brunette took a stick and asked what he said. He rushed to attack. The hero looked at him with interest. The stick began to be sucked into his hand. The guy recoiled. Jang asked if he really wanted to run away. The man completely disappeared from his hand. After a while, the brunette looked at him and noted that he froze. It seems that living people, entering another space, fall into a state of complete immobility. Jang tried to move the man. He thought that his breathing and heartbeat had also stopped. What would happen to him after leaving? The hero returned to reality with him. The young man was breathing heavily and said that he thought he had died. Jang looked at him and said that it seemed that it was still having an effect and after some time he would really die. He lowered himself and asked what he was feeling now. The brunette looked ahead in shock and said that he felt as if he had ended up in a cloud where all the garbage was dumped. It seemed that he had been there for an eternity. He must have been hallucinating. Jang looked at him in surprise. He darkened and thought that the flow of time in different dimensions was apparently much slower than outside. The hero remembered the guy frozen in another dimension and thought that it meant that the longer a living being is in another space, the greater the likelihood of a mental breakdown. He stood up and mentally asked himself what would happen if he got rid of a body part, because people in such a state cannot move. Jang cut off the man's fingers. He grabbed it and screamed. The brunette looked at his hand and thought that if he hurt the physical body, would the person leave the space. He threw the bandages on the floor and said that they would continue as soon as he treated the wounds. This time he began to get something. Jang frowned and thought that after a couple of experiments he had received enough data and also learned a lot about this space. The man in the corner cried and said how delicious it was, how long it had been since he had eaten normal food. The hero frowned and noted that there were certain restrictions on collecting resources. You can't collect something too big and living people. He lit a fire and thought that his power opens a channel between his world and other spaces. Thanks to this he can adjust the attack vector. The brunette stood up and decided that now he knew what to do with Simon. He smiled and said that he thanks him for his help. The man said nothing. It was thanks to him for feeding him. Jang made a sharp movement with the knife. The man fell to the ground. The hero stood up and said that he no longer needed him, so it was time for him to go. He looked at his hand and thought, is he finally dying? He smiled and thought that he can finally escape from this cruel world. Jang stood by the wall. He walked along the corridor and thought that in the coming days he needed to find a couple more test subjects. If he prepared in advance, he would definitely be safe. 3 days later, the hero looked at Hao and said that they could go. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that he felt like he was going to die. Zhang thought that he still looked sickly, even though he was eating normally. Psychosomatics must be a strong thing. The hero raised his hand and said that he would first inject him with an antidote, which would temporarily ease the symptoms, and he thought that he needed to scare him. He needed him sick. He raised his sleeve and asked to quickly inject. Zhang took the syringe and said that it would ease his symptoms, but in 5 days he would still die. He stuck the needle in and told him to pray that everything went smoothly, otherwise they would both be finished. The guy clenched his fist and told him not to worry, he would not play with his own life. He smiled and said that he would follow him no matter what. Zhang smiled and thought that he was doing well. Zhu came up to him and asked if their problems were not solved, where he, the leader, was going to a better place. He threw a backpack on himself and demanded not to ask unnecessary questions. He himself would tell everything when the time came. Parent came to the door and said that he had left enough food for him and his uncle for half a month. He warned that if something happened to him, the girl immediately threw herself into his arms. She looked at him with red eyes and asked if the leader was going to get involved in something dangerous. The hero gently took the doctor by the chin and in a gentle voice told her not to worry, because he never does anything he is not sure of, because he is more afraid of death than anyone else, so he will not allow anything bad to happen. His finger ran over his lips. Zhang added that he likes to prepare for everything in advance. After that, the hero kissed her. He slowly pulled his head back, stroking his girlfriend's warm cheek. Then he went out the door, said that he had an important meeting today and when he returned, they would continue. Zhu rolled onto the floor and hugged herself. Meanwhile, Zhang got on the snowmobile. Su accompanied him. The leader showed him the rope and told him to stretch out his hands. But the guy asked why his brother did not believe him, because they were on the same side, and in addition, he had poison. The black-haired man smiled and said that there was no reason for this, it was just easier for him, and when they came to the right place, it would look more convincing if he was tied up. The patient obediently allowed his hands to be tied, and the snowmobile drove through the thickness of the snow. Su said that the wind was blowing painfully in his face. Was there no safety helmet? But the hero told him to just be patient, because the more miserable he looked, the better. They arrived in the villa area. Zhang looked ahead and thought that it was obvious that the location was chosen by experts, and the villa was much more luxurious than the others. The hero got off the snowmobile and took a closer look. Thanks to the landscape, this place was an ideal shelter and there was much less snow here. There was a row of buildings in front of him. The leader thought that the cataclysm would be fair to people of any class, but even the heavens indulge the rich. Zhu smiled cheerfully at him and said that compared to the captain, they lived very pitifully, but the hero ordered him to stop flattering and show the way. The former rich kid followed the hero and asked why they didn't go, because it was much more convenient, but the hero only ordered them to get down and follow him. From the window, 2 people were visible near the snowmobile. The red-haired girl looked at them and noted that a snowmobile in the current conditions was a necessary tool for collecting supplies. She looked at the empty table. Their fuel was almost gone. The neighbors were in the same situation. They could only hope that someone would help them. The lady turned around and said seriously that if she wanted to win, they would have to take a risk. Meanwhile, the couple looked at the luxurious mansion. The hero asked if Zhu was talking about this place. He held him at gunpoint and told him to go and open the door. The guy asked not to worry, because they would have to wait a little. The patient approached the camera opposite the door and said that he would open it now. One of the many screens showed an image from the stairs. A man in a robe with wine approached him. He noted that the meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, and he only arrived today. He looked around the area around the 2 guys and did not notice the snowmobile. The hero angrily looked at his partner, cursed and asked how dare he do this to him. He would sew him up right here. Zhu shouted for the boss not to shoot. He could open the door, you just need to let him try again. The rich man glared at the camera and said that he had worked so hard for this, so he couldn't miss this chance. The rich man with slicked back hair leaned down and said that if he tried anything, he would incinerate him. The door slowly opened. The captain led his subordinate through the empty frozen courtyard. The hero looked around and noted that with money you can do anything. Zhu pointed ahead and turned around. He said that there was one door ahead that led to the shelter. The couple slowly walked forward. The rich man elegantly leaned forward, preparing to release the gas. The flaps on the ceiling hissed. The hero looked up in fear and cursed. A beautiful steam poured out of them. It enveloped the 2 people in the corridor. Hao looked at the screen with satisfaction and smiled. From the gas cloud came screams demanding Hao to open the door immediately or he would kill him. The man laughed into the microphone and said that the hero was doomed anyway. He should relax and accept his fate, because he needed his supplies. The rich man twirled the glass in his hands and said that he caught 2 rabbits with 1 snare. At this time, the head of the bunker managed to take out and put on a gas mask. The corridor was filled with light from the open door. Zhang took off his mask. He was just going to wait for this guy to come out and shoot him. A completely different man was walking down the corridor towards him with a knife and a rope in his hands. The hero grimaced pitifully, pretending to be dead. He knew that Zhu did not tell him about the other people. The man bent over the corpse of the infected. The black-haired man opened his eyes and recognized the famous actor Lin Ji in him. The actor calmly lifted the two bodies onto his shoulders. The hero remembered that there were rumors that he and Simon were on good terms. No wonder he was here too. The man threw both bodies on the floor and shouted that he brought them. Hao came out to meet them with satisfaction. The neighbor noticed that he really was an idiot and it was easy to deal with him. The blue-haired man watched the man tie them up and asked if he really thought that he couldn't handle such trash. It was not for nothing that he invested so much money here. The couple walked further down the corridor while poisonous gas began to be released from the hero's hand. The actor offered to go for a ride and take the snowmobile for himself. They needed to check how things were outside. Hao agreed and said that they needed to get food. Hao laughed and asked Lin Ji to stop shaking. The man with a strange face raised his finger. He said that he was fine, but why did he become 6? The hero calmly freed himself from the bonds. He walked up to the two bodies and noticed that they shouldn't have opened their mouths so early. He tied them up and took 2 huge golden pistols. They looked good but were useless. Zhang opened one of the doors and the light illuminated him. The bunker leader looked at the large mansion and noted that Hao was truly worthy of the title of a moneybag. His jaw was dropping from luxury. The guy walked past the spiral staircase to one of the doors. He pulled the handles towards himself. A large area with a vegetable garden opened up in front of him. Zhang didn't expect that this place was only worth 1 billion. Zhang happily took out a pistol and said that this beautiful place was now his. The protagonist walked up the circular staircase. With his mouth open in surprise, the young man noticed a game room, a rest room, a pet room, and a room with a bed with a water mattress. Opening the door, the guy saw 3 girls on a water mattress. Zhang lowered his eyebrows and said that it seemed like the rich in their country also had their secrets. Looking at the door of the pet room, the protagonist wondered if this guy was really breeding all these animals. The young man looked into the room and his face transformed into a shocked one. The guy's gaze was fixed on the wall. Girls in animal costumes were lying on the floor. The rabbit victim began to cry and screamed at the prince that they knew they were wrong and they were wrong. Grabbing the protagonist's leg, the girl exclaimed that they would do whatever they asked and asked to let them out or give them some more time. The protagonist kicked her with all his might. Raising his gun, the guy said that now he understood why there was not a single living soul around. Zhang clenched his jaw, looking down. Entering the security room, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise that this looked like the center of the shelter. Putting his palm on the control panel, the young man said that he could feel like a real engineer. Looking at the screens from above, the protagonist realized that there was a sports ground and a shooting range, and that he would need to test his strength later. Trying to open each door in the corridor, the guy heard the system's response that his identity was not confirmed and access was denied. Lowering his chin, the young man exhaled and assumed that in order to study everything here, he would have to contact the creator of this place. Water poured into the faces of the tied-up survivors. The protagonist grinned and asked if they had woken up. Alarmed, his mouth open, Simon asked how the guy did it. Smiling, Zhang noted that in order to survive the apocalypse, one must have a secret advantage. Pointing a gun at a resident, the protagonist asked if he wanted to talk about it, and then suggested changing the subject. Frowning angrily, the young man asked if Simon was ready to cooperate with him, since in that case he would spare his life. Opening his mouth wide, the guy cried out that whatever his interlocutor had in mind, they could discuss it, but he would be obliged to spare his life. The protagonist sat down on the couch and said that he would say it straight out, that his goal was to find a stable place to live. The protagonist explained that it was too dangerous outside, there were few supplies, and the temperature was unsuitable for life, and then asked if the shelter was big enough to let him in, to which the tied-up survivor opened his mouth in alarm. Kneeling, the guy asked if Zhang just wanted to move in, and wasn't he going to kill him and become the master of this place, to which the survivor asked why he would do that. Raising his hand, the young man explained that this shelter was so big that even 100 people would not affect anything, and added that he did not like to kill people without reason. A moment later, the protagonist continued that he even hoped that they would be able to become friends, to which Simon smiled and asked if the interlocutor wanted to be friends with him, and received a positive answer. Zhang spread his arms out and explained that due to this disaster, it was unclear when it would all end, but sooner or later society would return to normal, and then added that he thought that for a person like him, the chance to befriend him was a real find, and at the same second asked if Simon would help him achieve greatness in the future. With his mouth wide open, the resident declared that he would help the protagonist in any of his endeavors. With an evil grin, the guy assumed that the interlocutor thought that the blizzard would end soon, and since he was afraid of the old order, he would not dare to kill him. With the corners of his mouth lowered, the survivor asked what Jang wanted and said that he would give him everything he had. With his eyebrows lowered, the protagonist explained that since Simon decided to cooperate with him, he would not ask for much. The protagonist said that they would live here together, but he needed instructions on how to use the shelter, to which the interlocutor, with his mouth open in alarm, asked if the guy would promise to spare his life if he gave him the instructions. Clenching his hands into a fist, the young man repeated that, as he had said earlier, he was not used to killing people indiscriminately, and when all this was over, he hoped to remain friends with him. The resident clenched his teeth in confusion. The guy said that he would show him everything, to which the protagonist grinned. Jang began to understand the system. A file with instructions on how to use the shelter's tools appeared on the computer. Grinning, the young man said that this was great, and from that moment on he was the new owner of this bunker. With his mouth wide open, Simon asked if something was right, and then said that if he had checked everything, he should untie him, because he was all numb. Forcing a smile, the protagonist asked him to wait a minute. A knife appeared in the protagonist's hand. The boy plunged the tip of the weapon into the survivor's neck. Sitting down next to him, Jang told him to relax and take a deep breath, and that would be the end of it. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that he would feel a little dizzy at first, but that was normal and the pain would soon pass. Blood flowed from the shelter creator's neck, and he muttered that he had done everything the protagonist asked, so why did he decide to kill him? Frowning, the protagonist apologized and asked if it was true that he had no need to keep useless trash. The protagonist was wiping away the traces of the murder with a mop. Looking at another survivor, the boy said that the most problematic one had been dealt with, and now there were the easier ones left. Zhu opened his eyes slightly and did not understand where he was. With his mouth wide open, the boy asked if everything had worked out for Jang's brother. The villager asked how he managed to deal with him, to which he, leaning on the wooden handle, replied that he had his own tricks, it's just that Simon is trash, and the rest is not necessary to know. Putting his foot on the body of the murdered creator of the bunker, the guy exclaimed that he never thought he would be able to wipe his feet on him, and then laughed. Pointing his finger at the backpack, the protagonist said that this was his reward, and he could open it and take a look. Sue's eyes widened in alarm. The young man's mouth fell open in surprise, seeing food in the bag. Eating meat, the survivor said that Jang was very cool, and if he needed any help in the future, he could turn to him, to which he asked if this was true. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist said that he checked the shelter's supplies and realized that Simon left only pitiful crumbs, and the energy for the functioning of the bunker would only last for 5 years, so there was not much to gain from this place. The villager turned to the protagonist and asked what he was talking about, to which the protagonist asked if the young man understood. The young man spread his arms and said that the creator had used up most of the supplies before they arrived, and that these things would be enough for him to survive outside for a while, to which the protagonist cried out that the protagonist could not do such a thing. Zhu opened his mouth wide and shouted that Jang must have hidden everything, and repeated that he should not do such a thing to him. Pointing his finger at the interlocutor, the villager asked if the protagonist was taking him for a fool, and wanted to make him believe that there were few resources here so that he could kick him out and then just move in himself. Clenching his fists, the young man declared that he would not leave because he had told about this shelter and told the interlocutor not to even think about kicking him out just like that. The protagonist folded his arms and asked if he was trying to deceive the guy and why he needed it, to which he exclaimed that no one knew and wasn't the protagonist used to treating people like that. Gritting his teeth, Zhu said that he assured the young man that if he kicked him out, he would tell everyone what Jang really was. The guy explained that the time would come and someone would definitely get even with him, to which the protagonist, lowering the corners of his lips, asked him again. The protagonist thought that in this case he had no reason to leave the interlocutor alive and immediately fired a shot. The survivor began to fall, and his blood flew everywhere. Lowering his arms, Jang said that anger does not make a person stronger because strength must be there from the beginning. The young man sat down next to the backpack and said that he had originally planned to let him live a little longer, but why did he himself get into trouble? The protagonist put his feet up on the table in the lounge area. Smiling, the guy decided to bring his wonderful doctor here. Raising his finger, the guy wondered why he shouldn't leave the apartment to his uncle since he had a better place himself. Getting up from the couch, the protagonist realized that the old place could be used as a backup base, and leaving the apartment to his uncle was a way to repay his kindness, and besides, there would be someone to look after it while he was away. Choosing an alcohol, Jang remembered that he promised to find a new woman for his relative. Taking the remote control in his hand, the young man thought that there was no need to rush, and it would be better to do what Simon was doing. Drinking wine, the guy was surprised that there were foreign TV channels on the TV. Grasping the glass with his fingers, the survivor found it strange, because it was unlikely that some catastrophe could affect the transmitted signal or something like that, and then asked how the creator did it. Pressing the buttons, the guy assumed that he had all the channels in the world. The young man walked up the stairs. Approaching a large device, Jang was surprised that this guy had built his own powerful server here. Smiling, the guy thought that although he did not fully understand how it all worked, he could say that the network here was powerful and the signal was super strong. Binary code appeared around the protagonist, and he realized that thanks to this server, he would be able to access more information. Approaching the computers, the young man said that according to estimates, only about 2 billion would survive the catastrophe, and almost half of the entire population of the planet was destroyed in just a month. Grinning, the guy suggested that if things continued like this, then in the future, only 5% of the population would remain. Holding the computer mouse, Jang read many messages about mutants and people with superpowers. On the internet, pictures of transformed people were visible. Looking at their images, the protagonist realized that most of these people were disfigured by mutation due to radiation. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and said that the number of mutants on the planet was not very large for now, and there would probably be others like him who hid their abilities, and the outside world was still dangerous. Holding his chin, the guy decided that it would be better to stay in the shelter. Jang got on the snowmobile and exclaimed that it was time for him to go back for his dear doctor. The young man turned around, hearing someone ask him to stand still. The protagonist pointed his gun and asked who it was. The girl raised her hand and said that she had something to tell him. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked if she was Yanbi. Various images of the famous Chinese model, who is the cherished dream of the entire male population of the country, appeared. Folding her palms, the girl said that she had not eaten anything for 3 days and asked if the guy could take her with him because he did not want to die. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the protagonist said that it is easy for anyone now. Yami pressed her lips together, and the young man said that if she wanted to go with him, she should find a good reason for it. Raising her eyebrows, the survivor said that she was just hungry and was ready to do literally anything for food. The girl opened her mouth. A drop of sweat appeared on the embarrassed face of the protagonist. The resident's eyes widened in delight. The young man turned away and told her to follow him. The guy approached the door, and Yami asked if this was Suman's house, to which he stated that it was his house. The protagonist sat down on a large sofa. Approaching him, the model thanked him for letting her in and asked what kind of relationship he had with the owner of this house. Lowering his eyebrows, Jang asked if the interlocutor knew the creator of this shelter. The girl clarified who in her circle did not know him, to which the young man, eating chips, suggested that they were friends. Holding her hand, the model replied that it was not quite so, because he was just a famous person from a rich family, so sometimes they crossed paths at events, and people of his circle did not take people like her seriously. Pouring water, the protagonist exclaimed that the interlocutor should not pay attention to him. The guy handed her a glass and said that in any case, she needed to remember that he was now the owner of this place, to which she thanked him. The heroes simultaneously began to drink water. Yami asked if she could use his bathroom, and the interlocutor, closing his lips, allowed her. The model's underwear appeared. The girl grabbed her hair and thought that she had not taken a hot shower for a long time, and how good it was. The protagonist began to take off her clothes behind her back, and Yami realized that she had hit the jackpot. Closing her eyes, the survivor decided that she would use every minute spent next to this guy. Water was running down the model's legs, and she thought about talking to him and asking him to stay here for a while. The girl lay down in the bathtub and decided to offer him a decent fee. With her eyes closed, Yami said that she needed someone to feed her, protect her, and provide a comfortable place to live. Covering herself with a towel, the model thought about how when the snowstorm ended, they would need to draw a clear line between them, and no one would know about it, and she would remain the same amazing star for everyone. Coming out of the bathtub, the girl asked if Jang could let her stay here. The model sat down on the sofa and explained that it was difficult for such a weak girl to survive in such harsh conditions on her own. Yami turned to her interlocutor and said that she needed a man who could protect her. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked him not to worry, because she would not burden him for long, and she would leave as soon as the snowstorm ended, so that no one would know about them. Pulling his hand away, the protagonist asked again if the girl would leave when the snowstorm ended. The young man reached for the table and said that, let's say, the snowstorm ended, but did the model really think that everything would return to its previous state? Frowning, Yami exclaimed that everything would definitely return. An empty room appeared, and the girl clarified that if not, then wouldn't all her efforts last year be in vain? Clasping the glass with his fingers, Jang assumed that the model had decided to sit on his neck. Putting the wine on the table, the young man agreed with her. The protagonist hugged his interlocutor and said that the most important thing in this house was to obey him in everything, to which she replied that she understood. A moment later, the heroes kissed. The towel from the girl fell to the floor. The model closed her eyes in pleasure. A dress appeared between the protagonist's hands, and the guy said that these were not new clothes, and then asked her to change. Yami widened her eyes in surprise and asked what kind of ability it was, to which he explained that it was just a little trick. The girl took the young man by the hand and asked him not to leave, to which he asked if she was done. hitting his back with her fist. The model exclaimed that this was not so and she needed to talk to him about something serious, to which he replied that he was hungry and suggested going to the living room and talking over food. Yami sat down on a chair and folded her hands. Jang used an unusual ability and food appeared, and also said that she should help herself, and they would discuss everything during the meal, because it is better to discuss everything in advance so that there are no problems later. Eating a burger, the protagonist said that he has a large family, so he does not see anything wrong with supporting her as well, and the only thing he asks for is obedience. The protagonist, turning his head to the side, said that she is not stupid and should understand everything he is talking about, and clarified whether it is true. The model, sweating on her face, replied that it was, and in the entertainment industry, they call it unspoken rules. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed that she agreed, but she also had a couple of requests and hoped that he would be able to fulfill them, to which the guy allowed her to speak. Yanmi, looking away, explained that, firstly, their relationship was only for the duration of the snowstorm, and she hoped that when it was over, he would not tell anyone about it. The model tucked her legs in and continued that she was a celebrity, and if anyone found out about it, it would ruin her life. The young man, bringing a fork to his mouth, replied that he would not tell anyone about it. The girl crossed her toes and said that, secondly, she agreed to do what he asked, but asked not to force her to do anything against her will. Abruptly getting up from the table, she added that there should be no perversions. Scratching her head, Yami exclaimed that only with her consent, and thought that she was young and did not know what it was like to be a wife, and was also unsure of everything. A moment later, Jang grabbed her leg and said that it was obvious that she was here on her own initiative and not to act unapproachable. Putting a finger to the model's face, the protagonist added that in any case, he hoped that the current situation would not affect her career as an internet star. Lowering his head to her, the protagonist said that at least he would like that, and asked if she did the same. The guy hugged Yami tightly on the table, to which she said that he first had to agree to her demands, and the young man replied that she should not worry because he was not a pervert. The next day, it seemed like Jang lowered his hands and explained that he needed to leave for a while and advised her to stay in her room. The model, sitting on the bed, asked when he would be back, to which she replied that he would be back soon and that he just needed to pick up something. The protagonist, looking at her, asked if there were a lot of rich people living in this area, and the girl said that this was the richest area of the city and the capital of the poorest person who lived here exceeded 1 billion. The protagonist opened his mouth and exclaimed that he had a friend who had been mistreated by his previous girlfriend, and now he really needed female attention. The model, with her eyes wide open, listened to him looking for a new companion, so she decided to consult with her because she had a wide circle of friends. Yami, with her palms folded, said that most of the residents of this area were already dead, but she thought that someone had survived, but they would be much older, and asked if his friend would object. Jang, turning to her, replied that he was over 40 and preferred mature women, to which the interlocutor exclaimed that if that was the case, then it would not be difficult to find someone. The girl asked if he knew Jaime, which made the protagonist open his mouth wide and remember that she was a real goddess. Snow could be seen enveloping the house, and the protagonist, closing his eyes, said that he knew her and asked if she could contact her, to which Yami explained that she would try. Jang, tucking his leg, muttered that he had found his uncle a worthy and the best companion. Jaime entered the room, and the famous model said that she had already told her about his friend, and she did not object. The guy's hand lit up with an unusual aura, and he asked if they were tired, adding that it was for them, and heard words of gratitude. The protagonist asked if she understood everything, to which the girl, sitting on the couch, answered positively and asked if he would take her to another place. Clenching his fist, the protagonist exclaimed that it was true and did not think it was worth talking about, but he would say it just in case. The young man put his palm on the wall and continued that if the information about this place spilled out beyond this room, then they would be finished. A buried city appeared in the distance. The settlement of Sujia was visible. The man, hitting the ice with a hammer, said that they needed to drill here. A moment later, a huge drill appeared. The residents set it up on the snow. Suddenly, one of them shouted to the dogs to run quickly. The long thread was pulled taut. The drill powerfully began to dig the ice. Suddenly, a hole appeared, inside which there was water. At that very moment, the fish suddenly floated up. The man, taking one of them, exclaimed that they had succeeded and there were fish here. His partner, holding on to the sled, asked his uncle if he thought all the people in the cities were frozen. The man sighed heavily and replied that the city dwellers had always relied on them, the farmers, so now they hardly had any way of getting food. He smiled and continued that he thought they were all long dead, and the boy said that fortunately they were from the countryside, and no matter how bad the weather was, they had power in their hands, and if they had it, then there would be food in the house. Looking into the distance, the young man wondered when all this would end, because he wanted to go to the city. A moment later, he put his fingers to his forehead and asked why he thought he heard the sound of an engine. Suddenly, Zhang appeared, racing quickly on a snowmobile. The protagonist, noticing the fishermen, wondered to himself whether they had been able to adapt to such terrible conditions. Hime, opening her mouth wide, shouted that they had dogs. The dogs ferociously stuck out their tongues. The protagonist thought it was amazing that the villagers had managed to adapt to such conditions, and they must have come to the city looking for snowmobiles, and taking the wheel, he shouted for his partner to hold on tight. It was clear that the guys were trying to get away from the group of men. The fisherman, stretching out his spear, ordered them to stop immediately. The weapon flew past Jang's head, which surprised him greatly. A moment later, the girl began to fall from the transport. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. At that very moment, the guy stopped abruptly. The man stuck out his finger and told him to leave the snowmobile and the woman with him, and then to go away. Taking out a gun, the protagonist said that they had better leave, and if they didn't want any trouble, then let them go. The young man, frowning, clarified what they had decided. The fisherman, through sweat on his face, asked where he got the snowmobile and the weapon, to which he answered that he inherited it. The villagers saved their eyes and thought that the snowmobile was a first-class means of transportation, and much easier to operate than a sled. The guy, grinning, exclaimed that this was their village territory, and they would let him go if he paid a tax. Hime was lying on the snow, and it was heard that she could keep the snowmobile if she gave them the woman. Jang, pointing the gun forward, asked if he saw a pistol in his hand, and the man in response clarified who he was trying to scare, because there were 4 of them and 8 dogs, and how many bullets he had. Clenching his fists, the fisherman shouted to leave everything and then he would stay alive, otherwise he would not like the outcome. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist understood that they had reinforcements somewhere nearby, and if he managed to escape, the dogs would definitely tear her apart. Holding the gun, the protagonist thought that they themselves forced him. Suddenly, he fired several bullets. The man, running away abruptly, said that he had opened fire and ordered the dogs to attack. Suddenly, the dogs menacingly jumped on the guy. Jang stretched out his palm, which was surrounded by a magical aura, and understood what was needed now. At that very second, an unusual glow appeared. The dogs suddenly flew high and began to spin. Hime suddenly jumped onto the snowmobile. The protagonist abruptly rushed from the spot and understood that it was very dangerous, because if they were bitten, then they would be finished. Turning around at the crowd of people, the protagonist thought that these dogs would die soon after they found themselves in another space, and he could use them in his experiments on observing time in 2 spaces. The man put his hand in his pocket and exclaimed that he said that there was no need to rush to do anything, and especially if they did not know anything about the person they encountered. The fisherman shook his head in bewilderment and asked where all the dogs had gone. The villagers clenched their fists and said that something was wrong and it was too weird because their dogs never ran away, adding that this guy was a problem and had a snowmobile and a gun and was clearly not that simple. The man opened his jaw and shouted that no matter what, they would not give up so easily and would not die. He put his palms on his hips and continued that it looked like this man was the same as Chunlei, because he had superpowers and it would be better to go back and ask the village chief for advice. In the daytime, a tall castle appeared. Inside, a cabinet was visible with figurines in it. Chunlei was hugging a pillow and saying that it was his wife. Suddenly, the man opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they were in trouble. The villager clenched his fists and said that he was a grown man and how could he not be ashamed. The village chief, lying on his bed, replied that it was his hobby and asked what difference it made to him. The fisherman turned blue and listened to him say that he had the nerve to say that, and he had told him to meet someone, and there were many beautiful women in their village, and why shouldn't he choose one of them, to which he explained that he didn't need old women. Chunlei closed his eyes and asked what they had come for, and the man asked his colleague to tell him. Dahai frowned and said that 4 of their people had died during their foray into the fishery today. The village headman, with sweat on his face, asked again if they had died, and hadn't they dealt with everyone in the nearby villages. The assistant, sitting at the table, explained that this time it wasn't one of the villagers, but that it had happened by the river bank. The villager, dropping his hands, said that this man was so strong that he had managed to kill 4 people and 8 dogs in an instant, and was afraid that he might become their main danger in the future. He looked at Chunlei and asked if it was possible that the boy had special powers like him. The village chief grabbed his chin and replied that it was quite possible. Scratching his nose, Chunlei added that he was the chosen one and thought that God had sent Jang to make him stronger. The villagers put their fists on the table. The assistant, with his mouth slightly open, explained that all the families in their village belonged to the same clan, so they had to take revenge and make him pay with blood. The man with a long beard, putting his hand on the village chief's shoulder, said that this man was too strong for them to handle, so they were counting on him. Chunlei, scratching the back of his head, listened as he said that he was the chosen one and that their fate depended on him and that he could not let them down, to which he asked them not to worry and to trust him. A multi-story building appeared and snow was falling. Jang, standing in a snowdrift, exclaimed that they were there and could get down. Stretching out his palm, the protagonist continued that the man he had told her about was upstairs and that he should go with him, and Heimei responded positively. The girl, biting the corners of her lips, understood that in the current circumstances it was not so easy to find a person to live with. Ju, noticing the guys, said that the protagonist had returned and that it was a good job. The doctor took off the guy's jacket and asked if he wanted to drink and maybe he wanted something hot. She, opening her mouth, offered him something to eat if he was hungry. Pointing to the sofa, Jang politely asked him to sit down. The girl, smiling broadly, said that she did not know that he liked mature women, to which the protagonist said not to say stupid things because he had brought her for his uncle. Looking back, the protagonist added that there was nothing wrong with mature women. The guy grinned and asked how his uncle was feeling and was told that his body had almost fully recovered, which was incredible since at the usual rate of recovery it would have taken at least 3 months. Ju finished saying that as he had said, she had injected him with a micro-relaxant and noticed that it had not weakened his strength at all. And the young man, pursing his lips, exclaimed that it was expected that his physical strength had improved and asked how his psychological state was. Holding his chin, Jang thought that he had seen that some people's bodies mutated after awakening their abilities, and if the same thing happened to him, it would be dangerous. The doctor, holding his jacket, explained that he looked quite normal and nothing unusual, to which the protagonist said that it was good and would go talk to him. Uncle Yu, sitting on the bed, said that it was all about the rich since they probably knew everything and just hid it from them. The protagonist put his hand on his side and explained that he was right because most of them had already built shelters and the more money he had, the higher his chances of survival were, and the man exclaimed that he was lucky to have a friend like him because it was only thanks to him that he was still alive. The guy raised the corners of his lips and asked if he felt any changes in his body. Uncle Yu grabbed his shirt and said that he thought his body had changed a lot. His abs were showing and he added that his serious wound had healed in just a couple of days. The man leaned on the sofa and said that he had become much stronger. A moment later, a vein bulged out on his hand. The boy's eyes widened and he was surprised by his strength. Uncle Yu looked at his palms and exclaimed that he felt like some kind of monster, to which Shang replied that he had nothing to worry about because he had just awakened his power. The protagonist, hugging his comrade, began to tell about the transformation of the fry into a frog. The entrance to the room was visible, and it was audible that he might not believe it, but he also awakened his power. Suddenly, a package of food appeared above the protagonist's hand. Uncle Yu, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was no wonder he had so many different things. A moment later, the man began to fall. The guy held out his palms and said that he needed to get used to it, and his friend said that everything was fine and it didn't hurt. The young man, looking at him, was glad that his powers had awakened at the peak of their friendship, and for him it was like a guarantee of safety. The girls, standing at the kitchen stove, heard the guys talking about Uncle Yu's new wife. Suddenly, Zhang and his friend watched the women carrying plates of food. The man, raising his eyebrows, asked if she was Jaime. The girl turned to him and greeted him, and also asked if he was Mr. Yu. The protagonist grabbed the lovers and exclaimed that from today on they would live under the same roof, take care of each other and solve problems together. Jaime bit the corners of her lips contentedly, and the protagonist added that he had nothing more to say. Uncle Yu closed his eyes in embarrassment. Looking at him, the guy explained that this house would be a nest for the newlyweds, and they would be leaving temporarily so as not to disturb their idol, to which his friend asked what he was talking about, because this apartment was the result of his hard work. The young man opened his jaw and said that he had found a new home, and how could he leave such a place without tenants, so while they lived here, they would look after this place, and this would help him a lot. Jiang, approaching the doctor, exclaimed that everything was decided and let her pack her things because he would take her to a new house. After some time, the protagonist stood near the snowmobile and said that now they would have to get food on their own, and doing this without transport was very problematic, and therefore this was his gift to them and let them definitely come to visit when they had time. Uncle Yu, spreading his fingers, said that this was impossible because the protagonist had already given them too much and asked what he would do without a snowmobile. The guy magically created an SUV and told him not to worry because it wouldn't disappear. The man, his eyes wide, wondered to himself if that was what he meant by it wouldn't disappear. The car was seen speeding through the snow. Chu looked out the window and asked the guy if their new house was beautiful. The young man, holding the steering wheel tightly, replied that it was huge and very beautiful and much more comfortable than the place where they lived before. The SUV left tracks behind it, and the girl, her eyes wide, exclaimed that it was no wonder he was so generous, and she wouldn't believe that he would just give away the shelter he worked so hard on. And Jiang explained that he didn't give it away, but provided it for temporary residents, and if they needed this place, they would return. The vehicle continued to drive through the snow, and the protagonist opened his mouth and said that there would be another person living with them, and decided to tell her in advance so that she could mentally prepare herself, to which the doctor clarified whether she was a girl. Ju, hearing a positive answer, blushed sharply and asked if it turned out that he was there for a reason. The protagonist held the steering wheel and said that she should not imagine unnecessary things, because she would quickly get tired if she did everything herself, and this was a great option to shift part of her work to someone else. The doctor, looking at him, asked if he was serious, and the guy answered that he was, because she was the first to take his side, and she really appreciated it. The girl, resting her head on the young man's shoulder, said that she knew that he liked her. Jang smiled and thought that in fact nothing depended on her, because he simply did not like disobedient women. Ju noticed that the snow had become heavier and asked if it was just her imagination or if it was falling faster than at the beginning of the disaster. Suddenly, a magical storm appeared and hit the car. The protagonist shouted through the sweat on his face that it wasn't her imagination and that there was definitely something wrong with this snowfall. Suddenly, the car began to skid sharply to the side. With her mouth wide open, the girl asked why the snow was so heavy, to which she received the answer that she was afraid it wasn't just snow. A moment later, the protagonist extended his palm, from which an unusual aura was coming out. The guy, holding the steering wheel with one hand, explained that they needed to hurry. Suddenly, a powerful tornado appeared behind the SUV. The young man clenched his jaw and realized that this was not a natural disaster, but a person with superpowers was attacking them. Jang lowered his eyebrows and thought that his ability would protect them, and as long as he kept everything under control, they would not be able to kill him. Looking out the window, he realized that the attack was very accurate and the enemy must be somewhere nearby. The tornado continued to overtake the transport, and the protagonist thought that he needed to first determine what attacks he owned. It was visible how the magical storm attacked the transport. A moment later, it disappeared and the car continued to move. Chunlei, sitting behind a snowdrift, wondered if he missed and why it suddenly disappeared. The village elder, clutching his forehead, thought that this attack took a lot of energy from him. His partners, looking at him, asked if he was okay, to which they received the answer that everything was fine. But this guy was not so easy to deal with, and he must be a real master, and also cannot understand what kind of ability he has. The special one frowned and asked to be quiet. Jang, taking out a machine gun, said that he stopped attacking, and it seems that the attack took a lot of strength from him. One glass as the protagonist decided to take a closer look at them. Through the screen he found their bodies. A moment later the protagonist got out of the car. Suddenly the guy started shooting at the snowdrift. One of Chunlei's assistants was hit by a bullet, causing him to fall into the snow and scream loudly. The man, stretching out his hand, told his colleagues not to come out because he had a gun. The village headman, through the sweat on his face, did not understand how he managed to hit from such a distance in such weather conditions. It seemed like the young man continued shooting, and the special one added that the distance was too great. It was seen how Zhang stretched out his palm and used magical energy, and Chunlei realized that he had secret techniques. The village headman, his eyes wide, asked how he managed to use his skills. Suddenly the man came out from behind cover and released his unusual aura. Two powerful energies collided with each other. Suddenly they exploded, and drops flew at the protagonist. Holding the rifle in his hands, the protagonist exclaimed that this time he would let him go. Looking at the snowdrift, he thought that the opposite side belonged to the villagers, and if he pursued them, then it was unknown what could await him. Putting his palm on the door, the guy realized that she was still in the car and could not go far from her. Opening his mouth wide, the young man shouted that if he could, let them find him and take revenge, but next time they would meet on his territory. Sitting in the car, the protagonist thought that he needed to practice controlling his ability to become even stronger. Putting her hand to her chest, Ju said that she was scared to death and asked what the outcome of that battle was. Putting her hands on the steering wheel, Jang replied that the target was too far away and they had no opportunity to pursue it, and added that after this, the enemy was unlikely to come to them. Looking out the window, the doctor reminded him that he had an ability to control ice and snow, and asked what would happen if the enemy sent a blizzard and buried them under the snow. The guy said that she should not worry about it. Smoke was coming out of the exhaust pipe. The young man explained that their new shelter was completely safe and that if it was covered in snow, it would not affect their lives. The car drove forward. The survivor said that with their ability, they should not be afraid of anything. People walked in the snow. Smoke was coming from behind them. Yami was lying on the bed. She turned over on her side and thought that it was very hard to get used to such a locked life. The door to her room opened. The protagonist went inside and asked his friend to get up so he could meet his friend. The girl hid under the blanket and asked what it meant. Jang suggested that she should call her sister. The woman crawled up to him and asked if she was his girlfriend. The guy asked her to get dressed and go to the living room. The model put on a dress and realized that she did not want to be just a backup option. The star put on lipstick and decided that feminine charm was the best weapon, and their battle was just beginning. The young man went down and assumed that his allies would become competitors. Yanmi went down the stairs. She put her hand on the railing and said hello. Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth wide. Ju looked back and stared at her in surprise. The woman hid behind her friend when the doctor approached them. The survivor raised his eyebrows and asked if they knew each other. The surgeon pointed forward and said that she was her cousin. The protagonist smiled and assumed that they did not get along very well. The girl confirmed that they had some disagreements. The model put her hand to her mouth and asked if her friend could keep quiet about what was going on between them. Jang asked what exactly he was talking about. The star blushed embarrassedly and replied that he was referring to their deal. Yanmi leaned towards her friend and told him that their families were known for their talents in science and that there were many famous representatives of scientific activity, including medicine, in their family. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if it wasn't because of her that they failed. The model closed her eyes. Ju reminded her that because of her shady deeds in the entertainment industry, high society laughed at their family. She added that it was simply humiliating to lower her status and do this. The guy took his friend's hand. The doctor said that because of her sister they laughed at her and asked how she could not be angry after that. The star looked over her friend's shoulder and said that she liked her line of work and that she was praised for it. The surgeon crossed her arms over her chest and said that her cousin was only popular because of her figure and should understand this. The girl frowned in disappointment. The boy thought that this was true. The survivor raised his hand and suggested that they stop talking about the past. The women looked at each other with displeasure. The protagonist asked them to forget all the old grievances, since they were now neighbors who would have to share sorrow and joy together. The heroes approached the greenhouse. Jang explained that his girlfriend should take good care of this place so as not to let it disappear. The heroines smiled happily and agreed. Vegetables and fruits were growing in the beds. The guy said that the bedroom on the second floor was ready and asked his ally to go up there. Yami looked at him and thanked him for not telling anything. The model pressed her hands to her chest and asked if they could continue to keep the nature of their relationship secret. Putting a finger to her lips, the young man agreed and said that he respected her wishes. The survivor imagined his girlfriends hugging him and wondered what the likelihood was that someone would find them if they lived only the three of them. Smiling, the star thanked him and asked if he wanted a snack. The main character asked if she really knew how to cook. Turning away, the girl confirmed this and told him that she often cooks as it helps her cope with stress. The kitchen was bright. The woman looked into the cupboard and asked where all the food went. Yami opened the top drawer and thought it was strange that there was nothing there. Jang breathed in her ear. The model turned around in fear and asked what he was doing. She frowned and asked him not to do that again so that her sister would not see it. The guy said that he was just teasing her and suggested that she get back to cooking. Products appeared on the table. The young man asked if this would be enough. The star asked where he got all this. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and noticed that there was chicken, duck, pork, and even seafood. The survivor said that from now on they will eat only like this. The woman looked back and asked if it was a waste of resources. The male lead asked her not to worry about it and promised to explain everything later. Yami set the table and invited her friends to dinner. Jang entered the dining room and decided to try what his friend had cooked. The model looked down and hoped that her cousin had not noticed. Sticking out her tongue, Ju said that there was too much salt in it and asked how to eat it. The star blushed in embarrassment and realized that she had been too confused and had miscalculated the amount of salt. Sitting at the table, the guy was glad that they would definitely not conspire against him and thought that he could calmly reap the fruits of his labor. The young man handed his ally a shrimp and offered her to try it. The doctor closed her eyes and opened her mouth. The surgeon put her finger to her lips and said that it really tasted better to eat from his hands. A smirk appeared on her face. The girl turned away and continued eating in silence. The survivor handed his friend another piece of meat and decided that competition was the best way to motivate employees. A crescent moon was burning in the sky. The heroes were lying in bed. The woman asked who her friend liked the most. The protagonist asked if anyone could compare to her. Jang pinched her cheek and explained that he was just pretending to have feelings for her sister. Ju said that they were like filming some stupid TV series. Kissing her forehead, the guy asked her not to think about it and asked if she doubted him. The doctor pressed herself against him and said that she knew that he loved her. The young man wondered if there was any benefit in such things as love. The survivor closed his eyes and realized that everyone gets what they need, and love is just a disease that makes people lose their rationality. A few days later, the protagonist stood at a shooting range with a crossbow in his hands. The arrow pierced the target. Jang put the crossbow on his shoulder. The guy looked at the phone screen and was surprised that someone called him instead of sending a message. The young man frowned and wondered if someone he knew was still alive and now decided to contact him. He pressed the cancel button. The survivor smirked and said that he would not pay attention to it and would just block this user. Hearing the call, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked how this was possible. Squinting, Jang realized that this was too strange and decided not to answer the call. The guy wiped his forehead and assumed that he did something wrong and blocked the wrong contact. The phone screen lit up again and an incoming call appeared on it. The young man widened his eyes in shock and wondered what he wanted. He moved the phone away. The voice asked why no one answered his call. Putting the phone to his ear, the survivor realized that it was quite possible that there was a hacker on the other side and asked who it was. The protagonist frowned when the stranger told him his name, age, and exact address, and decided that this person was really good. His eyes lit up when the stranger said that he knew that they were currently living in house 101, which used to belong to Simon. Jang looked away and asked who it was and what he wanted. The stranger said that he was his neighbor who lived nearby. Clenching his fist, the stranger asked him not to do anything stupid and said that he could reveal all the information about him at any time. The guy asked why it mattered to him. The young man raised his hand and explained that he did not care whether he had information about him or not, so there would be no problem in revealing the data. The survivor gritted his teeth when the man asked what would happen when people found out that he was the one who stole all the goods from the food warehouse. The protagonist smiled and asked what he was talking about and said that it was impossible for one person to steal from such a large warehouse. The villain, sitting in his chair, asked him not to pretend and said that even one shelf from this warehouse would last for a year, so he probably had a lot of supplies, even if it was not his idea. Adjusting his glasses, Fengda introduced himself and asked if the other person knew who he was. Jang opened his mouth in surprise and remembered that he was the leading leader of the internal security team. In his memory, the chairman of Jian Group pointed at the equipment. This person had created a company that was one of the 3 strongest companies in the field of information security with his own hands. The guy looked at the screen and thought that such a person could easily hack his phone. The young man widened his eyes in amazement and wondered if the intruder would be able to hack into the shelter system with the same success. Scratching his chin, the survivor realized that the chances of this happening were extremely low and thought that he probably didn't have all the conditions for it. The protagonist put his hand on his belt and said that it was no wonder that he was able to hack his phone. Leaning back in his chair, Fengda explained that he had no other choice since he needed to survive and promised to keep his secret if the other man would supply him with supplies. Jang smiled and assumed that this must be a joke and asked how a small man like him could do such a thing. The guy frowned angrily and decided to get rid of him when the man told him that he had hacked the database, got hold of enough information and knew for sure that the goods from the warehouse were in his possession. Standing in the basement, the young man explained that he had sold most of the supplies since his apartment was limited in space. The chairman said that it didn't matter and added that his life would become unbearable if he published this information. The survivor gritted his teeth as the villain asked him to make a decision. The protagonist imagined people attacking him and realized that this man had a way of spreading information and that the consequences of his actions could be too unpredictable. Jang put his hand to his forehead and promised to provide him with supplies if in return the neighbor kept information about him a secret. Sitting at his laptop, Fengda asked him not to worry and said that he was very happy with their cooperation. The man picked up a piece of paper and said that he needed food, alcohol, underwear, and socks. The guy asked how to pass the supplies to him. Looking up, the chairman said that he lived in villa number 302 and asked the interlocutor to leave the supplies at the front door, threatening to make his life hell if anything went wrong. Lowering his head, the young man asked him not to worry about it and explained that he lived a comfortable life and did not want to get into trouble. The survivor frowned menacingly and realized that he had to kill him since he had no other choice. Ju was lying on the couch reading a book. The protagonist sat next to her and drank a glass of water. Jang looked at his girlfriend and said that he wanted to discuss something with her. The girl asked what he needed. She moved closer to him. The guy said that their location was discovered. Turning his head, the young man decided that his ally had definitely encountered such people and knew the peculiarities of their behavior and asked what this person could do in the end. The woman hugged the pillow and told him that she had met such people and that they were usually not as resourceful as ordinary people think, but their IQ was definitely very high. Sitting on the couch, the doctor added that they were very often immoral, since without this it was almost impossible to become a successful businessman. The survivor ran his hand across his throat and explained that he wanted to kill him, but was afraid that he, too, might have a plan. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he would not tolerate if the villain remained alive and continued to blackmail him. The surgeon raised her index finger and realized that the main threat was that the hacker had information about her friend, the leak of which could have disastrous consequences. Ju bit her thumbnail and said that it would be terrible. An unknown person in a mask killed a man at a computer. A conflict began between the official and the businessman, which resulted in the murder. However, the businessman managed to publish the information on the internet, and a loading bar appeared on the screen. Hitting his fist on his palm, Jang said that he heard this story and said that the victim installed some program that automatically sent out the information. The guy put his hand to his chin and realized that what a person should do, a program can do, and that in this case, even if Feng died, information about him would automatically fly all over the internet. The girl knelt down and said that she was worried about the fact that the death of this person would not stop the data leak. The woman hugged her friend and asked him to relax, as they would definitely come up with something. She looked up and explained that they did not need to rush with this issue and that they should first find out more about the villain and only then think about countermeasures. The boy frowned and said that delaying it for too long would not do them any good either and that he would be bothered by a feeling of anxiety until they came up with a solution. Yami entered the living room and asked what was wrong. The survivor suggested that they discuss countermeasures together. The heroes sat on the couch. The model said that their enemy was very cunning and that they should not attack him without reason. The star put her hand to her head and explained that trying to deny rumors was also a bad idea, since many people in the entertainment industry had fallen victim to such things. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise and asked if she had just mentioned rumors. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked if this person did not remind him of the tabloids, who loved to spread rumors about other people. The doctor turned to her and explained that the point was that even if it was just a rumor, there would definitely be someone who would believe it. Leaning on his hand, Jang said that the hacker had all the information about him in his hands, even if he had no direct evidence, and added that he could not stop him. The guy smiled and said that they could try to treat it a little differently. His girlfriends widened their eyes and asked what he was planning. Confidently knitting his brows, the young man explained that first he needed to prepare and promised to tell them everything later. Fengda asked if his neighbor had prepared all his things. The survivor, sitting at the computer, asked why this bothered him so much. The protagonist frowned and said that he would have killed him long ago if he did not have dirt. The man smiled broadly and said that he would not live even a couple of days if he did that. The chairman slyly knitted his brows and explained that after his death, information about his neighbor would fly across the network and end up on the phone of every resident of the city within 24 hours. Jang squinted and realized how long the mass mailing took. Smiling widely, the guy called his interlocutor cruel and asked him to wait a little longer. The young man looked at the screen and decided that the main condition for creating rumors was to sow doubt. The survivor typed something on the keyboard. Several articles appeared on the screen about who could have robbed the warehouse with supplies. The protagonist smiled and thought that the best way to hide the truth was to bury it in a pile of lies. Typing his fingers on the keyboard, Jang assumed that he would be able to deceive most people. The guy raised his eyebrows and realized that this scoundrel's information would simply be mixed with a pile of other articles, so few would believe it. The young man pressed the button and concluded that this way he could reduce the risk of being discovered. A loading bar appeared on the screen. The survivor realized that for now the only real threat to him could be the locals. He stretched and decided to leave everything else to fate. The protagonist headed for the exit of the room. With a smirk on his face, Jang declared that Fengda must definitely die. The guy left a backpack with supplies on the threshold of the house where the man lived. Taking the machine gun in his hands, the young man decided to take his time and observe. The sight was aimed right at the door. Lying on the ground, the survivor realized that the distance was right and wanted to kill the villain as soon as he came out to get the groceries. The protagonist picked up the phone and said that he left his things by the door. The backpack was standing on the porch, which was covered with snow. Jang took aim and wondered why the blackmailer had not come out yet. The guy looked at the phone screen and assumed that the neighbor had not received the message yet. The young man pressed the contact icon. The survivor raised his eyebrows and thought about the fact that he could not contact him now. He frowned and realized that otherwise the enemy would understand that he was being watched and reveal his location. The protagonist pressed his sights to the scope and decided to wait a little longer since the villain could not help but come out. Jang looked carefully through the scope. The door of the house opened slightly. Fengda looked out to pick up the backpack. The guy immediately pulled the trigger. The man took the bag with one hand and smiled. A bullet immediately shot through his head. The young man ran to the house and thought that it was not in vain that he spent so much time in the snow. The survivor fired a few more times and said that the hacker asked for it. He entered the house and saw an open laptop on the table. The protagonist pointed his machine gun at it, but decided not to destroy it since there could be a lot of valuable information there. Jang transferred the computer to subspace and said that while the laptop was there, the information would not be able to get to the outside world. The guy frowned and realized that he would have to rely on fate for the rest. The young man headed for the exit and decided that it was time to go back since the danger had passed. The survivor smiled and thought that the information would probably have been lost in a pile of lies if the blackmailer had managed to publish it. When he returned home, Ju asked why he was gone for so long. The girl set the table and asked her friend to eat. The protagonist said that he was actually a little hungry. The women surrounded him. Jang asked if they had received any messages. Yami confirmed this and showed him her phone. Putting her hands on the table, the doctor said that she had also received several messages and asked what it meant. The model suggested that someone was trying to hide something from them. The guy took the cup in his hand and explained that this was true because it was his doing. The young man put the cup on the saucer and thought that within 8 hours, hundreds of messages would be sent to the forums of this city and to every mobile phone. The survivor stood in the lab. Since he could not prevent the spread of information, he could only try to cover it up with a bunch of spam. The surgeon sat down at the table and asked if this would not arouse even more suspicion. The star agreed and said that this topic would attract attention from others if it became popular. The male lead put a piece of meat in his mouth and replied that attracting attention was inevitable. Jang tilted his head and explained that such articles would help confuse people, and then they would not be able to figure out whether they were true or not. The guy took a sip and concluded that this would make it unlikely for him to be discovered. Yanmi smiled widely and called him very smart. The girl leaned on her hands and realized that this was the equivalent of scandals in her field, where a scandal involving a bigger celebrity would outweigh a smaller scandal. The woman closed her eyes and thought about how her friend was not only cute, but also quite smart. Turning to her friend, Joe reminded him that all of these messages had been sent from his computer and asked if someone tracking his IP address would lead him here. The boy silently closed his eyes and continued eating. Throwing up her hands, the doctor said that she had meant something completely different and decided that there weren't many people left alive in the city and that many of them didn't have such knowledge. The survivor smiled when the surgeon praised him for his excellent work. He picked up his chopsticks and explained that the only way to completely hide their trace on the internet would be to return to a primitive society. The model's mouth dropped open in surprise. The girl's eyes widened, and the protagonist said that he did not expect to be able to hide from prying eyes, but that most people would not suspect him. Jang smiled and said that due to the use of the internet, contact with others was simply unavoidable. The guy picked up a piece of potato with his chopsticks and thought that this day would have come much later if not for Fengda. The young man put the food in his mouth and explained that he did not like being forced to do something, so the hacker had to die. Looking at his friend, the survivor said that he must protect this place at all costs, and added that they have no rivals except for well-organized and armed groups. The star put her hands to her chest and said that she was glad to hear this, and the protagonist asked her not to rejoice prematurely. Her cheeks turned red when Jang explained that they cannot sit still, despite his confidence that he would be able to protect their shelter. Yanmi scratched the back of her head. The guy wondered what she was thinking about during such an important conversation. The boy snapped his fingers and asked if his friend was listening. The model looked up at him in surprise when the survivor said that they should help him make traps. Ju's mouth dropped open in amazement and asked what that meant. The protagonist spread his arms and explained that the defensive capabilities of this shelter were simply amazing, since the purpose of this building was to survive a nuclear war or a large-scale natural disaster. Jang put his hand to his chin and added that there were not enough plans for other disasters and that there were few counterattacks. The guy smirked and said that he wanted to set traps around the shelter. The boy furrowed his brows in determination and said that they should show who was boss if anyone dared to attack them. The doctor crossed her arms over her chest and promised to help everyone in her power. The star clenched her fist and explained that she did not understand such things very well, but she would diligently carry out all the tasks set before her. The survivor rose from the table and agreed. He pulled out many necessary things from the subspace. The protagonist picked up a nail and said that the most difficult thing to find was a trap hidden in the snow. The girls sat down next to him. Jang decided to tell them how to make a trap and asked them to listen to him carefully. The guy frowned and warned that if any of them fell into it, then everyone would be in big trouble. The young man hammered a nail into a board and explained that this was an excellent option. The survivor turned over the board with nails and said that such a trap would easily pierce the sole of a shoe. After looking at the nail, he asked his friends to do the same with the rest of the nails and added that they could use screws, which would increase the area of damage. The protagonist put the board on the floor and said that they needed to make at least 1,000 of these traps to cover the nearest 100 meters from their shelter. Taking a trap in his hands, Jang assumed that his allies had seen it on TV and explained that it was a deadly trap that would pierce the leg to the bone. Pointing at a piece of plywood, the guy said that the traps definitely needed to be placed on the boards and asked his friends to deal with this task. The women began to diligently hammer nails into the boards. The young man looked out the window and thought that there were 2 ways to get here. The survivor frowned and decided that they also needed to bury mines on the approaches to the shelter. He smiled nervously and realized that the most important thing was to be extremely careful, since these things could even disable a tank. The girls looked back when the protagonist said that they needed to come up with a backup plan in case the enemy found a way to get around the traps. It was snowing outside. The heroes left the shelter. Jang asked his friends not to place the traps too far from each other and explained that it would be better if the victim stepped on one of them and immediately fell into another. Ju buried nails in the snow. If a person fell on such a trap with their chest or neck, they would die immediately. Yami knelt down. The guy asked them not to bury the nails too deep, as the snow would continue to fall for some time. The young man began to dig a hole with a shovel. The survivor planted a mine there. Then he covered it with snow. The protagonist leaned on the shovel and realized that after such a snowfall, their tracks would definitely be covered. Jang smiled and decided to tell about a method that would not allow the enemy to get out. The guy picked up a grenade tripwire and thought that if someone touched the wire, there would be several explosions at once. The young man buried the grenades in the snow. The survivor wiped his forehead with his sleeve and said that they were almost done. He headed for the door and realized that there were traps outside, and inside the shelter they had tunnels, sleeping gas and flamethrowers, so victory would be on their side. The protagonist looked at his hand and mentally called himself the last line of defense. The light was on in the living room. The model smiled widely and asked when the enemy would arrive. Jang frowned and was indignant that his girlfriend was just waiting for all their efforts to be in vain and for them to be found as soon as possible. The guy fell on the couch and assumed that it would be a long time. The women came up to him. The young man explained that a normal person would not attack someone at such a time. The star put her hand to her chin and understood what was going on. Yami raised her eyebrows and thought about what was better, a stable life here or a war with those outside. Suddenly, she looked back. The girl noticed her friend working with a welding machine and asked if these doors were not secure enough. The survivor said that most of the rooms here were automated. The protagonist with a special mask on his face explained that if someone could hack their control center, then he would be able to open this door easily. Jang welded a lock to the door and added that even technology has its drawbacks, and basic physics never fails. Several additional locks appeared on the door. The guy put his hands on his waist and said that they needed to think it over again. Looking at him with a smile, the woman thought that this person would be able to live longer than most people. Standing at the door, the young man said that it would be great if they had a person who is related to the IT field. Yami looked down and said that Xingxin is quite good at it. Zhu raised her hand and asked if she was in Tianhai now. The doctor introduced the girl on stage and told her that she was their cousin who had won many international awards in the field when she was just a child. Her cousin was in a wheelchair because she was paralyzed from the lower part of her body. The surgeon said that if they needed someone who understood computers, they would not find a more suitable candidate. The survivor frowned and asked how they could find her. The model frowned sternly and explained that she had not been in touch for a long time. The protagonist scratched his chin and decided that she must have a way to keep in touch if she was still alive. Jang pointed at his friend and assumed that her cousin was simply ignoring her. The star asked why he thought so. With a finger down, the guy reminded her that the people in her family were quite smart and asked if they would ask her for help if they were in danger. The girl covered his mouth with her hand and called him disgusting. The boy crossed his arms and thought that Xingxin should be interested in joining them. Besides, she was disabled and would not pose a threat. Looking at his allies, the survivor mentally called them very beautiful and wondered if their cousin looked like them. The protagonist shook his head and sighed heavily. The woman asked what they should do now. Jang frowned and replied that they had no choice but to wait. Standing at the training ground, the boy saw that the news had finally leaked online after Feng's death, but it was immediately lost among the spam. The young man put the phone in his pocket and decided that if anyone dared to check the veracity of this news, they would definitely be tough guys, and among them there would probably be hackers. The survivor took an arrow out of his quiver. Blue fire lit up around it. The arrow flew forward. It pierced the center of the target. The protagonist smiled happily. He squeezed the burning bow in his hands and realized that soon the project of his arrows with increased range would be ready. A powerful aura appeared around him. Jang thought that he could increase his own abilities by using this skill on himself and that it would help him in close combat. The guy clenched his fists and decided that his abilities had great potential, although they did not seem like anything special. Scary sounds were heard from his stomach. The young man ate a protein bar and realized that this skill spent a lot of energy. The survivor closed his eyes and thought about how he had not yet mastered the skill of photosynthesis, and was indignant that he had to get energy from food. The protagonist sat down on the floor and decided that even superhumans had to eat to replenish their strength, since without food they were nothing. He smiled widely and realized that the amount of food he had had unexpectedly become an indicator. Jang licked his lips and wondered if this made him invincible. The guy spread his arms and realized that few could compete with him in this. The man sitting in the shelter of the Western Military District asked if they had not managed to solve the energy problem. Holding a tablet in her hands, the girl said that they had familiarized themselves with the results of previous studies. She put the documents on the table and explained that the address of most of these posts was Yunch Mansion number 101 and that the following message had arrived on Feng's phone. The commander clasped his hands and asked her to tell him more about this young man. The woman approached the table and reported that the survivor was a warehouse manager in Tianhai City and that the investigation had shown that his social circle overlapped with Fengda. The shelter leader placed his hand on the table and stated that it was impossible for a small manager to be the instigator. He leaned back in his chair and suggested that he had managed to stock up on supplies that had kept him alive until now, and the assistant agreed and said that it was unlikely that one person could empty an entire warehouse. The man smirked and concluded that this was all foreign interference and that the enemy must have known about the disaster and taken the supplies with the help of an employee. The girl frowned and asked how he managed to solve such complex cases so quickly. She raised her eyebrows and asked if they should continue the investigation. The commander frowned sternly and suggested sending people there, as they might find something useful there. The woman promised to organize a sortie right away. Snow was falling over the palace. Chunlei hugged his Dakamakura and wondered if he wasn't supposed to be a hero who captured the hearts of beauties. He looked at his phone screen, feeling guilty for running away as soon as he saw his opponent. He raised his eyebrows and decided to look for more information about what happened in the warehouse. The chosen one moved to the computer and found something. He adjusted his glasses and noticed that all the information except one was coming from the same IP address. An article titled "Warehouse Theft Case" appeared on the screen. Scratching his chin, Chunlei learned that goods worth tens of billions of yuan were stolen in one go, and decided that the protagonist now seemed very suspicious to him. Walking back and forth, he wondered if Zhang was the one who robbed the warehouse, and realized that it was possible since supernatural powers existed. The boy crossed his arms and concluded that such a thing was only possible with a certain power, which was capable of hoarding a bunch of things like a vacuum cleaner. Frowning, he remembered how his attack had seemingly evaporated in front of his face that day, and assumed that this was the manifestation of his enemy's ability. Chunlei's eyes widened and he realized that his opponent had taken it in another place and released it in another. The boy clenched his fists and concluded that the villain had the ability of the space system, which helped him clean out that warehouse. The boy smirked and decided that this also explained how he got such a beautiful snowmobile, which was not often found in the south. He lay down on his bed and thought about the enemy's abilities. Looking at the ceiling, Chunlei realized that his ability was clearly inferior in comparison. The boy looked at the Dakamakura and assumed that he had met the main villain. The boy frowned and remembered that in games there are always bosses for killing whom you get more points. He pressed himself against the pillow and thought about how he couldn't defeat him, since his opponent was completely absorbing his attacks. The chosen one furrowed his brows and realized that in that case, they would be better off as allies. Chunlei ran to the exit and thought about how he needed to warn the villagers not to provoke him. The boy opened the door and asked if anyone was there. The man looked around and remembered that his nephew always didn't like to go outside until he was forced to. The boy approached him and said that something important had happened. He waved his hands furiously, putting his glass on the table. The chosen one explained that his ability would not be able to withstand the scoundrel in any way, and added that he needed to inform everyone to stay away from him and be careful when fishing. The village chief frowned and scratched his beard thoughtfully. The old man smiled and asked if this was the man who had robbed the warehouse, which would mean he had billions worth of supplies. Chunlei confirmed this with a stern frown and said that without the ability of the space system, it would be impossible to pull off such a thing. The villagers' eyes widened in surprise. The man lowered his head and asked how many years their comrades could live on these supplies. The boy raised his hand and asked his uncle not to even think about it. The village chief narrowed his eyes and reminded them that their village had about 1,000 people and asked if no one would agree to help them. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that it was too dangerous. The old man closed his eyes and said that he lacked courage and wondered if they would be unable to fight back. The villager scratched his beard and explained that he was willing to risk his own life for the survival of their village. Snow fell over the mansion. The heroes were having dinner at a round table. Yami put a piece of meat in her mouth and thought that here she didn't have to worry about food and clothes, so everything wasn't so bad. Something hit the closed window. The protagonist got up from the table and said that someone had come. Zhang went to the window and said that he would check everything himself. The guy went to the window and picked up the binoculars. A crowd of people was approaching the shelter. The young man smiled and thought that it happened faster than expected. The survivor picked up a rifle and decided that ordinary people were not a threat to him, unlike the villagers. He took aim and realized that he would have to use his skill to kill that person. The people were getting closer and closer to the mansion. The local resident opened his mouth and was surprised that there was such a luxurious house next to their village. Suddenly, the man raised his hand and screamed. His comrade ran up to him and asked what happened. Nails pierced his leg. The wounded man shouted that there were traps in the snow. The fisherman looked at him in amazement, ordered the others to get it and asked everyone to be careful. The headman put the phone to his ear and said that it would not be a problem for them. The old man looked at his comrades and asked them to move more slowly, using branches to find a safe path. The people began to tap the snow on their way. They surrounded the mansion from all sides. Holding a machine gun in his hands, the protagonist concluded that it was time for a second trap. The man dug up a board with nails and ordered the others to continue forward. A local resident picked up the trap and asked what it was. His foot got caught on the wire. There was a powerful explosion. Zhang said that it was just wonderful. The people saw a crater from the explosion in front of them and shouted that they were grenades. The fisherman looked at his comrade and said that his whole face and body were covered in blood. The man lifted his t-shirt and noticed wounds from shrapnel. He grabbed his head and began to roll back and forth on the ground. His foot hit a tripwire. Another explosion thundered. People scattered. Someone shouted that they couldn't go any further. The blast wave knocked the locals off their feet. Many of them were injured or fell into other traps. The fisherman opened his mouth in fear and asked how this could happen. He looked around and said that they needed to call Chunlei because they didn't know how many more traps there were. The heroes surrounded their leader and said that his nephew should take the lead, because otherwise they would all die. The village chief took off the headphones from his neck and remembered how the boy had tried to talk him out of this attack, and now they had suffered heavy losses before they even reached the door. Keeping his gun on the enemies, the protagonist wondered why the owner of the snow ability had not appeared yet. Jiang frowned and thought about shooting him since they were 200 meters away from the shelter. Without lowering his rifle, the boy asked them to hurry. The old man looked away and decided that he would never beg a child for help. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Throwing up his hands, the village chief asked why his comrades were so afraid and stated that they could handle it without Chunlei. Taking a step forward, he asked his friends not to worry and suggested that they move on, gradually disabling the traps. The man pointed at the house and said that the enemy would not be able to do anything to them as long as he was locked in there. The villager handed his companion a telescope and asked him to take a look inside. The fisherman looked through the telescope. Suddenly, he smiled widely. Through the window, he could see Zhu and Yami sitting at the table eating dinner. The man looked around and asked his companions to take a look and asked if he was seeing things. The boy looked through the telescope and wondered if this was paradise, and his friend asked what they should do about the traps lying under the snow. The villager scratched his chin and suggested calling Chunlei, who could clear the area with his skill and find all the traps. The village chief frowned furiously and asked if their village was full of weak-willed cowards. The old man looked around and called for those who were afraid to go back so that their families would be ashamed. The people went forward to prove their courage and catch the scoundrel. The fisherman smiled and said that they had nothing to be afraid of, as these traps were just small stuff if they were extremely careful. The boys started throwing stones forward to reveal the traps. The trap snapped shut. The man asked his comrades to stay away from the traps and said that soon they would have delicious food and beautiful women. The headman clenched his fist and encouraged them to continue in the same spirit. The people confidently began to move forward. Soon the crowd approached the mansion. Keeping them at gunpoint, the protagonist called them desperate and decided that the traps would no longer be effective if they carefully examined everything. Jiang smiled and said that this method would not work against high-tech weapons. The fishermen held guns in their hands. The old man ordered them to follow the others and open fire only when necessary. The man grinned and promised to kill the enemy as soon as he appeared. The girls looked out the window worriedly. Zhu closed her eyes and wondered how many people would die this time. Yami asked what their comrade was going to do with so many people. The doctor crossed her arms and wondered if she lacked the courage to follow him. The boy picked up the phone. Standing by the window, the young man activated the noise cancellation function. The survivor looked ahead and activated the explosives. Several explosions were heard in the open area. The blast wave threw people in different directions. Their torn bodies fell into the snow. The protagonist scratched his chin and was upset that he had so little explosives and that he would not be able to save these people from unnecessary suffering. The women watched in horror at what was happening outside the window. The man raised his hand and asked for their help. The surgeon turned away, and the model vomited. Jiang crossed his arms and said that it was better to die like this than to suffer, freezing to the bone. The village chief opened his mouth in shock and someone shouted that they were all dead. The boy grabbed the leader by the leg and said that his comrades were simply blown to pieces. The old man could not hold on and fell to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, cursing his enemy. The local grabbed his head and shouted that their enemy was not a man, but a living devil. Kneeling, the fisherman said that they just needed supplies, and the scoundrel killed dozens of their people. Jiang zipped up his jacket and asked the system to open the window. A bow and arrow appeared in his hands. The boy pulled the bowstring and thought that after half a month of practice, he no longer needed to aim, even when he fired 3 arrows at the same time. They flew forward. The arrows pierced the men's heads. The boy opened his mouth in horror. An arrow pierced his temple. The men raised their guns. The arrow immediately killed one of them. The other archers threw down their weapons in panic and ran away. The local man clenched his fist and wondered why the arrows could reach them even from such a distance when the wind was so strong. The village chief fell to all fours and said that it was all his fault and that he should have listened to his nephew. The old man slapped himself and said that he deserved to die. The young man aimed his sights at him. The survivor pulled the bowstring and decided that it was his turn. Suddenly, a snowstorm swirled in front of the mansion. The blizzard made it difficult to see an aim. The protagonist grinned and asked if his enemy could not stand it any longer. Jiang took out his sniper rifle and realized that the other ability user had also joined the game. Chunlei raised his hands in front of him and asked his comrades to leave quickly. People helped the wounded escape from the battlefield. The boy furrowed his brows and thought about how he needed to buy some time and how he couldn't run away like last time. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and realized that he would hardly be able to attack from such a distance. The young man took out his equipment from the subspace and wanted to test how long his enemy would last. The survivor put on his bulletproof vest and asked his girlfriends to wait for him here. The chosen one raised his hand to control the whirlwind and noticed that his enemy had not appeared yet. People continued to run away from the mansion, taking advantage of the fact that nothing could be seen because of the whirlwind. Suddenly, there was a bang and snow rose into the air. The protagonist smiled and turned on the autopilot. Jang looked out of the car window and opened fire. Carrying the wounded man on his back, the boy asked his comrade to stop the enemy. The boy narrowed his eyes and saw his sworn enemy in the crowd. The young man took aim and fired. The bullet flew right past Chunlei's head. The man on the sled extended his hand to help him escape. The survivor got back behind the wheel of the car and realized that he could not pass up such a perfect chance to kill the enemy. The boy climbed onto the dog sled and said that they could only hope that their enemy would miss. The protagonist looked out of another window and decided to deal with the others. The chosen one opened his mouth in fear. The sled flipped over after a couple of shots. As Jang drove past the corpses, he thought about the limitations of his enemy and that he would not be able to protect everyone. The boy took aim and realized that he had to kill them all to protect himself. The protagonist's car sped through the snowy wasteland. The man, turning around, shouted at his allies to throw the bodies off the sled. With his mouth slightly open, the boy said that these were the bodies of his father and brother and could they not bury them properly. They threw both corpses off as they drove. The hero, driving around the bodies, noticed their cunning. He leaned out of the window, taking out a sniper rifle. A bullet pierced the heads of two enemies. The man, turning his head, shouted at Chunlei to at least think of something. The guy, frowning, noted that he warned about this outcome. Suddenly, his head was struck by a blue light, which meant an idea. The gifted one put his hand in front of him. The ice began to crack. The car was driving straight into this hole. The front wheel was stuck in this hole. The hero leaned out to see. Standing on the car, he realized that the guy was actually able to split such a thick layer of ice. The young man fired his weapon. Nothing was visible in his sight because of the storm. Exhaling steam, the protagonist realized that it was probably impossible to fight these people on the ice. Kicking the tire, the guy noted that if the ice was thinner, it would have already fallen under the water along with the car. The car was rushing towards his base. Two girls were waiting for him at home. Ju, raising her head, asked about the success of catching the guy who attacked them last time. Sitting down on the couch, the protagonist answered negatively, explaining that he did not dare to confront him openly and used his abilities to escape, so it really was not easy to kill him. Yanmi, putting her hands on her knees, noted that the guy killed many people. After all, shouldn't she be afraid that he will have problems in the future? Sweat appeared on her face while she was discussing the duration of this snowfall. The hero, pinching her cheek, asked her what she was thinking about. As he was leaving, the guy said he was hungry and asked them to cook something, and Joe asked him what he would like to have for a snack. The model covered her mouth with her hands when she heard the hero's food wishes, which included pig brains, malsuing, fried duck navels with garlic shoots and intestines. Smiling, the young man asked her if she was feeling unwell, since she should also eat to regain her strength, but the girl exclaimed that he was crazy. The village of Zuizia was visible and screams were heard from it about where someone's son was. The girl ran to the sleigh, calling her son and asking about her husband and what had happened to him. The guy, looking at the family, quietly said that he had warned them about this after all. The man, grabbing his hand, told him to quickly follow him since the others wanted to see him. They walked towards the crowd of people. The girl, wiping away her tears, said that the young man was the only one who refused to go because he was the only one of them who had special abilities, and when something happened, he was the one who had to take the initiative and he just stayed home. Another girl was also crying, asking him if he knew how many people had died because of him, but the guy explained that he asked them not to go because they had all been warned. Pointing her finger at him, she said that if he had been there and used his abilities, then everyone would have been alive. The elder, frowning, told them to stop and not say anything. Approaching the guy, he asked him to go inside because they were already waiting for him. His grandfather was lying on the bed, happy that his grandson had come. Chunlei took his hand while he was talking about how he was to blame for not listening to the guy, because if it weren't for the old man, these people would not have died. Opening his mouth, the grandfather noted that he had been too careless as their past victories had blinded him because he had previously thought that there was no person they could not defeat. Looking at the ceiling, the old man said that they were simple villagers because what could they understand except fishing and working in the fields, and their arrogance cost many lives, but the young man asked him not to say that. Turning to him, the grandfather explained that he would tell the villagers everything, because if they wanted to blame someone, it would not be Chunlei because they were simpletons and could not compete with such powerful people. Tears flowed from his tears and he said that all the villagers had lost their loved ones, and therefore they said such rude things. So there was no point in holding a grudge against them. They were all dear to each other and should be together no matter what. The young man, crying, explained that he did not take the words of the villagers seriously and understood them perfectly well. Tears continued to flow from the grandfather's eyes, and he talked about how he was dying and just wanted to make their lives better, and when death finally overtakes him, the guy will have to take care of the residents. Closing his eyes, the old man also added that he was tired and wanted to get some sleep. The grandfather turned away. Residents burst into the building. There were still tears in the young man's eyes. Going outside, Chunlei remembered the old man's dying words about protecting people. Clutching his head, the young man understood that if the hero came here, it would be unlikely to resist him, so all he could do was run. Opening his mouth wide, he said that he had previously thought that after awakening his powers he would become strong, but now so many problems had fallen on his shoulders, and added that he just wanted to lie in bed and do nothing. Suddenly he noticed a girl. Blushing, she asked the young man's name. He introduced himself and asked the name of the interlocutor. Smiling, she introduced herself as Lily and thanked him for saving her father, because he said that if the boy had not been there, their entire group could have died. Rubbing the back of his head, he said that he simply did what he had to. Clenching his fist, the boy realized that Lily was right and that to be a hero, one must act accordingly. Smiling, the girl explained that her father could not come in person, so she wanted to thank the boy on his behalf. The same one said that they were from the same village after all and therefore did not deserve gratitude, and added that if she needed anything in the future, she could just come to him. Chunlei's heart began to beat hard. The boy realized that he did not know the girl very well, assuming that she might live in the 5th district. Clenching his fist, he decided from that day on to protect their shared home in order to ensure a peaceful future for her and their children. Entering the house, the guy assumed that the protagonist was most likely angry and could attack the village in the future and kill everyone. Sitting on the bed, the young man remembered that he promised his grandfather to protect the village, and now that he had found his love, he could not allow the hero to ruin his happiness, but he also understood that he could not attack head-on, otherwise there would be casualties. Hitting his fist on his palm, he realized that it would be best to hold peaceful negotiations, so he needed to try to maintain friendly relations with him. Jumping out of bed, Chunlei thought that he was a genius, because only he could come up with such a wonderful idea, and therefore he needed to protect the villagers and Lily. Sitting down at the computer, the guy thought about whether Lily liked him, because after all, he slept with her father and apparently she was secretly in love with him. The protagonist was burying something, realizing that these traps would help protect against the next enemy raid. Raising his hand, the hero also knew that he needed to find an opportunity to get rid of the person with abilities, since if he became stronger, it could become a huge problem. While laying grenades in the snow, Jang understood that they would not become friends, so he definitely needed to kill him. The young man fell onto the sofa. The girl sat down next to him. Suddenly, his phone rang. The hero, with his eyes wide open, looked at him. Looking at the phone, he tried to figure out who it could be. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist heard the words from the phone that it was Chunlei calling and his words of gratitude for picking up the call, and also heard a question about whether he could spare him some time since he had something to discuss. Frowning, the young man asked if he lived in Sujia village, but the interlocutor explained that he lived in Zudong village, which was not far from the one the guy named, and also added that he called in the hope of an agreement since he had a desire to avoid future conflicts. The protagonist smirked and asked again. He tilted his head back and noted that the other man was the one who had caused trouble, and now they were talking about a truce right after their defeat. Sitting at the table, Chunlei exclaimed that he hoped for his understanding since they had done wrong. He said with wide eyes that they would not cause any harm since they had already suffered huge losses, and now they would be ready to accept any conditions to prove their sincerity. The protagonist smirked and asked if he was ready to come and talk as a representative of the village. The guy frowned and answered in the affirmative. The hero lay down on the girl's lap and asked the other man who he was. His eyes widened when he heard the other man say that he was the one with whom the protagonist had fought twice. Turning his head to the side, the young man listened to Chunlei's question about whether he could come from the village now for a conversation, and the hero asked if the village was ready for any conditions, to which the answer was that they were ready for everything, if of course it did not go beyond reasonable limits. Frowning, the guy exclaimed that he wanted only one thing, and that was the interlocutor. Grinning, he realized that his ability was extremely powerful in the modern world, and if he could get him on his side, then it could be very useful in the future. With his eyes wide open, the villager shouted that he was still a man, but the protagonist interrupted him, not understanding what he was thinking and explaining that he was only interested in his ability. Still lying on his knees, Jang said that if he wanted peace, he should come to him and only then make a final decision. Smiling, the guy added that otherwise he would not tolerate it any longer. Chunlei's mouth widened and he exclaimed in denial. The capable man's eyes widened as the other man told him that his abilities didn't work on him and that he only needed to reach the other side of the river to wipe their village off the face of the earth. And Chunlei exclaimed that destroying their village wouldn't do any good, so he shouldn't act rashly. Jumping up from his chair, he also explained that they could be useful, and since they were close to each other, if one tried to attack the other would be able to provide quick support. The protagonist tilted his head back and asked again, noting that they were still the main enemies. Standing up, the hero explained that if the other man couldn't defeat him but was looking for peace, he would have to pay for such a service. Leaning his hand on his knee, he also said that the other guy still had an advantage in this world and asked if it was possible not to use it. Frowning, the hero added that only the other guy had the right to negotiate with him, so it was up to him to decide whether the village would be destroyed or not, depending on his mood. Raising his hand, the boy replied that he would come. Throwing his head back, he tried to say something, until the young man explained to him that he was waiting for him at 14:30 since it was not so cold outside at that time. Falling to his knees, the boy understood that he would definitely come to an end after this meeting. Falling onto the bed, Chunlei realized that he would die in any case, and his youth and wonderful long life were not destined to come true. Putting the phone on the table, the hero knew that he already had an idea of his abilities, so he did not pose much of a threat, assuming that perhaps he should be killed. Frowning, he realized that this man's ability would have great potential, and if he became stronger, his skill would be cooler than his uncle's. Stretching, the guy decided to first check this capable man, and only then think about killing him. The girl entered the room with the sleeping boy. Coming closer, she timidly said that she wanted to lie down with him. Stretching, the hero explained that he had things to do after lunch and also did not have an extra pillow. He lay down on her lap. The protagonist turned to face her. Lying under her skirt, the boy asked to wake him up in 2 hours. The girl, covering her face, red with shame, with her hands, answered affirmatively. Jang was sitting on the balcony with a rifle. This boy appeared in the sight. Looking through the sight, the boy understood that as soon as he got close enough, he could easily take his life. Suddenly, his leg flew forward because of the slippery snow. Chunlei fell. Watching him get up, the boy knew that it was not worth judging such people by their appearance. Suddenly, he fell again. Looking through the scope, the hero realized that he was apparently scared. Grinning, he decided to leave him alive, since the boy did not look like a threat at all and he could talk to him. Holding the phone to his ear, the villager said that he had come to the place and asked how they could meet, since there were traps near the house and they could not go further, but words were heard from the phone that he was already here. The protagonist appeared in front of him. The hero, looking at him, asked his name again. Frowning, the boy reminded that he had come here for the purpose of a truce, since they should stop fighting, since bloodshed would not benefit anyone, since the slaughter was simply pointless. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that it was not up to him to decide, because did he not understand that it was the village that attacked first? Rubbing the back of his head, the possessor of the ability answered affirmatively and added that he admitted his guilt and asked what he wanted for the sake of peace. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy asked what the interlocutor could offer him as an apology, to which he replied that he was ready for anything except the lives of the villagers. Frowning, the hero asked who gave the order to attack him, because first of all, this person must die. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that it was his grandfather. The protagonist smiled strangely, hearing the words that the old man was so scared of Jang's power that he died after returning home, and after the words, asked if he was really happy about the death of a relative. Rubbing the back of his head, Chunlei explained that the dead were no longer with them, and the survivors should think about the future, because after all, they are also to blame for this, and there is no point in blaming only the interlocutor. The young man, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that he was really not bad, and also asked if there were any relatives among the dead and if he wanted revenge. Lowering his arms, the villager explained that his parents died shortly after the apocalypse began. Remembering how he buried them, he said that his father had a heart attack on the very first day due to a sharp drop in temperature, and they did not have the opportunity to send him to the hospital, which led to his death, and his mother was in poor health, which is why she passed away. Rubbing the back of his head again, the boy said that he did not really want to spread this information to everyone. Looking down, he also said that such things affect mood and thinking. Pointing at his interlocutor, the hero asked about the rest of his family, because did he really not have other relatives in the village? Raising his hand to his chin, the villager answered affirmatively. Looking off to the side, he explained that even though they were all relatives, they had always looked down on him, because he had previously been some kind of trash who only knew how to sit at home and play computer games. Rubbing his nose, the guy also asked whether he really needed to get attached to people who treated him like that. Raising his hands, Chunlei also said that he did not hate the interlocutor because of the deaths of the villagers, but on the contrary, he admired him because he looked very cool with a sniper rifle. The hero, looking at him, summed up by saying that he would still give him one chance because of his determination. Raising his hands, the protagonist also explained that he was not at all interested in his village, since they would not do anything to him anyway. The villager smiled broadly, not believing the words of the interlocutor that he was really interesting for his sake, and the hero would be ready to forgive them. Holding his hand out in front of him, Jang also told him to calm down as there were other demands. Crossing his arms over his chest, he explained that from now on, the villager had to obey his orders and had no right to disobey. Crawling away, Chunlei asked if the hero really needed his body, but he told him to shut up and not make him kill. A figurine appeared in his hand, as the interlocutor would definitely not resist such a thing. Handing the figurine to the boy, the protagonist explained that he would only treat him well if he was loyal enough. Blushing with embarrassment, the villager could not believe that he was being given such a thing, and Jang explained that he had many such things as well as many treats. The boy pressed the figurine to his face, while the interlocutor explained that if he followed him, he would receive more figurines, pillows, discs, and everything else. Turning away, the protagonist also asked him for a favor since they were already gathered. A car appeared in front of him and he said that the interlocutor would see everything himself. The same one exclaimed in surprise that the young man was still the king of space and time, and these abilities are incredibly unique. Getting behind the wheel, the guy asked where he picked up such phrases, and the man in the passenger seat explained that it was just a title from one anime. Grinning, the hero thought about this nickname. Raising his head, he remembered that he returned on the eve of the end of the world, and this is a kind of time travel and perhaps there are still some undiscovered abilities. Smiling, the protagonist understood that now his powers are in their infancy, and perhaps in the future it will be possible to use the abilities more skillfully and effectively. They drove through the snowy desert and Chunlei asked where they were going, to which the answer was about searching for treasures. Snow-covered skyscrapers were visible and the hero asked his companion to clear the area of snow. The boy put his hands in front of him. A wave of power burst out of his hands, breaking the snow in its path. A huge block hung in the air. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, understood that he should be on guard and first study his new ally well. A gas station appeared from under the snow and the hero praised his friend. Grinning, he realized that thanks to the abilities of his new ally, resource extraction would be much easier. Holding out the food, Jang advised him to eat it to replenish his strength. Having unpacked the delicacy, the boy realized that it was his favorite chocolate bar, which he had not eaten for a long time. The hero began to slide down the snow. He left the gas station building and his companion asked if he was finished. Having risen higher, the guy replied that everything was ready and Chunlei noted that he was incredibly cool. Helping him up, the young man asked if he had ever had to search for supplies, to which he replied in the negative, because it was too cold outside to just go far from the village. Approaching the car, the villager explained that even their sled dogs were not suitable for this, since they were not used to this climate and had a hard time being outside, and added that they had searched a couple of warehouses and stores near the village and that was more than enough for them. Patting him on the shoulder, the hero noted that there would be no more problems with this. Holding out the backpack, the young man said that there was food in it and that this would serve as a kind of reward. With wide eyes, the ally asked if that was too much. Smiling, the hero said that he always treats his people well, and if he is loyal to him, he will no longer have to worry about food and clothing, and the boy exclaimed that in that case he will work hard. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked his companion how his abilities awakened, but he could not immediately answer. Sweat appeared on the face of the villager as he explained that after his mother died, he lost the meaning of life, but he could not bring himself to commit suicide, so he simply lay in bed, trying to starve himself. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, the hero suggested that the awakening occurred due to imminent death due to hunger, but this was followed by a negative answer. Blushing, Chunlei explained that he had never had to fight the feeling of hunger before, so he decided that before he died, he could please himself a little. Grinning, the protagonist asked how many times this had been done, to which he replied that it had been more than 20 times, after which he lost consciousness. Covering his face with his hand, the boy could not believe that someone would do something like this before dying, and his companion added that after that he felt changes in his body, namely a refreshing and wonderful feeling. They continued driving and suddenly the villager asked if his new ally could take him to the other side, to which the young man replied that his car was not suitable for driving on ice. Frowning, the companion asked about the specialization of the car, because surely it was not a snowmobile, and the protagonist explained that a snowmobile is not an ice drift, so it can only drive on snow, but not on ice. Frowning, the boy knew that his ally's environment was ice, so he should be extremely vigilant. Looking at the boy, the hero advised him to be more careful, but he did not understand anything. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the protagonist explained that it had become increasingly dangerous lately and that their village was well known to everyone as a kingdom of grain and vegetables. So in the future there might be people who would try to steal their food, so they should be careful. Smiling, the boy realized that this village would now serve as a natural barrier to his refuge, so perhaps they would be able to absorb some of the hatred directed at him. Looking somewhere, he knew that such a tool in his hands would be an indispensable thing. The elder, frowning, asked about who allowed him to make decisions on his own, but the boy replied that he only saved the village from an attack. Raising his hand, Chunlei noted that he really didn't see that the village was not a rival to the protagonist, but the old man asked if he was ashamed to say that. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that if he hadn't chickened out and gone with them, it was unlikely that so many people would have been lost. Pointing his finger at the boy, the elder noted that if it weren't for the interlocutor, his third grandfather wouldn't have died, and added that now he came here and talked about the truce as if it was his merit, because it was simply shameless. Looking away, the boy reminded that he promised his grandfather to protect the village. Looking at the old man, the youth also explained that they should no longer have conflicts with the protagonist, so a truce would be the best option, but the elder told him to shut up. Frowning, the grandfather said that the boy was taking too much liberty and should ask permission from him, as the head of the village, before making any decisions, and also forbade him to act independently. Chunlei lowered his head. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder. Standing next to him, he also said that he knew that he had good intentions, but due to his young age, he was unable to assess the situation correctly, since their village had suffered heavy losses because of him, and the old man also had to protect him in front of the villagers so that they would not expel him. The boy turned his head and tried to say something. The grandfather, looking at him, interrupted him, noting that he knew what he wanted to say, but for the common good, he needed to atone for his guilt before the village and not do stupid things again. Getting closer to his face, the elder added that the young man should simply obey orders. With wide eyes, he asked if he understood, to which the answer was affirmative. Standing up, the old man said that the boy could go, but remember that making decisions on his own was forbidden. Looking at the departing villager, he understood that the youth of today were arrogant and domineering, so he should not think that he would be able to look down on his elders just because of his abilities. The elder held the phone in his hands, reading the boy's messages about how he had made peace with the hero and the village shouldn't worry about him, while the others praised him for such an action. Frowning, the old man couldn't believe that this lazy guy who never really left the house decided to play with him, especially when he was too young for it. Sitting on the couch, Jang talked about how the villagers would no longer cause them any trouble in the future, and Yami noted that this was wonderful. Zhu looked at her and asked if she wasn't scared to death. Looking down, the model explained that she simply didn't want to witness bloodshed again. She hugged her legs, realizing that if the confrontation continued, thousands of villagers could die for no reason, since the hero was clearly capable of doing this. Smirking, Zhu noted that after all, it wasn't her who was throwing up all day yesterday from this. Hugging the young man, she said that he was the best, and the guy explained that all these residents were just cockroaches and not a threat at all. Raising his hand to his chin, he also noted that if underground forces appeared in the future, it could become a problem, and the model said that he really liked to think about the worst outcome. Moving her head closer to the guy, she also said that such a problem can rarely be solved so quickly, suggesting to celebrate. The second girl, standing behind the bar, said that since it was decided to celebrate, they should drink. The hero, showing the amount with his fingers, explained that he did not want much, since he did not tolerate alcohol very well, and the model added that she would prepare a couple of snacks. Grinning, she understood that she was a star after all and therefore knew how to drink, and they would hardly be able to keep up with her pace. Holding 2 bottles of wine, the girl suggested starting with this. Yami went towards the kitchen. While drinking from a glass, the guy was talking about how he had forgotten to tell his companions that he had previously been selling alcoholic beverages. They had both already passed out. The young man was hovering over them. The model opened her eyes. The hero kissed her. With her eyes wide open, she explained that they couldn't do that here because the other girl was still there. But the protagonist said that it wasn't scary because she was sleeping and they just needed to be quiet, because how would they explain everything to her if she woke up? The girl covered her mouth with her hand. Their legs were lying on the couch. The young man was looking at his phone, reading a message from a villager saying that he was bored and wanted to come visit. There was also a message that they could form some kind of cartoon team. The guy put his hand on his head. Sitting down on the couch, he continued to read messages with all sorts of crazy suggestions. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked him if he really had nothing better to do. The hero covered his face with his hands, having read more words of admiration from his new ally. Holding the phone in his hands, Jang understood that society treats people like this with prejudice, so they become very attached to understanding people. Getting up from the couch, he knew that it would be enough for him to answer affirmatively to all his suggestions. Walking away, the guy tried to find out why everyone considered him evil. The young man sat down at the computer. Yanmi was watering flowers and the hero realized that she was coping with the garden, which was really good. Getting up, the guy said that this computer controlled the entire shelter, which was really convenient, but the downside was that without it, the shelter would quickly fail. Frowning, he realized that if one day the shelter's network was hacked, the consequences would be horrific. Putting his hands on the table with some devices, the hero tried to think of what could be done about it. The door was slightly open and one of the girls could be heard saying that the other one should help her since she had been with the hero for much longer and he would definitely listen to her. Ju's eyes widened as she said that she understood what she was feeling, but the protagonist knew well and he would never do something like that. Raising her hands, Yami explained that they couldn't just let her die since she was their sister, while the other girl noted that they didn't know what was wrong with her now since Jang was an extremely cautious person and wouldn't do that to save their lives. Closing her eyes, the model asked how they could even know until they tried. Raising one hand, she explained that a woman's best weapon was her body. Putting her hands on her legs, the second girl asked if she really wanted to just seduce him, but she exclaimed, saying that she would never do such a thing because it was all for her sister. The hero opened the door a little and watched their argument. With her eyes wide open, Ju said that she herself would not dare to do such a thing because it was too awkward. The guy, entering the room, asked if this was really what they always did at night. Taking the young man's hand, Yami answered that they did nothing like that, but only talked. Then the question followed about what happened between them here. Sitting down next to them, the hero asked her to tell him everything, because there should hardly be any secrets between them at all. Looking at them, he asked if they wanted to bring any of their family members to the shelter, but Ju answered negatively. She opened her eyes wider and explained that she had lost contact with her family after the storm and did not know if they were alive, and Yami added that someone had already contacted her. Looking at the model, the boy asked if they wanted to take her, but she also answered negatively. Frowning, the young man noted that since they were her family, they should still want to take her, but she explained that a member of her family had indeed contacted her, but they did not want to take her. Sweat appeared on the girl's face. Turning her head, she explained that her sister was indeed in danger and hoped that she could be saved. Looking at them, the boy noted that they had most likely already discussed this matter in private, but why would they want him to save a stranger? Taking his hand, Yami asked him to help save at least the remains of her family. On the other side, Ju approached, saying that she had nothing to do with the young man, but that this girl was their relative and if they just left her to die, they would not be able to live with it normally. Closing his eyes, the hero asked why they were asking him to save her, because they really did not understand what was happening outside. Putting his hands on his knees, he explained that the information about their location had been disclosed and a lot of people were eager to get their hands on the resources in this shelter. Getting out of bed, the protagonist also explained that if he went outside, he could lose everything, so it hardly made sense to go for a stranger. The girls grabbed him, saying that they could not watch her die because they were ready to do anything if he saved her. Ju approached the guy's ear and offered him something in return. The hero, looking at her, asked again. The girl, blushing, asked if he agreed. Exhaling, Yami explained that Xingxin had problems with her legs and it was scary to imagine how she could cope with such conditions. The young man remembered the name with his mouth open. Imagining this girl, the hero knew that she was 18 years old and had problems with her legs, and she was also a trustworthy computer genius and she would be the perfect person for a shelter. Taking the girl's hands, he said that he heard them and understood everything. Looking at the companions, the young man noted that since she was their sister, she would be like a sister to him too, so he could not stand aside and expose her to danger. Smiling, the girl thought that since the guy did this, it meant that he really loved her. With her eyes wide open, the model thanked him, and the hero asked if she now saw only an asshole who only thought about himself. Smiling, he explained that she was wrong since he was indifferent only to strangers, but people close to him were a completely different matter. Ju's eyes widened as she said that she had never doubted him because she knew that he really had a kind heart, and the model said that she would repay him well this time. The hero grinned and asked why only this time, because she really looked down on him, but she explained that the amount depended only on him. They all sat on the couch together, and the guy asked them to tell him more about the situation she was in now. Ju turned her head to her friend and asked her to tell him more. With her eyes widened, she explained that she was locked in the Tianqing Academy. Recalling the academy, she said that it was a leading elite school that was closed to the outside world, so ordinary people knew very little about it. It had its own kindergartens and schools, and the children of rich and influential people studied there. Sometimes genius children were recruited to this school, and graduates of the academy usually went into business or politics. Frowning, the guy said that he already knew this and asked how the girl with health problems managed to hold out there for so long. Putting a finger to her mouth, Yami explained that the academy had its own food channels and huge warehouses for food, and their sister, along with the others, locked herself in the cafeteria so as not to die of hunger. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he did not understand only one thing, because if she had a connection with the outside world, then why did she take advantage of this opportunity only now? Lowering his gaze, the model said that she forgot to ask her about it back then because of excitement. Taking the phone, she offered to call her right now. She held the phone to her ear and a robotic voice came from it, saying that the dialed number was not answered. Looking at the mobile device, Yanmi was sure that she would be able to contact her sister. Raising her hand to her face, Ju asked not to blame herself for this because most likely Xingxin decided that she was dead. Looking at the girl, Zhang asked her how far the academy was from here, to which she replied that it was 10 kilometers away. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy did not believe such an answer and said that the academy was located in the Xishan district and the direct route from here would be about 22 kilometers. Showing the girls a map, he explained that it was a real miracle that she managed to make at least one call, because the connection there was currently paralyzed and the distance was not small at all. Rubbing his chin, he also said that they could not rule out the fact that their sister could think about Yanmi's death, but the girl exclaimed that this was not so. Leaving, the young man called them to follow him because perhaps they would be able to contact her using the computer. They came to the control room. The guy, looking at the computer, noted that he most likely found them because there was a weak signal. The model opened her eyes wide, hearing the question from the phone about who was calling, and she exclaimed that it was Xingxin. Leaning over the phone, she said that it was her sister and asked to tell her where she was now because they would come and find her soon. The phone was picked up and words were heard from it that she was in the dining room and that it was very dangerous there and a request to take her away. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked what kind of danger it was and words were heard about some cats. He stared at the phone when a strange sound came from it. They were all looking at the phone when screams about some monsters were heard from it. The phone was still standing and screams were coming from it. Imagining the corpses of people, the young man realized that these were the sounds of gnawing bones, which was similar to the one he heard when he lived in the Yuelu district. The guy leaned lower over the phone. They all stared at him intently. Crossing his arms, the hero realized that he had previously underestimated the difficulty of the task because he thought that he just needed to find her and take her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist knew that he didn't want to get into trouble at all. The girls came closer to him. Smiling, he asked them not to worry because if it was said that his sister would be saved, then so it would be. Remembering his assistance, the hero realized that it was unlikely that problems would arise if he resorted to their help. Putting the phone to his ear, the young man understood that the strange sounds probably came from mutants and suddenly heard a question about what happened. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist explained that he was going on a mission to save a person at the Tanking Academy and the interlocutor was going with him. Joyful words were heard that it was cool and of course he would go with him. Frowning, the hero realized that if the paralyzed girl managed to hold out for so long, then the three of them would definitely cope with this task and immediately received an answer from the assistant. While eating dinner, the protagonist knew that he couldn't overeat because it would affect his agility, and if he suddenly got hungry, he would be able to get something from space and replenish his strength. Looking at his phone, he realized that he had enough equipment, and there would also be a good weapon. Bringing the mobile device to his ear, the hero thought that their opponent would be a mutant and therefore they should not treat the preparation too frivolously. But from the phone he heard words that the interlocutor had already crossed the river and was waiting on the side of the road. Getting up from the table, the young man said into the phone that he was already leaving, and while he was gone, the girls should go down to the basement for their own safety. Open-mouthed, Yami asked why they should go down there, because the shelter was really not safe enough, and Ju said that they would just do as she was told. Pushing her friend, she told her to stop chatting, because the guy needed to focus on the mission. As she led her friend away, the girl realized that the protagonist thought that their story with Xingxin was just a fabrication, which was basically his style. Standing in front of the door, he explained that if someone suddenly broke in, it would not threaten their safety and added that there was enough food and water here. Ju waved her hand at him, saying that they would wait for his return. Yami, showing her fist, said that the young man was obliged to return his sister safe and sound. Looking at her, the guy said that he would definitely return her if she lived to see him again. Exhaling, he realized that he did not want to kill anyone. Frowning, the protagonist knew that this was a difficult situation, and if he wanted to live a stable life, he needed to be extremely careful and forget about carelessness. Chunlei stood in the middle of the snowy desert. The boy held out his hand and shouted that he was already here, and the hero asked if they hadn't agreed to meet at 9 and if he had even looked at his watch. Rubbing the back of his head, the villager explained that he was afraid of being late and asked if he was angry with him. Opening the car door, the protagonist told him to get in because it was too cold outside. Sitting in the passenger seat, the boy asked where they were going, and Zhang replied that they needed to save a person from the academy. Looking at his interlocutor, Chunlei asked if this person was important to him, to which he answered affirmatively. Looking ahead, Zhang understood that this girl's skills were exactly what he needed right now. They continued driving, and the villager said that there was one girl from his settlement and she was definitely in love with him, because her look changed every time she looked at him, and added that modern girls are very indecisive, because why can't she just say about her feelings? The guy's eyes turned black. He was ready to throw this fat man out of the car if he didn't need him. Looking ahead, the young man asked his companion about the mood of the villagers, but he hesitated. Grinning, the hero remembered that he had killed most of the young population and it would be strange if they were glad to see him after that. Opening his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that they had arrived. In front of them was a man on a snowmobile who greeted the guy. Getting out of the car, Jang noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and added that his uncle looked great. Smiling broadly, the man said that he seemed to have grown 10 years younger and returned to his peak form. Pointing at his companion, the young man introduced him as a person who could control ice, and then introduced his uncle, whose ability was excellent physical fitness. All three of them stood opposite each other, realizing that all three of them had abilities. The hero, looking at them, understood that the end of the world had just begun, so there were not many awakened people and the probability of gathering at least 3 such people together was extremely small. Raising his hand, Uncle Yu asked about the purpose of their journey, because why would they go there together, and Chunlei noted that since 3 were needed, the enemy would not be so simple. Waving his hand, the guy explained that everything was not as bad as they thought, because they only needed to save one girl from the academy, who was his girlfriend's sister, and added that they detected her signal about 20 kilometers from here. Hugging them, he also said that there was some kind of anomaly there, perhaps even a mutated creature, and that was why he needed their help. The villager's face sweated as he asked about the creature. The protagonist smirked and pointed out that no one said that only humans could mutate, since it could be concluded that any cellular organism could do so. Uncle Yu opened his mouth and asked if he knew what it was. Jang spread his arms and said that he didn't know what the mutant could be. The boy smiled and suggested that it could be an ordinary human. The man's eyes widened and he said that they could handle it if they went there together. The protagonist grabbed the door handle and confirmed that there was nothing to be afraid of when the 3 of them were together. Uncle Yu put on a determined expression and suggested that they not waste time and set off. The Tanking Academy was visible. There was a crowd of people in the gym. The girl with black hair looked at Xingxin and asked how she managed to squeeze out. The disabled woman lowered her head and listened to the people screaming that they shouldn't take her along because she was completely useless. The young lady asked with her mouth open if they would survive. The girl in the hat, sitting on the floor, tried to convince her that they would all survive. The woman turned to look at the one in the wheelchair. With an angry face, she couldn't understand why she was acting as if it had nothing to do with her. Pointing her finger at Xingxin, the lady in the skirt said that it was unfair that a lot of people died because of the one sitting here. The programmer frowned and listened to the words about how it would be the right decision to feed her to the monsters, because otherwise everyone would die because of her. With her mouth wide open, the dissatisfied woman said that if it weren't for the disabled woman, they wouldn't have to do so much extra work. The girl with straight hair lowered her head and said that they should leave her as a sacrifice to the monsters. The girl with glasses turned her head and supported the idea. The fat man, putting his hands on his hips, said that they had protected the culprit long enough, and the boy standing next to him added that they should take her along next time. Chengyu scratched his head and said that the teacher would not allow it anyway. Looking away, he reasoned that it was pointless since enough of their comrades had already died. Jiang Meng was walking towards her friends. Looking at her, Xingxin repeated her name. Leaning over, the schoolgirl asked the disabled girl to die quickly. Looking at the crying girl, she continued to say that their whole group was disgusted to look at her. The programmer closed her eyes. Standing in the crowd, someone voiced the idea that it was time to punish this scoundrel. Xingxin's friend asked her to stop saying such things since they were all classmates. Jiang Meng raised her finger and said that she had no right to talk to the others. Smiling, the girl added that a person who got into the academy thanks to connections could not contradict her. Sweating, the girl asked how her interlocutor's money would help the class now. Opening her mouth wide, she suggested that she leave since they were from different worlds. Spreading her arms, the rude girl said that Xingxin was to blame for the death of her comrades and therefore should die too. Sitting down next to the disabled woman, the young lady convinced everyone that she was not to blame for the deaths of the children. Raising her hand to her chin, the schoolgirl in a down jacket reasoned that a person who was unable to move independently would only hinder them. Opening their mouths, the other students confirmed that they did not need such a burden. Frowning, the girl in the blue jacket asked the offender to find a corner and die in it. Tears dripped down Xingxin's coat. Her friend, with her mouth wide open, shouted that she shouldn't take out her despair on others. Jiang Meng, smiling, said that the disabled woman came from a rich family, and her protector got into the academy thanks to her connections. With a surprised face, the schoolgirl listened to the words that Xingxin would not be friends with her if she were not in a wheelchair. Covering her ears with her hands, the girl thought about how noisy it was here. Walking through the hall, the lady in the scarf said that at such moments, one should not quarrel, but support each other. With a sweet face, she convinced the hacker that no one would abandon her because these were just temporary difficulties. Extending her hand, the girl asked him not to tell the teacher about what happened here. Something fell on the floor. Seeing a huge paw, someone screamed that it was a monster. The hairy paw grabbed one girl. With her mouth wide open, the schoolgirl screamed in pain. The victim extended her hand. The big cat licked it. The boy covered his ears with his hands and screamed that he did not want to die. Running towards the door, someone screamed that it was time to get rid of this burden. Trying to open the doors, the boy in the hat realized that they were frozen. Spreading her arms, the girl said that if the doors did not open, they would all die. The beast jumped into the room. In its teeth was the schoolgirl. She was hanging upside down. The giant cat took her in its paws. A moment later, the animal bit off half of the woman. Making a frightened face, the young lady begged not to eat her. With a blow of its paw, the monster tore off her head. The beast bared its fangs. Opening his mouth wide, the boy in glasses realized that the monster had weakened their vigilance and then attacked. A second later, he pushed the stroller forward. Zinxin fell from her vehicle. Her friend, frowning, could not understand why her legs did not obey her. The girl was sitting in front of the cat. Looking at the villains, the protector thought that they should be buried together with her friend. The scoundrel ran to the exit. The animal looked at the fugitive. A moment later, it crushed the guy with its paw. Blood began to flow from the schoolboy. Moving towards his classmates, he said that he did not want to die. The beast grabbed his leg. Lifting her friend, the girl said that it was time for them to go. The teenagers looked at the girls. Opening his mouth, Chengyu realized that the giant only attacked moving objects, so he ignored the girl who had fallen to the floor. Opening his mouth, the boy in the blue sweater suggested that everyone lie down on the ground and pretend to be dead. Frowning, the boy suggested that the animal could just be mocking them. The classmates looked at their enemy. Extending his hand, Chengyu ordered everyone to leave while the cat was focused on something else. Looking at him, the students heard him say that someone had to go get the teacher, otherwise everyone would die. Opening his mouth wide, the victim asked them not to leave him here. Looking at his comrades, he reminded them that they were best friends. Lying on the floor, the bastard screamed that they were running away. Starting to cry, he said that no one would leave here. Baring his teeth, the boy with black hair thought that he should try to survive. The monster continued to kill the teenagers. Looking at the monster, the young man shouted that they would all die here. The three boys ran to the exit. Running out of the building, Chengyu said that he was the only one who would die. Smiling, the young man noticed that the monster looked like a cat. Looking at the battle in the gym, he said that before eating their prey, these animals usually play with it, so they are not interested in stationary objects. Two other boys tried to repeat the trick of their classmates. The cat crushed them with its tail. Falling to her knees, the girl called for help. Hearing the words that the monster should not touch her students, the beast turned its head. In front of it, it saw a woman with a sword. The blade of the weapon was well sharpened. The teacher rushed to attack. The cat dodged her blow. Looking at her students, the swordswoman could not think of a way to stop this creature. Stretching out her hand with a katana, she thought that she should give the boys a chance to escape. The mutant grabbed one of the students in his teeth. The woman exhaled. Taking the blade in both hands, she thought that the monster was very cunning, so she should not underestimate it. Approaching the open door, the teacher noticed that what happened was like a game of cat and mouse. Looking at the large footprints, the woman began to doubt that she would be able to protect the students next time. Taking a large bag, she thought that if she had not awakened her powers, her students would not have lived to see this day. Frowning, the swordswoman realized that they would all die one day. Throwing the bag, Liang ordered everyone to take food. Making happy faces, the boys ran to get food. With her mouth wide open, Jiangmeng shouted that Xingxin deserved to die the most. Making a sad face, the hacker listened to the words that she needed to die quickly. Stretching out her hand, her friend asked how she could say such things. Starting to cry, the rude girl said that the disabled girl was simply annoying her, to which the other girl asked her to stop acting like that. Holding out a bag of food, she offered the programmer something to eat. Jiangmeng, knocking the bag out of the girl's hands, said that food should not be wasted on her. Opening her eye, the teacher was dissatisfied with the constant nervous breakdowns of the teenagers. Sitting on the floor, she decided that she would not interfere until they started killing each other, because the job of a swordswoman was to fight monsters. Covering her ears with her hands, the young lady said that arguing would not change anything, because in the end they would all be eaten. Raising her head, she screamed that the monster was simply growing them as food, because it preferred to eat living food. Grabbing her hands, the girl said that the whole world had come to an end. Looking at the bag of food, Chengmu was sure that they would be saved. Biting into a waffle, the guy reasoned that the elite of society would not be allowed to die in this place. Baring his teeth, he said that if he could contact his father, he would definitely send a rescue team. Holding a gun in his hands, Zhang advised his allies to be careful. Looking at the snowdrifts, Uncle Yu asked how they were supposed to find a person if everything around was covered in snow. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist heard that the dialed number was out of range. Having dropped the call, the guy said that there was no signal. Looking at the smartphone screen, he suggested looking for the academy on their own because it should be displayed on the map. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that the area of the school is 3,000 acres, to which the man suggested splitting up. Turning his head, Zhang said that it would be safer to stick together. While in the car, he convinced his comrades that it was slower but more reliable. The company arrived at the observatory. The team members looked at the building. Looking at his phone, the protagonist informed the others that the building was located in the southeast, at the front of the campus. Looking at his friend, Chunlei guessed that the students were hiding in the gym. Imagining the buildings where the boys could be hiding, he explained that it was a fairly spacious room with a lot of oxygen. Opening his mouth, the protagonist decided that they would first check the dormitories and the cafeteria and then the academic buildings. Using a spell, the fat man suggested that the protagonist crawl into the observatory. Looking up, Zhang said that they came here for another purpose. Pushing the stuck boy, Uncle Yu listened to the guy say that they could take the equipment from there. A loud stomping sound was heard. Raising his gun, the protagonist realized that something was approaching. Looking at the huge cat, he realized that it was a mutant. The monster was looking at the man. Frowning, he could not understand why nothing was happening. The allies were climbing up the slope. Chunlei shouted Doug's name, releasing shards of ice. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked not to attack the monster. The cat ran towards the attackers. Zhang made a surprised face and was amazed by the enemy's speed. Crouching down, he noticed that the mutant was twice as fast as him. The boy jumped over the animal. Upon landing, the protagonist was surprised that the armor-piercing bullet only damaged the fur. Covering himself in a yellow aura, the man told the fat man to step aside. A moment later, he hit the monster. The ice under the man's feet cracked. The cat meowed as it turned around. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this cat must have escaped from the zoo. Raising his rifle, he thought that the monster was still a dangerous opponent. Looking through the sight, the boy thought that this weapon should cope with the enemy. A second later, the mutant jumped on Zhang. He fired. The cat closed its eyes briefly. The monster looked at its prey. A moment later, the creature curled up into a ball. Making a surprised face, the boy was dissatisfied with what was happening. Using the spell, the young man realized that he had no reason to run away. Standing in front of the predator, the protagonist thought about how his ability allows him to lock the enemy until death. Looking at the prey, the cat meowed. A moment later, he jumped off the ground. The boy watched as the beast ran away. Clenching his fist, the protagonist was disappointed that his rival ran away. Looking at the hole, the protagonist dreamed of understanding the difference between mutated animals and people. Pointing his gun at the monster, the young man told his comrades to be careful. The beast made a loud sound. Covering one ear, Uncle Yu assumed that the creature was swearing. Turning around, the animal expressed the extreme degree of its displeasure. Looking ahead, Chunlei was shocked by how quickly their opponent disappeared and guessed that it had the ability to manipulate space. Tilting his head, the protagonist claimed that he did not notice anything abnormal. Opening his mouth, Uncle Yu noticed a hole in the ground. Crossing his arms, the fat man doubted that the information they received was correct, since it was unlikely that those who lived nearby would have survived the attack of this creature. Touching his chin, the youth said that he realized something. Putting up a finger, he guessed that the animal did not try to attack them. Kneeling down, the protagonist said that the mutation increased the beast's intelligence to that of a human, if not higher. Looking down, Zhang thought about how the cat's actions continued to supply oxygen to the hole. Opening his mouth, the protagonist decided to go down into the hole. Sweating, Chunlei asked what they should do if the cat found them again. The leader of the group bowed his head and was displeased that the ice mage was afraid to fight in the snow, to which the other man agreed to go down. The team slid down. There was a long tunnel in front of them. Looking ahead, the fat man did not expect that the monster made so many passages. Scratching his head, he was worried that it was easy to get lost in this place, to which the protagonist stated that they would use colored pencils to find their way back. Uncle Yu frowned and noticed that the air smelled of blood, and Chunlei guessed that it was because the beast had eaten many people. Holding a lantern, the boy said that there was no need to be careful because there was an ice mage with them. Taking out a golden gun, Zhang said that if they met an enemy, they should not worry. Smiling, the boy showed off his weapon. Looking at the man, the protagonist told him that they needed to track down the creature. The fat man listened with a worried face as they said that if the mutant was hungry, it would definitely chase after its prey and fall into their ambush. Chunlei raised his hand and expressed concern about their plan, to which the leader replied that there was nothing to be afraid of because the sorcerer would simply drive the enemy into an ice trap. Raising his gun, the young man said that if the monster attacked, they would simply kill it. Drawing crosses on the walls, the protagonist hoped that the beast would not be able to destroy such marks. Liang breathed heavily. Falling to her knee, she thought that this could not continue. Sweating, the woman thought about how many of her students had died and the rest were also at risk of starving to death. The children turned to the teacher. Opening his mouth, Chengyu asked if they should go outside to get food, because otherwise they simply would not survive. The girl pressed her hands to her chest and said that if the swordswoman were to rest for so long instead of looking for food, it would be bad for them. Frowning, the lady was unhappy that the children did not understand that she was not just resting, but protecting them. Raising her sword in front of her, Liang thought that she should not do all this. Stretching out her hand, she asked if the children were afraid of the monster returning during her absence, to which she received advice to act faster. Smiling, Chengyu asked the teacher not to worry because they would be able to stand up for themselves. Looking at the warrior, the boy could not understand what goal their protector was pursuing. Smiling, he thought that a person like her was destined to die. Opening her mouth, the girl begged the swordswoman to get them food. As she left, she asked her to take care of herself. Looking at the lady leaving, the boy remembered that he had already chosen several people to feed to the monster. He closed the doors. Clenching her fist, Liang decided that this could not continue. Frowning, she was unhappy that the mutant was deciding whether to live or die. Sitting next to Xingxin, her friend asked if her bruise hurt much. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine, but she was very cold. Smiling, the girl with gray hair promised that they would definitely survive. Approaching her friends, the rude woman said that a person in a wheelchair was a burden that was not destined to survive. Folding her arms across her chest, she advised the hacker to commit suicide. Looking at the offenders, Xingxin's friend said that they were going too far. From above, the silhouette of a huge cat was visible. Grabbing the wheelchair, the girl pushed her classmate. A large paw crushed the guy. Chengyu pushed his friend. He, falling to the floor, began to call the scoundrel names. A moment later, the fallen guy was crushed by the limb of the monster. The schoolchildren began to run to the exit. The teacher saw the tail of a huge cat. Frowning, she decided to attack right away. The swordswoman made a dash. Swinging, the girl thought that after killing the creature, they would live in peace. The monster turned its head. A moment later, the blow hit the predator's neck. The students saw the battle through the windows. The warrior dodged the blows. Looking at the fight, the fat man did not understand what was happening. Making a surprised face, the woman asked the survivors to help her. Stopping his comrade with his hand, Zhang told him to wait. Looking at Liang, the boy realized that she was a real master because her strength and speed exceeded human ones. Putting his hand to his chin, he decided that it was not worth putting his life at such a risk. Opening his mouth, the protagonist told the others to return to the search. Looking at the swordswoman, Uncle Yu decided that she was quite dangerous, so it was better to keep his distance. The lady's eyes widened, surprised that the man ignored her. Holding her weapon, she asked the fighters what they were doing. The men were standing in front of the entrance to the gym. They were approaching a group of teenagers. Looking at the girl in the wheelchair, the team realized that this was who they were looking for. Smiling, Zhang was glad that their target was alive. Extending his hand, Chengyu asked if they were the Zishan squad. The protagonist crossed his arms, not understanding what they were talking about. Smiling, the student introduced himself. Looking at the upstart, Zhang was amused by the student's behavior. Chengyu opened his mouth in surprise and asked the protagonist about the fact that they came from a different shelter, not from Zishan. The boy put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully said that it was strange, because Zishan was the closest to them, and asked why they came here, and in the meantime, Zhang wondered if there were other shelters in Tianhai. The protagonist, frowning, asked how much this young man knew about them, and Chengyu once again clarified about the shelter, surprised that they did not come from there. The student spread his hands and said that he only knew that they existed. Chengyu, clenching his hand into a fist, said that if the consequences of the blizzard were not so serious, they would have already been saved. And at this time, Zhang realized that the boy did not have any valuable information, because he had been locked here for a long time, and if he could, he would have asked his powerful father for help a long time ago. The people standing around the protagonist asked to get them out of here and said that their parents would pay a lot, and someone claimed that the names of her parents were known to the whole city. Chunlei and Uncle Yu looked around and thought that they couldn't save so many people. The crowd kept asking something, and Uncle Yu remained silent, worried. Zhang walked up to the girl in the wheelchair to make sure that she was Xingxin, and the student confirmed it. The protagonist smiled and asked the girl if she would come with him since he had come from her sisters to save her. The girl agreed with wide eyes and thought that there was no point in hesitating when a good person extends a helping hand. The protagonist happily grabbed the handles of the wheelchair, ready to move forward, but Xingxin stopped him to ask for a favor. Zhang smiled and told her not to ask him to save all of his classmates. At this time, the academy teacher was fighting a monster cat, and Xingxin asked if they could stop them since she thought it would end badly. The girl raised her finger, and the protagonist asked if it would be enough to just stop them. Zhang, smirking, thought that it would not be difficult to do, because he needed the girl to maintain the shelter system in the future, and if he helped, then Xingxin would not be able to refuse him. The protagonist, waving his hand in the crowd, shouted for them to get to work. The three heroes walked, and there was snow all around. Large fangs lay on the ground. The protagonist, stretching out his hand in the blue light, decided to take the fang with him for research. Chunlei extended his hand in front of him as the protagonist told him to act. A crack appeared in the rock. The academy teacher opened her mouth in surprise. At that moment, huge stones began to fall, and she was thrown aside. The girl crouched down, and the stones buried the monster's cat. She turned to the men and angrily protested. The protagonist spread his hands and said that there was no need for gratitude because people should help each other. The teacher pointed her katana at him and asked if he knew what he had done. The protagonist smiled, and the woman continued to say that this was her last chance because if she missed him, she would not be able to trap him again. He put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he simply decided to help her because she would definitely not have defeated him on her own. He went into another room and said that if it weren't for the students who were worried about their teacher, he would not have lifted a finger for her. The woman bared her teeth angrily. She ran at him, swinging her katana and shouting for him to stop immediately, and he picked up a gun and said that beautiful girls should not swear like that. The protagonist immediately shot her. She cut the bullet with a blow of her katana. Jang's eyes widened because he realized that she had just cut the bullet in half. The girl appeared right in front of him, about to strike, and the protagonist smiled and thought that this was the moment he had been waiting for so long. The protagonist used his spatial magic on her. She completely moved into his space. The protagonist fell to the ground. He stood up and told his comrades not to come closer since everything was fine. Then he materialized a girl in front of him. She raised her head and asked him what just happened, but he replied that he just wanted to help her out of the kindness of his heart, and she pointed her sword at him. The protagonist picked up the katana and said that this thing would stay with him for now so that she would not take rash actions. He looked at the steel of the blade and mentally said that this sword was capable of cutting bullets, and therefore it was obviously a high-class weapon, and therefore, of course, he would keep it for himself. The protagonist turned around and told her not to be angry, because the woman was screaming for him to give her back her sword. He then waved his hand at the students and asked if they wanted to help their teacher as she needed a break. The young student sat down next to the woman, who was asking the protagonist with displeasure who they were and why they had come here. The protagonist extended his hand and said that the Zinkson family had asked him to pull her out of here. The woman looked at him with concern and asked if the protagonist could help them too. The students immediately approached the protagonist and began to ask him to take them away from here, promising him that their fathers would definitely reward him for it. Jang frowned and said that he only came for her, and the rest would have to wait for help from their loved ones. The students gaped in shock and exclaimed that they had no way to contact their families. The teacher raised her head and said that judging by his appearance, there had been little hardship in his life and he probably had shelter and food. The protagonist looked at her because she exclaimed that she did not care about herself, but she asked him to at least help the children because they were their future. Jang frowned and asked if she really wanted to say that the children of officials and businessmen were their hope, but the children of ordinary people were not. The students lowered their heads in shame when the protagonist said that he did not see anything unusual in them, and he did not understand where they got so much arrogance from. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that since they were so special, they should handle it themselves because a commoner like him could not save the elite. One of the students grinned at Zinkson when the protagonist said that he came to save only her. The student immediately grabbed the girl by the throat and began screaming that she would strangle her if Jang did not save them too. The teacher opened her mouth wide and began screaming at them that they were classmates and they should not harm each other. The protagonist spread his arms and asked her where she got so complacent. The protagonist immediately materialized a gun in his hand. He pulled out 2 pistols in front of him and began shooting. All the students fell to the ground. The teacher looked at him in shock and asked how he could kill those children. The protagonist turned around and said that although they were young, they were already ready to kill someone, and therefore they were no longer children. He looked at Zinkson and wondered if she was scared. He sat down next to her and sighed heavily, thinking that in any case, sooner or later she would be able to forget about her trauma. Jang extended his hand and said that he would take her home. He took her hand and suddenly she asked them to take her friend with them. A timid girl was sitting on one side. Zinkson frowned and said that her friend, like her, had entered the academy under special conditions. The protagonist looked at Zinkson in surprise as she explained that there were 2 types of students studying here, the children of high-ranking officials and those who had gotten in for some achievement, and that they were recruited to participate in various competitions and Olympiads, thereby raising the school's reputation. The girl looked at them tensely, and Zinkson said that she was a real genius when it came to mechanics. The red-haired girl looked at her stroller and said that her friend had made this wonderful stroller especially for her. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought that it looked like she was in good shape, as befits a mechanic. The protagonist frowned and asked her what she could do. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she was well versed in the design and maintenance of vehicles, and that she had also conducted some research in the field of firearms. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and mentally said that he now had a personal genius in this area as well. And the girl continued to say that she had also studied cold weapons additionally, and if she had everything she needed, she could even make them. The protagonist turned around and told the girl to follow them. She ran after them and asked him about his name, and the protagonist said that his name was Jang, but she could call him brother. The girl smiled and called him brother. The students around them stood and shouted that they could also be useful. Suddenly, a girl screamed loudly. The girl stretched out her hand in front of them and said that Teacher Lion was so weak, and so they did not know what to do if that monster came back again. The girl frowned and said that if Zhang had not intervened, Teacher would have killed the monster long ago, and so they should deal with this before leaving. The protagonist pointed a gun at her and exclaimed that she was talking as if their arrival had ruined everything. Xingxin turned around and thanked Teacher Lion for taking care of her all this time. The woman closed her eyes. Then she opened them and looked away. The protagonist and the team walked forward, and Lion began to shout at the students to follow him before the monster came out, since that way they would be able to find a way out. Chunlei looked at the protagonist and asked what they should do, since all these students were following them. Everyone looked at the protagonist in shock, since he asked if Chunlei really wanted to kill them all. The man immediately opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was not so, since they had done nothing bad to him. The protagonist walked forward and said that if he was successful, he could help the whole world, but if he was poor, he could only help himself, and therefore they would not be able to feed all these people. The protagonist materialized a snowmobile and a car. He put the helmet on his head and said that it would keep him warm. The protagonist carried the girl to the car. They all got into the car and the protagonist said that it was time to go back. They drove forward. The girls watched them go, wondering where they were going. The blue-haired guy looked at his phone and exclaimed that they would find out now. The girls closed their eyes in fatigue. The protagonist materialized food and said that they needed to eat to replenish their strength. They took the bottles and thanked him, saying that he was a good person. They began to drink and eat. The protagonist then looked at Xingxin and said that she was cool, and the girl asked him what he was talking about. She lowered her head and said that she had always been a burden to others, because if her friend had not protected her, she would have died a long time ago. Her friend looked at her and said that she still thought she was really cool, and Xingxin asked why she thought so. The girl turned around and her friend started talking about how she had polio and her lower limbs were no longer functioning properly, forcing her to use a wheelchair. The girl frowned tensely and the protagonist said that she still managed to survive, so it was very cool. Zhang looked ahead at the road and said that she could talk about luck or about her friend's help, but the monster had attacked a dozen times in the last month, and a couple of times she might have been lucky, but not that many. Xingxin hung her head while the protagonist said that the fact that she was still alive was definitely not lucky. He smiled and looked at her and said that he really thought so. Xingxin looked at him and said that he was very smart, so it was no wonder that he managed to survive until this moment, and he also managed to help her stupid sisters. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was not a matter of intelligence, because he was simply trying to look at everything from the outside to some extent. Besides, even now, when she saw her teacher fighting the monster, she asked him to stop them. The girl leaned on her hand and continued listening to the protagonist's story about how if she wanted to protect the teacher, she would have asked him to kill the monster, but she did not want to protect the teacher, but the monster. She smiled when the protagonist said that, based on his guess, she was somehow connected to this monster. Xingxin adjusted her hair and exclaimed that he really was good, because he was right about 70%, and this monster really was not as bad as he thought. She opened her mouth wide and said that she was not the monster's owner, and therefore she could not stop him from killing classmates, but he did not touch her. The girl looked out the window and said that the monster was a mutant stray cat that lived in their dorm, and that it hadn't bothered her because she had fed it. The girl slammed her fist into her palm and exclaimed that she thought they were just lucky, but now she understood what was going on. Zhang looked at her and said that it wasn't that simple, because he didn't think he had attacked her just because of that. Zhang opened his mouth and asked if the monster had not attacked them instinctively. Xingxin pointed her finger and said that he was very observant and nothing could be hidden from him. The boys imagined the girl petting a huge cat and listened to how after the mutation the monster had become extremely smart and even began to understand human speech. And she had warned him that they would come for her, so he had not attacked, but she had not thought that they would be so cool. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and asked if she had asked him to kill his classmates, to which he answered that this was not the case. The IT specialist smiled and said that although many of them were extremely annoying, she did not hate them enough to kill them. She, widening her eyes, continued that the reason most of them died was because they had bullied Hua before, so he had satisfied his hunger with them, but then the situation changed. The girl folded her hands and said that many of them wanted to sacrifice her because she was a burden, and they even knocked over her stroller. Xingxin suddenly waved her hands and exclaimed that she found it funny because they couldn't know that Hua wouldn't hurt her. So every time she survived, their hatred grew stronger, and the longer she lived, the more miserable they became, and they couldn't wait for her to die. Her friend, sweating on her face, said that she had thought many times that they were doomed. A moment later, Cousin Yami picked up the bottle and explained that that was why their deaths didn't upset her too much. She smiled and added that perhaps it was her fault that the cat played with them and killed them. The girl, her eyes wide, asked if he thought she was cruel. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, thought that she was very similar to him and replied that they did not know her well. That is why they treated her like that, and he did not care because he came to save her at the request of her sisters because he needed her knowledge. The it guy, frowning, exclaimed that he was of the opinion that worthless people are not worth saving. It seemed like an SUV was driving through the snow, and the guy explained that she should not worry, and if they became members of his team, worked honestly and conscientiously, then they would not have to worry about such things as cold, hunger, and death. The young man, holding the steering wheel, claimed that he could guarantee this. The girls, smiling broadly, thanked him. Jang, opening his mouth, turned to Xingxin and said that he had a question to which he hoped that she would be able to answer him, to which the girl listened attentively. The protagonist, looking to the side, said that a lot of time had passed since the disaster, and asked why she hadn't tried to contact any of her sisters before. The car could be seen moving along the snowy road, and the protagonist added how she managed to do it while being deep under the snow. The IT specialist, covering her mouth with her fingers, replied that she was one of the best hackers in the world, so problems like a bad signal or its absence did not bother her much, and moreover, Hua helped her. Winking, she continued that she did not intend to contact the stupid sister, and her original goal was him. The guy, holding the steering wheel with one hand, asked why him, because they had never met before. Xingxin, closing her eyes, said that at first she thought that this fool was dead, and with her IQ level, she could only work in the entertainment industry, but only someone else could save her. Cousin Yami sighed heavily and said that she didn't have high hopes for her, and the young man asked if he had chosen it. The girl took out her phone and replied that she had been following the news from the outside world. Pulling out the gadget, she continued that the performance of this phone was not inferior to a powerful computer, and after a little analysis, she found all the information about it. The IT specialist, smiling brightly, exclaimed that she admired him. Zhang listened through the sweat on his face that he was an ordinary warehouse manager, but in such a difficult time he was able to achieve a lot, to which he asked how much she knew about him. Xingxin, poking her finger at the screen, explained that almost everything, and if something was on the internet, it would only take her a few seconds to find it. The girl blushed and said that from his attitude to the loss of goods in the warehouse to bank card transfers, as well as how many people he had recently killed. Holding her cheeks, she loudly exclaimed that she was fascinated by his story, which made the protagonist think that she was a real yandere. The protagonist, looking at her, said that it meant that she knew that her sisters were living with him, and asked if that was why she decided to contact them, and also muttered that he did not know whether it was good to be targeted by someone like her or not. The IT girl, biting her finger, answered that it was true, and although she was not sure that he would save her, but if he did not, she would have found him herself. Cousin Yanmi, embarrassedly biting her lips, said that he did come, which made her very happy. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, thought that everything was under his control, but suddenly found himself trapped. After a moment, the young man smiled and asked that he wanted to know how close she was to this cat, and whether he would obey her orders, and also understood that it was better to be friends with such people than enemies. Xingxin, shaking her head, asked if he had never had a cat. It seemed like the car was moving quickly, and the girl, opening her mouth wide, explained that cats are very loyal creatures, especially to those who are kind to them, but it is very difficult to become the owner of a cat, especially a homeless one, to which Zhang said that this complicates the situation a little, and thought that he had already hoped to get a new warrior in the person of a cat. The protagonist noticed a cat following them in the side mirror, which surprised him greatly. Pressing his lips, the protagonist wondered if it means that he is not ready to leave Xingxin. Hua was quickly catching up with the moving SUV. The guy looked to the side and thought that cats have always been famous for their unique and freedom-loving nature, and it doesn't matter whether it's a domestic cat, a wild cat, a stray cat, or one living in the countryside, because they are all extremely difficult to tame. The IT specialist, sticking her head out of the window, exclaimed for him to look at Hua running after them, and her friend clarified that he really came all this way. The young man, holding the steering wheel, muttered that there was a lot of cat food and other treats in the warehouse, and asked himself if he could give them to him, because it was clearly tastier than human food. It was visible how the car suddenly rushed forward. After some time, the guys drove up to the house. The guy thanked Zhang, to which he said that they both worked hard today, and the man, taking hold of the canisters, exclaimed that enough of this politeness and let him just say if he needed help. The protagonist waved his hand and said goodbye to his acquaintances. After a while, the team found themselves at home, which surprised the girls by saying that it was a real paradise, and they didn't think that such a place could be found in their conditions. The protagonist, putting his hand on the shoulder of his friend Xingxin, explained that if they helped improve security, they would all be able to live here forever, and received the answer that she promised that from now on she would obey him in everything. The IT guy, through sweat on his face, asked what kind of help. The guy, his eyes bulging, thought in bewilderment that she dared to ask about this, to which the girl asked what he was talking about. The young man, pulling his cousin Yami by the cheek, exclaimed that she knew too much for her age. Putting up his finger, he added that their main task was to help him ensure the safety of the shelter, and clarified whether this was clear. Zhang folded his arms and thought that although Xingxin was quite attractive, she had a much more important role, namely, a leading computer expert, and his brain did not turn off when a beauty appeared in front of his eyes. The girl, lowering her hand, wondered if maybe he did not like her. Suddenly, Yami ran quickly and shouted that Xingxin was alive and was very happy. She took the guy's hand and asked why she did not contact her earlier and must have suffered a lot, and at least imagine how much she worried about her. The girl, closing her eyes, answered that she became famous by playing on men's dirty fantasies and asked if she thought she could help her with her talent. The girl, lowering her head, listened that if she had not known that she was next to Zhang, she would never have contacted her. The protagonist, lying on the sofa, thought that the relationship between them was not very good, but it was okay. While drinking water from a glass, he continued that her cousin was the object of adoration of countless men, and it was normal for Xingxin to look down on her, given her IQ level. Ju, crossing her arms, called the protagonist. She, looking at the girl, asked when she changed so much. After a while, the specialist sat down and introduced her best friend, who studied in the same academy as her and was also in a special class, and her friend was glad to meet her, and said that Xingxin told her a lot about them, and also that everyone in their family was very beautiful. Yanmi, covering her mouth with her hand, said that she knew how to speak beautifully, and it would be great if her cousin was at least a little like her. The guy, approaching the girls, asked one of them to cook something delicious, and not to forget about a room for them either. Ju raised her eyebrows and answered positively, adding that she had already prepared a room for Xingxin, and it remained to find another one. Suddenly, a huge table appeared, on which there was a lot of food. The specialist's best friend, holding on to the stroller, exclaimed to the young man that they were finished, to which Zhang told them to sit down. The protagonist extended his palm and explained that cousin Yami would be in charge of the shelter's digital security and asked if that was a problem. The girl, opening her mouth wide, replied that she should leave it to her. Her classmate, sweating on her face, asked if she would have any orders, and the protagonist told her not to be so nervous because he wouldn't eat her. The guy, leaning on his hand, exclaimed that she was their master mechanic and wanted to know if she could make weapons and ammunition if she asked her to which he received the answer that in fact, making firearms was not difficult, but for this she would need professional equipment. The brunette, holding her chin, added that it was very difficult to find materials for making them, and with melee weapons things were much easier and the materials were easier to obtain, but forging tools would still be required. Looking at her, the young man said that that would be fine. Zhang stood up from the table and asked her to follow him as he had something to show her. A moment later, the protagonist used his magic ability and a huge workbench appeared, which surprised the girl greatly. She was examining a new carpentry machine and heard a question about whether she could find anything useful here, and if not, he would look elsewhere. The master mechanic opened her mouth wide and thought that most of the goods presented here were high-quality imports, and all of this could easily cost from 1 to tens of millions. The protagonist, clenching his fist, explained that if this was not enough, he would raid a couple of steel mills and get her the necessary equipment, to which he was told that this was more than enough and some of the equipment was unusable, but he could remove parts and modify them. The guy held out his hand and said that she should then examine everything here, and he would find what he would need in addition to what he already had, and the girl said that he should not worry because he could rely on her. The young man, putting his hand on his side, asked that since she was engaged in mechanics, she should also be well versed in materials, right? Suddenly a sword appeared and Zhang asked to look at it. Looking at his partner, the main character said that he took it from their teacher when she tried to kill him with it. The master mechanic, raising the weapon above herself, explained that it was indeed the teacher's sword and she could finally touch it. She, lowering her eyebrows, added that this was the Longaming sword and it was forged by the most powerful blacksmith in China. Having given the weapon, the girl explained that it was not an ancient sword at all, but the result of the latest forging technologies, and adamantium, from which it was smelted, is considered the hardest metal in the world, which is capable of splitting even a diamond in two. The protagonist, smiling, asked if it was that cool, to which he was told that it was, and this metal was discovered only a couple of decades ago, and it was used to make weapons for their army. But due to the high cost of the material and its limited quantity, it was decided to abandon this idea. It seemed like a blacksmith forging a sword, and the master mechanic added that if you use it to make a bladed weapon, you can get a real treasure. She extended her finger and said that as far as she knew, the teacher received it for her services as a bodyguard of some politician. The boy, clutching the new weapon, listened to how this sword was a symbol of the highest honor for the teacher, and she treasured it more than her own life, and thought that it was a great thing, and it was no wonder that the teacher used it to fight the cat, because an ordinary sword would have broken in half long ago. Frowning, the young man thanked the teacher for the gift. After some time, the guys were sitting at the table, and Ju asked them to eat slowly and asked if they had suffered much. And Yami said that there was enough food, and if not, they would cook more, and also that they should not overeat, otherwise they might get sick. The girl, bringing food to her mouth, replied that they had no problems with food. Xingxin's friend raised her eyebrows and said that there were over 300 students in their academy, and that there were about 12 cafeterias of varying sizes on the premises, and that there was so much food in the warehouse that they would never eat it all, not to mention what was in the stores on campus. Looking at Zhang, she added that it was fortunate that he saved them, because in such a cold, even with food, they would not have lasted long. To which the protagonist said that it was good that they were underground, because it was not so cold there. Spreading his palms in different directions, the protagonist exclaimed that if they worked hard, then the cold and hunger would no longer bother them, and the girl thanked him. After a while, a TV remote control appeared. The master mechanic, looking at the screen, listened to the snowstorm that had been going on for over a month, and there were no signs of it stopping, and the temperature was still very low, and the connection between countries was broken, and because of this, competition for product supplies had intensified. The girls hugged the guy, and the news said that extremely severe weather had plunged many regions of their world into anarchy, and a bunch of armed gangs had appeared that by force controlled resources and the remnants of survivors. The young man, through sweat on his face, said that it had become much worse, and Yami asked if the chaos had not come a long time ago, adding that no one thought that things would get this bad. Zhang crossed his fingers and explained that this was not the case, because in the past, such gangs were at least afraid of someone stronger than them, so they did not do anything. Frowning, he continued that this frost had dragged on, and was unlikely to end anytime soon, so these guys were no longer afraid of anything, and for them, taboos no longer exist. Xingxin, with her head down, said that the rules still exist, but not everyone wants to follow them, and while they exist, there will be those who will be careful, not going too far, but now everything is different. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that when those in power lose control of the situation, there can only be one outcome. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist finished saying that everything will inevitably lead to chaos and the onset of the era of feudal tyrants, and as soon as this happens, the lives of ordinary people will become even more unbearable. Frozen people were visible through the snow. After some time, the guy held Xingxin's stroller and asked to inspect her new working hours. The girl looked at several screens in surprise. The young man, raising his palm, said that from now on she is responsible for the safety of their shelter. Looking at the guy, Zhang thought that he was a computer genius with high intelligence, but also paralyzed, and he could not find a more suitable candidate. Cousin Yami quickly poked her fingers at the buttons. The protagonist leaned over to her and asked if there were any problems. Xingxin, her eyes wide, replied that 10 years ago this system was the best in the world, and it differed from its competitors in high performance. Sitting in front of the screens, she added that even now the system is not inferior to many modern analogs, and its artificial intelligence is very powerful and, purely theoretically, there should be no security holes. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, said that for first-class hackers this is not a problem. The IT guy, looking ahead, explained that over the past 2 weeks the system had been subjected to thousands of attacks, and if this was not stopped in time, the system would be paralyzed. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, thought that after the conflict with the old man, many people became aware of his existence. Placing his hand on the large computer, the boy asked if she could fix the vulnerability and prevent attacks, to which Yami asked him in return if he had forgotten what her specialty was. Xingxin, raising her fingers, said that fixing the vulnerability was very simple, and would simply require creating a new cipher and also getting rid of the old router so that no one could penetrate their system. A moment later, she opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that she was done. The boy patted her on the head and called her amazing, and the girl replied that it was basic maintenance and there was nothing complicated about it. The IT guy poked at the buttons and decided to see who was trying to break into their network. Licking her mouth, Cousin Yami said that it would be great if they could invade their network. Zhang folded his arms and asked how confident she was and what the risks were if she failed, to which he replied that it was hard to say because she hadn't tried yet and the previous attacks hadn't been serious. Xingxin's eyes widened and she told the protagonist not to worry because even if she couldn't hack their network, she could at least hide her location so they wouldn't find her, and the protagonist said that if that was the case, then let him do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Zhu entered the room and screamed in fear that everything was bad, because there was a monster there. It seemed like Hua was lying on the street with his tail between his legs. The guy, opening his mouth, explained that apparently the cat really liked her. Xingxin's eyes widened and she said that she was the only person the cat trusted, and that was the reason the animal followed them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that their main task now was to tame this cat as quickly as possible in order to use it as a weapon to prevent casualties among people on the other side of the river. Holding onto the stroller with his hands, the young man suggested looking around. Shu put her palm on the guy's back and said that there was a huge monster outside, walking around the house and meowing, and the girl told her to call the animal's owner, which the doctor did, to which the protagonist asked her not to be afraid because it was the girl's friend, and then suggested looking at it. A large cat appeared outside the window. Raising her eyebrows, the girl called the pet by name. Jang clenched his jaw and thought that the battle with that teacher had exhausted him, and in this case, it would be much easier to deal with him. The protagonist took the girl in a stroller and offered her to feed Hua. On the street, the heroes approached a huge cat. Putting her palm to her chest, Xingxin asked the pet not to be afraid because it was her. The animal opened its eyes wide. The protagonist looked at it, lowering the corners of its lips. Putting his hand forward, the young man created food for the cat with the help of magic. Putting his hand with the food forward, the guy said for Hua to take it, because it was for him, and he must have had a hard time, and if he was friends with them, he would be provided with food and warmth. Suddenly, the pet rose to its paws. The girl, her eyes wide with surprise, explained that Hua was a stray and very cautious cat, and it took her more than a month to establish a relationship with him. To which Zhang asked her again and explained that he didn't care, but was afraid that the pet could attack the village. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist greeted the cat and said that he knew that he didn't trust him yet, but he could provide him with food. Raising his fist, the guy said that, however, the animal must promise him that it would not attack the villagers. The huge cat opened its mouth, and the young man decided to act differently. A long corridor was visible. Wheeling Xingxin in a wheelchair, the protagonist realized that the negotiations had been successful, but this cat had a brutal appetite, and he needed to think about what to feed it in the future. With their mouths wide open, Yanmi and Zhu looked out the window and sighed. Taking the protagonist's hand, the doctor asked him to look out. The heroes lined up near the large window. Little Hua was eating food, and someone exclaimed whether the pet was able to change its size. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the master mechanic asked if it was obvious, and then said that the boy did not seem to be very good at biology. Raising her finger, the girl said that if the cat were always so huge, it would not have eaten all the students of the academy. Sitting in the stroller, Xingxin said that she had such suspicions because the pet always suddenly appeared and disappeared, and if you think logically, such a large animal would always make a lot of noise when approaching, but even the teacher had never managed to detect it in advance. Hua leaned over to eat, and the girl explained that from the amount of food he ate, she assumed that he was able to change the shape of his body. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that this solved their problem, because a small cat would not eat much, to which the girl screamed that Hua was bleeding. Zhang put his palm to the glass and thought about how the blood on his body was fresh, although frozen, and that it must be a wound left by a sword, and then realized that it was no wonder the cat was so lethargic. The animal was wagging its tail, and the young man noticed that the pet did not pay attention to this while eating, because for stray cats, injuries are common. Frowning, the protagonist decided that it was better not to approach the stray cat while it was eating, and tomorrow he would prepare medicine for it and put it in its food to cure it and win it over. The classmates lay down on the large bed together. The mechanic smiled and asked Xingxin to pinch her because she felt like she was sleeping, and added that they were cold and hungry during the day and now they were living in this cozy room. The girl's cheeks turned red from embarrassment, and the girl asked if this was great, and it was all thanks to Brother Zhang, to which her best friend replied that the guy was really cool because he managed to create such a safe place during the apocalypse. Putting her hand out from under the blanket, the girl said that she decided to work hard to repay the boy for his kindness, to which the other girl asked what he asked her for. The master mechanic turned to her friend and said that the protagonist had allowed her to look at the equipment and she only needed to finish a few things, because the guy wanted to be able to not only fix everything, but also create weapons, to which Xingxin asked if it was true that weapons were not that easy to make. Throwing her hand behind her head, her best friend explained that there would be no particular problems with regular firearms, but something more complex would not be possible to create without professional equipment, and even if everything was done as accurately as possible, the error would still be huge. The girl raised her chin and suggested that he already had enough simple weapons, and bullets and bombs would be much more useful to him, and her friend confirmed her words. Smiling, the girl said that she would discuss this with him tomorrow because she needed to find out what exactly he needed. The next day, a snow-covered bunker appeared. Taking the paper in his hand, Zhang said that this was very good and they needed more of this stuff, and they also needed to work on safety, and then asked the mechanic to just tell her what materials she needed, to which she asked him not to worry because she was a professional. The protagonist said that it would be great if they made more mines and explosives, to which the interlocutor smiled and replied that it was not difficult, and she would take care of it. Cheng Yu held the phone to his ear, and someone explained to him that they understood the general picture, and then asked him not to go anywhere, and the interlocutor would send a group to pick them up. The survivor smiled and exclaimed that this was great, and now they were saved, to which the other said that they did not have to stay in this damn place anymore, and Cheng Yu was simply the best, and this news was great. The students looked at their phones and wondered if none of their relatives had survived. Looking back at the boy, the villagers wondered if his father would help them, and if so, why he hadn't contacted him earlier. The survivors were sitting on the ground, warming their hands from the cold. Suddenly, the boy turned around, hearing a sound to the side. The boy ran forward, shouting that it was his father. All the survivors rushed after him through the avalanche. The two girls were left behind and got stuck in the snow. People got out of the cart with dogs. Lion realized with the corners of her lips that they were definitely military men because they looked so stern. The rescuers whispered among themselves, and the boy said that his father was Jiangguo and then asked if they were sent to save the academy students. The man took off his helmet and shouted to Chengyu that his father was here. The boy, with his mouth open in alarm, wondered if this thin man, who didn't look like himself at all, was his father. The heroes hugged each other, and the young man exclaimed that his father had come and had no idea what he had been through, to which the man replied that he was very glad that his son was okay. Pushing the man away, Chengyu asked why his father hadn't sent people earlier, and whether he had any idea how much his son had suffered since he had almost died, to which the man asked not to talk about it for now, and in any case, he was glad that his son was okay, after which he offered to go with him. Putting his hand on his side, the rescuer said that he had heard that there were a lot of supplies at the academy, so they needed to hurry and transport them to the base, and the teacher wondered if they hadn't come to save the students, and how could they worry about supplies when they were waiting for rescue? Raising his hand, Chengyu said that the supplies were under the snow, but he had to warn them that there was a monster there and they would not go there. To which the man said that it was no big deal and if the monster appeared, they would get rid of it, and then told the boy that he had to show them the way. The boy opened his mouth in alarm and began to speak. The man in the helmet grabbed his shoulders and told him not to worry, because they had experience in fighting monsters and he had nothing to worry about. Pointing his finger at the woman, Chengyu shouted that Teacher Lion had always been in charge of the supplies and knew the place better than him. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she would lead the rescuers. Raising his hand, the man in the protective suit told the students not to worry and that they would come back for them. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear and realized that she had immediately felt that something was wrong here, and that this was not at all like what they had been promised. Near the hole in the snow, there were traces of rescuers. The man climbed out of the hole and ordered the others to help with the boxes. The students rushed to help. Taking the supplies in his hands, the boy asked if they hadn't come to save them and why they were forcing them to work. The young man in the green jacket lowered his chin and exclaimed that they had tried so hard and thought they would help them, but in the end they were just using them as slaves. The survivor asked why this was completely different from what Chengyu had told them, to which Chengyu gritted his teeth and realized that he had thought his father was still in a high position, but now he realized that was not the case. Jinguo's son patted his companion on the shoulder and explained that times were hard, so they couldn't sit around and had to work hard, and that the rescuers were simply short of workers, and then suggested that they take a rest when they got to the base. A moment later, the dog cart started moving. The rescuers turned around and told the students that they had to go. Putting his hand to his chest, the survivor exclaimed if they meant to say that they would go there on foot, and the other didn't understand where the cart was or why it wasn't there. The girl, her mouth wide open, shouted that they had been hungry for a long time, and the men were asking them to walk more than 10 kilometers. The man in the protective helmet, his eyes wide, told her to shut her mouth. Raising his fist, the man shouted that if they wanted to live, they should follow him, and if someone wasn't happy with something, they could get lost. The rescuer folded his arms and explained that their status in the past was worthless now that the world was ending, so all their advantages were behind them, and if they wanted to survive, they had to shut up and get to work. The student fell to his knees and said that it was impossible, and it couldn't be, and then asked if they really had to suffer for the rest of their lives. While packing up the supplies, Lion said that it was time to go. Grabbing the student's hand, the teacher asked him to listen, because they had a chance, and in order to survive, they had to go to the base, and then added that everyone had to try hard, and it really wasn't that far to go. The survivors looked at each other. The moon was visible through the falling snow. Lion lowered her arms and said that they had arrived. The door to the bunker opened in front of the heroes. The rescuers walked ahead and began to descend the stairs. One of them pointed his finger at the entrance. The students ran up the stairs and thought that after so much suffering they were finally saved. Entering the spacious room, the heroes did not understand what would happen next and what to do. The academy teacher frowned and asked the children not to be afraid, because the rescuers had put a lot of effort into getting them here so they would not harm them. People in white protective suits appeared in the doorway. The students began to choke from the gas spreading throughout the room. A woman came out to the heroes and told everyone to line up in 2 rows. The head of the shelter opened her mouth and asked the survivors to let her explain everything to them, because to ensure the safety of the bunker, it was necessary to undergo a comprehensive disinfection procedure and a medical examination, after which she added that she hoped for their cooperation. The children lined up in 2 lines in front of the doctors. A medical worker drew blood from a student's vein. The rescuer held out his hand to the side and said that they would be resettled when their test results came in. The boys were sitting on the floor, holding hands. A man in a white protective suit came out with a plate on a tray. Looking at the dish, the survivors did not understand what the hell it was. Eating the contents of the container, the boys thought that the texture seemed good. It tasted like yogurt, but it was definitely not it. A moment later, the plate was empty. Giant Guo appeared in the doorway, and his son exclaimed at his father's appearance. Frowning, the shelter manager asked if this was his son. Folding his palms, the man said that it was Chengyu, to which the woman said that this was not bad. Folding her hands behind her back, the bunker manager said that after an inspection, it was found that the boys did not have infectious diseases or suspicious microorganisms, and this was excellent news. Raising her palm, the manager asked them to follow her and first take a bath, and then they would sort them out. At that moment, the woman said that Chengyu would go with her, to which he turned around. Spreading his fingers, the young man asked if his friends had heard and said that he had already said that his father occupied a special position here. Covering his mouth with his hand, Giant Guo asked his son to follow the rules and asked if he understood that he would do everything his father asked, to which he replied that he understood everything and did not need to worry. Putting an arm around the young man, the woman told him to follow her. The student turned around and exclaimed that his friend was unlucky. The manager walked with the boy down the hall. The woman asked him to take a shower first, to which he, with his mouth slightly open, wondered why this place looked so much like someone's bedroom. The young man went into the shower stall. 15 minutes later, Chengyu came out of the shower. At that very second, the student's eyes widened in fear. The shelter manager took his hand. Throwing the guy onto the bed, the woman said that she had been waiting for him for a long time and asked him to come to her. The girl spread her arms and did not understand what it was because the color and style of the clothes were simply disgusting. The assistant manager, adjusting her glasses, ordered everyone to come to her and they would take them to where they would live and work. Lowering her head, the student thought that life here was completely different from what she had imagined. The assistant in a robe led the guys along the corridor. Bicycles with gears on the back appeared, and the survivors did not understand what they were. The man was diligently pedaling, and the guys asked what these people were doing. Lowering her eyebrows, the shelter employee said that from now on they would be working here. The guy clenched his teeth in alarm, hearing that their task was to generate electricity for their base, and these bicycles were connected to a generator. The assistant manager lowered her head and explained that later each of them would be given a set of rules for this bunker, and if they wanted to stay, they had to adhere to them, otherwise there would be serious consequences. Clenching her jaw, the girl shouted at the students to get to work quickly and work hard if they didn't want their rations cut. The crying girl took Teacher Lion's hand and called her. The other students also began to cry. Wiping away her tears, the survivor realized that this place was no different from a prison, and that the academy, although dangerous, was free and the teacher could always protect them. Lowering her chin, the assistant manager said that there was nothing wrong with crying, but they did not free them from work, and Lion asked the student not to be afraid because she was with them, and everything would be fine. With her eyes widened in alarm, the woman asked her charges to get to work. The teacher lowered the corners of her lips and thought about how she had originally expected it to be good here, but now she realized that she had been too naive. The shelter manager was putting on a sweater. Giant Guo walked into the room and asked how it went and if the woman was happy with his son. Smiling broadly, the bunker manager said that it was very good and his skills in bed were quite good, and then asked if it was a family thing, to which the man became embarrassed and asked her not to say that, because his merits were long gone. The woman asked if Giant Guo could clean up the place, and in return she would tell the logistics department to treat the two of them specially, to which the man leaned over and thanked her and said that if she needed Chenglu in the future, she just needed to say so and he would bring him right away. The door was visible and someone knocked on it. The young man frowned. The man entered the room and asked the boy how he was. Sitting on the bed, Jiangguo explained that if his son wanted to survive, he would have to put up with it. Extending his hand to him, the man added that everything would be fine and he would definitely get used to it. Chengyu, crying, asked why his father had not told him about this place before and why everything was exactly like this. Looking down, the man explained that this was happening all over the world now, and their past achievements and status were of no interest to anyone anymore. Looking ahead, he said that the first to get here were rich people with high status and they got along quite well with each other. He also added that according to scientists, the blizzard should have lasted a month or two, no more, and after that, life should have returned to normal, and that is why respect between people was preserved, because everyone believed that they could regain their former status. Remembering the scientist, he continued the story by saying that soon everything changed and researchers discovered that the explosion affected the planet much more than originally expected and the world officially plunged into an ice age, which could end in 5 or 50 years. Looking at his son, the father explained that it was at this moment that some people realized their strength and the gap between the layers of the population began to grow, and no matter how the situation developed, sooner or later the law of the jungle will prevail. He also knelt down and noted that what had happened today was just the first lesson he needed to learn while he was here, because if he wanted to survive, he would have to obey the rules, and his son should always be grateful for the fate that befell him. Putting his hand on the back of his son's head, the man also said that it didn't matter what he had to do because survival justified any sacrifice. A crowd had gathered in the room with the beds, and someone asked the teacher why they had to work and why their life in the shelter was so hard. They all looked at Lion and said that this was not what they had imagined before, and a certain student explained that she had spent the whole day on this bike and pedaled so hard that she couldn't even feel her legs, because if they had to do this every day, they could die. Spreading her arms, the teacher explained that hard times had come and surviving in them was also not easy, because they had all seen other residents of the shelter today, and these people in the past were not lower in status than the students. Looking at the crowd, she spoke about how there could not be a world where everyone was happy. The students' eyes widened as the teacher said that if they thought about things positively, they could still survive the incident at the academy. A student opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that they were all elites, but they were treated like cattle, and a guy behind her pointed out that they were all so young and still children, and yet they were being sent to suffer like this. The girl held the teacher's hands and asked her if she had a plan, but she said that she was just a teacher and her status here was no different from that of the other students. Chengyu walked into the room. Looking at him, the crowd began to bombard him with questions about whether his father could make it so that they did not have to work at all, or could just transfer them to simpler work, like paperwork. Gritting his teeth, the boy told them to stop dreaming, because everyone here works where they are assigned, and they got a generator. Approaching the teacher, the boy said that he came back, and she asked where he was. Frowning, the boy said that he and his father had walked around the base, so now he had a general idea of how everything was arranged here. Sitting down on the bed, the boy summed up by saying that their only hope was the teacher. The girl, widening her eyes, realized that even though she had no influence in the past, in the current situation, her fighting skills could come in handy. Putting her hand on the boy's shoulder, she asked if he could tell them how things were now. Remembering the leader, the boy said that it was now Xinyan, and many of his people awakened enormous powers in themselves, which helped them suppress all the rebellions and seize power. A picture of a feast appeared in his head. He explained that the entire life of the base was divided into several levels, and the leader and his close associates enjoyed the best conditions on the first level, adding that someone useful, like scientists, were on the second level, and their living conditions were not much different from life before the disaster. Remembering the awakened people, the guy noted that troops in excellent physical shape had gathered on the third level, among which were many people with unusual abilities. Raising his hand, he explained that they themselves were on the fourth level, which was the largest, but they received the least resources and did the most difficult work. Sweat appeared on his face as he said that it was useless to resist, because there was security between them and the second level, and they would be unable to oppose these monsters. One of the students, falling to his knees, asked if they would really have to work for the rest of their lives in that case, and someone from the crowd exclaimed that it would be better to die already. Gritting his teeth, Chengyu asked his classmates what they thought about why they were all taken away, and answered his own question by saying that the base simply needed manpower. Opening his eyes, he also added that not everyone was willing to accept this reality, so the suicide rate here was quite high. But the leadership did not care about the lives of the fourth level, because if any of them died, they would simply go outside and find new ones, so they were just like cattle to them. The student grabbed him by the collar, shouting that it was all his fault and that it was his fault that they were all here, because if the guy had not revealed their location, they would hardly have ended up in such a hole. The young man, looking at him, asked if he had died simply by staying in the academy. Pushing him away with his hand, he turned to Lion with a request for help, because she was the only one of them who could change the situation. She opened her mouth in surprise as she listened to Chengyu's words about how she was different from all of them, and that with her abilities she might have privileges here. All the students surrounded her, saying that she had an important decision to make now, and since she was their teacher, she had to take care of them since they couldn't do heavy work, and maybe she could negotiate easier work for her students. Looking at them, she explained that she was already keeping an eye on them to make sure they were safe, and this issue still needed to be discussed. But someone spoke up about how his hands were already covered in calluses, and this was not something children should do. Lying on her side, she said that it was already late and they should return to this issue the next day, and since they had work to do, they needed to get a good rest. Then one of the students asked her to talk to these people at least tomorrow. The corridor was visible and a wake-up call was heard. All the students jumped out of their beds. They stood in a row. A girl holding a loudspeaker said that today was the 48th day of their survival and they should all thank Mr. Zinyan for their happy and well-fed life. The workers raised their hands and shouted words of gratitude to the leader. The teacher's eyes widened as she watched. Smiling, the woman with the loudspeaker said that they had saved a group of survivors yesterday, and from now on they were all one family. She extended her hand and explained that some of them were already with them. Lin, looking somewhere to the side, understood that this was a herd instinct that they used to control the 4th level people. Sweat broke out on her face and she thought that although she understood what it was and how it worked, she could not promise that she would be able to resist it if she stayed here any longer. She picked up the loudspeaker. Taking it, the woman noted that it was time for the standard morning meeting, asking who was leading the meeting today. The teacher held a spoon in her hand, knowing that there was nothing to worry about, because if they couldn't resist, they would just have to accept it, because that way they would at least be able to survive. Looking at the students, she knew that this was better than waiting for death outside. The secretary came into the dining room and the woman asked her why she had decided to visit them in person, asking about what she might need. Taking the loudspeaker, Ji asked if Miss Lion from the group of survivors who had arrived recently was here. Jumping up from her chair, the teacher said that it was her, and the student behind her asked her not to abandon them. The teacher went to the secretary. After shaking the girl's hand, the high-ranking member of the base greeted her, introducing herself as the commander's secretary. Everyone turned to look at them, not understanding why she had decided to meet with the new girl, because they were really going to promote her. The secretary, frowning, turned her gaze to the others. They all returned to the meal. Pointing with her hand, she asked the girl to follow her. They walked along the corridor. Knocking on the door, Ji said that she had brought her. The commander-in-chief, shaking the teacher's hand, explained that he had heard about her because she was a real master of martial arts and it was thanks to her that those guys were able to survive and therefore she was truly a worthy teacher. Having seated her on the sofa, the commander also asked her to sit down and said that he would like to bring her up to date and tell her about his plans for her. Extending his hand to her, Sinyan said that he hoped that she would help them preserve the remains of the old civilization and create a new one in the future, and that is why he needed her strength. The girl, shaking his hand, replied that if she could help him with anything, he could contact her immediately. Pointing to the secretary, he added that she would be taken to the 2nd level, where she would now live. Showing the way, the secretary asked the girl to follow her. They walked along a beautiful part of the base and Lion noticed this. The hero was doing something outside his shelter. Looking at the cat, he said that he had been feeding it for a week and the pet had already eaten so much and it was high time for him to love his owner. Smiling, the guy added that if the cat agreed, he would promise to feed him deliciously every day. Waving his hand to the animal, the young man also said that the house was warm since there was even a fireplace to warm up and it was generally very nice there, clearly better than staying in the cold. Suddenly, Hua raised his head. The animal noticed 2 girls in the window. A memory with Xingxin appeared in his head. Extending his hand to the pet, the protagonist again asked him to come in and look inside because it was really very nice there. The cat was walking towards him. The hero, sitting on his knees, called the cat, saying that he had a lot of tasty things at home and whether he wanted to come in and try them. The cat was already in the house. Suddenly, Hua began to sharpen his claws on the sofa, the cost of which exceeded several million. Closing his eyes, Zhang noted that there was nothing terrible about it, because the animal could do whatever it wanted since this was now his home. Ju, looking at them, noted that it was good that such a creature could not turn into a woman, otherwise she would not have enough space in that case. Looking at the cat, the guy realized that she first needed to get used to it. The animal curled up on the chair. The young man, reaching out to it, thought that Hua seemed to have calmed it down and perhaps it was worth trying to make contact with it. Suddenly, the cat, opening its mouth wide, began to hiss. The mutants first stood on end. Looking at it, the hero realized that even with women he never had such problems. The young man was able to pet the animal. Sitting down on the sofa, he breathed a sigh of relief since everything turned out not to be in vain. The cat bathed with Yami. She was also always with Ju. The animal even slept with 2 other girls. Looking at Xingxin, the protagonist asked about any news. The girl, turning to him, exclaimed that she found the person who tried to hack the shelter network. Looking at the map, the guy noted that this place was on the border between the southwestern part of Zishan and the northwestern part of Lujiang, and it was only 30 kilometers from here. Leaning his hand on the table, he clarified that they were really that close. The hacker said that their work was too rough because it was clearly not the most skilled specialist who did it. Grinning, she also explained that their equipment was weak, so they were unable to hack the shelter's network and added that the data on their computer was encrypted, so it would take time to decrypt it. Looking at the devices, she also noted that judging by the data already available, some organization was indeed based in this area. Turning to the guy, the wheelchair user said that they might soon meet with members of this organization. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and said that what will be and he is not afraid of problems because if someone wants to ruin his life, they will be ground into dust. Leaving the control room, the guy also asked the girl to track them down and not to forget to decrypt the information because he needs more data on this organization. He was going down the stairs. Raising his hand, the young man greeted someone. The girl, lifting her glasses, asked what he was doing there. The hero, approaching her, explained that he just came to see how the work was progressing. She handed him a silencer, saying that this was what she wanted to show him. Taking it in his hands, the guy noted that this was a great thing that would definitely come in handy. Introducing rifles with new equipment, the protagonist realized that his sniper skills were getting better and better, and with such an improvement it would be easier for him to hide his location. Giving her a thumbs up, the young man praised her for her excellent work since it was almost indistinguishable from modern analogs, and the engineer explained that first it was necessary to check whether it was the right size, even though the silencer was made according to the parameters of his rifle. But even so, she could adjust it if necessary. Clenching her fist, she added that if the hero needed anything, he should just say so, and she would try to do it. Hugging her, he began to talk about the reason for his visit. Raising his head, the guy said that he was interested in whether she could make grenades, landmines, and explosives. Turning to the girl, the young man asked if it was too difficult. Jumping up, she exclaimed, saying that he underestimated her since she hoped for a request for something more intricate since everything that was named was not so problematic to do. The engineer crossed her arms over her chest and noted that she had a feeling that the guy didn't appreciate her at all since he was asking for such a thing, while the hero's head was filled with admiration for his new ally's abilities since even such things were so simple for her. Looking at him, she explained that what he was asking for was of little use in a modern war and that it would be more suitable for wars of 100 years ago. They sat back down and the engineer talked about how gunpowder could be made by any schoolchild, given all the necessary materials, since it wasn't a simple mixture of monosulfide, dinitrate, and charcoal, while the protagonist talked about how things were a little different at the moment and that with the onset of cold weather, all technological weapons were practically equal to scrap metal. Frowning, he also explained that modern wars were much smaller in scale and usually all battles were just face-to-face clashes, so grenades would definitely find their use. Turning his head to his companion, he added that Sinkson had managed to find those who had tried to hack them, although it was not yet clear who was behind all of this, but there was a high probability that this was indeed a serious organization and, in order to ensure the safety of everyone living in the shelter, they should strengthen the existing trap. The girl, looking at the young man, said that she had somehow overlooked this, and he replied that everything was fine and she should do what she could, she should not worry about the rest. With her eyes wide open, she said that the young man was really kind to her and she did not even know how to repay him, but the hero noted that even at their first meeting he felt a special connection, because she was very similar to one of his sisters and as soon as he saw her, the desire to protect her did not leave him for a minute. The girl, crying, asked if this was true. Smiling, the protagonist answered in the affirmative, wondering why he would lie at all. The engineer pursed her lips, unable to believe that she was just an ordinary little sister to him. She said, her eyes wide, that he had nothing to worry about and that she would take care of everything. Looking at her, the protagonist said that as long as he was here, nothing would happen to her. The girl smiled widely. As he left, the protagonist noted that he would not distract her and advised her to take care of herself, not forgetting to rest. Grinning, the guy understood that this method, although not the most correct, but he needed to win her over because such a talent could not be wasted. Spreading his arms, the young man knew that he was even ready to sleep with her if necessary. Looking at the silencer, he knew that things like weapons were vital to him now. The hero pressed something on his phone. Looking at his phone, the young man typed messages that they had recently found out that a common enemy was nearby, so they had to be extremely careful and not trust anyone. Also that due to the snow disaster, many places were left without state supervision, so any person or force trying to contact them should be considered suspicious, and a message that they should all remember that they should not reveal their abilities, which is an extremely important rule. Chunlei looked at his mobile device. Uncle Yu did the same. The hero, putting his phone away, had already read the messages that his allies had already figured everything out, and he himself understood that this was all he could do now because they had not yet made any progress in the investigation. Rubbing his chin, the young man knew that the main danger to him at the moment was the villagers. Remembering the location of the base, he realized that the enemy signal was passing right through their village to the shelter. Looking at his phone, the protagonist read a message from a villager that if he encounters danger and cannot cope on his own, then he should simply call him for help. As he entered the room, the boy remembered that Chunlei's ability was too useful and he couldn't let the fat man get into trouble. Smiling, the villager said that Jang was really good since he always thought about his people and the future. Crossing his legs, the boy understood that their city had previously been an inconspicuous rural settlement, housing in which cost pennies, and the city part did not even consider them people, so it was unlikely that anyone would come here at all. 2 people left the base. Behind was Jian, who said that he could no longer imagine when all this would end, because literally a couple more months of such snowfall and the world would be buried under a thick layer of snow. In front was Hyun, who noted that after all, snow cannot fall endlessly. After all, water molecules in the air condense, and how can snow form without the evaporation of moisture? Extending her hand, she also noted that she had heard earlier that the temperature at the equator had reached 20 degrees below zero. Looking up, the researcher said that in the future, the amount of precipitation would decrease and that it would be something like the Creator's last mercy. 2 sled dogs were visible. They were getting ready for a long journey. Raising the radio to her face, the girl said that the inspection of the Yixing area was over. Sitting in the cart, the man asked where they should go next, and his companion replied that they had originally planned to limit themselves to Zishan, but this time another place had appeared. Throwing his hand over the edge of the cart, the forwarder inquired about the destination, and his ally explained that this was a special assignment from the top management without any specifics, but it was not that important, so they should just check if there was anything there and return to the base. Looking ahead, she noted that this place was not far from the river, so they would go along it. Sitting on the cart, she told the dogs to go, as this was the last stop before home. The girl put her hands to her mouth and whistled. The dogs rushed forward. The village of Zujia with its castle was visible. The girl's eyes widened, realizing that her expectations had not been met, as she had previously thought that she would only see a mountain of ice and snow, and now there was an entire village. 2 barking dogs stood at the entrance. Armed villagers ran out to them, and Hyun exclaimed that there were a lot of survivors. Rubbing her chin, she realized that not only had they not died from the cold, but they had also managed to save the village, which was truly incredible. One of the armed villagers, taking aim, asked who they were and what they were doing here. The girl, showing her ID, explained that they had a special mission and were searching for survivors to help them in the conditions of this snow disaster, and that they had nothing to worry about. The village elder took her document. Smiling, he greeted them. Turning to the others, the old man told them to set the table, because today they had special guests and they needed to greet them properly. Walking deeper into the village, Liu also ordered the villagers not to be stingy and to bring out the best food. One of the villagers, looking at the elder, noted that he knew the true motives of the newcomers and asked why he was so actively receiving them here, to which he replied that what they said was enough for him. Stroking his beard, the old man also said that at the moment the world was in chaos, and if they could establish friendly relations with another group, then they would have a chance to become stronger and survive. Turning his head, he added that for them this was just a meal which they could afford, and the villager agreed with him. With her eyes wide open, the girl understood that the disaster had not greatly affected the village and they were not at all in danger of starvation. Raising her hand, she told the elder that the snowstorm had not affected their village at all and asked how they had managed to do that, to which he replied that, first of all, the villagers had a strong spirit, which helped them endure. Smiling, he added that he had also contributed to this because he always tried to stock up for a rainy day, which was why their village had not faced a food shortage. Looking at the guests, the old man also noted that he did not want to brag, but in all this time, not a single resident of his village had died of hunger, and the man next to him understood that Liu had only recently become the headman, because previously only Mr. Zhu was in charge of everything, including the grain reserves, and now the new elder decided to take all the credit for himself. Hyun, placing her hands on the table, inquired about the size of the reserves in the village, and the old man noted that they apparently knew little about agriculture in their area. Holding up 3 fingers, the old man explained that 30% of Tianhai's agricultural produce came from Zujia. The elder's eyes widened, knowing that since they knew about their reserves, there was nothing to stop them from simply taking them away. The eyes of the expeditioners widened. Looking at them, Liu also noted that due to the heavy snowfall last month, most of the supplies had been ruined, which is why the villagers were currently trying to save as much as possible. Jiang, looking at the elder, said that as far as they knew, there must be at least 1,000 families living in the village, and it was great that they were able to provide them all with food and clothing, and the old man explained that most of their village was indeed in good condition. Knocking on the wall, he also explained that their houses were built very solidly, since it was the old man who built them, and that solved the housing issue. Standing by the wall, Liu also noted that the situation in other villages was much worse, and their houses were buried under snow and most of the people died, thinking that this could put him in a good light. Grinning, both expeditioners understood that this old man was quite capable. Looking at him, Jian asked if he built all this himself, because if so, then it was simply incredible, which meant that this village was full of skilled craftsmen. The old man explained that the village was inhabited by farmers, so they must have some skills. Raising one hand, the old man asked them not to be shy and eat more. Grinning, the girl understood how prosperous this village was. Pouring something into small glasses for them, the headman asked them to tell him about how they planned to cope with the disaster. Bringing the food to her mouth, the girl advised not to worry about it, because they already had a plan and they would soon begin to implement it. The old man smiled and exclaimed that this was great news. It was good to have someone to rely on in such a difficult time, and the villager behind him asked when their experts thought the snowfall would stop. While she drank, she told them that it would soon be over, and they must have noticed the change in the weather as well, so they estimated that the snowfall would stop in a couple of months. The expeditioner grinned and knew that she said this with such a calm expression that if he himself did not know the actual data, he would believe her. Looking at the elder, she also inquired about the villagers who had been feeling strange lately, and Liu realized that she was interested in people like Chunlei. Raising his hand, he asked again, adding that everyone in their village was doing well, but the girl explained that she was talking about those whose bodies had mutated, because such people could have developed various abilities and most likely it was simply impossible not to notice, and if they could provide them with such information, they would be generously rewarded. The old man looked away, unsure if he could trust them, because besides, he was not sure if he should spread such information at all. Raising his hand to his face, he realized that they were probably talking about those who looked like Chunlei, still unsure if they should tell him the truth. Looking at her, the elder asked why they needed such people. Hyun noted that the talents of such people were simply priceless and they could use their abilities to restore their home base and all the infrastructure in general. Pouring herself a drink, the forwarder also said that if the headman knew such a person, he should definitely tell them about it because their organization would definitely thank him generously. The old man's face began to sweat because it sounded very good to him, but it didn't inspire confidence. Remembering the boy, he knew that he was the main treasure of their village and without him, they had no future. Taking out his phone, the elder asked them to leave their contact information, because in the future he would try to keep an eye on the villagers and in the future he would immediately inform them if he found anyone. Smiling, the girl noted that the elder was definitely hiding something from her because lying was not the best idea. Handing over the phone, Liu asked why he would lie. Tapping her finger on the table, Hyun asked if he had anyone in mind. Sweat appeared on his face after the girl asked him to think carefully before saying anything, because his answer could have serious consequences. Coming closer to her, he noted that he had some suspicions, but this man was not from his village, and it was only by chance that he became known. Looking at him, the girl asked who this man was, and the old man said his name and explained that he lived in one of the estates on the other side of the river. Her eyes widened. She remembered the name Zhang because it was to find him that they were sent. Jumping up from her chair, the forwarder asked him to tell her more because this was an incredible coincidence. The guy, grinning, understood that they should take advantage of the opportunity and get as much information from them as possible. Sitting in front of them, the elder explained that the protagonist was simply a real devil who single-handedly killed more than 100 residents of their village, but they could do nothing to him because he was so strong that they could only swallow their insult. One of the villagers raised his hand and said that he definitely had some abilities, while the other added that their men wanted to fight him, but most of them died in the end. Raising one hand, the girl asked to tell her at least the approximate height, age, and appearance of the hero, while the old man noted that they only knew that there were many traps set up around his house, and that he had weapons and a snowmobile. Jian, looking at the elder, asked about the man's powers, but he replied that they did not know and added that there was a feeling that something was definitely wrong with this guy. The girl frowned, realizing that the most valuable information for them was his abilities, and also listened to the old man's words that it would be better for them to find out for themselves. Going outside, the elder wished them a good journey and asked them not to forget about them when the plan began to work. Hyun, looking at the old man, said that from now on he would be responsible for Zujia and if any useful information suddenly appeared, then they should immediately inform them, and he answered in the affirmative. The girl, bringing the radio to her face, said that they found out that there were about 2,000 survivors in this village and they had food supplies and added that no people with abilities were found. The guy, looking at her, asked why she lied to the villagers about the recovery after the disaster. Grinning, she asked him about whether he really thought that the villagers would share information with them and treat them like this after hearing the truth about the disaster. And the companion answered that he understood everything, but it seemed to him that it was still wrong, since in the end, the villagers treated them well. Sitting on the cart, Hyun noted that this was exactly why the guy remained her assistant. Rubbing the back of her head, she also added that he told them what they wanted to hear, and thanks to this, not only were they not offended, but also remained grateful for giving them hope. Crossing his arms over his chest, the forwarder noted that they would sooner or later realize that everything he said was a lie and asked what she would do then. Grinning, the girl explained that she did not have to worry about it at all because they were on completely different levels. The guy was looking through binoculars at one of the cottages. Standing on the cart, he said that fortunately, they still managed to find out something and therefore it was worth hurrying. Grinning, the girl noted that it was difficult not to envy life in such a villa with all the amenities while such chaos reigned everywhere. Looking at his companion, Jian asked what there was to envy. After all, it was freezing outside and most likely an incredible amount of energy was spent on heating this entire building. Looking at the girl, the forwarder asked where this man could get so much fuel, not to mention clothes and food. While his companion understood that if Zhang was really behind the devastation of that warehouse, then he clearly had no problems with supplies. Sitting on the guy's shoulder, she said that they should go and check. The young man jumped high. They landed on the fence of the estate. Immediately after, they jumped onto the inner part of the house. Looking at it, Hyun noted that this house must have previously belonged to some rich man, because it looked modern and had protection comparable to a bunker. Touching the wall, she also said that, unfortunately, there were no indestructible fortresses in this world. While the ally asked if she was really considering the possibility of negotiations and added that her abilities were not suitable for combat, so a thoughtless penetration could put her in danger. Turning around, she reminded the young man that she was, after all, a member of the Special Forces. Jian, his eyes wide, said that he would wait for her outside and added that if anything happened, she should call for help. Putting her hand in the wall, the girl asked him not to worry because the protagonist could not even imagine that such an ability existed in the world. She found herself in a certain space. Suddenly, the girl appeared inside the cottage, realizing that the hero lived better than any millionaire. Looking around, she realized that he clearly had plenty of supplies, and whether it was food or energy, he had it all in abundance, otherwise the situation would be completely different. The forwarder touched the door handle. Sweat appeared on her face. Standing in front of the door, she realized that this shelter was much more important than the leadership thought. Hyun left the knife on one of the shelves, realizing that she needed to catch the locals by surprise and then, perhaps, it would be possible to avoid bloodshed. The girl went out through the wall. The ally, looking at her, asked about the catch. The same one explained that everything was just fine and they needed to return quickly, so everything would be explained on the way. The guy asked again, opening his mouth wide. Putting out his fist, he asked about whether the girl had really met a serious opponent there, but she noted that it was unlikely because judging by the situation, the hero really was not that simple. Looking at her comrade, the expeditionary also said that she was not so good in battle and therefore decided not to risk it, so they needed to report to the leadership about what they had found here. Putting out his hand, the guy said that in that case they had to go. The young man's eyes opened wide. The cat's fur stood on end. Taking the gun in his hand, the hero understood that the pet was wary for a reason, since apparently something had happened. Having stroked the animal, the protagonist asked it about what had happened. The cat was shaking its head and the hero thought that she was having nightmares, although he had never known this about animals before. Looking at the phone, Zhang realized that there was no one on the cameras. Hua was meowing and scratching at the door. Having opened the door, the guy asked her to wait. The cat jumped onto the kitchen table. She noticed some kind of knife on it. The protagonist, having picked it up, realized that this weapon was definitely not his, and it was unlikely to belong to one of the girls. Having put the remote control in front of him, he could not understand who put it there and how this person managed to get inside and decided to watch the recording from the living room, since it was possible that there would be something there. An image with one of the intruders appeared on the TV. Frowning, the young man ordered to zoom in on the image. With his eyes wide open, the hero could not believe that she had such power. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that this woman had to die because he could not leave her alive under any circumstances. Looking at his pet, the young man suggested that he deal with the uninvited guests. The hero put on a bulletproof vest. He turned on the image from the cameras on the street on the TV. There were two people on one of them and the protagonist understood that it was not important, but first he needed to deal with the woman who had snuck into the shelter. Having sat down in the cart, Jian asked his companion what she had seen in the house that had made her come out so happy. Looking at her ally, she explained that there was something he did not need to know and added that since she was in a good mood today, she would share this information. The guy rubbed his chin, listening to the words that there had been rumors earlier that Zhang was involved in the theft at the supermarket warehouse, and the girl also asked if the companion had heard about such a situation, to which he replied that he seemed to remember. Looking at him, she explained that more than a third of the products for other stores in their city were stored in that warehouse, and it was said that the value of the stolen goods was estimated at tens of billions, and the ally was surprised to ask how this was even possible. With his arms outstretched, he also asked her about how the hero knew where these goods were, and the girl noted that if he were an ordinary person, she would not suspect him of anything. But how could an ordinary person survive in an apocalypse and have firepower that could repel a siege by hundreds of villagers? Raising a finger, Huon explained that the case of the theft from the warehouse was beyond common sense, but if it was a person with abilities, then it was quite possible. Jian opened his mouth wide and asked her about her thoughts on the protagonist's ability, because she really allowed him to carry so much goods from the warehouse. The companion noted that it was just an assumption, but nevertheless, it was something they needed to figure out. Smiling, she also said that if they went back and reported this to the leadership to get a support team, then even if his shelter was equipped with a defense system, the hero would still not be able to hide from her. Smiling, the guy exclaimed that her ability was simply incredible. They rode forward and Hyun asked her ally not to be upset, because he would receive a large reward when they returned. He would also be promoted in rank, and she would stop making fun of him, and the ally asked her to take care of him. The protagonist rode behind them on a mutant. Taking aim, the hero laughed at the fact that they thought they could escape so easily. The bullet pierced the girl's head. Her body fell to the bottom of the cart. Jian, having pulled out a pistol, took aim. He turned around, realizing that the target was on the other side. Suddenly, the forwarder disappeared, dodging the shot. The hero, gritting his teeth, realized that they did not need strangers here at all. Grinning, the young man remembered that in the end he encountered two at once, but it did not matter who they were, since both must die, because no one else could be allowed to find out about the shelter. Jumping off the pet, the guy tried to think of what he should do, because perhaps he should contact the fat man, although he did not have transport and was unlikely to make it in time. Pointing his finger, the young man ordered the animal to deal with the remaining one while he covered him, and then the cat would be given a fish. Hiding behind a block of ice, the forwarder realized that this must be Zhang, who probably came to get rid of them. While lifting his companion's body, he realized that he couldn't stand up to such an opponent, so he needed to call for help. His mouth wide open, he couldn't understand what was approaching him. The guy managed to jump back, holding his companion's body. The cat began to slow down. Jian was shooting at him with a machine gun. While shooting with a rifle, the young man thought about how long the enemy could hide from him. The cat was flying after his opponent through the air, and the protagonist couldn't understand how he had dodged it again, because his ability was somehow connected with speed. Grinning, the hero realized that it was high time to check how long he could hold out at this pace. Dodging a paw strike, the forwarder realized that he had fallen into the trap of this monster, who also dodged a bullet, which is why he would hardly be able to get out alive. The bullet was flying straight at him. The enemy gritted his teeth. He was able to dodge a paw strike and a bullet at the same time. The cat was already hanging over him to attack. The monster bit him. Falling to the ground, the opponent screamed that the monster was finished, because it would go to hell with him. Suddenly, something pierced his head. The protagonist came closer to the two lifeless bodies. The monster, looking at him, meowed, and the guy asked what it was. Hyun's corpse was wrapped in some kind of golden glow, and the hero could not understand what was happening to her. Bringing his hand to her head, Zhang realized that it was part of her power. This power passed to him, and he realized that the awakened can absorb each other's abilities. Bringing his hand to Jian's head, the hero said that it was strange, but then this world is already full of things that are difficult to comprehend at the moment, because now he needs to be ready to fight back if someone decides to attack him again. Xingxin sat on the couch and told the protagonist that she had made some progress in their investigation. The guy sat down next to her while she was telling him that by analyzing the things he had brought yesterday, the girl had found out that they were from the Zishan Shelter organization. Recalling the layout of the shelter, the hacker explained that it was quite large and that many people lived there, and that the organization had a strict hierarchy, as well as several hundred armed people, most of whom were former Special Forces soldiers and people who had awakened their abilities. Introducing the last two opponents, she also said that ordinary soldiers, even well-trained ones, did not pose much of a threat, and if it weren't for the woman who could walk through walls, there would be nothing to worry about. Stroking her head, the young man noted that if this was all true, then a battle would not be avoided, also praising her. Smiling, the hacker explained that it was not difficult for her at all, and she promised that she could hack their entire network, and the hero said that it was very good, because now he would be looking forward to it. Getting up from the couch, the protagonist asked Jo what she was doing there, and she asked him to come with her because she had found something. The girl brought him to the lab. Touching the microscope, the doctor said that after the autopsy, she had discovered one mutation in them, namely that the activity of their cells was tens of times higher than that of ordinary people. And moreover, the energy they produced was also unusual, and the work of the brain cells was especially interesting, since this was most likely the reason for the awakening of their powers. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist remembered that he had absorbed the power of that woman through her brain. Smiling, he said that the discovery was really interesting, and the girl replied that he couldn't even imagine how important this discovery was. Introducing the mutant people, she explained that the current mutations were the result of exposure to gamma radiation, but not all mutations could be useful, because a person could awaken the power, but still remain trash. Rubbing his chin, the hero listened to the doctor's words that if they manage to study the principle of mutation, they will be able to easily create people with special talents, to which he asked whether these abilities can appear in everyone over time. Taking a cell sample in her hand, she answered negatively, explaining that the probability of such an outcome is extremely low, since the protagonist does not even imagine how labor-intensive the process of creating such a person can be, because there simply will not be enough resources for this. And then Zhang said that at the moment there is no need to be afraid that over time, survival can become a more difficult test. Crossing his arms over his chest, He also noted that if there are many such people, then it does not matter, since for their leadership they are just expendable material. Taking the list of equipment, Liu explained that the necessary components are not so difficult to find, because if you need to deal with an ordinary person, then a large amount of gunpowder will be enough. So she will do everything possible to ensure that they have enough weapons, and the young man said that he will soon get her the materials and asked her not to skimp and do whatever it takes. The protagonist came to the shooting range. He pulled the bowstring. The released arrow was covered with a blue glow. It hit right in the middle of the target. From such force, it split. With his eyes wide open, the hero realized that the arrow's speed exceeded the speed of sound. The guy's hands were covered with a blue glow. He said that he had previously never thought that the stolen power in a matter of moments would bring more benefit than weeks of training. Lin Feng, entering the control room, asked about what happened to his subordinates. The guy sitting at the computer said that they had received a distress signal 5 minutes ago and had managed to determine where it had come from. But if the captain wanted to take action, they would need to get permission from the leadership, while the man said that it was his people that were involved, so he would go right now. Putting out her hand, the secretary explained that the reception time had passed and Mr. Zinyan was resting, so the meeting could only be scheduled for tomorrow. Raising his hand, the captain said that his subordinates had gone on a mission and were in danger because a distress signal had been received, and therefore they needed to immediately report this to the commander-in-chief. Grinning, Ji noted that she understood the squad leader perfectly well, but did he really think that this was a valid reason, since the leader had to work hard for the good of the shelter and now they were going to break into it when the leader had finally laid down to rest? With his mouth wide open, the captain asked what she was talking about because the lives of his fighters were really worthless. Smiling, the girl said that she didn't mean that, but the leader is above all else anyway. Looking at her, Ling Feng said that it was really impossible to make an exception since each member of his team was a valuable resource for the entire base. But the interlocutor replied that she was very sorry since she could not help in any way. Turning his subordinates around, the guy told them to go back since they still could not do anything without the commander-in-chief's permission. The girl turned around and grinned. The commander was lying in bed with 2 girls, saying that there were still a number of problems at his base, and the most important of them was electricity, and the second was a lack of food, and added that he worked hard every day to solve them so as not to undermine the trust of the residents. One of the girls turned to him and remarked that he was simply incredible because it was truly amazing how he managed to carry such responsibility on his shoulders. Grinning, the man explained that if he set a goal for himself, he would definitely achieve it, because for the sake of the base's prosperity and the well-being of the people, he must do everything in his power. Taking the phone in his hands, the commander allowed someone to enter. Looking at the assistant, he asked who wanted to meet with him, and the girl answered that it was Captain Ling Feng, who asked to tell him that 2 members of his team had sent a distress signal. Waving her off, Zinyan ordered several people to be sent to check and asked to convey to the captain a ban on him going there, since strong figures cannot be wasted in vain. The captains gathered in the meeting room. Frowning, the guy asked the secretary if there was good news. Holding a piece of paper, she explained that he had been given permission to send people to the place where the signal was received, but only those whose rank was lower than captain. Because Ling Feng was a valuable combat unit of the base and he could not be allowed to take such a risk, he replied that he understood everything. Lion was walking behind him. Suddenly, she noticed 2 girls. Looking at them, she called out to her acquaintances. One of them, turning to the teacher, noted that she did not expect to see her here, and the teacher asked what they were doing here. Smiling, the student asked why she could not be here and added that if she did not rely on her appearance, she would have to vegetate at the bottom along with those whom the teacher abandoned. But now she can be near the commander-in-chief and this is a kind of revenge. Looking at the students, the woman asked what they were talking about. Taking the first girl by the shoulder, the student told her that they should stop this conversation because they could have problems as it is. The teacher grabbed her hand and asked what had happened to them. The student looked at the teacher and explained that after she left, many of her classmates had simply disappeared, but she did not immediately understand and asked again. Tears appeared in the student's eyes when she said that they did not know because none of them had ever returned. As she left, she apologized to the teacher because she did not know anything else and it was better for her to figure it out on her own or just pretend that nothing had happened. With her eyes wide open, Lion said that most likely it was just a big misunderstanding because they could have simply been transferred to another place, but she still did not understand why the others did not know about it. The guy, standing around the corner, asked the teacher if she wanted to know where the boys really went. Putting his finger to his mouth, he asked her not to say anything and just follow him. Looking around the corner, the young man explained that he had been called to the 2nd level quite often lately and noticed that there were bodies in those bags, but the woman asked again, not believing it. Looking at him, Lion said that she would try to follow them and advised the interlocutor to return so as not to arouse suspicion. He in turn agreed with her and asked her to be careful. The teacher rushed forward along the corridor. There was a closed door in front of her. She knocked out one of the workers. Afterwards, the girl changed her clothes in one of the toilets. There were 2 guards with guns in front of her. One of the researchers, looking at the bag, said that they had failed again and this was already the 8th unsuccessful experiment in the last couple of days, and the second worker noted that, unfortunately, the bodies of these people cannot adapt. Looking at them, Lion tried to understand what they meant by the concept of adapting. Suddenly, she noticed a corpse in one of the boxes. Looking at him, the teacher couldn't believe that they were doing such a thing here. One of the workers threw another body into the box. Then he pressed something on the side of the panel. The corpse was covered in fire. Some white substance poured into the container. The girl looked at it. She brought her hand to her face. She remembered that the paste was similar to the one they had here on the first day. Turning away, the teacher realized that they were turning the corpses into food and feeding it to those living on the 4th level, while one of the workers in the background asked about perhaps adding banana flavoring. But the second researcher noted that only a little was needed because they still needed to give a sample to the lab. Swirling the liquid in a glass, he explained that there was a lot of protein and nutrients in it, and if you didn't know what it was made of, the value was obvious. Lion covered her nose and mouth with her hand. She vomited into the sink. Bent over, the girl regretted that she had ended up here, because even at the academy, the monster did not force people to eat each other. Looking in the mirror, the teacher realized that this place was a living hell. Clenching her fist, the lady decided that she couldn't stay here any longer and needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Stopping, she was overcome by doubts about what to do with the children. Holding the radio, Shenhun reported to the captain that they had found traces of a snowmobile, to which his partner said that they needed to take a closer look. A cart with people was moving through the snow. Raising his hand, the guy in glasses ordered the group to disperse and search everything here. Zue heard a click under his feet. The rope pulled the pin out of the grenade. An explosion was heard a moment later. The squad leader, his mouth wide open, shouted the name of the deceased. Half of his body lay in front of the captain's feet. Baring his teeth, the guy was furious about what was happening. The fighters raised their machine guns. Bullets flew into the building. Jang glanced sideways and realized that the shots were coming from the guys at the base. The boy extended his hand and turned on the protection. A barrier appeared on the windows. Looking at the people standing below, the protagonist was glad that he finally had a worthy opponent. Looking at the soldiers shooting at the barrier, he reasoned that there was no point in maintaining such a shelter if it did not protect anyone. Holding a grenade in his hands, the red-haired fighter said that he had found the last trap. Looking at the mine, the man called the commander. Jang pressed the red button. Another explosion was heard. Clenching his fist, Shenhun could not understand who was doing this and where he got such a weapon. Putting his hand on his shoulder, his partner explained that they did not know anything about the enemy, and they did not have modern weapons or means for defusing bombs, so it was better to retreat to request support. Opening his mouth, the guy said that they were a rescue team, so asking for support would be humiliating. Frowning, he ordered to continue the assault, but his friend asked him not to. Making an angry face, the guy said that he did not ask for advice, so they need to continue the assault or others will continue it. Looking at the house, the captain decided that the main problem was the protective dome, so it was necessary to destroy it and kill everyone hiding behind it. Making a surprised face, Yami realized that the enemies were looking for a loophole to get to them. Crossing his legs, the protagonist said that there were no weak points here because he conducts routine checks of the shelter every 3 days. Sweating, the model said that it was better to prepare for the worst, to which Shang asked her if she thought it was better to take the initiative into her own hands and go on the offensive. Blushing, the girl said that this was a good option, and the protagonist said that there was nothing difficult in implementing this plan, but there was no need to rush. Standing in a circle, the soldiers discussed how the shelter owner's defense was as good as modern military developments, so it was good that he was not attacking them. Bowing his head, the soldier in the hat suggested that the building was built solely for defense, since this area was inhabited by wealthy people who were obsessed with security. Crossing his arms over his chest, Shenhun suggested that they come closer since the trap had been disarmed. Smiling, the guy said that now it would be easy to deal with him, since it was enough to simply use explosives to blow up a section of the wall. Looking ahead, the squad leader suggested that if they concentrated on the attack, everything would definitely work. The soldier planted bombs near the window of the shelter. Bowing his head, Jang asked the girls to watch as he taught the attackers a lesson. Looking at the house, the soldier counted 3 seconds. Then an explosion was heard. Looking at the crater from the explosion, the soldiers were surprised that there was not a scratch on the building. The soldier lowered his head and said that the shelter was very strong. Looking at the walls, the fighters realized that the entire outside was covered in some kind of black material that prevented them from getting inside. Opening his mouth, Shenhun said that they would have to call for reinforcements. Clenching his fist, the man with the bandage asked for permission to try to break the wall. Raising an eyebrow, the leader realized that he wanted to use a rifle. Aiming at the building, the shooter said that even bulletproof glass would not stop a shot from this weapon. A bullet flew into the window of the house. Making a surprised face, the protagonist was surprised that he was being shot with a rifle. Smiling, the boy was sure that only hundreds of thousands of such shots would be able to break the window. The sniper silently held the gun in his hands. Clenching his fist, he shouted that the last time such a shot broke off a whole piece of reinforced concrete. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, Shenhun said that this defense system was even better than the one at their base, so it was necessary to report everything to the authorities. Raising the radio to his mouth, he ordered the soldiers to retreat. Looking at the retreating soldiers, the guy asked the house system to open the window. He aimed his rifle. Pointing his finger at the house, the young man told the captain that the window on the second floor had opened. The soldiers began to shoot. Using his ability, Jang said that he rarely had the opportunity to get such a good rifle, so he could not let its owner go. The shot hit the sniper in the head. A dark silhouette stood in the window. With his mouth wide open, the group leader shouted that he would kill the boy. Ordering to open fire, the entire team fired at the boy. Using his ability, he continued to shoot. He hit one soldier with a shot to the head. The second fighter suffered the same fate. Holding the machine gun in his hands, the shooter could not understand why they could not hit him. Opening his mouth wide, Shenhun noticed that he had special abilities. Raising his palm, the leader ordered the group to retreat. Running away, the leader said that they needed to find cover. Looking at the fleeing soldiers, Jan thought that they were the leaders. They disappeared from the boy's sight in a flash. Frowning, the protagonist realized that they were artificially created awakened, which meant their abilities were almost identical. Looking at the fighter in the helmet, he thought that this pair had the ability to dodge bullets. A bullet hit his leg. Several bullets hit the limbs of the fugitives. The squad leader shouted the names of the wounded. Stretching out his hand, he ordered them not to move. Raising his finger, the guy in glasses ordered to throw a smoke grenade. Looking at the rolling grenade, he thought that it was necessary to block the sniper's line of sight. Lowering his rifle, Jang realized that he was dealing with a professional. The boy used his ability. A strong wind blew on the soldiers. Covered in sweat, they declared that resistance was useless. Grabbing his subordinate by the clothes, the captain ordered him to shut up and think about how he would look people in the eye. With his eyes wide open, he could not imagine how they were supposed to deal with such a strong enemy. The man in the blindfold ordered everyone to calm down, because the man did not come out, which meant that he was afraid of them. Crouching down, Shenhun asked what they should do, because if they stuck their heads out, the sniper would shoot everyone. Drawing a plan in the snow, the man in the hat explained that they would first break through to the houses, and then stick to the route and the shooter would not hit them due to poor visibility. Smiling, the protagonist couldn't wait for the group to call their comrades. Looking at the report, the commander of the military shelter read that the reconnaissance team had lost 15 fighters. His assistant, folding her arms, reported that the group's command should be given a severe reprimand because they had not lived up to the organization's expectations. Putting his hand on the table, the man said that he was interested in this mysterious guy from the shelter. Bowing his head, the boss asked his subordinate if she had found any additional information, to which he received a positive answer. The girl, pointing her finger, said that the shelter was located on the bank of the Lujiang River and its owner was a man named Jang. Leaning over, the lady began to tell him that this building was built as a defensive structure. Folding her arms, she continued by saying that the protagonist was suspected of stealing goods from a large warehouse where he worked as a manager. Frowning, the commander of the military shelter was dissatisfied with the fact that such a person had become a huge problem for them due to the mutation. Standing up, he pondered how the warehouse manager could have become awakened. An idea came to him. Opening his mouth, the man realized that if the boy had simply gotten lost, he would have simply followed one of the soldiers and asked to join the organization. Sweating, the assistant listened to the words that instead the boy had killed their people, thereby challenging them, which meant that he was hiding some kind of secret. Hitting the table, the man in glasses assumed that the soldiers had figured it out. Opening his mouth wide, the commander was sure that the boy had a huge amount of supplies. Baring his teeth, he explained that he could have hidden the supplies stolen from the warehouse using his abilities. Clenching his fist, the man decided that only such a theory explained the behavior of their offender, which meant that he needed to get rid of him. Smiling, the girl congratulated her boss on finding the supplies for the base. Raising his head, the boss reasoned that it was very difficult to find supplies now, but the enemy's supplies would provide them for many years. Stretching out his hand, the commander ordered to call the swordswoman. Looking at the soldiers, Chunlei was surprised that they actually came to the settlement. Holding the phone to his ear, the fat man turned to his boss. Hearing the protagonist's words that he knew the location of the people from the Zishan base, the ice mage made a surprised face. Opening his mouth, Jang advised his friend to be careful because these soldiers did not have morals or laws. Lowering his eyes, the fat man convinced his friend that they would not catch him. Looking up, the protagonist asked the interlocutor to protect himself and those dear to him. Lowering his head, he warned that he would not tolerate betrayal. Putting his hand on his knee, the boy said that he needed a person who could get more information and track the movement of the fighters. Sweating, Chunlei said that he couldn't do that because they were scaring him, to which the boss explained that it was not necessary to approach them and that it was enough to just quietly find out something useful. Smiling, the ice mage agreed. The leader pointed in the direction of movement. Raising his hand, the boy called out to the old man. Spreading his arms, Grandpa Liu scolded the boy for going outside, to which the boy replied that it would be difficult to keep a secret with soldiers walking down the street. Frowning, the old man asked the boy to follow him. Pointing to his grandson, the village headman introduced his grandson as an awakened one. Clenching his fist, Shenhun asked what his ability was, to which Chunlei told him that he could control snow and ice, and all the igloos in the village were built by him. The mutant picked up a piece of snow from the ground. Hugging his new acquaintance, the squad captain was glad to meet him. Smiling, the captain said that he wanted to have a drink with this young man. Sitting at the table, Jang listened to the information that the soldiers had gathered their best fighters for the attack. Looking away, the protagonist noticed that this decision was very unfortunate for them. Chunlei closed his eyes and said that he trusted his leader's intuition. The boss smiled and said that the information they had obtained was very important to them, so he would not regret his choice. Jang bowed his head and thought that there was a huge amount of explosives at the Zishan base now, so blowing up the shelter would not be a problem for them. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought that they would have to get close to plant the explosives, so the guy would have many opportunities to deal with the enemies. Looking at the girls, the young man said that the soldiers would soon attack them, so they needed to find shelter. Smiling, the protagonist promised his girlfriends that he would definitely protect them from danger. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that he was well aware of the enemy's strength, so there was time to prepare for the attack. Approaching Xingxin, Jang asked her if she had fulfilled the guy's request. Turning her head, she said that their defense was at a very high level, so all hacking attempts were blocked, to which the protagonist suggested that the opponents had much more modern equipment and a number of specialists. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she was in no way inferior to them in abilities, after which she suggested infecting their system using an electronic medium. Frowning, the invalid explained that thanks to this, she would be able to get into their local network and easily hack the system. Stroking her friend on the head, the young man said that he was not happy that their network was protected and the rest was not so important. Jang looked at the master mechanic and turned to her. Taking off her glasses, the lady asked what happened. Folding her arms, the protagonist asked whether the opponents would be able to blow up their base if they wanted to. Imagining the building, the engineer reasoned that TNT explosives with a detonator are used to blow up high-rise buildings. The boy tilted his head and asked how much explosives would be needed to blow up their hideout, to which the girl replied that it would take about 300 to 800 kilograms of explosives. Jang opened his mouth and said that on average, about 500 kilograms would be needed, so the explosives would be transported in a car, which would allow them to be detonated with a rifle. Opening her mouth, the girl explained that TNT was an extremely stable substance that could not be detonated by a shot, but only activated with a detonator. Turning his head, the boss asked his friend if she had done what he had asked her to do. Holding the bomb in her hands, the master mechanic asked if the leader was satisfied with her work. Kneeling down, the girl said that it had taken her about half a day to make it, but the hardest part was making a comfortable shape. The young lady smiled and said that it was impossible to penetrate this thing with a rifle because it was made of a special alloy and was 20 times stronger than the ones worn by the Zishan soldiers. The boy held up a new outfit with a surprised face. The engineer asked with her mouth open why her boss wanted to act like their enemies. The boy smiled and assured her that she would understand everything soon. Outside Zujia, several snowmobiles were moving forward. Shenhun raised his hand and called out to the captain. The bespectacled man, walking away from his vehicle, praised the guys for their excellent work. The boy sweated and said that they had failed, to which the captain said that the man was extremely difficult to do business with, so there was no need to blame himself for it. Baring his teeth, Lingfeng said that he would not let the man who killed his brother live happily ever after, so his fate would be decided soon. Clenching his fist, Shenhun would be glad that retribution would soon happen. Looking at the fat man, the captain asked who it was. The guy with glasses introduced the stranger. Lion, making a surprised face, thought about seeing him at the academy. Closing her eyes, she decided that it did not concern her now because she was on Zishan's side. Smiling, the man asked if the guy's power was controlling ice and snow, to which he replied that it was and that he himself had built all these houses. Putting his hand on the newcomer's shoulder, Lingfeng recommended that he contact the management, because then there was a chance to join their team. Raising his fist, Shenhun told about the plan, according to which the specialists must mine the shelter without being seen by its owner, and also added that they had 3 hours to complete the task. The protagonist looked at the cameras. Frowning, the boy realized that the enemies were here. Putting on his jacket, the guy ordered his allies not to leave this room. Looking at the smoke, Jang realized that the opponents were afraid of him. Making a determined face, the protagonist waited for the moment when the enemies would try to blow up his base. There were many soldiers in front of the house. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, Lin Feng ordered the explosion. A huge explosion thundered. Looking out the window, the protagonist decided to check what the opponents were capable of. Raising his palm, the young man in glasses ordered everyone to take their places since the demolition team was already there. The fighters with dynamite ran to the house. After a while, there was a lot of explosives lying in front of the wall. Looking out from behind the corner, the protagonist was surprised that the enemies brought such a small amount of TNT. Smiling, Jang thought that he overestimated his opponents. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the squad leader said that everything was ready and the explosives could be activated at any time. Smiling, he said that everything was much easier than he imagined. The young man pressed the red button. The walls of the house were intact. Looking through the binoculars, the soldier said that she had only managed to slightly damage the facade of the house. Clenching his fist, Ling Feng suggested that the protagonist had an ability that could absorb explosive force. Looking at the commander, the squad member doubted that they would be able to capture the shelter, to which he ordered to stop panicking. Looking at the cracks in the house, he said that the effect was still there, so it was necessary to repeat the operation a few more times. Holding the binoculars in his hands, the captain said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because no matter how strong their enemy was, he could only defend himself. Sweating, the soldier suggested that they did not have enough TNT. Putting his hands on his hips, the commander said that he sent some of his people to the base for a new badge. So sooner or later they would get the boy. Making a worried face, Ju asked about the explosions on the street. Smiling, Jang assured the girls that the shelter's defenses were strong enough that the invaders wouldn't be able to breach them anytime soon. Remembering how he absorbed the explosion, the protagonist thought that it could be used, so he shouldn't be treated with disdain. Hugging the girls, the young man suggested that the enemies had little explosives left, meaning it would soon be time to launch a counterattack. Opening his mouth, the boy decided that he wouldn't let himself be treated with disdain. Looking at his phone, Jang saw messages from the fat man saying that he was very worried about the boss's life, as well as that many of the soldiers were moving to the west. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were going to get explosives. On the phone screen, the protagonist asked what the others were doing, to which his comrade replied that they were resting. Chunlei smiled as he looked at the screen, where the leader asked him to be careful. Sitting in the arms of the girls, the boy wondered if the people from the base would be able to coexist in harmony with the villagers. Stretching out his hand, Dean said that their squad would be living in the village for a while, so it was necessary to prepare several houses and daily food for 65 people. Frowning, the ice mage thought about the fact that each of their fighters was 5 times larger than other people. Smiling, the village chief said that it was a great honor for their settlement and asked if they could defeat the protagonist. Looking at the old man, the man explained that their plan was completely secret, so they should not ask questions, but assist the fighters. Scratching the back of his head, the old man agreed to the terms. Touching Chunlei on the shoulder, the chief asked him to build a couple of igloos so that the soldiers would not get angry. Looking at the men leaving, the boy thought about how in their eyes he was strong, but in reality he was a useless fat man. The next day, Lin Feng crossed his arms and ordered to prepare for the bombardment. Together, the soldiers threw the explosives. Looking at the flying object, Jang couldn't wait for the moment of explosion. The boy activated his ability. A beam of blue energy burst out of the window. TNT flew back at the attackers. The commander opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to run for cover. The explosives were quickly approaching the ground. The timer of the fallen object finished counting down. After that, a huge powerful explosion was heard. The people caught in the fire screamed in pain. Others were thrown back by a powerful wave of fire. Putting his hand to his chin, Jang noticed that the explosives were quite powerful, but he handled them better than them. The soldiers took cover behind a cobblestone. Lin Feng looked out from behind the cover, unable to understand how this could have happened. Looking at the burnt bodies of his fighters, he tried to understand how the explosives could fly back. Falling to his knees, the man screamed. Baring his teeth, the captain realized that the enemy released part of his power in order to change the trajectory of the bomb. A bullet flew past his head. The man's eyes widened, surprised that his opponent decided to join the fight. He looked at the shooter in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist realized that the person he was shooting at was the leader of the group. Stopping the girl with his hand, the captain said that the enemy had a rifle. Taking the bullet out of his head, Dean said that it was painful. Looking at his opponents, the boy realized that each of them had abilities. A moment later, the attackers disappeared from their previous place. A bullet was approaching the guy's head. Another one was approaching from the other side. Jang used his ability. Stretching out his hand, he asked how they felt. Sending the bullets back, he wished the villains a taste of them. The bullet penetrated the shooter's head. The second one did the same. The protagonist hurried to close the window and heard a crash. Lin Feng punched the wall of the mansion with his fist. The system reported that the walls of the shelter were damaged. Zhang wondered how this could happen. The man gritted his teeth and said that he would break through this defense sooner or later. The guy frowned and thought that his enemy was not only fast, but also very strong. The young man grinned and decided that it was impossible to penetrate him with simple bullets, but the enemy would not be able to do anything anyway. The village chief extended his hand and asked if his comrade managed to kill the villain. The people standing behind him said that they heard a powerful explosion and hoped that the mansion had burned to the ground. Dayoung frowned and asked them to be silent. The captain approached his ally and asked him to cook more food, as they were hungry. The soldier looked back and ordered that the best be prepared for them, as they had fought with all their might today. As the soldiers left, the villagers realized that the battle was lost and were surprised that such a crowd could not defeat one person. Following his leader, the man asked if they were too arrogant and stated that they should be taught a lesson. Frowning, Ling Feng disagreed and explained that they were providing them with food and labor, and that they first needed to get rid of the enemy in order to establish their own order here. The commander smiled and added that the base needed workers and that they would allow these people to contribute to the development of the organization when the time came. His comrade said that they were very lucky that they had not been disposed of yet. Zhu ran to her friend and asked if he was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine. Yanmi brought him a tray of food and drinks. Zhang picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and said that the outside of the shelter was badly damaged and asked if there was any way to fix it. The mechanic replied that she needed materials to strengthen the alloy. Sitting on the couch, the girl said that they could not afford to repair the wall from the outside, even if they found everything they needed. The guy took a can of soda and said that they did not need to rush with it now. The model reminded that no one knew how much longer they would last. The young man passed her the drink and said that they should prepare for a protracted battle. The girls sitting in the living room asked him for a few more drinks. The heroes happily clinked glasses. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Xingxin picked it up and saw the sender's name. The programmer handed the phone to her comrade and said that they had received a message. The survivor took the phone and, seeing a message from Lion, wondered what she needed. He looked at his ally and asked what she wanted to talk about. The protagonist raised his hand and asked what the probability was that the teacher would not try to launch some kind of virus or bug into the phone during the conversation. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked him not to worry about it and stated that the protection of her phone was no worse than that of the entire shelter. Zhang decided that in this case it was possible to talk. The guy pressed the screen and asked what his friend wanted to talk about. Standing in the corner of the room, the woman hoped that they could cooperate and explained that her students were currently at the Zishan base and that their lives were in danger. The young man asked if there was no food and other things at the base. Lion confidently knitted her eyebrows and said that she wanted to leave the past behind and that she really needed his help so that her students could escape. The survivor looked away and remembered that the Zishan base was underground. He smirked and wondered if his friend couldn't protect a group of students even with her abilities. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't know anything about this base and that he needed data on its internal structure. Frowning, the teacher agreed and said that she believed in his trustworthiness since he risked his life to save her student. There were plates of food on the table. Zhang put his hand to his chin and decided that using children for experiments made sense since the probability of awakening abilities was not that high, which is why they were trying to breed them artificially. The guy smirked and realized that this way they did not waste resources because even corpses still had a lot of protein. Zhu said that the Zishan base was a real hell and that its employees treated people on the 4th level terribly, not even thinking about the fact that they could die. The young man raised his hand and explained that even though there were not many survivors left, those 5% would be enough for them. Sitting at a round table, the survivor asked if his friends remembered the village not too far away and suggested that the military wanted to take its inhabitants with them to continue their experiments. The mechanic frowned in disappointment and said that it would have been better if her classmates had stayed on campus instead of going to the base. Putting the phone to his ear, the protagonist said that a couple of people were not capable of breaking into a well-defended base and saving all the children, and added that the girl had slightly overestimated him. Raising her eyebrows, the woman said that the fact that he had managed to repel the attack proved his strength, and asked how else she could convince him to help. Smiling slyly, Zhang said that he needed to think about it and promised to contact her later. The guy turned his head and reminded his friend of how they had discussed introducing a virus into the security system of the Zishan base. Yami looked at him and asked if her friend wanted to use Lion to counterattack the base. The young man said that they couldn't just sit around doing nothing. It was snowing outside. Ling Feng stood in front of the crowd and attracted their attention. With his mouth wide open, the man shouted that there was an extremely cruel and dangerous demon on the other side of the river that had killed countless people, and said that they needed to rally together to kill it. Sitting at the table, The commander said that their troops had already conducted several test attacks and that they had managed to probe the shelter's defenses, albeit at the cost of huge losses. The people lowered their heads tensely. Their leader explained that using firearms and rocket launchers would not work because the enemy was able to redirect them, but his options were limited since he could not leave the shelter. Pointing at the tablet, the captain suggested that they attack the blind spots of the bunker using abilities while the villagers were busy digging tunnels for underground explosions. Lian frowned sternly. The teacher looked at the leader and asked if he really wanted them to die. Lingfeng frowned sternly and said that it was a necessary measure for the common good and that they would not be able to stand up for themselves once they left. The man concluded that this sacrifice was absolutely necessary for victory, and the teacher slammed her fist on the table and exclaimed that this could not be done. The girl frowned menacingly and asked if there was no other way to enter the shelter. Turning to her, the woman explained that there was nothing they could do about it since the enemy had a large supply of resources, and added that they needed to take care of themselves first and then other people. Lion's eyes widened and she realized that she could not quarrel with them. Smiling, the soldier said that they would simply ask the villagers to dig tunnels, and asked where else they could find labor in such conditions. The teacher stood up from the table and hoped that her allies would not let these people die from overwork while digging tunnels. The captain asked her not to worry about it, as they would work in turns. Holding a loudspeaker, the commander asked the villagers to help them dig tunnels to get rid of the enemy. The fisherman opened his mouth in displeasure and asked why they should do this. His comrade said that the military came here, ate their food, lived in their houses, and now they are making them work. Running up to them, the headman asked them not to shout and asked if they could live in peace if they did not destroy their sworn enemy. The local frowned and said that they did not want to do this. His friend reminded them that the enemy had not bothered them for a long time and that there were no more disagreements between them. Standing nearby, Lion concluded that she urgently needed to discuss this with her comrades, since otherwise many people would die. The protagonist thanked her for the information. Sitting on the table, the teacher asked what he was going to do next. Jiang smiled and replied that he was not going to prevent enemies from wasting their efforts. The guy asked in which house his friend lived. The girl sternly knitted her eyebrows and asked why he needed to know this. The young man grinned slyly and said that this was the key to her student's successful escape. People pounced on the shelter. The survivor watched them through the broadcast from the surveillance cameras. While hugging his girlfriends, he said he was thirsty. Yanmi handed him a glass of water. Xingxin and her friend blushed in embarrassment. Scratching her head, the mechanic noticed that her friend was so strong that he could withstand even such a weapon, and asked if this meant that all awakened ones had such power. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and replied that these people were the elite of the Zishan base, so it was no wonder they were so strong. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang explained that the outside world was very dangerous, so they should not go outside unnecessarily, and asked if they didn't like that they lived in such comfortable conditions. Throwing a worried look at him, the model said that they could not see everything with their own eyes, and asked how they could know how deep the enemies were going to dig. The guy looked at his girlfriend and asked her to explain everything. The programmer folded her hands in her lap and explained that sound traveled faster in solids than in air, so they would be able to feel the vibrations when the enemy began digging. The girl smiled and added that she could use the computer to analyze their location. The star put her hand to her chest and concluded that their only task now was to wait. The young man confirmed this and said that this plan with the tunnels was a waste of time and manpower. The survivor laid his head on Ju's shoulder and suggested that they just relax and observe the situation. Lingfeng raised his eyebrows in confusion and said that they needed to rest and wait until nightfall, when visibility would become worse. A man was lying on a stretcher. The doctor said that he had a heart attack and that there was nothing they could do to help him. A local resident threw down his shovel and shouted that what was happening here was simply inhumane, since they were being treated like slaves. Holding a machine gun in his hands, the man said that they cannot stop working and that they were doing this for the common good. The captain pointed his machine gun at the fisherman and warned that anyone who refused to work would be considered a deserter. Putting the phone to his ear, Lion said that at this rate, it would take more than half a month to dig the tunnels, and during that time, hundreds of fishermen would simply die of exhaustion, and asked if her friend had a plan. Placing his hand under his head, the protagonist asked her not to worry about it and noted that the number of attackers had been decreasing for the past couple of days. The teacher glanced to the side and explained that most of them were in the village to maintain order there and prevent attempts at rebellion. Jiang looked at the phone screen and assumed that the enemies actually thought that all he could do was wait for death, and that they had sent the villagers to these meaningless jobs for this very reason. The guy frowned and decided that it was time to bring them to their senses. A few days later, the young man threw on his coat. The survivor went outside through the emergency exit and was glad that the secret passage was built quite far from the estate and camouflaged. He got on the snowmobile and declared that it was time to fight back against the enemies. The protagonist approached the castle. The soldier's mouth opened in surprise and wondered why the captain had returned so quickly. There was a star on Jiang's shoulder. The guard saluted him and said hello. At that moment, a sword blade slit his throat. His body fell to the ground. The guy plunged the sword into his head and said that he had killed all the guards who were here. The soldier looked back when he heard the noise. The man who was in the building asked his comrade to go and see what happened there. The young man dodged the bullets with his ability. The survivor dashed forward and destroyed a group of opponents. Ling Feng turned around and wondered what was going on there. The locals' mouths opened wide, trying to figure out what the sounds were. Someone suggested that they might be firecrackers, but the fisherman immediately denied it. The commander frowned and shouted that they needed to go back to find out what happened there. The heroes got on the snowmobile. Chunlei said that their tracks were too obvious and asked what would happen if the enemy found them. A bright aura enveloped the snowmobile. The protagonist said that this was exactly what he needed. Zhang grinned and hoped that the enemy would quickly figure everything out, since he wanted to start the battle as soon as possible. The soldiers approached the base and saw their dead comrades. One of them asked what they should do now. The captain gritted his teeth and assumed that this attack was not an accident and that there was a traitor among them who passed all the information to the enemy. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that their soldiers had been watching the exit of the shelter the whole time and asked if there was another way out. Daeung agreed with this theory, slamming his fists together and complaining that the villain had learned about the operation and had come here now. Longfeng grinned and realized that the enemy knew about the tunnels too. Someone ran up to them and said that during the population count, it turned out that Chunlei and Lion were missing. The man gritted his teeth and said that they had several traitors at once. The soldiers went forward. The captain said that the enemy should pay for this. Liu fell to his knees and shouted that many people had died and asked how he could explain all this to their loved ones. Chunlei entered the room and was glad that there were both figurines and games. Standing behind him, the protagonist said that from now on, his friend would be living here and the Zishan base would soon cease to be a threat to them. The boy hugged the pillow and promised to work hard for their sake. The girls were in the command post. Zhang asked how they were doing. Xingxin looked back and said that thanks to the equipment and intelligence data, the enemies could no longer contact the headquarters, and she also had the opportunity to hack their system and paralyze the entire base. Stroking her head, the guy praised her and said that they would have nothing to fear as soon as they got rid of the enemies. The young man put his hand on his friend's shoulder and promised to fulfill his promise and save her students. The survivor looked at the screen and saw that the enemies had approached the secret passage. He smiled and announced that the show was about to begin. Ling Feng pointed to the hatch and ordered his subordinates to find the scoundrel and traitors. Daeung frowned and decided that since they couldn't break through the walls of the shelter, they would have to seize the initiative and get rid of the enemy. The girl pointed at the approaching man. Next to him sat a giant cat. The man noticed that it was their enemy. The woman asked him not to give in to emotions, but her comrade ran forward. The soldier grabbed the icy ledge and declared that this time the villain would end. The protagonist fired a rifle at him. The soldier crawled through the snow, promising to make him pay for all his crimes. Zhang stepped on the red button. An explosion sounded in front of him. The girl's eyes widened in fear and called out to her friend. Daeung landed on his feet. The soldiers ran towards Lion. Hua bared her teeth angrily. The commander asked if the traitor understood the consequences of his choice. The teacher said that their paths had diverged a long time ago, so she had nothing to justify herself for. The woman swung her sword and dashed forward. At this time, the girl hid behind a boulder. The cat destroyed it and hit the enemy. The captain looked back and opened his mouth in horror. The soldier was lying in the snow in a pool of her own blood. Lion swung her sword. An explosion was heard behind her. Daeung fell on sharp spikes that pierced him through. The man's eyes widened and called out to his leader. The boy took aim and shot him straight in the head. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of the rifle. The young man called out to his comrade. Chunlei looked back and agreed to help. Thick snow covered the soldiers. The teacher climbed onto Hua. The girl grabbed the boy's hand. Ling Feng looked after them with displeasure. The soldiers approached the snow-covered mountain and asked if the scoundrel really thought that this would stop them. The survivor stepped forward and answered in the negative. He summoned magic in his hand and asked how they managed to fall into such a primitive trap. Explosives appeared from the subspace. There was an explosion, but the man managed to jump to the ground. Black smoke rose from the explosion site. A hand was sticking out from under the snow. The commander, on all fours, wondered how their enemy was doing this. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that things were bad for them. The captain rose to his feet. A giant avalanche was approaching him. Watching from the cliff, the protagonist thanked his comrades for solving this problem much faster. Standing in the command center, Zhang explained that Xingxin was able to create a terrain model and calculate the exact location of the explosion that would trigger the avalanche. The girl said that as a result of their joint efforts, they were able to achieve an incredible result. The boy squatted down and explained that the enemy was too stupid and naive to take him for a desperate man who could only wait for death. His friend stood behind him. The young man said that they were able to achieve victory despite the fact that there were many more opponents. Chunlei suggested going back, but Lion frowned and said that they first needed to make sure all the villains were dead, as their shelter leader must not know about this incident. The snow knocked the soldiers down. The survivor explained that they didn't have to worry about it, as they had a device that monitored the body temperature of the enemies. Snow was falling over the mansion. The heroes were sitting in the living room and celebrating their victory. The protagonist smiled. Ju laid her head on his shoulder and was glad that all this was finally over. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Jang said that the program that Xingxin had implanted into the base's system would soon reveal the whole truth to those at the lower levels, so that Zishan would collapse from the inside. The doctor looked at him and was surprised at how much had happened in these 2 months. The guy said that the world was changing and that this ice age was just another stage of evolution. The young man said that they were lucky to be alive. The surgeon blushed and agreed with him. They closed their eyes and kissed each other. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was enjoying dinner. The people were buried under the avalanche. Some managed to escape from the thick snow. Lin Feng slowly walked forward and thought that he couldn't die like this. The head of the military region slammed his fist on the table. He frowned menacingly and asked what happened to half of the elite squad. The commander looked down in disappointment. Xinyan said that these guys were worth 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Raising his hand, the man was indignant that half of them died in the avalanche, and the rest were simply slaughtered by the enemy, and asked how his subordinate dared to return to base. The captain gritted his teeth and thought that because of the trap, his comrades were buried under a thick layer of snow and froze to death. Lin Feng knelt down and said that he would humbly accept his fate if the boss decided to slaughter him. The commander's eyes widened and he hoped for a second chance, explaining that he could not die peacefully until he killed the villain with his own hands. The base commander lowered his head and realized that it would have been better if his subordinate had died with the others, but the current situation forced him to act differently. Closing his eyes, the head of the military district asked his comrade to forget about all this, as it would be unfair to put all the blame on him, and decided to see how he could fix the situation. Xinyan waved his hand and said that as punishment, his comrade would have to carry out various tasks for a whole week. The man covered his face with his hand and realized that he had been too careless. He brought his hand to his chin and realized that after such huge losses, they needed to replenish their troops, otherwise they would be finished off during the next conflict. The secretary entered the office and asked what had happened. The commander asked what about the guys who had recently joined them. The assistant picked up the tablet and said that they had just taken the test and that the results were not yet in. The girl looked up and reported that they were all in very good physical condition, so the probability of awakening was very high. The captain said that if it were that easy, they would not need Lin Feng. The base commander raised his hand and ordered the experiments to begin, since they could not wait any longer and they did not need wars. The woman's eyes widened in fear and explained that if they rushed, the probability of success would decrease and many of the test subjects would not survive. The commander of the military region smirked and said that it did not matter, since he needed combat power, not manpower, and added that there were still many survivors in this city, so there was no need to worry about a shortage of test subjects. Xinyan raised his index finger and concluded that they needed power to have a say. The man frowned menacingly and said that he couldn't limit himself to just one base and that he needed the entire city. The secretary bowed and promised to arrange everything immediately. There was a map on the table. The commander asked what they should do now that even a squad of elite fighters couldn't deal with their enemy. The captain put his hand to his head and wondered if he would have to ask others to stand by his side to defeat him. The base commander leaned on his hands and thought about how the commander-in-chief of Jian and County owed him a favor and promised to help. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The commander of the military region remembered that they had permission to launch missiles and wondered if he could convince them to use missiles against the villain. Thoughtfully looking at one point, Xinyan realized that it would be quite difficult to deal with this man without missiles and wondered what would happen if someone even stronger appeared. The man jumped up from the table and decided that he needed to negotiate first and then make plans. The commander frowned sternly and thought that he should talk to the enemy himself. A soldier entered the room. The commander asked him to prepare equipment to contact the villain. The soldier opened the laptop. The captain put on headphones and decided to destroy the shelter if the enemy refused to cooperate. The main character appeared on the screen and said that he was very glad to meet him. The base commander smiled and said that he was very surprised that he had managed to hold out for so long. Jiang waved his hand and reminded them that, given their losses, it would be even more difficult for them to resist him. Spreading his arms, the guy asked why they wanted to attack him at all and threatened to destroy all the supplies if they penetrated his shelter, and then they would get nothing. The young man grinned and offered a truce since they would never be able to become winners. Frowning, the commander of the military district asked if he thought they couldn't handle him and explained that he valued his skills and wanted to give him a chance to work for him. Raising his index finger, Xinyan said that this was his last chance to surrender and promised to provide him with a high standard of living and make him his second in command. With the look of a survivor in his eyes, the man said that he needed to prove his loyalty by handing over all the supplies he had to the base. The protagonist crossed his legs and asked if he had forgotten who won the last battle. The girl closed her eyes and laughed. Jang asked if his opponent was crazy to offer him a job. Looking at the screen, the boy made a counter-offer and promised to help if anything happened. On the condition that the enemy did not leave the borders of their base, the commander called him too arrogant. The young man smiled and said that the scoundrel could not do anything to him. The captain smirked and asked if he really thought so. Gritting his teeth, the base commander said that he had missiles that could destroy his shelter and wondered if his bunker could withstand a missile strike. The survivor's eyes widened in fear. He crossed his arms and asked what kind of cheap lie this was and said that there had never been a missile base in their area. The protagonist frowned when the military district commander said that he still had some leverage. Xinyan raised his hand and warned that it would only take him a few seconds to destroy the shelter. Jang raised an eyebrow and asked why his enemy hadn't done it sooner. The man tapped his finger on his laptop and explained that he valued his talent and believed that he would seize the opportunity and make the right decision. The guy gritted his teeth menacingly and wondered if the villain really thought he could scare him. The young man raised his hand, asking his opponent to show him his strength and promised to cooperate with him if it was true. The commander raised his eyebrows and said that such things were not to be trifled with. The captain opened his mouth wide and asked his enemy not to mock him and warned that patience was not his strong point. The survivor frowned and wondered if this was a bluff. He crossed his arms over his chest and thought about how humans were naturally excellent liars. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and asked the villain to give him a couple of days to think about it. The base commander grinned slyly and said that there was no point in delaying the decision. Jang smiled contentedly and asked if he couldn't wait a couple more days. The commander of the military district agreed to give him 1 day and threatened to destroy his shelter. Xinyan took off his headphones. The man folded his palms together and hoped that his opponent would give in, since he didn't want to waste his main trump card on him. The guy stretched and decided to sleep since he had time. Xinyan asked if the enemy really had such a terrible weapon. The girl put her hand to her chin and wondered if he should have waited so long to use it. The boy suggested that the weapon might not be with him. But in the military district adjacent to their city, the survivor pointed to the map of Tianhai and explained that this man probably had the means to help him get the missiles. He imagined how the missile bombed their house and said that he could not risk the lives of his friends, regardless of whether it was true or not. The protagonist said that they needed to leave here immediately. Zhu raised her hand and asked if they were really going back home. Zhang pointed at her and confirmed it. Sitting on the couch, the heroes unanimously said that safety is above all. Chunlei was upset that he did not live in this villa longer. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and asked him not to be sad, since they did not know for sure whether their enemy had missiles. Lion jumped up from the couch and said that her comrade should fulfill his promise before leaving. The young man looked at the programmer. The girl handed him something. The survivor handed his friend an SD card and explained that she would have to take a risk and return to the base for their plan to work. Zishan base, the teacher looked around the corner and thought about how the virus implanted by Xinyan helped her bypass the identification system, which saved her a lot of effort. The girl ran to the door. The scientists walked down the corridor. One of them was surprised that their comrade deserted, giving up the comfort and leaving her students here. The woman's mouth opened in horror when the second employee said that these children did not yet know that they were chosen as test subjects. Lion took out the SD card from her pocket. The man hoped that this time their plan would work, since the chance of success was higher due to the fact that the test subjects were so young. The villains disappeared around the corner. The teacher inserted the SD card into her phone. She folded her arms across her chest and wrote that she had infiltrated the base and that she needed to get her students out of here as soon as possible. The girl frowned and realized that it wouldn't be easy when the protagonist asked her to insert a chip into any computer in the base. The woman gritted her teeth and thought about how difficult it was to infiltrate a heavily guarded department and insert a chip. Lion narrowed her eyes and realized that her only chance was to hack the system, which would paralyze the entire base for a while. The teacher looked at the screen and wrote that she hoped that her comrade would keep his promise when the time came. Zhang replied that he would provide them with food and temporary shelter. The girl took out the SD card and realized that she needed to get to the second level. She ran forward and was surprised that after so many years she had to return to long-forgotten skills. The woman frowned and remembered how she had undergone special training to become a bodyguard in the past. The car was driving through the snow. The guy was sitting in the front seat with a phone in his hands. The young man glanced to the side and said that if his girlfriend succeeded, they would have a big advantage over the enemy. Xinyan smiled and said that they would be able to get all their data and learn all their secrets. The girl looked at the laptop and explained that they needed to find out if the enemy had missiles that the base could use against them, since the gap in strength was very important in the current situation. The programmer showed her friend the laptop screen and asked if everything she was saying was correct. Looking back, the survivor confirmed it and said that they would understand how to fight the enemy if they found out all of his trump cards. The mechanic lowered her head and sighed heavily. The protagonist asked what was bothering her. The girl frowned and said that she was worried about the teacher and asked what would happen if something happened to her. Jang thought that he didn't care at all. The guy folded his hands behind his head and said that good luck favors good people, so she would be fine. The girl smiled and agreed with him. The young man narrowed his eyes and decided that her naivety was winning him over. It was snowing in the Ualu district. Uncle Yu left the house to meet his friends. When the survivor got out of the car, he did not notice any signs of human activity, which meant that there were no more survivors. The man approached him and was glad that he was okay. The guys got out of the car and met their good friends. They entered the building. Zhu looked around in surprise. The protagonist looked down and realized that time had been running at an incredible speed since the Ice Age. Gesturing forward, Jaime explained that they had known they were coming, so they had already prepared the rooms and hoped that they would enjoy themselves. Putting her arm around her, Yami said that the more people, the merrier, and suggested that they play mahjong. Zhang sat down on the sofa and asked how they were doing. The boy lit a cigarette and suggested that the residents of the other houses had tried to rob them, but they had managed to get rid of the villains. Uncle Yu said that it was difficult to hide anything from him. The man took a drag and told him that the neighbors thought the threat had passed when his friend left and came to him. He spread his arms and explained that the people had begged for help, but they had refused. The local flicked his ash and explained that the villains had decided to resort to violence, so they had to deal with them. Uncle Yu stated that some of them had survived. The young man gaped in surprise and said that it was impossible. The survivor went to the window and asked how they had survived without supplies. The man remembered Lijian putting his hand to his chest and said that the group from house number 18 had survived. The protagonist turned around and was extremely surprised. Holding a cigarette in his hand, Zhang asked what was known about them. His comrade smiled and reminded him that the guy himself had told him that it was better not to get close to them so as not to get a knife in the back. The young man crossed his arms over his chest. The local resident explained that they had never had contact with them. The survivor raised his eyebrows. His friend said that he sometimes saw silhouettes in the shadows, so he knew that one of them was still alive. The protagonist smiled and said that they needed to see an old friend. Uncle Yu asked what would happen if they were in danger. Zhang sat down on the sofa and explained that this was a completely different situation. The man opened his mouth in shock and asked if the enemy was really going to use missiles. The guy took out a bag of fruit and said that he didn't know if it was true or a bluff, so he came here for safety reasons to hide here for a while. The young man peeled a tangerine and added that they would return home once they were sure that they were safe. The local said that there would be no harm in him staying here for a while. The awakened one clenched his fist and promised to retake his shelter and live next door. The survivor asked why his comrade suddenly brought this up. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that they would be fine here. Uncle Yu replied that they could stay here as long as they needed. Zhang smiled and explained that it would not be so easy to settle the differences with the base. The guy imagined Zinin chasing him and said that the enemy would still find a way to kill him and take away everything that was most precious to him. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he just wanted to live in peace and quiet and asked why the problems never ended. The man explained that he had too many resources. He spread his arms and said that he led a measured life and that he had no problems. It was snowing outside. A local resident said that this is how this world works and that if someone lives well, there will always be a person who will want to fix it. The survivor went to the window and wished for this military base to be destroyed as soon as possible. The girls entered the living room. The awakened one said that a group of strange people had recently appeared here. The mechanic rolled her friend up in a blanket. Uncle Yu said that this group numbered about 100 people. The man folded his hands on his knees and explained that he was worried that they would rob their house, but they had no evil intent. He frowned and said that they were followers of a snow worship sect. The protagonist grinned and remembered that in ancient times people were also afraid of natural disasters and worshipped them. A tsunami flooded a village. Dead people lay on the ground. A group of sectarians gathered on the roof of a skyscraper. The local looked down and said that there was something unusual about them, as their leader had realized at first glance that he had powers. The awakened one turned his head and added that this man could make him stronger. Putting his hand to his chin, Zhang decided that the cultist might be lying and suggested that he could have simply seen his friend using his powers. Zhu and Yami started a pillow fight. The boy asked why the sect leader would help for no reason. Sitting on the couch, Uncle Yu said that this was why he refused help. The boy said that it was the right decision. The man added that after that, the cultists went to look for other people. The survivor crossed his arms and asked if they could have found Lijian. The local decided that it was quite possible. There were silhouettes of people in the neighboring building. The protagonist decided to check it out. The awakened one asked if he should go with him. Zhang waved his hand and said that there was nothing to worry about since they were just ordinary people. As the boy stood in the hallway, Xingxin asked where he was going. The boy turned around and said that he wanted to see an old friend. The survivor walked up to building number 18. There were piles of snow on the side, like graves. The protagonist walked up to the window and fired a shot into the air. It was snowing and the street was very quiet. Lijian looked out the window and saw that his old neighbor had returned. The man grabbed his head and said that they were finished. The boy said that they had just gotten a new hope, so they couldn't fight him. The woman hugged him and explained that the villain would kill them once he found out about what had happened here. The local closed his eyes and decided not to give in to his emotions and talk to him since they were no match for him anyway. He extended his hands to the girl and asked her not to even think about revenge if something happened to him. Lijian climbed out through the window. Zhang smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man raised his hand and asked if this was really his old neighbor. The guy confirmed it. The young man looked around the building and called it a real miracle that all these people managed to survive for so long. The survivor crossed his arms over his chest and asked how they did it. The local resident replied that it was all thanks to those seeds. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and asked if they were able to germinate them. Zhang raised his hand and asked how they managed to survive for a whole month on just seeds. The guy summoned magic in his hand and concluded that one of the residents had developed abilities. Lijian fell to his knees and apologized for not being able to protect that child. He laid his head on the ground and said that they had done everything they could and asked his neighbor to kill only him and leave the others alone. The young man looked down at him menacingly. The men came out of the underground passage and shouted that their comrade could not die, because otherwise their last ray of hope would go out forever. Zhu opened his mouth wide and said that it was their fault that they could not protect the children and that their friend should not die because of this. The men covered their comrade with their bodies, trying to take the blame. The survivor watched them with bewilderment. The man spread his arms out to the sides. The protagonist smiled and said that he was not going to kill anyone at all. Zhang helped his neighbor to his feet. The local resident asked if he was not angry at them for not being able to save the child. The guy frowned and thought that this was, of course, bad news, but miracles in this world happen extremely rarely. The young man scratched his head and remembered that babies often get sick even in peacetime, not to mention the situation they were in. Looking at the residents of the 18th house, the survivor decided to take advantage of the fact that they were afraid of him. The protagonist spread his arms and explained that there was nothing they could do about what happened, so they should not dwell on it. Zhang pointed at his comrade and said that he wanted to know how they managed to survive. Lijian pointed at the door and invited him to see everything with his own eyes. The guy determinedly knitted his brows and agreed. The heroes went up the stairs. They walked along the corridor. The man told them that since they had seeds, they tried many different methods to make them germinate. With a sad frown, he said that most of the crops had died and the rest were very weak, adding that at some point the people had become desperate and even thought about going outside to get food. A local resident said that a sect that worshipped snow had come to them. The young man gaped in surprise and asked if the residents of this house had really survived thanks to them. Lijian approached the door and explained that these people had promised to help him and give him special abilities. The man wiped his forehead and said that he had agreed because they had no other choice and were ready to accept any conditions. He opened the door and said that they had been forced to accept this faith. The survivor asked what abilities the cultists had given him. The local resident pointed to his forehead and said that these people had planted a white seed there. Lijian frowned and remembered that he felt like he was thrown into an ice cellar, and then the heat froze his body. The man rolled up his sleeve and said that this is how his body gained strength. There were many small growths on his arm. The protagonist asked what they were. The local resident smiled and said that they were seeds. He lowered his sleeve and explained that the seeds grown by his body not only have greater viability, but also grow many times faster. The heroes went to the kitchen. Zhang said that in addition to creating seeds, they also need to be grown. His neighbor said that they did not have problems with this since they have an agricultural specialist. Lijian pointed to the door and warned that he would show something that might look shocking. The guy asked if he really thought he could be surprised by anything else. The room was filled with corpses of people from which plants grew. The heroes entered. The man explained that due to the lack of nutrients, they had to use the bodies of their fallen comrades. The young man smirked and asked him not to blame himself for such a rational approach. The survivor raised an eyebrow and suggested that those buildings on the street were intended for storing corpses. A local confirmed this. The protagonist touched the leaves and asked how many such rooms there were. Hua sniffed the plant. The awakened one answered that there were 3 such rooms in each building. Zhang looked around and said that they would die if they continued like this. Smiling, Lijian said that he would die anyway and asked his comrade to do something so that his loved ones could survive. The boy frowned and thought that his tenacity was admirable. The young man gave him a stern look and asked permission to see his abilities in action. The survivor looked down and remembered that the artificial awakened ones he had met along the way were much weaker than those who had acquired their abilities naturally. The protagonist looked at the plants around him and thought that this skill was extremely useful, albeit weak. Zhang smiled and decided that he needed to find out what else these cultists were capable of. The man bared his arm and agreed to demonstrate his skill. The veins on his arm bulged. One of them increased in size. A plant grew through it. The guy raised his hand and asked him to stop. The local fell to his knees. The young man realized that using his flesh and blood for this was too high a price for such little efficiency. Putting his hand to the wall, the awakened one called the professor and said that a new batch of seeds was ready. A group of people entered the room. Someone handed his comrade a glass of water. The survivor thoughtfully frowned and decided that he had not seen such unique abilities before, but they had two strong side effects. The protagonist looked at his old friend and thought that no one would help others without asking for something in return. Lijian took a sip. Zhang realized that if his ability was intended for combat, he would hardly be left alive. The guy opened the door of the apartment and hurried out. The man wiped his mouth with his hand and was glad that everything went well. He looked at his neighbor through the window and thought that it was thanks to him that nothing happened today, since in this situation, their lives depended on him. The young man slammed the door behind him and decided that he needed to continue observing the Zishan base to determine a strategy for further action. The survivor frowned and realized that if a missile hit the shelter, they would have to urgently look for a new shelter. He sat down on the sofa and suggested that he should look for another area or try to move to the suburbs. The protagonist took Hua in his hands and hoped that Lion would succeed so that they could attack the base from the inside. The people lined up on the second level of the base. A man scowled angrily and asked what they had done wrong, declaring that it was not their fault. A villager burst into tears and said that the military had captured their home, taken their supplies, and killed his father and daughter. The soldier immediately shot the heads of those who were most indignant. Smoke was coming out of the barrel of his gun, and the soldier warned that if the others did not keep quiet, the same fate would befall them, and explained that his comrades had died to protect them from the devil. The people frowned in fear. The villains pointed their guns at them, and one of them ordered them to accept their fate and take part in the experiment to gain abilities and a chance at survival. The villagers raised their hands. Lion peeked around the corner and realized that most of the fishermen were going to be subjects for various experiments. Suddenly, the teacher covered her mouth with her hand. She widened her eyes in shock and remembered that the second floor was where all the main structures of the base were located. The girl frowned and imagined a floor plan that included the research department, information department, engineering department, food safety department, and warehouse. The woman smiled and guessed that these people considered the fourth level to be the most dangerous. Lion ran forward and thought about how the villains were supposed to protect human resources, so there should be a gap in security on the second floor. The teacher snuck past the guards and decided that she would not get a better chance. She looked around and realized that she should not take this lightly. Someone put a hand on her shoulder and asked her to stop. The girl turned pale with horror and wondered if she had been caught. The woman glanced to the side and decided that she had no choice but to attack first. Her fist trembled. The soldier took off his helmet just as Lion was about to hit him. The teacher stopped and recognized her student, Zayat, and asked why she decided to return to this hell. Raising her hand, the girl explained that she came to save them and asked if he had become a member of a special squad. The guy asked if she didn't know about it. The young man unbuttoned his jacket and said that he was the only one who successfully survived the experiment among all the guys. There was a huge scar on his chest. The woman put her hand on his shoulder and asked what happened to the others. The soldier replied that they all died. Lion turned away and asked him to follow her. The heroes were standing around the corner. The soldier said that his teacher did not even imagine what they had to go through in this lab. Zayatan covered his face with his hand and said that the Zishan base found out that people can awaken abilities in themselves when they find themselves in extreme situations. So the first step of the experiment is to bring a person to a state close to death. The boy imagined his friends being tortured in various ways and explained that if none of the tortures worked, the subject would simply be killed. The young man put his hand to his chest and said that the final step was the introduction of mutated cells. The soldier squatted down and said that if their body did not reject the cells, they would have a chance to gain the same abilities as the donor. The soldier burst into tears and said that the price for this was irreparable damage to health and a decrease in life expectancy. The teacher looked at him and asked what he would do if he had a chance to leave here. Zayatan clenched his fist and said that he wanted to destroy this place first. The girl said that in that case she would need his help. The soldiers saluted when they saw the captain. The boy waved his hand and ordered them to go to the lower levels since there was a shortage of workers there. The guys approached the elevator. The doors opened. The woman thought about how she could insert the chip into the computer if she could get into this room. An incoming call appeared on the screen. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest. Xinyan asked what his answer was. Zhang smiled and said that his answer had not changed. The man gritted his teeth and promised to destroy his bunker. The tablet screen went dark. The guy raised his head and thought that, judging by the tone of his voice, the probability that he actually had missiles was about 80%. The young man put his hands behind his head and wondered if there was really no place in the world where he could go. The phone in his pocket vibrated. The survivor smiled happily when Lion wrote that she had fulfilled her part of the deal and hoped that her friend would help her students escape. The protagonist entered Zinxen's room and reported that their plan had worked. The girl smiled and promised to get to work right away. She sat down on a wheelchair and rolled up to the table. The girl quickly typed something on the keyboard. Zhang's mouth dropped open in surprise when the programmer said that she had gained full control over the Zishan base system. The hacker furrowed her brows and said that she would have done it earlier if the enemy had not used a private network. Zinxen winked and asked if anyone else could do such a thing. The guy agreed with her and said that their specialists were no match for her. The girl blushed when the young man asked if the enemy would be able to detect the intrusion into the network and whether they would be able to seize all the information in their database. The girl smiled and said that she could see even more than God himself, and that no one would notice. The survivor smiled widely and announced that now they would be able to find out everything about this base. He pointed at the computer and asked his friend to quickly find information about the missile launch, so that they would understand whether it was true or a bluff. The programmer pressed a couple of buttons and reported that, according to the data, they did not have the authority to do this. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked if they could request help from outside, for example, from neighboring regions. The hacker smiled and said that she found something. An audio recording appeared on the screen, in which Xinyan asked a comrade to lend him missiles. Zinxen's eyes widened in shock. After a short dialogue, the commander of the neighboring military district agreed to give him missiles. Zhang frowned and was surprised that their enemy had such strong allies. The guy pointed at the screen and asked his friend to find out if Zishan had transmitted the coordinates of their shelter. The girl smiled broadly and reported that the base had only applied for the use of the satellite and had not yet managed to transmit the coordinates. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly and asked if her friend wanted to play a little. The young man's eyes widened in amazement and asked what that meant. Zinxen, her mouth wide open, exclaimed that they would simply change them to the coordinates of the base and let them blow themselves up, and that would be fun. Zhang, sweating on his face, asked if that was possible and whether they would be discovered if they did so. The girl, holding up her fingers, replied that she was sure they would not notice anything, and also did not think that they would even think of checking anything. The IT specialist, poking at the keys of her laptop, explained that she would first block the sending of messages from the base, and then send the coordinates they needed through their computer. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that it would be great, and clarified that it was really that easy to destroy the base. The protagonist, turning around, said that he would help analyze whether the base could withstand a missile strike. A moment later, the master mechanic approached the monitors. Sweat was running down her cheek, and she said that their building was very strong, and what's more, it went 100 meters underground. The girl grabbed her chin and added that it could withstand not only a missile strike, but also a nuclear bombardment if she was not at the epicenter of the explosion. And if it were a missile to combat underground fortifications, then it might still work, but the launch would still not be enough. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, listened to how such buildings are created taking into account such attacks, and they are not so easy to destroy. The young man opened his mouth and suggested that the IT specialist change the coordinates as she suggested, because if the missiles hit Zishan, it will not be worse. Zhang, putting his palms on Zinxen's shoulders, said that she should collect as much information about the base for him as possible, and later get acquainted with it, to which he received a positive answer. After some time, the main character closed the door behind him. The mechanic master looked to the side and asked what he was thinking and if their problems weren't solved now. Cousin Yami was looking at the screen and saying that she thought he wanted to go against the base. A tall building was visible and she asked if she thought he would take risks with his cautious nature, and she answered that she was right because he was usually just trying to protect himself and didn't dare to get into a fight. The 25th floor of the 25th building came into view and a foot appeared on it. Zhang crossed his fingers and thought that he didn't want to sit still and wait for death, and that just because they managed to avoid an attack didn't mean that this guy would give up, and what's more, he still had the strength to track him down. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist understood that they would only have one chance for one attack, and if they did not destroy the base, they would definitely cause panic. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he had about half a ton of explosives in his hands, which he had taken from their fighters during the first battle, plus a couple hundred flammable substances. Frowning, the guy added that if he could transfer all this to the base during the attack, the effect would be unimaginable. Getting up from the chair, the young man exclaimed that the base might not be destroyed, but no one would definitely remain alive there, and asked if that was wonderful. After a while, Zhang entered the room and turned to Zinxen. Approaching her, the protagonist said that he wanted to look at the armed bases and needed any information, including the number of troops, the amount of weapons and equipment. Extending his finger, the protagonist added that he needed data on people with abilities, to which the girl clarified whether he wanted to attack them. The guy smiled and said that if the chances of success were high, then why not give them a try, because you can't always be the prey and they should become the hunters. The young man scratched his head and said that first he needed to understand how strong they were and if they were inferior to them in this regard. Then was it worth attacking them at all, which made the IT specialist laugh and say that this was him. Zinxin pressed the key and said that she was done and could look at all the information at any time. Opening her mouth wide, she asked if she wanted to now, to which Zhang answered positively. A moment later, the main character sat closer to the monitors. Biting his lips, the protagonist thought that they had 520 fighters and a squad of more than 50 awakened ones. Looking at the screen, the guy continued that 6 of them, including Lion, received their abilities naturally and wondered if the rest were experimental subjects. An image of the captain of the special forces and his characteristics appeared. Through the sweat on his face, the young man expected the captain to be strong. Holding his chin, Zhang said that if he wanted to attack the Zishan base, he should concentrate on this guy because his ability does not allow him to attack from a long distance, and if he keeps his distance, he can be dealt with. A photo of Fangzhen, who was the attacker of the special squad of awakened ones of the Zishan base, appeared on the screen. A dossier on Zizhen was visible, and her role was control. An image of Ming's appeared, who is able to turn into a monster. A photo of Daeon appeared, and his ability was to turn into a giant ice monkey. Zhanghua was visible on the screen, and she is able to hide her abilities, and also has the skill of stupid hypnosis with which she can hypnotize a person to the point of death. The protagonist, throwing his hands behind his head, thought that if the information he had received was to be believed. They divided the awakened into 6 types depending on their abilities, and at the moment the classification was poorly developed and nominal. Yawning widely, the protagonist added that a more detailed division would be made after a full study of their abilities. Having put the sheets into the printer, the guy thought that his superpower belonged to the space system, and he had not seen anything like that in the questionnaires, so it was not included in this classification. Having looked at the dossier, the young man decided that their combat squad would include his uncle, Chunlei, Hua and Lion, and he was also sure that they would be able to cope with it. Jiang, holding the paper, considered that the most important thing now was to understand how they could get there and then successfully get out unharmed. The girl, her eyes widening, asked that if he could not make a decision himself, then why not consult with the others. Zinxin, covering her mouth with her hand, agreed with her friend and suggested going to the living room, to which the master mechanic added that perhaps the others had some ideas on this matter. The protagonist opened his jaw and replied that it was a good plan. A small corridor was visible, and it was heard that they should go because they needed to discuss everything. A moment later, the protagonist, spreading his arms in different directions, said that they had a rare opportunity to destroy the Zishan base. Clenching his fist, he continued that he thought that they were all able to soberly assess their strength, but he would not allow them to intimidate them, and they should also fight them. Uncle Yu and Chunlei smiled contentedly. Zhu and Heimei, lowering their eyebrows, listened that he could not cope alone, and he needed their help, and was asked what they thought about it. The guy, looking at his comrade, exclaimed that he was the eldest among them, and asked him to speak first. Uncle folded his hands and explained that the Zishan base had caused them a lot of pain, and there was no talk of peace. The man extended his palm and said that instead of waiting for death, they should take the initiative, because they had a great chance and they should take it. He clenched his fists and happily said that he owed the boy a lot, and if he wanted to attack the base, he would go with him. Jiang looked at Chunlei and asked about him. The boy crossed his fingers and asked if they could defeat them, adding that they had many people with abilities and more weapons. It seemed like the protagonist touched the chair. A second later, he sat down on it and said that he didn't have to worry about it because their abilities were strong enough. The protagonist frowned and explained that he would deal with the ordinary soldiers and asked if he was familiar with his methods. Chunlei scratched his head and listened to him remember how many of his fellow villagers had died at their hands and whether he wanted to take revenge, to which he replied that he didn't really and it wasn't like he got along with them. Jiang turned blue and knew he was quite stubborn, but he didn't think there was anyone worse, and the guy added that since the boss wanted to fight, he would support him. The protagonist folded his arms and asked if he had made a decision quickly, and received the answer that he had promised to support him because if something happened to him, they would not survive. The guy clenched his fist sharply and repeated his words. The protagonist opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was decided then. The men lowered their eyebrows and shouted that they would destroy the Zishan base and do it. Chunlei, looking at his boss, said that everything needed to be planned carefully, to which the boss told him not to worry and added that he would not let them die. The boy, moving the board, exclaimed that it was time to start their meeting and wanted to introduce them to the opponents they would have to face. Uncle Yu extended his finger and said that he could help with the planning since he had undergone military training in the army, which delighted the boy. Jiang, approaching Zinxin, asked her to tell them about the base the same as he had told him. The girl, taking hold of the stroller, told him to follow her. The protagonist, taking the phone, understood that in order to attack the base, they needed to choose the right time and place. A moment later, he smiled and wrote in the chat that he thanked her for helping to solve their problem, and that he should hide in some safe place until midnight tomorrow, and when it was time to escape, they would help. The protagonist, looking at the screen, read Lion's words that this was great and she would do everything, and asked him to explain the details of his to her. The girl, sitting on the bed, read the answer that the base system was already under their control, so there was no need to worry about communication. Lowering her head, Lion saw a message that significant changes would take place at the base tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and as soon as everything was settled, he would contact her. Xingxin, closing her eyes, exclaimed that she had finally finished. Turning around, the girl said that if everything went smoothly, the missiles would hit the Zishan base exactly. The guy patted her on the head and said that this was excellent work. The monitor showed that there were 30 hours left until the missile strike on the Zishan base, and the young man realized that the time had come for the final battle. The master mechanic, holding the papers, explained that according to her forecasts, it was necessary to use high-power underground missiles to attack the base. She, holding out the documents, added that although they would not completely destroy the base, they could cause an earthquake of up to 8 points with the help of vibrations. Jiang, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that then first Xingxin would turn off their electricity using control over the system. Leaning on the table, the protagonist said that electricity was their main source of energy, and as soon as it was turned off, the base would be temporarily paralyzed, which would cause panic. The IT specialist widened her eyes and said that she could turn off the electricity, but there was definitely a manual start mechanism that allowed the power system to be restored. To which the protagonist replied that it was not so important, because the main thing was to at least cause panic in their ranks for some time. The guy, opening his mouth, said that at that very moment they would help Lion and her students get out. Chunlei, standing behind the chair, asked if they would get there, taking advantage of the chaos, but what would happen next? Zhu and Yanmi, through the sweat on their faces, heard the question that even though they were talking about destroying the base, did they succeed? Jaime touched Uncle Yu's shoulders, and it was heard that it was useless to kill their leader because someone would definitely come to take his place. The guy, hitting his fist on his palm, clarified that he really wanted to kill everyone at the base. The special one turned blue and asked the boss if that was true. Jiang, spreading his arms out to the sides, explained that most of their leadership should be killed, and thus they would reduce the number of base by 80%, but ideally kill them all. The main character lay down on the sofa and added that this was quite feasible, because they had a lot of explosives, some of which were the base's reserves, which he took from them, and the rest was their own. The girls, their eyes widening, heard that he at least understood the consequences of detonating so much explosives underground. The master mechanic, holding her chin, replied that they had about 1,000 kilograms in total, and such an explosion would definitely cause great damage to the building. She lowered her eyebrows and added that in addition to the building itself, it would also destroy all the life support systems that existed at the base. Xingxin's friend, listing on her fingers, said about the water supply, power supply, air supply, the destruction of which would make it impossible to survive at the base. The girl said that after such an explosion, everyone who would be there would simply die from lack of oxygen, which made the guys open their mouths wide. Suddenly, Chunlei raised his hand and exclaimed that the boss's plan was very good, and asked how they could get there because they could get lost or someone from the locals could recognize them. Jiang, waving his finger, replied that he had taken this into account and they had a 3D model of the base, and asked them to read it carefully because such a matter must be approached with all responsibility. Taking a white jacket, the main character explained that in order to get there, they just need to disguise themselves. The protagonist gave the men the clothes and added that they would put them on and be able to get inside. The guy, pointing to the monitors, said that they would place the explosives on the second level, and that was where all the important life support systems were. Smiling, the young man continued that it didn't matter where they placed such a large amount of explosives, because the effect would be stunning. Jiang pointed to the dossier and said that Hua's mobility was higher than that of ordinary awakened people, and if something went wrong, they would definitely get out of there with his help. The protagonist's jaw dropped and added that there was only one snowmobile and a few flimsy sleds at the base, and once they got out of there, they would no longer be able to catch them. The protagonist stuck out his finger and told them to remember that their lives were the most important thing, and only then the mission. The fourth level of the base appeared, where the teacher, spreading her palms, exclaimed that she had come with important news, because tomorrow night none of them should sleep. The guy, clenching his fist, obeyed her order. Lion, hugging the student, said that they should not worry and should just wait a little longer because soon everything would be over. In the morning, the men, sitting on a large sofa, were having a snack. Jiang, bringing the cutlery to his mouth, said that they had decided that the missile strike would be carried out today at 12 o'clock. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, explained that he would go first to prepare, and after the strike, Lion would take advantage of the panic that arose and lead his students out of there. Chewing his food, the protagonist added that they would only need to wait for the moment when they got out, and if she did not appear, then something went wrong, and in the absence of news, they would immediately retreat. The guy raised his index finger and exclaimed that when they collided with the base, they needed to blend into the crowd and plant explosives, and if anything went wrong at this stage, they would also immediately retreat. Chunlei listened with his lips moving so that they would remember that safety was paramount and their lives should not be risked. Uncle Yu grabbed his chin and asked that in order for the plan to succeed, they needed to make sure that Lion and her students were safe, to which he received the answer that it was approximately so, but the main thing was to get the teacher out first and only then her charges. The young man quickly reached for the food and began to talk about the most important thing. Zhang, taking an egg, said that it was extremely difficult to use large weapons during chaos, but he would try to resolve this issue. Having given the food to the cat, the protagonist clarified what they should do with the awakened ones. Chunlei, having a snack, was intrigued. Uncle, with his mouth slightly open, heard that he did not think they should run into trouble. Spreading his palms, the protagonist said that they should get out of there and do everything possible to prevent pursuit from their side. After some time, a crescent moon was visible above the tall building. A team of guys who dressed warmly stood outside. Zhu, touching the boss, asked him to go with him. It seemed like an SUV was rushing through the snow. It was heard that the base had just confirmed the launch of missiles, and this would happen today at exactly midnight and its coordinates, so there was nothing to worry about, to which the guy, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that he understood everything, and let him continue to monitor and report any changes. The car continued moving along the snowy road. After a while, the car drove up to the shelter, located on a high mountain. The young man took out a case in which there were several drugs. Zhang, having taken them out, explained that it was a special stimulant that would tone their body and entire nervous system, and they would become stronger and less susceptible to pain. Chunlei, with his mouth wide open, asked what the side effects were. The protagonist injected the stimulant into himself and replied that even if there were any, they would appear later. The protagonist, waving his shoulder, exclaimed that they should take care of themselves, because after the mission they would have a good rest, and the answer was heard that life was more important than any side effects. The guy, looking into the distance, thought that Baz would get his surprise any minute. It seemed as if Lion, standing near the guys, asked everyone to put on warm clothes. The student, with wide eyes, clarified whether they were going to run. Chengyu, clenching his fist, exclaimed that it was enough to talk and they just needed to do everything the teacher said. The girl, peeking around the corner, thought that she didn't know what exactly Zhang had planned, but she shouldn't let him down. Xinyan was visible, sitting in his office. He was looking at his laptop, thinking that even though he had spent a favor on this, it was definitely worth it. His face turned blue, and the man realized that the protagonist's existence not only threatened the bright future of their base, but also affected his authority. Suddenly, Lingfeng entered the room and turned to the leader, to which he asked what had happened. Xinyan, with his mouth wide open, said that he didn't need to worry about the protagonist anymore since he had settled everything. The guy, through the sweat on his face, asked him again. He closed his eyes and wondered how he had managed it, since he had taken this position thanks to his rich parents, and even an ordinary soldier could defeat him in a fight. The leader folded his arms and said that even during the end of the world, the army had great power, and the awakened were not omnipotent, and Lingfeng exclaimed that he had no intention of arguing. The man turned the laptop screen and explained that the head of the neighboring region had done him a great favor because he had asked him to launch a missile strike on Zhang's shelter, and he had agreed. The guy, leaning on the table, said that this was great, and now the protagonist would definitely die, to which Xinyan said that he did not like arrogant and powerful people, and this world was not as simple as the protagonist imagined. Raising his eyebrows, the leader suggested watching Zhang's shelter being razed to the ground. The guys looked at the computer screen. It showed a diagram of the protagonist's base. Lingfeng, with his mouth slightly open, said that he did not know if this would be enough. The man sighed heavily and replied that unfortunately this weapon was in the hands of their neighbors, and if he had the opportunity, he would have killed their enemy long ago and would not have allowed so much damage to be done, and the guy asked why they did not try to settle everything themselves. The commander, grinning, exclaimed that he was young and therefore did not understand. Xinyan grabbed his chin and thought about how much he would have to pay to ask for a similar favor again. Around midnight, Xingxin was seen sitting at the table and pressing keys on the keyboard. Suddenly, the headquarters of the Jiangnan region appeared, in which a military man pressed a button. A moment later, a missile quickly flew up. In the information department of the Zishan base, the workers were very surprised that the missile was flying straight at us. Suddenly, the shell approached the shelter. Zhang, smiling, realized that this was it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The shockwave overtook the guy's SUV. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed that everything worked out, to which he received a positive answer. The IT guy sharply pressed a key on the computer. A moment later, the shelter screens lit up red. The guys, through sweat on their faces, asked what was going on and what had happened to the system. Zinyan fell off his chair and said that this couldn't be happening and didn't understand how it was possible. He pointed at the phone and heard that they had been hit by a missile, to which he asked where the missiles had come from. The man bared his teeth and exclaimed that this bastard Jang had really deceived him. Suddenly, the room began to shake and the commander tried to stand still. Taking hold of the table, Zinyan understood that now was not the time to think about this and that it was necessary to put everything in order as soon as possible. Stretching out his palm, the leader ordered Ling Feng to quickly gather a detachment to ensure security, and they obeyed him. The man, frowning, added that they should be extremely careful with those living on the 4th level and let him send fighters there, and if anyone tried to take advantage of the chaos, then kill them on the spot. The soldier, putting his finger on his ear, said that this was the southern gate and asked what happened. A moment later, the SUV abruptly rammed the shelter guards. The car suddenly stopped at the entrance. The protagonist, running out of it with his team, shouted for them to die. Half an hour later, the guys killed everyone and the corpses of soldiers lay around them. The protagonist turned around and exclaimed that now they needed to find Lion. On the 4th level, the students wondered what had happened and whether it was an earthquake, and the teacher, holding her sword, silently asked herself if this was why they had been asked not to go to bed until midnight. The girl, raising her palm, said that they should follow her because they needed to get out of this place. The guys suddenly rushed from their place and shouted that they needed to follow her. A moment later, the guards appeared, holding guns, ordered everyone to return to their places, and if they did not obey, they would be shot, and also added that they were forbidden to leave. The students stood still, and someone thought that in such darkness it was almost impossible to see anything. Lion, smiling broadly, realized that this was their chance. Suddenly, a team of young guys rushed from their place, bypassing the guards. The girl, turning around, heard something. Through the sweat on her face, she said that someone was shooting there. The teacher, taking her hand, exclaimed that she should not look back because they needed to hurry. Frowning, the girl thought that the exit was not far away and there were several tunnels left to go, so they needed to speed up. Biting the corners of her lips, Lion understood that the base had enough forces to suppress their rebellion, and there was no way to relax. The guys could be seen quickly moving their legs. Suddenly, the guards could be seen holding the guns and saying that no one would leave without an order and told everyone to step back. A moment later, the teacher took out a sword burning with flame. She swung it sharply, causing the soldiers to go head over heels. Lowering the weapon, the girl exclaimed for everyone to move forward. It seemed like the team was quickly climbing the stairs. The guys, with their jaws wide open, shouted that there was an exit and they had almost made it. Suddenly, Lion, her mouth wide open, ordered everyone to stop. A pair of women's shoes could be seen above, and it was audible that the teacher was a traitor and how dare she come back. The assistant commander of the Western Military District Shelter put her hand on her side. She was adjusting her hair and saying that their wise leader knew that someone would try to take advantage of the chaos and escape. The secretary, standing around the soldiers, asked if they thought that no one had tried before, and added that they were not the first and not the last, but they all had the same fate, and they would become food for their own kind. Through the sweat on her face, Lion listened to how she herself understood that she was risking her life for some trash. The girl, holding out her palm, asked to stop because she was sure that they could come to an agreement. The assistant folded her hands and replied that such things were unacceptable at their base. The secretary scowled menacingly and exclaimed that they had nothing to talk about, and that the traitors had to die, so there would be no mercy. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the helmet of one of the guards. The protagonist was aiming his rifle, and a question was heard asking if this was an enemy attack. Suddenly, the commander's assistant, holding up a finger, ordered them to quickly kill them all. Lion turned around and asked them not to stick their heads out, to which the student asked what about her. The girl suddenly rushed from her place and replied that they had come to save them, so they could not just stand aside. It was visible how the teacher began to swing his sword. A moment later, she cut the opponents in front of her, and the protagonist and his team shot the soldiers. It seemed like a lot of shell casings fell to the floor. Lowering her weapon, Lion sighed heavily. The girl thanked him for his help, and Zhang, putting his rifle on his shoulders, said that he had only fulfilled his part of the deal. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought that if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have had a chance to attack the base from behind, so he simply had to help her. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, asked to get them out quickly, because this was no place for children. The girl, with her eyes bulging, sharply called the teacher, to which she said that everything was fine and now they were free. The girl, looking at the secretary of the shelter commander, asked if she had sent their students to their deaths. The assistant, crawling on the floor, answered that this was not so because she was just a secretary and only followed the leader's orders. The guy stood over her, and she screamed that it was not her fault, adding that you can't kill innocent people. The young man suddenly took out a knife and asked how she even had the courage to say such a thing. A second later, he cut her throat, causing sweat to run down her face. The assistant, lying on the ground, grabbed her neck. Lion, clenching her fists, thanked the protagonist once again for helping them escape. Pointing back, Zhang said that they had cleared out the guards at the exit so they could get out of here. Using his magic skill, the protagonist said that there was food and fuel to keep warm, and that they should also go to the village in the southeast, which was 5 kilometers from here, and they could hide there. The guy, putting his hand on his side, added that they would be delayed because they still had some things to do. One of the students, crossing his palms, asked if he wouldn't go with them. Zhang, holding out his palm, replied that they shouldn't worry because they didn't have that much time to chase them. Smiling, the protagonist continued that if they escaped with them, they would definitely give chase. He explained that the more they killed, the safer they would be, and the girl, sweat on her face, thought that he was right because since she had joined him, there was no turning back. The teacher, with her mouth slightly open, asked what their plan was, to which she received the answer that they would deal with them once and for all. The boy turned his head to the side and said that they would destroy the Zishan base, and after that they would no longer have to worry about their future, and Lion asked if he wanted to destroy the entire base. The girl, bending down, remembered that there were thousands of people living on the base, and wondered if they would all die if they destroyed this place, but realized that if they did not, then the same fate would befall them themselves. A moment later, she clenched her fist and exclaimed that she would help him. The teacher, showing the finger to the students, asked Xiaotan to lead his classmates out of here, adding that she would catch up with them. The guy, his eyes wide, told her to take care of herself. You could see the guys running out of the shelter. Zhang, lowering his hands, said that they needed to move forward because there was little time. The protagonist took out his phone and asked Lion to take them to this place, to which she asked to follow her. A moment later, the team went up to the second floor and put on helmets. The protagonist, holding out his palm, exclaimed that they needed to carry out their plan. The men began to plant explosives, and the girl said that the walls were too strong and ordinary explosives would not help here. The guy folded his hands and replied that he knew this, and that is why she is not quite ordinary. Suddenly, the young man used a magical ability and many bombs appeared. The teacher, her eyes wide, was very surprised by such a huge amount of TNT. Zhang, lowering his eyebrows, explained that he was not missing anything, and they would see how much they liked their own explosives. Waving his hand, the protagonist shouted that it was time to leave. His team and the cat suddenly rushed from the spot. Lion, running after the protagonist, exclaimed that they would kill their leader because in order to destroy the organization, they first needed to get rid of the leader. Tightly squeezing the handle of the sword, she added that after his death, the Zishan base would fall. The guy, abruptly stopping, replied that if only the head was cut off, a new one would appear in its place. The girl's pupils narrowed, hearing the question that she had ever thought about the fact that it was not he who was to blame, but the base system itself. Lowering her head, the teacher realized that his words made sense. The young man suddenly turned around and said that it was better to destroy this place full of dirt and misery so that it did not give birth to new evil. Suddenly, a soldier appeared, holding a cannon, ordered them to stop, and asked who they were. He, noticing the cat, thought that there were no soldiers at the base who kept pets, so they were definitely enemy awakened, and they couldn't miss them. Suddenly, the protagonist's body glowed with a blue aura. A second later, he fired his cannon. The bullet pierced the enemy's head sharply. His teammates, looking at the corpse, did not understand what was happening and exclaimed that they were not from the base. Suddenly, the soldiers shouted that this was an invasion and began firing machine guns. The protagonist, drawing his weapon, used a magic shield that held back the enemy's bullets. Through the sweat on his face, Lion thought that when they were enemies, she thought that this guy could not be defeated. But now that fate had brought them together as a team, his strength became the guarantor of her peace of mind. Shenhong, opening his mouth wide, shouted to the space system that it was Zhang. He sharply bent down and ordered his allies not to let them escape. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, said to himself that it was too late. The protagonist, using his unusual ability, fired many bullets. The cartridges began to pierce the bodies of his opponents. A moment later, the guy threw a huge number of grenades and exclaimed that they needed to retreat. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. You could see how the team quickly ran along the corridor. The young man, shaking his head, understood that they couldn't stay here for long because even his abilities had a limit, and he wouldn't be able to completely cover them. Zhang looked up sharply and said that the power supply was almost restored. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that they needed to get out quickly. 2 small working lamps appeared. There was a phone on the table, and you could hear an appeal to the leader that the protagonist had attacked them and Lion was with him, to which he replied that they had to detain him alive or dead. Xinyan put on a suit and said that the protagonist asked for it himself and they would see what he would do without his mongrels. Lingfeng, menacingly baring his teeth, exclaimed that this time he would not let him escape. The captain of the special squad frowned harshly and muttered that it was time for payback. The soldier, with sweat on his face, told the captain that they had planted explosives everywhere. The awakened Zishan base clenched his fist and ordered them to be immediately defused, and added that the others should follow him because they could not miss them. The protagonist's team quickly ran along the corridor, and the protagonist said that they should ignore them and move forward. Looking back, Uncle Yu exclaimed that he would take care of them. Suddenly, his clothes were torn and his body was muscular. The man abruptly pushed the soldiers, shouting for them to get out of the way. The enemies shot at him, but he continued to run. A moment later, Uncle Yu screamed loudly and grabbed the necks of the enemies. Zhang, seeing this, asked him to be careful, to which he received the answer that he should not worry because it was easy for him. The man lowered his eyebrows and thought that his body was not only very durable, but also had accelerated regeneration, and if the wound was not fatal, it would easily recover. Suddenly, Lin Feng and his henchmen appeared in front of him, which made his uncle perplexed. The captain of the special forces pulled out a dagger and shouted at the protagonist not to hope to escape, because this time he would definitely finish him off. The jock, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that if they wanted Zhang, they would have to deal with him first. The opponents suddenly jumped above him and said for him to die. Uncle Yu powerfully repelled their attack, hitting them with his fist. The opponents flew into the walls, causing their bodies to stick out inside them. The protagonist folded his arms and asked if the captain really thought he could defeat them. Uncle Yu, putting his finger to his cheek, thought about it. Shenhong was stuck in the wall and said that he really wanted to meet a worthy opponent to test himself, to which the protagonist suggested that it was better not to take unnecessary risks. The survivors moved towards the exit, when suddenly someone exclaimed that they should not even think that they could escape so easily. Behind him walked a member of the special squad Fangzhen. Putting up a magic shield in front of himself, the protagonist remembered that he had read his dossier. Spreading his arms, the awakened one formed a fire around himself. Zhang held back the opponent's attack with his magic ability. Frowning, the young man realized that the enemy was just stalling for time. The walls of the shelter began to melt, and the guy thought about the fact that the flames he released could reach 1,000 degrees Celsius, and as soon as his portal disappeared, they would immediately burn out. While still holding back the fire with magic, the protagonist realized that if they couldn't get through here, the soldiers running behind them would be able to attack from behind, so they had to do something. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted for Chunlei to start helping. Ice shards flew out of the magic portal. Dodging the attack, Fangzhen said that it was very naive to use this trick against him. Holding a large container of fuel, the man thought about how it was his own formula that burned 10 times better than gasoline. The liquid spilled on the floor, and the Special Forces member mentally told the protagonist to taste it. A moment later, a powerful flash of flame appeared. Grinning, the survivor decided to see how long the opponents could hold out. A stream of fire rushed towards the protagonist's magic portal, and the awakened one shouted that the captain would soon bring a capture team and they would end. At that moment, the opponent's abilities clashed. Putting his fingers to his chin, the man wondered if this was the guy who controlled the snow. Zhang ran through the smoke and shouted for his allies to move forward. Suddenly, a fist appeared from the protagonist's magic shield. Uncle Yu blocked the blow with his hands. The awakened one ducked down and asked if the protagonist was looking for a worthy opponent. The protagonist's eyes saw Lingfeng's silhouette and he offered to dance. Opening his mouth wide, the young man called out to his uncle. Creating a magic portal in front of him, the guy asked how his ally was feeling. Holding his injured hand, the man said that everything was fine and would heal before the wedding. Clenching his jaw, the captain of the Special Forces wondered if Zhang had released his powers. Frowning, the boy realized that one mistake on his part could work in their favor, so they just had to wait, since they had no escape from here anyway, and he didn't know what they would do. Chunlei ran up from behind and asked if Uncle Yu was okay. Gritting his teeth, the man explained that everything was fine, but it felt like he had been hit by a locomotive. The protagonist's hand appeared to contain some medicine. The boy injected his uncle's shoulder and thought that even if the side effects were too strong, they should still get him back on track. Hua's pet bared his teeth angrily. Pulling his hand back, the boy shouted at Teacher Lion not to worry, since the opponents couldn't get through here. Lingfeng raised his palm and asked Zhang to look around. Lowering his eyebrows, the captain of the Special Forces asked if the boy really thought he could escape. The protagonist explained with the corners of his mouth down that they had come too far to give up. The protagonist grinned and said that he wanted to finish it quickly, but it seemed that the opponents were not particularly happy with this option when suddenly someone called him. Magic waves appeared from the eyes of the Special Forces mage to the awakened ones. Seeing this, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. Eyes appeared above the silhouette of the protagonist, and the young man wondered if this was hypnosis. Putting his palms to his forehead, Zhang Hua screamed loudly. The girl fell to the floor and exclaimed that her eyes were very painful, and the captain sighed heavily. Smiling, the protagonist apologized and said that he was able to reflect her psychological waves. A moment later, Hua turned into a huge cat, and the protagonist called him. The heroes jumped on the animal, and Zhang shouted that they needed to run. Chunlei held onto the pet's tail and flew over the opponents. The young man pulled his hand back and fired a large number of grenades at the enemies. Lin Feng opened his mouth wide and shouted for his allies to stop him. A powerful explosion appeared behind the huge cat. The shockwave threw the soldiers aside. The protagonist's ally, his eyes wide with fear, asked the boss if he could survive. Turning around, the protagonist explained that they had left explosives and smoke bombs there, so it would be difficult for them to catch up with them in poor visibility. Frowning, the young man said that he would activate it when they got out. Someone's fist broke through the wall of the shelter. Going outside, the captain of the special squad ordered everyone to follow them. The clothes on Ming's body began to tear. The member of the special squad of survivors began to turn into a monster. Having turned into a monster, the young man took his allies in his arms. At that moment, the guy rushed forward. Chunlei opened his mouth wide and shouted to the boss that the opponents were catching up and they needed to throw the explosives quickly. Zhang put his finger to his nose and said that it was too easy, and if they wanted to chase them, then why not? And the allies thought that these words did not inspire confidence. Uncle Yu lowered the corners of his lips and thought that the protagonist always did his best, and he must have some kind of plan since he decided to act like this. The huge cat Hua burst out of the shelter. The pet stopped in front of the entrance to the bunker. Ling Feng lowered his eyebrows, realizing that this guy had finally managed to get out. Gritting his teeth, the captain of the special forces decided that since his ability could only protect from one side, they would attack from different directions and they would definitely not be able to handle it. Taking the protagonist by the shoulder, Chunlei asked the boss what they should do. Frowning, the awakened one thought that if the enemy tried to escape by car, he would simply shoot out his tires. Reaching out his hand, the guy mockingly asked if they had anywhere to run, because now they definitely couldn't hide from him. Closing his eyes, Zhang exclaimed that justice must prevail. Looking away, Ling Feng began to understand what it was. The protagonist raised the remote control up. At the same second, the guy pressed the red button. With his mouth wide open, the captain of the special forces did not understand what was in his hands. Suddenly, the ground shook under the feet of the awakened ones. A powerful explosion was visible behind the young man, and he did not understand what was happening. The shock wave covered the protagonist's opponents. Clenching his hand into a fist, Chunlei exclaimed that everything worked out, and the Zishan base was completely destroyed. The special forces team fell into the snow. With his mouth wide open, the soldier asked what Zhang did. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist asked if the captain remembered the supplies of explosives that they brought with them when they tried to blow up his shelter. Ling Feng's eyes narrowed in fear when he heard that the protagonist added a little of his own and decided to return the explosives to them, although it was obvious that the result was impressive. Spreading his arms, the young man admitted that it was very difficult to create such high-quality explosives. Turning back, the captain of the special forces of the Awakened was surprised that their base was completely destroyed, and with the help of their explosives. Gritting his teeth, the boy decided that this was enough and there was no turning back, so he needed to pull himself together, otherwise they would all just die. Frowning angrily, the awakened one declared that he would first kill the protagonist and then save his people. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist told him to stop. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy asked if his opponent really wanted to die here, since no one could predict which of them would emerge victorious from this battle. Lion held onto the blade of the sword, and the young man explained that there was no need to be so aggressive, since it was their people who had first invaded someone else's territory, so there was no question of revenge. Standing in front of his opponent, Ling Feng clarified why all this ranting. In any case, only one would leave here alive. Raising a finger, Zhang asked if the captain wanted to kill him just like that. Opening his mouth wide, the awakened one exclaimed that this was exactly the case, and that he should stop chatting. Pulling his hand back, the protagonist said that since the enemy wanted his life, there was no point in dragging his comrades into it. The young man beckoned his opponent with his finger and suggested that they settle the matter between them. Taking the protagonist by the shoulder, Teacher Lion asked if he was crazy and if he knew how strong the captain of the special forces was. Grinning, the guy said that if they all fought, losses would be inevitable, and again suggested that they fight one-on-one since Ling Feng only wanted his life. Flames were visible behind the captain of the Awakened, and Zhang said that if he won, all grievances would be forgotten, and if he lost, the opponent could do whatever he wanted. Smiling, the guy noted that he already knew that the enemy would not leave him alive. The protagonist's allies looked at his back with alarm. They recalled that before the attack on the base, while sitting in the car, their boss told them that these people were professionals with abilities, and even together they were no match for them. The corners of his mouth turned down and he said that if it came to a direct confrontation, he would offer to fight one-on-one. Uncle Yu and Chunlei widened their eyes in alarm when they heard that the opponents did not know about Zhang's strength and thought that he was just a coward who had the ability to open another space, and then added that Ling Feng would definitely accept his offer. Looking away, the young man said that in a one-on-one duel, he had a chance of winning. Grinning, the young man asked if the captain of the special forces dared to accept his challenge. Zhang Hua raised her hand to her chin and told the captain that this guy was clearly up to something and he should not agree, after which she suggested that they all fight together. Gritting her teeth, the witch wondered if the opponent was planning some kind of trick again. The head of the awakened team thought with the corners of his lips down that the opponent had Lion on their side, who was equal in strength, and also a guy who controlled snow and ice, but that mutant cat was even worse. Frowning, Ling Feng realized that his team was significantly weaker than the opponent's group, and it would be extremely reckless to fight wall to wall. Putting his finger forward, the survivor said that he agreed to a one-on-one duel, and then thought that everyone could suffer from their clash, and he could not allow his comrades to die. The protagonist raised his fist and asked why they didn't fight in that valley, and the rest would stand here and make sure no one interfered with them, to which the opponent agreed. Extending her hand forward, the girl mage asked the captain to be careful, to which he said that everything would be fine. The rivals stood in the valley, and Zhang Hua said that in the face of absolute power, any plots and tricks are meaningless. Clenching his hand into a fist, the captain of the awakened squad asked if everything would be as fair as possible now. Putting his palms together, Chunlei thought about how Zhang went to such a thing completely confident that nothing would happen to him. Standing on the icy cliff, the girl noted that while their leaders were fighting, she would reveal one little secret to him. Grinning, the witch clarified whether the guy knew that there were people who could absorb other people's abilities. The protagonist's allies opened their mouths in alarm, and the mage realized that apparently they did not know this, and decided to tell him that only a small part of the awakened are able to absorb the powers of others to become stronger. Recalling how Ling Feng held the soldier by the neck, Zhang Hua said that during one of the missions, their captain personally killed 3 awakened and took away their abilities, and the opponents could not even imagine how strong the leader of the special squad was. Smiling, the girl said that their Zhang would be a corpse and simply did not yet realize what awaited him. Gritting his teeth, Chunlei said that their boss never loses, to which the opponents asked him again. Raising his fist, the special one said that the protagonist is very afraid of death, so he would not risk his life if he was not sure of victory, to which the witch understood what was going on and said that they would still see who would laugh last when the captain returned here with Zhang's head. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought. Scratching the back of his head, the guy suggested that his opponent not fight, since he was not a master of close combat, but rather support, to which Lin Feng exclaimed that he would kill him right now. Raising his eyebrows, the young man admitted that he did not think it would come to this, but the opponent himself forced him, and he once had a dream that the end of the world had come. Opening his mouth wide, the captain of the special forces shouted that it was enough to talk, and it was necessary to stop wasting time. Putting his hand out to the side, the protagonist said that he hoped that the opponent would keep his promise and let his friends go if he died, since they were not guilty of anything, to which he assured the guy that he would not harm them. The young man added that he should also let the cat go if his comrades raised this topic, to which Lin Feng, gritting his teeth, wanted to stop chatting and fight, since that was what he had decided. A moment later, the captain of the special squad of awakened ones took off. Leaning over, Zhang used the ability to accelerate. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist formed a magic portal in front of him. The opponent approached the magic shield. Frowning, the guy thought that this would not work, because the opponent's techniques had long been studied. The awakened one rushed to the side and realized that if he was faster, he would definitely be able to win this fight. A huge truck appeared above the head of the special squad member, which surprised him greatly. The guy fell into the snow and did not understand whether the enemy's ability could do this. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was just the beginning. At the same second, large vehicles began to fall from the sky. Lowering his eyebrows, Zhang thought that it was probably not in vain that he collected all this, and how he knew that sooner or later it would come in handy. Ling Feng looked up, and the protagonist realized that the trucks were just perfect for an attack. Taking hold of the sword hilt, the captain of the special squad of awakened ones realized that it could not continue like this and decided that he needed to attack. At the same moment, the guy cut a large car in half. Creating weapons with magic, the main character exclaimed that this was great, and they should continue. While dodging the flying objects, the awakened one said that his opponent was funny, but did he really think that all this could harm him in any way? Throwing a car at his opponent, the protagonist asked if that was the case, then why was he dodging? With his mouth wide open, the Special Forces member said that he did not believe that this was his maximum. Approaching the magic portal, the guy thought about how this damned barrier made it impossible to approach this guy to fight in close combat. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man decided that if he could overcome the remaining 3 meters, his opponent's life would end. Underwear fell on Ling Feng's head, and he thought about how he had no conscience at all since he was stalling for time like this. Other clothes covered the eyes of the captain of the special forces of the Awakened Ones. With his mouth wide open, the guy thought about how he did not believe that his opponent had an endless supply of these things. Suddenly, logs and barrels began to fall on his head. Gritting his teeth, the squad leader thought that if there was gasoline or something else flammable inside, he would be in big trouble. The guy struck, and liquid began to flow out of the container. Running away, Ling Feng exclaimed that Zhang was a cunning trickster. A pistol appeared in the protagonist's hand. The protagonist fired an energy beam at the ground. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. Having created a portal in front of him, the young man thought that the enemy was resistant to high temperatures, so he would definitely not burn alive, but visibility in such conditions would definitely deteriorate. Lowering his hands, the captain of the squad of Awakened Ones realized that this flame did not cause him any harm. Covering his face with his hand, the guy noticed that because of its brightness, Zhang was lost from sight. Rushing forward, the Awakened One shouted out how much longer the enemy would delay their clash, and then declared that the young man was defending himself well, but that he was simply unable to harm him. At that moment, the fire dissipated and barrels appeared in the air. Lin Feng slipped on the flammable liquid. Adjusting his glasses, the boy did not understand what it was. The contents of the barrel stuck to his face, and he realized that it was latex paint. Opening his mouth wide, the squad captain cried out whether the opponent would continue to fight so dishonorably. The liquid began to drip onto the boy's face. The young man began to cover his face from the paint. Tearing his jacket, the captain asked Zhang to stop doing the same thing over and over again, and then sent him away. Gritting his teeth, the Awakened One realized that he just needed to hold out until he ran out of items, and then smash his skull to pieces. Another attack of barrels flew out from the magic portal. They exploded and filled the air around Ling Feng with black smoke. The young man lowered his eyebrows, smelling a familiar smell. Covering his nose with his hand, the guy cried out in displeasure. Grinning, the protagonist said that everyone has their weaknesses. Recalling the opponent's dossier, the protagonist noted that the invincible capital was allergic to seafood. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man said that this composition included particles of more than 30 different types of seafood, and there was a guarantee that among them there would be one that would suit his opponent. The guy added that he spent a lot of time preparing such a generous gift for him, to which the latter raised his head in alarm. Grinning viciously, the member of the awakened group did not understand how Zhang knew that he was allergic to seafood. Suddenly breaking away from his place, the guy decided that he would fight. The protagonist waved his hand at him, to which he shouted for the enemy to stop. Cars, barrels, and other objects continued to fly out of the magic portal. Ling Feng ran forward and exclaimed in displeasure. The protagonist turned around and noticed that his opponent had fallen. The captain of the awakened squad was lying face down in the snow. The survivor kept silent with the corners of his lips down. A moment later, the guy decided to run away. The protagonist was sitting by a small fire. While eating food, the young man looked at the defeated enemy. The awakened jumped up and shouted the protagonist's name. Running away into the distance, the protagonist thought that even if the captain of the survivors had allergy medication with him, he still wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Gritting his teeth, the awakened thought about how stubborn his opponent was and decided to try pretending to be dead so that he would let his guard down. Suddenly, the guy turned red and started coughing loudly. Having fallen to the ground, the young man realized that he had finally gotten this worthless thing. Raising his head, the captain thought that his opponent had used a very dirty trick. The protagonist had created a small barbecue with the help of magic. Taking food into his mouth, Zhang said that the captain seemed to have passed out. Half an hour later, the protagonist began to yawn and said that he had eaten very well. Opening his mouth, the young man asked if his opponent had really died or was just pretending. At that very second, the protagonist shot Ling Feng in the head. Coming closer, the guy asked if the captain of the awakened team was alive. Smiling, the young man thought about whether he had finally killed this arrogant leader of the survivors. Zhang put his hand forward and dropped a huge truck on his opponent. Drops of blood flew from the guy's body, and the protagonist realized that he was really dead and that he had started all this in vain. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, the protagonist decided what he would do in such a case. At that very moment, the guy chopped off his opponent's head. Running his hand over his forehead, the protagonist declared that that was it. The young man crouched down next to the enemy's corpse. Raising his hand to his head, Zhang formed magical streams. Closing his lips, the protagonist realized that now was the time to absorb his power. Smiling widely, the protagonist exclaimed that this was very cool. Putting his palm to his face, the guy did not understand what was happening to his right eye. Removing his hand, the survivor thought that it felt like something was growing there and preventing him from seeing clearly. The protagonist's eye began to glow brightly. Blue magical rays appeared from it. These streams began to approach the truck. A moment later, the ability broke the car in half. Jang's eyes widened, wondering if this was a new ability. Smiling, the young man wondered if it was not a gift from God to have the ability to distort space and be incredibly strong at the same time. Looking at the pool of blood under Ling Feng's body, the boy realized that thanks to this, his lack of attack was compensated for, and in the future, it would be even easier to fight enemies. Looking down in alarm, the young man noticed that the power consumption was quite high, so he felt empty, and thought that he would not be able to use this ability more than 3 times in a row. Jang pointed his finger forward and said that at the moment, the attack range was about 300 meters, and now they were even more effective than a shot from a sniper rifle. Lowering his eyebrows, the boy began to talk about his next target. Looking at the huge trucks, Jonghua did not understand why everything was not over yet, and shouldn't the captain have dealt with this scoundrel by now? Fangzhen suggested that their leader had decided to slowly torture him to death, so there was no need to worry and they should trust their captain, to which the witch frowned and said that Ling Feng would never act so rashly. Chunlei smiled and thought that since it had taken so long, it was likely that victory was on their side. Uncle Yu looked away at the earpiece. The protagonist's allies put their hands to their ears and heard a hissing sound. Grinning, Jang asked his teammates to act as usual and not attract attention, and wait for his signal and then attack. The shirtless man realized that it was the protagonist's voice, and he was alive, and the special one was smiling and thinking that the boss had won and Ling Feng was dead. The survivor peeked out from behind a large snowdrift. The guy was looking at the heroes standing on the cliff. Suddenly, his eye began to emit magical streams. Jonghua put her hand to her chin and sighed heavily. With her mouth wide open, she began to ask for help. At the same moment, the witch's head was torn off from her body. The allies of the awakened group captain looked at her in shock. Raising the head of the squad leader, the protagonist exclaimed that he had killed him. Fangzhen lowered his eyebrows in fear, not understanding how this was possible, but the captain had indeed died, and the protagonist shouted for his team to attack. Uncle Yu clenched his fists and shouted that they would kill them all. The teacher moved forward in anger. Raising his hand, Jang shouted that they would not be spared. Lion struck the awakened, to which he cried out in alarm. After a while, Ling Feng's allies were lying in the snow. The protagonist put his hand to the head of one of them. Looking at his palm, Jang did not understand where the effect was. The young man realized that these guys were not that strong, so there was no benefit in absorbing them, and looking at Chunlei, he asked his allies to try. The survivors approached the corpses of the awakened ones, and the special one told the boss that he did not feel anything, and Uncle Yu said that everything was the same for him. The man suggested that it might not be that simple, since they didn't have the same abilities as the protagonist, to which he asked again, putting his finger to his cheek. The huge cat lay next to the awakened one, and the protagonist realized that apparently he still didn't know much about them, and that he would need to do more research. The pet opened its mouth at Fangzhen's head. The animal swallowed it, and Jang asked if Hua could absorb their powers. The cat's eye began to glow with magic, and the protagonist decided to leave the awakened ones for dessert. The protagonist held out his hand with the magical ability in front of the entrance to the Zishan base. Lion asked what the guy was up to which he, staring at his phone, replied that all work must be done efficiently and asked not to forget about it. A powerful explosion was heard, and the young man said that only by finishing the job could they be proud of the result. The teacher's eyes widened in surprise, and she said that it was really something and it was unlikely that anyone would be able to get out of there, to which the protagonist explained that the girl could consider it a backup. Having created a large SUV, the protagonist said that this was not the end. Closing the car door, Jang invited his allies to go with him to one place. The two cars drove along the snowy ground. The protagonist kept looking at his phone. Looking at the picture on the screen, the guy wondered if this was a diagram of the internal structure of the Zishan base. Silhouettes of people appeared in the mountains outside the shelter of the awakened. Anxiously opening her mouth, Lion clarified whether Jang had really thought everything through, to which he replied that when he was studying the base plan, he noticed this secret passage. Holding the steering wheel tightly, the young man noted that it was not difficult to guess that someone would use it. The teacher's eyes noticeably shrank when she saw Xinyan. Gritting his teeth, the commander of the Western District shelter realized that the protagonist had actually caught up with them. Standing behind the soldiers, the man asked why the guy wouldn't leave them alone. Lowering his eyebrows, the bunker leader thought about how the base area was almost completely destroyed, and he even had to leave his wife and son to escape. Lion and Jang got out of the car, and Xinyan didn't understand whether he would end up in his hands anyway. The protagonist asked if this was the same Zishan base leader in front of him and why he had escaped, to which the man raised his finger and asked the young man not to get excited, because he thought they could come to an agreement. With his palms up, the commander of the shelter said that the guy couldn't kill him because he needed him, otherwise the balance in the city would be disrupted. The man added that it was impossible to predict what kind of people would take his place, and the protagonist could face even greater danger, to which the protagonist, holding his chin, realized that he hadn't even thought about that. Jang waved his hand to confirm that the bunker leader was serious and asked him to look at himself. The protagonist's allies began to approach from behind, and the boy declared that an animal like Xinyan had no right to speak to him in such a tone. A tall flame appeared behind the teacher, and the shelter leader exclaimed that troubled times had come and they must stick together, otherwise they would all die. With his hands folded, the protagonist listened as only his help and the bunker commander's intelligence could restore the greatness of the Zishan base. Clenching his fist, the man exclaimed that they could become the main force of this city. Using a new ability in his eye, the protagonist said that all this was some kind of nonsense. A moment later, Xinyan's head was torn off from her body. The soldiers rushed to help and called for the leader. Jang lowered the corners of his mouth, declaring that he was not interested in all this. Holding a grenade in his hand, a member of the awakened group shouted for this guy to die. At the same moment, the energy beams of the protagonist's weapon were directed at the opponent's knees. The soldiers jumped up and dropped the bombs below them. The protagonist formed a magic portal in front of him, stopping the attack. The enemy was lying on the snow and asking the young man not to approach him. Putting his hand forward, the guy struck his opponent with a stream of flame. At that moment, only a skeleton remained of the soldier. The protagonist grabbed the helmet of another member of the awakened squad with his palm. Holding his head, Jang began to emit magical streams of a new ability. From the powerful force of the protagonist, the enemy's head burst, and he said that his control over abilities was getting better. Lion, looking at how the protagonist burned enemies, clarified whether this was necessary. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist heard the question of why this caution if he destroyed the Zishan base with his own hands, to which he replied that he used to be an important person in the city and did not know what connections he had. The boy closed his eyes and asked what would happen if someone decided to take revenge for him, and the girl indignantly asked if she was really worried about that. Raising his palms above himself, the boy said that they should get rid of any potential threat. Turning around abruptly, Jang added that if she had thought about everything in advance before heading to the base, then perhaps everything would have ended completely differently. The teacher, lowering her eyebrows in confusion, thought that if she were smarter, there would have been many more survivors, when suddenly the main character was heard calling his uncle and Chunlei and saying that it was time to go back. Reaching towards the departing men, Lion exclaimed that first they needed to find her students. It seemed like two SUVs were approaching tall buildings on the snowy ground. One of the students, his mouth wide open, called out to the teacher. Jang looked at the girl and explained that it was time for them to go, and as they had agreed, they now had a roof over their heads and some supplies. A worried Lion was visible through the closed window of the car, and the protagonist said that they could choose any house for themselves. With her mouth wide open, the girl asked if he could take them, to which the protagonist said that they had agreed and saved them. With a sly grin, the protagonist added that he had even shared his food, but could do something if he wanted something else. Flicking his fingers, the guy exclaimed that in that case the girl could offer him something in return. The teacher sadly bit the corners of her lips and said that she thought they were friends, and the young man replied that just because they were friends did not mean he should do everything for free. Giving a thumbs up, Jang explained that this approach would allow them to interact comfortably, to which the girl said that they could get there themselves. The protagonist closed his eyes contentedly and said goodbye to Lion. Looking at the departing heroes, the protagonist thought that although he did not need her students, he had no desire to let go of a person with such skills. The girl's hair flew in the wind, and the guy added that sooner or later she would join him. She looked at the fire and the students and also asked them how they were. One student opened her mouth wide and asked her why they left and did not agree to take them in. Lion hugged her and said that she had nothing to worry about, because she would take them to a shelter where there were all the conditions for life. The students opened their mouths wide, because Lion said that there were other survivors there and the village itself was by the river so they could fish there. The girl extended her hand and said that as far as she knew, Xingxin and her friend Lu were living in the protagonist's house, so she didn't see why the teacher didn't talk to him and ask him to take them in. The student slapped his chest and asked if they were living with him, then why couldn't they? Teacher Lion stared ahead silently as the students around her tried to persuade her to talk to the protagonist. She exhaled heavily and told them not to even think about it, because Jang had helped them escape from the base, and she had worked hard to get him to agree to it, and besides, they should be content with the fact that they were free now. The students' mouths dropped open in shock. The teacher frowned and shouted at them to stop disobeying her. She sat down on the floor and said that they would take turns on duty today and set off tomorrow morning. The action shifts to the snowy multi-story buildings the next day. The protagonist drives and asks Uncle Yu why he doesn't move here, since there are plenty of luxurious villas here and he could choose any of them. The man looks at him with his mouth slightly open, since the protagonist said that the living conditions are better here and that he can be nearby and help if needed. Uncle smiles and says that it's a good idea and that they've all become very close since the battle yesterday. He scratches his cheek and says that to be honest, sometimes he even gets scared when they're alone there, but Chunlei wonders what it is that scares him. Chunlei hugged him and started to tell him that after what he did at the base, he didn't think that even 30 or 50 people would be dangerous to him, but Uncle replied that he was worried about the very existence of such organizations. The protagonist frowned and said that his worries were justified because there were probably more bases like Zishan. They continued to drive through the snow, and Jang continued to talk about how many people died after the end of the world, but those who survived were serious guys, and about 20 million people used to live in their backyard. Jang turned around and said that they had nothing to worry about, because if they could handle the Zishan base, then no one else would be able to do anything to them. He got out of the car and said that now that they would be living nearby, they would not have to be afraid of anyone at all. Uncle Yu looked at him with a smile and exclaimed that then they would move in the near future. The protagonist hugged the girls and said that he was glad that they were okay. Hai Mei hugged Uncle Yu and asked if he was hurt, and he replied that everything was fine. The protagonist turned his attention to Lu. He immediately hugged her and thanked her, saying that without her, none of this would have worked. She hugged him back and said that she only helped a little, and that it was all his merit. Jang put his hand on her cheek and said that she was very good. The girl blushed, and Xingxin sat behind and looked at them suspiciously. Then the protagonist hugged her too, saying that she was the one who tried the hardest. He took her hand and said that without her skills, they simply would not have been able to implement their plan. Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting with the girls and Yami was telling him that she was glad that they came back, because here is still the best. Uncle Yu looked at Jaime and asked what they would do, and the girl replied that her old villa might still be intact since she had once invested 200 million in this villa. The protagonist looked at them and said that the villa had long since been destroyed, but many villas had survived, so there would be no problem with the choice. The girl sighed heavily and said that she had been saving up in vain. The protagonist used spatial magic and said that they should only take what they needed, since there was no need to take the entire villa with them. The girls took their suitcases, and the protagonist continued to say that if something happened one day, they could use this place as a temporary shelter. He closed the door, thinking that no one but him would be able to enter here, since he was not generous enough to allow others to live here. He turned around and saw a man in the distance. Jang approached him and asked what he was doing there, and Lijian replied that he heard a loud explosion last night, which woke everyone up, and in the morning he saw them, so he decided to come in. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if he felt any negative effects, and the man replied that he was trying not to abuse his ability now because he would not like to turn into fertilizer himself. The protagonist waved his hand and said goodbye to him. The action moves to a luxurious house. Jang extended his hand and said that there were more than a dozen intact villas around, and therefore they could rest and choose any of them. Then the protagonist left the room. He lay down on the bed and mentally said that the effect of the stimulant was almost over, and therefore he felt weakness rolling over his body. He closed his eyes and thought that he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. A group of people walked along the village, led by Teacher Lion. The teacher looked at the room where several students were sitting and thought that the housing issue had been resolved, but there were problems with food. She turned around and mentally said that the kids wouldn't be able to master winter fishing at the snap of a finger, and there were also locals here. She sighed heavily and said that she would ask the protagonist for some provisions. Jang was lying on the bed, and Dr. Zhu was asking him if it was time for them to think about having a child. The protagonist frowned and asked why she had suddenly brought it up, since she would have to devote all her time to the child. He put his hand on her cheek and told her to seize the moment and not think too far ahead. The girl lowered her head and looked at him, but he was thinking that he didn't plan on having children, since it would have too much of an impact on his life, not to mention that in the current circumstances, a child was an additional burden. The girl opened her mouth excitedly and said that she wanted something more to connect them. She frowned and thought about how there were more and more women around him, and a child would make her position more stable. The protagonist immediately stood up and said that it was too troublesome, and besides, there was a better option. He touched her lips and told her to maintain herself in good condition and work on her skills. The girl opened her mouth excitedly and exclaimed that he was teasing her again. She put her hands on the bed and asked if it was possible to develop skills alone. The protagonist smiled and said that she decided to play with him, taking advantage of his well-being. Uncle Yu stood at the door and heard Jang shouting that when he felt better, he would remind her how strong he was. Uncle Yu closed his eyes and said that Teacher Lion had come and said that she needed to talk to him. On the way, Yanni approached the protagonist, but he rejected her, saying that he was too weak for now. The protagonist met Teacher Lion and asked her to sit down in the living room. The girl sat down and he gave her a glass of water, asking why she was not wearing a uniform. The girl looked at him and said that maintaining a certain temperature consumed too much energy, and the protagonist thought that this was indeed the case, and at such moments he was glad that he had enough strength to provide himself with everything he needed. The protagonist took a cup and said that given her abilities, she could easily provide herself with comfortable living conditions, and therefore he did not think that she would have any difficulties. The girl took a sip of the hot drink, and the protagonist asked her what brought her to him. She looked at him and reminded him that they had agreed that as payment for their help, she and her students would receive food and shelter. The protagonist drank coffee while Lion talked about the base being destroyed. They had found a place to live, and so she had come to get provisions. She turned to him and asked if Zhang knew that her students were not adapted to living in such conditions, and so they would need time to adapt so that they could provide for themselves in the future. But the protagonist smiled and asked if it meant that their time at the base had taught them nothing. She frowned and asked him not to say anything about it, because she just wanted him to give them some food to last them for a while, and then she would think of something else. The protagonist immediately materialized food. He pointed to the table with the food and said that he thought it would last them about half a month, so he had fulfilled his part of the deal. Lion put the cup on the table and thanked him, and he said that she deserved it. The woman began to collect everything in a bag, and the protagonist said that it must be hard to take care of so many people. She sighed heavily. Then she lowered her head and began to reminisce, thinking about how she had worked hard to protect them since the end of the world. The girl closed her eyes and mentally said that her feelings did not matter to them, because they took everything for granted. Lion turned around and said with tears in her eyes that it was true, but she had no other choice, because without her, they would not survive in this world. She stood up and said that she would never forgive herself for this. The protagonist frowned and realized that she could not forget about her responsibilities, which is why she tolerated this attitude. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because he thought that she would be happy if he relieved her of this burden. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and began to say that since she did not abandon them because of her inner convictions, then if there was a valid reason to leave them, she would finally breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled, thinking that the students were useless anyway, so it would be nice to get rid of these parasites. He spread his hands and said that she spoiled them too much since they were already adults, but they were still sitting on her neck. Lion looked at him seriously while he asked her about what she would do after the food ran out. The girl sighed heavily, mentally saying that she thought that after what happened, they would become more independent, but this is not the case. The protagonist extended his hand and said that she was taking on too much, but he could help her with it. She widened her eyes and asked him what he was talking about. Zhang smiled and said that he could provide them with food. She opened her mouth in shock, because he said that they knew that he had enough supplies, which meant there was enough for them too. Zhang spread his hands and said that he simply could not watch her suffer. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek and she asked what the protagonist wanted in exchange for this, and he replied that she should understand that he was not doing this for them, but for her. The protagonist stood in front of her and said that he was ready to hear what she could offer in exchange for his help, and the girl told him to just tell her what he wanted. The protagonist pointed his finger at her and said that he wanted her. The girl immediately blushed. She pointed her finger at him and started screaming that this was too much. She frowned and said that she would never sell her body. Zhang smiled slyly and said that he just wanted her to teach him martial arts. Besides, he did not understand what she was thinking. Lion's mouth fell open in shock. She blushed deeply, and the protagonist smiled and asked her what she was thinking. The girl then lowered her head and apologized, saying that she had misunderstood him, but the protagonist asked if she really thought that way about him. He turned around and said that since she did not want to teach him, she was free to go, since no one was holding her back, but the girl exclaimed that she agreed. Xingxin stood outside the door and wondered if the protagonist really liked Teacher Lion. The teacher clenched her fists and thought that he was willing to give her food in exchange for lessons, and therefore such a chance should not be missed, and the protagonist was sure that this beautiful and strong woman would soon be his. He then showed 2 fingers and said that then she should come here every day and conduct a 2-hour training, and in exchange, he would provide food for 10 people. She bowed to him and folded her hands together, saying that there were 16, but the protagonist said that he hoped she would understand. He crossed his arms and said that he would give them food every day. Besides, she hardly wanted her students to continue doing nothing, relying only on him for help. Lion left the building with a bag of food. Zhang lay down on the sofa. He looked at the girls and said that they were a little late because Teacher Lion had already left. The protagonist picked up a cup, and Xingxin said that she was there precisely because Lion had left. Both girls looked at him, and Xingxin said that she was afraid that their presence might negatively affect their negotiations. She crossed her arms and asked if he really liked Teacher Lion. The protagonist wiped the water from his mouth and asked what she was saying. Liu smiled and said that this was too much. The protagonist looked away. Liu was talking about how he already had 2 girls, and he also had his eye on their teacher. Xingxin said that judging by what was happening in the world now, this was a very logical decision. The protagonist closed his eyes, while Xingxin was talking about how Teacher Lion was strong, and also very attractive in appearance, and she was also smart. The girl looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that it was no wonder he chose her. The protagonist looked at her and said that they were smart girls, so he would not beat around the bush. He held a cup in his hands and said that her fighting skills were incredible, and they would be useful to him in the future, and therefore he planned to recruit her. The girl made a serious expression when the protagonist said that he did not have sympathy for her. Zinxin extended her hand and said that in that case, she would help him. She put her hand on her chest and said that they knew the teacher much better than he did and could easily convince her to join them. The protagonist extended his hand and said that she shouldn't worry so much since he could handle it himself, but Zinxin said that the hardest part would be getting rid of her annoying students. Zhang extended his hand and said that they wouldn't do anything for now since he didn't want to rush things. And besides, if Lion found out that he was involved in the deaths of her students, she would definitely not forgive him. He lay down on the sofa and said that if she had any thoughts on the matter, she should make sure that the teacher didn't find out. As Lu drove her away, Zinxin said that she was looking through the database and wanted to show him something. The girl lowered her head and said that the base was built by the government, so now she had a lot of information about weapons and other equipment. She turned around and said that there were too many of them. She hadn't sorted everything out yet, she just decided to prepare it in advance. Zinxin frowned and said that from what she had sorted out so far, there were more than one organization like Zishan Base. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought about it, because Zinxin had asked him if the noise they were making could attract their attention. The protagonist lay down on the sofa and said that it made sense that there was more than one base like this in the entire city. The girl looked at him and said that there was still a difference in strength. She smiled and asked what if there were many more like Zishan. The protagonist raised his head and said that he hoped that they would not have to fight anyone again. After a moment, he smiled and said that they had nothing to fear because if they did encounter someone, they would be able to fight back. The protagonist clenched his fist, imagining the 5 awakened ones including Lin, and mentally said that anyone who decided to oppose them would regret their choice. The girl smiled and exclaimed that then she would try to quickly review all the information and give him a report. Lu took her friend away, who finally said that she would try to finish quickly and tell him everything. Lu pointed her finger at herself and said that if he needed any help, he could just say so. The protagonist raised his finger and said that it just so happened that they were not the only ones living here now. Uncle Yu's family and the fat man had settled next to them, and he also suggested that they move in case someone decided to attack them again. He smiled and said that he wanted her to work on developing the fortifications that they would build around their 3 houses. The girl lowered her head and said that there would be no problem with the plans, but with the construction of fortifications, for sure, because they did not have the necessary equipment. The protagonist began to bend his fingers and said that he would figure out the transportation, and the fat man and his uncle would help them. Lu put her hand to her chin, and the protagonist said that they would also find a use for Lion's forces, and Huahua would help them with the hard work. Lu smiled and exclaimed that he was right, because even though they were few, they were strong, and therefore she thought that they would succeed. The protagonist slammed his fist into his palm and told her to get down to designing, and when she had compiled a list of the necessary materials, she should inform him. A few days later, the 3 men looked at the map, and the protagonist told them that by taking a place in the center, they would be able to create an extremely effective line of defense. They looked at the map, and Zhang continued to say that this way, if they were to encounter a strong enemy in the future, they would be prepared. He raised a finger and said that even if the first line of defense was broken through, they would be able to retreat to cover and continue to defend themselves. Chunlei sighed heavily and said that he was glad they discussed this because he had a nightmare that someone was breaking into his house with a gun and threatening him. Uncle Yu looked at him and said that, nevertheless, one cannot rely on fortifications alone, and therefore they need to think about ways to counterattack, because defensive fortifications need to be diluted with attackers. Zhang frowned and said that they would make cartridges without any problems, and he had plenty of firearms, but since they did not know what and who they could encounter, they needed to think about more serious weapons. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that they would rest for a couple more days and go to the Zishan base, because there was definitely something left there. Uncle Yu approached him and said that judging by the defense capabilities of the Zishan base, it was not much inferior to their shelter, so he thought that they could take some of their materials to fortify themselves here, but the protagonist said that most of the structures of the base were solid and it would not be that easy to dismantle them. He put his hand to his chin and wondered where else they could get so many materials. His eyes widened when he realized that they would need reinforced concrete to build the fortifications, but they could try replacing it with snow. The protagonist raised a finger and said that Chunlei and his abilities might be able to help them with the construction. He pointed to a river on the map and said that Chunlei could transform the water from the river into ice and use it as a building material. The protagonist imagined Chunlei using the skills and said that given the temperature outside, there was no need to worry about everything melting, so it was a good solution. They were standing in front of the wall and the protagonist said that when the time came, they would add steel rods to it as a car to add strength. Everyone was sitting in the living room and Dr. Zhu was talking about how they needed to be even more careful now that the Zishan base had been destroyed. The protagonist crossed his arms and told them to be extremely careful because they couldn't rely on others and therefore they had to do everything they could to protect themselves. Chunlei looked at him and asked if he really thought that anyone would dare to attack them, and besides, it was unlikely that they would encounter an enemy stronger than the Zishan base. Jiang closed his eyes and told him to look at the situation from a different perspective. He looked at him and said that they had indeed succeeded in destroying the Zishan base, but others might not know about it. In the eyes of others, they were a group of ordinary people who did not have enough strength and power. He put his hand to his chin and said that the longer they waited to set up a defensive line, the more danger they would be in, so they should start quickly. He began to stretch his hand and said that in 3 days they would go to the Zishan base and gather everything they could use. The three of them stood up when they heard a noise. Chunlei looked at the screen and wondered what Teacher Lion was doing here. The guy looked at the protagonist and asked if he was up to something, and Jiang said that he had misunderstood. He frowned and said that they were just friends since she was his teacher, but Uncle Yu said that from simple friendship to something more, it was only a step. Chunlei blushed and imagined the teacher looking at him. He looked at the protagonist and said that their boss was a real prankster. The protagonist let Lion in. She opened her mouth in surprise and wondered why everyone was here. They were indeed sitting in the living room like a big happy family. Her students raised their hands and greeted her, and she said that she was glad that they were okay. She walked up to the students, and Xingxin said that Brother Zhang was very kind to them. Xingxin took her hand and said that if the teacher wanted, she could ask the protagonist to accept her because they missed her. Teacher Lion looked down and said that she couldn't, because if she left, the rest of the students would not be able to survive in such a harsh environment, and Xingxin noticed that the teacher hadn't changed at all. She opened her mouth wide and said that this wasn't entirely true. Teacher Lion lowered her head and listened to Xingxin say that the teacher would help them if he joined them, and besides, her students were not babies who could not live without her for a minute. A drop of sweat rolled down Teacher Lion's cheek, and Xingxin said that if she wanted them to become independent, she should take this step for their sake. She turned away and asked if Zhang would agree to this since they did not get along well. She approached the student's ear and quietly asked if it was also okay to leave her students to live on the streets. Teacher Lion looked at the protagonist, and her student said that she would discuss this with the protagonist. Xingxin smiled and said that Teacher Lion should not let her students control her life and restrict her. The teacher frowned, and the student began to think that if she settled here, she would not be able to leave because she was smart, just too responsible. They turned around and the girl thought that it was easy to get used to good conditions, but not to return to the ice cage. The protagonist and Xingxin exchanged glances, and the girl thought that without her, the guys would be completely defenseless, and in the future, when the chance presented itself, they would get rid of them. The teacher lowered her head and said that she would think about it. Xingxin smiled and told her to just tell her when she decided. The protagonist approached them and asked Teacher Lion to go with him. After a while, they found themselves in an underground hall. He looked at her dirty clothes. Jiang immediately materialized clothes. He pointed to the side and said that there was a bathroom there and she could take a shower. Teacher Lion blushed and said that she had not washed or changed her clothes for so long. She immediately turned around and went to the bathroom. Then she came out in new clothes and exclaimed that she was ready. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that they would start training then. The girl got into a fighting stance and said that mastering martial arts is hard, so the protagonist should prepare himself. Jiang also got into a fighting stance. A couple of hours later, he was lying on the ground, and Lion was telling him that his base was not bad, but he could not master everything in one training, and therefore he should mentally prepare for it. Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he was not really going to become a first-class master, he just wanted to learn self-defense. But the girl said that he managed to get rid of Ling Feng, so she did not think he should be afraid of anything. The protagonist frowned and said that the world was full of surprises, and he was not ready to part with life yet. He materialized a bag of food and said that they would continue tomorrow since it was already late. Lion remembered the conversation with Xingxin and thought that if Zhang himself offered to move in with him, she would immediately suspect something, but Xingxin was such a kind child who could hardly have bad intentions. The girl looked at his back and wondered if she could really settle here. Chunlei approached the protagonist and asked if he wanted to invite Teacher Lion to go with them to the base since it would be safer that way. Chunlei lowered his head and said that to be honest, although they thought that there was no one left there, you can't know for sure. Uncle Yu put his hands on his shoulders and said that he was too cowardly, and they had nothing to be afraid of. Chunlei replied that you should always think about your own safety. Zhang crossed his arms and said that there was nothing wrong with what he said, but it was not quite appropriate to invite Lion with them. Meanwhile, Lion was approaching her settlement, and the protagonist was saying that they were not that close, and their past cooperation was mutually beneficial, so there was no need to resort to her help now. Lion looked at the door and thought about discussing this issue with the guys. She opened the door and mentally said that if she thought about it, it would really be beneficial for her to become closer to the protagonist so that he would help them even more. The students immediately ran to the food and started shouting that they would finally be able to eat. Teacher Lion sighed heavily. She extended her hand and reminded them that she had asked them to gather a group for fishing. The students ate their rations and said that she knew how tired they were at the Zishin base, pedaling every day. The student turned around and said that now that they had a chance to catch their breath, they simply weren't ready to go and work in the cold. The red-haired boy looked at the shovels and a couple of fish and said that he had tried to get fish with those tools, but it wasn't very effective. The woman sighed heavily and said that she would think about what she could do. The bag of food was emptied, and the students began to wonder why there was so little food since they were still hungry. The student threw up his hands and exclaimed for them to stop, since this was all the teacher could get from the protagonist. The students frowned in displeasure since he said that they couldn't live off others all the time, and so they would have to get food with their own hands. He extended his hand and asked the teacher why she didn't ask him to let them stay, since they would agree to less food and would help as much as they could. One of them clenched his fist and asked indignantly if the girls were living with him, then why couldn't they? Teacher Lion frowned and said that they were not like those girls. The students lowered their heads in shame when Lion started talking about how Xingxin was his girlfriend's sister and their Lu was her best friend, and they were also professionals. The students surrounded her and began asking her to take care of them, because without her they would not survive. The teacher's mouth fell open in shock and she wondered if in such a situation she could tell them that she was planning to abandon them here and move. 3 days later, the protagonist and his 2 companions got dressed and he asked if they could somehow fix the outer walls. Lu put her hand to her chin and said that they were made using a solid casting technology, which made the process difficult, but if you dig around, you can try. The protagonist turned around and asked her to make a list of everything she needed, and he would try to find something in the city. They were riding in the car, and Chunlei asked why he thought Huahua had changed. The protagonist stroked the cat and asked what he meant, and the fat man replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he was sure of it. The cat smiled happily. The protagonist smiled slyly and mentally said that although he did not fully understand the matter, some mutants, such as Lingfeng and Huahua, were able to absorb the powers of other mutants. The cat yawned, and the protagonist looked at her and mentally said that last time Huahua absorbed the powers of several awakened ones, so his level should have increased. He looked down and thought that how much his level had increased would only be found out in battle. Zhang put on his headset and Xingxin contacted him, so he told her that they were about halfway there. He carefully looked at the road, and Xingxin said that she learned something and decided to call him right away. The girl frowned and said that she found information about other large military bases. She presented a map of the bases and said that according to the data she received, there were 4 more similar shelters, which were located in Zishan, Qingbei, Yangsheng, and Keoyu. The protagonist and his companions silently looked forward as Xingxin told them that these shelters were built many years ago and were still in excellent condition, and they were made in case of war or natural disaster. The protagonist raised his head and said that he knew that they had powerful underground shelters, huge warehouses of weapons and other materials, because there were rumors about it on the internet before, even photos leaked. The protagonist held the steering wheel with both hands, while asking if he understood correctly that there were 3 more besides the Zishan base. He put his hand to his chin and said that they were all quite far from their shelter, but they had no guarantee that they would not want to expand, but there were other armed groups besides them. Xingxin was sitting at the computer and saying that most of the survivors were gathered in Tanfeng and other areas, and therefore they should not be underestimated, because they had too little information, which is not surprising, because it is a large city, and it is simply impossible to know everything about everyone, but it is only to their advantage. The girl smiled and said that she will try to find out something else and then give him a full report. Chunlei lowered his head and said that if they are like the Zishan base, then it is sad, and therefore he hopes that they can remain unnoticed. They continued to drive past the high-rise buildings, and the protagonist said that at least 90% of the population is dead, and there are enough resources, so he thinks that if they do not provoke them, then conflict can be avoided. Uncle Yu leaned over and said that he is just afraid that things might not go so smoothly, because he thinks that sooner or later they will still encounter them. The protagonist smiled and said that no one knows what will happen next, but he is sure of one thing. He sped up the car and exclaimed that when they are strong enough, no one will dare to go against them. Zhang turned around and said that they are going to pick up the weapons that were left at the Zishan base. They ran out of the car and ran towards the shelter. The 2 groups were facing each other a few minutes before. The man crossed his arms and said that the entrance was completely blocked and it seems that they will not be able to enter from this side. The red-haired man said that who would have thought that this place would be destroyed by missiles. The other man extended his hand and said that their leader was always too arrogant, and that he brought trouble on himself. The red-haired man extended his hand and said that in the end, they came in vain. He looked at the ruins and mentally said that it would take too much time to clear the rubble, and their base was too far away to request reinforcements. He lowered his head and thought that even now this place was a tasty morsel, because if they opened the passage, they could take the remaining materials inside. The red-haired man looked at him and asked, even if they could clear the rubble, how would they transport it all to the base? He spread his hands and said that their base was more than 200 kilometers away. Then he closed his eyes and said that they did not have high hopes for this place, they just came to look around. He put his foot on the rubble and said that now he could return home with good news. The red-haired man put his hand in his pocket and said that the locals were quite smart. He closed his eyes and said that they should have come here a long time ago for the remaining materials. The dark-haired man put his hand to his chin and said that he was very sorry, because the Zishan base was destroyed, but they could not get their hands on this place. The red-haired man raised his hands and said that the other bases were not worth mentioning, and if they took this place, they would leave no stone unturned. The dark-haired man frowned and asked if he really wanted to sow the seeds of discord between them, but the red-haired boy said that when the time came, everyone would only be able to rely on their own strength, so there was no need to pretend to be righteous. The protagonist watched everything from the shelter and said that these were people from other bases and most likely they would not be attacked right away, because they were wearing the uniform of the Zishan base. Uncle Yu looked at him and asked if Xingxin had mentioned them, and the fat man said that they might just be survivors living nearby. The protagonist waved his hand and said that they could not come closer for now. Then they came out of the shelter and the man noticed the sign of the Zishan base on them. He looked at them in surprise and said that he did not expect any of them to survive. Zhang crossed his arms and asked them what they were doing here, did they really want to fight them? The red-haired guy smiled and said that they had always advocated peace and did not want to fight with anyone. They walked away and he said that they could discuss what they needed to discuss together. The red-haired man frowned and mentally said that he had no desire to get involved in a quarrel between the bases, and therefore it would be better to wait for the right moment. The dark-haired man looked at him and asked if the base had not been destroyed, and besides, how dare they, pathetic scum, raise their heads at all. Zhang frowned and said that since he saw that the base was destroyed, he should have realized by now that sarcastic comments were inappropriate here, and therefore they could do whatever they wanted. They turned around and the protagonist declared that they were leaving, while thinking that it was better not to get into trouble now and to pretend that they were leaving and wait until they left too. The protagonist turned around and said that they didn't want any trouble and asked them to just continue doing what they were doing. The man smiled nervously and asked if they really didn't understand what was going on. A fire ignited in his hand and he exclaimed that since the Zishan base was destroyed, there must be a lot of supplies left inside. Chunlei looked at him in surprise and asked if he was an awakened one. The man extended his fire hand and exclaimed that killing ordinary people like them was as easy as crushing an ant for him. He put out the fire and began walking towards them, demanding that they give him everything they had. Zhang closed his eyes and said that he didn't want all this showdown, but the man asked for it. Zhang opened his eye wide and exclaimed that he left him no choice. The man's head immediately flew off his shoulders. His head fell to the ground. Huahua turned into a huge monster and began to growl. The cat bit one of them. All three men were sticking out of his mouth, but then he spat them out, and the protagonist said that it seemed like they only had one person with abilities. He put his hand on their leader's head and said that it seemed like he had awakened his powers not long ago. The protagonist kicked their leader's head and said that he was a person who had never gotten into trouble for his words and actions before. The protagonist stretched out his hand and began to move objects into his space, saying that there didn't seem to be any major battles at their base, so people like that consider themselves extremely strong. The three of them went forward and Zhang said that they should see what they could take in return, because they shouldn't stay here for long. After a while, he transferred several trucks into space. The protagonist crouched near the stairs and ordered the cat to look around. The cat ran forward, and the protagonist said that he thought that they were no longer in danger here. They saw piles of corpses. They stood in front of the door and Chunlei asked why this place emitted such a creepy aura. The protagonist smiled and said that he was not afraid of the living, and the dead could not do anything. They went into the next room and Zhang said that they should not waste time, because they still had to search the weapons warehouses. The door closed behind them. They stood in front of the entrance to the weapons warehouse. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock when he looked inside. The two men also looked there in surprise. They opened the doors and saw a lot of military equipment. Uncle Yu touched the machine gun and said that there was an innumerable amount of weapons and equipment here. The protagonist held out his hand and said that it wasn't just the Zishan base that was here, but also the property of other military bases in the city. Chunlei spread his arms and said that the weapons were good, but they were useless on the snowy streets. The protagonist pointed his finger and said that if they were useful, Lingfeng would have used them against them. He pointed to the side and said that just because they couldn't use them didn't mean they didn't need them, because they could place these machines on the defensive line to protect themselves. Uncle Yu held out a machine gun and asked him to give him a couple of machines as well. Zhang crossed his arms and said that he could take them without any problem, and that for now they would lie in his space and he would take them out when they were needed. The protagonist held out his hand and said that if they liked something, they could take it. The protagonist waved his finger and said that who knows what they might need in the future. He moved all the equipment to his space. They headed towards the exit of the room, and the protagonist said that they would continue searching because there might still be something useful here. They found themselves in front of a blockage. Uncle Yu picked up a huge stone beam. He threw it aside. They walked on. Chunlei pointed at something and asked what they should do. Everything was broken. Zhang smiled and said that it was no problem because they would just take what was left. The protagonist leaned over to the laptop and said that there might be something useful for Xingxin in the computers. Chunlei screamed in horror. He pointed to the corner of the room and said that something ran there. He threw a small stone there to check. Cockroaches ran out. Zhang frowned in displeasure and said that he thought they were in the lab that Lion had mentioned. He put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that many years ago there were experiments in turning cockroaches and other insects into dietary fiber, but there was a lot of protein in such things, even though it sounded disgusting. He smiled and asked why Chunlei was so cowardly, and also screamed like a girl, and the fat man replied that he was not afraid of cockroaches, he was just scared by an unexpected rustle. The protagonist crossed his arms and, looking at some equipment, asked if Lu could fix it, and after repairing it, they would find some use for it. He moved this equipment to his space, mentally saying that his pocket is not heavy, so he will take it if he really needs it. They went into another room. Chunlei frowned and said that these cockroaches were just something, because they managed to survive in such conditions. Then they walked along the blue corridor. Hua began to hiss. The protagonist turned around and felt as if someone was watching them from the darkness. He turned around and looked back. The three of them were looking back, and the protagonist said that they should inspect everything here as soon as possible and get out of here because he had a bad feeling about this. They were standing in front of the iron doors of the warehouse. Uncle Yu clenched his fist and said that he would try. He hit the door with all his might. The mark of his fist remained in the door, but he was not able to break it. The protagonist took out an oxyacetylene blowtorch from his space. He smiled and said that he had a lot of things with him. He gave the item to his uncle. Then he smiled and said that he had never done anything like this before, so he had little experience. He looked at Uncle Yu and said that he often worked with tools, and therefore he was the best candidate. Uncle Yu began to cut the door. He was almost done cutting a small rectangle in the door after a while. Then Uncle kicked and finally opened the entrance. There was a huge warehouse. The man pointed and exclaimed that there was a lot of stuff here. The protagonist looked at what was behind the white tarpaulin. He grabbed the tarpaulin and said that he thought that these building materials were used to repair and strengthen the building. He raised his head and exclaimed that there really were a lot of building materials in front of them. He tapped them and said that they were very strong and perfect for construction, plus they now had materials for their defense line. He immediately began to move them into his space. Then he looked to the side. Zhang entered a small room. He extended his hand and said that he had enough food, so they would share these supplies between them. Uncle Yu turned around and said that the protagonist should keep most of it for himself, since all of this was his merit. They both looked at him and said that they would never even think of attacking this base, and besides, one person would have enough of it for 20 years, and therefore it would be better for the protagonist to have it all. The protagonist hugged them and said that they had become a real family for him, and therefore he would never hurt them. Hua licked his lips, and the protagonist said that since it was inconvenient for them to store all this, he would keep the products with him, and they could take them at any time. After a while, he materialized stones and covered the entrance to the base with them so that no one could get in. Then he turned around and ordered the fat man to act. He raised his hands and began to use his abilities. Everything around was covered with snow. The fat man turned around, and the protagonist said that now they could go back. He moved the car and thought that he hoped that the guys from that base would not come to them with reinforcements. They drove off in the car, and the protagonist thought about leaving before they got into trouble. Dr. Zhu told the teacher that the protagonist had gone away on business with the kids and would not be back until the evening. The girl's mouth fell open in shock because Zhu said that today's lesson was cancelled. She lowered her head and thought about how if Zhang missed the lesson, nothing would happen, but her students would have to go hungry because of it. Dr. Zhu smiled and said that she had completely forgotten about it. She extended her hands and asked if Lion would like to have lunch with them. She shook her head and said that she would come tomorrow. Zhu looked away and said that she was very sorry that she had to come all this way for nothing. But Lion waved her hands and said that she understood. She waved her hand and said that, besides, tutors always have to adjust to the students. She immediately ran away, wishing them a pleasant meal. Xingxin rode up behind her and said that Lion was a real warrior, and Zhu replied that she was so modest that she even wanted to catch up with her and forcefully hand her a portion of food. The red-haired girl frowned and said that it would only make things worse, and Zhu asked if it was better to go back empty-handed. Xingxin lowered her head and said that her classmates were evil and greedy, so they would not divide the food equally if the teacher brought them some food. Dr. Zhu put her hand to her chin and thought about it. Xingxin imagined their place of residence and said that she highly doubted that 10 people could easily distribute one portion because they would tear each other's throats for every crumb. Xingxin pointed and said that if Xu wanted to help her, she should just not add to the teacher's problems. Dr. Xu looked at her and said that since Zhang had planned this outing in advance, he had deliberately not informed her of his absence, and Xingxin blushed and said that this must also be part of his plan. Dr. Xu folded her arms and asked if he was doing this to further antagonize her classmates and force Teacher Lion to join them. The girl blushed and said that she thought Zhang had deliberately become more active so that she would open her heart to him sooner. Her head was already boiling and she exclaimed that he was very cool, and Zhu remarked that this was indeed his style. They continued to drive in the car, and Zhu said that there was a deep meaning behind every action he took. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he forgot to tell Lion that he would not be there today. Teacher Lion saw a group of people and wondered if they were the survivors of Zujia. They were hitting the snow with a pickaxe and trying to catch fish, and the woman saw this and thought that they had decided to fight for survival with gritted teeth, but her students were not like that. She lowered her head and said that Zhang was right, because she was too protective of her students. The girl walked on, thinking that she would need to have a serious talk with them, because she had to get them out of their comfort zone. The students immediately approached her and asked why she had returned empty-handed. Lion spread her hands and said that Zhang had gone out on business today, so there would be no food, which meant they would go fishing. The students gaped in shock and began to wonder why he hadn't warned her. Besides, they could have given them some food since they had plenty. The woman looked at them and exclaimed that they should stop blaming others, since they should rely on their own strength. The girl cried and said that she had hurt her hand while fishing last time and the wounds had not healed yet, so it hurt, and so she could not do it because they were not fishermen. One of the students frowned and angrily asked if those two worthless people were too arrogant. She opened her mouth wide and began to shout that they had studied together for many years, but Xingxin and Lu only cared about themselves. They frowned and began to shout that those two girls were greedy and shameless. One boy frowned, lowered his head and said that he and one of the girls were distant relatives, but Xingxin did not care about him at all and therefore she was selfish. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had long ago understood their true nature and his first impression had never let him down. Teacher Lion gaped in shock and thought about how they were just slandering the kids they were trying to kill. She clenched her fists and wondered how these kids from a wealthy family and a good academy were any different from the scum. She opened her mouth wide and shouted that she had something to tell them. The students looked at her in horror because she had announced that she would be living with the protagonist from now on. She closed her eyes and thought that she could no longer indulge them if she wanted them to learn how to survive. One girl happily took her hand and exclaimed that it was great that she had managed to convince the protagonist to take them in two. She immediately pulled her hand back and exclaimed that it was not so. Lion frowned and said that only she would be living there and that they would stay here and survive on their own. She took a step back and said that Zhang had promised to give her enough food for 10 people every day and that she would bring it to them. The students started crying and shouting that she couldn't leave them and that she used to be much kinder. She closed her eyes and said that she had made her decision and wasn't going to discuss it with them. Lion opened the door and went out. After a while, she found herself in the shelter. She blushed and thanked Dr. Zhu for calling the girls. The three of them sat on the sofa and Lu told them that they were doing just fine here because Zhang was a very kind person and he didn't even make them do chores. She scratched her head and said that Zhang had also given her a separate room for her hobbies and that she was much happier now than she was at the academy. Xingxin looked at her and said that their life had really become much more comfortable since moving here. Teacher Lion looked at her and said that she really should leave the students. Zhang was right because she was preventing these children from becoming independent. Xingxin extended her hand and asked if Lion didn't want to stay with them. She took the teacher's hand and said that it was okay because each of them had the right to strive for a better life. The teacher blushed and cried. They hugged her and the girl said that the teacher had done a great job. No matter what choice she made, they would support her. Suddenly, Lion calmed down and stopped crying. She picked up a cup of hot drink and said that she would talk to the protagonist when he returned. They smiled happily and Lu said that he would never refuse her, given her skills. Xingxin looked at her and asked if the teacher would be very upset if Zhang suddenly changed his mind. Lu opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that it was quite possible, because Zhang was a good person, but very principled. Xingxin frowned and said that he had his own strict requirements for each member of the shelter. She raised her finger and said that if she wanted to join them, she had to be mentally prepared for anything, at the very least, to obey his orders. Teacher Lion smiled awkwardly and asked what kind of orders he usually gave. She blushed and mentally said that everyone already knew why those two girls lived here. She closed her eyes and thought that Zhang was the only man in the shelter, so she hoped that she would not have to do anything indecent. She grabbed her head and mentally exclaimed that she was ashamed to even think about what would happen next. Xingxin looked at her and exclaimed that it was not like that, since Zhang had not done anything bad to them since they had settled here. Lion smiled awkwardly, because Xingxin said that Zhang was a good person, so she had nothing to worry about. She winked and said that the protagonist was not a pervert who only thought with one place, otherwise he would not have been able to survive until this moment, and therefore all he needed was her strength. She raised her finger and said that she thought the only condition for her joining them would be her willingness to obey his orders. A few hours later, they saw a car in the window. The protagonist walked in and was met by Zinxin. He leaned over to her, and she told him that Teacher Lion was here and wanted to join them. Lion sat on the couch and blushed, while Zinxin said that she had hesitated before, but had finally made up her mind. The protagonist smiled and asked how it went, and the girl replied that his method and her persuasion worked, because her relationship with the students had worsened and she came from them, burning with righteous anger. He leaned over and said that he understood her, and she added that she had already laid the foundation, so he could make more serious demands of her. Zinxin frowned and said that she would help him convince her. He stroked her cheek and said that she was simply wonderful. Zhang turned to his comrades and said that they would have to wait for him for a while, since Lion had come to talk to them. He then turned to the teacher and happily exclaimed that she had come. Lu stood behind the bar and asked him what he would like to drink, and he replied that he would like tea, but with less sugar. The protagonist sat down on the sofa. Lu frowned and looked away. Zinxin turned to the protagonist and said that she had a question for him. Lin calmly exhaled when the protagonist said that they were not strangers, so she could ask like that. She extended her hand and asked if he could allow Teacher Lion to live with them. Zhang smiled and said that she had students to take care of. He looked at her and said that of course he wouldn't refuse, because Teacher Lion was a great martial artist and if she joined them, they would only benefit. Lion sat with her head down and the protagonist said that he wasn't going to force her. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek and she thought about how he had invited her before, but after she told him that she should stay with her students, he must have changed his mind. She looked at him seriously and mentally said that she had a chance as long as he considered her valuable. Lu gave the protagonist some tea and exclaimed that he didn't know everything. Teacher Lion blushed because Lu told her that the students didn't feel sorry for the teacher at all and refused to do anything and just sat there, sucking all the strength out of her. Lu crossed her arms and said discontentedly that they were just lucky to have a teacher, because anyone else in her place would have abandoned them long ago, and they still dared to complain. Teacher Lion opened her mouth wide and told the protagonist that she wanted to move here to provide them with an environment for independent development. She put her hand to her chest and said that he did not need to worry, because she would follow all their rules, and if there was any help needed, she would do her best. Zhang looked at her and said that if she decided to move, then he was only glad, but there was something that worried him. He took a sip and said that he was worried about whether she could really follow his orders. Her hands trembled and she said that if it was beyond reason, she was afraid that she would not be able to do it because she was also a human. The protagonist looked at her and noted that she was very kind and straightforward. This was her strength and her weakness, but he only needed her strength. He smiled slyly and asked if she would one day have to kill people she believed to be innocent to protect them. Would she be willing to do so? The woman frowned and said that if it was to protect her loved ones, yes, but if it was purely to feed her ego, she would refuse. She then blushed and said that from her observation, Zhang may seem cold-blooded and ruthless, but he actually has a kind heart. Zinxin gave a thumbs up when Lion said that Zhang only kills those who provoke him. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that she was willing to kill anyone to ensure their safety, but Lion exclaimed that she would not attack her own. The protagonist smiled and said that it goes without saying, after all, he is not the devil to kill his own. He narrowed his eyes and mentally said that if life put him in front of such a choice, he would do everything himself. He took a sip, thinking that he should deal with the teacher first, because he didn't think she would be too sad about the death of those kids, because in such circumstances, death due to an accident would not surprise anyone. The girls smiled, and the protagonist looked at them and thought that in the past, Lion's students had bullied Zinxin and her friend, so both of them would definitely support him. He put the mug on the table. Zhang extended his hand and said that he hoped for a fruitful cooperation. Zhang shook Lion's hand and said that as they agreed, he would continue to provide her students with food, but she could not bring anyone here. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and thought that she was glad that he agreed to continue helping them. Zinxin smiled maliciously and thought that the very naivety, these guys did not have much time left. After a while, Lion looked around when Ju suggested throwing a welcoming party for the teacher. She would prepare everything. Yami said that she would take care of dinner then and asked her what her favorite dish was. The blonde smiled and said that she had no preferences. She liked everything. The redhead said that she understood everything. Lion looked at the girls and wondered what was going on. Was it really her imagination? Why did she always think that they were afraid of her? The girls exhaled and said that they now had another extra mouth to feed. Zhang approached the teacher and said that they had a meeting planned and she should join. She asked what kind of meeting. He sat down next to her and said that the meeting would be of a military nature. Lion asked if there was another battle ahead. The Zishan base was destroyed. Were there any more enemies nearby? Jiang shook his finger and said that even if one tributary of a river dries up, it still continues to flow. The teacher frowned and asked if he really meant that because the base was destroyed and there was a lot of unclaimed territory, someone would want to come and take it for themselves. He leaned back on the sofa and said that she was right. At least people from other groups had already been there. No one could predict what would happen next. He raised his hand and said that they should always prepare for the worst. Life is not a game. If they are prepared for everything, then no danger will be scary for them. Lion clenched her fist and said that if she could help in any way, then just let him say so. He said that he would definitely think of a job for her. Xingxin approached them and said that she had just found something interesting in the Zishan-based data. She had detailed information about other armed groups in Tianhai. The guy stood up and said that he would call Uncle and Fatso and then they would listen together. After a while, the redhead looked ahead and said that today they met two groups leaving for the base and they had a small conflict. This could lead to retaliatory actions from their side. Jiang thought about it and said that perhaps in an attempt to take over the territory they would go to war against them. He shook his head and said that they should prepare well for a possible attack and always be on guard. The hero looked at the girl and asked her to tell them everything she managed to extract from the information base. It is important for them to have an idea of a potential enemy. She frowned and said that she managed to find out quite a lot about the armed groups of their city. Everyone looked at her in shock when she said that 3 of them were not inferior in strength to the Zishan base. Xingxin pointed at the screen with a pointer and said that the first base is in Yangshan and controls the largest oil refinery in the city, which is their main advantage. She introduced their leaders and said that the main one was called Honglian. She had awakened the fire element in herself, and her deputy, named Qingting, had awakened the wind element. Nothing more was known about his abilities. The girl looked at the laptop and said that the second base was located in the Jiayu area, not far from the East China Sea. She controlled all the shipping companies in the city. They even used large ships to go out to sea. Jiang crossed his arms and asked if this was possible. She raised her finger and replied that some parts of the water area did freeze, but the deepest ones did not, and the closer to the equator, the higher the temperature. Xingxin pointed to the map and said that warm currents continued to exist, and underwater volcanoes did not allow the temperature to drop so much. Even if the overall temperature dropped another 100 degrees, the water would still flow under a thick layer of ice. She raised her finger and said that the seawater was very salty, so it was not easy to freeze it, and they had icebreakers at their disposal, which made shipping accessible to them. The hero thought about it and said that if that was the case, why don't they move closer to the equator and live off of fishing? The girl frowned and said that according to her calculations, the temperature near the equator was between -30 and -20 degrees. She frowned and said that for the native population, such a temperature was a real disaster, but for people from the northeast, it was quite acceptable. Xingxin frowned and said that according to Zishan's intelligence, there was quite a lot of food at the Jiayu base, and most of it was seafood. The hero stood up and looked at her. He approached the girl. She showed him that because the ships needed fuel, their destination was the Yangshan base, and added that it seemed like the two were trying to cooperate. Jiang's eyes widened and he wondered if this was the same one. He pointed at the screen and asked if this was their symbol. She confirmed and added that each base had its own emblem, which used to belong to the military. The guy's mouth dropped open and he thought that those guys were from the Jiayu base. He leaned over and asked her to continue telling him. Xingxin said that the one in charge of this base was called Dinghai. There was no information about him and it was unknown whether he had any abilities. With his deputy, Jingguang, the situation was similar. The girl frowned and said that it seemed that they were focused on the sea, so they did not have much contact with other bases. There were practically no conflicts involving them. The hero thought that now there was one with him. He stood up when the girl said that the last of the large bases was located in the Kinpu area, not far from the steel plant. The brunette's face twisted when she said that this place was controlled by a team of workers from this factory. Their leader was called Xingxin, but she couldn't say for sure if it was his real name or a pseudonym. She spread her hands and said that it was unique in any case. The redhead looked at the laptop and said that there were some records of his abilities. From all appearances he could make others stronger, but there was no more precise information about him. She exhaled and said that not much time had passed since the end of the world, so not many were willing to engage in reckless clashes with other groups. No one wanted to reveal their abilities, so the information they had was very limited. Jiang frowned and thought that usually the less information you had about your opponent, the stronger they ended up being. He presented the map and the leaders and thought that none of them would risk attacking without a full understanding of their opponent's strength. Xingxin looked at the laptop screen and said that there was another nuance. Like the Zishan base, the current leadership had eliminated the original. She turned to the right and said that each of them guarded an important strategic resource. The hero noted that Zishan controlled the army, Yancheng Energy, Jiayu Shipping, and Kinpu Steel Mill, but they did not have such a well-organized force as Zishan, so the difference between them in this regard is quite significant. The guys looked at him with admiration. The brunette clenched his fist and said that he even felt better from this information. No matter how powerful these three bases are, they are unlikely to be stronger than the Zishan base if they were able to destroy it. What do they have to fear? Zhang replied that even if they have their own armed forces, compared to a well-trained military, they are greatly inferior in terms of personnel. He stretched and said that the most important thing for them was the awakened ones. Due to the lack of information, they did not know their number and exact strength. If there was a way to avoid a conflict, they should use it. The brunette jumped on the sofa and said that if they had to fight, they would not sit back. Lion looked at Xingxin and asked. She said that there were other bases. How many were there in total, besides these three? The boy raised his eyebrows and asked, weren't these bases the strongest in existence? The redhead closed her eyes. She frowned and said that she would not say that they were strong, rather special. Xingxin opened a new slide and said that there was also a snow worship sect, a religious organization that was created after the apocalypse. Its predecessor was the Divine Theory sect that operated in Tianhai. Zhang raised his eyebrows in shock when the girl said that their leader awakened his powers after the end of the world. His ability is called a blessing. It helps others awaken their abilities. Lion looked at the red-haired girl and asked, is there really such a power in this world? She raised her hand and said that after the end of the world, they renamed themselves all those who worship snow, and its leader, Kone, began to call himself the messenger of the god of snow on earth. She introduced this person and said that he claims that this snowfall is the purification of our world and only those who worship the god of snow will survive. Xingxin frowned and said that the sect's sphere of influence is concentrated in the Tianfang and Changlin areas. There are many people with abilities under her command. They are the main opponent of the Zishan base. Zhang leaned his head on his hands and said that these are the most densely populated areas in Tianhai. He thinks that by deploying his work there, they will not have a problem with the flock. The guy looked to the side and said that in difficult times, people are more inclined to seek truth in something spiritual, in religion. He looked to the right and asked what they thought about this. Everyone silently looked at him. The hero frowned and said that the uncle is the oldest of them. Let him speak first. He said that he thinks that no matter who their opponent is, they must be prepared. He felt sorry for the lacquer and said that now their main task is to build a line of defense. Yu clenched his fist and said that they managed to get a lot of weapons at the base. They need to arrange them so that at a critical moment they bring maximum effectiveness. Zhang crossed his arms and said that they needed to speed up. They didn't know when they would decide to attack them. The boy was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere. He said that he thought everything was very bad. He spread his arms and said that they had seen people at the Zishan base. Since they knew that the base was destroyed, they would definitely come to fight for the territory. They could get into big trouble. The heroes looked at him and asked what he was suggesting. He said that it was best to keep a low profile, not to get into trouble. The girl frowned and said that she was afraid that it would not protect them. Zhang said that they needed to be prepared for any situation. If they couldn't do it, then others would do it for them. Do they understand that? The brunette turned away and said that everything was so. The hero said that if she had something to say, then she could say it, because they had gathered here specifically to discuss everything. She smiled and said that it would be better to find materials for construction. What they got from the Zishan base, it would only be enough for the outer level. The brunette thought about it and said that now is not a good time to go outside. But they have not seen those bases yet. Perhaps they think with the same principles, so there is no point in getting into trouble either. He winked and said that they will go out for a couple of days and come back when everything is breathing. He does not think there will be problems. The girl said that this is great. Lion looked at them tensely. Xingxin looked at her and asked what she thought about this. She frowned and said that she thought she was too nervous. The redhead put her finger to her head and said that she needed to keep her emotions under control. She should think about the Zishan base. She frowned and said that they controlled the army, but they still did not manage to subjugate the entire territory. She thinks that the same is with the rest. Zhang frowned when the girl said that they were not expanding due to the threat of attacks from other bases. Xingxin smiled and said that they should not expect an attack soon. The boy clenched his fist and said that they should concentrate on the reliability of the defensive line. They should be prepared for anything. Xingxin said that the defensive line can be built, but there is no need to rush to prepare it for battle. It is better to use this time to collect more useful materials. She looked at the hero and asked if he was not going to find material to repair the shelter. He replied that they needed to find materials that were not so easy to find in the current conditions. He was sure that it would take a long time. Xingxin raised her hand and said that it would be right to prepare supplies as well. Lion replied that this is exactly what worries her. Besides, if she is attacked, will the people of Zujia suffer? The redhead tilted her head and said that they cannot take care of them forever. It is better to warn them to search so that they start stocking up on food. She smiled and told everyone not to worry. As she said, it was unlikely that anyone would show up anytime soon. Zhang's mood darkened and he thought that if the enemy were to pass through, the village would be the first to be hit. Perhaps he could get rid of them with someone else's hands. Lion looked at everyone with concern and said that he should offer them their protection in exchange for helping build a fortification. The hero spread his hand and asked if her students could at least catch fish. If they couldn't do that, then they would all soon come to an end. He smiled and thought, why would he help some scum who couldn't even feed themselves? Xingxin put her hand on her chest and said that everything they had just discussed was just an assumption. After all, the enemy might not attack at all. The teacher said that she hoped that would be the case. Zhang smiled and said that if they were so worried, he had a suggestion. Since there was a certain danger, he would allow her students to temporarily settle near them. Everyone looked at him in shock. The hero spread his hands and asked why they looked at him like that. He was not a ruthless monster. Lion thought that was exactly what she thought. Zhang smiled and said that maybe it was like that before, but now everything has changed. Now they are comrades. He frowned and said that even more, they are family. He will help protect their loved ones. Tears appeared in the teacher's eyes. She said that she did not even know how to thank him. The guy shook his head and said not to talk nonsense. They are all in the same boat. They will also make their contribution. But he himself thought that now she will definitely follow all his orders. Lion looked at him with admiration and thought that in the past she mistakenly believed that he was an egoist. And where did so much prejudice come from? Zhang stood up and said that they have two main tasks. The first is to build a strong line of defense to protect against possible enemies. He pointed his hand forward and said that the second was to search for the necessary materials. He wanted to point out that no one should leave the shelter without permission, in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts. After a while, Zhu put her hand to her mouth and shouted that dinner was ready. Yami sat lying down at the table. She thought that it was like a dream. She never thought that she would ever be able to eat so deliciously again. Xingxin smiled and noted that she really seemed hungry. The teacher swept away all the food in sight. After a while, Lion's stomach ached. Zhu looked at her worriedly and said that apparently after her meager diet, her stomach was not ready for this. She laid her down on the bed, and the teacher said that everything was fine. She just needed to rest for a while. Lion lay down on the bed. She smiled and said that it was really nice here. Zhang smiled and asked what happened. He thought something was wrong during dinner. The brunette smiled and said that everything was fine. He hit her on the forehead and asked why she was lying to him. Let her tell everything as it is. They are family after all. She should not have secrets from her family. The girl held her sore spot pitifully. The brunette raised her eyebrows and asked why he agreed to protect those guys. They were terrible. She looked at him and said if he could see what was happening then. They cruelly mocked her and Xingxin. Zhang put his hand on her head. When she asked why he did this, was he really going to protect them for the rest of his life to keep the teacher? He told her not to worry, all this time and measures. He smiled and said that guys like them would die of hunger or freeze to death sooner or later anyway, and he would help them with this. The girl looked at him happily and thought that, as expected, she could rely on him. The brunette put his finger to his mouth and said that some things should be discussed carefully. Tomorrow they would go for materials for the shelter. There he would tell them everything in more detail. The brunette smiled and asked where he planned to look for materials. He answered that there was a factory not far from here. They would check there first. She left the room and said that she would go and prepare a list then. The hero mentally decided that he needed to make sure that other hands got rid of the trash. Zhang exhaled heavily and said that since the guys from the other groups had not yet come to them, all that was left was to trust fate. Noon. The brunette pointed to the side and said that the materials should be put there. The hero stretched out his hand and created a portal. Lion cut the ice with her sword. It turned out to be a perfect rectangle. You put the metal in the ground. The brunette asked him to be careful. Zhang looked into the distance and wondered who it was. He saw a guy and a girl and concluded that they were Teacher Lion's students. The fat man sat down on the ground and said that he was very tired. The hero looked through the telescope and thought that even in this position they continued to behave like pieces of garbage. The guy looked at him and asked what he was looking at. He replied that there was nothing there and it was better for him to rest. Zhang smiled and turned to the teacher. He approached her and said that he would like to apologize to her. The hero smiled and said that he thought her students were selfish, but he had just seen Alina let a little girl into her home. He pointed back and said that they lived there. He had seen them. Lion's mouth dropped open in shock and she wondered in her mind if they were up to something bad. She rushed forward and shouted that she had to check. The guy pounded the door. He looked gloomy and thought that before he had only dated the best beauties in town, and now he had to settle for that. The brunette sat down on the bed. He put the food next to her and told her to hurry up. He didn't have much time. The girl took off her scarf. She climbed on top of the guy. Lion leaned against the door and mentally addressed her student that she was bending over backwards for them, and they were doing such things. She kicked the door open. The guy looked at her in shock and asked why she was here. The teacher looked at him gloomily. The brunette covered himself with his clothes and said that he was a man and he had needs. He hoped that she understood him. He slapped the girl on the cheek and said that he did not force her, it was her own choice. The girl looked down. Lion took the food box and asked, "Didn't they say that they were short of food?" She clutched the box and screamed, "How dare he use food for such a purpose?" The guy gritted his teeth and said that she was just bringing them food, why did she care so much? He smiled and reminded her that she herself said that they should learn to survive on their own, so why should she care how they deal with food? Lion recoiled from him in shock. The brunette smiled and asked her to leave since she was disturbing them. The teacher's face twisted. She turned around and ran out of the house. After a while, the woman walked forward sadly. Jang said that reality is a cruel thing. Lion looked at him and asked if she was really that naive. She lowered her head and confirmed that she was a real fool. The hero looked at her and said not to blame him for showing her the cruel reality. He thought she should know the truth. He passed by and said that he respected her choice, so he would not interfere in her affairs. Lion looked down and said that she needed to be alone. The guy looked at the boss and asked what was wrong with her, what she saw there. He answered that one of her students decided to sleep with a girl for the food that Lion brought them. The fat man smiled obscenely and asked why he was not invited. After a while, the door slammed. Lion hugged her knees and thought that suddenly she felt that all her good deeds were meaningless. After a while, there was a knock on her door and they asked how she was doing. The teacher opened the door and apologized for not feeling well. She added that it would not affect the work process in any way. Jang shook his head and said that they still had a couple of days left. He looked at her and said that he was worried and that's why he dropped by. Lion turned away and said that everything was fine, she just needed to pull herself together. The guy smiled and asked if she wanted to talk. The woman opened the door and invited him to talk. Jang sat on the bed and said that he understood that what happened today was a big blow to her, but he hoped that she would cope and move on. He smiled and said that if any problems arose in the future, she could come to him, at least he would listen to her. Lion sat down next to him and asked if he immediately realized that she was doing something wrong. The hero looked at her and said that he was sure that she had her reasons. The teacher raised her head and said that she started practicing martial arts when she was 3 years old. Even though she was a girl, she was in no way inferior to men. She smiled and said that for such masters as her there are only two options for the development of events, to become a stuntwoman in a movie or to open her own school and teach children. The brunette looked at her seriously when she said that the first option was not suitable for her now. The woman clenched her fist and said that that is why she chose a different path and became a bodyguard. He asked her if it was thanks to this decision that she was able to become famous in this field. She lowered her head and said that this time was the best period in her life, but at the same time the hardest. Lion looked at the brunette and said that after a couple of years, the academy hired her as a physical education teacher for rich children. She pressed her knees to her chest and said that she was sorry that all this is now in the past. The teacher looked down and said that the end of the world had come and they had lost everything, and the responsibility of protecting the students fell on her and she still could not get rid of it. She grabbed her head and said that she knew he thought she was a fool, but she never thought that things would turn out this way. Tears streamed down her face. She said that if she lost faith in people, all she could do was grit her teeth to survive. Jang raised a finger and asked if she was putting too much pressure on herself. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that she used to be on her own. But now they were comrades, none of them would drag her down like those students. The guy took her hand and asked her permission to breathe faith into her again. Lion raised her eyebrows and asked if he would really do that for her. He smiled and said that if she had lost hope, they would give her a new one. He couldn't leave her in such a depressed state. The woman pulled her hand away and said that she was very grateful to him. The brunette smiled and asked if she felt better. He replied that after the conversation she really felt better, but she was still disappointed in the guys. Jang got out of bed when she said that it was time for them to grow up. He silently walked out the door. The hero closed the door behind him. As he was going down, Zinxin asked him how the teacher was. He threw up his hands and said that it seemed like she couldn't get out of her head. She replied that she was a beauty, but for some reason he was not interested. Jang passed by and said that she was beautiful, but she was too much trouble and he did not like difficulties. He approached the girl and said that Lion found out what her students did with the food she brought them. Zinxin thought about it and asked how they could behave so disgustingly. He replied that he had made his move, now it was a small matter. The hero smiled grimly and said that it would be better for Lion to give up these guys to save herself from unnecessary problems. Zinxin took his hand and asked if there was anything she could do to help. Jang watched her go and thought that after what happened, Lion would no longer treat these ungrateful people as before. The next day, Yu extended his hand and asked if the hero wanted them to come with him in case he encountered enemies. He stroked the cat and said that it would be enough, and that they should better focus on building a line of defense and looking after the house. The engineer put her hand in the sand and said that she was ready to carry out any order from the commander. Jang grabbed her by the nose and said that she was a devil. The girl smiled and said that she felt especially beautiful in this outfit. The brunette smiled and said that clothes are always important. He handed her a gun and said that it was not very safe outside now, so they should finish as soon as possible. The brunette smiled. The guy asked if she knew how to use it. She said naturally. After a while, the car was driving through the snow. The engineer looked ahead and asked if he wanted to discuss their conversation yesterday. Jiang smiled and asked if she meant her hatred for her classmates. She replied that they had crossed over and more than once. She clenched her fist and said that not only did she not want to live with them, she was even disgusted by the sight of them. The heroes thought that, as expected, she was quite talkative. When the time came, she would need to use it. Jiang smiled and said not to worry, he couldn't stand them either. He wouldn't let them ruin their peaceful life, let them stay on the other side of the river. Sooner or later they would die of hunger or freeze, or one day they might be attacked by an enemy and not accidentally get caught in the crossfire. The girl looked at him contentedly. The hero looked at her and said that he had promised Lion not to touch them, but it would be a matter of luck. The brunette leaned over and said that the teacher was a very soft-hearted woman. What if in a moment of danger she tried to settle them with them? Jiang looked ahead and said that in the current conditions, human life is not worth a penny. No matter what agreement he had with Lion, he would not allow this. He grabbed the girl by the nose and said that everything would depend on how she and Xingxin behaved. The guy stroked the girl's head and said that the teacher loved them, so they should try hard for her. The engineer smiled and said that she understood everything. He wanted them to brainwash her. Jiang looked at her and said that unlike all the scum, they occupied a special place in the teacher's heart. He thought that it would not be difficult for them to make her love them even more. After a while, the factory building. Jiang looked ahead and was surprised that there were machines there. The hero looked through the telescope. He examined the machines and noted that they were in use. The engineer looked at him and asked what he saw there. He handed her the telescope. The girl shuddered and screamed, "What was this?" She would scratch all their eyes out. The guy held out his hand and said that he had underestimated them. These guys had probably already been to the Zishan base. He looked ahead thoughtfully and wondered whether he should kill them. He didn't know exactly who they were dealing with yet, so he decided it was better not to. The girl happily looked ahead and said that these machines were real junk. She didn't think they could even accelerate to 20 kilometers per hour, and the modifications were too crude, which made the fuel consumption even higher, just Frankensteins from different machines. Jiang opened his mouth and told her to wait. He frowned and asked if he understood correctly that such a machine consumes a lot of fuel. She answered that it consumed much more than snowmobiles. They became heavier due to different awnings, and the consumption compared to their machine was 5 times higher. The hero smiled happily. He frowned and said that it was not easy to get gasoline nowadays. At the beginning, even the Zishan base did not use snowmobiles, only those who ran the refinery could afford it. The engineer looked at him in shock and asked if he really thought it was them, but the refinery was on the other side of town. They drove ahead. The guy said that in the future, fuel could be a stumbling block, so they needed to prepare for it. They drove up to those cars. The man pointed a gun at them and shouted at them to stop. This place belonged to them. Who were they? The guy looked at the girl and told her to stay in the car. He raised his hands up and asked them to understand him correctly. He did not come with bad intentions. He did not know that they had a first come, first served principle. Jiang walked towards them and said that he just needed some materials. He really hoped that they could help him. The man looked at his jacket and wondered if anyone from the Zishan base had survived. The soldier looked at his colleague and asked how he had managed to escape the destruction of the base. The other answered that he had a pretty good car. The girl frowned and said that they should not act rashly. Could a survivor of such a disaster be an ordinary person? She prepared to attack and said that they had a numerical advantage, and he did not have a drop of fear in his eyes. He was definitely not that simple. They should immediately call the captain. The man pointed a gun at the hero and said that their commander would now talk to him personally. Jiang smiled and said that he would wait. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw carbines and noted that someone had used the same method as him to get inside. A man climbed out of the hole. He looked at his watch. Jiang studied him carefully and thought that even if he was not awakened, he was strong. The captain looked at the hero and asked what position he held. He frowned and said that he was the captain of the Zishan base Special Forces, Beihai. The man smiled and said that he was the captain of the Zishan base. No wonder he dared to come here on his own. He frowned and asked if he really wanted to drive them out of here. They know what happened to their base. They don't have enough strength to compete with them. He advises him not to do anything stupid. Jiang closed his eyes contentedly. He smiled and said that this is just a material production plant. They can take whatever they want. The guy looked away and said that they also need something. He hoped that they would not stop them. The captain frowned and agreed. He said that he was only giving him half an hour. The heroes looked back and waved his hand. An engineer came out to him. The guy smiled and told her to follow him. She looked back and asked what to do with the car. Wouldn't it be better to remove it? The brunette closed his eyes and said it was okay, they won't take it. He frowned and thought that he wouldn't just show off his abilities to strangers. People were watching him. One of them pulled out a gun. The captain opened fire. The cat grew bigger and covered the heroes from the blow. She turned around and covered them from the bullets. The soldiers looked at her in shock and asked what it was. The man frowned and told them to shoot at the eyes. Hua frowned and walked forward. She lunged at the people. She bit one of the soldiers. Others injected themselves with serums. Suddenly, they had superpowers. Zhang frowned and thought that it looked like they were using some kind of drug for increased effectiveness in combat. The soldiers rushed at the cat. She hit them with her paws. The guy and the girl stood and watched. Suddenly, a bullet flew out from behind them. The gun fired. The hero turned around and thought, is this really his ability? He put up a barrier. The captain frowned and said that he was awakened. The young man replied that it was his turn. He opened fire and told the girl to cover her ears. Zhang frowned and continued shooting. Everyone ran to the sides. The bullets hit everyone in the head. The captain froze in shock and wondered if the bullet had really changed trajectory in mid-flight. The engineer's eyes sparkled. She thought how cool they were. Zhang smiled and said that it was all their own fault. He spread his arms and said that he was a convinced pacifist. Why did they leave him to be killed over and over again? The girl clenched her fist and said that he was incredible. None of them had even touched him. The hero sat down next to the body and said that he had managed to absorb the power of several awakened ones, so he was now quite strong. The engineer raised her eyebrows and asked what he was doing. He replied that he wanted to take something. He found a serum in the captain's jacket. The brunette smiled and said that this was the same stimulant they were using. It seemed stronger than what he had taken before. He sent the ampoule to another dimension and thought that he would need to analyze it. Something like this could even save a life in a classic moment. Zhang frowned and thought that he would need to check if they could find out anything about their base. The brunette looked ahead and asked if reinforcements were coming to them. The guy sucked the body into his hand and said that their base was more than 200 kilometers from here, with their amount of fuel, and there was no point in getting involved in a war. He smiled and told her to follow him. They still need to find the materials she was talking about. After they returned and repaired the shelter, they would begin to prepare for the war that could start any minute. The guy stroked the cat and asked her to go ahead and clear the way. The cat frowned and ran. She crashed into the wall. A huge hole appeared in the hangar. Zhang and the engineer climbed down the rope. The girl walked ahead and showed them what they needed. The guy looked at the warehouse in surprise and thought that this place would be great for storing unnecessary junk. After a while, the car drove forward. The brunette exhaled and said that the fun was about to begin. He smiled and thought that now that they had come this far, they needed to use their enemies to get rid of all the small waste. The guy looked ahead and asked not to tell anyone about who they had met today. She asked why. He looked at her and said that they should not worry. He would ask the guys to speed up the construction of the defense line and limit their movement outside the shelter. He said that he did not want to sow panic. The engineer nodded understandingly. Zhang looked ahead and said that when he realized that they were ready, he would tell them everything. The girl smiled and said that he was doing everything for the common good. He confirmed her words. After a while, the team was placing ice blocks. Uncle approached the hero and asked how everything went, whether they had encountered anything suspicious. He said that everything was fine and they need not worry. Zhang spread his hand and said that, as he said, their enemies would need time for the situation to stabilize, and they should use this break to gather the necessary resources. Lion smiled and said that she was glad that everything went smoothly. Zhang frowned and said that although he did not think that anything would threaten them in the near future, they should prepare for any outcome. He leaned over and said that he was fine with her students being moved when danger appeared on the horizon, but he didn't think the girls shared his stance. The teacher's eyes widened when he said that given what her students had done to them in the past, it would be unfair to force them to live under the same roof with their abusers. The engineer looked at her sadly. Lion lowered her head and said that he was right. The hero showed the signal to the engineer. The girl raised her eyebrows and asked why they should let them in at all. She didn't want to go back to the time she and Xingxin had spent at the academy. Did she remember how cruelly they treated them? The woman turned away. Zion put her hand on the master's shoulder. She didn't want that either, but for their own good, they needed to become independent. She lowered her gaze and said that if something happened to them, she would not be able to forgive herself. The hero approached the ladies and reminded them that they should, after all, return to the construction site. They needed to prepare everything they needed. Smiling contentedly, he led the master aside. The teacher looked after him with gratitude and mentally said thank you. Entering the workshop, the head showed the projection and asked how long it would take. The girl thoughtfully scratched her chin and said that the area of damage was about 10 squares, and if they simply strengthened them without changing the appearance, then they should be done in 2 or 3 days. Zhang waved his hand. He was only interested in practicality, nothing more. The mechanic warmed up her fingers and sat down at the machine. The guy asked if this was too much of a burden for her. Lu winked at him and reminded him that he also had a lot of things to do. She asked him not to worry and assured him that she would do everything in the best possible way. After a while, the head knocked on Xingxin's door. The red-haired woman happily greeted him. The guy pushed her stroller through the room. He told her that they encountered something outside the house. The girl grinned, folded her hands together and said that her brother had killed quite a lot of people from other bases recently. She covered her mouth and said that they had lost strong fighters and she did not think that they would be able to turn a blind eye to this. They could even attack them in the near future. Jiang waved his hand. He was not afraid of them. This was far from the biggest problem at the moment. The IT specialist thought about it and agreed, because unlike the leader of Zishan, these guys do not have the necessary connections to use missiles against their enemies, so the danger is not great. She looked at the hero and asked if they should take this chance to get rid of the trash. The leader spread his hands and said that they need to do it with someone else's hands, and it is not that easy. A hologram appeared above his palm. He said that he values Lion. She is still part of their team. A few minutes later, he connected the signal jammer to the network. He smiled slyly. It was a hassle, but it was worth it. He handed Zinxin the satellite phone of those guys. He asked her to check if there was anything useful on it. The girl took the device in her hands with curiosity. The guy told her to transfer the data that might be useful to them. The IT specialist put the laptop on her lap. She was going to analyze everything carefully and then pass it on to her brother. Meanwhile in Yancheng, the bound ones looked ahead pitifully. The leaders approached them. The soldiers saluted and reported that 3 out of 5 were killed and 2 were captured. The pink-haired girl in a fur coat glared at the men. One of them wheezed that he was wrong. He began to beg for another chance. The leader threw an angry look at him and asked why they escaped. One of the prisoners bowed. The girl said that they have to work, but she provides them with food and shelter, so why? She looked at one of them and then at the other with displeasure and asked where they were going to run. A dark shadow fell on his handsome face. She asked if they wanted to join a sect or join that hypocritical creature. The men bowed and banged their heads on the floor. They asked to untie them because they were ready for anything. The leader looked at her subordinate and asked what was going on with his new development. The guy adjusted his glasses with satisfaction and reported that the technical department had designed a collar that could be filled with explosives, and if someone decided to escape, it could be activated remotely and get rid of the fugitive. The soldiers put a device on the fugitive's necks. The leader decided that a small test would not hurt. The guy handed her the remote control. She asked what the range was. The techie smiled and said 5 kilometers. With such a device on his neck, it was unlikely that anyone would want to escape. The pink-haired girl smiled. She was going to give them a chance. If the collar didn't kill them, they could go wherever they wanted. The men stood up, carefully feeling the devices on their necks. The lady told them to pray, because this was a new development, so no one could predict the outcome. Both immediately ran away. A smile appeared on their emaciated, frozen faces. They understood that if they managed to run far enough, they could escape. 10 minutes later, a finger pressed the detonator button. The guy took the radio and asked for a situation report. The head looked at him. The bespectacled man reported that one exploded. But the second caller misfired. She asked why such a bad quality. She would only be satisfied when they could at least slightly compare to the Zishan base. She raised her hand and said that she kept her word, so let this slave escape. She hoped that he was lucky enough to reach the sect territory. She walked away and ordered all the scientists who worked on the collar to be locked up for 3 days. The guy came running after her and told her that their technical department was not as good as the Zishan base, but they would try to figure it out. He sighed and told her that when the end of the world came, their most talented specialists left, so they had to make do with only crumbs. The headmistress turned around with a smile and asked if she would have put in so much effort if those idiots hadn't run away. She folded her arms in irritation and asked if they really thought that hypocritical idiot was the new Saint Teresa. The subordinate blushed and promised that with the materials from the Zishan base, they could improve their situation. The pink-haired girl waved her hand. She understood that they had to stabilize the rear before going on the offensive. She ordered her losers to finish the collar. The guy shuddered. The girl told him to make sure that next time it would definitely detonate. The leader walked forward, turned around and asked how many scouts had returned. The servant reported that almost all of them, and those who could not, sent a report. He coughed and said that one team never got in touch. The pink-haired girl did not think that they would dare to just up and run away. She threw a piercing look at the guy and asked if they could have been captured, but so far none of the city's forces had risked entering into an open confrontation. The black-haired man adjusted his glasses. He assumed that Yuan really had encountered someone. The leader froze in shock. The genius suggested in this case to take advantage of the enemy's mistake because their attack untied their hands. The subordinate spread his hands. The girl looked at him and said that all the main resources were already with them. The remaining materials were also important, but they would certainly cause a large-scale conflict. She rubbed her chin, imagining the cultists. She was not going to attack anyone except the cult unless they themselves went to them. At this time, a soldier ran up to them and shouted that they did not find any traces of the captain and his group, they simply disappeared along with the cars. The leader looked at him warily and said that no matter how arrogant Yuan was, he would not dare to disobey her order and leave without permission. She realized that something clearly happened to him. She looked angrily at the scout and asked if they could somehow determine their location. The car had satellite phones, they could track everything through them. The pink-haired girl rubbed her chin. The man said that they could not detect the signal, it was as if they had evaporated. The leader decided that the attackers were to blame. Her mouth fell open in realization. A thought flashed through her head that this was definitely planned. Did the disappearance of the group mean the beginning of a war? The girl bit her finger and began to guess which faction could have done this. Could it really be the remnants of the Zishan base? The technologist approached her and suggested that it was KOU. Why didn't they contact them and listen to what they had to say? The leader took out a walkie-talkie and put it to her ear. She looked forward seriously and said that her cousin had disappeared in the Lusian region. What did he know about this? The port of the KOU base. The man stood on the street and asked her not to jump to conclusions on the satellite phone because they had nothing to do with this. Dinghai looked forward seriously and said that their people had also disappeared. He looked around and said that there were not so many awakened in this city, and even more so those who were able to compete with trained fighters. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The man said directly that he thought that it was their doing. It turned out that the losses were on both sides. The leader looked ahead and said that few were able to oppose them at the same time. There was no point in blacksmiths getting involved in this. Only the sect could do this. The man thought about it and agreed that, apparently, they did it. Both leaders looked ahead thoughtfully and asked what to do. Dinghai said that Rui was his right hand, and if the stupid sectarians killed him, they would pay for it. The girl smiled and suggested taking this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Only buildings outside the shelter. Zhang created a machine gun installation. He looked at the row of already created ones and thought that when the time comes, they will be able to connect it to the computer for remote control. It will be a real impregnable fortress. Lu raised her hand and shouted that they were finished with the walls. The head looked at the cold wasteland around her with satisfaction and said that while no one attacked them, he decided that those guys were not as simple as he thought. In the evening, the whole company gathered for a big dinner. The teacher looked at the head and said that she wanted to take some food to the guys. The guy did not object. He created a bag. The girl gratefully put the containers with food in it. The eat specialist looked at Lion and noticed that she looked unwell. Did they really say nasty things to her again? She grabbed her hand and said that the students were going too far and she needed to stop caring about them. The teacher looked ahead with anxiety. The red-haired girl said that she did nothing wrong and it was all their fault. She did not need to be responsible for them. The hero smiled and thought that he was not a villain at all, just an unwitting spectator. No need to pay attention to him. After a while, the leader met with the teacher in the gym. The hero said that if she thought it was unsafe around, then she could overpower her students closer to them. The girl looked down. The guy said that they did not know them, so this issue would be decided at the meeting. A drop of excitement ran down her face. She said that it was better not to do this for now. She talked to the girls and what they experienced at the academy greatly affected them and she needed to be responsible for it. She smiled and said that now they live in harmony, nothing threatens them and she thinks that everything will be fine. Zhang stretched contentedly. He still has a lot to learn from her. He asked not to worry because everything will be fine. Lion smiled gratefully and noted that you don't often hear such things from the leader. She put her hands on her hips and said that it was time to start the lesson. The hero asked what they would practice today. The girl warmed up her fingers. She assumed that it would be techniques from Greco-Roman wrestling and Jiu-Jitsu. She decided that they would first do the second. A moment later, the teacher was already twisting the guy's arm. She threw him around the entire room. Zhang kept shouting that he was giving up. After thinking for a while, Lion loosened her grip. She stepped aside to drink some water. The hero noted that after she appeared here, her obsession with the students weakened slightly. Lion began to drink, while the guy thought that only the one who puts himself first is able to achieve something. A few hours later, Zhang was resting in bed and thinking about what to do. A satellite phone appeared in his head. He understood that if he left this phone in the house where the students live, then the people from the Yangshang base would easily find them and deal with them instead of him. The black-haired man hit his forehead. He said that it could attract people from other bases. He sighed and asked himself, what should he do? A sly smile appeared on his face. He assumed that they would never know that he was the one who killed their people, then he could continue to live happily ever after. Maybe he could even become a local ruler. But the guy immediately shook his head. That would be great, but is that possible? As long as other bases exist, this will not happen. Zhang created a phone and said that patience and caution will not bring peace, so he will fight for it. What does he have to worry about? He sat down. Everything was decided. Even if the enemies were standing right under the windows, he would not retreat. The leader handed the phone to the cat. The animal slowly walked along the marble floor, came out into the icy frost, and ran to other buildings. Running up to the castle, someone noticed the message. The sect gathered at the altar. Kunj folded her hands in prayer. She calmly said that the snow that fell from the sky covered the earth and they all came out of it together. Light illuminated the space. A strong voice said that their souls descended from heaven. The sun and moon illuminated their bodies, and the pure white snow cleansed their minds. The messenger spread her arms to the side. She ordered to praise God and carry faith in heaven in their hearts. A girl with a child in her arms ran out to her from the crowd. He prayed to the leader to save him. She fell on one knee and held out the frozen child. Kunj touched the baby with a sad face, radiating light. The small body suddenly burst into tears. The cult members began to joyfully jump and shout that a real miracle had happened. The leader was covered in cold sweat. The novices praised the glory of the great snow god and their leader. The subordinate approached the tired leader and asked him to wait until tomorrow because she needed to rest. The maiden stopped her with her hand and said that they would continue. Suddenly, the castle shook. The fallen people began to ask in fear, "What was this?" The confidant waved her hand and ordered Tongjang and Daimei to protect the leader. 2 warriors blocked the little girl. The fair-haired girl stood forward and called the rest of the warriors to follow her. Kunj again folded her hands in prayer and began to ask the snow god to protect her followers from suffering. The people pinned their gaze to their leader. Everyone began to come out, intending to do anything for their leader and for their sect. They beat on the wooden door with all their might. The sect gathered again at the altar. The girl loudly announced that they would continue the ceremony. Meanwhile, the castle began to be fired at from cars. A shootout began in the street. A follower shouted for the others to resist, because they must fight back and not let their home be destroyed. One of the disciples tied dynamite around himself and ran in a suicidal attack for the snow god. An explosion was heard near the cars. The pink-haired girl looked outside and screamed that this damned cult had turned its followers into monsters that were not afraid even of death. They must be destroyed. She raised her hand and ordered everyone to be killed and the cult leader captured so that she could personally tear her apart. The cult warriors went outside. Everyone was going to rush into a counterattack. Bullet tracers covered the entire main gate. The close one created an energy shield that absorbed the bullets. They froze in the yellow light as if in glue, and then they fell at the warriors' feet. She asked, were they really going to break the peace agreement? The leader hid behind the car and cursed, recognizing Yixian. She uncorked the gourd and asked, weren't they the ones who made the first move? After asking, she took a few deep breaths and released fire from her mouth. The flames rushed towards the warriors of the snow cult. The fair-haired girl waved her hands, dispersing the fire. The flames crashed into the overturned cars. They fell on top of each other in an iron stack in front of the entrance. The warrior was covered in sweat. She was indignant and shouted that their sect had always maintained neutrality. Honglian waved her hand and demanded that they kill everyone. At this time, Dinghai got out of the car. He shouted that they must be disposed of since they had already arrived. Yixian angrily looked ahead and ordered everyone to attack without taking a single step back. An explosion was heard near the main entrance. Dinghai exhaled a cloud of cold steam from his mouth and covered himself in ice armor. He pointed his hand forward and threw ice shards at high speed. After that, he ran forward. Yixian looked at him intently and shouted, let the snow god bring down punishment on them from the sky. A huge crowd with cleavers and whatever they had began to approach the enemies. The surviving cars began to surround the top and fire heavily at the crowd. One of them asked if they were completely crazy to decide to block their way with their own bodies. The machine gunner looked at the body flying at him in fear. It was a suicide cultist with a detonator in his hands. Another explosion was heard. The fighters hid behind the overturned cars. One of the soldiers said that these snow worshippers were really crazy. They didn't even value their own lives. He shouted for everyone to remain vigilant. Honglian looked at the carnage in front of the castle and cursed, asking how many idiots said goodbye to their lives because of their leader. The light from the flames illuminated her face. She ordered to catch their leader and not let this girl escape. Dinghai turned to her and said that this was a good offer. The pink-haired girl filled her mouth with the fiery mixture again. Her body was covered in red patterns. Her ability was the flame of purgatory. Yixian opened her eyes wide. The ice knight grabbed her leg. Honglian punched her in the face. Another explosion rang out. The sect warrior stepped back. The cultists began to look back in fear. A powerful gust of wind attacked all the warriors. The leader clenched her fist and mentally cursed that their enemy was not so easy to kill. They were still crazy. Her soldier shot at the attackers. The sect without hesitation threw 20 of their own at one enemy. The surviving machines continued to pour machine gun fire on the crowd. The one who stood behind the installation thought that although their chances of victory were still high, at this rate they could lose most of their fighters. The girl stepped forward and shouted that her brother and his men had been killed, and they, the snow worshippers, were the prime suspects, and they were waiting for an explanation. Dinghai glared at them and shouted that his general had also died in the Zishan base, and that they were the only ones strong enough to do something like that at the moment. Both of their base leaders shouted that they were waiting for an explanation immediately, or else they would be destroyed. Guan backed away. He didn't understand why these hypocrites were initially going to fight to the end, and now they decided to back down. He grabbed the corpse of the Yancheng army with his clawed paw. He threw it forward and asked what this had to do with them. Do they have any evidence that they were the ones who killed them? The pink-haired girl calmly dodged the thrown body and suggested that he contact the police. Yixian hid behind her friend and replied that their sect had always abided by the agreement and did not kill their people. The man looked at her intently and said that there was no one else who had the strength and ambition to pull off such a thing. The blood between people had already begun to snow. The Ice Knight added that 2 squads were destroyed at once, but there was no trace left of them. The other bases were not interested in this at all. The sect's confidant lowered her gaze. She was asked who, besides them, could be the killer. The warrior looked up and asked, did the bases never think that there were other forces in this city besides them? Both leaders looked at her in surprise. Yixian suggested that it could even be a very worthy opponent, to which both said that it was impossible. The girl grinned, rubbing her frozen hands. She asked, have they completely forgotten what happened in Lujiang? The couple froze. Honglian remembered that she heard gunshots and explosions, after which the Zishan base was destroyed, but she did not attach any importance to it. She lowered her intense gaze, wondering if there was someone else behind this. If that was really the case, then even Zishan base couldn't handle them. Dinghai clenched his fist angrily and asked if the disciple really thought they would believe this lie. It was all said to lower their guard. The pink-haired girl pointed her finger forward. She told the sect to prove their innocence, otherwise they would be destroyed. Yixian assumed a male form. He told his men not to give in to their emotions, because they would not win in a direct fight. Guan looked at him intently and asked him to tell her what he saw that day. The boy looked forward and said that they were at Zishan base back then, and met the people from Koyu base there. The warrior clasped his hands together and said that besides them, they saw several people in the base's uniform. Perhaps they were the killers they were looking for. Dinghai put his hands together and asked, wasn't the Zishan base destroyed? Were they hiding somewhere and recuperating? The girl frowned. The sectarians replied that it was simply impossible, because the base itself was destroyed by missiles of survivors. If there were any left at all, too few, and they clearly had problems with supplies. Honglian calmly looked at her partner and said that even if they tried to restore their former power, they would not risk attacking both of them at once. She spread her hands and added that even in the past, their leader did not have the resolve to do this. Isn't she right? The warrior replied that it could not have been people from the Zishan base. What if someone had joined them? The shooters looked at each other questioningly. The sectarian said that not everyone was able to appreciate their strength. Perhaps they did not even know how many more such bases existed in the city. Yixian looked closely at the two enemies and said that if they knew about this, they would not dare to do such a thing. The pink-haired girl lowered her thoughtful gaze. The man scratched his stubble. He understood that this was the only option that explained what had happened. Both leaders nodded to each other, as if each thought that they needed to conduct a thorough investigation. They couldn't let others take away their power. The girl waved her hand and said that that was enough for today. She wanted them to remember one thing. If she found out that any of them were involved in this, she would come back and punish all the culprits. Guan angrily waved his fist, calling her an arrogant girl, because if she came back, he would make sure that she would never leave here alive. Dinghai got into the car and said that the sect had grown so much thanks to brainwashing. Honglian looked at him and called them lead idiots, because if they really believed in the snow god, they definitely wouldn't last long. The surviving cars began to turn around. The man went to the trunk of his and asked what the girl was planning to do next. The pink-haired girl smiled and said that they couldn't just sit back, but the Ice Knight said that they could work together, because if they were really that strong, it would be much harder to cope alone. He waved his hand and hoped that they would work together, and now that the old man was dead, full control of the city was almost in our hands. The girl turned away and told them to go ahead. The column sped towards the base. Dinghai sighed and mumbled that she was a strong woman. He understood that if he could win her over, the entire city would belong to him. He turned to his subordinates. They said that the girl was hiding something from him, but shouldn't it be so? Who were they to completely trust each other? He frowned, because he remembered something. The message related to the battle on the river popped up in his head. Sometime later, at the Yangsheng base, a subordinate was looking for information on the computer. He said that this village was not far from the village with villas. The deputy adjusted his glasses and said that this place was the richest area of Tianhai, and several thousand people lived in the village next to it. It was quite possible that the forces they were looking for were hiding there. The leader scratched her chin. She decided that it was worth sending someone there. The guy suggested calling Dinghai. The leader waved his hand negatively and said no. She smiled slyly, although they knew how strong they were, but after the battle with the Zishan base, their strength had definitely become weaker. Qingting adjusted his glasses. The girl decided that they could easily handle them on their own, but the confidant noted that without information about the enemy, it was still dangerous to act. Honglian winked at him after he said that they dealt with 2 of their squads, among which were awakened ones. Even so, the girl did not think that they were stronger than them. She looked ahead and suggested sending Donghu there because he should be able to handle it. The leader turned to her subordinate and said that Dinghai was a sly fox, because if they hadn't asked for their help earlier, I don't think he would have been so polite to her now. The deputy approached the soldier and told him to call Donghu. Meanwhile, the castle was being cleaned. Yixian took on a female form and began to breathe heavily. They approached her and became worried. She bandaged her arm and said that everything was fine. She went forward, turned around and told him to clean up here. The follower's face reflected bewilderment. Those wounded who were still conscious screamed in pain. The medics left the castle and went outside. The guy with the severed arm pulled the stump towards the doctor and screamed that he could still be saved. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She prayed that their God would save him from suffering and give him a new happy life in paradise. She took his hands and said that he would no longer be able to serve their God on this earth, so he can go to heaven and will help him there. The healer slowly released the dying man's hand and plunged the knife into his throat. He grabbed his neck and began to groan, while the madwoman said that she envied him. A blush appeared on the girl's pale cheeks. She said that he would soon meet God. Huan waved his hand, indicating where the wounded should be moved so that they could be helped. After a while, a pile of naked bodies was dragged to a modern building. Ordinary believers were forbidden to enter there. A pile of bloody bodies was left lying in the cold. Green tentacles stretched out from the open passage. They grabbed a pile of bodies and pulled them into the building. Silence fell. Only a bloody trail led to the passage into the building, which would soon be covered with snow. The bodies were thrown into an empty hall. They were hung in glowing green cocoons. The tentacles picked up one corpse after another. The cocoons passed through the open heat room. Small apples grew on their ends. The follower watched the center from the cliff. He shouted, "Let them be their hope, and their flesh and blood serve as food for them." Yixian approached her leader. The leader looked at the three little ones. She happily spread her arms and asked the children to come to her. The parents stood aside. They believed that the leader would do everything only for their benefit. The mother told her son that he needed to go through this to become a full member of the sect. The child lay down on the stone slab. Kunj put her hand on his face. She took out a knife and asked him not to be afraid, because she would rid him of the demon that lived inside. The boy's eyes opened wide. He could not move. His strength left him. He could not make a sound. The girl plunged a knife into his stomach. She said that she would cleanse the filth that had taken root in him with her own hands. The boy bowed his head with a dead look. The leader used her ability on him and said that now he would not become a demon. She led the revived boy by the hand and said that the purification was complete. The parents began to thank her. Kunj scratched the boy's hair. From now on he would be obedient and would not cause trouble like before. Now he was a good boy. The other two children began to fear the knife that was used for purification. The figure of the parents hung over them. The father sternly began to ask why they were so ignorant. After all, it was for their own good. The adults caught and led the children to the altar. They said that they were so naughty because devils lived in their hearts. Kunj licked her lips sweetly and asked who was next. The woman looked at her son happily. The families headed for the exit and thanked the lady for not having to worry about their children's behavior. Yixian walked over to his friend. Kong threw his robe aside and noticed a serious wound on his hand. A flame appeared in her hand. The cultist said that he could wait until tomorrow since his ally had used her gift too many times today. The girl put her hand on the wound and asked who it was. The cultist frowned and said that Yanshin and Jie had attacked them. The woman was surprised that they decided to go against them together. Snow was falling above the church. Putting her hand to her chin, the sect leader remembered that in addition to them and the four main bases, there was another mysterious force and guessed that it was involved in the destruction of the Zishan base. The boy frowned and said that most likely the person named Jiang was a member of it, since that name was mentioned in one of the reports. The boy widened his eyes and said that everything fell into place and concluded that this person was awakened and quite powerful. Yixian covered his face with his hand and decided that his strength surpassed all the people of Tianhai, since otherwise he would not have been able to deal with Zishan. Kanj scratched her chin and said that according to their data, the Zishan base was destroyed by missiles. The cultist said that they should not underestimate him, even if he had nothing to do with it. The girl frowned and realized that in that case this person definitely deserved their attention. The cultist asked if he needed to send someone to reconnaissance. The boy frowned sternly and reminded them that the four bases controlled all the strategic areas, adding that they would not last long even though the blood vine compensated for their lack of food. Putting his hand on the wound, the boy explained that the two bases had joined forces today and that they had barely been able to fight back, and doubted that they would be able to cope if the enemy took this matter seriously. Yixian opened his mouth wide and said that they needed to enlist the help of this awakened one. Looking at him, the woman asked her comrade to send reconnaissance there and said that Tianhai would inevitably face great changes if you really managed to destroy the Zishan base. The shelter laboratory, the protagonist crossed his arms and asked if his girlfriend recognized this thing. Zhu looked back and said that this drug was developed by the military and has an extremely powerful effect, thanks to which a person's physical characteristics are greatly improved. The doctor picked up the slide and said that she had seen this drug before, but she didn't think anyone used it. The surgeon smiled and explained that this substance greatly accelerates metabolism, which is why the probability of a fatal outcome increases greatly if the dose is not calculated correctly. Jiang scratched the back of his head and concluded that there are no such strong drugs without any side effects. The girl raised her hand and said that this was not entirely true. She frowned and explained that, according to rumors, the military was developing a drug with less aggressive side effects. The woman approached the microscope and said that it was still impossible to get rid of them completely. Zhu sat down on a chair and said that it was never introduced into use in the army because of its very high price. The guy realized that they might encounter this drug in the future, but the likelihood of this is extremely small. The young man looked down and decided that they should be more careful when meeting other people, since they cannot underestimate the power of technology. While the doctor was busy with the microscope, the survivor asked if she remembered the rat poison they had used earlier. The surgeon looked back and asked if he still had any left. The protagonist confirmed this and explained that he wanted to be prepared for anything. Jiang smirked and asked what the effect of a non-lethal dose would be. The girl replied that the body would be able to cope with it if the amount of poison was insignificant. The woman put her hand on her belt and said that if the dose was equal to 5%, the kidneys would not be able to remove it from the body, which would cause intoxication. The guy asked if this would lead to death. Zhu shook her head and denied this and added that only constant intake of small doses would lead to gradual organ failure and then death. The doctor raised her hand and said that in the current conditions, the human body is much more fragile than before the disaster, so a few doses of poison can kill a person. The boy scratched his chin and decided that it made sense. The surgeon asked if they really had rodents. The survivor smirked and said no and said that there were a lot of them outside. The heroes sat by the fire. One of them asked why they had to live in such conditions. The man clenched his fist and said that it would be better if they stayed at the Zishan base, since here they would either starve to death or freeze to death. The boy wrapped himself in a blanket and asked if he really thought that would be better. The girls looked around. The boy said that they would not say such stupid things if they were being experimented on. The girl frowned and said that they were just chatting. Her friend asked why their teacher did this. The brunette suggested that she stayed with Jiang because of her body. The boy closed his eyes and sighed heavily when his comrades decided to discuss why their teacher was acting so lewdly. Suddenly, one of the students turned around. The woman had entered the house, and the students were happy to see her back. Lion put the bag of groceries down and explained that she had been very careful because the situation had been unsettled lately, and that there were several storehouses in this village that could provide not only food but also shelter. Shengyu opened his mouth wide and asked why they couldn't move in with Jiang if it was so dangerous outside. The teacher turned away and asked the students to listen to her. The boy watched her go and asked how she could be so cruel. The boys ran to the bag of groceries. They took the food and began to eat greedily. 3 shadows appeared in front of the door. The boy threw off his blanket and asked who they were. The stranger grabbed him by the throat and threatened to break his neck. The student tried to free himself from his grip. He managed to push the villain aside. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he realized that the man in front of them was awakened. The young man rushed to the exit. The stranger stood in his way and decided not to let him escape. Ziotin raised his fist and called for him to get out of the way. The villain hit him in the stomach. The boy fell to his knees and spat out a clot of blood. The man looked down at him and asked him not to overestimate himself. A few hours ago, the military parked by the river. Their leader ordered the rest to hide their cars and walk so that the target could not detect them. The stranger looked through the telescope and asked if they really built this themselves. He saw a high wall and decided that without powerful artillery, they would not be able to overcome such a defense. The villain frowned and understood why his men were so worried. The man looked back and ordered his subordinates to be on guard, as they could die if they were not careful. A group of people headed towards the village. Holding a transmitter in his hands, the stranger noticed that the signal from the satellite phone was coming from here. He waved his hand and ordered the scouts to go there and find out everything. The soldier rushed forward. The military man looked around and reported that there was no guard here and no one was visible. The scoundrel raised his hand and explained that they could meet very dangerous people on their way, so they would have to retreat immediately if they saw an enemy they could not cope with. The scout approached him and reported that he had found the place where the signal was coming from, but there were no people or traps there. The man asked how this was possible. The stranger's eyes widened and suggested that there was something dangerous behind that wall, but he was worried about the fact that the source of the signal was right here. He took a step forward and decided to figure it out since they were already here. The children were lying in sleeping bags. The scoundrel ordered his subordinates to tie them up and send them to the leader. Lying on the bed, the protagonist noticed that the signal from the phone that the children had was gone, which meant that the enemy was already at their doorstep. Jiang went to the window and wanted to know how everything went as soon as possible. Xingxin was sitting in the command center. The girl smiled and was glad that her friend had come. The guy stroked her head and asked if she was bored here alone. The girl answered that she had something to do. The young man frowned and asked how the analysis of the data from that phone was going and if there was anything useful there. The programmer pointed to the computer and said that there was not much information there since these people were extremely cautious, and besides, no one used satellite phones for a long time. The survivor's mouth dropped open when the hacker said she had found out the name of the man he had killed, and that it was Yuan, the brother of the leader of Yanshin and one of the captains of the base. The protagonist put his hand to his forehead and wondered how it could have been such a coincidence, because now they could have problems with the fact that he accidentally killed a close relative of the leader of the base. Xingxin smirked and explained that it was her cousin, not her biological brother, so it was unclear how close they were. Zhang agreed and said that they should still be prepared for anything. The girl looked at the screen and added that there was nothing in the messages that would confirm a close relationship between them. The girl looked back and said that sooner or later they would have to face two bases at once. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that this was not even the worst case scenario. The young man looked away and explained that after the battle with the Zishan base, such large-scale battles no longer scared him. The survivor imagined a rocket taking off and said that they were just taking advantage of the chaos here, but in fact, they did not pose much of a threat without powerful weapons. He clenched his fist and said that he wanted to fight them himself. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and added that this was the only way for the enemies to understand that the Zishan base belonged to him and that they should not cross the borders of his domain. Zhang grinned and said that this way the villains would be able to assess their strength so that they could peacefully coexist in the future. The programmer smiled broadly and said that a certain sect was also often mentioned here, although it had nothing to do with them. An article appeared on the screen. The hacker explained that from the conversations it became clear that the military bases had an extremely negative attitude towards this sect. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if she thought they could team up with them if the Yangshan base attacked them. Xingxin decided that another friend was better than an enemy. The boy crossed his arms and disagreed. The survivor frowned and said that a friend they didn't know well could be more dangerous than an enemy. He smirked and promised to squeeze everything out of them if the need arose. The cars arrived at the Yangshan base. The man raised his hand and asked his subordinate to look after the prisoners. Honglian was sitting in her office reading a report. There was a knock on the door. The girl invited the guest in. She put the book on the table and asked what they had learned. The scoundrel frowned and reported that they had found the lost phone and captured a group of students who claimed to have studied at the Tianqing Academy and that their former teacher had joined Zhang. The woman opened the book. The soldier added that the enemy had built a huge ice barrier. The soldier looked down and suggested that it was thanks to him that the enemy was able to survive the attack of Zishan. The base leader crossed her arms and asked where the students were. The man replied that they were outside. The head of the military region stood up from her chair and suggested that they take a look at them first. The children were kneeling in the workshop. Honglian entered the room with her comrades. They approached one of the students. The scoundrel explained that one of them was somehow connected to the Zishan base since there were traces of genetic modifications on his body. The girl looked away and said that they would have to ask him more about it. She sat on a chair and ordered the prisoners to tell everything they knew, otherwise they would experience their special interrogation method on themselves. Chengyu opened his mouth wide and promised to tell everything if he was spared. His comrades widened their eyes in fear and said the same. The woman picked up the phone and asked where they got it. The boys shook their heads and said that they had never seen it before. The base leader narrowed her eyes sternly. The boy raised his head and said that Zhang had planted the phone on them. The head of the military district crossed her legs and asked how he was so sure of that. Honglian gritted her teeth and asked the prisoners to report how many people the enemy had, what abilities they had, and how many weapons they had. The students silently shook their heads. Someone reported that the enemy's ability was somehow related to space and that they had the best hacker and mechanic in China. Qingting looked at his boss and said that it was difficult to estimate the strength of his entire team based on this data. The girl crossed her arms and asked the students if they knew anything else and asked them to think carefully since this was not enough to save their lives. The boys gaped in horror and begged her not to kill them. One of them said that they could take her straight to the awakened one. Heading for the exit, the woman ordered her subordinate to lock them in and said that they would have to be killed if they did not remember anything important. The deputy approached her and suggested trying something else. The man leaned towards her ear and explained that these children were Lion students who cared about them very much. The base leader looked at him incredulously. Qingting said that they could use these students as bargaining chips during negotiations to gain more intel on the enemy. The head of the military region raised an eyebrow and asked if that could really work. Honglian raised her hand, asking him not to talk nonsense, and said that it was the end of the world outside and that no one would worry about a group of some students. The girl smirked and added that they were of no value and that even their teacher could not be that stupid. Putting her hand on her chest, the deputy asked her to consider the fact that not all women in this world were as sensible as she was, and suggested that Lion might be more soft-hearted. The base leader put her hand on her chin thoughtfully. The man suggested that it might be because these children lived near the enemy's hideout. The head of the military region raised her eyebrows and asked if he thought the teacher really cared about them. King Ting hoped so, as it could help them a lot. Honglian raised her index finger and ordered him to contact the villain and put collars on the students. The next day, Lion went to the table and asked for permission to go outside. The protagonist asked her to come back early. The teacher blushed when Jang said that he did not want her to get sick, as it was very cold outside. The girl picked up the bag of groceries. Sitting at the table, the guy wondered what his girlfriend would do when she discovered that the bag was missing. The young man took a bite of the bun and decided that she would definitely not remain indifferent, given her character. The survivor swallowed the bun and hoped that it would not cause him any extra trouble, since otherwise he would have to ask her to leave this place. The woman approached the village. Lion opened the door and her eyes widened in shock. The house was empty. The teacher wondered where her students had gone. The girl frowned and wondered if someone had kidnapped them. She looked around and decided that someone had indeed taken them. The woman looked down and realized that she needed to ask her friend for help. Lion ran to the shelter and thought that the disappearance of the students could not be a simple accident. The teacher gritted her teeth and decided that she could not let them die because of her. The protagonist asked what happened when his friend returned to the shelter. The girl spread her arms and said that all her students were missing. Xingxin covered her mouth and asked how this could happen. Lu suggested that they were just looking for food. The woman shook her head and explained that she had looked everywhere but couldn't find them, and asked if one of their enemies could have done this. Jang crossed his arms and said that he didn't understand why they needed her students. The guy asked if someone could have wanted revenge. Lion frowned in disappointment and said that she had never had a fight with anyone in her 3 years of teaching. The young man approached her and asked her not to worry and suggested that they calm down first and then find a solution. The survivor put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that they should look for some evidence first. He pressed the button on the remote control to check the cameras and make sure that no one was nearby. The CCTV footage appeared on the TV. The protagonist sat down on the sofa and said that he didn't even know where to start looking. Zhang looked down and explained that they knew of 4 major organizations in Tianhai, but they also couldn't rule out the existence of other forces. The girls nodded, and the boy suggested that they were clearly kidnapped for a reason. The young man raised his hand and decided that they should wait until the other side contacted them. The teacher clenched her fist and wondered who she had offended so much that they would do something like that. Smiling, the survivor said that it was a difficult question, and suggested that since the enemies had kidnapped her students, she herself was their final target. The girl sadly stroked her forearm. The protagonist took her hand. Zhang looked at his friend and asked her not to worry, since her problems were his problems too. The guy raised her hand and promised to help with this difficult matter. The woman blushed and agreed. The young man was glad that they finally got rid of this problem. Lu and Xingxin led their friend to the room. Zhu sat down next to her comrades and asked if it could be one of those who were going to attack them. The survivor decided that this was quite possible. Yami sat down next to him and asked why they even decided to do something like this after so many days of peace. The protagonist said that it was even good. Zhang put his hand on his friend's waist and explained that they would use this to ensure a quiet life for themselves, since in modern conditions, a truce raises many questions. The guy hugged the women and wondered what would happen if all 4 bases united against them. The young man frowned and decided that this could be quite troublesome. The doctor raised an eyebrow and asked if he didn't feel sorry for Lion at all. The survivor asked why he should feel sorry for her. The surgeon frowned and asked if he didn't feel anything for her. The protagonist replied that he admired her and thought that having a friend like her was always good. Zhang frowned and said that he needed to make her go through this first. The heroes sat in the living room. The guy said that they should all be on guard now. Uncle Yu said that he knew that they wouldn't be able to avoid this situation. Chunlei scratched the back of his head and asked why the enemies were so eager to seize more and more territory. The young man grinned and explained that at any time there will be those who crave as much power as possible, adding that this desire arises when the issue of survival fades into the background. The guys nodded when the survivor said that they would be able to live in peace only when they eliminated the nearest threats and got rid of their enemies. He looked at his friend and said that they had nothing to worry about as everything was going according to plan. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that the enemies would not dare to come here again if they showed them their strength. The man crossed his arms and decided that they had to act according to the situation. The boy leaned on his hand and realized that they had no choice but to fight. Zhang's ear twitched. The awakened one jumped up from the sofa and reported that someone was approaching. The heroes ran up the stairs. They approached the balcony. A car was visible in the distance. The boy wondered if it was a scout or a messenger. The young man took out a sniper rifle and aimed. The car was approaching the shelter at high speed. The driver fired a crossbow. The arrow crashed into the wall. The survivor frowned and asked if they were leaving already. The bullet pierced the rear tire of the car. She rolled over on her side. The protagonist and his friend jumped out the window. Jang landed in front of the door. The soldiers got out of the car. The guys caught up with them, straddling Hua. The soldier started to run, leaving his comrade behind. The guy picked up his rifle and took aim. The bullet shot through the fugitive's knee. The villain fell to the ground. The young man got off the cat and concluded that this man was not awakened. Blood gushed out of the soldier's mouth. The same happened to his comrade. The survivor asked if they were really dead. Uncle Yu examined the soldier and noticed that he had a poison capsule in his mouth, which he immediately bit off so as not to give out important information to the enemy. The protagonist frowned and said that their deaths were in vain anyway, since he still did not understand why they came here. Chunlei ran up to him with an arrow in his hands. Jang opened his mouth wide and ordered him to stop. The boy froze in place, holding the arrow above his head. The guy asked him to put it down on the ground right now. The awakened one crouched and fulfilled his request. The young man asked him to step back and summon bright energy in his hand. It immediately absorbed the arrow. The survivor found himself in another space and wondered what the enemies wanted. The blue energy turned into a vortex. Chunlei looked at his hands when the protagonist asked him to throw away these gloves and take new ones. The boy took them off and threw them into the snow. Jang returned to the lab and asked his girlfriend to check if the arrow was poisoned. Zhu picked up the bag and asked if the enemies could poison the arrow with the message. The guy replied that they should be on the safe side. The man approached him and explained that he knew many cases when on the battlefield one wrong decision could cost a life. The doctor put on gloves. The surgeon dripped blue liquid onto the tip. It instantly turned green. The girl confirmed that the arrow was poisoned. The boy crossed his arms and said that they should never give in to weakness, since the enemy only thinks about how to get rid of them. The woman covered the arrow with a lid. The survivor said that he would do the same in their place, because even the death of one enemy is worth it. Zhu frowned and said that there was something written here. There was a small piece of paper on the table. Xingxin looked at it and explained that this was a link with which they would definitely be able to contact the enemies. The protagonist asked if it was safe. The girl turned to him and asked if he really thought they were in any danger while she was here. Jang replied that he did not doubt it at all. Lion frowned and asked if this meant that Yanchen had captured her students. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and decided that this could not be a simple coincidence. Looking at him, the teacher said that they needed to contact them immediately to find out what they needed. The young man was sure that the enemy wanted to talk to them. With his mouth wide open, the survivor promised to contact them and thought that he could learn something useful. He approached his friend and warned that negotiating with these people was not a child's play and that it was very dangerous. The protagonist threw a stern look at his ally and explained that the enemy would attack them immediately if he found out their weaknesses, so he could not find out how worried the girl was about her students. The woman's eyes widened and said that she understood everything. The heroes were sitting in the living room. Xingxin put the laptop on the table. Jang crossed his arms over his chest and said hello. His interlocutor asked if this was the same person who ran the village in the rich district. The guy frowned menacingly and asked who it was. Honglian put the phone to her ear and introduced herself. The girl squinted her eyes in displeasure and asked if it was really him who killed her fighters at the factory. The young man asked if it was her people who came to him yesterday. The woman frowned and tried to beat a confession out of him, which made the survivor conclude that he was right. The base leader, her eyes widening furiously, called him too bold and said that no one in this city would dare to go against her base. Hearing the threats addressed to him, the protagonist smiled and said that the last person who wanted him dead turned to ashes. Putting his hand on the keyboard, Jang assumed that they knew each other and clarified that it was Xinyan. The head of the military region asked who he considered her to be. Honglian asked him not to take credit for what was happening to him, since the Zishan base had been destroyed by missiles. The boy smirked and asked if she didn't wonder why the missiles had hit them in the first place. The girl furrowed her brows and asked if a simple storekeeper could do such a thing. The boy frowned and asked her to stop, since this argument was pointless. The survivor placed his hands on his knees and hoped that his opponent would realize what reality they were living in and would stay away from him, since he had enough strength to deal with her minions. The girls looked at him in surprise. He said that those students who were captured by Yanchen should return home, since otherwise they could not expect mercy. Jumping up from the table, the woman called him arrogant and said that if he really was that strong, this city would have belonged to him long ago. The base leader opened her mouth wide and asked him if he wanted her to chop the children into pieces and send them to him. The protagonist concluded that there was a misunderstanding between them, since he did not care about these people. The head of the military district raised her hand and said that she did not think that he really did not care about them. Jang tensely crossed his arms over his chest. The boy closed his eyes and asked what she wanted in exchange for their freedom. Honglian smiled slyly and promised to think about it soon. Sitting in her chair, the girl reminded him that the villain had killed her brother and his soldiers, and said that she was ready to exchange the prisoners for something useful. The woman put her hand to her chin and explained that she would be happy to help him get rid of the materials and supplies from the warehouse that were in his shelter. The young man frowned in displeasure. The base leader said that the conflict would be resolved if he gave her half of the supplies. The survivor raised his eyebrows and urged her not to even think about it. The head of the military district said that in that case, the only solution to their conflict was war, and asked if he could handle both bases at once. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she had any doubts about it, and asked her to come to him if she was ready to die. Uncle Yu and Chunlei frowned. Jang promised not to leave a trace of his enemy. Raising his hand, the boy explained that these students were absolutely useless, and asked the enemy to just let them go. Honglian said that such a thing was out of the question if he was not ready to accept her conditions. Lion frowned sadly when the young man said that these children were the students of his very valuable comrade, and promised to take revenge if anything happened to them. The girl threatened to torture them until the students begged for death. The survivor smiled and hoped that the enemy would simply kill them since they were causing him a lot of trouble. A message appeared on the screen that the subscriber had hung up. The protagonist slammed his fist on the table and wondered how dare she take out her anger on these children. Jang stood up and said that he would go there right away since they could not sit and do nothing. The guy approached his comrades and explained that now was the best time to repeat what they did at the Zishan base. The heroes gaped in surprise when the young man asked them not to interfere and said that he would go there alone. Ju grabbed his hand and asked him not to be so impulsive. Yami warned him that it could be very dangerous. Chunlei raised his hand and whispered to his friend to hurry since everything was almost ready. The survivor frowned and was outraged that the enemy had deceived them and not taken them seriously. He slammed his fist on the sofa and said that he had promised to take care of them. The teacher put her hand on his shoulder and said that she would not forgive herself if something happened to him. The protagonist looked back. The girl explained that her friend had done so much for her, but this matter had nothing to do with him. The woman headed for the exit. Zhang asked what she was planning. Lion smiled and said that she wanted to find peace. The doctor put her hand to her chin and asked if their friend had really decided to save her students herself. The guy looked up thoughtfully and wondered if his words had really impressed her so much. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and called him a good actor. The chosen one raised his eyebrows and asked who would believe such a thing from his lips. The young man spread his arms and came to the conclusion that at least he had managed to support her. The man crossed his arms over his chest and decided that it was even better this way, since no one except the teacher was connected to these guys. The heroes looked at him. The awakened one explained that these kids were useless and caused a lot of trouble, since they were not even able to feed themselves due to their own laziness. Approaching his friends, the survivor said that they were well aware that they had started some preparations a few days ago, and decided that they should start preparing for war. Lu looked back and asked what they should do with Lion. The protagonist sat down on the sofa and asked his allies not to let her do anything stupid. The teacher was polishing her sword with a rag. Xingxin and her friend entered the room. The girl saw them and smiled. The girl frowned sadly and asked if she was really ready to give her life for these guys. The programmer grabbed her hand and said that she would not let her go to the enemy's lair. The mechanic agreed with her. The woman looked down in disappointment. The hacker reminded them that they had no superpowers and asked what would happen if they were in danger and she was not there. Lion raised her eyebrows and explained that she could not wait for her students to die. Xingxin said that the reason they had not been killed yet was because their friend wanted to help her. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl asked her mentor not to act so impulsively and added that they had already agreed to negotiate and that now they could only wait. The teacher looked at her and agreed to take their time. The heroines walked down the corridor. The engineer asked if their friend really wanted to help her. Smiling, the programmer denied this and said that she had to lie since this woman was guided by her feelings. The hacker lowered her head and asked if she could have been persuaded in any other way. Her friend praised her for her excellent work. Xingxin raised her eyebrows and said that she was doing this for her own good. The girl looked down and explained that she had to stay with them to keep them safe. Hearing that the protagonist was only keeping useful people, Lu turned pale and realized that she needed to work harder. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang thanked them. The boy furrowed his brows determinedly and decided that the poison should have worked by now. Honglian crossed her arms and said that according to these students, the enemy had people with abilities and concluded that Yanshin would become stronger if they joined her. Qingting looked at her and assumed that it was only a matter of time and that the enemy would definitely compromise. The girl asked him not to rush and explained that they needed to study everything before they took action. The woman frowned and reminded them that they were surrounded by enemies who were just waiting for an opportunity to attack and get their resources. The deputy opened his mouth in surprise and said that they could not miss such a chance. The base leader said that it was better to do nothing than to make a mistake. The man put his hand on his chest and asked what they should do next. The head of the military district suggested killing one of the students, filming it and sending it to the enemy to buy time to gather information. Qingting frowned and promised to do it. The deputy picked up a whip and said that it was time to entertain their guests. The children opened their mouths in horror. The man began to beat them with a whip. Suddenly, one of the students began to foam at the mouth. The base officer asked what happened to them. The boy vomited on the floor. The same happened to the other prisoners. The soldier concluded that it was the effect of poison. He opened his mouth in shock and wondered who could have poisoned them. The soldier took out his phone from his pocket. Honglian slammed her hand on the table and asked what it meant. The girl bit her nail and asked if there were any survivors. While the doctor was examining the patients, Kingting reported that the poison had been accumulating in them for some time, meaning that someone had been deliberately poisoning them. The deputy frowned and added that they could have saved them if their health had been a little stronger. The man's eyes widened and he shouted that they had been trapped and suggested that Zhang had killed them. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked what he was talking about, and the soldier explained that the enemy had poisoned them and then planted a satellite phone on them as bait. The base leader tapped her finger on the table and asked why the enemy would use these poisoned children against them. The head of the military region gaped in shock when the soldier suggested that he had benefited from the deaths of these students, but he simply did not want to get his hands dirty. She slammed her fist on the table and ordered her subordinate to record a video and send it to the villain while the prisoners were still alive. Honglian smiled and said that it would help them if it was not Zhang who had poisoned the children. It was snowing outside. The heroes were standing in the control room. Kingting appeared on the screen and hoped that the enemy was interested in finding out how their prisoners had been. The deputy adjusted his glasses and decided to give him a gift that would help him make a decision as soon as possible. A video of torture appeared on the screen. The guy asked if they were still alive. Smiling, the soldier replied that it would not be for long and explained that they had no desire to waste their resources and that they were ready to exchange each student for a ton of provisions. Raising his hand, the young man refused and said that he needed to make sure that the children were still alive. The survivor spread his arms out to the sides and said that he did not want to exchange several tons of supplies for a bunch of corpses, so he needed to make sure that they were all alive and well. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that it was just a video and expressed a desire to talk to the prisoners in person and right now. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and promised to discuss the exchange right after that. Sitting at the computer, the soldier explained that they could just kill the guys and save him the trouble. Zhang asked what the problem was with just letting him talk to them. Kingting asked if they looked like liars, but the screen immediately went black. The boy pressed the button and concluded that the students were dead. Zinxin looked at him and asked what he did. The boy explained that he added a little technology and hard work to their food. The girl was happy that they finally got rid of the extra weight. The survivor patted her on the head and asked his friend to take care of Lion so that she would not close herself off. The programmer smiled and said that it was his task. The protagonist asked why. The hacker raised her eyebrows and replied that it would be more correct since her friend was a master at communicating with people. Zhang asked who told her that. The guy asked his ally to save this call, but not to show it to anyone. Zinxin smiled widely and agreed. The deputy entered the boss's office and said that they had lost their main trump card for blackmail since all the prisoners had died. Honglian crossed her arms over her chest and said that now war was their only way out. 2 days later, a new message appeared on the screen. The protagonist was watching a video of a young man's head hanging in a noose. On the screen, Honglian folded her arms and said that this was just the beginning. Zhang brought the mug to his mouth, and at that time the girl added that soon the heads of his friends would also be hanging at the entrance to her base. The protagonist, holding a mug in his hand, said that they were all dead and that it was all over, and the student exhaled, realizing that this was true. The guy opened his eyes in surprise and asked why she was upset by their deaths since she hated these guys. Zinxin, sitting in the wheelchair, told him that she did not know how to react since she really wanted them all to disappear. Zhang stood and looked at her, and the student added that she was just a little sad that they were all dead. Zinxin dropped her hands on her knees, expressing her fear that one day her head would hang like that too. The protagonist, frowning, thought that despite how mature the girl was acting, she still had too little experience. Zhang hugged her and told her not to worry since he was there and would not let her die. The girl, blushing, opened her mouth, and the guy added that as long as he was alive, everything would be fine with her. A moment later, Zinxin looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that he was very caring. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheek, and she decided to do her best to be of use to him as much as possible. The protagonist, holding the flash drive in his hand, decided that the next step was to put it out there for everyone to see, but he was worried that it might traumatize Lion. He looked at the girl in the stroller and told her not to worry, as he thought the teacher could handle it. The boy handed her a small bottle and told her to add it to her coffee and give it to Lion, and Zinxin asked what was in the bottle. The girl looked at the bottle in her hands, while Zhang added that it was a medicine that calmed the mind. The 4 girls were sitting on the sofa, and the protagonist, standing in front of them, said that the content of the video might traumatize them and he hoped that they would survive it. The teacher looked at the boy with apprehension. A moment later, she frowned and thought that if the video was sent by the Yancheng bases, then it was related to her students. The guy, standing with the remote control in his hand, turned on the TV. The teacher watched as 4 students' heads appeared on the screen. With her eyes wide open, the girl could not believe that they were all dead. Jumping up from the sofa, Lion realized that they were dead. 2 students in dresses ran up and asked her how she was feeling in fear. At that moment, the woman fell on her side, and Lu stood anxiously over her, not understanding what had happened. The protagonist, putting his hand on her side, calmed the girls down, saying that he gave her a sedative so that she could rest. The man, folding his arms over his chest, told his comrade that Teacher Lion was a good person and that this incident was a big blow to her, and added that he hoped that she could survive it. The protagonist threw her arm around his neck and said that the best medicine would be time and care. Lion was lying on the couch, and the guy told the female students to take care of the teacher and make sure she didn't do anything stupid in the heat of the moment. The young man, standing in front of the woman in the dress, asked her to continue giving the teacher sedatives, as it would help her rest, and Ju replied that she understood him. The protagonist, frowning, said that we were all in for a battle with 2 bases and it would not be an easy battle. The women watched and listened to him attentively, and he added that the first thing to rely on was the line of defense, because if it was broken through, then it would be necessary to retreat towards the shelter. Information appeared that several days had passed. A man with a staff in his hands appeared, walking and leaving footprints in the snow. The man stopped and looked down. From above, he observed several buildings surrounded by walls. The man's eyes lit up with a yellow glow. The buildings appeared in a blue light. His eyes widened as he looked down in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A bright light appeared above the buildings, and the man in red was dumbfounded that such powerful people existed in this world. Giant Hua opened his mouth in amazement and wondered if he was the living embodiment of a god. He furrowed his brows and forehead, thinking that he could easily find people with abilities, since he had the gift of seeing the strength and potential of all living things. Clenching his hand into a fist, Giant Hua decided that their sect needed to attract as many people with a powerful aura as possible. The man in the cloak turned around and walked with confidence, as he decided that Zhang would be an excellent candidate, and he needed to report everything to the leader immediately. Standing in the office of the leader of the Yongshan base, Huai introduced himself as the former manager of the security company that participated in the construction of the Yunwen estate. Honglian raised her eyebrows in surprise when the man said that he helped Zhang build one of his bunkers. The girl crossed her arms and asked if they were close. The brunette replied that they only had a working relationship. He frowned and reported that he was familiar with the place where the guy was currently living. The woman asked what was special about his bunker. She clasped her hands and said it was no surprise that they were able to withstand the attack of the Zishan base and remain unharmed. The base leader smiled and concluded that it was all thanks to the bunker. Huai lowered his head and asked her to rely on him. The head of the military region asked if the bunker had a weak point. The manager frowned sternly and said that they usually did not reveal the secrets of their clients, but he was very familiar with the structure of this bunker. The man clenched his fist and said that he had equipment with which they could penetrate there. With a determined frown, Honglian asked him to join their operation and promised to make him the team leader if all went well. The brunette saluted and thanked her. The girl leaned on her hand and was surprised that the shelter could still be entered, despite its reliability and the special materials used in its construction. The woman smirked and reminded him that the Zishan base had been destroyed with missiles and asked why they hadn't done the same to the enemy. The base leader raised her hand and wondered if the enemy and his men were so strong that the Zishan base's troops couldn't even get close to them. The head of the military region picked up the radio and concluded that they might be in danger and needed help. Honglian pressed the button and said that this would not only reduce the risks, but also prevent an attack on the base during their absence. Ding Hai put the phone to his ear. The girl frowned sternly and explained that they needed to work together to defeat the villain, as it was impossible to defeat him alone. The man smiled and replied that the 2 of them were still not enough, so they needed to involve the others. The woman furrowed her brows confidently and decided that they should go to one place. Sitting in a chair, the base leader said that they would easily convince the others to follow them, and suggested that they split the allies between them. Chief Yu leaned on the railing and said that it sounded good. Standing on the side of the ship, he hoped that his ally would provide them with enough fuel and supplies. Snow was falling over the metallurgical plant. Xingshan was sitting on the machine. In front of him were people whose necks were chained. The boy threw them a piece of bread. The heroes began to fight over it like animals. Watching them, the young man was surprised that they had gotten used to the roles of dogs so well, and said that treating them like people was blasphemy. A soldier approached him and said that the head of the Yanshan base was looking for him. The head of Kinpu raised his eyebrows and asked what she wanted. The soldier replied that she wanted to discuss something important. The head of the plant jumped off the machine and decided to find out what the woman was up to. A little girl was sitting next to a giant wolf. When the heroes approached her, the child ran to her father. Xingqian picked her up and asked her not to forget to put on a hat and scarf as it was very cold outside. The girl smiled and said that she was not cold at all. The guy replied that she might get sick. The young man put her down on the ground and offered her to play with Lily while he took care of some business. The child began to draw something on the ground. The head of Kinpu entered his office. The base employee was happy to see him. The factory manager sat down in his chair and asked why leader Yanchen had decided to contact him. Honglian frowned and asked if he wasn't worried about the Zishan base being destroyed. Xingqian raised his hand and said that only a small part of their territory bordered them, and at the moment there was no one to occupy it anyway. The girl said that they had a certain problem. The boy scratched his ear. The woman explained that a new force had settled in the Zishan base and that they would all be in danger if they did not get rid of it. Hearing that they were the ones who killed her people and the Dinghai squad, the boy frowned and was surprised that there was someone so strong in Tianhai. The Kinpu leader leaned back in his chair and asked if the enemy not only took the Zishan base for themselves, but also dared to attack them. The Yangshan leader lowered her gaze and confirmed it. The head of the military district frowned sternly and said that their investigation showed that the enemy unit was small, but very strong, since there were many people with awakened abilities. The plant manager scratched his chin. Honglian explained that their shelter was a real fortress, which even the fighters from the Zishan base could not take. Xingqian put his hand on the arm of the chair and said that it was pointless to fight them. Besides, Yanchen could only get to them through their territory. The girl said that this was why they wanted to offer them cooperation. The woman raised her index finger and explained that they had already agreed with the JU base and would soon try to negotiate with the sect in order to attack this unit together. The guy thoughtfully looked away and clarified whether these people could really cope with the Zishan base. The young man grinned and asked if they could do what such a powerful base could not do. Leader Yanchen looked at him sternly and said that the person who built this shelter was now with them, so they would easily break through the enemy's defenses and get inside. Clasping his hands, the leader of Kinpu said that he needed to think about this proposal and asked her to tell him more about this shelter. The head of the military region nodded and said that he had time to think about it. A notification appeared on the screen that a new file had been received. The factory manager clicked on it with his mouse and saw the name of the protagonist. His mouth dropped open in surprise and decided that this could not be a coincidence. Standing in the temple, Khan asked what this was about. Jian Hua raised his hands and asked her to believe his words. The girl's eyes widened in amazement when the old man told her that a strong man with abilities and a living embodiment of a god lived in the mysterious shrine, who would help her accomplish something great. The woman frowned, thanked him for his hard work and asked him to take a good rest. The man left the hall. The sect leader looked at her comrade and said that times had changed. Yixian concluded that they had underestimated Jiang and his team. The boy frowned and worried that at this rate, they would not be able to take over his hideout. The young man clenched his fist and declared that they would be able to destroy their enemies if they teamed up with him. A new message appeared on the phone screen. The survivor picked it up and saw the name of his old friend, surprised that he was still alive, since the last time they spoke was back in middle school. The protagonist looked at his message and decided that his comrade was not that simple. Jiang tapped the screen and asked how he was doing. The man frowned when Winan wrote that he did not expect to survive the disaster. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that his friend had become the director of the largest steel plant. The survivor opened his mouth in shock and asked if his former classmate had really become the boss of Kinpu. A message appeared on the screen asking him to call. The protagonist pressed the button. He smiled and asked if the base boss was called Winan. Lying on the couch, Xingqian explained that his old name did not sound authoritative enough. Jiang awkwardly closed his eyes. The guy slyly knitted his eyebrows and thought that his friend had decided to add confidence and authority to himself with a new name. The boy looked away and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. The man crossed his legs and remembered that he had done poorly in school, but was very popular with girls. The brunette smiled and explained that he could not even imagine that he would become so successful in the future. The survivor smirked and said that they would have plenty of time to talk about the past and wanted to know the true purpose of his call. Standing up from the sofa, the head of Kinpu asked if he was the one who killed those guys from the Yangshan base and said that they were planning to take revenge on him. The factory manager frowned and said that Honglian had invited him and the Snow Sect to participate in this and suggested that he would not have a chance of winning if the four of them attacked. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear and realized that the situation had become twice as dangerous. Jiang sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked if his friend really wanted to declare war on him. Xingqian said that he would not have warned him about this if he wanted to attack. Sitting on the sofa, the man explained that he called just to talk. He opened his mouth and said that he would not take part in this war if he had something to offer. The brunette grinned and said that he would agree to exchange his neutrality for 10 tons of food. The guy frowned and thought that his former classmate was too confident. His cheeks turned red. The young man realized that he had enough food and wondered if his comrade thought that it was too much for him. The survivor replied that he needed time to think. The head of Kinpu gave him exactly 1 day. The protagonist smiled and agreed. Jiang leaned back on the sofa and decided that 10 tons was not that much. Besides, he could give him what was at the Zishan base. Clenching his fist, the guy remembered that there was a bunch of inedible canned goods in the Siming warehouse and decided to give them to his friend. The young man brought his fist to his chin and wondered if his former classmate would keep his promise. The survivor put his hands under his head and said that he would give him one part of the supplies now and the other part after the war was over. He stood up and thought about how they needed to prepare for the worst case scenario, as they could only live peacefully if they fought back. The heroes gathered in the living room. Xingxin stated that things weren't that bad since each of them was prepared to kill the others. Uncle Yu and Chunlei nodded when the girl explained that they only had a conflict with Jie Yu and Yanshin, who were trying to lure the other bases into this fight. The man frowned and said that they would be at a disadvantage if the enemy had a numerical advantage. The protagonist said that they needed to use the defensive line as much as possible. Jiang frowned sternly and explained that the area around their hideout was not an open field at all, and that there were 2 low mountains that formed a natural barrier, so the enemy would not be able to attack them from there. The boy pointed to the map and explained that they needed to focus on those who could attack here and deploy as much combat power as possible there. The boys leaned over the map. The young man said that they needed to not only defeat the enemies, but fight back so that they would understand that they had the strength to fight. The survivor raised a finger and promised to request negotiations after the battle to divide the territory. The boy reminded that they would not be able to fight back if there were too many opponents. The chosen one scratched his cheek and said that they would have to retreat as soon as the villains broke through the defense line. The protagonist nodded when his comrade said that the shelter was their main point of defense, and his space was a backup option. Xingxin took her friend's hand. Jiang asked if the enemies would be able to find a way to get here. Chunlei spread his arms and explained that they had a lot of fuel and weapons, and that there could be people with abilities among them. Clenching his fist, the guy said that there was no need to worry about this and promised to deal with them. Suddenly, Hua raised her tail and hissed. The young man looked around in fear and wondered what was in the distance. A black silhouette was approaching from the horizon. The survivor headed for the exit and decided to check who it was. He went to the window and picked up the binoculars. Jiang Hua was walking through the snowy desert. The protagonist decided that this was not an ordinary person, since he was not afraid to walk outside in such weather. Friends crowded around him. Jiang realized that he probably had abilities, but the reason for his visit was still unclear. Uncle Yu put his hands on the fence and shouted that he knew him and said that this person was a member of the snow worship sect. Zhu raised her hand and asked what brought him here. The guy said that there were some differences between the sect and the large Qianhai bases. Sitting on a wheelchair, Xingxin explained that the best way to destroy the bases was to ask the sect for help. The young man decided that nothing good could be expected from them. The girl smiled and asked why they shouldn't talk to him since they had the chance. Pointing at his friend, the survivor asked him to negotiate and promised to give him instructions. Chunlei asked why he needed to go there. With a confident frown, the protagonist stated that his skills were perfect for missions outside and asked him not to worry about anything. Jiang raised his gun and said that he would shoot the old man if necessary. The boy agreed. The chosen one went outside. The boy ordered him not to let the stranger approach their line of defense. The awakened one stopped and asked the man to stop. Squinting, the cultist said his name and realized that the person in front of him was not the shelter leader. Holding the walkie-talkie in his hands, the young man assumed that this person had come to him. Uncle Yu suggested that the old man could see other people's skills and pass them on to ordinary people. The survivor smirked and said that combined with the power of their leader's blessing, this was a very useful ability. He raised the radio to his mouth and asked what he wanted. Chunlei opened his mouth wide and said that their boss was not a person to meet so easily. The cultist raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if this man was so cautious that he would even refuse to meet him. Holding the staff in his hand, Giant Hua said that he came here on the orders of his leader with important news, and said that the 3 bases were planning to join forces to attack this shelter. The man furrowed his brows sternly and said that these cruel and shameless people would come and kill him. The boy shuddered in fear when the old man added that they tried to lure their leader to their side, but their god told them to spread peace and love, so she refused. The cultist raised his hand and hoped that the survivor would not refuse to cooperate with them. The protagonist smirked and said that everything was going according to plan. Imagining the people shaking hands, Jiang realized that the sect and the bases were at odds with each other, and wondered how they could cooperate when each was ready to stab the other in the back at any moment. The boy clutched the radio in his hand and decided that the more discord there was between them, the less chance they had of winning. The boy pressed the earpiece and asked if the sect had decided not to participate in the attack on their hideout. Giant Hua confirmed this and said that otherwise they would not have offered to cooperate with them. Putting his hand to his chest, the man explained that their sect's goal was peace and love on Earth, as well as the fight against evil, and hoped that they would become their allies on this path. The cultist closed his eyes and complained that these bases did not give them a single chance to grow and develop. He raised his hand above his head and added that they were forced to huddle in their temple and endure constant persecution, but they could get rid of this together. The young man raised the radio to his mouth and asked how they would prove their sincerity, and the chosen one repeated his question. The cultists smiled and said that they knew full well that the shelter leader would not take their words at face value. Jianhua put his hand in his pocket and hoped that the gift of a sacred relic of their sect would convince him of the purity of their intentions. The man took out a box and said that it contained the soul of ice. Chunlei pressed his hand to his chest and asked what it was for. The old man narrowed his eyes and explained that the soul of ice helps people to reveal their spiritual potential and awaken their abilities, and for those who have already awakened them, to become stronger. The protagonist frowned. The cultist assumed that he had heard of something like this before. Jiang grinned and decided that they were simply trying to deceive him. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when the cultist said that the leaders of other bases never stopped trying to get hold of it. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked if all 4 bases wanted it. The survivor looked back and said that he needed information. Xingxin replied that she had already found it. The girl frowned and said that among the warriors of the Zishan base, there were those who had obtained their abilities thanks to this relic, and it was also based on this that they began to study the transformation of ordinary people into awakened ones. Holding a laptop on her lap, the girl added that according to the data of the Zishan base, this artifact was made of human cells. The protagonist asked about the side effects. The programmer looked at the screen and replied that the main drawback was the inability to control a person whose abilities were awakened with this thing. The hacker looked up and guessed that it was thanks to this relic that the snow worship sect was able to survive. Looking out the window, Jiang concluded that it actually worked and thought about how it was not necessary to face death in order to awaken the powers within oneself. The boy raised the radio to his mouth and asked his friend to confirm if this thing worked in the hands of ordinary people, and decided that there must definitely be some kind of catch. Holding the box in his hand, Jianhua explained that its effectiveness depended on the potential of the person and that they had used this relic many times, so they had quite a lot of experience. Chunlei took the box. The old man advised those who already had abilities to use the ice soul. The boy looked at the box and asked if he was afraid that they would refuse to cooperate. The man smirked and said that it would be impossible to avoid a war anyway. The cultist narrowed his eyes slyly and explained that the inhabitants of the shelter would become stronger anyway and would be able to get rid of the rest even if they did not agree to cooperate. The chosen one mentally called him calculating. The boy asked what exactly they were planning. The cultist raised his eyebrows and said that they would pretend to join the bases when the time came and pretend that they were planning to attack. Chunlei frowned sternly. Jianhua smirked and added that the sect would stab them in the back when their enemies let their guard down. The survivor gritted his teeth and wondered how he could say this so openly. The protagonist looked down and promised to accept the offer if the relic actually worked. The old man stated that it would not disappoint him. The man asked if he was willing to show his sincerity himself. Smirking, Jiang concluded that they would have a tough battle ahead and asked what he wanted. The heroes looked at each other when the cultist hoped that after victory they would allow preaching in their territory. The cultist stated that all they wanted was to guide as many people as possible to the true path. The boy raised an eyebrow and wondered if this was true. The youth frowned and promised to accept these conditions if they could fight off the enemy. Jianhua smiled and said that he would look forward to the good news. The boy returned to the base. The survivor thought about Kinpu taking neutrality and the sect wanting to cooperate and help defeat the enemy. The protagonist smiled and said that the situation was getting more and more interesting. The chosen one asked what they would do about it. Jiang went outside and asked him not to worry about anything. The boy put the box in the subspace. The young man closed his eyes and did not notice any foreign objects or dangerous things. Chunlei ran up to him. The survivor opened the box. There were 2 glowing balls inside. The protagonist looked at them and wondered if this was the key that could awaken abilities. He shook his head and decided that the sect could not give him something so valuable. Jiang closed the box and realized that if such a thing ended up in the hands of other bases, they would have no problem dealing with them in the Zishan base. The box disappeared from his hands. The guy thought that in the current situation, everyone only thinks about their own lives and will not selflessly help others. Sitting on the sofa, the young man thought about the fact that he had a chance to awaken 2 people. The survivor looked around. There were girls sitting around him. Yanmi raised her eyebrows and asked if her friend was really going to use this relic. The protagonist frowned and reminded that it can be used to obtain abilities. He looked at Xingxin and remembered that previous attempts were successful. Jiang looked at the doctor and said that he still did not believe it. The guy narrowed his eyes and explained that they needed to think it over carefully, since the first of them to try the soul of ice on himself would become a guinea pig. The young man glanced to the side. The model raised her hand and said that she wanted to try. Ignoring Heimei and Ju, who also raised their hands, the survivor agreed. The star rushed into his arms and thanked him. The girl closed her eyes and said that she could not miss such a chance. The main character asked how he could refuse her, because his love for her was boundless. Jang grinned slyly and thought that possible losses should be minimal, so her voluntary consent saved him a lot of time. The boy raised his hand and suggested going back to discussing the plan, saying that they shouldn't think about having potential allies for now since they couldn't trust anyone. The boy raised his index finger and said that they needed to be ready to fight back against everyone at once. The survivor crossed his arms and added that if things didn't go according to plan, they needed to make sure that their hideout became a hell for their enemies, where they would meet their death. Yanmi was tied to the couch. The protagonist placed the ice soul on her forehead. The sphere glowed and took root in her head. Blue waves enveloped the model's face. They penetrated her skin. The star blushed and lost consciousness. Jang put his hand on his belt and asked his friend to keep an eye on her and inject her with a sedative just in case. Ju frowned in disappointment and agreed. The guy took her hand and asked if she thought he let the star try this thing because he valued her more. The guy raised his eyebrows and explained that he was worried about the side effects, so he couldn't let her do it. The doctor blushed and asked if her friend was worried about her. The survivor smirked and said that they couldn't trust strangers because any carelessness could lead to death. The surgeon looked down when the protagonist called her important and valuable and explained that Yami just wanted to prove that she was useful. The girl headed for the exit. Jang hoped that she would behave obediently and not think too much. Lying on the bed, the guy called his friend. The boy frowned and agreed to cooperate, but he still needed some changes. Xingshan asked what exactly he wanted to change. The survivor narrowed his eyes angrily and said that he would double the promised supplies if they won this battle. The man realized that he needed his help and said that it was impossible. The head of Kinpu opened his mouth wide and explained that he did not want to fight him, much less go against the other bases. The protagonist put his hand under his head and said that they just needed to pretend that they were preparing to attack the shelter. The plant manager frowned and thought that his comrade had completely lost his mind. Jang asked him not to worry about anything and just do it. The guy asked if he agreed to this. Xingshan frowned sternly and realized that it was too stupid to refuse such a thing. The man smiled widely and agreed, asking his friend to prove his sincerity and send some of the provisions now. Lying on the pillow, the young man promised to send him a third as collateral and give him the rest when the battle was over. The head of Kinpu suggested meeting at the Zishan base. The survivor smiled and agreed. He put the phone on the bed. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and realized that he still didn't fully understand what his potential allies would do at the crucial moment. Jang clenched his fist and decided that they might have to hide underground, since the defense system there was much better, but this was the worst option of all. The guy resolutely frowned and promised himself that he wouldn't let his enemies get away with it that easily. Someone knocked on his door and shouted that something was happening to Yanmi. The young man went out into the corridor and said that they urgently needed to examine her. The heroes entered the ward. The model opened her eyes and said that she had succeeded. The survivor looked at her and decided that everything was fine, since even Hua didn't react to her. Frowning, he realized that he had worried in vain and thought that everything would actually be fine, since all the databases confirmed the absence of side effects. The protagonist leaned over to his friend and asked how she was feeling and what ability she had awakened. The star closed her eyes. The girl smiled widely and concluded that she would only be able to work in the kitchen. The woman turned her head and said that her skill was called Feast and that it could be used to cook food that would help restore strength faster. Yanmi frowned sadly and decided that it was even better since she didn't know how to fight at all. Jang smiled and said that it was a great ability since now they wouldn't have to worry about wasting energy during battles. The guy turned around and asked Ju to untie her. The young man looked at his friend and asked her to show him her new skill tomorrow. The model happily agreed. The survivor picked her up and remembered that, according to the cultist, the strength of a person's ability depends on their potential. He frowned and realized that his ally's skill was more of an auxiliary one, like Lijian's. The next day, the protagonist put the phone to his ear and said that they should meet at Ziyujia in the Lujiang district. Xingshan clarified that this was really his territory. Jang smiled and explained that he did not want to be ambushed and did not intend to attack him. The man agreed. Snow was falling over the fisherman's village. A car stopped at the fence. The heroes got out of it and saw a pack of wolves ahead. A little girl was sitting on one of them. Hua bared her fangs furiously. The child stroked Lily and asked her to calm down. The head of Kinpu got off the wolf and was surprised that they met after so many years under such circumstances. The guy said that he also imagined their reunion in some cafe. The young man was surprised that his former classmate had become such an important figure in the city. The head of the factory crossed his arms and asked who would have thought that someone like him would occupy such a high position. The people loaded bags of provisions into the sled. Xingshan smiled and asked his friend not to worry, as their cooperation was worth the food. The survivor spread his arms and asked if his friend remembered how he had fought with the guys from a parallel class. The man scratched his beard and confirmed it and remembered that the guys had been picking on a girl he liked. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he knew he couldn't defeat all 5 bullies, so he knocked out the teeth of only one of them. Jang raised his index finger and hoped that his former classmate would keep his promise, otherwise he would have to kill him. The guy frowned menacingly and said that they would see who was worth what on the battlefield. Pointing behind him, the head of Kinpu asked if his friend was looking down on him and said that loyalty was the basis of any cooperation. The factory manager put his hand to his chest and said that his comrade would soon see for himself. The young man hoped that it was true, since he did not want to spill the blood of old friends. The wolves disappeared over the horizon. The guys went to the car. The survivor explained that they needed to prepare for battle. Uncle Yu was worried that these people would betray them, since in that case the losses on their side would be simply incredible. The protagonist looked back and expressed doubt that the character of his former classmate could have changed so much over these 10 years. Jang confidently frowned and asked if Xingxian was really ready to risk everything for him. The guy opened the door and said that no one could refuse the supply of provisions. The guys sat down in their seats. The young man decided that it was impossible to completely exclude the possibility of betrayal, but they needed to be ready for any development of events. The car moved. Standing in the kitchen, Yanmi asked her friend to try her dish made with her new skill. The survivor praised her. He took off his shirt and noticed that everyone else had already tasted the food. Lu replied that it was very tasty and that it made him feel energetic. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and concluded that this food helps even those who do not have abilities, which is very useful. Lion crossed her arms over her chest. Jang looked at the model and asked if the teacher was really so cheerful after eating her food. Smiling, the star confirmed this and explained that her food relaxes the mind, gives energy, and even gets rid of negative emotions. The girl handed him a bowl of soup and offered to try it. The guy smelled a delicious smell. The young man quietly handed the spoon to Hua. The cat began to lick the soup. The young man looked at her and decided that everything was fine. The survivor put the spoon in his mouth. He smiled happily and said that it was very delicious. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked how long the effect lasted. The woman replied that she had not had a chance to test it and suggested that fresh food was much more effective. Jang smirked and promised to solve the storage problem and suggested making protein bars for later. The guy imagined a variety of dishes and thought about putting them in his subspace so that he would not have to worry about expiration dates, so that he could replenish his strength at any time. The next day, standing by the car, Honglian asked where his people were. The ally replied that everything was in place. Qingting frowned and said that he saw the flagpole fall before leaving the base. The girl crossed her arms and called him too superstitious. The deputy replied that it was not superstitious at all and explained that his worries had increased. The man looked at the ice wall and said that this was the first time since the apocalypse that such a large-scale war would occur and that this battle would affect the fate of not only their base but the entire world. The woman looked back and said that they could easily get rid of the enemies if they worked together, since this was just a small shelter where a small squad was hiding. Leader Yangshan put her hand on her comrade's shoulder and said that everything would be fine because there was no one in Tianhai who could stand up to 4 bases at once. The brunette frowned and doubted that they could trust the others. The head of the military region smiled broadly and replied that it was obvious that these people were ready to pounce on them at any moment. Licking her lips, Honglian explained that they all thought the same and asked how anyone could resist vulnerable prey. Adjusting his glasses, Qingting agreed with her and decided that the probability of their defeat was minimal. Waving her hand, the girl realized that her friend was just nervous and offered him a drink after the victory. The deputy agreed. The protagonist put the phone to his ear and heard that the attack would begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The heroes went outside. Lion looked back when Jang said that he would lend her this thing for a while. The teacher caught the sword thrown to her. The guys ran forward. The guy said that close combat does not suit him and that he would be better off being a sniper. The fighters decisively knitted their brows. The guy promised to cover them and urged them to fight with all their might. The young man went into the shelter and asked his friends to be ready to help the wounded. Zhu and Yami nodded. The survivor asked them to prepare as much food as possible so that their comrades could quickly recover their strength. He turned to Xingxian and asked her to control the turrets. Her cheeks flushed. The protagonist explained that potential targets could include their allies, so she was not to open fire until he gave the order. The girl put her hands to her cheeks and was happy that she would finally be able to kill enemies with her own hands. Jang waved his hand and ordered everyone to take their posts, saying that the enemy could attack at any moment. The women nodded. The guy asked them not to worry, since they still did not know how long this fight would last. The young man climbed the stairs. The survivor approached the window and decided that this was an excellent position. A sniper rifle appeared in his hands. He sat down on a chair and took out spare bullets from the subspace. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and announced that he had taken up a position. Jang took aim and thought that he should first try to kill ordinary soldiers before the main battle began. His comrades were standing by the wall. The guy realized that he had to ensure their safety on the front lines. The boy frowned and decided to order them to return to the shelter once these tasks were completed. Cars appeared over the horizon. The survivor pressed his earpiece and reported that the enemy was about 5 kilometers away. The SUVs were approaching the shelter at high speed. Dinghai put his hand on the window and suggested taking advantage of the terrain to set up artillery. His ally looked through binoculars and asked if such a defensive structure made of ice could withstand a salvo of artillery. The boy looked at his leader and said that the enemy did not even realize it. The man said that they would easily capture the bunker. Leader Jae-yu scratched his beard and wanted to lure the villains to his side if they did not die. The soldier thought that would be the greatest honor for them. A car with a machine gun on the roof drove up to the wall. The gunner immediately took a bullet to the forehead. The soldier took out his radio and reported that the enemy began to attack. The bullet pierced his heart. The commander of the military district opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to disperse and locate the enemy. The men hid behind the cars. The bullet pierced the body and killed the soldier. The protagonist opened fire on the cars. Holding a pistol in his hands, the soldier asked what was going on. The soldier took aim and reported that there was a sniper in the enemy territory. Moving the sight from side to side, the soldier wondered where the enemy was shooting from. The ice wall blocked his view. The bullet entered the soldier's forehead. Dinghai frowned and realized that the enemy was using his men as targets. Fire appeared in his hand. A snowstorm arose on the battlefield. Jang concluded that his opponent had a similar ability to Chun-Li. Taking aim, the guy wondered how long he could hold out and promised not to let him even move from the spot. The young man grinned and mentally asked the scoundrel to show him his weakness. The man raised his hand in front of him and thought that even if they blocked their visibility with snow fog, it was only a temporary solution. The leader of the Jae-yu base said that the most important thing now was to find the sniper. The driver pointed forward and guessed that the enemy was hiding somewhere in that direction. The commander of the military region, with his mouth open in surprise, realized that it was more than 3 kilometers away and asked if their enemy was really that good. Dinghai frowned sternly and decided that there would be more deaths in the future. The boy picked up the radio when the man asked him to order everyone to retreat since reinforcements had not arrived yet. The soldiers ran in different directions. The cars drove back. A bullet punctured the tire of one of them. The wheel fell off and the SUV stopped. The other cars drove far ahead. The driver looked back and asked what they should do now. Smoke rose around them. Someone shouted that if they came out of the fog, they would become a target. Leader Jae-yu looked out the window and ordered them to run. The soldiers rushed away from the car. A hail of arrows immediately fell on them. The survivors went to another car. The soldier said that their armor was too weak to withstand these shots. The soldiers hid in the back. Holding a radio in his hands, the head of the military region ordered everyone to leave immediately and not to think about the wounded. His comrade gritted his teeth and said that he had to stop the enemy. The boy jumped out the window and found himself on the roof of the car. He jumped high into the air. A golden glow appeared around him. His body increased in size. A bullet mark appeared on the SUV. The soldier closed his eyes and thought that he still felt pain, despite the fact that his body was able to withstand most of the damage. The protagonist fired another shot. Jang saw the vehicles driving away and assumed that the enemy wanted to wait for reinforcements before launching an attack. The boy smiled and said that he would be happy to introduce them to his rifle. The young man pressed his earpiece and reported that he had killed about a dozen soldiers and that the enemy had retreated to wait for reinforcements. Chun-Li smiled and called him incredible. The survivor stretched and said that this was a common occurrence for him. He sat down in a chair and explained that sniping was his forte, but if the enemy broke through the line, his comrades would have to fight on their own. The protagonist put his hands behind his head and said that he could use his superpower to get rid of them if necessary. The boy suggested seeing if the villains could survive his shelling. Dinghai approached his subordinate and asked how many casualties they had suffered. The soldier looked down and reported that one vehicle had been completely destroyed and 3 more were seriously damaged, which greatly reduced their mobility. The man gritted his teeth and asked how this could happen. Leader Jae-yu frowned sternly and wondered if there really was such a good sniper in Tianhai. The commander of the military region put his hand on his waist and decided that no one was perfect, so he must have his weaknesses. He crossed his arms and realized that close combat was his weakness. Dinghai looked at his subordinates and ordered them to use the shooter's blind spots to get closer to the shelter. The boy came out to him and said that the sniper was too strong and that they would not succeed. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully when his comrade suggested that they go around the enemy. The soldier pointed to the map and said that there was a good place to attack from where the enemy would not be able to fire. Leader Jae-yu smiled and suggested that they take their time since they needed to find a place to hide. The soldier frowned and asked what the point was if they had already been discovered. The head of the military district furrowed his brows and explained that they had to mislead the enemy, as they would not be able to defeat him in an open battle. The cars drove through the snow. A bullet pierced the shoulder of the driver of one of them. Squatting down, Honglian ordered her subordinates to find the sniper and kill him, and was outraged that this scoundrel dared to ambush them at all. The werewolf rushed forward. He managed to deflect the shot with his paw. The protagonist saw a wolf in the distance and realized that at least something interesting had appeared. The monster opened its mouth and was surprised that the enemy was shooting from such a long distance. Jang inserted a new magazine into the rifle. The monster deflected another shot. The beast ran from side to side, protecting the cars from bullets. Wounds appeared on its paw. The werewolf realized that he could not hold out for long, even given his abilities. The wolf looked to the side and realized that everything was ready. The soldier raised the barrel of the howitzer to the sky. A rocket burst out of it. The shell headed straight for the sniper. The guy activated his subspace and was surprised that the villains had such a weapon. Blue energy absorbed the shell. The shooter looked at the mansion and asked if the rocket had just disappeared. A bullet shot through his chest at the same moment. The fighter looked out from behind the car and ordered everyone to fire. The soldiers fired from howitzers standing in the back of the cars. The shells headed for the shelter. For a second, they disappeared from view. Then the missiles flew in the opposite direction. They returned to Yanshin's squad. The monster frowned and shouted that it was his turn. The monster jumped into the air and repelled the attack. Explosions were heard not far from the cars. The beast landed on its feet. Honglian raised her hand and ordered everyone to retreat. The soldiers threw grenades forward. Thick white smoke came out of them. Soon, the SUVs disappeared behind a huge cloud of smoke. The young man took aim and asked why they surrendered so quickly. The survivor smiled and said that he had given them a very warm welcome. As the cars drove through the wasteland, shelling began. The girl put her hand to her chin and thought about the enemy having an experienced sniper and a person who could repel artillery volleys. The woman looked down and realized that they did not know whether it was one person or not, but either way, it was terrible. The soldiers helped bandage the wounded. The leader Yanshin said that she now understood how this squad managed to destroy the Zishan base. Looking at her, Qingting asked what they should do next and explained that they couldn't break through because they were far from the shelter. The head of the military region turned to him and suggested that he let the others go ahead to kill the sniper and absorb his ability. Honglian put the phone to her ear and asked where her ally was. Danhai smiled and said that they were almost there. The girl frowned confidently, saying that they would be a little late, and asked him to attack first. The man looked at the radio with a smirk. The woman did the same, both of them thinking that the enemy should kill their ally. The survivor looked ahead and asked if they really escaped even though so many people died. Chunlei pressed his earpiece and asked the boss to get rid of the person with abilities at the earliest opportunity to make things easier for them on the front lines. The protagonist agreed with a determined frown and asked his friend not to count on it too much. Jiang looked out the window and explained that bullets were not as effective against people with abilities, especially those who turned into beasts. The guy spread his arms and said that he could double his own strength by using weaker opponents. The young man frowned and said that he had deliberately shown them his ability to repel attacks so that they would not use serious weapons against them. The survivor crossed his arms over his chest and decided that this would make it easier for his comrades to fight back, since without using large caliber weapons, the enemy would not be able to get past the ice wall. He smirked and wondered who would attack next. The protagonist took aim. In the distance, a crowd of people could be seen following Yixian. Jiang said that he would not waste many bullets on them. The boy frowned and said that the people from the cult had arrived, and concluded that everyone except the Kinpu base had already arrived. Uncle Yu asked if they shouldn't help them. The boy closed one eye and said that he would kill them all if they broke their promise and attacked. The man lifted up the cloth and said that it would be even easier this way. There was ammunition under the thick cloth. The cultist waved his hand and shouted that if the survivor could get rid of most of the people from the bases, they would stab them in the back. The cultists looked back and added that if that didn't happen, they would have no choice but to break their promise and join the attack. The people rode forward on dog sleds. Zingshan held the reins in his hands. The man looked through the telescope and asked his subordinates not to attack without his order, since they were here as spectators. Honglian put the phone to her ear and asked if everyone was there. The base leaders gathered together during a group call. The leader of Kinpu said that they would attack from behind. Frowning, Dinghai remembered that there was a small hill behind the shelter and asked if he was really going to attack from there. The plant manager said that they could take the enemy by surprise. Zingshan put his hand on his waist and thought about how the others would not even know what his squad was really doing. The leader of Jieyu agreed. The girl crossed her arms and asked the allies to be careful since the enemy had a sniper. The woman sternly knitted her brows and asked if they should use serious weapons since the enemy had a person who could repel artillery attacks. The leader of Yanshin narrowed her eyes angrily. The head of the military region said that they should not forget about it since they had already suffered from their own artillery. The squads of different bases went towards the ice wall. The protagonist looked at the tablet. Zingshan reported that the enemy was approaching from the mountain. The image of the Kinpu leader appeared on the screen. Jiang smiled and asked his friend not to worry about them, as they were just there to observe the situation. Cars appeared on the horizon, and the boy ordered his comrades to prepare for battle. The SUVs drove forward. The locals rushed to attack. The boy opened his mouth wide and ordered to open fire. The girl pressed the button. Machine guns appeared from the ice wall. The turrets began to fire. Explosions were heard one after another at the front. Yixian opened his mouth in fear and asked where they got the machine guns from. The woman gritted her teeth and realized that these weapons were only available at the Zishan base. Leader Yanshin frowned and wondered how the enemy managed to rob their weapons depot. The head of the military region took the radio and ordered the others to spread out and attack from different directions. Honglian looked down and said that they needed to reach the enemy by destroying the wall, as this was the only way to defeat them. The fighters scattered in different directions. Watching them from the hill, the factory manager finally understood why his friend had decided to attack all the bases. Xingshan raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to open fire. The soldier asked if they should not help the attackers. The man hit him on the head and asked him not to ask unnecessary questions. Leader Kinpu put his hand to his chest and said that they must do everything possible to ensure that his comrade wins. A fire started in the snowy wasteland, and dead soldiers lay on the ground. The girl clenched her fist and concluded that they had underestimated the enemy and that they could not continue the attack thoughtlessly. Dinghai picked up the radio and said that they needed to work together to break through the defensive line. Raising her eyebrows, the woman agreed with him and said that they definitely did not have enough manpower. The man frowned sternly and asked her to cover their squad. Leader Yanshin raised her hand and ordered her subordinates to help their allies attack the wall. Leader Jieyu covered himself in ice and jumped out of the car window. The commander of the military region ran forward. He dove under the ice and headed for the wall. The villain jumped out from under the snow and destroyed the enemy's barrier. Uncle Yu looked at the hole in surprise. Dinghai stood on a pile of rubble. The man crossed his arms and called himself the King of Ice and Snow. Leader Jieyu raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to attack. A group of soldiers entered the shelter. The commander of the military region put his hand on the wall. At that moment, cracks appeared on the wall. The ice barrier completely collapsed. The protagonist realized that the enemy's ability was much stronger than Chunlei's. Jiang pressed his earphone and ordered the others to attack. The villain's eyes widened as a blade flashed in front of him. He dodged the blow. Lion knocked him down and jumped onto the rubble of the wall. Dinghai gritted his teeth and asked if she had actually managed to break through his ice armor. The boy had trapped him in the snow with his skill. The man managed to get out of it and landed on one knee. The teacher rushed forward and swung her sword. A deep cut appeared on the enemy's chest. Leader Jieyu put his hand on the wound and was surprised that the enemy had such a strong warrior. The head of the military district jumped off the wall and realized that he had achieved his goal. The military rushed into battle. The chosen one tried to stop his friend, but the girl ran forward. The boy frowned and said that everything was fine. A crowd of people with abilities was approaching the shelter. The young man warned his comrades to be extremely careful. Honglian drank a bottle of alcohol in one gulp. A powerful explosion was heard behind the wall. Flames destroyed the ice wall. The woman raised her hand and shouted that victory was almost in their hands. The werewolf ran forward. Chunlei raised his hands and tried to patch the hole. Hua opened her mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The fighters grabbed their heads in severe pain. The awakened took 2 machine guns in his hands. Uncle Yu opened fire on the approaching enemies. A hail of bullets fell on the soldiers. Lion was fighting them with a sword at this time. Someone cut the air right in front of her. The teacher struck back. The monster raised its paw and asked how dare she kill his people right in front of him. Bright flames lit up around the girl. The monster licked its lips and said that it was curious. The beast bent down, ready to lunge at any moment. The woman swung her sword. The werewolf rushed towards her. Her red eyes glowed as the monster swung its paw. The monster's paw was cut off. It bared its teeth. Lion looked at it, frowning. The girl struck with her katana, cutting off the enemy's head. The swordswoman shook the blood off her sword. The barrel of the machine gun heated up to an orange color. Something was quickly approaching the man. A guy twisted him with his body. He squeezed the machine gunner even tighter. Grinning, the fighter said that even a shot from a sniper rifle would not harm him, so there was no way to escape from such a trap. The mutant, opening his mouth wide, made an incredibly loud sound. Blood spurted from the guy's ears. The man grabbed him by his stretching body. Suddenly, Yu raised his head, hearing the protagonist's cry that everyone needed to retreat to the shelter immediately. The girl looked somewhere in front of her, listening to the hero's words that this also concerned her, because she would not be able to cope with everyone alone, so she should listen to the voice of reason. She picked up the monster's head from the ground. The swordswoman rushed in the opposite direction from the enemies. All the allies ran to the shelter. A group of sectarians stood nearby, watching what was happening. Looking at them, the guy did not understand why they were still continuing to watch. Frowning, the young man ordered the hacker to point the gun at the people from the sect and open fire, to which she agreed with the order. The turrets began to fire at the crowd and screams began to be heard. Putting a shield in front of him, Yixian shouted something to the hero. Looking at the shooting turrets, the fighter said that it was time to act. The cultist raised her hand and shouted for everyone to follow her towards the sanctuary. Everyone rushed to the ruined wall. There was a smoke grenade lying on the snow. Smoke from it rose up in front of the estate. The uncle ran up to the protagonist and asked what they should do, because maybe it was time for them to go underground. Looking at him, the young man asked why he was so nervous, because maybe the shelter was not protected enough. Suddenly, the guy turned around, hearing something. An excavator was driving through the smoke screen and the hero realized that they were not going to calm down yet. Several boxes appeared near him and he told everyone to wait for him on the first floor. Holding explosive devices in his hands, the young man decided to try to get rid of the attackers in this way. He threw the weapon in front of him. Bodies flew apart from a huge explosion, and the young man asked them if they really thought that they would win by breaking through the wall. Throwing more grenades, the boy noted that this shelter was their main strength. The excavator was still moving forward. Huai was driving. Throwing more explosive devices, the hero understood that in this case it was not surprising that they were all so confident in victory. A certain man stretched out to enormous sizes right in front of the construction vehicle. The grenades bounced off him. They exploded a little further away from him in the air. It was a fighter from the Kyoyu base, whose name was Guan and whose ability was the elasticity of his entire body. The excavator drove up to one of the walls of the shelter. Some kind of drilling device appeared. It began to hit the wall of the house with a thin spire. Honglian, pointing her finger, ordered everyone to disperse. The young man, his mouth wide open, listened to Xingxin's words that an attack was underway on the walls of the shelter and the damage had already amounted to 0.001%. The boy frowned and asked how long it would take them to break through the walls of the shelter, and the girl on the radio said that at their current speed, it would take about 1 hour and 20 minutes. A slight tremor was coming from the wall on the first floor. Chunlei grabbed the radio and asked if the boss needed help, but he simply told them all to wait. The base leader smirked, knowing that they should hurry. Dinghai also had a small smirk on her face. Breathing out clouds of steam, the woman knew that even though her troops had suffered heavy losses, it was worth it to get their hands on the materials stored in this shelter. One of the cultists ran towards the two soldiers. He grabbed them both. Suddenly, an explosion thundered. The base leader, her eyes wide open, couldn't understand what had exploded. The man held the radio in front of his face and listened to the screams that these idiots from the cult were carrying explosives on their bodies and thus wanted to kill them all. Turning around, he couldn't believe that these people dared to attack them. Yixian was hanging in the air behind him, holding two cars above him. He had a sinister grin on his face. The two cars were flying straight at the girl and the man. They managed to repel this attack with their abilities. Smiling, the sectarian noted that they were all here too. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter sent them and said that they were now no one in this city. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, watched everything that was happening. Smiling, the guy decided to deal with all these people after all. The allies were eating something on the first floor. Suddenly the door opened. They all ran out into the street. Xingxin, looking through the telescope, could not understand why the sect began to act, because was this some kind of preliminary agreement? Putting one hand on his hip, the man said that this arrangement would be even better because they would not even have to get their hands dirty. With his mouth wide open, he said that if they all killed each other now, his army would become the main force in the city. Uncle and Chunlei attacked the enemies. The swordswoman, cutting down everyone in her path, moved forward. The young man, aiming his rifle, was looking for a target. The first bullet was aimed at one of the opponents. From such a force of the shot, his head was torn off. The woman, clenching her fist with force, could not understand how he dared to do all this. Having released ice shells, the man shouted that the sectarians had betrayed them. Raising his fist, he ordered everyone to retreat back since there was a conspiracy against them and they needed to leave immediately. Lowering her head, Honglian could not understand why the sect and the Kingwei base would cooperate with the protagonist. She brought the radio to her mouth and ordered everyone to retreat. The woman took fuel into her mouth. A huge stream of flame burst out. The fire struck the people in front of her. The base leader exhaled the remaining vapors. She rushed forward with her ally. Killing enemy after enemy, the girl screamed for them to get out of her way. The cars began to drive away. As he got out of the excavator, the man could not believe that everyone was already leaving, because there was no one left to cover him. A bullet pierced his head. His body fell into the snow. The hero, grinning, understood that he would not have let him go anyway. Raising her hand, Yixian shouted that they had won. The young man looked at the crowd of cultists. Frowning, he realized that even he was afraid of these people, because in the future they really could become a real problem. Walking towards the door, the guy knew that this group of fanatics was not afraid of death at all, and it was hardly worth wasting his allies on them. Bringing the phone to his ear, the hero said that the interlocutor could come for the rest of the supplies. His eyes widened when the base leader told him to wait a bit because he had some business to attend to. The protagonist walked outside. Patting the villager on the shoulder, the young man praised them and said that they had won. The young man put his hand on the swordswoman's shoulder and walked up to her. Looking at her, he explained that everything was fine and the fight was over and that she had already avenged her students. Suddenly, she began to fall. The hero caught her, not understanding what had happened. The protagonist lowered her to the ground. Zhang realized that she was crazy as he ran. Looking at her, he realized that she had simply rushed at the enemies alone and was lucky that she was alive at all. Running to the doctor's office, the young man told Zhu to prepare for surgery. The young man placed the swordswoman on the operating table. The girl cut her clothes with scissors, asking her ally to hold on a little longer. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, said that the battle was over and they could do anything and that from now on the Zishan base belonged to him. Raising his hands, he also forbade them to approach his territory without permission. The girl bowed, thanked him for his help in the war and explained that according to their agreement, no one except the sect's missionaries would be able to take a step here. Smiling, she also said that she hoped that in the future they would be able to coexist in peace and mutual respect. The young man noted that this would be the case, because he was a pacifist by nature. The hero watched the sectarians go. Looking ahead, the young man understood that their entire gang of fanatics could not fully develop due to the pressure from the other bases. Still looking at the people leaving, he was interested in how far they could go. Closing his eyes, the young man noted that perhaps he had released a monster after all, but nothing could be done about it. Walking towards the 3 corpses, the guy remembered that these were 3 fighters with abilities. Leaning over one of them, the hero could not believe that his power had already been absorbed. Imagining how someone was sucking out their power, the protagonist realized that someone had managed to do this during such a fierce battle, but also realized that he should think about it later. Turning away, he suggested that his allies return to the shelter and have a good rest. The cat jumped onto his shoulder. The animal's face broke into a smile. Stroking the pet, the guy noted that it was simply a smart one because it showed itself just great. Hugging his comrades, the young man said that it was time for them to relax. Several cars were parked in the middle of the snowy wasteland. Dinghai, hitting the door with his hand, shouted that these bastards had betrayed them after all. The girl, clenching her fist, did not understand what the hero could offer them, that they went for such a thing. Looking at her, the man asked her not to give in to emotions. She turned to him. Looking at his ally, the fighter explained that Xingqian did not attack them, but simply watched. Frowning, he noted that most likely he did this to get something from the protagonist. Clenching his fist, Dinghai said that these guys did not want to take risks, so they did this and they were most likely happy that they were able to gain benefits without losses. Frowning, Hong Lian exclaimed, talking about their agreement, because he broke his promise, because of which many of her fighters died and there was nothing to say. Looking at her, the man asked if she really thought that after such losses, they would be able to sort things out with the Xingqian base, because now her people could get it even worse. Suddenly, they turned to one of the windows, hearing something. Xingqian, sitting on a mutant, was shouting that his comrades were really in a hurry. The girl, getting out of the car, exclaimed that he broke the agreement and asked why he came. Crossing his arms over his chest, the base leader noted that the Honglian team was rich, so they came to collect tribute from them. Hitting the hood, Dinghai said that he did not understand his ally, because if they destroyed the hero, they would divide the entire territory between themselves. Picking his ear, the man listened to questions about why he did not help them and why he did not take their side. Looking at the opponents, Xingqian explained that there were not many cowards in his team, unlike the girl's fighters. Raising his hand, the leader also noted that even if they won this war together, they would not get a piece of territory, and also said that the protagonist offered him some supplies, which was the reason for his agreement. The woman frowned, listening to the words of the opponent that they should already return to the issue of tribute. Smiling, he asked them how much they were willing to pay to return home. A lot of food appeared on the table and Zhang said that they worked hard and they should celebrate it. Spreading his arms, the guy asked them to start eating because they all needed to replenish their strength. The doctor, turning to the young man, said that the operation was already over. Approaching her table with a tray, the hero inquired about the girl's condition. Bringing a mug to her face, she explained that although the wound was deep, everything had returned to normal now. Looking at the swordswoman, the doctor also said that her body was stronger than that of an ordinary person, and her regeneration was at a level and would most likely recover very soon. Still holding the mug in her hands, she added that they had nothing to worry about. Pinching the girl on the cheek, the protagonist noted that her skills had come in handy after all. The sect's ministers stood in front of their church. Yixian, standing in front of the leader, said that the mission was accomplished and thanks to their god they had managed to win. Smiling, the leader listened to the words of her ward that they had managed to cause serious damage to the other bases and that they no longer posed a threat to them. Kunj took the warrior's hand and thanked him for his hard work, because now the god would definitely not forget his feat. Looking at the leader, the guy noted that they had lost many people. Putting her hands on her chest, the head of the sect explained that they had not abandoned them, because she felt their presence, and the fighter said that in this case the great god would accept their souls. Kanj's face turned red while she was talking about how now no one would hinder them and they would be able to spread their faith throughout the city. Spreading her arms, she shouted that faith would spread throughout the world and the god of snow would become the only deity. The people behind began to praise the god. The girls were sitting at the table and playing something. The protagonist and his uncle were also killing time with some game. Chunlei, looking at the swordswoman, asked if she had returned to normal. She turned her head in his direction. Putting her hand on the fat man's shoulder, Lu asked him not to pay attention to it because she had been acting like this since she woke up. Having placed a piece on the board, the hero explained that there was nothing to worry about and that she would feel better soon. Stretching, he said that the other bases were currently weakened, so they would be below the grass for a while, and Kinpu would not touch them, and the sectarians were only interested in missionary work. Looking out the window, the guy noted that this was for the best because at least they would be able to relax for a while. With his eyes wide open, the young man said that something was missing. There was clean snow in front of him and the hero could not understand why it was so clean. The protagonist remembered the piles of corpses in the snow, not understanding where they all went because yesterday all the bodies were in place. Binoculars appeared in his hands and he assumed that perhaps they had all been taken. Looking through the binoculars, the young man realized that they were definitely not covered in snow and they could not have simply disappeared. Looking at the wasteland, the guy knew that during the apocalypse, many inexplicable things happen. But if living creatures can mutate, then perhaps corpses can do it too. The girl, sitting at the table, asked if he was really going to go out and walk. Approaching the door, the hero answered affirmatively. The young man went outside. Sitting down near the tracks, he realized that they all led straight to the exit. Sweat appeared on his face after realizing that no one had removed the corpses, but they all just left on their own. His eyes opened wide. The hero turned around. Exhaling, the young man realized that there was nothing to be afraid of anymore, because if he managed to cope with the living, then there is definitely no need to be afraid of the dead. Following the tracks, the guy decided to find out where the corpses were sent. The protagonist entered through the half-open door. Jang raised his hands and asked the boys not to worry and take a deep breath to listen to him carefully. They all widened their eyes when they heard the boy say that all the corpses left after the battle were gone. Sweat appeared on Uncle's face after the hero said that he saw traces and most likely the dead people just got up and left. Zhu hugged her friend and asked him not to joke like that, because it sounded too creepy. Chunlei, looking at him, asked if he really decided to remove the corpses just to laugh at the others, but the boy replied that he didn't believe it at first either, but the facts speak for themselves, because the others can go and see for themselves. He spread his arms and noted that if they wanted, then everything would be shown to them, because he managed to find out where the traces of the dead people lead and perhaps if they follow them, they will be able to find some clues. The allies, looking at the leader, answered affirmatively. The car sped through the snowy desert. The hero noticed a hole in front of him. The group was getting closer to it. They looked inside. The villager opened his mouth wide, asking what the hell it could be and why all the corpses had come here, and the uncle suggested that perhaps there could be people who could control corpses. Looking around, Lion noted that it was pretty creepy to have a person on your side who could control corpses at such a distance. Trembling with fear, Chunlei asked if the zombie apocalypse had really begun, and the hero replied that it would be better if it were so. Grinning, he also noted that ordinary zombies could not pose any threat to them. Crouching down next to the tracks, the guy also added that this was not at all scientific, because at such a temperature their bodies would have frozen long ago, so it was unlikely that they would have been able to just get up and go. Looking around, the uncle said that this area seemed familiar to him. Yu opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he had been here before and that there was a subway station right under their feet. Raising his finger, the hero noted that in that case, these corpses were now running along the tunnel below, while the girl assumed that whatever was controlling them was also there. The uncle turned his head and asked what they should do now. The guy rubbed his chin, listening to the man's speech about how if someone was really capable of controlling corpses, then it was hard to even imagine the number of dead people under his control. Looking into the pit, the uncle explained that it would be very difficult to deal with such an enemy. Raising his hand, the young man suggested that the group leave them alone since there was no conflict between them, so they should not stir up a hornet's nest. Standing in front of the car, the hero also said that they would now need to stay away from this place. The girl, walking behind him, asked if they would really leave everything as it was, to which an affirmative answer followed and words about how in any case, what will be, will be. The buildings of the Yuelu community were visible. The people bowed to the old man, greeting him. Jianhua, holding a staff in front of him, noted that Lijian seemed to have mastered the ability given by the god well. The guy with glasses, lowering his head, praised the god and their leader and also thanked them for the blessing they bestowed, since with their help they were all able to survive. The old man, looking at him, said that he had great news for the people, because they had received permission from the leader to move to another area to live with the head and the rest of the parishioners, but the young man did not believe it at first. Looking at him, the sectarian asked him not to be afraid, because there they would be able to meet all the members of their cult. The people opened their mouths wide, listening to the words of the sectarian that this place would soon turn into a utopia and they were chosen to live there. Jianhua extended his hand to them and explained that he had told the leader about the boy's abilities and that she had decided that his ability would be indispensable to them. The boy's mouth dropped open after he said that he and his family would be treated specially. Lijian fell to his knees, once again praising the god and the great leader, and also saying that he was willing to devote his entire life to serving the snow god, and the sectarian told him to stand up and gather everything he needed to set out. The cult village was visible. The old man motioned for the boy to follow him, because the leader wanted to see him, but he did not understand what would happen to his wife and son. Looking at them, the old man asked him not to worry, because they would be taken care of, and the woman told her husband that it was a great honor and asked him to go while they waited here. The two of them headed towards the sacred temple. Looking at the leader of the sectarians, Lijian was surprised that the leader was a woman. The old man looked at him and noted that the image of a god depended on the heart of a believer and that such things should not concern the young man, to which he replied that he understood everything. He folded his hands and greeted the leader and introduced himself, noting that it was only thanks to her grace that he was still alive. The girl, placing her hand on his shoulder, praised him and called him a good man, because he would now be promoted to a priest of the cult. The boy bowed, saying that he was ready to give his life for the sake of the sect. Turning around, the leader told him to follow her. They stood in front of a certain tree. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, while Kunj explained that this was a sacred tree that sent down roots for hundreds of meters and absorbed nutrients, bestowing them with its fruit. Taking an apple, she explained that they were the basis of their diet. Handing it to the boy, the leader said that this was their hope for survival, also offering him to try it. Lijian took the apple from her hands. He bit into it. Raising his fist, the guy realized that his body was now full of strength, and the feeling of hunger and cold had completely disappeared. The girl, looking at him, said that his mission would be to use his abilities to grow this sacred tree, because this is the only way they could support all the parishioners. Looking at the leader, the recruit agreed with her and said that he would do everything he could to do this. He stood in front of the tree, holding a knife in his hand. The guy made a cut on his finger with it. Blood from it flowed onto the vines of the sacred tree. It began to glow green. Healing the guy's hand, the leader explained that from now on he needs to feed the tree of his bed every day, because this is his great mission. The hero and his allies were training in the gym. Falling to the ground, Chunlei realized that Teacher Lion and the boss were able to absorb other people's powers, and that was why their enemies had gotten it bad. Getting up again, he knew that this could not continue and he should become better. The young man approached him and explained that the more he used his abilities, the more experience he would gain, and noted that he should not forget about it at all. Pointing his finger at his head, the protagonist also said that if abilities were considered as a weapon, then it was necessary to improve not only physical fitness, but also use your brain. The villager opened his mouth wide, realizing that he had been too fixated on physical development and had completely stopped relying on intelligence, while Zhang said that a pebble thrown by a master was more terrible than a knife in the hands of an amateur. Looking at his fist, the ally said that he could not absorb other people's abilities, so his strength had its own ceiling, but if he managed to develop his abilities to the maximum, then he would be able to achieve a lot in this way. Snow fell from the branches of the fir tree. In the ruins of the Zishan base, one of the doors began to open. Its coating cracked. A crowd of living dead could be seen through a small hole. The hero was sitting next to Xingxin. She looked down and explained that given the current situation, the other bases had no intention of attacking them yet, as they were quite happy with the current state of affairs. The guy drank something from a mug, listening to his protege's speech about the leader of the Kyoya base being seriously wounded and his weakening leading to the formation of new small armed groups, and also that the Yangsheng base was not giving up its positions yet. Recalling the cult, she said that they were the main victors in the battle, as the number of their followers was growing rapidly, as there were now more than 10,000 of them. The protagonist, raising his hand, noted that they were recruiting followers at an insane speed, and it was even interesting how they managed to stay afloat, as it was unlikely that every new follower could bring any benefit to the cult. Grinning, he asked if they really were the saviors they called themselves. Looking at him, the girl noted that there was another option, and the hero asked about it as well. Looking down, the hacker explained that these were troubled times, and it was at times like these that the world order changed. Frowning, she added that the young man had no ambitions, because he just wanted to live in peace, but not everyone shared that position. Recalling the map of the bases, Xingxin said that the sect had quickly become one of the main forces in Tianhai, spreading their faith everywhere, and when there were even more of them, they could simply capture one of the bases. Looking at the hero, she explained that in other words, in the future, everyone would have to join the sect to survive, but Zhang told her that she was most likely exaggerating too much. Looking at the young man, the girl disagreed with him, saying that in desperate times, people use all means to survive. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist replied that he understood everything, but added that times had changed. Exhaling, he explained that relying on the number of minions would not give him an advantage, especially when the enemy had modern and powerful weapons. Raising his hand, the hacker asked what would happen if they were able to awaken the abilities of all of their followers. Raising his finger, Zhang replied that the awakened one was only slightly stronger than normal people, since he had encountered such people many times and only a few were truly dangerous. The girl's eyes glowed as she said that the reason for the hero's confidence was that he had become much stronger. He hit his legs with his hands, noting that one must be extremely careful with this cult. Frowning, the guy heard someone walking outside. A crowd of the living dead could be seen in the distance. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist shouted for everyone to gather in the living room in full gear. Passing by the girl, he told her to watch carefully and report if she noticed anything. Sweat appeared on her face from not understanding where all these people came from. The hacker, with her eyes wide open, asked why there were so many of them. After all, had other bases decided to unite against them? The uncle, looking at the young man, asked if they were really being attacked. Through the telescope, he managed to see the faces of the attackers. The hero, with his eyes wide open, said that they were zombies who were currently heading to the shelter. Lion, looking through the telescope, asked if these were really corpses from the Zishan base, but the protagonist noted that they were definitely not from there, since there were many of those who lived on the 4th level. The zombies were dressed in military uniforms. Looking ahead, the guy said that it was strange that the bodies did not freeze or lose moisture at such a low temperature. The girl, driving up in a wheelchair, suggested that it could be a virus, but Zhang explained that he was not afraid of the corpses themselves, but rather that they could be carriers of the infection. Taking out a weapon, the hero said that they needed to get rid of them so that something worse would not happen, and Liu asked him to allow her to shoot a little. Throwing her a submachine gun, he told her not to move away from him and try not to hurt any of our people, and she answered affirmatively. Uncle made a dash, holding a shovel in his hands. The protagonist, looking at him, said that it would be easier with a pistol, but he explained that it would save the bullets better. The swordswoman also rushed forward. The engineer grinned and suggested that they compete to see who could shoot more zombies. The villager replied that he would definitely win, since he had picked up a weapon much earlier than her. The three of them shot at the rising dead. The zombie was falling backwards with a broken head. Suddenly, he stood up. The dead man rose to his feet. The swordswoman attacked him, stabbing him right in the heart. The remaining zombies, their mouths wide open, roared. They rushed to attack. The two fighters were surrounded by a crowd of the living dead. With their mouths wide open, they flew at them, while someone shouted for them to be careful. The enemies were approaching the uncle. The man chopped 3 of them with a shovel. Half of one of them fell to the ground. Suddenly, the monster raised its head and began to crawl. With wide eyes, Chunlei asked why the monsters did not die. The hero used the skill right in front of the crowd. Looking at this, the villager noted that thanks to his ability they were able to cope with all the brainless zombies. Suddenly, the monsters began to drag each other away from the funnel. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, did not understand why they all stopped, because they were all mutated corpses that did not have a drop of reason. Looking at the girl, he assumed that someone could control them, and it was this creature that took the body away from the battlefield. Putting his hand in front of him, the hero understood that this explained everything. Standing on the tank that appeared, the guy asked them to jump as high as possible in 3 seconds. He climbed inside through the hatch, realizing that he was not very good at controlling this vehicle yet, but he would have to try. Looking back, the uncle replied that he would do so. They had already taken off from the ground when the protagonist began the countdown. They hung in the air when there was no time left. An explosion from a shot thundered not far from them. The young man jumped out of the tank. Taking the flamethrower, the hero ordered them to hurry as the monsters were catching up. Fire burst out of the barrel of the weapon. The flame was directed straight at the crowd of zombies. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy could not understand why they suddenly started running away. Opening his eyes wide, he also realized that it was already possible to say that someone was definitely controlling these zombies. Looking at the burning monsters, Zhang said that they most likely realized that they were not so easy to break. The swordswoman, standing behind, noted that she could not imagine that a person could control so many dead people. Looking at the charred remains, she also said that they also could not be killed until you cut off their heads. Everyone frowned, listening to the words of the hero that with such an ability it was quite possible to become the most important in the city, because most of the population was dead. Looking at the head of the corpse, he added that they had to find out who was controlling them all. While tightening the remains, the guy explained that the fact that they were able to survive in his space made them even more dangerous. The head and arms were still moving a little, but the hero couldn't believe it. Taking a flamethrower out of the space, the guy said that they all needed to be burned, since fire would definitely be able to calm them down. Jaime, putting her hand on Yami's shoulder, noted that these monsters were like ghosts, and therefore they should be more careful. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy explained that someone was controlling them. Looking at his allies, he said that the monsters knew how to avoid his attacks and even retreat, so they were definitely controlled by someone intelligent, because these were not instincts at all. The girls stared at him, listening to his words about someone trying to secretly attack the shelter. Open-mouthed, Ju asked what the reason could be. Frowning, Xingxin noted that they did not attack anyone and the last time they fought only with bases. Raising her hands, the doctor said that if this force was strong enough, then wouldn't it have intervened in the war, because it was unclear why it was necessary to wait so long. Shaking his head, the hero said that there could be many reasons, so it was worth staying in the shelter for a while to avoid trouble. Looking at the hacker, he also asked her to keep an eye on their neighbors, since they needed to find out if they were attacked. The same agreed with the order. Looking at the others, the boss asked Lion and Uncle to carefully examine themselves for scratches. They, looking at him, agreed with him, listening to his speech that this was just a precaution. Extending his hand, the guy also told Ju about a small request. Turning her head towards him, she asked if this was related to the study of zombies. Opening his mouth, Zhang explained that he needed to find out whether they were driven by a virus or a person using abilities. The hero put one hand on his hip and explained that if it was a virus, the city would soon come to an end, and eventually the whole world too. Sweat appeared on the girl's face as the guy talked about the second option with the person who controls them. Looking at her, the young man said that if this was true, then they did not know everything about the powers of Tianhai City. Leaning against him, Ju noted that no matter what the outcome, she was still scared. Hugging her, the protagonist asked her not to worry because everything would be resolved. Looking at her, he added that his main goal was to protect the girl, because if the shelter was safe, then they all would be too. The guy pulled out the monster's hand from space. With her mouth wide open, the doctor exclaimed, saying that this was incredible. Standing behind her, the young man asked her to be careful because they did not know whether this virus was contagious or how dangerous it could be. Taking a piece of flesh from his hand, she asked him not to worry because she already understood everything. After closing the sample, the doctor explained that she needed time to conduct all the tests. Following her, the young man said that she should not worry since there was enough time, but the most important thing was still to get to the bottom of the target. The girl agreed with him and added that in the end they would need to solve this problem. Approaching the microscope, she noted that if the virus reached other bases, then everything would become much worse. The Yangsheng base was also attacked by crowds of living dead. The leader burned them with her skill. Looking at them, she realized that there were an incredible number of them. One of the subordinates appeared behind her and called out to her. He put some kind of box in front of her. The girl scooped up liquid from the container. Then she poured it into her mouth. She used this skill again to burn the attackers. Jumping down, the leader did not understand what was happening and where they came from. Looking forward, she assumed that someone could control these corpses. The Kyoyu base was also attacked by these monsters. The man, with his head down, also did not understand where they were all coming from, because was there really an unknown force in Tianhai, or something that they had all forgotten about? The people in the cult headquarters were peacefully eating apples from the sacred tree. Two of the sectarians were guarding the main entrance. A crowd of some people appeared in front of them and one of the guards asked them where they were from and if they needed help. These were the same zombies, which made the guards scream about monsters. There were no residents in the village, but cries of begging for help were heard. The dead were eating the residents of this village. The sect fighters stood against the crowd of monsters and the captain shouted at them all to hold the line because the leader would protect them. All the residents rushed into the church. The zombies ran right after them to the very entrance. Suddenly, fire burst out of the passage, repelling the attack. Yixian, standing in the passage, could not believe that these were the living dead. Raising his hand, the guy ordered his two fighters to stay inside and not go out under any circumstances to protect the townspeople. Running out of the church, he also ordered the rest to follow him. One of the sectarians turned into a mutant. With one lunge, the man was able to kill several monsters. Everyone behind him was headless, but still standing. Having cut one of them, the fighter understood that now he would simply cut them into pieces. In front of him lay only pieces of the corpses of these monsters. Looking at them, the mutant said that this was still an abomination. In front of him was already a mountain of the dead and he did not understand what was happening here. Yixian, approaching him, asked him to move the bodies to an abandoned building. Stretching out his hand, the guy ordered the others to check if there were any wounded, since most likely the monsters could be carriers of the virus, which means the wounded should be isolated and quarantined. The hero, holding the phone to his ear, listened to Xingxin's words, asking if they had been attacked by these monsters too. Looking out the window, the man explained that more than 100 people had already died because of them. Frowning, the leader asked where they came from, since they had not ended up in the Resident Evil universe. Frowning, the protagonist noted that there was no clear answer yet, but the zombies were definitely behaving strangely, since they could not be killed without cutting off their heads, so most likely someone was controlling them. Tilting his head, he also explained that after the words of the base leader, he became more anxious since the distance between them was more than 100 kilometers, but they were both attacked. Looking to the side, the young man added that if someone was controlling them, then it was definitely not alone. Closing his eyes, Xingxin asked if the hero really wanted to say that a force capable of controlling corpses had appeared in the city. Zhang took the phone away from his ear, listening to the leaders scream that all this makes their new enemy invincible, since there are about 10 million corpses in the city and they will simply smear all the bases. The hero frowned, hearing the man's words that even if they take the guy's shelter, it is unlikely that it will be able to hold out for long. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he cannot give in to emotions, since it is important for them to understand whether other bases have encountered this as well. The next day, the monsters came to the protagonist's shelter again. Putting on his coat, he ordered his allies to follow him. Chunlei's hands were covered in a blue glow. Looking at the frozen enemies, the guy said that is expected because they are definitely under someone's control and, having lost the signal, are unable to move. Uncle used a flamethrower against the monsters. Together, they burned the crowd of monsters in front of them. Their bodies burned out, lying on the ground. The doctor, looking out the window, said that she most likely understood everything, because inside the zombies there lives a virus that loves the cold, but is afraid of the heat and dies under the influence of high temperatures, which is why the corpses lose mobility. The hero and you continued to burn them. Looking at them, the young man understood that something was still wrong. His eyes wide open, his comrade asked him what happened. Holding a weapon in his hands, the guy explained that they managed to destroy more than half of yesterday's group, but today there were even more of them. The allies' eyes opened wide after the protagonist's words that the virus progresses very quickly and all the dead turn into zombies. Walking forward, he explained that they need to figure everything out. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man said that sooner or later zombies will fill the entire city and it is difficult to even imagine how to live in such conditions. The girls were sitting in front of him. Xingxin was drinking something from a mug. Holding it in her hands, she noted that it was unlikely that their opponent would just decide to raise the dead and start an attack. Opening her mouth, the hacker explained that if they failed to find out the truth about their origin, then this would definitely become a big problem in the future. Bowing her head, Lu said that if it were summer now, the corpses would have rotted and turned into skeletons long ago. The hero, looking at them, said that the most terrible thing is not even their number, but the fact that they do not have their own consciousness and can be controlled. Exhaling, he also added that they are very difficult to kill, which already significantly complicates the solution to the problem. Raising her hand, the wheelchair user asked whether they really need to find out who controls them at this point, but the protagonist replied that everything is simple, because they all go somewhere after each fight and just disappear. Sitting down on the sofa, Zhang added that the creature that controls them could be among them. He tilted his head back and explained that common sense was useless here, but suddenly he heard words about someone having an idea. The guy turned his head. Zhou, looking at him, said that she had been studying corpses for the last 2 days and found something similar to a virus. Remembering how she checked everything through a microscope, she explained that it was resistant to extreme cold and was able to take control of cells inside the body. Lowering her head, the doctor also said that this did not look like a normal virus at all, because in structure it was something between a virus and a cell, but it reproduced just like a virus. Grinning, the protagonist asked her to explain in simple terms. Raising her hand, the girl said that after the end of the world, everything was affected by gamma rays, so for now it was worth calling it a zombie virus, and in simple terms this thing seemed to carry the habits of some bacteria and even animals. The two girls looked at her, listening to her speech about how when zombies are together, they move quite rationally, but those in the lab seem to have weakened instincts. Spreading her arms, she noted that what was happening was most likely based on an analog of the mother virus, which somehow remotely controls them. One of the listeners asked again about the remote control. Waving her hand, the doctor explained that this control does not go hundreds of kilometers, but still, many animals can transmit information to their relatives, for example, through smell, and perhaps monsters also have their own way of communication. Raising a finger, the protagonist asked about whether if you kill the body with the mother virus, the rest will die too. Sitting on the couch, Ju said that it was hard to say, but apparently it could work. Opening his mouth, Zhang said that he understood something. Turning his head, the young man asked the others if they noticed that different zombies had arrived to them over the past 2 days. Standing in front of the boss, the comrades listened to his words about how they began to retreat after most of them were destroyed. Frowning, the girls also heard the words about how these monsters were like little children who were just beginning to learn about this world. Crossing her arms, Lion interrupted the speaker with the words that she understood him. Looking at the leader, the swordswoman suggested that when the virus takes over a new body, it needs time to learn to control it. Putting a hand to his chin, the boy reasoned about the fact that it is known that after death it is impossible to gain abilities because they awaken only on the threshold of death or under violent influence. Looking down, the young man continued his thought by saying that if corpses were capable of such things, their attacks would still not stop. Looking at his girlfriends, the protagonist asked them to pay attention to even the smallest details. Looking out the window, the protagonist decided to deal with the zombies in the surrounding area first, as their existence was a huge risk to the survivors' safety. Frowning, the teacher noticed that there was another problem. Standing up from the couch, she asked if the invasion was supposed to start in all parts of the city at the same time, to which Zhang replied that he did not know. Raising a finger, Xingxin said that the mutants came from the subway. Looking up, the girl explained that the team had information that the zombies were gathering at the nearest station. With a displeased expression, Lion listened to the girl's words about the subway spreading out in all directions of the city, so it was possible that the infected were moving underground. Tilting his head, the boy realized that the size of the group of monsters depended on the distance to the subway. Pointing his finger, he ordered the hacker to continue monitoring the other bases in order to see how they were dealing with the living dead. Smiling, the boy stated that sooner or later they would find a way to solve this problem. Looking at the leader, the invalid agreed to do what he asked. Looking away, the young man said that he did not care about the fate of the other survivors, so if they wanted to survive, they should cope with the danger themselves. Exhaling, the protagonist suggested that the zombies would help cope with the rapidly growing sect. Looking out the window in the evening, the protagonist was surprised that the dead decided to attack so late. Moving along the corridor, he assumed that the enemies realized that they would have to defend themselves from the building during the day. Fuel was pouring onto the snow. Looking at how the infected stopped in front of a strip of snow, the guy realized that they really were intelligent. Holding a flamethrower in his hands, Zhang reasoned that this was good and bad at the same time. Looking ahead, the boy decided to check something else. Frowning, the leader said that every zombie needed to be killed. Sitting on his cat, he ordered everyone to attack. Uncle Yu smiled and looked forward to the upcoming fight, to which Chunlei asked him what fun it was. Looking at the fat man, the man explained that this was a great opportunity to hone his skills. The ice mage began to cast a spell. A moment later, the monsters were covered in ice. The swordswoman attacked the undead. The protagonist moved around the battlefield on his pet. The guy shot the attackers with a rifle. The wounded creature continued to crawl even without legs. The shooter jumped off the cat. It curled up into a ball. A second later, it rolled towards the infected. Looking at the fleeing zombies, the boy noticed that they were trying to retreat. Aiming at them, Zhang declared that he was not going to let them go. A huge cat stood in front of the fugitives. Running up to the boss, Chunlei asked what their plan was. Inserting a camera into the eye of a dead man, the leader realized that there was no one in this crowd who controlled them. Crossing his arms, the young man said that the main goal of the attackers was not destruction, but information gathering. Looking at his surprised comrades, the protagonist assumed that if this continued, then sooner or later a much larger group would come for them. Smiling, the young man decided that it was necessary to take the initiative into their own hands if they did not want to join the infected. Holding his hand on the head of the defeated enemy, the guy hoped that he could help find out what was living in the subway. Opening her mouth, Lion asked the leader if they could find a way to get rid of the dead. Turning his head, he said that they had a chance to do it, so they should try. Kicking the zombie, Zhang said that it was worth striking first. Looking at the fleeing enemy, the boy hoped that he would show them something. The protagonist pressed the button on the remote control. A crowd of undead was visible on the screen. Covering his mouth with his hand, Chunlei could not count how many zombies were there. Trembling with fear, the fat man could not believe that all those who died during the cataclysm turned into monsters and expressed concern that the same could happen to them. Crossing her arms, Xingxin reasoned that it was too early to talk about such a possibility. Looking at her comrades, she assumed that if the virus was a parasite, it needed time to take over the body. Spreading his arms, the protagonist decided that it was necessary to find the source as quickly as possible, because eliminating it would save the survivors from many problems. The guy's gaze was directed at the screen. There, the young man saw a blue monster. With his mouth wide open, Zhang could not understand what it was. The unknown monster looked straight into the camera. The boy bared his teeth and told everyone to look at the screen. Sweating, the protagonist said that it was the Corpse King. Turning to the boss, Chunlei asked how he could be killed if there were so many dead people there. Opening her mouth, the hacker said that the king would definitely try to escape if he suspected something, to which the young man replied that they needed to get rid of the villain once and for all. Sitting on the couch, the guy decided that they definitely had to destroy the monster's lair. Crossing her arms, the swordswoman suggested blowing up the subway to block the escape route. Looking at the men, she noticed that their main target was the king, and the rest of the infected without him did not pose much of a threat. Turning his head, Uncle Yu said that Jang should decide which plan they would use. He, raising his head, ordered everyone to prepare for tomorrow's attack. Opening his mouth, the fat man noticed that his boss was worried. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, Chumley suggested that the monsters below could be much more dangerous than the team could currently think. Turning his head, the protagonist asked his friend not to worry, because the lives of each team member were dear to him. Smiling, the fat man asked the leader to speak to him directly. Giving a thumbs up, Jang promised that he would get the group out of any trouble. Standing next to the window, Lion asked if they had anything to worry about. Closing her eyes, Yami suggested cooking something. A fire was burning near the Yancheng base. Sweating, Honglian decided that they couldn't just sit and wait for death. Looking up, the fighter reported that the zombies were very vulnerable to fire, but the casualties amounted to 67 soldiers. Opening her mouth, the girl realized that she needed to change her strategy because she couldn't just defend herself. Looking down, Qingting asked if his superior suggested going to the zombie lair. With her head down, she said that they were clearly being controlled by someone, so they needed to find out who was behind this, to which her assistant expressed concern that it was too dangerous, since there was no information on the number of enemies. Frowning, the guy suggested waiting and seeing how the others would deal with this problem. Turning her head, the shelter leader said that the attacks would not stop, since the people here were a welcome meal for the monsters. Preparing to get up, the girl decided that they had no one to rely on, since everyone around them was waiting for them to die. Crossing her arms, she said that the best solution would be to send the fighters out to scout. At the sect headquarters, Likian, with his head down, reported that the death toll had exceeded 1,000 people. Crossing her arms, Yixian listened to the guy's words about how many had begun to doubt their faith, to which she replied that they would not dare to do anything. Turning her head, the girl ordered her subordinate to spread a rumor that most of the survivors had been killed by zombies. The cultist smiled and explained that the idea behind the rumor was to convince everyone that without the cult's protection, they would be unable to fight off the undead. Looking at the boy, Yixian shared the rumor that the others were also suffering heavy losses. Raising a finger, the young man stated that the other bases were almost completely wiped out. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man shared the idea that if they thought that there were hordes of zombies outside, then their current life would not seem so bad, meaning there would be no complaints. Frowning, the cultist explained that such an attitude only proved the weakness of their faith, so they needed to influence him. Smiling, the girl said that they should realize how lucky they were to join the cult. Clapping his hands, Likian promised that he would do his best. The car drove through a snowy field. Looking at the hole in the ground, the protagonist said that their goal was to kill the king, so the matter should be simple. With serious faces, the team listened to the leader's words about remembering safety and not going far alone. Throwing a glowing object into the hole, Jang asked Uncle Yu to go first. The man slid down the snow. He looked around. Turning his head, the fighter informed his comrades that there was no one here, so they could go down. A few seconds later, the entire group stood at the entrance to the subway. The boy looked at the bloody walls of the dungeon. Raising his weapon, the guy ordered them to move forward. Looking at the gnawed skeleton, the young man assumed that the monsters were driven only by hunger. Clenching his fist, Chunlei said that judging by the number of human corpses, these creatures were quite voracious. Looking ahead, the fat man added that there were many more dead people in the city than living people, which meant that the undead would soon run out of food. Stopping, Jang thought about what they would do in such a case. Looking ahead, the young man assumed that the mutants would try to reach other cities. Running deeper into the subway, he said that the main thing was that they were not near the shelter. Hua bared his fangs. Taking aim, the group leader ordered everyone to be careful. Lion threw a knife at the creature. The dagger hit the beast's body. The protagonist, holding the weapon in his hands, tried to understand what it was. He looked at the dead rodent. Chunlei, his eyes wide open, shouted that this rat was bigger than a cat. Tilting his head, the protagonist realized that what they had seen earlier was related to mutated rats. Tilting his head, the guy continued his thought by saying that these animals ate corpses. Frowning, the fat man assumed that there was a whole pack of such rodents here. Looking ahead, Jang noticed that they had ended up in a rat nest. Seeing that crowds of rats were moving towards them, the team thought that this was disgusting. Grabbing the flamethrower, the protagonist ordered to quickly get rid of the pests. The allies began to burn the mutated creatures. Lowering his weapons, the guy ordered the others to put away their flamethrowers. Crouching down, he decided that if this continued, the team would not have time to reach the zombie king. Opening 2 portals, the young man ordered to split up. The rats ran into the open portal. The same thing was happening on the other side. With her eyes wide open, the swordswoman noticed that the leader had pumped up his portals. Turning his head, he explained that he had read a lot of research and developed the ability to open several at once. Looking at the protagonist's ability, the girl decided that it was quite convenient. Moving along the tunnel, the warrior wondered what kind of relationship there was between rodents and zombies. Frowning, Jang said that he did not know this and ordered to continue running. Looking at the crowd of living dead, the group's leader was glad to find them. The company stood in front of a passage that was completely filled with zombies. Looking ahead, Chunlei noticed that the creatures were sleeping. Jang glanced sideways and assumed that they were sleeping when they weren't following the king's orders, since they also needed to replenish their energy. Looking at the dead, the boy thought that these creatures looked like insects. Looking at the face of one of the zombies, he decided that it would be better if they slept forever. One of them opened its eyes. The crowd of zombies turned to look at the team. Opening a portal, the boy realized that they were in trouble. The dead stopped in front of a blue barrier. Looking at the screaming creatures, the group realized that the Corpse King had found them. The leader extended his hand and ordered his comrades to burn the enemies. They began to use their flamethrowers. Jang clenched his fist and realized that the king was somewhere nearby. Lion, holding a sword in her hand, said that the rats were also here. Looking at her, the protagonist ordered to ignore the rats and look for the king. Moving forward, the guy assumed that he could have escaped through this tunnel. Using the ability, the boy noticed that the number of zombies was decreasing, so they needed to speed up. Subordinate Honglian and his fighters met a crowd of rats. With a blow of his hand, the man got rid of many rodents. Grabbing his hand, the man ordered them to move forward because their mission was to get information about the zombies. Opening his mouth, he said that they must overcome any difficulties that await them. The fighters from the Yanshin base noticed a crowd of dead people. They looked at their group. The bald man made a surprised face. He opened his mouth wide and ordered a retreat. Fighting the creatures, the man told his comrades to run and not look back. Looking at the crowd of enemies, he said that their weapons were of no use to them, so they needed to quickly get to the exit. Pointing his fingers, one of the fighters asked what was standing there. The huge monster let out a loud cry. Divided by that sound cut everyone standing in front of him into pieces. Sweating, Honglian's subordinate realized that it was all over for them. Standing in front of the stairs, the group asked their leader where to go, since their target's location was unknown. Jang opened his mouth and said that he had a premonition. Looking ahead, he said that the king was somewhere nearby. Peering into the depths of the tunnel, someone shouted that there was something there. A humanoid shadow appeared. A moment later, a tall monster stood in front of the team. The fat man made a surprised face and assumed that this was the king, to which the swordswoman said that there were more of them. The company was surrounded by several monsters. Turning his head, the protagonist assumed that these creatures were produced by budding. Bowing his head, the guy said that they could only fight. Looking at Lion, he told her not to go far. Using his ability, the young man explained that since they were outnumbered, they would have to stick together. The huge monster let out a loud cry. The guys began to burn their enemies. The swordswoman swung her weapon. With one blow, she cut several zombies. The large creature threw its fellows away. Jang caught the flying creatures in his portal. The blue monster ran towards the survivors. Fire at the enemies, Chunlei shouted at them to die. The huge monster threw the dead man at his enemies. The protagonist began to use his abilities. Two portals opened near the heroes. Uncle Yu opened his mouth and said that the company would not be able to defeat the king since they could not even deal with ordinary opponents. Frowning, the protagonist said that their main opponent was somewhere nearby. The man was covered in a yellow aura. He struck a huge monster. Lion struck it with her sword. Blood spurted from the opponent's chest. A wide wound remained at the place of the blow. Holding the sword in her hands, the teacher said that these creatures were very difficult to deal with. Maintaining the action of the portals, the guy asked his pet to help his uncle. His eye began to glow blue. Turning his head, the young man shouted at Lion to move away. The girl jumped to the side. Opening his mouth, the leader of the group used divine power. A stream of energy flew into the creature. A moment later, the creature's torso disappeared. The zombies watched as their ally was torn apart. Running up to the burning opponents, the fat man said that he would kill them all. The swordswoman made a surprised face and said that the boy's strength scared her. Looking at the remains of the monster, she doubted that there was anyone in the city who could defeat it. Smiling, the boy insisted that these were his basic skills. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that the real enemy was somewhere nearby, so it was too early to relax. A group of tall humanoids was approaching the team. Jang's eyes widened. He could not understand where so many of them had come from. Standing on shaking legs, Chunlei wondered what they should do now. Exhaling, the leader realized that the situation was worse than he had expected. Turning his head, Uncle Yu heard words about retreating. The man and the cat jumped towards the protagonist. The crowd ran straight towards them like a dead man. The boy opened a portal. Entering it, he ordered the others to follow him. The team disappeared into the portal. The monsters ran forward. The zombies could not understand where their enemies had gone. They had appeared in a snowy area. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was scared to death. Smiling, Lion asked his comrade if this was his new ability. Raising his fingers, the young man explained that he had simply rethought how to use portals. Sitting on the ground, the fat man asked the boss to warn him about this next time because he had almost died of fear. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy said that he wanted to give his friends a surprise. Frowning, he added that they needed to use this skill in a more serious matter. Looking at his comrades, the guy said that the situation with the zombies was much more complicated. Tilting his head, the man asked what they should do next. Zhang lit a cigarette. A second later, he exhaled smoke. Looking at the sky, the guy said that it was not clear how, but the problem needed to be solved as soon as possible, to which the swordswoman asked how this could be done. Holding a cigarette, the boy explained that getting rid of the living dead was not that difficult because the virus would die sooner or later. Crouching down, he explained that the subway line where the zombies slept had only one tunnel. Drawing a subway map in the snow, the boy said that they needed to move all the creatures to the end of the tunnel and seal them there. Turning his head, the protagonist said that this could be done with seawater. Making a surprised face, the teacher said that this was a great idea. Pointing to the diagram, she said that if the tunnel was filled with enough water, it could work. Looking down, the rest of the group listened as he said that most of the rats and zombies would simply drown in the liquid. With her mouth open, the lady suggested that this trick could even work on the Corpse King. Clenching his fist, Chunlei noted that the boss's abilities were perfect for this plan. Uncle Yu smiled and said that their greatest strength was Zhang's mind, as he was the only one who used his skills to the maximum. Preparing to stand up, the protagonist said that this plan had just occurred to him, so it would need some refinement. Materializing a car, the guy said that he needed to consult with an expert on this matter. Grabbing the door handle, he said that it was time for the team to return, because the faster they implemented the plan, the better. Moving towards the shelter, the comrades decided that they could not let the zombies defeat them. Honglin looked at the computer monitor. Evil zombies were visible on the screen. Tilting his head, her assistant said that he could not imagine that such monsters lived in the subway, and added that if they got to the surface, they would be unstoppable. Looking at his boss, the guy suggested going underground, which she said was impossible, since losing the plant would deprive them of the foundation of their existence. Hitting the table, the girl decided that she had to save it at any cost. Opening her mouth, she said that they needed to spill oil all over the base. Bowing her head, the base leader said that when the monsters came, they would simply burn. Adjusting his glasses, Kingting suggested moving at least some of the people underground so that they would not be harmed. Looking at her assistant, Honglin ordered him to make all the necessary preparations. Zhu met the arrivals in the living room of the shelter. Carrying tea for the protagonist, she asked what happened. Taking a mug, the guy said that they encountered a small problem that they were going to deal with. Approaching her comrade, Xingxin asked how it went for him, to which he said that he had a question for his friends. Looking at them, the boy asked if there was a way to quickly freeze water. Holding onto the stroller, Liu replied that they needed to experiment a little with the reagents, but it all depended on the volume of water. Raising a finger, Zhang said that he needed to flood a tunnel 20 kilometers long. He put his hand to his chin and reasoned that it was possible, but it required serious preparation. Smiling, he asked the engineer to think about how to do it, to which she agreed. Giving a thumbs up, the girl said that she would need what the protagonist found at the factory. Raising his mug, the boy was happy to hear this. The car drove through a snowy field. The transport was heading towards the East China Sea. Blushing, Lion noticed how beautiful it was. Holding the steering wheel, the boy said not to get distracted because they were here on business. 2 hours later, Chunlei, pointing his finger, shouted that he saw water. The boss put on a serious face and said that the goal was to quickly collect as much water as possible and return back. The group came out at the edge of the ice floe. Zhang stretched out his arms and used an ability called Double Portal. Liquid poured out of the portals. Blowing on his hands, Uncle Yu regretted not bringing a fishing rod. Raising an eyebrow, the protagonist said that he had an idea. Looking at the living creatures in the water, he suggested building a pond at home to breed fish. Bowing his head, the fat man suggested building a house by the sea in the future. Folding his arms, the ice mage hoped that by then the Kyoyu base would be completely destroyed and they would be able to seize their ships to go on a journey. The leader glanced sideways and said that they needed to deal with the current problem first, but he also liked his comrade's idea. Turning around, the boy ordered them to go back since the preparations were complete. The group was glad that they were already heading home. Entering the workshop, the protagonist asked Liu if everything was ready since he had collected the seawater and now it was time for the second step. Turning her head, the engineer said that she had done everything since there was nothing complicated about it. Pointing to the buckets, she explained that this substance would help the salt precipitate. Looking at the unknown reagent, the boy listened to the words that after this it would be much easier to freeze the water. Showing her fingers, the lady assumed that the process would take 2 days. The system showed a message that the shelter was under attack. Sitting on the bed, Jang heard a notification that the current level of destruction was 100,000%, so it was necessary to get rid of the violators as quickly as possible. Making a surprised face, the guy realized that the building was being attacked by rats from the subway. Looking at the approaching mutants, the boy could not believe that the rodents had joined the zombies in order to attack. Covering his ears, he thought about the horrible sounds these creatures were making. Looking away, the protagonist reasoned that the walls would not be destroyed very quickly, but if this continued, the rats would achieve their goal. Looking at the mad rodents, the young man realized that they were clearly determined to eat everything here. Sweating, Jang was sure that the Corpse King was responsible for this attack, so there was no time to waste. Putting on his jacket, the boy was disappointed that he would have to wait another 2 days. The fighters were getting rid of the rats in front of their house. Looking at the carcasses of the animals, the young man said that if this continued, the rodents would break through the outer defense of the house. Turning around, the boy ordered everyone to get ready because it was time to end these attacks. Standing at the Kyoyu base, Dinghai noticed that the waves of zombies were getting bigger and bigger. Looking at the port, the man reasoned that leaving it would result in the loss of containers with materials, but the ship would help them survive. Smiling, the base leader was glad that the others did not have such an advantage, so they would suffer heavy losses. There were many corpses of people and animals in the sect headquarters. Looking at the dead rat, the sect member said that there was no need to worry about whether it was infected or not. Opening his mouth, he said that such a rat could be eaten for several days. 2 days later, the protagonist froze a block of water. Kneeling down, the guy noticed that there was a difference between seawater and fresh water, but it froze very well. Raising his fist, the young man ordered to set off to carry out the plan. Standing in front of the last station of the subway line, the fat man reported that the explosives were in place. Showing an approving gesture, Jang decided that it was necessary to first block all possible escape routes. Pressing the red button, the boy remembered that the first step was to blow up the Songzhuang station. A powerful explosion thundered. Moving towards the boss, Chunlei asked him if he was afraid that the king might suspect something and run away. Stretching out his hand, the boy said that it would be even better this way because his plan did not involve murder. Clenching his fist, Jang said that the main thing is that the monster does not approach the shelter, and the rest is not important, to which Lion asked him what would happen if the king destroyed everything and they were left alone. Raising his finger, the protagonist asked what would happen if the zombie virus destroyed their planet. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist explained that if they were not able to save the whole world, then they should at least take care of themselves. Standing in front of the Chiku station, the young man released a stream of water. The liquid flowed into the underground tunnel. The rats ran away from the stream. The water washed them out of its path. The liquid was approaching the sleeping zombies. They were trying to swim out of the trap. The boy poured out buckets of reagents. The water began to freeze. The floating monsters froze. Jang folded his arms and declared that the problem was solved. He turned his head and said that they needed to rest, because now the rats and zombies were no longer their concern. Uncle Yu smiled and said that the leader's abilities were incredible. The swordswoman crossed her arms and asked what they would do next. Raising her hand, the boy suggested getting rid of the remaining mutants. Taking up his weapon, he explained that the zombies and rats still posed a huge danger to them, so they should get rid of them. The protagonist turned his head and said that this would be the final cleanup. The boys ran towards the enemies. At this time, monsters began to crawl out of the pit nearby. As they climbed out, the unknown monster was annoyed that the tunnel was completely destroyed. Standing up, the furry humanoid was disappointed that his zombies and shelter were destroyed. The small creature stood surrounded by servants. The monster heard something. Looking ahead, he realized that he had received a new order from his master. All the creatures were moving away. Standing at the Yongsheng base, Honglian ordered to quickly set fire to the advancing mutants. The fighter threw the torch. A moment later, a huge column of fire rose up. The zombies could not pass through the barrier. Smiling, the head of the shelter reasoned that such a defense strategy was quite expensive in terms of manpower and fuel. Looking at the wall of fire, she thought about how lucky she was that there were no problems with fuel. In the underground shelter of the base, Xingqian thought about how they had to fight countless hordes of zombies every day, so their strength was already running out. Sitting on the floor, the man thought about how they needed to wait for the moment when these creatures disappeared. Introducing the industrial rooms, the plant manager was sure that the zombies would not touch the equipment because they were only interested in human flesh. Driving up to her boss, Xingqian said that he needed to see something. Sitting on the couch, the guy asked what happened. The protagonist, sitting at the computer, screamed. A letter was sent with an invitation from the guests who had arrived from Jiangnan. Bending over the laptop, the protagonist was amazed, realizing that they had come from a military district that occupied one of the 5 leading places. Xingqian, driving up to the guy, said that everything was as he had read. Jang worriedly asked the girl if there was a way to verify the authenticity of the letter. The girl shook her head, saying that she was sure that the letter came from Jiangnan. Putting the laptop on her lap, Xingxin said that their system had very powerful protection and those who wanted to contact them should leave a request. But this letter had arrived, which meant that the specialist was experienced and worked for serious people. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought. Frowning, Xingxin asked the guy for what purpose they decided to come to their city. The protagonist also frowned, saying that their network had become completely unsafe. Spreading her arms out to the sides, the girl said that their internal system was on a separate server that was not connected to an external server. It was definitely impossible to hack it. Zhang turned to the girl, saying that their arrival was most likely connected to zombies, and judging by the letter, they were well aware of the situation in the city. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang said that they should go there because there was no point in them being at odds with them as well. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist said that he should prepare well because caution would not hurt him. Soon the guy gathered everyone in the hall. Chunlei looked at the guy and said that the situation in the city was stable, but everything could change dramatically with the arrival of new forces. Zhang shook his head, saying that compared to the Jiangnan region, they were just pathetic insects. Chunlei, who was sitting next to him, said that he himself understood this, and now they were living well, so he was not going to stop living like this. Uncle Yu crossed his arms over his chest and said that they should take a risk. Looking at Lion, the man said that in his opinion, a zombie invasion in such a big city does not suit the others. Zhang frowned at the man and said that in that case they should go. Xingxin nodded when the guy said that she was responsible for everything related to the network in his absence. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was just a precaution that could help avoid traps. The events take us to the city of Tianhai, Tanfeng district. At this time, a car was rushing through the city. Soon she stopped at a skyscraper. The guy got out of the car and said that a large number of people could lead to unrest. His partner, who came up to him, said that it didn't matter because he would clear everything up. A moment later, he shot a beam of energy. A hole formed in a large block of ice. Jun began to approach this hole. All his subordinates followed him. Soon, a red pickup truck drove up to the group's car. Honglian looked through the window at the neighboring car and was surprised that there was only one. Then she and the group approached the hole in the ice. Touching the wall of the hole, she said that this hole was made by an awakened and very strong one. Suddenly, a guy standing inside asked Honglian who she was. Frowning, the girl introduced herself as the leader of the Yangsheng base. Raising his hand, the guy greeted the girl. Pointing to the passage, he said that only she could go in, the rest would wait. Looking at her subordinates, Honglian told them to be ready. The guy standing behind her was worried, saying that there might be a trap. Honglian pointed to herself and said that even if it was, they wouldn't be able to hold her back. After a while, Dinghai came to the hole in the ice. The guy stopped him, saying that only base representatives could enter. Gan stepped forward and asked the guy if he had really become so bold. The guy smiled sarcastically, asking Gan if he was the boss in Kyoyu. Dinghai raised his hand and said that they had come to talk. Dinghai placed his hand on Guan's shoulder and motioned for him to wait here. A moment later, he winked at him, telling him not to provoke the enemy. He closed his eyes and nodded. Dinghai went ahead, leaving his subordinate behind. A few minutes later, the third car arrived. The protagonist, holding a gun in his hand, said that all the enemies had gathered in one place. The people who saw the group coming out of the car immediately recognized them. Zhang and his men passed by Honglian's subordinates. The guy standing in the hole shouted at Zhang, saying that only he could go through and the rest would stay. The protagonist raised his hands in agreement. Approaching the guy, he asked him where he needed to go. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he needed to go right on the 5th floor. Soon, the protagonist entered the office, in which there were already a couple of people. Zhang glanced at Jun, assuming that he was blind since he wore glasses. Sitting down in a chair, the guy asked the man's name. He put his hands on the table and introduced himself, saying that he was sent here to investigate a zombie case. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was incredible. Soon, the door to the office opened. Xingxin entered and apologized for being late. Sitting down next to the protagonist, he greeted him. The protagonist himself frowned, saying that these zombies had already finished him off. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying that at this rate, his shelter would not last long. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Honglian and Dinghai exchanged glances, assuming that they would soon be equal in strength. A few minutes later, Yixian entered the office. He sat at the end of the table. He was the representative of the cult. Looking at his wristwatch, Jun said that everyone had finally arrived. All 5 representatives looked at the man when he said that an epidemic had broken out in the city and they were responsible for it. Yixian looked away when the man asked if they knew why the shelters were being created. There was no talk of a cult. After all, it was a non-governmental organization. Hitting the table, Jun said that they had all either occupied government shelters or seized their resources. Frowning, the man asked how he could understand that, having received benefits, they did not think about helping others. Dinghai turned to the man and said that it was easy for him to say this, Then he asked him why he even thought that they did not want stability for their city. Frowning, Dinghai said that there were too many zombies, and given their strength, they couldn't handle it alone. The man stopped frowning and said that they had weapons and trained fighters many times more than them. Jun froze without saying anything. A moment later, he threw his head back and began to laugh loudly. The man stopped laughing and said that since they were unable to solve this problem themselves, then they would obey his orders. Smiling, Jun said that he would take command and they would have to listen to him unconditionally. The three shelter leaders looked at the man with wary and surprised expressions. They were not going to obey under any circumstances. The cult representative sitting at the end said that this was definitely not appropriate. Xingqian turned to Jun and said that although they were stronger than them, they had no right to command them. Honglian raised one eyebrow and said that it was only possible if they gave them real support. The man at the head of the table asked them if they were implying that he was not qualified. Knocking on the table, he asked them if they hadn't said that without outside help, they couldn't do anything. He shook his head and said that they were unable to protect the city on their own, which led to the crisis. Looking at the three shelter heads, Jun called those who were hungry for power idiots who were unwilling to let go of it. He slammed the table hard and said that they must remember one thing. He stood up abruptly saying that Tianhai was not their property and all the city's residents must obey Jiangmen's command. He crossed his arms and said that he had come to help them and if they refused to obey him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. Honglian chuckled and asked if they were really going to use the wax to destroy them. With a smile on her face, she glanced at Jun, asking if they were trying to intimidate them. Jun frowned and said that this situation was not special and that it was not only happening in this city. The girl looked at the guest carefully as he said that they had several goals. Yixian frowned at the table as Jun told them that they had to stop the zombies and prevent them from spreading to other cities, as well as find out the reason for their appearance. The protagonist looked away, feeling nervous. Jun sat down in his seat, saying that if they failed, they would just leave. The protagonist stared at the man with wide eyes in shock. Taking control of himself, he glanced at the space in front of him, mentally saying that in a situation like this, giving up on the problem was the logical solution. The five shelter representatives stared at Jun when he said that they should remember that they obeyed his orders. The four representatives looked away in thought. Zhang grinned and expressed his agreement. Raising his hand, he said that they were right in noticing that they themselves could not handle the problem, which is why he was here. But it was better to let them make decisions themselves. Jun turned his head and stared at the guy in amazement. Honglian grinned and told Zhang not to tell her that he knew a way to get rid of so many zombies and rats. Dinghai, who was sitting next to her, said that young people these days are completely out of control. It was better for him not to expose others to harm because of his own pride. The protagonist smiled and asked Dinghai if he thought he was joking. The problem of zombies and giant rats near his shelter had long been solved. All the people opened their mouths in amazement, staring at the guy. Honglian jumped up, saying that she did not believe him. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that she could come and check everything herself. Jun, who was sitting next to him, asked the guy how he managed to get rid of everyone. Zhang crossed his arms over his chest, saying that zombies feed on people, which is why they gather in crowded places. He frowned at the heads of the shelters and asked where there were most people in the city. All four froze in their tracks, realizing that right now there were most people. Raising his hands, the guy said that they were far enough away from the zombie groups, which made them an unattractive target. He frowned at the table and said that if they encountered zombies now, the battle would not be easy. Remembering how he fought in the subway, Zhang said that he found out that someone was controlling the zombies and that someone was able to create new types of zombies. Stroking the bridge of his nose, the guy said that they took a risk and went down into the tunnel to destroy them with the base's weapons. Straightening up and looking at Jun, he told him that their city was now under his control. They would like to gain freedom if they could cope with the problem on their own. Jun closed his eyes without promising anything. Zhang smiled and said that he would be glad to help his guys and even reveal all the secrets that could be useful to them. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that it was important for them to maintain their sphere of influence, because everyone already knew that their group was the smallest. Opening his eyes, Jun told the guy that he had done a great job and proved his wisdom and strength. Zhang closed his eyes, saying that he would be glad to share his experience. The man nodded, saying that he was counting on him. Hitting the table, Jun said that he hoped for fruitful cooperation. Frowning, he said that first they needed to familiarize themselves with all the information. Yixian turned his head to the man and said that they needed to figure out how to deal with the zombies and rats. Suddenly, everyone froze when they heard a scream from outside. Guan pointed his hand at the guy and told him that since he was so strong, he should fight him. Dinghai raised an eyebrow and began to curse in his mind. Jian looked at him and asked what was going on. Xingqian smiled and said that there was a small conflict between his subordinates. Jun clasped his fingers and said that they still had something to talk about, so let them do whatever they wanted. Woody pointed at Guan and said that he was too angry. Kuncheng grinned and said that he had no choice because he couldn't do anything to them. Woody lowered his hand and asked his partner if he thought they were being provoked. Smiling, Kuncheng said that he didn't like the way they were communicating with them. They needed to be made to understand who they were. Gan pointed at him and said that his arrogance knew no bounds because everyone here had strength and he was not special at all. Frowning, the guy said that he would show him the full power of the Jiangnan region. A moment later, his body was enveloped in energy. Uncle Yu, who was standing to the side, said that Kuncheng was quite capable. Lion approached him and said that the second was also strong. This was noticeable from his movements and calm breathing. Guan raised his hand, beckoning the opponent. A moment later, Kuncheng rushed forward. In an instant, he found himself behind the opponent. Guan easily dodged the opponent's attack. Kuncheng froze in shock. His opponent entangled his leg like a sheet. In an instant, the guy shackled the opponent with his body. The guy was shaking with anger. Guan approached his ear and told him to just admit defeat. Suddenly, a blade appeared on the guy's hand. He swung it, attacking the enemy's body, but the attack was only able to slightly cut the enemy's body. Guan smiled widely, saying that he would not get out so easily. Kuncheng was trembling, trying his best to free himself. Uncle Yu crossed his arms over his chest, saying that the outcome was obvious. Suddenly, the boy turned his head. A blade came out of his mouth, striking the enemy. Guan grabbed his face, screaming in agony. Kuncheng threw the enemy back with a blow. Spitting out the blade from his mouth, the boy said that he already knew that his eyes were a weak point. Uncle Yu screamed and opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the boy had strengthened his tongue and was attacking the enemy with it. Guan, who was sitting on the ground, asked the boy how he even knew about this. Pointing to his head, the boy said that it was logical, because otherwise he would have gone blind not seeing his enemy during the transformation of his body. Guan covered the wound with his hand. Kuncheng looked at the people behind him, saying that if anyone else wanted to challenge him, he was waiting for them. No one wanted to speak out against him. Everyone was silent as they watched Guan bandage his wound. Kuncheng closed his eyes and turned away. At this time, Jun raised his hand and said that he had now heard everything from everyone. All 5 representatives stared at the man. He frowned and said that they had already found out that zombies attack crowded places, and rats exist with corpses, so they needed to destroy the corpses of zombies. Raising his hand, Jun said that they had also found out that the zombies were under the control of their king. The man interlaced his fingers and said that the zombie king was a code name. It could be either a more powerful zombie or a person with abilities. All the base leaders frowned except Xingchen when Jun ordered them to quickly take most of their people underground. Yixian turned to the man and asked him what they should do. Pointing at Dinghai and the others, he said that everyone had underground shelters, but not them. The guy stood up and said that they were too biased. Jun frowned and said that it was not his fault that they had thousands of followers. Yixian gritted his teeth in anger at his words. Knocking on the table, the man said that they could only help with drawing up a plan of action given the current circumstances. If they did not understand this, they would not be able to withstand the zombies. Yixian stared at Jun in shock, asking him if they would just stand there and watch their people die. The protagonist chuckled, realizing that if everyone disappeared, the cult would become the main target. Dinghai and Honglin closed their eyes, satisfied. The girl looked at the guy with a smile on her face, saying that most of the followers did not even know how to fight. They did not need so many people if they were not able to protect them. Again closing her eyes, she angered Yixian by telling him that if something went wrong, all responsibility would fall directly on him. Jun, sitting at the head of the table, said that since they could not go underground, they would have another role. Frowning, Yixian asked the man what this role was. The man stared at the guy and said that he could not tell him about it yet. Raising her hand, the woman said that if she told her subordinates about their meeting, he would inform them of the next step. The protagonist stopped when Jun called him. Turning around, the guy asked the man if he wanted something. Standing up, Jun asked the guy if he could be his guest. Zhang smilingly asked him why his place weren't the other bases more comfortable. The man warily asked the guy if he was not happy to see him. Zhang raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. The man raised his hand, saying that he had nothing to worry about because he had no such evil intentions. Coming close, he said that he just wanted to talk to him about destroying all the zombies. The guy's eyes widened when the man said that he had information that he did not have. Waving his hand, the guy said that he could not stop for such an important guest. Soon, the representatives of the bases came outside. Dinghai froze in surprise when he saw Gan with a bandage on his head. Frowning, he asked the guy what happened to his eye. Kuncheng chuckled contentedly when the guy told the boss that he had just quarreled with the guys. Jun approached his subordinates and told them that he warned them, asking them not to create a conflict. Woody smiled widely, saying that he just wanted to show them how strong they were so that there would be no misunderstandings in the future. Adjusting his glasses, the man said that she hoped that this would not happen again. Suddenly, everyone turned around, hearing the sound of footsteps. One of the guys on the roof frowned, holding a weapon in his hand. From a distance, a horde of monsters with a huge number was approaching them. They were shouting, waving their arms and rushing for prey. Xingqian stepped forward and said that the enemies found them because they had gathered. Soon, a horde of zombies approached the group of people. Honglian clenched her fist in anger. Dinghai frowned and said that they must kill them, otherwise they will pass on information about them to the king. Jun, who was standing next to him, looked at the man. Taking off his glasses, he walked towards the zombies. His eyes glowed brightly. Arcs of electricity began to envelop the man's body. His eyes glowed due to the abundance of energy. A powerful wave of energy came out of his body. Everything in front of the man exploded. The protagonist barely managed to cover his head with his hand. All the base representatives covered their heads with their hands. Only Wudi and Kuncheng stood motionless and smiled. The zombies began to disappear. The protagonist opened his eye. He and the others froze with their mouths open in shock. Dinghai raised his hand, telling him to look over there. Jiang opened his mouth in shock again and froze. Right in front of him stood Jun, the zombies in front of whom had been destroyed. Wudi, who was standing behind the captain, said that although the captain had called them, he ended up doing all the work himself. Kuncheng, stroking his chin, said that the commander most likely wanted to demonstrate his strength to these people. Bailey, worried, walked up to the captain. Putting his arm around his shoulders, he said that they did not have to act alone. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man said that the matter was serious. The protagonist, who was standing to the side, frowned. He felt that something was wrong with Jun. Looking at the back of the man's head, he assumed that his illness was related to his abilities. Turning to the base leaders, the man told them to stay in touch. All three representatives frowned at the man. Jiang, walking up to the man, asked if he wanted his doctor to examine him. The man smiled and said that everything was fine, because it was an old injury. Raising her hand, the protagonist said that it was cold outside, so he suggested going to him. 2 cars sped through the city. Wudi, stroking his chin, asked the captain why he was so kind to this guy. Was he really his illegitimate son? Closing his eyes, the man said that this guy was not that simple. At this time, the protagonist frowned and drove the car. The guy sitting in the back seat asked the captain how strong the guy was. Opening her eyes, the woman said that his intuition said so, and secondly, this is a conclusion made based on experience. The 3 guys frowned. They realized that even with such a small group, the guy was able to enter the top 5 strongest forces in the county. Jun grinned and said that the protagonist is the strongest of all people. Bailey, driving the car, smiled, expressing understanding. Smiling, he told the captain that he thinks several steps ahead. Crossing his arms over his chest, Wudi said that now he even wanted to measure his strength with Jiang. Jun bowed his head, telling the guy not to do this because he could very well be defeated. The guy screamed in shock, asking what kind of abilities the enemy had. The man stopped smiling and said that Jiang was a rare owner of cosmic power. Bailey, who was sitting behind the wheel, said not to think that there were many owners of such power because the space system had high strategic value. Smiling, Bailey said that now he understood why he asked Jiang to join. Looking at the car in front of him, Jun said that they should try everything. The protagonist, sitting behind the wheel, said that these guys were too strong, much more powerful than their vicious opponents. The people sitting behind threw it to the guy. Soon the group arrived at the protagonist's hideout. Jun froze in surprise, looking at the villa. Wudi opened his mouth wide, saying that they would not find such a thing. The girl sitting behind him told him to stop looking like that. After a while, the group entered the house. Zhu approached the protagonist and asked if these were the people who sent them the letter. The protagonist glanced at the girl and said that these people had come here to rid the city of zombies. Looking at the people sitting on the sofa, Jiang offered them tea, coffee, wine, or juice. Wudi nervously turned his head when he heard the list. Jun closed his eyes and said that he wouldn't mind some water. Looking at the protagonist standing to the side, he asked him if they could talk in private. Jiang raised his hand, saying for him to follow him. After a while, the 2 interlocutors sat down in the conference room. Jun crossed his arms over his chest and told Jiang that he should now tell him how to get rid of the zombies. His lips parted as he said that he had some doubts about the method he had told him about earlier, so he hoped for a serious conversation. The protagonist smiled. He realized that the enemy was not so easy to deceive. He frowned sharply. Raising his hands, he said that he hoped that he understood why he had to hide the truth. So the protagonist, sitting opposite the man, began his story. Jun drank some water. Putting the glass on the table, he asked why he told the truth only to him and only now. Did he really want his enemies to die at the hands of zombies during this time? The man's eyes widened in realization. He realized that the guy in front of him wanted to take over the entire city. Smiling, Jiang said that he really wanted to take revenge on them first, because as he himself noticed, the relationship between them was not the most pleasant. Jun calmed down and crossed his arms over his chest. The protagonist, raising a glass of water, said that each of their leaders was ready to encroach on the enemy's territory at any moment, and with each new skirmish they became weaker, and he became stronger. Taking a sip of water, the guy said that he simply did not have enough resources to help everyone, and it would not solve the main problem. Putting the glass on the table, he said that if the zombie king is not destroyed, the walking corpses will continue to appear. Shaking his head, the guy said that he was only sure that the zombie king exists, but he has not seen him. Opening his eyes and smiling, he said that someone deliberately sent the zombies to their bases. Jun, smiling, told the guy that he really is smart. Stopping smiling and becoming serious, he asked the guy if he would like to leave this place and go with them. Jang raised his hand, saying that he does not want this. The man sighed, saying that he will tell him a secret then. Frowning, he asked the protagonist when people with abilities began to appear. Raising his hand, the guy said that this happened when the earth was irradiated with gamma rays. A moment later, he froze when the man refuted his words. Jun, being serious, said that such people have existed since ancient times. Then he began to explain that everything alive is constantly changing and mutating. DNA is constantly changing. Some changes help organisms to increase their survival rate, and with it the chance to leave offspring, which they will inherit like a pterodactyl. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that if they talk about people, they are radically different from their ancestors. During evolution, great commanders and heroes appeared, a man who could breathe fire, a six-armed warrior. Drinking water, the man said that the awakened have always existed, but in small quantities. And what they saw now is the impact of external factors that affected the genes of people, which led to the manifestation of such a number of awakened. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Jun put the glass on the table and said that the classification had been invented a long time ago. The protagonist frowned, asking how many levels people are classified into. Extending 5 fingers, Jun said that at present there is a single standard. Alphas, who had the first level, were average and had no potential, dying every day. Betas, in strength, could be compared to a special forces fighter, but there was not much room for growth. Extending his 3rd finger, Jun said that next were the gammas. Such people had powerful, extraordinary abilities. The protagonist involuntarily remembered Chun-Li and Uncle, realizing that they were at this level. Frowning, he asked the man sitting opposite what happened next. He opened his mouth in shock and froze when Jun said that deltas were the 4th level, the main feature of which was the absorption of the abilities of others. Smiling, Jun said that such people can develop their powers to a certain limit, and the potential is very high. The protagonist froze in his tracks when Jun said that they and the other leaders were at this level. Frowning deeply, the guy thought about the information. Jun, sitting opposite, said that there is also Upsilon, the highest level at the moment. These people were the highest level in the world. Such people saw the entire planet as just a huge ball. Raising his hand, the guy asked Jun if he was one of them. He immediately denied it. Jang, frightened and shocked, opened his mouth wide, saying that if he was Delta, then it was scary to even imagine who Upsilon was. The man chuckled when he heard his words. He raised his hand, saying that in fact, these levels have nothing to do with combat power, it's all about the ceiling of capabilities. It was snowing outside while Jun was telling the guy about abilities. Slightly bowing his head, he said that if there are factors that prevent him from revealing his potential, then it is logical that he can be defeated by someone of a lower level. The protagonist stared at the man, understanding the principle of abilities. Pointing at himself, he asked if he really was Delta. Smiling at the man, he said that he really thought highly of him since he compared him to himself. Lowering his hands, Jun said that the definition of abilities should be approached on a larger scale. The protagonist frowned upon hearing his words. The man held out his finger and said that the Delta level was a critical level. If he did not have absorption, he would hardly be able to defeat even a level 3 person. Jang worriedly asked Jun if he had seen anyone at level 5, and he shook his head in response. Opening his eyes, he said that there was such a person in Shengjing. Raising his hand, he said that it was no secret at all. After the end of the world, they had to control large areas. Clenching his fist, the man said that in order to deal with mutants and armed groups, great strength was needed. Smiling, he said that this person's abilities were beyond reason. The protagonist, raising his glass with water, shuddered. He smiled nervously, asking if he could kill enemies from a distance or just send missiles. Jun chuckled and said that he knew that the target would definitely die if he collided with him. Covering his face, the protagonist said that all this was beyond the boundaries of science known to them. Raising his hand, Jun said that it was exactly like that. Of course, there was also a 6th level in theory. The protagonist's eyes widened upon hearing this. The man knocked on the table, saying that it was all just in theory. Suddenly, the man coughed. Jang worriedly asked if he should call a doctor. The man wiped the blood and said that everything was fine. Lowering his hand, he said that he was terminally ill and only had a few days left. Jang frowned and asked if there was nothing that could be done even with the current level of medicine. Jun also frowned and did not answer right away. He raised his hand, saying that he was going to die anyway, which is why he came here to help people. Taking off his glasses, the man said that he had to make sure that his family would live in decent conditions after he was gone. Looking at the protagonist, he said that his abilities were activated by his eyesight and health. The protagonist opened his mouth, but could not say anything. A moment later, he sighed. Straightening up, he said that he did not expect that they would tell him about their problems. Jun narrowed his eyes and said that they should cooperate to rid the city of zombies. Putting on his glasses, Jun said that it was important to know each other's abilities now. Through the glasses, the man saw only a red silhouette. He had long been blind and could see only thanks to the glasses. Holding his hands in front of him, Jun asked the guy if he was interested in his offer. The protagonist calmed down and said that he had no great ambitions. Smiling, he said that he just wanted to live with people dear to him. Raising his hand, Jun told the guy not to rush to refuse. After all, people in his city live the same way they did before the disaster. The streets are filled with noisy conversations. There are even night markets. There are also many comfortable apartments that are not in Tianhai. Closing his eyes, the guy asked what would happen to his shelter. The man smiled, saying that they could simply be stopped, and besides, the VRG could approach them by water. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. He frowned, asking if they could predict what would happen in the future. Jun stood up, saying that he said what he wanted. The protagonist saw the man off, offering to have lunch. He refused and approached his subordinates. The three immediately stood up and thanked him for their hospitality. Yuri, smiling, suggested that the protagonist measure their strength. Jun turned around sharply and scolded his subordinate. Ju, looking at the people leaving, said that she did not like them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that fortunately they were not their enemies. He turned around sharply when Zinxin said that there were few of them, so dealing with the corpses would not be so easy. Looking at the girl, the guy asked if she had any ideas. She turned her head and said that they themselves hoped to deal with everything with a snap of her fingers. Looking at the protagonist in front of her, she said that if they found the main source of the corpses, they could get rid of him. The protagonist stroked his chin, saying that something like this would affect the entire city. Chunlei, sitting to the side, asked if they would be kicked out. Zinxin frowned and said that this was not the worst outcome. The two guys opened their mouths when the girl said that even if the base was captured, it would not be possible to get rid of all the zombies at once. The protagonist's mouth and eyes widened in shock, realizing that he was offered to go with Jun because he wanted him to survive. The guy froze in the hall, thinking about the zombie problem. Ju, putting her hands to her chest, said that at the moment, zombies and rats have already filled all the city's subways. Approaching the protagonist, she said that there were too few of them to resist them all at once. Putting her head on his shoulder, she said that they could only hope for help from their new acquaintances. The protagonist, frowning, said that their main problem was the small amount of information. Chunlei, sitting behind, said that they knew for sure that the other bases had nothing to do with this. Zinxin looked at the guy, saying that one can't be sure of anything. She frowned, saying that experiments were conducted on people at the Zishan base. The others also did something similar. Zhang, lowering his hands, said that they needed to observe. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that his new friends had a lot of experience and a lot of strong fighters, and they would soon be able to see the results. With a smile on his face, he grabbed Ju's hands. The events take us to the cult's headquarters. Yixang entered the hall. The girl turned around, asking him what he saw there. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy said that a group of fighters had been sent to them. Frowning, the girl asked what the others thought. Yixang, raising his head, said that the situation in the city was affecting other regions, which is why soldiers had been sent to them. The girl parted her lips, saying that the cult was under threat. Lowering her hands, she said that they were not the only ones who thought that they should act. Imagining the leaders of the 4 bases, she said that they thought the same. The events take us to the subway station, the entrance to which was blocked by ice. Jun, standing by the car, said that this guy was a genius. Woody, closing his eyes, said that the method was actually simple. Clenching his fist, he said that Zhang thought he had figured out this problem. Looking around, he said that in fact the guy only found a temporary solution to the problem. Bailey approached Woody and said that the captain had reasons to say so. Smiling, Woody said that he knew that in his place he would have solved this problem completely. Jun grinned and asked the guy if he was so confident in himself. The guy became wary when the man asked him if he knew the level of the zombie king's strength. Looking at the ice in front of him, Jun said that Zhang managed to destroy the zombies at his shelter without losses. Adjusting his glasses, he said that the main thing is the ability to use abilities and not the abilities themselves. Crossing his arms over his chest, Woody said that he would prefer a strong fighter than some smart guy. Jun, starting to move away from the car, called his subordinates. Everyone soon got into the car. The events take us to the Yongsheng base. Jun turned on the binocular mode with the help of his glasses. He looked at Honglian through his glasses. A huge number of zombies were approaching her base. The girl sitting behind him held out a bowl of rice. The guy sitting at the laptop said that the number of zombies does not exceed a certain limit, only a few tens of thousands. He stared at the laptop screen. Taking a bowl in his hands, the guy said that the king has a limit of controlled corpses. The guys eating heard their comrades say that they should use the attack to find the zombie king. Putting down the chopsticks, Jun told everyone to be ready for battle. Hitting his fist on his palm, Woody said that he could destroy everyone alone. He raised his hand, telling the captain that he had nothing to worry about. Bailey frowned and said that they did not come here for this. Turning to his partner, he told him not to touch anyone except the king. The car was approaching the subway entrance. Jun's group got out of the car. Bailey took out his spear. A moment later, he straightened up. The girl was the first to approach the hole. Putting her hand on the ground, she used spatial review. She saw several zombies in the tunnel. The girl stood up and said that there was no abnormal activity there. Jun jumped down. The group led by Bailey rushed forward. A girl with glowing eyes screamed, saying that there was a bunch of corpses ahead. Jun turned around, asking her if she had found the king. The girl took a closer look at one monster among the zombies. Frowning, she said that there was some kind of monkey ahead. Jun looked ahead and said that the king must be caught alive. Woody and Bailey ran ahead of the group. Jun ordered Xiaoming, who was walking behind, to check if there was anything unusual among the enemies. After the order, the group ran forward again. Bailey, screaming, rushed forward. With one lunge, he killed a bunch of zombies. In the middle, the bodies of the corpses simply dissolved from the power of the blow. Woody, smiling, told the captain to step aside. He enveloped his body in energy. Several spheres formed near him. A moment later, he launched the energy spheres at the enemies. They instantly hit the bodies of the zombies. The spheres pierced their bodies. Huge beams of energy rushed towards the crowd of zombies. Woody laughed as he continued to create cores. Suddenly, mutated zombies rushed forward. Woody formed a core in his hand, wanting to test the enemy's strength. Suddenly, Jun put his hand on his shoulder, telling him to rest. Raising his gun, he said that it was time for them to fight. The bullet hit the zombie's eye. Jun began to shoot at the zombie with his gun. Bailey and Kuncheng rushed forward. Kuncheng jumped up. A moment later, he kicked the zombie. A huge wound appeared on the monster's shoulder. Kuncheng frowned, dissatisfied with the result. Suddenly, a guy standing behind fired a rifle. The bullet pierced the monster's chest. The guy smiled and said that he was glad to meet him. At this time, Jun shot at the zombie's throat. He inserted the barrel of the gun into the monster's mouth. A moment later, the bullet pierced the skull. The man put his gun away. Suddenly, the girl screamed, saying that she had detected abnormal activity among the zombies, her eyes glowing brightly. Jun adjusted his glasses and said that he thought that monkey was the king, and that pile of corpses was trying to hold them back. He walked forward and said that he needed to be caught. He couldn't be allowed to get away. A bunch of zombies were approaching them. The man took off his glasses and his eyes glowed. All the monsters were incinerated. The passage was clear. Jun coughed and told everyone to go forward. After a while, Yongsheng base. Many zombies were running towards the base. They walked forward with their mouths open. Suddenly, everyone turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The base leader looked at them and asked what was going on. A subway tunnel. The zombie king was running away. Jun's team ran after him. The captain shouted to catch him. One of the guys aimed a sniper rifle. He shot straight at the monster. The monkey fell and flew away. Bailey frowned and ran forward. He aimed his gun at the zombie king. Jun watched him. He frowned and asked if this was the powerful zombie king. The blonde smiled and said that he thought the zombie was controlled by someone strong, but it was just an exotic beast. Bailey frowned and said that it was not an animal. If he could control so many zombies, then he was definitely not that simple. He frowned and said that he did not seem like a good fighter. The girl noted that with his abilities, it was no wonder that he hesitated for so long to enter into conflict with the human bases. The king looked at them in shock when the brunette said that he was too weak. That's why he relied on all these armored zombies. She thought that even a person with no abilities would have dealt with him without difficulty. Jun pointed his gun at the king and told him to make his monsters kill each other. The monkey frowned and growled. The monsters ran towards them. Bailey smiled and laughed. He cut them with his spear. The deputy captain landed and confidently looked forward. Jun cocked his gun and said that he made his choice. The king got a bullet in the forehead. The team packed him in a bag. The man frowned and told everyone to follow him. After a while, the captain came out of the subway. A crowd of monsters was approaching them. Suddenly, all the zombies froze. Jun looked ahead and said that without the king, they could no longer act as a single organism. The girl noted that no matter how numerous the group was, the zombies were no danger. There was no point in messing with them. They would soon disappear on their own. After a while, the Monkey King was lying in the car. The girl frowned and mentally noted that she needed to speed up. Everyone was waiting for the results of her research. The next day, she got out of the car and said that everything was ready. While the monster was lying inside the car, the girl said that it was not a monkey at all, but a man. She took off the hood and said that at least he once was one. The brunette looked at the commander and said that she found a large number of zombie virus particles in his body. He had the ability to infect corpses with it, turning them into zombies. The mother's body is connected to all individuals. This is how he managed to control them and attack them. The man frowned. Bailey looked at her and said that it turned out that it really was a person. Their partner frowned and clarified whether they should kill everyone like him in the city so that the zombies disappear. The girl nodded and said that in theory it was possible. Without a leader, zombies would no longer pose the threat they used to. Jun adjusted his glasses and said that there was a question that remained unanswered. He frowned and said that if there are more than one kings, where did the very first one come from? Is the zombie king a mutated person or a corpse? How did the first king become infected with the zombie virus? The girl spread her hands and said that finding answers to these questions would be quite difficult because they needed to somehow find the source of the infection. The captain looked at her seriously when she said that the king could look like one of those armored zombies or even a simple one. She looked down and said that the purpose of his existence was to command corpses. Bailey smiled and said that it was all quite troublesome. In any case they had a plan. They would kill all the kings and be done with it. He spread his hands and said that the mission was much easier than he thought. The only problem was their numbers. The blonde asked how long it would take them to destroy each of them. He made shots with his fingers and said that he wanted to gather them all together and shoot them at once. Bailey smiled and said that it would be too easy. If everything was like that, they would not have been sent here. Jun turned around and said that it was a good idea to gather them all together and destroy them in one fell swoop. The blonde smiled and said that he knew they were on the same wavelength. Bailey crossed his arms and asked how they could do that. The zombies were roaming all over the city. Kun Cheng said he didn't think they could handle such a huge number. Jun closed his eyes and said the zombies had a goal, attacking the 5 human bases. Anyway, the crowds of people would attract them. He clenched his fist and said they needed to gather all the city's residents together. Then the zombies would come to them themselves. Then they would just need to pick the right moment and destroy them. That way they could test his guess. Everyone looked at him with interest and wondered what he had come up with. Jun smiled when the blonde man asked what he had planned. The captain looked ahead and said the zombies had only spread a little beyond their city. Most of them were still concentrated here. The girl nodded when he said it was strange, because according to the laws of nature the virus should strive to develop further. The man smiled and said that the locals were not enough for food. Then why did they stay in the city where there were not so many people? He grabbed his chin and said that he wanted to find out if there was someone behind this. Maybe the zombie king was man-made. The team looked at him seriously when he said that if that was the case, they would need to get rid of its creators too. Not far from the Yongsheng base, the soldiers were watching the zombies. One of them asked why the monsters seemed dumb. Honglian frowned and said that she didn't know what happened, but it was only to their advantage. Her people were burning the monsters. The deputy approached her and asked if it could be somehow related to their new acquaintances. She replied that it could not be ruled out. The woman frowned and wondered if this was really their doing. They really just went and solved the problem in one day. The cult of snow worship. There were many corpses lying around the village. The man looked around and asked where the bastard went. The woman turned around and said that there was such chaos around and he was running away. Suddenly they saw a woman in a robe. Their faces turned white in panic. The woman was sitting with a knife over the guy. The man ran towards him and shouted his name. Kunj extended her hand, from which light poured. The brunette was thrown back. The woman looked at him in shock. The sect leader looked at the guy and said that he was disgusting. He needed to be cleansed. Yixian walked towards her. He hugged her. Kunj lowered her gaze and said that this sin was unforgivable. She looked at the guy and said that she wanted to help him. He said that she was right as always. The man ran towards them and shouted his son's name. His wife saw a girl nearby. She was shaking all over. They shouted at her what happened. Why wasn't she next to him? Bebe shook her head and said that she did nothing. Tears flowed from her eyes. She said that after they managed to escape certain death, he kissed her. The girl cried and screamed why everything was like this. After a while, Kanj hugged her knees and asked, she didn't do anything wrong, right? She took the guy's hand and said that it was wrong. She was just helping them go the right way. Yixian sat down next to her and said that everything was fine. It was his own fault. He pressed himself against her and said that love had lost its meaning, and such things between a man and a woman were unforgivable. The cult leader sighed and said that they did not understand what she was doing for them. She looked at her follower and said that if everyone were like him, this world would be a much better place. Yixian bowed gratefully and said that he would soon become the way she wanted him to be. Kanj frowned and said that this guy was Lai Jun's son. There would be no problems, right? The guy smiled and said that he would talk to him and explain everything. He would surely understand. After a while, the guy raised his head up and said that he could no longer live like this. The woman put her hand on his shoulder and said that they had worked so hard. Jiang Chuan looked at Yixian. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he hadn't told him about his duties. The boy frowned and asked how his son was. The man replied that the physical injuries had been healed, but the mental wounds would most likely never heal. He could no longer be called a man. The deputy head frowned and looked away. He approached and shouted that they should understand that the relationship between a man and a woman could cause great trouble for their cult. The father lowered his head when the boy told him that this concerned all the parishioners, not just them. Jiang Chuan frowned and said that since it was the will of the high priest, they would listen to him. He turned pale and thought, what kind of a lunatic would even think that castration is the solution to all problems? Wouldn't humanity be doomed without reproduction? The guy hugged his mother and cried. The screen showed the number of zombies and their location. Jun looked at him and said that they needed to go to the snow-worshipping cult. A large number of parishioners is ideal bait for zombies, and the territory is in the very center of the city. His team looked at him seriously. The commander frowned and said that they needed to attract zombies there and get rid of them once and for all. Nancheng base. Honglian held the radio and said that the information was received. They were leaving. The destination was St. John's Cathedral. Her employees looked seriously at the radio. Yixian looked at the parishioners. He said that they were all asked to gather here. A large group of zombies was approaching. For them, this was not very good news. Kanj exhaled and said that they were in danger of death. Many would be killed. Her deputy looked at her and said that it was better to act quickly. The main thing was that they did not find out about anything. Kung Ji frowned and ordered him to proceed. She folded her hands in prayer and said that they had nothing to worry about because their God was protecting them. After a while, the living room of the shelter. Zhang frowned and said that the gathering point was in the cult temple. I wonder why there. He put away the phone and said that apparently they decided to gather them all. Was there really a big wave of zombies coming? The guy got up from the couch and said that since they were acting so confidently, it means they know something. He walked around the room. Xingxin asked if something was bothering him. Zhang extended his hand and said that it was just in time. The girl looked at his phone and said that this was great news. The brunette clenched his fist and said that he wanted to know her opinion. She asked about what? Was it really about the cult? Zhang frowned and said that they had no resources except a lot of people. Were there really that many of them? Xingxin raised her finger and said that he was right. A large number of followers was their only advantage. From this point of view, the purpose of the gathering became very obvious. The hero nodded. The girl frowned and said that they should gather together and then all the zombies would rush towards them and they would destroy them. Zhang looked at her in shock and asked if they really knew how to fight them. Xingxin smiled and said that these guys were far from simple. She twirled a lock of hair around her finger and said that they had many more channels of information than they did, so their overall picture was more detailed. The hero nodded and said that he thought that their past failure was due to a lack of information. He went ahead and said that they had not seen the Zombie King and based their entire plan solely on guesswork. The guy sat down on the sofa and said that they would go there and take a look. The redhead smirked and said that they were no threat to them anyway, so why not? After a while, everyone gathered in the hall. The uncle asked if they really decided to have a battle between humans and zombies. Zhang frowned and said that he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The professionalism of these guys is impressive. He looked at the guys and said that he still insists that their safety comes first, everything else is secondary. Do they understand? Everyone nodded in confirmation. Zhu looked at him and asked, are they really going there? And they will stay in the shelter. Zhang frowned and said that if a fight starts, casualties are inevitable. He will not be able to protect them all. The blue-haired girl extended her hand and said that they need a doctor. She can help if she goes too. The guy sat down next to her and said that she can't even protect herself. Does she really think he can always be around? The girl frowned and pursed her lips. She pressed her hand to her chest and said that she understood why he hadn't taken her with him before, but this time it was different, so she should go with them. Zhu frowned and said that she was sure the other bases would bring a lot of people. Yu stood up and said that he agreed with her. Since all the forces were being pulled together, it meant that the battle would not end so easily and quickly. The girl looked at the hero seriously when her uncle said that in such battles, a doctor is indispensable. Zhang closed his eyes and said that this time she could go with them, but she would stand behind them and only approach when necessary. Zhu's mouth opened with joy. She threw herself on the guy's neck and thanked him. Lu got up from the sofa and told him to take her too. She had become a much better shot. Zhang looked at her mockingly and asked if she had forgotten that weapons were ineffective against zombies. Everyone looked at him when he said that he would not take anyone else with him. The rest would stay in the shelter. After a while, the hero handed the girl a gun. She looked at it sadly and said that she understood that it was for self-defense. The guy added that it was perfect for use against people. The cult headquarters. Yixian extended his hand and greeted the newcomers. He smiled and asked what they owed to their visit, why they hadn't warned him. They would have prepared. The blonde grinned and asked how they would have prepared. They came in peace and let them listen to them. The cult acolytes looked at them in shock. The guy smiled and asked what had happened. Did they really not believe that they wanted to fight? He could arrange it. The red-haired man frowned and said that he was too arrogant. Although they were not as strong, they could do something too. The deputy of the cult opened his mouth and shouted at him to shut up. He bowed and asked for forgiveness. He said that they had lost many lately. The blonde waved his hand in greeting. Jun frowned and said that their plan was to wait for the others. The guy pointed to the entrance and suggested that they go in and rest for a while. After a while, the captain followed him and asked how many people died. Yixian looked at him and said that they did not keep exact statistics, about 3,000 or 4,000. The brunette frowned and said that he understood him. He turned his gaze to him and asked how they solved the food problem for so many people. The deputy frowned and said that they were looking for abandoned supermarkets and shopping centers in the area to get food and other supplies. The captain looked at him suspiciously and asked if that was all. The followers of the cult and the captain's war were moving forward. The blonde grinned and asked that after the death of almost half of the parishioners, feeding the rest would not be difficult, right? The redhead gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. They were not like that. The girl told him not to dare compare them to animals. The guy threw up his hands and said that words alone won't feed you. Their leaders turned around and unanimously told them to stop. Yixian bowed and said that they really did have some secrets. They were related to survival and they didn't want to reveal them to outsiders. Jun frowned and asked if that was really the case. The deputy leader of the cult looked at him and said that if he really wanted to know everything, then he would tell you. The guy turned around and asked them to follow him. His follower asked if he was sure of that. He raised his hand and said everything was fine. They were not their enemies. After a while, the delegation made their way through the thick snow to another building. Bailey looked at the captain and said that there was a very strong smell of blood coming from there. He frowned and confirmed his words. He thought that after he began to lose his sight, his sense of smell became much sharper, and his intuition told him that something was wrong. He looked at the building and thought it looked like a huge monster. Yixian turned around and said that this was where their secret cult was. Were they sure they wanted to see it? The blonde hugged himself and said that he had goosebumps from the cold. People walked along the corridor. Magic apples were growing everywhere. Jun looked at one of them and said that he was beginning to understand how they survived. The high priest picked an apple from the tree and said that it was a special mutant tree. They called it the blood vine. The blonde clenched his jaw when Yixian said that it was extremely strong and was able to absorb nutrients from everything around it, after which the tree processed their fruit. The guy held out the apple and said that fruit was their main source. Jun looked at him seriously when the high priest told them not to worry, because the apples were not poison. They had been eating them for several months and did not notice any side effects. The captain thought, holding the apple in his hands. He twirled it and said that it made sense, but were they enough given the number of followers? Yixian looked at it and said that if it were ordinary fruit, they would have starved long ago, but they had a way to speed up their growth. He raised his finger and asked them to look at it. In front of them was a tree with cocoons hanging from it. The girl's eyes widened in shock and asked if these were really people. Were they really using them to feed the tree? Yixian frowned and said that to be more precise, these were human remains. After a while, the people entered the center of the building. In front of them was another tree covered with people. The high priest put his hand on his heart and said that they gave their blood and fruit, giving them a chance to survive. The blonde frowned and asked how this was any different from cannibalism. She replied that it was completely different. That way there was nothing to get infected from the corpse, and it was psychologically easier to perceive the fruit than human flesh. Yixian looked at them and said that this was their biggest secret, and they hoped that they would keep it for the sake of their parishioners. Jun threw an apple to his people and said that they don't have to worry, they won't tell anyone their secret. Kunsheng caught the apple and threw it to someone else when the blonde told them to take it. Yixian watched them with a smile. Cocoons with people were hanging from the ceiling. After a while, Jun extended his hand and said that he had heard rumors about their leader and her amazing abilities. He would like to meet her in person as soon as possible. Yixian looked at him in shock. He frowned and asked them to wait. He needed to report this to the leader. As he left for the church, the blonde said that he had always felt that there was something sinister about them. Kunsheng frowned and said that it was nothing surprising. Any sect was an anomaly. The girl added that the fact that they had been able to survive until now given their numbers was no less interesting. Bailey looked at the captain and asked if their leader was really that strong. He replied that he had been told that her abilities were worth checking out. He imagined how many people worshipped her and said that if their intelligence was correct, then their leader was capable of awakening abilities in other people. If so, then they needed her. Bailey smiled and said that everyone would like to get such a person. The captain replied that it couldn't be that simple. The guy looked at him in shock and clarified what he meant. Jun exhaled heavily and said that any power comes at a price. Most awaken their abilities when they are on the verge of death. For this they receive their gift. Bailey looked at him in shock when he said that it was unnatural to awaken powers in a person without any payment. The man smiled and asked if there was anything free in their world. His disciple lowered his head and said that he also doubted it. Jun adjusted his glasses and said that research on people with abilities has been going on for a very long time. No one had encountered such powers before. They need to check if everything is as fabulous as the legend says. Bailey looked at him and asked what if all this is true. Jun put his hands in his pockets and said that if this is true, then she will be classified as at least a 5th category awakened. He turned to his subordinates and said that this is just his guess, we must judge until they know the truth. Yixian gestured for them to enter. Bailey frowned ahead and mentally asked himself if it was really her. Kanj smiled. The guy thought, does this girl really have such a terrifying power? After a while, when Jun returned to his subordinates, they asked what he would say about her. The captain frowned and said that he could not completely rely on his own judgment, but there was definitely something wrong with this girl. The girl widened her eyes and asked what exactly. The man pointed to her head and said that she had a problem there. The brunette smiled and asked that it was quite logical. Bailey put his fingers on his chin and said that in the end, those who are involved with religion are either money-loving hypocrites or devout madmen. Jun raised his fist and said that they would deal with her later. They would have time for this after they dealt with the zombies. They still had things to discuss. Honglian and her subordinates also arrived at the cathedral. 2 cars stopped in front of the houses. Zhang and Ju came out of one of them. He told her to stay close and not go anywhere. He would try to find a safe place for her. The girl smiled and said that everything would be as he said. The hero turned around and asked what he was doing here. The guy smiled and said that there was a lot to do at the factory, so there were certain advantages to not having so many subordinates. After a while, Zhang and his team entered the cathedral. He opened his eyes and thought that this must be their leader. Kunj stood in front of them. The guy thought that he did not expect her to be so young. Xingshan smiled and was surprised at her youth. He noted that she seemed to be under 18. Zhang looked at him and told him to watch his words. Being a guest, he asked what he was saying. He knows him. He likes older ones, to which the leader chuckled and concluded that he lacked motherly love as a child. Jun coughed, pretending not to notice this argument. He put his hand in his pocket and said that last night they killed the zombie king. Honglian shuddered. The investigator said that this way they proved that with his death the zombies will stop behaving intelligently, as will the rats that accompany them. Everyone looked at the speaker in surprise. He said that all that was left for them to do was kill the remaining zombies. The man scratched the back of his head and asked if he could tell more about the zombie king. The investigator began to open the bag at his feet. Unzipping it, he pointed to the corpse of a white monkey. Dinghai and Honglian leaned forward, not expecting the zombie king to look like this. Everyone bent over the corpse and tried to figure out if it was really an ordinary monkey. The black-haired man looked at everyone and said that the monster could control the zombies thanks to its high intelligence, but its combat power was weak. The hero looked at the speaker and compared it to a swarm of insects, because as soon as they got rid of the queen, the entire swarm instantly weakened. Jun spread his hands and said that the zombies were capable of dealing with humans, but not their king. He had been hiding in the subway all this time. The base leaders nodded. The man added that in order to deal with him, they had to go down there. Yixian looked ahead in surprise. The investigator said that the rest of the zombies, no matter how many there were, did not pose any threat to them. The warrior angrily looked ahead and asked, were they really going to use them as bait to deal with the zombies? He sat down on the bench indignantly. Dinghai smirked behind him and asked why they were so worried. Didn't they have the most followers? This was a reasonable decision. Jun put his hands in his pockets. He called it cold-blooded, but not without meaning. The sectarian gritted his teeth in anger. The man added that they had nothing to defend themselves with. He looked at the follower and assured him that there was nothing to worry about. They were gathered here to ensure their safety. Yixian clenched his fist and asked, wouldn't all the zombies in Tianhai be drawn here? The investigator glared at him and said that this would be the best way to achieve the desired result. The other leaders watched the believers' reaction closely as the leader said that they hoped to solve the zombie problem once and for all. Yixian leaned forward and asked what would happen to their congregation. Honglian glared at him sternly and told him that he should be more reasonable. She smiled mockingly and said that if they didn't get rid of the zombies, how much longer would their cult be able to exist? She spread her arms and said that the only other option was to hide in their shelters. The hero behind him folded his arms in satisfaction, and the girl continued to mock him, saying that the zombies would certainly not get to them that way. The base leader looked at the altar and asked, did they really think that some fortifications could hold them off forever? Yixian glared at her and replied that it was still no reason to use them as bait. The investigator suddenly walked up to him and asked if he had a better plan. His stern eyes flashed under his glasses, saying that everyone present had come a long way to help them deal with this disaster. The guy's face was covered in sweat. The man said that they were here, as were the representatives of the other bases. Zhang and Xingshan obediently nodded, agreeing with the idea that each of them present here was bait. Jun looked ahead and asked if they were sure that they could handle the crowd of zombies on their own. The hero stood up from his seat and said that unlike them, they would be on the front lines, where the probability of losing their lives was much higher. He looked at his follower seriously and asked defiantly, what else did they need if they came here to protect them? Yixian looked at the investigator and demanded to see a detailed battle plan. The black-haired man adjusted his glasses and asked not to worry because he had thought of everything. He smiled and said that they would try to lure them and surround them. Zhang smiled nervously, realizing that they were indeed some kind of edible bait in the very center of the trap. The head of the factory raised his hand and agreed that for the zombies, it would be a huge trap that they would only need to jump into. The investigator turned to him and added that the zombies were not very intelligent, so if they picked the right method, it would not be difficult to deal with them. Zhang folded his arms and said that it didn't sound that hard, but if they were to attract all the zombies in the city, how many would there be? Perhaps tens or hundreds of thousands. Everyone looked at the base leader. He said that it wouldn't be that easy to hold back such an onslaught even with their combined forces. The man folded his arms and replied that when the time came, they would fight to the death, for they had to reclaim their lands. Yixian frowned. He was worried that one wrong move could cause their sect to suffer great losses. What should they do in that case? Honglian turned to him and told him to stop panicking. Did he really think that any of them would retreat in case of danger, leaving the rest to die? Jun looked at the preacher and asked if they had any suggestions. The girl replied that they should protect those who couldn't fight first, especially the children. The black-haired man looked around and asked where was the safest place here. Kunj looked at him warily. The man said that they would prepare a shelter for them, but the rest must fight, except for those under 13. Dinghai and Honglian looked at each other. The leader said that the rest should help in the fight against the zombies. The maiden folded her hands in prayer and said, let their temple serve as a shelter. God will protect their people. The investigator began to hand out all the radios. He said that this battle could last up to several days. They need to be prepared for anything. Zhang looked warily at the radio and thought that there should be enough snowmobiles and consumables. There is nothing to worry about, but he looked at the preacher and thought that he needed to find a way to leave his friend inside the temple. The hero approached the lady and said that he had a request for her. Suddenly, Yixian blocked his way. He asked to tell him what was bothering him so that he could try to help him. Zhang looked at the warrior with distrust and noted that he was protecting her too zealously. The guy said that the leader devotedly serves the god and therefore should not distract her. The head of the base calmed down and said that the thing is that among the people he brought here, there is an excellent doctor. Kunj looked at him carefully. The guy said that this is his girlfriend. She has no abilities, and she does not know how to fight. Can she stay here? Yixian looked at him indignantly and said that the master should watch what he says. Zhang apologized. He just thought that a person serving the god would not mind. Kunj walked around her protector and said that the fact that the head does not want to let his love on the battlefield speaks of his serious attitude about what is happening. She smiled and replied that doctors are a valuable resource, so she will stay with them. Zhang smiled and thanked her. He was glad that they were able to resolve this issue. The guy hit himself in the chest and said that as long as she was here, he would do everything possible to protect this church. With that, he turned around and walked away. The church warrior noticed that he really was the most curious person in the whole city. He hoped that they would never become enemies. The hero slowly walked out into the cold. Tingting walked ahead of him in the clothes of a cult priest. The guy turned onto another street and walked away. The hero was wondering where he was going. A minute later, the head of the base approached his girls. He asked Ju to get in the car and rest, so that later he would take her to the church. The doctor smiled gratefully. The hero said that their leader was there, who promised to ensure her safety. Zhang patted her on the head and said that if they needed treatment, they would immediately come to her. The guy's face suddenly became serious. He had something to say to his beloved. He looked from side to side and climbed after the girl into the car. He sat down next to her and told her that the cult leader could awaken strength in other people, but she was tense about her ability. Zhang looked at the girl intently and said that if she offered to help her, she should refuse. His hand touched Ju's face. He continued that in this world nothing comes for free, everything has its price, so you need to be able to refuse so as not to lose even more. The girl gently took the guy's hand and asked if he was really that worried about her. The leader looked at her seriously and replied that he was not paranoid. He just couldn't help but worry about her. The girl's face blushed. Her subordinates eavesdropped on their conversation with curiosity. The guy's shadow loomed over Ju. She asked what he was talking about. The hero looked at her seriously and said that she would need to keep an eye on everything she did and then tell him. A minute later, Zhang went outside. Xingqian came up to him and said that everyone was busy building a line of defense. Because they did not know when the zombies would come, he decided that the leader should get acquainted with the area. The man looked at his army and said that they could not lose. Concern was reflected on his stern face. He hoped that everything would go according to plan. Zhang put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop worrying. They could only trust their new comrades. After a while, the guy came across a huge frozen multi-story building and decided that the view from the roof of that building was probably excellent. Approaching the entrance, 2 guards from the cult blocked the way and said that passage was prohibited and asked to leave the territory. Jiang folded his arms on his chest in amazement. He asked if the guys were taking on too much. He spread his hands. The guards said that they could not tell them anything, so they should leave. The hero agreed and said that he would choose another place. The new building was nearby. The team started to climb the stairs. The fat man asked why he didn't just use his powers to teleport, since walking up the stairs was too much trouble. Jiang turned around and said that he couldn't just reveal his trump card like that. A few minutes later, the group came out onto the roof. The edge of the roof had a beautiful view, but there were a couple of blind spots. Jiang took out his sniper rifle and said that he would be there. The others nodded silently. The hero said that they could stay since they didn't need to go to the front lines anyway. Meanwhile, Leel's father wandered the frozen streets, trying to figure out if he should tell what he knew, then he could ask to take him and his family away. The man went into the tent and told his son that the battle was about to start and zombies would flood in, so they needed to leave. The guy covered himself with a blanket and screamed that he was not going anywhere. The father looked at him sadly. The son asked where Bei was. Did she really not love him anymore? The old man stood up. He realized that the cult had made his son like this. There was no point in him staying here. The man looked down. He asked himself, should he contact Jiang? Night fell and the moon rose above the ground. The hero opened his eyes wide. He looked out the window. Several cult members were patrolling the building. The hero realized that something was definitely wrong here. The guy opened a portal and went into it. He found himself in a room with growing corpse apples and realized what the cult was hiding. Many bodies were hanging under the roof. The hero could not understand whether they were used for food or something else. Jiang took out his sword. Large plant roots blocked his path. The head of the base realized that these plants were definitely somehow connected to abilities, so it was better not to touch it with his hands. He made the first cut. Human blood began to flow from the cuts. The main trunk of the tree appeared in front of the guy. Jiang grinned and thought. He looked around, realizing that he had uncovered their main secret. Should he dig even deeper? He picked one of the apples, realizing that he couldn't miss this opportunity. He created a second copy, deciding that there was nothing unusual in all this. A portal appeared near his hand. The guy decided that he needed to collect everything. His attention was drawn to the cocoons. A question arose, was there something inside? Jiang swung his sword, realizing that there was no time to stop. A swing of the sword cut off one of the cocoons. The awakened sucked the object into the portal. He opened his own and cunningly slipped away. The next day, the leaders gathered at the tent camp. The hero said that the zombies suddenly stopped moving. Did they decide to retreat or did they see through their plan? The leader looked at everyone seriously. He said that they need to take into account the fact that the zombie king can be much smarter than they thought. Honglian looked at him seriously and said that the intelligence of the creatures is too high. She would rather believe that there is a person behind all this. The others silently looked at her. The girl asked, will they have to fight them forever? Jiang waved his finger and agreed that it was suspiciously quiet, but they had nothing to worry about because his men were monitoring the situation now. He looked at the investigator and assumed that it was because they had killed the king. The man turned to him and said that this was just the beginning. He figured that the zombies were also watching them, so all they could do was wait patiently. It was like fishing, because the more patience you have, the better the catch. After some time in the car, the hero opened a portal. He said that he needed to hide the cocoon and therefore he would need her help. The cocoon appeared on the middle seat. Ju examined it and said that all this would have to be transferred to the lab for research, because there were no suitable conditions here. Jiang smiled and suggested simply cutting it open. Suddenly there was nothing special there. The girl took out one of the surgical instruments. An autopsy showed that inside the cocoon was a withered corpse. The hero's eyes widened, remembering the number of cocoons in the secret building. He examined the corpse and said that inside the abandoned building there was a mutant plant. He decided that it absorbed nutrients from corpses to bear fruit. The teacher looked at them seriously and reminded them that the cultists said that these fruits were their main source of food. She glanced at the corpse. According to her, this building for the cult was like a food warehouse. No wonder they do not let anyone in there. Ju looked sadly at her boyfriend. He said that they needed to analyze the fruits when they got home to understand what was special about them. The doctor nodded. She needed a little time. She would make a cut and conduct a series of experiments with reagents. After a while, Xiaoyu took off her rubber gloves and concluded that there were no nutrients left in the corpse. There was nothing unusual about it. She looked at her commander and said that as for the fruits, they had hallucinogenic properties. She decided that they helped the cult leader control his followers. The girl looked at the corpse again and reported that she did not find any microbes, only a high sugar content. They really are quite nutritious. Jun adjusted his glasses and said that he needed to take a sample from the root system. The subordinate looked at him silently. The awakened one said that they should understand if it was possible to grow it in the lab, it would be extremely useful. Meanwhile, in the lab, Yixian was counting the number of cocoons. He sighed and said that one was missing. He smiled with excitement and called his new comrades curious idiots. The next day, a new meeting began. Jun said that the zombies had gathered in a group and began to move. He looked at everyone seriously and said that according to preliminary estimates, there were at least 100,000 of them. They should prepare for a tough battle. Everyone looked at him intently and eagerly. The awakened spread his hands and said that they did not have to destroy them all, they just needed to delay them for a while so that his people could kill their king. The hero thought that the zombies were also something like bait for him, so there could be 200, 300 or even more of them. Honglian narrowed her eyes. She concluded that they would not hold out against such a number. Jun looked at her and said that if it was too difficult for her, they could switch roles from another base or take over his guy's mission. The girl spread her hands and agreed that they would act according to the plan. She thought that there were only 7 people in that group. She was not so stupid as to think that they could easily kill the king. The man raised his hand and told everyone to prepare for battle. A minute later, Jang walked up to him and said that once they got rid of the king, all this fuss with the zombies would be over should they ask for reinforcements. Jun turned around with a grin and asked, did he really think the situation was that serious? An ominous aura suddenly began to emanate from him. He told him to listen to him and said that under the current circumstances, the zombie siege of Tianhai was not such a serious problem. Jang looked at him intently. The awakened one said that there were many strange things happening in the world, and the number of groups like them was limited. So for now the situation was not out of control, there would be no reinforcements. After all, he himself noticed how many strange things were happening around. The man put his hands on the guy's shoulders. Jang sighed and nodded. He agreed, but he wanted the city he lived in to be safe. Jun smiled and said that if he wanted to leave this place, he should just let him know. Both awakened looked at the snow outside the window. The man said that they would talk about it after they dealt with the zombies. The hero hoped that he would be alive by then. The dead were walking in a huge crowd through the frozen city. The cultist on the tower gave the signal and shouted that the dead were approaching and everyone should get ready. The warriors began to run to defensive positions. Jang handed Ju into the hands of the cult leader. Kunj hugged the doctor and asked him not to worry. Even if the zombies broke through, they could hold out for some time. After a while, he was already sitting in his position. He fired, wanting to see how many he could kill with one shot. He aimed his sights at a large crowd and fired. The dead man fell, and the rest of his comrades began to step over him. Heavy fire opened up on the horde from the windows of the buildings. The first series of explosions thundered among the corpses. The zombies began to make their way through the fire and piles of bodies. They were covered by a second wave of fire. An angry roar could be heard from the huge wall of flames. Honglian pointed her finger forward and shouted for the soldiers to aim for their legs. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of fire appeared. The zombies flew high above the ground, surrounded by black smoke. People with weapons ran towards the monsters and shouted for them to die. The survivors clashed in battle with the monsters. The armored zombies stood with their hands down and roared. The captain of the base, Yangshan, opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that they needed to destroy the armored monsters as soon as possible, and did not understand why there were so many of them. Qingting, her eyes wide, asked how they were supposed to deal with them. Clenching her hand into a fist, the leader said that the soldiers should be prepared to fight to the death. The protagonist, standing on the roof, formed a magic portal. The guy stuck his hand in and said that it was high time to fight the armored monsters. Taking aim, the young man decided to test his armor-piercing bullets and see if they would penetrate them. The protagonist started shooting and shouted for them to entertain him. The glowing bullet approached the 3 monsters. A hole appeared in the armored zombie's head from the shot, and it began to roar loudly. Jang smiled, glad that everything went well and worked out as expected. The mustache monster opened its mouth. Holding the rifle, the protagonist asked if they thought they could hide from him. Powerful energy beams pierced the heads of the armored zombies. Honglian looked up, surprised by the amazing power, and Dinghai said that it was good that they were allies. Xingshan, riding a huge dog, shouted for the monsters to die. The man pushed off the animals back. The leader of the Kinpu group jumped on the monsters. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The white wolf opened its mouth and began to roar. The animal flew back as it was struck by ice shards. Clenching his hands into fists, the leader of the Jyu base exclaimed that he was not so great in one-on-one battles, but in the ice and snow, he had no equal. The ground under the armored zombies' feet split in half. The monster, buried in snow, sighed heavily. An enraged rat jumped on the boy. Swinging, the young man chopped off the animal's head. Suddenly, another vicious rat bit him on the shoulder. The survivor kicked it away and shouted for the enemy to back off. Sitting on the roof, the protagonist said that it was obvious that such a primitive defense would not last long, but it was surprising that the cult had lasted until this point. Lowering his rifle, the protagonist began to shoot. Powerful energy beams pierced the heads of the monsters. Jang twitched his lips and wondered if the armored zombies were smarter than the regular zombies, and why they hadn't done anything even after shooting several of their own kind, and then wondered if they had a plan. The huge crowd of monsters continued to emerge from the dungeon. Hiding behind a snowdrift, Kun Sheng wondered if there were more than 100,000 of them already and when they would end, and then asked if there really were millions of them. The soldier's mouth dropped open in alarm, wondering how long the monsters could hold out. His friend folded his arms and told the boy not to worry because they would fight to the death, and if they could buy them time to kill the zombie king, then they could all die. Jun peeked out from behind a snowdrift and said that if they could deal with the monsters, then the civilian casualties would not matter. Standing up, the captain exclaimed that they should move forward since it was their turn. Lowering his chin, the boy told Xiaoyu to use her ability to scout the way. The girl crouched down, emitting magic near the ground. Large glowing eyes appeared behind a bunch of monsters. Opening her mouth wide, the survivor reported that there were countless corpses below, including armored zombies, to which Jun said that it was a trap. The blonde boy frowned and noted that they were really smart, to which the captain said that their king's ability was truly amazing. Lowering his eyebrows, Bailey asked what they should do now, to which the leader suggested waiting for them to attract more zombies. Powerful explosions were heard in the middle of the snowy ground. The protagonist ran his hand across his forehead, asking how many more he had to shoot. Someone shouted for the monsters to die, and Kun stood there with her eyes closed. Shu clasped her hands and silently prayed to God to spare the lives of all her loved ones, when suddenly someone declared that only the most devout would receive a blessing. The leader of the snow worship sect looked at the girl in the front row. The doctor opened her mouth in alarm and greeted her interlocutor. Approaching the visitor, Kun asked if the girl was upset that she could not help her man. Lowering the corners of her lips, the parishioner explained that it was something like that, but since she was a doctor, she would be more useful here, in the rear. The eyes of the sect leader lit up, and she said that the girl had the potential to gain abilities. Suddenly, the member of the snow worship sect widened her eyes in fear. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared behind her, asking Ju to be careful with what the interlocutor said to her. Placing her hands on her knees, the doctor asked if this was true, since this was the first time she heard something like this. With a slight smile, Kun stated that she had unlimited potential and there was simply no chance to become another person. The doctor raised her eyebrows in surprise, realizing that everyone around her had abilities and did not understand why she could not. The sect leader's eyes lit up and she stated that her man needed help and there was an opportunity to help her, and then asked if the girl was ready to accept her help. The doctor's mouth turned down in concern and she said that they would help her become awakened. Smiling, the captain of the snow worship sect said that it was true. The protagonist's blurred silhouette frowned and exclaimed that nothing this girl said could be trusted. Pushing Kunja's hand away from her head, Ju thanked her and explained that there was no need. Closing her lips, the girl said that it was okay because the doctor had time to think about it, and the blessing was not given to everyone and it was necessary to prepare for it. The sect leader walked towards the altar. She folded her hands and stopped. 20 minutes later, the battle continued on the battlefield. Honglian raised the radio to her ear and said that they were holding on with all their might and asked how they were doing, to which she was told that they were trying to find the king and that they needed to wait a little longer. Lowering his hand, the protagonist said that all the armored zombies had finally been destroyed. The protagonist watched as the civilians continued to kill the monsters. Chunlei and Lion were fighting the monsters, and Jiang decided to leave the rest to them. Putting his hands forward, the special one shouted for the teacher and Uncle Yu to attack. With one blow of her sword, the girl cut off the enemy's head. The man shot fire bullets at the enemies. Huge trenches were visible on the snowy ground. The civilians advanced straight towards the crowd of angry zombies. A mouse with red eyes appeared from their small hole. The animal jumped on the girl in the red robe. With her mouth wide open, the snow worship sect member screamed and asked for help. Yixian looked at the girl and asked the Lord God to embrace her. With his mouth slightly open in alarm, the protagonist said that it didn't matter that they were dying, but even in the rear there was chaos. Holding the radio in her hand, Honglian shouted that they agreed to hold out for half an hour, but it had already been 40 minutes and why the zombies continued to attack, to which she was answered that there were a lot of corpses underground, and if the allies could fight for another 10 minutes, they would sort everything out. With her mouth wide open, the leader angrily exclaimed for her soldiers to concentrate their firepower because they had to protect the worshippers of the cult. Some of the sect members turned into zombies and began to attack their allies, to which they asked for help. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he would have to change his plan a little. The enraged cat began to hiss loudly. At the same moment, the pet began to change its size. A large tail of the animal appeared near the protagonist's body. Surprised, his eyes widened. The guy asked what it was and whether it was a new species. Monsters with wings appeared in front of his face. Grinning viciously, Hua rushed forward. The cat began to attack the opponents. With their mouths wide open, the monsters approached the protagonist. The young man created a magic portal in front of him. Zombies with wings flew into the energy area. Taking the weapon in his hands, Jang aimed at the opponents. Having created a second protective portal, the guy thought that there were too many of them, so he would have to expand the radius of the portals, and if he could not kill them, he would at least try to hold them back. A powerful explosion was visible behind the flying monsters. At the same second, they rushed in the other direction from the magic area. Taking the radio in hand, the protagonist reported that a group of flying armored zombies had appeared in the sky and asked his allies to be careful. Honglian lowered her chin, wondering if the armored zombies had evolved. Xingqian lowered his eyebrows and asked the same thing. Dinghai's eyes noticeably shrank, and the man repeated the words of his allies. The winged monsters flew high above the civilians. Swinging his hand, the monster cut the survivor in half. The Kinpu base leader grabbed the handle of the axe. The powerful blow caused the frozen ground to crack. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist realized that if they did not get rid of the zombie king soon, this place would become their graveyard. Putting 2 fingers to his ear, the protagonist asked everyone to listen and be ready to retreat at any moment. Looking at the temple, the boy decided that he needed to hurry up and take Zhu. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in fear. The flying armored zombies were approaching the building's windows, and Jang didn't understand how they were so fast. At the same second, the protagonist entered his magic portal. From it, the protagonist jumped onto the roof of the Snow Worship Sect building. At the same time, the guy saw a powerful flash from the window. The armored monsters were falling to the ground. Frowning, the young man realized that it was good that there were people with abilities in the cult, and the doctor should be safe. Jumping inside the room, Jang wondered which of them did this. Zhu was sitting behind the column, and the protagonist shouted her name. After that, the guy ran up to the girl and hugged her. Putting his head on the doctor's shoulder, the protagonist said that everything was fine and he was here. With the corners of her lips down, Kunj wondered if the guy had just appeared and whether his power was connected to the space system. The girl lowered her chin in fear and asked if it was that bad, and the young man asked her not to be afraid and come with him. Suddenly, angry zombies burst through the door. The heroes began to run away, and the parishioners asked the leader to help them and shouted loudly. Holding Zhu's hand, the protagonist entered the portal. Standing aside, the leader of the sect understood what his power was. The guy and the girl appeared on the roof of the building. They watched as a huge cat fought the monsters. A moment later, Hua's pet jumped up to them. Frightened, her eyes wide, the doctor asked the animal not to eat the heads of the defeated opponents. Lowering her chin, the protagonist explained that apparently these were not mutants, but artificially modified zombies. The monsters were approaching the tall building, and Zhu asked what they should do. Suddenly, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. In a special suit, Dinghai released ice shards from his hands. The civilian wiped his chin with his hand. Putting his fingers to his ear, Jang asked everyone to be ready, and once the defense line was broken, he would take them. Closing one eye, Chunlei exclaimed that he could not take it anymore and asked the boss to save him. Pointing his fingers forward, the protagonist told Hua to take the special one. A huge cat jumped off the roof of a tall building. The pet ran along the snowy ground, knocking down the monsters around it. The protagonist's ally flew up above the animal. Holding onto it, the man said that he came for him. After a few jumps, the big cat appeared on the roof. Chunlei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Waving his hand, Jang was surprised that the zombies were retreating. One of the monsters raised its head up. The huge crowd of monsters began to leave. Holding the burning bomb in her hand, Honglian cried out that they had found the zombie king, and the others retreated to help him. The civilians clenched their fists and rejoiced at being alive, praising God. Raising her hands, the captain told the soldiers that they could rest and that the wounded and those who would take the supplies could come to her. The protagonist happily hugged Zhu. Stroking the girl's head, the protagonist said that he hoped that this battle would not haunt them at night. Lowering his hands, Uncle Yu said that he heard that only 500 cult members survived, and 80% of the soldiers from other bases were wounded or died, adding that it was a tough battle. Folding his hands, the young man admitted that fortunately, they had no casualties. The doctor placed her hand on the boy's shoulder and asked if he was injured, offering to examine him, to which he replied that everything was fine. The girl asked if everything was okay with the others, to which Chunlei smiled and replied that they were. The doctor extended her hand forward and asked if she could examine the others, to which Zhang asked her to be careful. The girl carried a medical case on her shoulder and was surprised by what she saw. The soldier's mouth opened wide, happy that he had survived. The doctor gave him an injection in the shoulder. After a while, she wiped his forehead with her hand. Zhu asked the soldier to be careful and not to lift anything heavy, otherwise the stitches would come apart, and to remember to eat, to which he smiled broadly and thanked her. Kunj folded her palms in front of her and said that even the greatest warriors needed medical attention. The wounded civilian lay in the snow and muttered that he had led them into the cult and now they were all dead, to which the girl explained that it was not his fault, because they were living in difficult times where everyone was constantly fighting for their lives. Jiangchuan, his mouth wide open, exhaled heavily. The boy helped the soldier drag the dead soldier. Bebe sat in the snow and wrapped the soldier's arm with bandages when suddenly someone exclaimed that they were back. Jun walked in front of his team. The protagonist smiled and asked if the zombie king was dead, to which the captain replied that they had killed 5 and their bodies were in the car. Honglian and Dinghai grinned as they looked at the squad of fighters. Xingxian and Zhang looked at them with their mouths slightly open in joy. The protagonist extended his hand, Jun asked what it was, and the boy explained that it was food prepared by a girl with special abilities, and this food was good for restoring physical and mental strength. After accepting the gift, the group leader remarked that it seemed like he had many useful people in his team. The boy drank water, and it was said that over the next few days, all the zombies in Tianhai City were exterminated. Many suffered heavy losses except for Zhang's team, and everyone worked hard, and the protagonist's squad was the key to victory. The protagonist turned around and did not understand what it was. Extending her hand, Honglian said that although they had disagreements in the past, they fought shoulder to shoulder, and she hoped that everything was fine between them now, and then added that if she needed anything, she could just let her know. The boy shook the girl's hand and said that it was amazing that she was able to lead such a large army. The young man asked if she worked in the police or the army, to which she lowered her eyebrows and replied that she worked in the forensics department of Tianhai City. Zhang gave a thumbs up, declaring that the girl was a real heroine. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist clarified that she had information on each of them, to which she explained that she only had what was before the disaster. Gritting her teeth, the base leader Yanchen said that she had to go. Watching the girl leave, the protagonist wondered if she could find information about the cult for him. Suddenly, someone's fingers appeared on the young man's shoulder. Zhang pushed Dinghai away, to which he exclaimed why he was acting like this. Opening his mouth in alarm, the protagonist apologized for not recognizing him. Straightening his shoulder, the man said that everything was fine and he just wanted to ask if the protagonist wanted to go abroad, since he could take him. The boy's eyes widened and he imagined the ocean. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked to just give them some seafood. Squinting, the base leader Jae-yu laughed and explained that he could do that and would definitely bring them the freshest the next time they went out to sea. Lowering one eyebrow, the boy noted that many people had died and asked if the other man was afraid of going out to sea. Frowning, the man said that they had indeed lost many, but he still had enough people. Dinghai waved his hand and said that if the guy decided to do so, he could just let him know. Holding his chin, Zhang muttered that Dinghai, Honglian, and Xingxian, who had been collaborating with the cult, were now on his side and he didn't even know whether it was good or bad. Putting his fingers to his ear, the protagonist asked Ju to wait in the car and asked the others to stand guard, to which Chunlei replied that the message had been received. Folding her hands, Lion exclaimed that the young man had found himself a personal guard, and Uncle Yu explained that they could be understood because they were still young. The protagonist smiled, looking at his embarrassed friend. Frowning, the guy turned to her and said that he wanted to ask her one question. The girl anxiously closed her eyes. With wide eyes, the doctor asked if something had happened, to which the interlocutor clarified whether she had noticed anything strange in that church. Turning her head in different directions, the doctor replied that she had not seen anything and did not understand what it was. The protagonist lowered his chin and explained that their leader had 2 abilities, Blessing and Gift, both of which were support abilities. But that night when the zombie wave appeared, there was someone with attack abilities in the church who killed the zombies that were trying to get in, and he thought it was Kunj. The guy explained that that was why he asked if Shu had seen the leader of the sect fight, to which she looked away. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion and explained that most of the time the leader just prayed, but there was something strange. The doctor, her eyes wide in fear, said that the cult member said that she could help her awaken her powers. Zhang, his mouth slightly open, asked what his interlocutor had said to that. Smiling, the doctor said that the offer was tempting, but the guy had warned her to stay away from her, so she had refused. Holding his chin, the protagonist did not understand whether it was kindness or evil intent, because Kunj did not really look like a kind person, and it was clearly not for nothing that she awakened abilities in people, and then he wondered for what purpose the girl did this. Leaning on the seat, the protagonist asked to tell him all the details. Lowering her eyebrows, Ju said that after her refusal, the head of the sect did not force her, and only said that if she changed her mind, she could come to her, after which she added that then monsters burst into the church. The girl remembered how Kunj used a magical ability and clarified that she only slightly raised her hand and the monsters froze. It seemed like the flying armored zombies flew back, and the doctor noted that with the second wave, the cult leader threw them out of the church. Zhang opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that she was strong enough to freeze flying zombies instantly. And if you add good reflexes to that, you can say that her strength is perfect, and then realize that she had more than 2 abilities. The protagonist closed his lips, not understanding how she managed to awaken so many powers. Holding his chin, the young man explained that additional abilities can also be obtained with the help of an ice soul, or by stealing the powers of another awakened one, and then wondered if there was some connection between the two. Surprised, the guy noted that if after the death of a person who awakened abilities in himself with the help of an ice soul, the powers return to her, because then the number of skills becomes unlimited. Crouching down, Jang wondered if Kun started this business with the zombies for the sake of abilities. The survivor began to shake his head from side to side and said that the cult suffered the most because of the monsters, and he did not think that their leader was so stupid. The protagonist clasped his head in his hands and exclaimed that this couldn't be happening, to which Yu asked what had happened to him. The protagonist smirked and replied that everything was fine. The image of the leader of the snow worship cult appeared behind him, and the boy thought that this was just a guess and he needed to find evidence first. The protagonist got out of the car. Standing in front of the sex temple, the young man said that he wanted to know something. Putting his fingers to his chin, Jang wondered if Kunj was really the puppeteer behind the scenes. Why didn't she do anything? The girl's silhouette mimicked the protagonist's movements, and he realized that it didn't look like she could control the flow of zombies. After turning his head a few times, the boy realized that he didn't understand anything anymore, so he needed to check everything thoroughly when suddenly someone coughed. The protagonist saw Jun and his subordinates in front of him. The survivor lowered the corners of his lips, wondering if the sect leader might be afraid of these guys. Throwing his hand behind his head, the young man decided that he needed to find out everything in order to get a complete picture. The squad of survivors stood in front of the protagonist. Clenching his jaw, the blonde guy thought that the boss was looking for him, but he didn't look like a professional shooter. Walking closer, Jang asked the captain how he was feeling. The man showed him a bloody cloth, and the protagonist thought that it looked serious. Putting his hand behind his back, Jun said that it was the usual, and thought that he had a few days left. Opening his mouth wide, the subordinate exclaimed that the boss needed to come back as soon as possible, because there was a chance that he would get better after a course of treatment. Lowering his head, the man said that his body was empty. The captain said that before they went back, they had to make sure there were no more zombie kings left in the city, and asked if the other man wanted to go with them. To which he extended his hand forward and said that Tianhai was his hometown and he didn't want to leave it, so he hoped that they would meet again, and Jun asked him to think carefully. The blonde guy opened his mouth slightly and asked if Shang really thought that anyone could get in. The protagonist spread his fingers and asked the team to take care of themselves. The protagonist's back appeared, and suddenly someone turned to him and said that they heard that he was very strong, and then asked if Shang wanted to fight. Jun's subordinate stood behind him with his arms folded. The corners of his mouth turned down, realizing that it seemed like this young man would not leave them alone so easily. The survivor raised his palms and said that he could only shoot a rifle and move supplies, and that the other man was an elite warrior, so there was no need for them to fight, and then decided to immediately admit defeat. The fighter stuck his finger out and asked the protagonist if he would admit defeat without even trying, and then added that he was the strongest here and didn't feel ashamed. The protagonist asked the other man with a smile and said that it was nonsense, since he was only alive thanks to his friends and he had things to do, so it was better to go. Jun's subordinate turned his head and told the boss that the guy was a coward, and then asked if the captain wanted Jang to join them, asking him to just take a look at him. The squad leader smiled and explained that he liked the protagonist precisely because he was different from the fighter, and it would be creepy if everyone on their team were like him. The protagonist muttered that they would be leaving soon, so he should find out about everything as soon as possible, turning the corners of his lips down. The guy saw the leader on the territory of the Yongshan base. Grinning, the young man asked the captain if he could come visit them, to which Honglian replied that they had just finished, so why not? Turning his head, the survivor asked if the girl wanted to go for a walk. Frowning, the captain warned the guy not to even think about doing something. Waving his hand in different directions, Jang replied that he had no such thoughts, and he just needed her help, but he did not want to talk here because there were too many extra ears. Holding out her palm, the base leader agreed to go. The heroes walked along a high stone wall. Crossing her elbows, the girl asked what the guy wanted to talk about, to which he replied that he needed some information. Frowning, Honglian asked who exactly. Lowering her eyebrows, the protagonist replied that it was the leaders of Kinpu and Jeyu, as well as the head of the cult. Grinning, the girl asked if the interlocutor was still worried about them. Putting his hand out to the side, the young man explained that he liked to be prepared for anything. Looking away, the leader of the base, Yanshin, explained that it was not that she could not find the information, but what she would get in return, to which the interlocutor clarified whether she wanted food, energy, or weapons. Raising a finger, the girl said that after the death of so many people, there would be no problem with resources, and agreed to find the information in exchange for a promise. Surprised, his eyes widened, the protagonist asked her again. Smiling, Honglian explained that if one day they encountered danger, the survivor would help them. The young man opened his mouth and wondered if the girl had forgotten what time they were living in and if she really believed in such promises. The boy extended his hand and said that since the captain trusted him, he would agree to this deal. The girl turned away and said that the information was on the base server, so she would send it when she returned, to which Zhang asked when this would happen, and the girl replied that it would be tomorrow. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that it would be great. Snow could be seen falling on the building. Sitting in the banquet hall, Honglian noted that after such great losses, they would have to start a lot over again, so they needed to return home as soon as possible. After which Dinghai said that it was time for him to prepare to go to sea, and Xingxian said that they were almost ready too. Holding a small box in her hands, Conj said that their city had indeed suffered great losses, so she decided to make her modest contribution. The cult leader continued that due to the limited number of ice souls, she could only give each of them 2, so it was better to give them to those who had potential. And if there was no one in mind, then just give them to those who already had the ability, and that person would become much stronger, while the other leaders looked at her in surprise. The protagonist clenched his jaw in alarm, seeing the image of a huge bear behind the girl. Zhang, through the sweat on his face, wondered that if her ability was resurrection, then with this gift, was she hinting at her readiness to attack all of them? Lowering his gaze, the protagonist thought that since you refused her, she decided to go to extreme measures and influence all of us. Conj, smiling slightly, muttered that her suspicions cannot be revealed, and Honglian thanked the protagonist. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that they were indebted to her, so he should not hesitate to contact her if necessary. The sect leader lowered her eyebrows, hoping that they would come to a peaceful coexistence in the future. A moment later, it seemed like the guys walked out of the building. The young man's hands were shining with an unusual aura, and he thought that he could give them to Zhu, Xingxian, and her friend, but it was difficult to predict what abilities they would gain. Zhang, looking ahead, wondered what if they decided to betray him. After a while, many red SUVs appeared. The protagonist, turning to Honglian, exclaimed that she should not forget about their agreement when she returned home. The girl hugged him tightly and replied that she did not need to worry and would do everything because they had an agreement. The protagonist patted her on the back and said that it was great. Suddenly, a stern question was heard about where she was going, which made the guys wide-eyed, not understanding if there were any problems, and decided to check. Bei pressed herself against the man and exclaimed that Lil should stop because she had found a better home, and everyone had to survive as best they could. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that she couldn't leave him, and asked if she had forgotten their oath. The girl, raising her eyebrows, explained that she had found someone who was more suitable for her because he was stronger than him and could protect her, and asked if he thought he would have acted differently in her place. The young man, taking her hand, said that he loved her and that the man would never be able to give her what he could. Lowering her head, Bei honestly answered that she was with him only because of his father, the high priest, adding that she might have been in love, but it was stupid to talk about love in their time. The man, placing his hand on her shoulder, said that it was time for them to go and let her finish with him. The girl turned around and apologized for wasting his time. Leal's face turned blue and he shouted at her not to leave him because if she left, she would kill herself. His beloved waved her hand and asked him menacingly if he was tired of it and thought that a eunuch could hope for someone's love. Zhang looked ahead and wondered if he had really frozen himself. Bei came up to the guy and apologized to him. A moment later, she took her new boyfriend by the arm. The young man, his mouth wide open, screamed loudly. Suddenly, he rushed towards the city. Honglian, looking at Leal, asked what was wrong with him, because he was behaving like a child, to which the protagonist replied that it was better for him this way and clarified that pain did not strengthen them. A moment later, the protagonist raised his palm and said that he would wait for a message, and the girl said goodbye to him. The SUVs moved abruptly, leaving a haze of snow behind them. Zhang bit the corners of his lips in confusion. The protagonist exhaled heavily and said that he felt sorry for his parents. A few days later, the protagonist looked at the screen and said that he had received the documents and asked how they were doing, to which he received the answer that they had started restoration work, so there was no time to talk. The guy, stretching his back, said that it was time to return to the shelter and analyze the data, and also needed to convince the captain and his team to stay a little longer. Suddenly, the young man got out of the car. Finding himself in a small room, Zhang asked the captain if they could talk alone, and the man clarified that he had changed his mind and decided to go with them. The protagonist smiled slightly and replied that it was not about that, but something was bothering him and he would like to discuss it with him. The subordinate, with his mouth slightly open, turned to the boss. Jun pointed his finger out the window and suggested going for a walk. A moment later, they were outside, and the captain said that there was no one there, so he could speak freely. The protagonist, turning his head to the side, explained that he wanted him to stay for a while because he felt like the mission had gone too well, and asked if he remembered how they discussed how the zombie kings had a very high IQ, thanks to which they controlled such a horde. Jun, frowning, replied that he remembered, and they agreed that a mutated zombie was no match for a human, and also that no one had seen large groups of zombies since that battle. The guy lowered his hands and asked if he had ever met anyone stronger than a corpse king, to which he received an answer to tell him directly. Jang, opening his jaw, said that he felt like the slain kings were just puppets in someone else's hands, and that the whole scene with the zombie waves was played out especially for him and his team. The captain, folding his arms, looked ahead. The protagonist held out his hand and said that it was really hard to win such a battle, but everything went too smoothly and it looked like the zombies were playing along, and asked if he thought it was strange. The man opened his mouth and exclaimed that he needed proof. The protagonist sighed heavily and said that he didn't have any, but his guesses were not groundless. Jun adjusted his glasses and said that caution was a good quality and it significantly complicated their lives, but also prolonged them, and he had nothing to worry about because the problems in Tianhai were a mere trifle. Waving his hand, the captain added that if something happened again, they would help. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, said that he understood him, and if he found out anything, he would immediately inform him, and asked if he would ignore him. The man raised his fingers and said that they were keeping an eye on all the cities in their region, and if he was worried, he could come with them because there was no safer place than their city. The young man closed his eyes and explained that he had to discuss this with his team. Jun, with his hands in his pockets, said that he was looking forward to his answer, to which Zhang thanked him. They could be seen approaching the SUVs. Suddenly, the stranger shouted for them to wait, causing the protagonist to turn around and ask what had happened. The man took the protagonist's hand and started talking about his son. After a while, the captain clarified what had happened, and the guy, turning his head to the side, explained that something had happened to his son yesterday, namely, that he had left and had not returned yet. Jun patted him on the shoulder and wished him a safe journey. The young man's car sped off, and the man waved his hand. The captain adjusted his glasses and said that it looked like he would have to stay a little longer. Jang, holding the steering wheel, hoped that he would not return here again. A second later, he took out a small piece of cloth. It was written that 28 days ago, their family, along with their neighbors, joined a snow worship cult, and after the leader learned of his abilities, she took his blood for analysis, and the fruits of the tree were food that put people into a trance and a state of excitement due to hallucinations. The protagonist abruptly crumpled the note. Closing his eyes, he remembered the face of Liu's father. Ju, putting her hand on his shoulder, asked what it was. The protagonist put the piece of cloth in his pocket. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy replied that nothing special. It was visible how the girl suddenly blushed. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, realized that this cult was worse than he had assumed. After some time, Xingxin looked sadly out the window. Yanmi, holding a plate of food in her hands, said that Zhang and the others would be back soon and to stop looking out the window. The girl sighed heavily and asked when she would be useful in battle. Suddenly, it seemed like two SUVs were racing through the snow, and the specialist joyfully shouted that they were back. A moment later, the door lock creaked open. Suddenly, the team of guys returned home. Xingxin, smiling broadly, asked the protagonist if he was okay, because she was worried, and her friend said that they were forced to sit here while they risked their lives, and she was sorry that they could not help them. The protagonist, stroking their heads, replied that each of them was doing their job, and besides, he could protect them himself. The guy abruptly raised his hand and showed his biceps. Yanmi, turning around, exclaimed that dinner was almost ready and suggested talking at the table. After some time, the guys sat down at a huge table. It seemed as if they clinked glasses. The young man held the drink and asked if anything had happened during their absence, to which he received the answer that it had been frighteningly quiet, but otherwise everything was fine. Zhang, smiling slightly, said that was good. Liu asked how they were doing, her eyes wide. The protagonist lowered his glass and said that they had suffered, but the other bases had suffered. The protagonist frowned and explained that there were less than 1% of the original number of survivors. The master mechanic, her mouth slightly open, said that she wondered how many Tianhai residents were still alive, since they could very well be the last ones in the city. Chunlei raised his drink and exclaimed that there was no need to be sad, and most importantly, that they were all right, and suggested celebrating their victory. A second later, the guys clinked glasses again. Looking at Yanmi, the guy said that she had become a much better cook. The girl blushed and said that she practiced every day, and while they were fighting on the front lines, they could not sit idly by, and all her dishes were now in the refrigerator. Suddenly, Chunlei ran to the toilet, and it was heard that he was good since he had managed to drink 2 bottles of wine. Lion, with her jaw hanging open, said that he was just glad that they all returned alive. Jen, abruptly standing up from the table, exclaimed that he was full and asked Xingxin to come to him when he finished, and received a positive answer. After some time, the control room appeared, in which the protagonist was poking at the buttons. Grinning, the protagonist explained that he wanted to show her something. Xingxin was driving up to her boss in a wheelchair. The guy, stretching out his finger, told her to look. On the screen was a portrait of Kunj, who was 20 years old, as well as her description. The girl, her eyes bulging, was surprised by this. Putting his hand on his side, the young man said that he thought that she could resurrect people, and the abilities that she awakened in parishioners returned to her after their death. The specialist frowned and listened to her say that she might have orchestrated the whole zombie mess to regain her powers, but he had no proof, so he wanted to figure it out, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep properly. Xingxin put her hand on the huge keyboard and replied that it meant they would start searching. A tall building appeared, and it was said that when she was 3 years old, she moved to Tianhai with her parents, and they lived on Jinli Street, number 256 in Chang'an District, and that same year, her parents founded their own cult. Conj was seen hiding behind her mother, and Zhang continued that her father became the head, and her mother became the high priest. The girl was sitting on a chair, and the cult members were worshipping her, and the protagonist said that in order to attract followers, they lied that their daughter had supernatural powers and canonized her, and 13 years later, her parents died in a plane crash on the way to a meeting of cult members in Japan. It seemed like Kunj was lying on the floor, tortured, and the protagonist said that the death of her parents opened the eyes of the cult followers, and the girl became their main enemy. And in 2046, the Tianhai City Police, on an anonymous tip, saved her, and 136 people were brought to justice, and Kunj herself seemed to evaporate. It was clear that the girl was standing on a high cliff, and Zhang added that after the end of the world, she returned as the leader of the snow worship cult and gathered new minions around her, and so their cult became the largest organization in Tianhai. Xingxin, with her mouth slightly open, called her a poor thing. The protagonist, with his eyebrows lowered, asked if it was possible to survive this without going crazy. The girl, with a heavy sigh, answered that he was right, because it really wasn't easy, and added that in her place she would only think about how to destroy this world or make it the way she needed. The protagonist folded his arms and exclaimed that everyone thought that the cult had suffered the most, because they had lost almost 10,000 people. The guy shook his head and said that she had done it on purpose, trying to hide her evil intent. The specialist, her eyes widened, and asked if he had any evidence. The young man, smiling, said that before there wasn't any, but now there was. Xingxin's mouth opened wide in surprise, and Zhang asked if she remembered how he said that he suspected her of being able to resurrect people. Raising several fingers, the protagonist said that he saw her demonstrate her power during the battle, and not only the one known to them, but also control over snow. Crossing his arms, the protagonist added that if she had this ability from the beginning, she would not have hidden it for so long. And it turns out that the origin of her power is known to them, which proves his hypothesis, and after the death of the owners of the abilities, they returned to it. The girl, holding her chin, exclaimed that it turns out that they cannot understand how strong she really is, because all abilities have their weaknesses, but a person who has several at once becomes almost invulnerable. The guy put up his index finger and explained that this is why she did not interfere in what was happening, because she wanted to get as many abilities as possible. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man continued that it does not matter whether they are followers of the cult or not, because the death of the person whom she helped awaken the abilities will only help her. Xingxin spread her palms out in different directions and said that it was possible, but without proof they would achieve nothing. Zhang, frowning, said that she had used zombies to reduce the number of other bases, and had given them several ice souls before they left, which meant that the cult was preparing to go against them, and the only thing she was afraid of now was the Jiangnan region, because once they left, there would be nothing to hold her back. Taking out a piece of cloth, the protagonist exclaimed that they could use it as evidence. The girl, raising her eyebrows, asked what it was, to which she received the answer that Lijian had secretly slipped it into his hand before they left. The protagonist sighed heavily and said that if it weren't for his son's death, he didn't think he would have dared to do something like this. The guy, holding the note in her hands, began to read it out loud, causing sweat to run down her face. The piece of cloth said that her son was dead, and as a father he could not avenge him, and hoped that this information would be useful. Xingxin turned her head to the side and exclaimed that she understood what she was trying to achieve. The boy opened his mouth and said that Lijian was the priest of the cult, and thanks to this note they could come to the conclusion that the cult had a lot of skeletons in the closet, and all this was a huge conspiracy that led to the zombie disaster. It seemed like Kunj was holding a globe, and the boy added that if she was allowed to become stronger, she was afraid that the whole world would end up in her hands. The girl sighed heavily and explained that if she was exposed, they would definitely get back at her, and in the end, she had been deceiving everyone from the very beginning, which is why all the followers were ready to die for her. The boy lowered his eyebrows and said that they needed to find a way to deal with her. The specialist opened her jaw and said that they would be few for this, and they needed to contact the other bases and tell them, and added that they still needed to enlist the support of the Jiangnan region, because the Tianhai forces had suffered heavy losses, and even if they united, they would not be able to cope with the cult. Jiang, raising the corners of his lips, replied that she was right, but he just didn't think that they would be interested in what Kunj was doing, as long as it did not affect their interests, because they were engaged in maintaining stability, not justice, and they had no reason to do anything. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, wondered what if he and Kunj were similar. Holding his chin, the protagonist wondered if he should accept the offer and go with them, giving up what he had now. Looking down, the guy exclaimed that he was fine in the shelter, and they were getting labor for the right to live. The young man pressed his lips together and said that if he went with them, they would squeeze all the juices out of him, and if he didn't go, he would have to fight Kunj, and he couldn't decide what to do. Xingxin stretched out her palm and said that everything that happened was for the best, adding that since she understood their interests, there was nothing to be afraid of, because they didn't have to cooperate with the Jiangnan region at all. The girl, looking at the boss, asked what they were most interested in now, and Jiang replied that they were worried about those who were trying to gain as much power as possible. The IT specialist smiled broadly and exclaimed that then they would tell them who was the creator of the zombie wave. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist clarified that what if they didn't believe him, because there were no traces of the zombie virus in the fruits and branches of that tree. Raising her finger, Xingxin explained that it wasn't that important, but it was enough to make the people of the Jiangnan region suspicious. The girl opened her jaw and added that they would then start an investigation, and if she resisted, it meant that something was wrong, and if she didn't, the problem would be discovered sooner or later. The protagonist grabbed her chin and asked if she wanted to exaggerate the threat from Kunj so that the region wouldn't leave her alone. The IT specialist, pointing at the boss, replied that that was what she was talking about. Xingxin lowered her eyebrows and asked if he thought they wouldn't be interested if they knew she had multiple powers. The boy's pupils suddenly narrowed and he realized that it was true, because it was enough to just attract their attention, and he wondered if they would be interested in investigating. Touching his chin, the boy thought that the idea was great, but he needed to plan it out carefully because acting without a plan was too risky. The girl, pressing the keys, exclaimed that there was something else. Jiang, looking at the image of Yixian, clarified that he was not that important, adding that he was more like a puppet of Kunj, who did all the dirty work. The IT specialist, continuing to press the keys, explained that they needed to understand whether this conspiracy was Kunj's initiative or whether all the cult members knew about it, because with the first option, they had a chance to provoke a rebellion. Looking to the side, Xingxin said that the second option would require being prepared to face a large-scale threat. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets and said that most of the followers had died, and such news would have the effect of a bombshell, and he did not think that many people were privy to this secret. The girl folded her elbows and exclaimed that it might be so, but the answer was hidden in this. A moment later, the protagonist directed his gaze straight ahead. An image of Yixian appeared, and it was written that he was born into a middle-class family in Tianhai City and was a neighbor of Kunj, and when she disappeared, he also disappeared from the city. Touching his face, the guy said that this guy definitely knew about what was happening, and perhaps this was their common plan, and the followers were nothing more than cannon fodder for them. Imagining many injured people, the young man wondered how many abilities she had absorbed. Jiang, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he needed to think carefully about everything in order to avoid the threat of the cult. After some time, the protagonist jumped on the bed and said that he was fine, and if he left the city, he would definitely take it with him. The protagonist closed his eyes contentedly and asked himself why he was even thinking about this, and realized that he needed to focus on something else, and also wondered if the zombies, the cult, the ice soul, and the bloody vine were connected. Scratching his head, the guy wondered if she was really able to control corpses, then why did the flying zombies attack her, and if it wasn't her, then who was behind it? Imagining the trees with apples hanging on them, the young man wondered if the bloody vine was able to infect zombies, then why didn't they find a zombie virus in it? Suddenly, Jiang found himself in outer space. A tall tree appeared in front of him, causing the protagonist to ask if it was taller than 100 meters. Suddenly, his pupils widened sharply. Looking down, the protagonist noticed the bodies hanging on the roots and realized something. The guy, wide-eyed, exclaimed that he had completely forgotten about the roots because the zombies had been underground in a dark and damp environment all this time. Suddenly, a man in a red robe appeared in front of him. The man cut his finger and dripped blood onto the tree. It seemed like the zombies began to make sounds. The young man, clenching his fists, realized that Lijian was the key. A moment later, the dead broke away from the roots and moved sharply. Jiang was very surprised, which is why his eyes suddenly bulged. A second later, the protagonist, through sweat on his face, sighed heavily. Putting his palm on his face, everything became clear to the protagonist. The guy suddenly reached for a notebook. Taking a pen, he wrote down that the zombies appeared 21 days ago, 5 bases faced attacks at the same time, and a month ago, Lijian joined the cult. The young man opened his mouth wide and explained that the reason there were no zombies in the city before was because the tree's strength was insufficient, and they were too weak because they died before they could attack. flying zombies appeared, and Jang added that after he joined the cult, his sacrifice ability saturated the tree with enough strength in a short period of time. The protagonist imagined Kunj flying in the magical space and said that she could control the tree, but she could not control the zombies, and the zombie kings were not smart enough and could only follow simple orders, so the flying ones attacked her. Baring his teeth, the protagonist exclaimed that he could not find out anything precisely because they cleaned up all the evidence before his arrival and deceived him, leaving a loophole for him to get the fruit and rid them all of suspicion. Throwing his notebook, the guy said that the picture came together and everything looks as plausible as possible. The young man crossed his fingers and added that they now had a chance to deal with everything. Jang got up from the bed and said that Conch had deliberately decided to destroy the city with zombies for selfish reasons, and that they needed to tell the squad from the Jiangnan region about everything. Looking out the window, the protagonist did not think that she would dare to attack while they were here and assumed that she had a lot of corpses in stock. Leaning on the glass, the protagonist wondered if they revealed her true identity, would they have enough resources to deal with her, and would the group leader be able to sacrifice himself if he realized that he was too weak? The guy sat down on the bed abruptly, not understanding why the problems were getting worse. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked if they could come in. The young man turned around and answered positively. Xingxin, riding up to him in a wheelchair, exclaimed that she had come up with something and would like to discuss it with him. Jang handed her a notebook and asked her to look at it first. The girl, leafing through the pages, asked what it was, and the protagonist explained that he had compared Lijian's words and the facts about the strange tree and came to the conclusion that their hypothesis was correct. Having closed the small book, the IT specialist clarified what the further plan was, to which he received the answer that he had some ideas and should listen and say what he thought. Xingxin, with her mouth wide open, agreed with the boss. After some time, a snow worship cult appeared from afar. Yixian, stretching out his index finger, ordered his subordinates to take care of the supplies and tents and then let them move the rest of the bodies, and everyone obeyed him. A moment later, the guy moved towards the temple. It was visible how Kanj, crossing her fingers, looked up. The sect member approached her and asked if everything was going according to plan, adding that no one in Tianhai could stop them with so many zombies, and all they could do was wait for the investigation team to leave and they could begin. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, replied that she was worried about something else. Yixian lowered his eyebrows and asked if their plan was perfect and what was bothering her. Kunj turned around abruptly and said that someone had seen her use someone else's ability that night. The guy frowned and asked if she was talking about the woman Jang had brought. The sect leader, with the corners of her lips raised, replied that she was worried about that and was afraid that it might become a problem. The cult member extended his palm and explained that no one said that a person could only have one ability, and besides, their cult had suffered the greatest losses, and also wondered if anyone would suspect them, and if so, so what, and added that at best, they would reveal the secret of the Ice Soul, and the region did not care about it. Yixian, smiling slightly, exclaimed that if they found out anything, they would not be a threat to them. Crossing her palms, Kunj said that in the face of absolute power, nothing mattered, and they would wait for the group to leave Jiangnan and begin to implement the plan. The girl, with wide eyes, continued that when she obtained the abilities of the leaders of each of the bases, her strength would reach unimaginable heights. Spreading her arms in different directions, she shouted that she would become the goddess of the new world. After a while, Xingxin showed up, put a notebook on his lap, and explained that if they started looking for zombie traces tomorrow and confirmed his guess, the Jiangnan region would be interested. The protagonist grabbed his chin and said that he shouldn't tell anyone about it until they finished. The girl shook her head and said that they didn't need panic. The it guy, with bulging eyes, asked if he planned to act alone. The protagonist clenched his fists and said that only he could do that. Xingxin turned around and told the boss to be sure to tell him if he needed anything. The next day, the team could be seen enjoying their meal. Uncle Yu raised his eyebrows and asked their leader where he was going and if they could go with him. Jang smiled slightly and replied that he would just clear out the zombies that were walking around the area and also practice the techniques that Lion taught him. The girl, lowering her hands, exclaimed that she would go with him and at the same time watch over the equipment. Uncle, opening his mouth, said that they could not send the two of them to clean up, and Chunlei added that they also wanted to help. The protagonist stretched out his palm and replied that they were just a couple of zombies, so one could handle it. The guy sighed heavily and suggested dividing the territory, and then everyone would clear their own area. The guys, looking at the boss, agreed. The young man, opening the door, told them to change clothes and he would go first. Suddenly, a cat jumped on his shoulder, to which Zhang exclaimed that Hua would go with him. After some time, the protagonist approached the SUV. Suddenly, the car abruptly rushed from its place. It seemed as if the protagonist drove up to a snowy underground passage. The guy got out of the transport and used the magical aura that surrounded the SUV. Taking out a radar, the young man muttered that the cult base was more than 10 kilometers away, and first he would check if there were zombies in the subway and hope that his sensitive sense of smell would help him. Hua, opening his mouth, meowed positively. A second later, Jang began to go down the stairs. The protagonist walked past the boards on which the map was drawn. Looking at the cat, the protagonist asked him if he felt anything. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy said that he thought the zombies were here and wondered if he had made a mistake with the location. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared in front of him. The young man walked through it and found himself on the railroad tracks. Suddenly, Hua's fur stood on end, and he screamed loudly. Jang, looking at the radar, wondered if they had gone that far. An unusual aura was coming from the dark tunnel. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, realized where everything was hidden. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that this was an abandoned area due to a lack of resources, and that she hid the corpses here. Holding his chin, the guy thought about how to make sure no one realized that he had found this place. The young man's eyes widened and he suddenly came up with an idea. A small mouse appeared in his hand, and Jang exclaimed that it was good that he had asked to make this mechanical animal in advance. Putting it on the ground, the protagonist said that the next step was up to her. Taking out the radio remote control, the protagonist began to control the mechanical animal. It was seen that the mouse quickly rushed into the dark tunnel. The guy, holding the remote control, looked straight at the screen. Through the sweat on his face, the young man said that this could not be because he had already checked the entire city, and wondered if he really had made all this up, but he understood that it could not be because she could not refuse such an advantage. Hua, raising his head, watched him, and Jang thought that if they searched a little more, they would definitely find something. A few hours later, a huge number of corpses appeared. The protagonist, bulging his eyes, said that there were at least 300,000 zombies here. The protagonist frowned and explained that the death toll in Tianhai was around 20 million, and if she had more time, she would have turned them all, so they needed to report everything to the investigation team as soon as possible. The mechanical animal was seen running under the corpse's feet, and the guy decided to leave it here to prove the existence of zombies if necessary, and he realized that he needed to hide it well. After some time, the young man passed through the magic portal. Jang looked back and said that his suspicions were confirmed, but he was not happy about it at all, and the real test was still ahead. Sitting behind the wheel, Bailey said that everything was almost over and that they were sure that there were no kings left. Jun suggested going home and having a good rest. The man adjusted his glasses and said that he did not see any threat at the moment. He looked out the window and was surprised that everything went quite smoothly. However, they had no reason to linger here. The detective frowned and said that they needed to go back. The boys high-fived each other and were happy that they would finally get their well-deserved rest and rewards. The boy smiled and was upset that their allies did not want to go with them. Xiaoyu looked back and asked if her friend really wanted this so much. The young man replied that there were not many interesting people in this city, and this couple was quite interesting. Smiling, the girl agreed that there were not many potential deltas here and added that the rest of the awakened ones specialize in close combat, which is not that rare. Jun frowned and suggested that they discuss this issue later. The man looked down and thought that Jang and Kunj had very strong abilities, but forcing them to go with them by force made no sense. The car drove forward. The phone screen lit up. The detective took it in his hand and said that an awakened one was calling them. The boy crossed his arms and asked why he decided to call just when they were about to leave. Jun put the phone to his ear. Standing outside, the protagonist asked if they had left. The man looked out the window and said that they were almost at the border. Jang frowned sternly and said that he had discovered a group of zombies in the Aoshan area, the number of which was at least 300,000. The detective opened his mouth wide and ordered his comrade to stop the car. The SUV stopped abruptly. The guys looked at their leader in surprise. The captain frowned and asked how reliable this information was. The guy looked away and said that he felt that the situation with the zombies was not resolved yet, and upon returning, he checked the subway station where he found them. Frowning, the young man realized that their ally would definitely stay after hearing this news, and thought that he could get rid of Kunj with his help. Jun asked where his comrade was. The survivor put his hand on his belt and replied that he was at home. The allies promised to arrive soon. The protagonist summoned a portal and told Hua that it was time for them to go back. The man looked at Bailey and asked him to turn around and go back. The car turned back abruptly. The blonde looked at his leader and asked why they were going back. The detective adjusted his glasses and said that the issue with the zombies was still open. Suddenly, the captain covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. The awakened one looked back and asked his friend to help him right away. The girl handed her comrade the medicine. There were traces of blood on his glove. The guys widened their eyes in fear. Wiping his mouth with a rag, Jun said that he did not regret the power he had received at all, and explained that you have to pay for everything in this life, so the most important thing is to control yourself. The man leaned back in his chair. The squad arrived at the shelter. The boy said that their ally would regret calling if his find was not worth their attention. The protagonist pressed the button on the remote and asked permission to show them something. A video from the subway tunnel appeared on the screen. A crowd of zombies was slowly moving forward. The squad members opened their mouths in shock. Jang frowned and said that there were so many of them that they definitely could not cope without their help, and explained that all he could do was ask them to stay. The detective asked who else knew about this. The boy frowned and said that no one except him and his analyst knew what was going on. The captain raised his eyebrows and asked if he really thought someone was behind this. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that he could not say yet and that this was a serious matter that needed to be thoroughly investigated. The survivor covered his face with his hand and explained that if they did not solve this problem, they would have to find a new home. He raised his index finger and asked if the allies would like to provide them with housing. Jun asked if there was any other information besides this footage. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that this was all he had managed to find. Adjusting his glasses, the man promised to find a way to deal with this and asked his comrade to contribute when the time came. Jang scratched his chin and asked if they could handle this since their team was fine, but the other bases had lost 80% of their people. The detective reminded them that it was in their best interests to fight for this city. The guy frowned and said that he understood everything. The squad headed for the exit. The young man asked if they wanted to have a snack before leaving, and stated that they had enough space where they could rest. The captain waved his hand and refused, explaining that they were not used to resting in other people's houses. The survivor smiled and asked him to tell him if they suddenly needed anything. The heroes went outside. The car disappeared over the horizon. As they left, the protagonist apologized for not being able to tell them the truth and explained that he was afraid that they might retreat. Jun frowned sternly and wondered who could control these corpses. Bailey looked at him and asked if they should go to the place they were talking about. The man lowered his head and said that they should first find out how the zombies got there in the first place since everyone was under suspicion right now. The boy opened his mouth wide and thought that Jang himself was deliberately cultivating them. The guy said that he had no motive since he had enough supplies and all of his comrades were alive. The blonde frowned and asked if other bases that had suffered heavy losses were capable of such a thing. Xiaoyu suggested that it might be someone unknown. The detective crossed his arms and suggested that they go to Aoshin to check it out. The young man lit a lighter. Looking at the fire, the survivor thought that his friends had already left for Aoshin and that they would not be able to avoid a second battle if the zombies attacked. He put out the fire and asked his friend to tell everyone to gather in the living room. Xingxin raised her eyebrows and asked if it was time to make the next move. The guys gathered in the room and asked what happened. The girl stopped her chair and asked if there was any new information. The protagonist smiled and said that he had discovered during his investigation that the previous zombie attack was a carefully planned attack. The heroes gaped in shock when Jang said that this was a conspiracy that affected every resident of Tianhai. The guy furrowed his brows sternly and explained that when he learned that Kong had multiple powers, he noticed that after the zombie wave, many corpses were like dried out shells with no power. The young man turned on the video on the big screen. The heroes' eyes widened in surprise when their leader reported that he had found this group of monsters in Aoshin. The survivor looked away and added that if the sect leader had the ability to resurrect, then she would be able to absorb the powers of the dead if they were awakened by the Ice Soul. Yami pressed her hands to her chest and asked if that didn't make her a potential victim. In her memory, the Ice Soul entered her head. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and said that for now, they had nothing to worry about, since if everything went according to plan, the enemy's plan would not be realized. Lion raised her eyebrows, realizing that she could have dozens or even hundreds of different abilities, and asked if there was anyone who could handle her. Jang clasped his hands and confirmed it. The guy raised his index finger and said Jun's name. The teacher crossed her arms and said that the power of his eyes was truly amazing, as the man could kill anything he saw in front of him, and thought that he could very well reach the Epsilon level. The boy looked away and explained that he was saying all this so that his friends would be ready to evacuate at any time, and that they needed to find a safe place to go. The survivor raised his hand and said that the Jiangnan region would not let this go so easily, and that everyone would get what they deserved when the time came. The heroes smiled awkwardly. Leaning back on the sofa, the protagonist said that everyone could go free and hoped that everything would go smoothly. Jang took out a transmitter and wished for his allies to succeed. The rat with red eyes jumped forward. The squad approached the entrance to the subway. Jun asked his friend to use her skill to understand what was inside. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. There was no one down there, so the heroes decided to go down there. The guys ran forward along the platform. The boy looked back and asked if their ally had really seen zombies here. The man frowned and said that it was suspiciously clean here. The girl stopped and thought about how many enemies there were. The detective approached her and asked what happened. A huge crowd of monsters was moving along the tunnel. The girl said that there were at least several 100,000 of them. The captain adjusted his glasses and said that they would not be able to cope with such a number of opponents, so they needed to request a missile strike at these coordinates. The squad members turned around and headed for the exit. The woman looked back and heard a loud howl coming from the tunnel. Bailey opened his mouth wide and shouted that the enemies were approaching. Jun raised his hand and ordered them to leave here immediately. The heroes ran to the stairs. The living dead appeared from the tunnel. The winged monster caught up with the guys. The boy shot a beam of bright light in his direction. The blonde frowned and said that something was wrong because the enemy was not reacting to his attack. The guy grabbed the spear and suggested that the show was played specifically for them so that they would get rid of the kings and leave. The young man delivered a powerful blow and promised to send the monsters to hell. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the awakened one asked his comrades to protect the boss and promised to cover the rear. The boy nodded. The zombies rushed towards the survivor. The man ran out into the street and ordered everyone to immediately get into the car. The guys jumped into the SUV. A powerful explosion was heard at the station. Bailey went outside. Black smoke rose behind him. The guy jumped into the passenger seat and ordered the driver to step on the gas. The car moved from its place. The monsters followed it. The mirror reflected the running monsters. The blonde pressed himself against the window and asked his girlfriend to speed up. Xiaoyu stated that she had already pressed the gas pedal to the metal. The awakened one looked out the window and summoned several waves of powerful energy. His comrade opened fire with a machine gun. The winged creatures approached the car. One of them extended its hand to the shooter. The squad member's eyes widened in fear and realized that the enemies were already too close. He was protected by a wave of bright fire. The detective looked out through the hatch in the ceiling. The captain leaned out the window and activated the incinerating flame. A powerful wave of fire fell on the living dead. The zombies rushed in different directions. A huge crater formed behind the car. Jun covered his mouth with his hand. His comrades shouted that they could not break away from the enemy and that they needed help. The man wiped his sweat and said that they needed to get to the shelter and inform all the bases in Tianhai about what happened. While driving, the girl suggested going to Yanshan. The detective agreed and asked her to tell the others to send their men there. The squad was being pursued by monsters. Honglian crossed her arms and said that she did not know if Zhang had managed to find anything during his investigation, but for some reason he needed information about the cult leader. Xiaoyu appeared on the screen and said that a new wave of zombies was approaching the city. The woman jumped up from her seat and asked if they hadn't already destroyed all the monsters. The girl said that they did not have time to explain and warned that they would be here soon. The monitor screen went dark. The leader of Yanshan asked what all this meant. Hearing a knock on the door, the head of the military region looked up and asked the guest to come in. Qingting entered the office and asked what they should do next. Honglian asked him to immediately tell everyone to go down to the shelter because a huge wave of zombies was coming soon. The squad requested help from their comrade and said that they were heading to the Yongshan base. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist said that they would arrive soon. Zhang looked at the phone screen and decided to take advantage of the moment and get rid of the zombies and Kunj with the help of the captain's ability. The guy put on his cloak. Lion sternly knitted her eyebrows and said that she would go with him. Hua happily wagged her tail. Waving his hand, the young man asked his friends not to go too far from him and explained that he would use the portal if something went wrong and send them back to the shelter. His comrades nodded. Frowning, the survivor asked them to change clothes and said that he would tell the others everything. Zhu approached him and said that she also wanted to go with him. Raising his index finger, the protagonist asked her to collect the essentials in the living room in case of an emergency and promised to return to pick up his friends. The doctor raised her eyebrows and said that she would talk to the others when they left. Xingxin returned to the living room and asked her friend not to forget that this was their only chance. The boys put on winter clothes and said that they were ready to go. Zhang patted his friend on the head and repeated his request. The surgeon replied that she understood everything. The girl watched the car leave and hoped that everything would be fine. Kanj stood at the altar. Yixian ran into the temple and shouted that something had happened. The boy frowned and said that a group from the Jiangnan region had found out about everything. The sect leader's eyes widened in surprise and asked if they hadn't left the city and why they suddenly went to Aoshan. The cultist shook his head and explained that, logically, they would look for the problem among the other bases because their losses were fewer. The cultist looked away and said that they thought that the area was rarely visited, and the zombies should not have woken up since there should not have been any people nearby. The heroes looked at each other. The guy said that now that they were discovered, they had become active and began to attack, and added that the other bases already knew about it, and the investigation team itself had gone to Yongshan. The girl asked if this could be a trap to lure them there and destroy them. Yixian raised his hand and said that he only knew that a group of zombies had awakened. The woman put her hand to her chin and realized that the remaining forces in the city were not enough to resist her, but a group from the Jiangnan region could be a problem. Her cheeks turned red. Kong thought that it would be ideal if such a power belonged to her, since no ability could compare to the incinerating flame. The cult leader closed her eyes and said that ignoring them would arouse suspicion. The boy frowned and confirmed this. He put his hand on his chest and said that he could go there himself so that nothing would happen to her. The girl walked down the steps. She smiled and called her subordinate the best. The woman hugged him and asked him to take care of himself. A few minutes later, the embarrassed cultist headed for the exit. Hanj clasped her hands and thought that the number of casualties did not matter as long as they were all acquitted. The Yanshin base squad went outside to greet the guests. Honglian looked at the phone screen and asked why they were not there yet. Someone asked her to look ahead. The girl's mouth opened in shock. An army of zombies was following the car. The woman gritted her teeth and asked what was going on here. The SUV drove up to the base. He immediately drove into its territory. The guys jumped out of the car. Jun ordered everyone to return to the shelter as there were too many monsters. Leader Yanshin sent a wave of fire at the enemies. The soldiers returned to the base. The head of the military district ran inside, incinerating the enemies along the way. Honglian found herself in cover and ordered her subordinates to close the gate. The soldier slammed the door with force, cutting off the monster's hands. The man looked at the surveillance footage. The girl went to the computer and realized that the enemies would destroy her factory. The detective crossed his arms over his chest and said that people from other bases would soon arrive here to unite and repel the enemy. Leaning on the computer desk, the woman said that this wave was no less than the one they had to face last time and wondered how they were supposed to deal with them at all. Leader Yanshin looked back and asked why they couldn't request backup from the Jiangnan region. The captain explained that they couldn't just call in an additional investigation team since they each had their own mission. The head of the military region closed her eyes and asked if they could just wait for their deaths. Xiaoyu sat down at the computer and asked the others to watch it. The broadcast showed that the zombies had already surrounded the military base. Honglian crossed her arms and concluded that they wouldn't be able to get out of here now. Jun covered his mouth with his hand and started coughing. Bailey asked if he was okay. The man raised his hand and said that they had no other choice. The detective wiped away the blood and decided that he would have to request a missile strike since they were all here. The girl gaped in surprise and asked if they even had missiles, thinking that it would definitely help destroy the zombies. The captain frowned and said that was all they could do. The leader of the neighboring region walked to the window and asked how things were going in Tianhai since his people had not returned yet. The phone on the table vibrated. The man picked up the phone and asked what was wrong. His comrade said that they needed help since hundreds of thousands of zombies had surrounded their shelter. The commander's eyes widened and he asked if the problem was that serious, and when they answered in the affirmative, he asked his subordinates to hold out a little longer. Scratching his beard, he thought that this group was one of the best under his command, and he realized that the zombies might soon reach them too since Tianhai was always 300 kilometers away from here. The base leader returned to the command center and ordered his subordinates to show him what was happening at the Yangshan base. An image of a factory overrun by monsters appeared on the screen. The computer displayed photos of the monsters and reported that among the 400,000 zombies, there were 340 large ones. The man put the phone to his ear and said that their military factories were unable to produce enough missiles, so the only option was to use deadly love. Frowning, the commander decided that the strength of the Yanshin shelter should be enough to withstand it, and declared that they were ready to use deadly love to destroy the zombie wave. The detective frowned sternly and reminded that then the entire city would turn into a wasteland. The base leader explained that they would have to make this sacrifice to prevent the zombies from spreading to other cities. The captain narrowed his eyes and thought about how this was indeed the only way to get rid of the zombies, but it meant that they would all end. Jun imagined a huge explosion and realized that the radiation gases would hang over the city for several decades, which meant that they would have to spend all that time in the shelter. The man looked at the boxes and decided that they did not have enough supplies. The captain frowned and asked his boss to give them some time. The head of the region said that he would take action if the zombie wave did not disappear within 24 hours. Honglian approached her ally and asked when they would launch the missiles. The detective looked at her and explained that there were too many zombies, so they had decided to use deadly love to exterminate them. The girl gaped in surprise and asked what that meant. The woman raised her hand and said that such an explosion would level all of Tianhai and the people would die from radiation, and was indignant that Jiangnan just wanted to kill them. Jun furrowed his brows sternly and said that there was no point in getting angry now because they needed to find a way to deal with the zombies so they wouldn't be trapped underground. The man looked at his watch and said that there were 24 hours left until the bomb was launched. Leader Yanshin smoothed her hair. The captain said that he knew the number of people and weapons they had. He walked over to his student and asked her to notify the others of what had happened. The detective adjusted his glasses and warned that anyone who dared to flee the battlefield would pay for it. Yixian crossed his arms and wondered if he should contact the zombie king through the blood vine and give the order to stop the wave. The boy looked at his phone and read in horror that a bomb would be dropped on Tianhai tomorrow. The cultist slammed his fist on the car door in anger. The cultist frowned and wondered how he could prevent the death of the investigation team and force the zombie wave to retreat without raising suspicion. The protagonist smirked and wondered what the cult would do when they found out about the bomb. Jang imagined the Grim Reaper and decided that the power of this bomb was actually scary. The boy frowned and asked his comrades to go down to the basement, as the shelter might be attacked. Lion was driving. Chunlei grabbed his head and asked the boss to take them away from here, as 24 hours would be enough time to escape from Tianhai. Looking back, the young man stated that all the escapees would be pursued by people from the Jiangnan region, and said that compared to that, fighting zombies was not that scary. The boy frowned in fear and asked what was wrong with running. Uncle Yu crossed his arms and decided that it was simply impossible to deal with so many enemies. Closing his eyes, the survivor asked them not to worry and explained that the zombie issue could be resolved if they could prove that the sect was to blame. The protagonist said that their next step was to see if they could achieve what he thought. The investigation team gathered in front of the screen. Jun explained that if they wanted to eliminate the enemies, they would need to get rid of the king. The man pointed at the map and guessed that the king was still in Aoshan. The captain frowned and declared that they should rush in and eliminate the king, as the monsters would not be as scary without someone to control them. Honglin crossed her arms and asked how they were going to do it, reminding them that their combat power was not enough to break through there. The detective adjusted his glasses and said that their ally could do it with his portals. The boy turned away and was indignant that at a time like this, their lives would depend on him. The phone in the protagonist's pocket vibrated. Jang took it out and wondered why the commander had suddenly called him. The guy pressed the button and asked how they were doing. Jun replied that everything was fine now and asked his comrade to go to the beach and collect as much seawater as possible. The guys stared at their leader. The young man decided that the allies wanted to use ice to reduce the zombies' mobility. The car turned around. The man said that they would meet at 4 o'clock. Squads from different bases gathered near Yangshan. Looking at the phone, Xingshan asked how much time was needed for preparation. Gixian looked out the window and wondered if he should get rid of the zombies in exchange for the trust of the Jiangnan region or just let them destroy the city. The cultist closed his eyes and realized that the monsters would not advance so quickly, and getting involved with the Jiangnan region was a foolish decision. The cultist frowned and realized that giving up on the zombies was the only solution, as he could not let others know that the appearance of the monsters was the work of the cult. He looked out the window and decided to take it step by step. 4 hours later, tons of seawater appeared in another space. Putting the phone to his ear, the survivor said that they needed to find a high point from which to bring down a stream of water, and added that the Yangshan base was flat anyway, so it would not be possible to flood it entirely. Jun frowned sternly and said that this would be enough to buy time. The protagonist turned his head and asked his girlfriend to find the highest point near the base and go there. Lion gave him an okay sign. The car drove onto the cliff in front of the base. Chunlei looked out the window and was glad that the zombies were too busy with the base, since they would definitely not be able to cope if such an army of monsters chased them. The SUV stopped. The heroes went outside. The boy asked if seawater could somehow hinder the monsters. Jang summoned portals and said that they would have to try to find out. Water appeared from the portal. The boy looked to the side and asked if everyone was ready. His comrades frowned and confirmed it. Seawater cascaded down the slope. The living dead roared as the water knocked them off their feet. A huge wave washed over the crowd of zombies. The young man smirked and realized that they were not as smart as last time. Watching the wave, the survivor concluded that this plan could work. He dusted off his hands and wanted to see what other cards the sect had left. The monsters were trying to swim to dry land. Jun was watching them with the help of surveillance cameras. The man raised his hand and ordered his subordinates to open fire. Turrets appeared from underground. They immediately began to shoot. The monsters standing in front took the brunt of the blow. Dinghai raised his hand and ordered the others to attack. Ice spikes appeared in front of him. The armored dead were immobilized. The soldiers rushed at the enemy with weapons in their hands. The protagonist fired his rifle and said that his allies needed to break through as quickly as possible, as they would not last long. The detective raised his hand and asked the military to be ready to fight back. Honglian smirked and said that they only had one chance and that they had to finish what they had started. There was a red button in front of her. Without thinking, the girl pressed it. The captain's mouth opened in fear when the shelter shook. A powerful explosion was heard at the base. Jang realized that the allies had blown up the plant. Looking at the burning city, the protagonist said that fortunately their uniform was resistant to high temperatures, otherwise burns would have been inevitable. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. In that same second, people were covered in flames. Running away from the shock wave, the protagonist shouted to his team to move forward. A huge crater was formed at the site of the explosion. Jun and Honglian watched what was happening through the screen. Smiling, the girl said that they had done well. Putting his hand to his temple, the captain said that he respected her courage. Waving her hand, the base leader, Yanshin, said that it was time for them to go and they should take advantage of the chaos to get out. Holding her hand out to the side, Xiaoyu pointed out that there was a real ocean there and asked how they would even get out of here. Opening her mouth, the girl explained that if they tried to swim, the flying zombies would immediately grab them. Grinning viciously, Honglian said that no matter how dangerous it was, they had to try because there would be no better chance. A survivor entered the room and said that they could take a boat, to which Kingting asked if they would have time to prepare it since they had little time. The guy came closer and said that if they gave him what he needed, he would do everything, to which the deputy leader agreed. Jun put his hands together and said that they needed to do it in 15 minutes. Looking at the screen, the man explained that the area covered by zombies was too big, and most of them were unharmed, and what's more, the monsters were already starting to crawl out of the water and would soon surround the base again. The leader put his hand to his face and muttered that they would definitely not get out then. Rolling up his sleeves, the young man asked for a bicycle in about 10 minutes. The fighter wrapped his fingers around the frame of the bicycle. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket received a call from the protagonist. Jun put the phone to his ear and heard the protagonist asking if they would be able to break through. The guy looked at the flying armored zombies, and the interlocutor said that they were about to get out, and then asked to get rid of these annoying flies. Raising his gun up, Jang agreed. 10 minutes later, the young man stood near the boat and said that everything went well. Putting on a protective suit, the squad leader asked the guys to follow right after them, to which they exclaimed that they accepted the request. The guy was carrying a boat in his arms, and Honglian gave the order to start, to which he responded approvingly. The girl pressed the button on the control panel. The door to the shelter began to open. The survivor pulled the boat out of the base on his shoulders. After some time, they managed to throw the boat into the water. The awakened in protective suits climbed onto it. The boat's engine started, and the blades began to spin underwater. At the same second, evil flying armored zombies hung over the boat. The fighters began to attack the monster with laser pistols, when suddenly someone shouted for the boss to take care of himself. From the other side, the monster approached the man. He did not have time to fly up, when suddenly someone sawed his head in half with an energy beam. The main character was holding a large rifle in his hands. The blonde boy lowered his chin and said that everything was fine, so they could move on. Bailey patted the boy on the shoulder and said that he shouldn't do that, because that rifle could capsize the boat. Jun's subordinate threw the gun back, and someone screamed for everyone to look into the water. Angry zombies were swimming toward the boat. The survivor tried to pull the lever in confusion. The water behind the propellers turned red. The man stood with his hand holding the gun down. At the other end, soldiers were trying to shoot back at the crowd of angry monsters. The blonde boy spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that he would deal with them. The leader grabbed him by the shoulder and explained that he was the captain here, so he should calm down because his time to be a hero had not yet come. Adjusting his glasses, Jun thought about doing something. Bailey, taking Jun's hand, exclaimed that it was not worth it because he himself saw how many of them there were, and even if he used his ability, he would not be able to kill them all. Suddenly, the man waved his fist. The captain, biting the corners of his lips, realized that the guy was right, and he was only Delta and could not perform a miracle, and the deputy captain suggested going ashore and discussing everything. It was visible how the team was shooting a huge number of zombies. Yixian, baring his teeth, wondered why they did not just leave, and why they stayed here and caused him a lot of problems. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they needed to help the members of the investigation team and let them try to save at least their captain, to which the henchmen obeyed the order. Suddenly, a flying zombie appeared, which began to brutally kill the sect members. The young man lowered his eyebrows and thought that this was a waste, but it was good that after their death, the ability to return to the leader, so everything was not so bad. Jang waved his hand and told everyone to get into the car, because they needed help, to which the men asked him again. The protagonist, looking at Uncle Yu, asked him to press the gas all the way and make circles around the group. It was visible how the SUV suddenly rushed from its place. The protagonist, leaning out, began to shoot at the grenades that the guys threw. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The guy, holding a rifle in his hands, thought that these zombies were weaker than those that were last time, and also they got out of the control of the cult and now acted only on instincts. Frowning, the young man imagined the sect members and wondered how they would resolve the current situation, and did they really have other ways? It seemed like Yixian, clenching his jaw, understood that they had little time. The boat continued to float, and there were many zombies on land. Suddenly, the guy bounced off the ground and flew over the corpses. He landed on the boat safely and was asked why he came alone. The sect member opened his mouth wide and said to the captain that there were too many zombies to break through, and that he thought that he should be evacuated first since they didn't want the Jiangnan region to destroy their city. Jun lowered his eyebrows and asked loudly what the point was in saving him, adding that if the zombies didn't retreat, the city would be finished anyway. The guy opened his jaw and asked if he was joking, since their strength was almost exhausted, and there were hundreds of thousands of evil spirits, and that they could even resist them. The man's face turned blue and he replied that they would fight. Yixian bared his teeth and muttered that if they hadn't come here, everything would have worked out. Jiang appeared, biting the corners of his lips, not understanding why everything was so different from what he imagined, and didn't they control the corpses, and also why he was so impatient, and maybe he just didn't want to sacrifice the evil spirits that he had been cultivating for a long time. Looking back, the protagonist remembered the captain. It was visible how Jun's body shook, and he screamed in pain. The man covered his mouth with his hand, and blood was coming out of it. Suddenly, his assistant, stretching out his palms, used magic power. Unusual rays pierced through several zombies. A huge bloody trail was visible on the snow, but the crowd of corpses was too big. The captain, through the sweat on his face, shouted that they needed to leave quickly. Lion, holding a grenade in her hand, reported that zombies were surrounding the investigation team and clarified whether they would definitely cope. Jiang lowered his eyebrows, thinking that everything had gone wrong, and wondered if the cult had lost control over the corpses or if they had gone completely crazy and decided to kill the investigation team. The protagonist opened his mouth, not understanding what to do if the zombies were out of control. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that it looked like it would be a great show. Chunlei leaned out of the SUV window and asked what he was planning. The guy used his magic power to create a magic portal and replied that they needed to be saved. His partner opened his mouth wide and shouted that he should have said this earlier, and then they wouldn't have to do all this. The young man raised the corners of his lips and exclaimed that he had misunderstood him, because everything was not quite as it seemed. Chunlei spread his arms out in different directions and asked what the difference was. Jiang jumped out of the car window and said that there were less than 16 hours left until the explosion. Lion, taking out a grenade, said that perhaps these 24 hours were just a convention, and did not think that they believed that they could cope with the zombies. The special one, holding out his palm, suggested that the boss leave because they still had time to leave the city. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that they would do so if nothing worked out, and this was his last attempt, and there was still time because if he failed, they would still have a chance to escape. A moment later, the protagonist rushed towards the magic portal. Chunlei loudly shouted after the protagonist leaving for the portal. The little cat Hua, turning his head, also made a sound. The protagonist, using the magic area, jumped on the zombies from above. Holding the grenade launcher in his hands, Uncle Yu said that they should believe in him and wait for the boss to return. At the same second, the man fired a shot. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The leader of the snow worship cult flew above the enraged monsters. Yixian extended her hand to the side and asked the captain to come with her since they still had a chance. Jun turned around and said that the girl could leave, but he himself decided to stay with his comrades. The sect member lowered the corners of her lips, thinking that the man himself refused, so he should not blame her later. Flying high in the air, Yixian thought about how they would soon die anyway, and she did not intend to die with them, and then decided that she should ask the leader to kill themselves, then the bomb would not be dropped on the city. The protagonist ran out of the magic portal, to which Jun asked why the young man was here and whether he had come to help them. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth, saying that the situation was worse than expected, and he would only be able to teleport one person. Honglian raised her eyebrows in alarm, and Jiang didn't know who to send since the zombies were approaching and someone had to stay behind. Lowering his chin, the leader clarified that the guy wouldn't have come here if he wasn't sure he could help them, to which he said he had an idea. The blonde-haired subordinate opened his mouth wide and was indignant at what the protagonist had planned again. Grinning, the protagonist asked if they remembered that the cult leader could awaken people and help those who already had abilities increase their strength. Jiang, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he had already absorbed one ice soul, so his strength was at a high level. Honglian, with her jaw open, said that she had also swallowed one, like Dinghai and Xingxian. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, wondered if it meant that after their death, the cult leader would receive 3 powerful abilities, adding that he wanted to trick them into absorbing the ice souls, but did not expect that they had already done so. Jun, raising the corners of his lips, asked if he wanted to use it to increase their strength and try to break through, to which the protagonist replied that there was only one way out. The assistant, placing his palm on his chest, suggested that the boss try. Jiang, holding out a small box, told him to take it. The captain watched the unusual packaging. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, wondered if the man had really read his thoughts. In the hero's hands was a box with an ice soul. The captain took it. Looking at him, the guy realized that everything had turned out just fine. Taking the soul in his hands, the man decided to try. One of his fighters, frowning, offered his candidacy for absorbing this sphere. The other warriors, with their mouths wide open, said that they were also ready for such a fate. Jun, shaking his head, explained that he was the one who should do it. Looking at the protagonist, the man understood that he had done him a real favor. The captain put his soul to his forehead. Grinning, the young man knew that the mission could now be considered accomplished. Looking to the side, Yixian thought that although this guy was strong on the outside, he was still weak on the inside, and even if he was not torn apart by zombies, he would die from overspending his internal energy, and his strength would then belong to the cult leader. Remembering Kunj, the sectarian understood that thanks to this they could become one step closer to world domination. Grinning, the fighter looked at them from the air. The captain, taking off his glasses, said that quite a long time had passed since he saw the world with his own eyes. His body was on fire, and he understood that this power was definitely equal to the 5th level of Upsilon. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth. The fighter, with his mouth wide open, called out to the commander. The man, raising his hand, asked them all to close their eyes. The zombies were already flying at the captain. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, understood that he wanted to see how strong he was now. Something brightly lit up right in front of the monsters. The source of the light was this man. The young man covered himself with the ability. Covering his face with his hand, the guy knew that this was the power of Upsilon. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man could not believe that he wanted to save his comrades so much. Grinning, the hero mentally thanked him for the sacrifice, because now they would definitely not let it go to waste. The sectarian, standing on a hill, knew that it was not the end yet, because there was only one step left to victory, and this idiot Zhang did not even realize that he helped them with his own hands. Grinning, the boy understood that all the base leaders had already used the Ice Soul and would soon all die, and the leader would receive their abilities. The captain began to turn his head towards the young man. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man asked if he really decided to pretend that he had not seen anything. Smiling, the hero asked if the captain had noticed it too. Sweat appeared on the young man's face. A small grin appeared on the commander's face. Putting his hand on his wrist, the protagonist thanked him for saving all the soldiers. Grinning, the man noted that he was really very calculating, and even the captain himself fell into his trap. Frowning, the protagonist apologized and said that he initially did not want to bring things to this, because it was a backup plan, and if he had another decision, then without a doubt another one would have been chosen. Shaking his head, the man explained that he would have died soon anyway, and thanked the boy for giving him the opportunity to end his life on such a grand note. Looking at his hand, the captain said that he was sorry, he would not have the chance to feel this power anymore. The commander began to fall. The hero caught him and asked him not to worry, because all the problems in Tianhai would be solved. Looking at the young man, the man asked what else he was hiding from him. His eyes closed. The protagonist knelt down, lowering his body to the ground. One of the fighters, looking at this, asked if it was over. One of the captain's subordinates, wide-eyed, called out to him. Raising the body from the ground, he begged him to wake up, because this one cannot sleep, otherwise he will never be able to wake up. Streams of tears flowed from the warrior's eyes. The other soldiers also ran to him. They put their hands on their hearts. The allies surrounded the body of their captain. Bailey, standing next to the body, said that after the man's death, according to the regulations, he should take over his position. The captain held the phone in his hands. The soldier brought it to his ear. In the command center, the commander-in-chief watched everything that was happening. Bringing the phone to his ear, the commander-in-chief heard the soldier say that all the zombies in the city had been destroyed. Smiling, the leader asked again about the captain's death, but also immediately added that it was quite normal because he was a soldier. So death on the battlefield was a great honor for him, and he would hardly want to die in a hospital bed, and a question about further orders was heard from the phone. Looking at the image, the boss told them to go back. Taking the phone away from his ear, the fighter said that their commander canceled the missile launch. The young man, putting his hands on his hips, exhaled. Folding his arms across his chest, the sectarian said a prayer for the release of the soul and that it would find eternal peace in heaven. The hero looked at him. The protagonist held the blade in front of him, and suddenly the commander of one of the bases asked him what he was planning. Swinging, the guy said that he was planning to kill this man. The sword pierced Yixian's body. This blade flew out of the portal behind him. Gritting his teeth, the sectarian could not understand how he could do this. The hero shook the blood off his weapon. The cultist fell to his knees. Honglian, pointing her finger at him, asked what he was doing. All the fighters stood in front of the young man. His closest allies also ran out from behind the protagonist. They all stood opposite each other. The young man, looking at potential enemies, listened to the question of why he did this at all. One of the cultists, his mouth wide open, shouted that he cursed the young man and wished him a quick death. Gritting his teeth, Yixian asked why this was done. Dinghai, frowning, explained that the hero had to explain everything to them, otherwise they would not sit idly by. Grinning, the young man asked the cultists about whether they really continued to pretend even in such a state. Pointing at them with the tip of his blade, he asked another question about whether their cult was behind all these zombie attacks. The girl's mouth wide open, she couldn't believe that they were the ones controlling these monsters. The cultist, his eyes wide open, shouted that they should stop talking nonsense already because they had also lost many comrades during such attacks. All the fighters were already looking at the cultists. The high priest's eyes wide open, he realized that they had been exposed after all. Frowning, he ordered the protagonist to shut her mouth. The young man, smirking, asked if he was really going to try to accuse him of slander now, and added that they would now have time to comprehend everything that was about to be told, and also asked why Yixian was so scared by these words. Looking somewhere to the side, the hero said that their cult is one big lie, and the leader of these sectarians simply absorbs abilities after the death of a person who used an ice soul, and that is why the deaths of ordinary cultists do not matter to her, because it is thanks to these deaths that she becomes stronger. Frowning, he also explained that she used corpses to create zombies, which, compared to people, are such an army that they unquestioningly obey any orders, which makes them an ideal trump card. The fighters, frowning, looked at the cultists. Pointing his finger, Yixian said that this is all slander, because if they could create zombies, then no one would be able to suppress them. With his mouth wide open, the sectarian also said that he had no evidence for this, only ridiculous guesses invented in order to destroy the entire cult. The protagonist, raising his hand, explained that in an abandoned building next to St. John's Cathedral, a huge blood vine grows, which absorbs all the useful substances from corpses and feeds them to kings and zombies, who create new ones. Pointing his finger at himself, the young man asked the cultist if he was ready to go there right now to see the evidence with his own eyes. Opening his mouth, the cultist asked what would happen if there was nothing there, and then it turned out that the attack was carried out for no reason. Spreading his arms, the guy answered that in that case he would be able to hit back. The cultist clenched his teeth. One of the cultists, opening his mouth wide, allowed them to go there and once again see for themselves that the hero was just an impudent liar. Pointing his finger at him, the fanatic also said that if he was lying, then his guts would be pulled out by him personally. The high priest, holding his hand out in front of his subordinates, said that they would not let anyone near the blood vine. Bailey looked at him and asked if they really wouldn't let them in. Standing up, Yixian said that they wouldn't let the fighters see the blood vine. Gritting his teeth, he said that they could try to steal it. Clenching his fist, the cultist insulted the protagonist and said that he had lured them into a trap, and added that he would only die for it. Looking at them, the guy suggested that they try to do it. The cultists rushed to attack. Covering one eye with his hand, the hero said that he was already tired of all this and did not want to waste any more time on them. His eyes lit up blue. Suddenly, a portal appeared right in front of the cultists. They began to be sucked into it. One of their hands flew off to the side. The cultist trembled, looking at this. With his mouth wide open, the captain's subordinate asked what kind of technique this was. The girl's eyes widened as she realized how powerful the young man was and that they shouldn't quarrel with him at all. Pointing his finger at the high priest, Chunlei said that he was running away. Yixian jumped. Looking after him, the young man explained that he most likely wanted to inform his leader about everything and that they needed to get to her first, otherwise they would all die. Frowning, the fighter asked why they should all trust his words. Turning around, the guy noted that if they went with him, they would find out, and added that it was unlikely that it would be so easy to deceive the representatives of Kainan. Running to the car, the hero ordered his comrades to hurry. Looking at them, Bailey said that there must be some explanation for what happened in Tianhai, because they also could not allow the commander to die in vain. The cars drove towards the fanatic settlement. The head of the cult bowed before a certain table, prayed. A blue glow flew into her head. Raising her hand, she couldn't understand at first whose power it was, but she assumed that these abilities belonged to the captain of the investigation team. The leader smirked, glad that this power finally belonged to her. Frowning, the priestess couldn't understand how he died, because could it be that someone killed him and everything went wrong? Yixian was already approaching the church. Landing on the ground, he knew that he needed to tell the leader about the hero before he died. One of the guards, looking at him, began to say something. Turning his head, the sectarian offered his help to the high priest. Gritting his teeth, the guy got angry at the importunity of this man. The guard's eyes widened from such an evil look from the high priest. His hand began to open the door. The girl turned around and asked who injured him. The cultist began to fall as he approached her. The leader caught him. She began to treat his wound. Taking her hand, the guy asked her not to waste her strength on this, because the wound was too deep and because of his rescue. The leader's strength would be exhausted, and also added that their plans were revealed and now Kanj would be their target. Raising his hand, he said that she should live for their ideals. His eyes closed. The hand fell to the floor. The girl bent over the corpse of her subordinate. Looking at him, the leader asked if he would return to her. His strength began to fill the leader's body. An abandoned building was visible, to which the protagonist was driving. Going outside, the guy explained that the whole truth was hidden here. Turning around, he told the others to follow him, since all the evidence would be inside. The guard, holding out his hand, said that this was a special zone where entry was prohibited. Tunshin knocked him out, ordering him to get out of the way. The body of the sectarian fell to the ground. They went inside. Standing in front of the cocoons and vines, the base leader asked where the evidence would be. The young man understood that he had been here before and taken samples, but now there were only dried mummies left. Turning around, the hero asked them if they really thought this place was as simple as it seemed at first glance. They went up the stairs. Entering a room, the young man explained that the zombie virus was controlled by a virus that infected corpses, which is why they were grown in a favorable environment, namely underground. Looking at the tree, the hero noted that laboratories capable of recreating something like this had long since disappeared from the city. Pointing his finger at the tree, Jang asked the others if the ideal place would be under the tree itself. The group's eyes widened in surprise. Bailey came closer to the tree. The fighter's fist hit the ground under the roots of the trunk. Everyone covered their faces, protecting themselves from flying fragments. They looked into the newly formed hole. Their eyes widened even more. There were many different creatures there. Gritting her teeth, Honglian couldn't believe that there were both kings and armored zombies there, and also said that this place was a real disaster area. Clenching his fist, the fighter said that the sectarians were indeed behind all these events and that they were able to fool everyone and force the commander to sacrifice his life for his subordinates. Grinning, the soldier suggested killing all these creatures. All the fighters, gritting their teeth, turned around. Grinning, the hero understood that their anger had reached its maximum and it no longer mattered how strong the leader of these fanatics was, since now they definitely had a chance to defeat her. The whole group walked away from the tree. Turning around, Bailey ordered the others to destroy the plant and raze the place to the ground. The soldier, frowning, asked to leave everything to him. Everyone else went to the exit. The fighter put his hand on the tree trunk. His palm glowed brightly and some octopus appeared in the tree. Looking around, the hero realized that these were explosive abilities, thanks to which one can turn internal energy into a bomb, the activation of which the owner himself can control. A huge and bright explosion engulfed the tree. The fighter caught up with the group. The building behind them was on fire. The cultists, blocking their way, said that if they wanted to see the leader, they should submit an official petition. The soldier made a dash towards them. Suddenly, 3 enemies soared into the air. The path in front of him was cleared. The entire group stood in front of huge doors. Beauty used a skill, releasing a beam of energy from his hands. The door exploded from the impact. They went inside. The fighter, his mouth wide open, shouted that the leader of the sect should go to hell. Many blue dots appeared behind him. The beams that flew out of them were heading straight for Kunj. She frowned, looking at this. The girl stood in the way of this attack. Suddenly, a shield appeared in front of her, from which all these beams flew off. Slightly bowing his head, the hero asked the others to be careful, because she uses a telepathic barrier and at least several dozen other abilities. Honglian clenched her fists and noted that it was unlikely that their team would fail to deal with her. She released a stream of fire directly at her. Xingqian, sitting on the mutant, ordered his men to attack. The entire team attacked her telepathic barrier. Looking at this, the hero was not sure that he would be able to break it. Suddenly, the leader flew into the air. The sectarians raised their hands and shouted, praising the snow god. The entire team, frowning, awaited her next move. Kunj's eyes turned white and she said that they were all stupid and insignificant because they did not even know what they had gotten themselves into, and added that she was the messenger of God in this world, administering justice, and any act of blasphemy would be punished by heaven. Putting her hands in front of her, the leader said that she would cleanse this entire world of the godless. The ground under the team's feet began to shake. Rushing forward, the young man realized that she had indeed reached the Upsilon, the 5th level. Several stone fragments hung in the air in front of her. The stones were flying at the fighters. The hero, holding a shield in front of him, blocked a huge stone. One of the soldiers was killed by one of them. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist ordered everyone to follow him. The team threw themselves under his shield. Waving her hand, Kunj said that they were all retreating. Power began to flow out of the people who were killed by the last attack. All their abilities were gathering in the hands of the leader of the sectarians. Grinning, she said that she needed the hero's cosmic power. The girl threw even more stone fragments at them. Gritting his teeth, the guy understood that he would not be able to protect his allies even if he used a double portal, because her telekinesis was stronger than his allies, so this could well be the end. Xingqian, holding an axe in front of him, used the power of the warriors. Honglian released flames from her hand and used fire dragon breath. Dinghai's hands glowed blue after using ice storm. Many stone fragments were aimed at them. The soldier, aiming his rifle, understood that in order to catch the thieves, he needed to find their leader, because if their leader fell, nothing would remain of the cult. A shot with incredible power flew out of the barrel. The bullet was able to break through the telekinesis barrier. There was a cartridge in front of the girl's face and she could not believe that it was able to break through her defense. With his eyes wide open, the soldier said that she had too many abilities and therefore they could not cope with her. Turning to him, the hero asked what kind of bullets he used to break through her defense. The same one explained that this was a special development for fighting the Awakened. Looking at the weapon of this fighter, the protagonist realized that it belonged to the Jiangnan region, as expected, because in half a year they even managed to make special bullets. Frowning, the guy did not know if his portals would be able to withstand such bullets. With his mouth wide open, Bailey said that they should seize the initiative into their own hands, so he told the others to listen to his orders. Looking at the enemy, he explained that regardless of whether she had strong abilities, she was still a young girl and compared to them, who had experienced many battles, she could not have enough combat experience, so in order to kill her, they needed to find a weak spot. Looking at Guangaming, the fighter asked him to fire another shot. Looking at the shot, Bailey noted that the speed of the barrier had decreased because she was not able to perform several actions equally well at once, so after the new shot, they should bring down all their strength on her. Turning to the hero, he asked him to deliver the finishing blow when the time came for him. Looking forward, the fighter also explained that he would try to do everything himself, but if necessary, they would have to kill the enemy together. Frowning, he ordered the others to begin. The three soldiers used their long-range skills. The girl put up a certain plate for protection. Suddenly, another fighter was already behind her. His blow hit the barrier. The spear could not penetrate such protection. Looking at this, the hero understood that his turn had come. His eyes glowed blue. A portal appeared right next to his opponent. She opened her eyes in surprise, having learned that the protagonist had another ability. Her eyes also lit up and the girl decided to measure her strength with him to find out if he could compare with the captain. Due to the collision of such energy, a certain purple sphere was formed. Bailey flew back. Trying to slow down, the soldier said that she had mastered the new ability too quickly. With her mouth wide open, Honglin could not believe that their opponent had the strength of the captain. The fighter grabbed his helmet and said that he didn't understand how they could win in this case. Frowning, the soldier shouted that although she had received their captain's ability, she hadn't mastered it yet, so they should still have a chance to defeat her. Kunja's eyes widened. Looking at the hero who was eating something, she realized that an ordinary person couldn't withstand the technique of divine power, because it required a constant flow of energy, but for her, the owner of the space system, this could not be a big problem. Gritting her teeth, she could not believe that a mere mortal dared to touch her, so he deserved to die. Two huge tornadoes appeared near her. The young man and his comrades looked at this in surprise. Covering his face with his hands, Chunlei suggested that the boss run away from here. Turning around, the protagonist asked him where he was going to go, because he really thought that the enemy would let them do this. His eyes turned blue again after he said that they had to fight, because if they won, peace would reign in Tianhai. The cult leader smirked, assuming that he was trying to aim, and she knew that he would hardly be able to do the same this time. Suddenly, her silhouette began to blur behind the whirlwinds. All the fighters began to run away from them. Raising his axe above his head, Xingqian used full release. Guangaming took aim and fired his rifle. After blocking the bullet, the girl found this soldier too annoying. Putting her hand in front of her, she asked if her enemies really thought they could resist her. The portal in front of the protagonist began to suck in a tornado. The young man turned around and ordered the others to follow him. All of his comrades ran into it. The tornado hit one of the debris. It was flying towards the soldier when he suddenly screamed that they were finished. Bailey thrust his spear, destroying one of the vortexes. The archer asked him how it happened, his mouth wide open. Grabbing his ally, the soldier broke two more wind streams. Looking at them, the opponent said that it was quite good and asked how long he could hold out. She turned around, using an attack after someone shouted the name of their skill. The explosion illuminated the entire battlefield. Turning around, the young man told everyone to leave, explaining that they should not interfere with this. Lion, looking at him, agreed with this. They all sat on the mutant and Uncle asked him to be careful. The enemy was still surrounded by a telepathic barrier. Woody released many beams. The base leaders did the same. Blocking their attacks, the priestess thought that they were all just disgusting insects. Turning to look at the protagonist, she knew that he was constantly trying to hurt her and therefore he should be gotten rid of first. Kunj closed her eyes and said that the outcome of this battle was already decided, also asking them why they continued to fight because her patience was not infinite. Her eyes filled with a golden glow and she shouted that she would get rid of them all in one fell swoop. She covered herself in a bright light. All the soldiers covered their faces with their hands. Grabbing his two allies, Bailey shouted to the others to get as far away as possible. The protagonist put a portal in front of him. All the soldiers ran away. Some were affected by this glow and cries of begging for help were heard. Putting his hand in front of himself, the guy was pleased that the portal was able to block such an attack. Suddenly, they all turned to look at Dinghai. Having frozen the place where his hand was, the base commander did not understand what they should do, because all that was left was to wait for death. Looking up, he couldn't believe that the Epsilon level awakened couldn't be defeated. The cult leader smirked and said that the protagonist was quite capable, but she had the abilities of 36 people in her body, including the captain, and because of that, the hero couldn't handle her. Pointing her finger, she added that she would now take his abilities too. The boy frowned as he looked at her. Without turning around, the young man explained that they should give it their all if they didn't want to die here, and the fighter behind him said that they all knew it. Woody gritted his teeth, wondering if they would be able to try hard enough to defeat such an enemy. Jang opened his mouth and explained that the only chance of survival would be if they fought with all their might. The ice under their feet began to crack. Vines burst out from under it. The hero ran into his portal right after that. The fighter raised his hands and began to be covered in a blue aura. He soared into the air. Bailey, with his mouth wide open, understood that this ability would absorb his life force at an incredible speed, so he decided to take the risk regardless. Looking at this fighter, Kunj could not understand what he was. Smiling, the guy said that it was time for her to die. He was able to obtain strength equal to an epsilon thanks to the skill. The fighter released many beams. They all crashed into the enemy's barrier. A ball began to appear above his hand. The hero, running past, watched this. His eyes began to glow. 2 attacks were launched at the barrier at the same time. An explosion thundered throughout the arena of their battle. Looking at this, the uncle assumed that everything could be over. After the smoke cleared, the girl realized that if she did not do anything, she would simply die. The fighter, looking at her, thought that this was the end for him. The soldier flew back. Bailey caught him. The hero, eating even more food, understood that he did not need to be afraid of exhaustion. Blood flowed from Honglian's mouth. Turning to the fighter, the young man did not know if the two of them could cope with such a powerful enemy. The opponent, hovering in the air, asked them what happened, because wouldn't it be easier for them to let her get rid of the hero? Exhaling, the guy noted that there is a limit to everything and the result is not as impressive as he thought earlier, but even this will be enough. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl could not believe that he had another ace up his sleeve. Waving his hand, the young man told everyone to leave here, because from now on he will fight alone. The soldier, raising his hand, asked if he was joking. Turning his head slightly towards him, Jang asked if it looked like a joke. Running away, the girl said that they believed in him. Raising his hand with a flame in it, Xingqian said that the protagonist would be their last hope. The power from his hand flowed into the young man. Bailey, looking back at the allies, ordered one of them to take the wounded man and leave while he would help the hero fight. Looking at them, Kunj could not understand what the young man was planning at all. Taking the gun from the fighter's hands, the guy asked who it belonged to. The soldier explained that it was the captain's gun and there were about 20 rounds in the clip. Looking at the weapon, the protagonist thanked his ally. Looking ahead, he also noted that it was time for them to finish already. Grinning, the leader of the fanatics asked where the hero got so much confidence from and said that she had not strained herself at all before. Some whirlwinds appeared around her and she said that she had gotten used to many abilities, so the young man's skills would sooner or later belong entirely to her. The girl released these whirlwinds at the protagonist. Jumping over the rocks, Bailey rushed to attack. Flying towards her, the soldier shouted that it was time for her to die. She put her hand in front of her. The guy flew back from some attack. Looking at the young man behind her, the leader of the cultists asked if he really thought he would kill after an attack from behind. She released another whirlwind at him. The young man put a portal in front of himself, blocking the skill. From the portal behind her, her own ability flew at the girl. Having put up a barrier, she could not understand what he was planning at all. Many whirlwinds were aimed at the protagonist. They all hit him. The young man landed in a different place, coming out of the portal. The fighters, looking at him, said that they did not even know how strong he really was. Kunj, looking at him, asked if he would really prefer to just run away. The boy beckoned her with his finger and explained that he had his own way to kill her. She used the whirlwind attack again. They all filled this village. Looking at the hero, she screamed that he was doing nothing but running away. There was a sinister grin on her face. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Grinning, the boy asked her if this was all she could do. The hero used the portal to attack again. An explosion thundered due to the ability colliding with the barrier. Honglian, looking at this, noted that this defense was really scary, and Dinghai said that they made the right decision then, not attacking the boy, because he would have simply wiped them all into dust. One of the soldiers, with her mouth slightly open, said that it was all useless because his attacks had no effect, and even if he managed to buy some time, he still wouldn't be able to defeat her like that, and as soon as she got tired of it, she would switch to them. Bailey, frowning, explained that they had no choice but to trust him because she had decided to kill them. There was no way to avoid it. Numerous explosions thundered over the cultist village. Gritting her teeth, the leader of the fanatics understood that if Yixian were nearby, he would have told her how to win this battle. Looking at the rest of the team, the girl realized that these were the people her enemy cared about so much. Looking at the empty space, she hoped that Jang would not miss them too much. With her eyes wide open, the cultist could not understand where they had disappeared to. The protagonist, putting his hands on his hips, noted that she was thinking for too long, because in such a situation it is better to think faster. Gritting her teeth, the girl called him names because she was already at the limit of her anger. Turning to the remaining soldiers, she understood that if she tried to attack them, she would give the enemy the opportunity to strike her in the back, and therefore she should urgently decide what to do. Looking at him, the cultist realized realized that he had extremely strong protection and she needed to find a vulnerability in it in order to eventually defeat him. Exhaling, she decided to calm down because he must certainly have weak points. Covered in a powerful aura, the girl understood that if she found them, everything would be over in an instant. A huge stream of enemy attack was directed at the young man. The guy put 2 portals in front of him. The blow hit not far from him. Looking at the explosion, the hero could not understand what was happening. The flame began to turn blue. Everything around began to be covered in blue fog. The protagonist raised another barrier in front of him and asked if she had decided to try another tactic. Something exploded in the air. A river appeared out of nowhere under Zhang's feet. He looked down. Raising his head, the hero knew that the range of movement was limited to 300 meters, and this river stretched for kilometers. Looking at the enemy, the guy assumed that she had decided to immobilize him. The girl put her hand in front of her and blew on it. Everything froze from her breath in an instant. Kangi, grinning, said that even with the guy's evasion skills, such a large-scale attack could not be avoided. The hero emerged from the portal in a different place. The cultist, her eyes wide open, exclaimed that this was impossible. Smiling, the young man noted that this was an interesting combination of abilities, although not particularly effective. With her mouth wide open, the girl screamed that she did not believe that she could not kill her enemy. A certain golden sphere covered in purple light appeared above her hand. Suddenly, her mouth opened wide. She placed her hand on her head. Snapping his fingers, the guy asked her what she was waiting for, because now was her chance, and also added that he was the one who killed Yixian. The cultist clenched her teeth. Holding a fireball in her hands, she said that it would go after her dead comrade. Dodging the attack, the young man said that they would find out now. Suddenly, the image in her head began to float. Clutching her head, the head of the sect asked about what he had done to her. Grinning, the hero understood that most likely the toxin from the captain's body had finally begun to act. Looking at her, the guy noted that apparently she was no longer able to control her power because most likely it was the souls of the dead that were interfering with her. Wide-eyed, she shouted at him to shut up because he did not understand anything anyway. Raising her hands, the girl summoned a pillar of fire and a pillar of ice, putting portals in front of her for protection. The protagonist knew that the more often she used her abilities, the deeper the toxin penetrated, and when she died, all her power would belong to him. The young man grinned and said that he knew the enemy hated this world and wanted to destroy it. But she also had sin and explained that if her parents hadn't founded a cult and deceived a bunch of people into bankruptcy, everything would have ended completely differently. Suddenly, her eyes widened even more. Some hands started grabbing her. Suddenly, the image of her ward popped into her head. She grabbed her head, screaming. Kunj asked him what he had done with her mouth wide open. The boy smirked and told her to try to guess. She frowned and called him a cocky bastard. She covered herself in a bright yellow aura using a blessing. The girl bent over and started coughing. The boy's eyes widened and he realized that now was the perfect time. Placing her hand on her chest, the cultist realized that it was all destroying flames. Honglian, looking at the battle, wondered what kind of technique it could be and whether the hero had poisoned her, and the man explained that if anyone could do that, it would only be someone who had reached the Upsilon level. Bailey's eyes widened and he noted that their captain had this ability. Rubbing her chin, the girl explained that the cultist had absorbed not only the power, but also all the side effects. Turning to her partner, she asked if their captain and hero had planned this in advance. Lying in the sack, Woody exclaimed, saying that this was a conspiracy against them. Turning his head, the fighter explained that the captain did everything right, because in that situation, his sacrifice was the only right way out. Raising his head, he also added that the guy started a large-scale chess game in which they were all just pawns. Turning away, his partner tried to say something, but coughed. Putting her hand on him, the girl explained that this was no longer his problem and that he should just rest. Looking at the battle, they all understood that they could only survive if Zhang killed her. The guy blocked the attacks with a portal. Putting her hands in front of her, the cultist continued to release ice projectiles. Grinning, the protagonist already knew that the abilities of the Upsilon level would belong to him. Firing the gun, the young man understood that she would not be able to dodge and that she should already accept her fate. Several bullets hit the enemy. Closing one eye, she realized that her abilities were becoming weaker and his boyfriend would notice and take advantage of it, then it would be a loss. Bringing more food to his mouth, the hero asked her what was wrong with her and said that they had been fighting for so long, and she suddenly wanted to just give up, adding that if she gave up her abilities, then the option of leaving her alive would be considered. The young man continued to reflect the shells with a portal. Grinning, he also noted that he would not give up under any circumstances. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked how he realized that it was she who was behind everything and asked him to tell her. Having fired, the hero told her to ask the King of Hell this question. The bullet flew straight at her. Putting up a barrier in front of her, she exclaimed that she was not going to die. Putting one hand to her head, the cultist thought that she could not waste any more time on this person, since she just needed to escape and recover and only then return and kill everyone. she began to fly away. Looking after her, the protagonist knew that it was useless because no matter what happened, she would die by his hand, and even if God himself stood up for her, it would not help her anyway. The hero began to run along the ground after her. Looking after him, Honglian said that the enemy was running away, which meant Jang had won. Frowning, Bailey realized that she was seriously injured and if only he could find out her location. The fighters were standing nearby and one of them noted that if the attack was successful, even an Upsilon level person would be defeated. Dinghai frowned and said that he had lost his arm and his strength had become much weaker, so he would have to do his best to survive this fight. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The man flew somewhere. He was heading straight for Kunj. The girl hit him. The fighter began to fall to the ground. His body fell on the snow with a crash. An ice block pierced him from above. The hero ran past. Looking back, the guy said that the enemy was now seriously wounded and if anyone wanted to try their luck, they could safely do so. The hero ran into the portal. Bailey, with one hand on his side, said that he would eventually win. With his mouth open, the fighter remembered that the captain had previously said that the protagonist would become part of their team, but now it seemed to him that he would be able to lead them. The soldier, bowing his head, said that the captain could have lived longer. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy explained that now all hope was only on experienced fighters like them. Eating something, the hero understood that he could do this until he ran out of food, of which he still had plenty. The enemy landed on the ground. Suddenly, something flew right in front of her face. She sent many projectiles at the young man. The protagonist, using a portal, dodged. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that he clung to her strongly. Looking at her, the guy said that his reward as an awakened Upsilon level depended on how strong she would be in the last moments of life. A certain store was visible. The ceiling in it began to collapse. Kanj landed not far from the counters. She reached out to one of them to take at least some food. A rocket was already flying straight at her. The explosion thundered throughout the store. Having landed, the cultist understood that she had no food, no water, no rest for a whole day. She turned back. The protagonist with a rocket launcher was reflected in her pupils. The girl fired golden shells at him. Blocking them with portals, the guy asked if she was going to give up since all her people were dead, including her parents and Yixian, and added that many lives had been cut short because of her, and she still did not feel guilty and therefore could not deserve a simple death. The cultist rushed to run away. Spreading his arms, the young man explained that it was useless to run since she would not last long anyway. Walking through the snow, Kunj thought about the fact that she had not eaten or drunk for 3 days, so she was now in despair. Looking at the tree, the lady was upset that her friend named Yixian was no longer alive. Feeling the protagonist's gaze on her, the cultist thought that her comrade was already on the edge. The woman bent over. Suddenly, her eyes widened. The cultist shook her head and realized that she couldn't sleep even though she was very tired. Kunj raised her hands and said that she was the most faithful slave of her god, so he had to help her escape. A cold wind blew. The girl opened her eyes wide and screamed that she was only trying to purify the world, as ordered, so she couldn't kill Yixian. Her mother and father appeared before her eyes, offering to take their daughter to heaven. With her mouth open, the woman screamed that she had to wake up. Remembering their meeting with her friend, the cultist wondered if life had any meaning if everyone she loved had died. Hugging the dead woman, she promised that after death she would meet all her dead acquaintances. Touching the tree, the cultist said that she was dying. The lady put her head to the tree. A bullet flew past her ear. Aiming his rifle, Jang decided that he would fire a few more shots to finish off the target. The boy fired another shot and shouted at Kunj to die. The bullet cut the girl and the tree in half. Clenching his fist, the boy thought about how she had come a long way to avoid death, but the result was still death. Looking at the half of the woman's body, the boy explained his actions by saying that he did not need strength, but the stronger he was, the safer it would be for his friends. A yellow light began to emanate from his hands. A moment later, the protagonist's entire body emitted a bright light. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Jang was completely engulfed in blue energy. 2 portals opened around him. Black lightning appeared from the boy's hands. The awakened one created a large lightning. A moment later, he threw the projectile at the mountain. A large clot of energy appeared. Looking at the hole from that clot, the boy was surprised at how powerful this force was. Looking at his hands, he began to doubt that anyone could defeat him. Clenching his fist, the boy decided that he couldn't think like that, because that path would lead him to the same thing that happened to the sect leader. Turning his head, the survivor realized that he needed to think about how much this power would help him protect himself and his loved ones from a more powerful enemy. Bringing the phone to his ear, the young man informed the caller that Kunj was dead, so there was no threat now. Sitting on the couch, Uncle Yu said that this was great news, to which he heard a question about where his friends were now and what happened to the people from the other bases and the investigation team. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist listened to the report that now everyone except Ninghai was in the shelter, and the members of the investigation team were seriously injured, so they went to Kingpei. The protagonist was driving home. He drove up to the building. There were girls at the door. Their leader opened the door. A cat jumped into the owner's arms. Smiling, the residents of the shelter were happy to see the boy. He extended his hand and asked to talk after he took a nap. Lying on the bed, Jang noticed that he was feeling very good now. The young man fell asleep in his room. Taking hold of the door handle, the protagonist realized that he had slept for too long, so he would never participate in such tiring missions again. Smiling, he was glad that now there was no one to be afraid of in the city. The young man saw a cat at his feet. The pet was lying in the arms of its owner. Sitting on the couch, Ju asked Yanmi if Zhang had woken up, since quite a lot of time had passed. The friends noticed their leader. Approaching him, the doctor was glad that the young man had finally woken up and offered to examine him for injuries. Looking at the girl, he replied that he was fine, he was just very tired. Crossing her arms, Lion asked the boy if he had killed the cultist. The young man frowned and said that she had died because she had used up all her spiritual and physical strength. The girls exhaled. The swordswoman opened her mouth and asked if the protagonist had absorbed the dead woman's abilities. He bowed his head. Raising his hand, the young man said that he had definitely become a little stronger. His comrades, making happy faces, admired the strength of their boss. Lowering his head, the fighter realized that after everyone learned that the cultist's powers had been absorbed, someone would be sent to the city to check it out. Remembering Jun, the protagonist thought that if he went there, he could take the captain's place and also carry out various missions. Looking at Yami, the young man realized that people from the region would do this to make life difficult for the survivors. Remembering the investigation team, Jang thought that any decision regarding this organization would affect his people, so he needed to take the initiative into his own hands. Taking out his phone, the young man decided that he needed to discuss something with Bailey. The young man put his hands on his knees. Opening his mouth, Chunlei asked the boss what happened. Moving towards the exit, he replied that he would change his clothes and then go talk to the investigation team. Clenching her fists, Lion said that she would go with the leader. Turning their heads, the fighters also agreed to join. Raising his hand, Jang said that he could handle it alone and that his friends should get a good rest. Holding the steering wheel of the car, the boy heard words about how they needed fresh blood since the captain was dead. Smiling, the young man advised them to find a replacement. Sitting in the chair, Bailey suggested that they discuss everything when the boy arrived. Getting up from the chair, the team captain heard words of agreement. Frowning, the warrior doubted whether it was worth letting the young man join their team because he had very big ambitions. Clenching his fist, the man thought that a top-level awakened was very useful, especially as a leader. Looking at her captain, Xiaoyu asked him what was wrong. He opened his mouth and said that the protagonist had called to ask him to join their team as a captain. Jun clenched his fist, dissatisfied with the protagonist's behavior. Bailey spread his arms and said that he didn't see anything wrong with it, since the guy had made a huge contribution to everything that happened here. But nothing was known about him, so it was impossible to draw conclusions about his leadership qualities. Jun opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would not allow a newbie to become a captain. Sitting on a chair, Kuncheng was surprised by his leader's words. Crossing his arms, Guangaming said that there were no suitable candidates except Bailey, so it didn't matter how strong Zhang was. The comrades looked at each other. Waving his hand, the warrior explained that the final word was with their leadership, and it didn't matter who became the captain, because the main thing was for the team to develop further. The man lowered his head and suggested that they test the newbie. There were fighters standing outside. Getting out of the car, the protagonist was flattered that so many people were here to greet him. Sweating, Xingchen told the guests not to think anything bad, because no one here would dare to attack him. Stretching out his hand, the man asked if the guy was on the same level as that girl. Exhaling, the protagonist explained that everything was not that simple and asked to take him to the guys from the investigation team. Walking behind the newcomer, the head of the shelter Kinpu told him that the battle in which all the fighters were injured was terrible and took the lives of 90% of his subordinates. Smiling, Zhang thought that there was nothing good in this, since with more people came even more responsibility and trouble. Pointing to the door, Xingchen said that the fighters were inside. Seeing the guy, Jun asked why he came here. Sweating, the boy could not understand why the warrior began the conversation with attacks. Stretching out his hand, the young man said that they might have to work together, so he decided to visit his wounded comrades. The investigation team member frowned, thinking that he already considered himself the team captain. Pointing his finger, he shouted that the newcomer did not have enough skills to join their group. Zhang crossed his arms, talking about how he had dealt with a crowd of madmen on his own. His opponent looked away. Turning his head, the protagonist expressed his hope that his comrades would tell their superiors about his significant contribution to the victory. Raising his hand, the boy said that he regretted the death of their captain, but it was necessary to continue his work in order to give the remaining survivors a happy and carefree life. The boy began to lose the favor of the fighters. Smiling, Bailey asked the guest not to worry about his merits remaining unknown, adding that the decision on joining would be made by the leadership. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist asked if there were any other candidates for this position. Sitting down next to the swordsman, Jang suggested that they talk to him alone, as there was something that the other members of the squad did not need to know. They made angry expressions. Bailey bowed his head and agreed to the proposal. The boys walked towards the door. Placing his hand on the pool table, the protagonist asked the swordsman about his opinion on becoming a captain. Crossing his arms, he replied that his contribution was hard to ignore, so the management would appoint him to the position of captain even without recommendations. Giving a thumbs up, the boy said that if the management knew the truth, they would have no doubts. Placing his hands on his hips, Bailey said that he did not want to offend the newcomer, but the selection for this role was very strict. Scratching the back of his head, the man explained that with these words he did not mean to destroy the boy's hopes, but to lower his expectations. Bowing his head, Jang expressed confidence that he would become a captain. Opening his mouth, the group member asked what he was capable of now, to which the young man replied that he was stronger than their previous captain. Bailey lowered his hands and agreed that since the protagonist had reached the Epsilon level, he would easily take the position, to which the protagonist replied that he had not yet reached that level. Frowning, the young man could not believe that his friend would give up so easily. Stretching out his hand, he said that he wanted to be the captain, but the team needed a strong leader, to which the protagonist replied that it was their group that had made the biggest contribution to the victory. Making a surprised face, the swordsman retorted by saying that everyone knew that Jang had killed the leader of the sect who was an Epsilon level. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy reasoned that without the side effects of the past captain's power, it would have been much more difficult to kill the girl. Bailey's eyes widened. He did not understand why this man was refusing resources, women, housing, and medicine, since the previous mission could be classified as a level. Shaking his head, the man decided that something was wrong. Opening his mouth, he asked why the guy didn't want to go with them. Smiling, he praised his interlocutor for noticing the reluctance to go with the group. Frowning, the fighter realized that the purpose of the visit was to dissuade the leadership from encroaching on the hero. Crossing his arms, the young man explained that he almost agreed to this after the first offer. Smiling, Jang said that if he did go, it would only be for the position of captain. Sweating, Bailey thought about the fact that if the guy left, then he himself would have every opportunity to become a captain. Putting a hand on his comrade's shoulder, the protagonist asked him to help him make such a difficult choice. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist asked him if he wanted to remain a deputy or become a captain. Clenching his fist, Bailey explained that if the leadership noticed the fact that the guys hid information, they would all be punished. Opening his mouth, the young man said that he was not asking him to hide anything. He bowed his head and explained that his interlocutor had not seen him kill the cult leader. The swordsman shook his head as he said that he also knew nothing about his strength. Putting his hand to his chin, the warrior said that he could only guess. Raising his finger, the protagonist explained that he was not talking about guesses, but about specific facts that he did not have. With a surprised face, Bailey asked how he could then tell the leadership everything. Extending his hand, Jang asked his friend to say that Captain Bayan had made the main contribution. Introducing the guy with the textbook, the deputy commander said that he looked like a novelist, not a warehouse manager. Raising his fist to his mouth, the protagonist denied this because these writers are always poor and hungry. Looking at the guy, the swordsman assumed that his guys would support the idea. Materializing a gun in his hands, the young man asked what kind of bullets they had. Frowning, he replied that it was none of his business since ammunition was a strategic resource controlled by headquarters. Raising a finger, the man advised the protagonist to join them to learn more. Giving the gun to his friend, Jang said that he was not going to risk the future for bullets, so he said goodbye to his comrade and expressed the hope that they would never meet again. Looking at the departing guest, Bailey asked why he was willing to give up everything, having such power. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he did not see anything wrong with it. He waved goodbye. Opening his mouth, Xingqian asked the guy if he was done here. He smiled and replied that they were just discussing something. Folding his hands, the man offered to eat. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the factory owner, the protagonist said that he did not have time and advised him to remind the fighters to obey him. As he left, Jang said goodbye to everyone. Getting into the car, the boy was sure that now that the main forces of the city were destroyed, someone would try to grab a piece of it. Exhaling, the boy hoped to get at least a minute of peace. Driving away, the young man realized that the existence of this region was still necessary. At sea, a ship was sailing through ice. Rain was pouring onto the deck. Takeuchi was sitting at the table. Sitting on her knee, Shinkoji asked him what awaited him today, to which the girl replied that good luck awaited him. Smiling, the man was sure that if they continued like this, they would soon sail to the city. Looking at the young man, Shinkoji asked him how much longer it would take to sail, to which Youngjin replied that it was 3 more days. Smiling, the man was glad that in 3 days they would write a new history. The car drove up to the city walls. The car drove through the gate. People in white jackets asked to follow them to the disinfection zone for inspection. The boys left the area. Seeing Chang folded her arms and asked them to follow her. The group followed the secretary. Pointing to the door, she invited the colonel inside. He entered the door. Putting his hand to his head, Bailey addressed the commander-in-chief. Turning to the new arrival, the general praised him for his excellent work, to which he replied that they were helped by the people who detained the cult leader. Frowning, the man thought that Captain Bayan was an excellent soldier. Extending his hand, the military man invited the boy to sit down. Sitting in the chair, the commander-in-chief asked the swordsman if he had found anyone to work for them. Showing his fingers, the young man listed the base leaders as well as the protagonist's team. Folding his hands, the general asked for more details about Zhang. Sweating, the colonel realized that the time had come. Recalling the protagonist, the fighter thought that he could only keep silent about the final battle. Opening his mouth, he said that this young man was extremely talented and had the skill of the space system. Lowering his head, Bailey added that the boy had a difficult character. Frowning, the swordsman began to say that he was very selfish, so if something happened, he would simply run away. Scratching the back of his head, the fighter thought that he had gone too far. Stretching out his hand, he added that there were not many people left who were sane. Putting his hand to his chin, the commander-in-chief thought that according to the report, Zhang was an ordinary Delta-level awakened, so his difficult character could become a serious problem. The man crossed his arms and said that he was deeply saddened by what had happened to their captain, so Bailey would be the new commander. The boy stood up from his chair and was glad that he had succeeded. He put his hand to his head and thanked the general and promised that he would try for the common good. Taking hold of the arms of the chair, the long-haired man said that he would soon sign the corresponding order and the entire team would be rewarded. Bowing, the swordsman thanked the commander-in-chief. Walking along the snowy road, the fighter heard himself addressed as a captain. Opening his mouth, he recognized Professor Lai. Raising his hand, she asked where the thing he was talking about was. Pulling the flask, the colonel explained that he wanted to give it to her right after meeting the commander-in-chief. Looking at the green sprout, the scientist was amazed that this was the same mutated plant, to which the fighter replied that it had an incredible growth rate and was capable of creating a zombie virus. The girl picked up the plant and asked if it was too dangerous. Bailey made a surprised face and was shocked that this thing almost destroyed an entire city and the professor had such a weak reaction. The woman in the robe walked away. The general folded his arms and thought that it had been a long time since a captain had died on a mission. He crossed his arms and decided that it was time to get ready. The man pressed his phone and ordered an announcement about the General Assembly of the awakened people of the region in 10 days. Frowning, the military man said that whoever disobeyed would be severely punished. Sitting in front of the mirror, Zhang realized that he could awaken 2 more. Hearing a knock on the door, the guy invited the person knocking. The girls moved to the young man's room. Taking out 2 boxes, the young man said that he wanted his girlfriends to absorb 2 ice souls and suggested that they choose a candidate themselves. Opening her mouth, Zinxin said that she was withdrawing her candidacy. The girlfriends looked at her in surprise. Putting her finger to her temple, the hacker explained that her mind was her power. Opening her mouth, Lu asked the girl again if she was sure of her choice. Smiling, the invalid assured that she did not regret her choice. The girls looked at the icy showers. Frowning, Zhang said that they knew how to do it. The ladies brought the glowing balls to their foreheads. The women lay down on the bed. The engineer began to scream. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. Clenching his fists, he could not wait for the result of the procedure. Smiling, Lu said that she felt something. The girl took a spoon from the shelf. The cutlery began to twist in her hands. Looking at the leader, the lady explained that her ability is related to mechanisms and metal. Looking forward, she realized that she could improve weapons and other metal objects. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist was very happy with this ability because it will allow him to improve the rifle. The engineer raised her hand to her mouth and asked him to help her come up with a name for her skill. The guy held out his hand and asked her to come up with a name herself. The girl's eyes widened and she insisted that the boss come up with one. He raised his finger and suggested calling the ability the Goddess of Mechanics. Zhu, lying on the bed, sighed heavily. Zhu crossed her arms over her chest and asked why her friend was looking at her so strangely. The protagonist scratched his chin and called her very beautiful. Lu frowned in displeasure. The doctor looked at her and asked what her ability was. The girl replied that she had become the Goddess of Mechanics. She asked what skill her friend had received. The surgeon put her hand to her chest and told her that her power helps activate cells and speed up the regeneration process and that it can be used not only on herself but also on other people. The engineer smiled widely and understood why her ally had become so beautiful. The girl summoned a green aura and added that she can use her hands as a surgical instrument when performing operations. The woman approached her friend, Zinx, and asked what she wanted to do. Zhu put her hand on her shoulder and said that she wanted to try to cure her. The doctor put her hands into her body and asked her to relax. The girl felt as if something was being pulled out of her. The surgeon took her hands out and looked at them in surprise. The programmer looked back and asked what happened. Showing her a blood clot, the girl explained that she pulled it out of her spine and suggested that she try to get up. The woman wiped her hands and encouraged her ally. The hacker looked down sadly. Lou extended her hand and suggested that she get up. Zinxin took her hand and decided to give it a try. Her body trembled. The girl rose to her feet and was glad that she had succeeded. Her legs began to tremble. The girl let go of her classmate's hand. Watching her walk, Zhu praised her. The programmer extended her hands to her with tears in her eyes. The hacker hugged the protagonist and shouted that she had regained her ability to walk. Zhang stroked her head and called it a real miracle. Zinxin ran out of the room and said that she had to tell the others about it. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and asked her to slow down. The guys clapped their hands joyfully when they saw that their friend could walk. Going down the stairs, the young man said that superpowers are actually a very convenient thing and asked if it could be called a revolution. The survivor went to the living room and said that most of the people on the planet died, some died in battle, so their descendants will be special. The protagonist confidently frowned and explained that he had previously guessed that the awakened power was somehow connected to a person's characteristics. Zhang looked at his girlfriends and said that their abilities were directly related to their specialty. The boy smiled and decided that deep down they wanted these abilities themselves and that their strength was related to the strength of their desire. The doctor agreed with him. Uncle Yu took a sip from his mug. The boy explained that he wanted a strong body and eventually got it. Lion smiled. Being a martial artist, she received great speed, agility, and strength. Lu put her hands to her chest and asked if her friend got his ability because he was a warehouse manager. Frowning, the survivor remembered that he suffered from a lack of supplies in his past life and received a skill to help cope with it, and wondered if his reincarnation itself could be a superpower. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist called this hypothesis interesting and suggested learning more about their abilities and developing them, since only in this way can they prolong their lives. Zhang pointed at the girl and said that he wanted to check something. The mechanic approached him and asked what he was talking about. The guy took out a bullet from the subspace and asked his friend to tell him about it. The engineer took the bullet in her hand. Blue fire appeared around it. It turned out that this cartridge was made of an alloy of 12 metals, including titanium, tungsten, and manganese. The girl frowned and said that the price of one such bullet was no less than 100,000 yuan. The young man asked if she could create such bullets. Smiling, Lu confirmed this and reminded him that they did not have many resources. Putting his hands on his waist, the survivor asked her not to worry about it and promised to ask the allies to find everything they needed to create such a cartridge. The protagonist smiled and remembered that in the past, the economy in Tianhai was flourishing. There were many laboratories and universities in the city, so there should be no problem with materials. The heroes were sitting in the living room. Zhang thought that they needed to work on a weapon to protect themselves in case what happened again. A few days later, while working at the machine, the mechanic asked a friend to look at it. The guy leaned over and noticed that the color of the bullets was slightly different. The box contained shells. The engineer explained that she added rhodium to make the bullets stronger and more toxic due to the heavy metal, and these toxins can aggravate any wound. The young man smiled and said that it suited his style. The girl crossed her arms and said that she knew he would like it, despite its specific taste. The survivor took it as a compliment and asked her to tell him more about these cartridges. Lu introduced the structure of the bullet and said that the cartridge itself is safe, since the toxin inside only gets into the blood when the gunpowder is heated. The mechanic picked up the cartridge and suggested calling them purifying bullets, so that no one would understand where they got this idea from. The engineer handed the cartridge to her friend. The protagonist said that he did not doubt her at all. Suddenly, his hand lit up. Zhang looked at the projectile and realized that he would not be able to hold it in his hands if not for its strength, since these cartridges are no worse than bombs. Holding the case in her hands, the girl said that she made something especially for her friend and hoped that he would like it. The case fell to the floor. The guy assumed that this was a new weapon. Lu smiled widely and said that he guessed right on the first try. The young man opened the case. Inside was a new rifle and a pair of pistols. The survivor took them and declared that they were very cool. The mechanic explained that these weapons were created specifically for these cartridges, so in the wrong hands they would be useless. The engineer winked sheepishly and added that she called the pistols White Owls and the rifle Thunder. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and asked how he could thank her. The girl scratched the back of her head and asked if she could build a robot. Smiling widely, Zhang answered in the affirmative and asked her not to hesitate to contact him if she needed anything. Lu folded her hands and promised to live up to his expectations, since her new skill would definitely help him realize his plans. An incoming message from the Jiangnan regional headquarters appeared on the phone screen. The boy frowned and wondered if his comrade had given them his number. The mechanic put her hand on her chest and asked what was wrong. Putting the phone in his pocket, the boy replied that everything was fine and decided that they both could use some rest. The survivor walked up the stairs. He put the phone to his ear and decided to call headquarters since the letter was quite strange. Bailey was sitting at the table when his phone suddenly vibrated. The fighter looked at the contact name and wondered if their ally had changed his mind. The boy smiled and asked what was wrong. The awakened one got up from the table and said that he needed to make a call for work. He went into another room. The detective put the phone to his ear. The protagonist asked how he was doing. Frowning, the captain replied that he had received a new position and asked what he needed. Jang asked what kind of message this was from their commander-in-chief. Bailey smiled and understood why his comrade had called and explained that their leader had decided to select people who could be useful in Jiangnan. The guy sat down on a chair and asked if they really wanted to join them too. The man frowned sternly and said that constant control over so many people would take up a lot of resources, and that was economically unprofitable. The young man asked if they really couldn't handle just a couple thousand people. The awakened one smiled and replied that they had no problems with food, but there was a shortage of medicine. The survivor looked away and asked if they really wanted his people to obey their orders, but didn't want to waste their resources on them. The detective explained that their leader just wanted to build some kind of order in this chaos. Squinting, the protagonist decided that this wasn't such a bad idea and promised to come to the meeting. The captain said he would buy him a drink. Zhang smiled and agreed. The boy stretched. Bailey asked him to write as soon as he arrived. The heroes gathered in the living room. A message from the headquarters appeared on the screen. Looking at his comrades, the young man said that Jiangnan wanted to hold some kind of conference to unite all the remaining forces together. He raised his hand and said that they needed to decide who would go there. The heroes frowned sternly. The survivor said that he wanted to take Uncle Yu, Chunlei, Lion, and Hua with him. Xu hugged his hand and said that she also wanted to go. The protagonist reminded him that she was just a doctor, not a fighter, and asked why she needed to go there. The surgeon raised a finger and asked what they would do if someone got hurt. Zhang wondered if she wasn't worried about him revealing his true strength to them. The girl shook her head and suggested that they could try to take his blood for some kind of experiment. The man crossed his arms over his chest and said that they needed to be careful and not leave any genetic samples there. The guy smiled and agreed to take his friend with him. The woman happily closed her eyes. Liu ran up to them and said that she also wanted to go to the meeting. The young man scratched the back of his head and explained that he could not guarantee their safety if they all went there together. The girl smiled and reminded them that there were a lot of weapons at this base. The mechanic put her hand to her chest and said that she could analyze it and recreate an improved copy just by touching it. The survivor hugged her and agreed to take her with him. Sitting on the couch, Yami decided to wait for them here. Xingxin also wanted to stay in case they needed help, since no one except her could figure out this system. The protagonist punched his palm and agreed. A chat appeared on the screen. Zhang accepted the invitation. The headquarters replied that they would wait for him at the Xiaomiashan metro station in the Lujiang district. Looking at the phone, the guy was glad that they did not have to get there on their own. His comrades surrounded him. The young man said that they still had 2 days to spare and asked them to pack their things for the trip. Yami looked back and said that she would cook them food. The survivor pressed the call button. Sitting on the sofa, he said that he received a letter from the Jiangnan region. Xingxin and Honglian said that they had already accepted the invitation. The protagonist asked if there was really a direct road from the subway station to Jiangnan. The girl sternly knitted her eyebrows and explained that there were 2 types of transportation lines, civilian and military. Some of them were especially secret, so it was likely that this station would be one of them. Looking at the screen, Zhang asked them to take only the best of the best with them. The allies agreed. The guy pressed the end call button. The young man leaned back on the sofa and hoped that they would get to the headquarters without incident. The car pulled up to Xiaomiashan station, where a group of people had already gathered. The guys went outside, and an ally waved at them. The survivor saw a crowd of soldiers and asked if there were too many of them. Honglian crossed her arms and explained that they just wanted to be on the safe side and take more people. Frowning, the protagonist said that they really couldn't be more careful and said that it was time for them to move. The girl turned to him and asked if everything would be okay with the cars if they left them there. Zhang decided to do them a small favor since they had developed such a close relationship and placed the SUV in subspace. The heroes approached the subway station, which was covered in snow due to a severe blizzard. Chunlei raised his hands and used his ability. The snow separated into 2 piles, freeing up a passage. Uncle Yu turned on the flashlight and asked his comrades to follow him. The guys went down to the platform. The board showed that the train would arrive in an hour. The woman walked to the edge of the platform and said that they had come to the conclusion that the commander-in-chief's goal was to create a reliable shield in case of outside interference. The guy raised an eyebrow and asked if they really thought that other countries would dare to go to war. Leader Yanshin raised her hand and explained that there would definitely not be large-scale battles, but small conflicts on the border could not be avoided since there would always be someone who would want to take their lands. The young man covered his face with his hand and decided that they should not think about such large-scale problems, because they already had a lot to do. A bright light appeared in the tunnel, Hua hissed. The train was approaching the station. The survivor looked in his direction and said that he had finally arrived. The train stopped at the platform. The doors of the carriage opened. Inside stood a girl with a cap on her head. Lu approached her comrade and explained that it was a robot. The protagonist understood why she had such a creepy aura. The woman waved her hand and invited the guests to enter. The train left the station as soon as everyone got inside. Zhu and Lu laid their heads on their friend's shoulders and fell asleep. Jiang looked away and wondered how long it would take them to get to the headquarters. The train suddenly braked. The guy saw the people entering the carriage and concluded that only the toughest guys were going there. Honglian and Xingxian looked at each other and simultaneously thought that if these people were tough, then their comrade was Satan himself. The train continued on its way in pitch darkness. When it arrived in the Jiangnan region, the guests got off the carriages. The robot asked them not to leave their belongings unattended. The young man headed towards the exit with his female companions. The leaders of the other Tianhai bases rose from their seats. There were many people on the platform. Among them was Hongdi, accompanied by people in white robes. Lianu hid his face under a hat and scarf. Jianming walked forward with his soldiers. The doctor clung to her friend and thought that all these people looked like they had just returned from a battlefield. The girls clung to the survivor as they were afraid. The protagonist caught the displeased look of the stranger and wondered where he got so much aggression from. The man frowned with displeasure. Honglian looked in his direction and explained that they came from Dajian and that this man had a fleet at his disposal, which is why they often clashed with the JU base. Jiang frowned and said that it didn't matter anyway. Jianming watched his team leave. The man grinned and thought that Tianhai had suffered greatly, and said that Dinghai had perished and that the JU base forces were controlled by this boy. Putting her fingers to her lips, Hongdi realized that the rumors were true, and concluded that the prosperous Tianhai was getting closer to decline. Liangwu crossed his arms and said that in that case, they could take these territories for themselves. The boy smiled and thought that it would be even better if they thought that Tianhai would soon perish. The soldiers lined up in front of the subway station. The young man looked at them and realized that these were the very special troops of the Jiangnan region. The girl licked her lips and wanted to taste them. The soldier grinned. These were elite fighters who had no equal. Someone stomped loudly on the ground. The survivor glanced to the side. The captain of the operations department approached them from the side of the building. The protagonist's eyes widened as he felt the enormous power and realized that they should not underestimate the Jiangnan region. The people came out of the underground passage. Jiang decided to act more reserved. The soldiers blocked their way. Yunli greeted them on behalf of the region and introduced himself. Raising his finger, the man suggested that they first talk about the rules of staying here and warned that anyone who violated them would face severe punishment. Standing in the crowd, the guy realized that this man decided to show his strength as soon as he came here. Crossing his arms over his chest, the commander announced that today all the guests would be given places to rest, and tomorrow they would meet with the commander-in-chief and ask them not to cause trouble and leave their bad habits outside the region. He turned away and was glad that no one was indignant, since now they would have fewer problems. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl asked the guests to follow her and explained that she would help them for the next few days. The woman pointed the way and said that they would send them a list of rules to read and asked the boys to be careful and not to break them. The boy smiled and decided that it was too tiring. The heroes walked down the street. There were many soldiers everywhere. The survivor put his hands in his pockets and asked what ordinary people were doing in this city and why there was no one around. The escort looked back and told them that they all worked and that in the city everyone was given a job according to their skills, and the workday lasted 14 hours. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked what the elderly, children, and those who could not work did. The girl smirked and explained that their families had to pay for them, since otherwise they would not be able to live in this city. Lu opened her mouth wide and said that this was too cruel. Jiang frowned and said that it was okay to share supplies only with those who were useful. The mechanic asked what about the children. The woman frowned sternly and said that it was much more logical to encourage the birth rate among those couples who were beneficial to the city, since increasing the population was one of the main tasks in the conditions of the end of the world. Xu looked at her with bewilderment and thought that this was very cruel. The heroes approached the building. The escort explained that they would live here during their stay in their city. The guys went inside. The assistant showed the guy his room. The young man lay down under the blanket and wondered how far the headquarters was from here. A knock was heard at the door. The survivor opened it and asked what brought his allies here. Honglian entered the room and explained that they were the smallest team, while the other groups had almost 100 people, including many people with abilities. Xingxian sat down in a chair and added that most of them looked at them with obvious aggression. The girl asked if this was all because of the head of the cult. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked them not to worry and not to do anything until they understood the intentions of the Jiangnan region, otherwise he would not be able to protect them. The girl frowned and was indignant that they were completely neutral, while others were treating them with aggression. She folded her arms over her chest. Jang asked if she really thought other bases could attack them. The woman crossed her legs and reminded him that Tianhai currently had a lot of supplies and almost no security, so such clashes were simply inevitable. The guy raised his index finger and suggested not to think about it for now and focus on the meeting tomorrow. The base leaders headed for the exit. Ju and Lu clasped their hands. The doctor said that they were scared. They opened their mouths in horror. The young man offered them to spend the night here and said that he needed to make one call. The survivor went out into the corridor. Bailey put the phone to his ear and explained that his neighborhood was not far from the neighborhood where the guests were staying and asked his friend to come over for a drink. A temporary electronic pass appeared on the phone screen. The protagonist returned to his allies and said that he needed to meet an old friend. The mechanic suggested that it was someone from the investigation team. The answer was affirmative. The surgeon waved and said that she would wait for his return. Jang left the room. The hotel employee raised her hand and said that it was not recommended to go outside after midnight, since there were patrols around the city and his presence on the street could cause trouble. The guy frowned and said that there was nothing in the rules about such a ban. The girl frowned sadly and explained that she would be to blame if something happened to him. Sternly frowning, the young man thought that they would not dare to restrict his freedom with their recommendations, and said that they were guests, not prisoners. The survivor simply walked past the woman. He walked outside. The protagonist noticed many footprints in the snow and realized that the others had decided to take a walk as well. Yunli was standing in his superior's office. The commander-in-chief narrowed his eyes and asked if everyone had arrived except for the Linhai City representatives. The captain frowned sternly and reported that according to their records, the special train had stopped at their station, but there was no one there. The man leaned on his hands and wondered how they dared to ignore their invitation and suggested that something might have happened there. The Jiangnan leader looked up and asked his subordinate to contact them. The commander explained that he had sent a message but never received a response and decided to send an investigation team there. The base leader clasped his hands and agreed that if Linhai simply ignored them, they should pay for it. The commander-in-chief looked in the mirror and realized that everything was going according to plan for now, and they did not need any extra surprises. The protagonist approached the edge of the area where the guard was standing. The soldier raised his hand and asked him to show his pass. Jang showed him the screen of his phone. The soldier stepped aside and the guy walked through the gate. Walking along the busy street, the young man thought that Jun was right and that everything here was really like before the apocalypse. But only a few could enjoy such beauty. A neon sign was burning above the bar. The survivor approached it and decided that this was a bar for veterans, since the locals were officials or members of the investigation teams. The guard raised his hand and asked if he had an appointment. The protagonist confirmed that they were already waiting for him. He put the phone to his ear. Bailey asked him to pass the phone to the soldier. Jang did so. Holding the phone in his hands, the soldier apologized and invited the guest inside. The guy smiled and realized that being the captain of the investigation team was actually not bad. The hostess approached him and said that she would take him to the table. The girl pointed to the side and asked the client to follow her. The heroes approached the elevator. The woman explained that the first floor was created for regular visitors, and on the second floor there was a special box for VIP clients. The young man was surprised that they had such a strict hierarchy. The bar employee asked if he had really arrived from the outside world. The survivor frowned and realized that she was trying to find out more information about him. The elevator doors opened. The number 13 appeared on the board. The hostess said that the person waiting for the guest was here. A stranger was sitting on the sofa in front. The protagonist looked around and assumed that the girl had mistaken the floor since the captain was not here. Scratching the back of his head, Jang apologized to the stranger and said that the waitress had mixed something up. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Shentong replied that everything was as it should be, and explained that he himself had asked the hostess to bring him here. The guy frowned and doubted that they knew each other. The man said his name and expressed confidence that the captain would not invite a person here who was not worthy of it. Putting the glass on the table, the blonde admitted that he was not very happy that his colleague had taken this position and said that he had heard a lot of good things about the guest. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the young man decided that he might know his strength and asked who he was. Putting his finger to his forehead, Shentong assumed that the guest had already heard his name and introduced himself. The survivor stared at him in surprise and noted his incredible self-confidence. The protagonist put his fist to his palm and said that he was glad to meet him. The man smiled and concluded that he had not heard of him. Heading to the elevator, Jang identified himself as a stranger and explained that he still needed to meet his friend. The blonde man put his hand on his shoulder. The guy swung his hand. Shentong grabbed it and said that he just wanted to look at his colleague's friend. The real man was still sitting on the couch. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and realized that it was a clone. A light aura appeared around the double. The survivor wondered if this was an ability of the space system. There were even more clones. The blonde man said that, according to rumors, the guest's abilities were also related to the space system and asked him to show them. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure. Shengtong raised his hand and promised to appoint him to a decent position if his skill was good enough. Zhang thought that this man would regret it. His eyes lit up. Looking at the doubles, the guy decided to let the scoundrel feel the power of a god. The elevator doors behind him opened. Bailey smiled and asked why his friend was here. The awakened one put his hand on his shoulder and reminded him that they wanted to have a drink together. The man smirked and said that he just wanted to chat with him and hoped that his colleague would be okay with it. The captain raised his hand and said that he was honored that his comrade was interested in him. The detective slyly knitted his brows and asked him to warn him next time, since they both had to maintain discipline. Shengtong raised his index finger and said that he would agree if it were Jun in his place. The man waved his finger and reminded him that his colleague was not qualified. Bailey clenched his fist and asked what he was trying to achieve. The blonde frowned and was indignant at this question. The scoundrel smiled and thought that he was only interested in the skill of their guest. The investigator waved his hand and said that the survivor did not understand what he was missing, since his team was the strongest in the region. Several doubles appeared around him. At that moment, they all evaporated. The awakened one turned to his friend and apologized for how things turned out. The protagonist headed to the elevator and replied that everything was fine since nothing happened. The guys entered the elevator. The number 18 appeared on the board. The captain crossed his arms over his chest and said that this man was the captain of the God team, one of the strongest investigation teams in the region. Zhang asked him to tell about other teams so that in the future they would not have misunderstandings when working together. After introducing the symbols of the various groups, the detective explained that the commander-in-chief had personally selected the members of the 6 investigation teams, and that each of them had their own unique style that made them very easy to recognize. Bailey frowned and added that their Black Cloak team wore black uniforms, while the God team wore silver uniforms that were truly a masterpiece of technology. The man presented the silhouette of a girl and said that the Roses were an investigation team that was entirely made up of women. The awakened one smiled and said that currently there were only their team and the gods in the city, so his comrade did not need to know about the others. The boy looked at him sternly and asked how strong Shentong was compared to Jun. The captain presented a tall building and explained that there was hardly anyone among them who was inferior to him in strength, and that his ability helped him reduce the effects of other people's techniques. The young man's eyes widened and he realized that this person was no weaker than him. The survivor looked down and thought that he would not advise the leader of the gods to mess with him, despite his skill. The protagonist turned to his comrade and asked what kind of abilities Shentong had. The detective narrowed his eyes and asked why he needed to know and asked his friend not to bother him. Zhang raised his hand and said that he was just curious, as this man might do something against him in the future. Bailey crossed his arms and said that he had nothing to worry about, as his colleague would never violate the rules of their region. The man looked down and said that he knew almost nothing about his abilities and thought that the gap between their teams was too big. The elevator stopped on the 7th floor. Women were dancing on the bar counter. The guy sat at the table and noticed that there were quite a lot of people. The awakened one guessed that there was no such thing in Tianhai. Looking at the bar counter, the young man said that he would create something like this if he really wanted to. The captain handed him a bar list and asked him what he wanted to drink. The survivor raised his hand and said that he didn't drink alcohol because he didn't want to get into trouble. The detective sat down on the sofa next to him and warned him that there were things they couldn't discuss. The protagonist said that he only needed general information. Zhang smirked and explained that he wasn't planning on moving here and that he just needed to understand why they were all invited here. Bailey put his hands on his knees and explained that it had something to do with Jun's death, since it was the first time such a high-ranking fighter had died in battle, and added that headquarters was worried that this could happen again in the future. The man explained that they were planning to seek outside help to maintain the strength of the Jiangnan region and avoid internal strife. The guy looked at him and asked if they were really planning to introduce compulsory military service. The awakened man frowned and said that he didn't know for sure and said that they had strict screening criteria for those who wanted to stay here. Imagining the soldier throwing the man into the snow, the captain said that useless people were kicked out immediately, so any captain would give his all during missions to earn points and feed his family. The young man took a glass of water and thought that there was a chance that someone would be selected to join the investigation team. The detective said that people like his friend would definitely be welcomed by headquarters. The survivor smiled and said that with his appearance, the report on the Tianhai mission was no longer so believable. Bailey raised his eyebrows awkwardly. Taking a sip of water, the man asked his friend not to worry and promised to remind the commander-in-chief of his low loyalty to them. The protagonist said that it was best. The waiter came over and said that Woody was looking for the commander. Zhang frowned and asked what brought him here. The awakened one raised his hand and explained that members of the investigation teams often came here to rest, as they were often on the verge of life and death. Such a way to distract themselves is an integral part of their lives. The boy closed his eyes and said that he did not want to see him. The captain put his hand to his head and remembered that there was a reason why his colleague was so angry with him. The young man raised his eyebrows in question. The detective remembered how Jun found a small boy when he was almost frozen to death. The child released a beam of energy from his hand. The commander became his mentor when he developed abilities. The blonde followed his older comrade, considering him his savior and master. Bailey frowned and explained that his friend was angry when he learned that Jun was sick and would be replaced by a new member of the team. Looking at his reflection in the water, the man added that his colleague thought that the commander would not die until he found a worthy replacement. The survivor shook his head, outraged by the amount of trouble that one person was causing, and thought that he hadn't expected this turn of events. The awakened one spread his arms and decided that he should have told them about this a long time ago. Someone approached them. Woody clenched his fists and said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The protagonist stood up from the couch and wondered if he had come for him. The captain stopped his comrade and said that their ally had nothing to do with Jun's death, and that they would have all died if not for his sacrifice. Jang frowned sternly. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that if he hadn't advised him to use the Ice Soul, the commander would have lived for a few more months, seen his family, and enjoyed the last days of his life. The boy turned away and said that he would leave if he wanted to quarrel. The soldier stood in his way and asked him to stop. The youth looked at him sternly and asked what he wanted. With a sly frown, the soldier remembered that their ally had absorbed the captain's abilities and offered to fight him. Looking at him with a smirk, the survivor mentally called him crazy and agreed, deciding that he was not going to leave without a fight. Woody smiled and asked him to choose a reward. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was interested in the weapons, technology, and advanced equipment of the Jiangnan region. The boy raised his hand and promised to give him everything he needed. The detective covered his face with his hand and thought that all information about weapons was confidential and not subject to distribution. Bailey stood between his comrades and suggested that they just discuss everything. The man frowned and asked his friend to choose any cold weapon he liked. Jang sternly drew his eyebrows together and thought that it was useless for him. Smiling, the awakened one asked him not to worry about it and explained that they had many good things in their weapon arsenal, including those made of adamantium. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy decided that it would be nice to have a couple of things made of adamantium for self-defense and chose knives. The captain called a hologram and said that almost all of their cold weapons were made of this alloy. A list of weapons appeared on the screen. The detective asked his comrade to choose what he liked. Bailey narrowed his eyes slyly and promised to give him this weapon even in case of defeat. The young man waved his hand and said that he would not take anything if he lost. The survivor scrolled through the list of weapons. He looked at the blade and decided that it looked good. The protagonist smiled and selected it. The man turned off the hologram and hoped that they would not go too far. The fighter confidently knitted his brows and promised to keep everything under control. Jang smiled and asked where they would fight. Looking at his comrades, the awakened one realized that he could not stop them, and told them that they had a training arena where they could have a legal fight. The guy raised his index finger and suggested that they go straight there. The soldier took a step forward and asked him to follow him. There were stands around the martial arts arena. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise, wondering what materials were used to build this place, and decided that he should invite Lu here to take a look at it. The survivor approached his comrade and asked if he could call his friends here. The captain asked if he still didn't trust them. The protagonist shook his head and said that it was just a small precaution in case he needed a personal doctor. Pointing behind him, the detective asked him not to worry and said that there was a special place for that. Woody turned around. Bailey hoped that his colleague would not be hurt too much. Jang crossed his arms and asked what would happen if their doctor didn't make it in time. The man gave him the okay sign and allowed him to call his friends and promised to issue them a pass. The guy put the phone to his ear and asked his allies to come to the arena in Zona. The young man looked at his opponent and asked if he needed time to prepare. The boy clenched his fist and hoped that his opponent would give it his all. The survivor blocked his fist and confirmed it. The protagonist took a bottle of water and thought that he wouldn't even have to use his strength. The girls approached him. Jang asked them to step aside and said that he had something to tell them. Looking at them, the fighter wondered what they were planning. The guy called Zhu to him. Chunlei looked back and wondered if this soldier was in such a hurry to reunite with his commander. The young man raised his hand and said that his opponent was not stupid at all, since he knew that he would not be able to use his strength here. The survivor ran his hand across his throat and said that outside the city, he would definitely die. Lu frowned and was indignant at his behavior. Uncle Yu asked what the point was and said that even winning would be a shame for him since his opponent could not give his best. Grinning, the protagonist decided that the investigator simply wanted to prove his superiority and explained that he called them here not for a duel, but for the mechanic to check something. The engineer pointed at herself in surprise. Jang raised his eyebrows and explained that this place was very well protected and asked his friend to analyze as many materials as possible. The girl hit her chest and promised to do so. Bailey looked back. The man walked up to his colleague and asked if he could defeat him if even the cult leader couldn't. Woody's eyes sparkled as he told him not to worry and said that Kunj couldn't defeat him only because she had no combat experience. The boy pointed at his head and explained that Jun had said that analysis was the main path to victory and that he had a plan to win. The soldier frowned and said that he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he didn't do it. The awakened man narrowed his eyes and sighed and hoped that his friend knew what he was doing. Turning away, the captain asked his comrade to stretch and said that he would take their ally to the locker room. The soldier clenched his fist and agreed. The guy looked around and asked what happened. The detective said that he needed to change. The young man put his hand on his belt and asked if it was really necessary. Bailey explained that during arena fights, you need to wear special training clothes to protect your body from damage. Looking at his opponent, the survivor realized that they were talking about this suit and agreed. The heroes came to the locker room. The man put his finger on the scanner, and the robot confirmed his identity. There was a suit on the shelf. The protagonist picked it up and noticed that its density was actually different from ordinary fabric, which meant that this was another achievement of science. Jang went into the booth and was afraid that they would be able to read some data about him with it. The guy looked in the mirror and wondered if he would be able to continue hiding his true strength. The young man saw a strange button on his wrist. The survivor, without thinking, pressed it. The suit hugged his body. He felt it become more flexible and strong. The protagonist came out of the booth and asked what the suit was made of. The awakened one replied that this fabric slightly increases the physical performance of the owner so much that even privates can reach the alpha level. Jang clenched his fist and asked if such clothes really existed. The captain explained that only members of the investigation teams have the right to wear such a uniform and invited his friend to join them. The guy smiled and refused. The detective headed for the exit and said that it was time for them to go back. Woody was already standing in the ring. Bailey asked his friend not to overdo it. The young man turned to him and said that he needed to give the phone to his friends. The man frowned and concluded that his ally did not trust their storage lockers. The survivor handed the phone to Lou and asked her to keep an eye on it. He glanced at his sleeve to non-verbally ask her to touch it. The mechanic touched his suit. The protagonist headed towards the arena. The engineer wished him luck. The awakened one approached the boys and asked them to follow him to the second floor. Jang stood in front of his opponent and said that this arena was too small for a fight. The boy slyly knitted his eyebrows and asked him not to worry about it. The fighter snapped his fingers. The arena immediately increased in size. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Zhu opened her mouth wide and asked why the ring had suddenly become so big. The captain smiled and explained that this was a martial artist's ability called Battlefield. Shentong stood on the third floor of the arena with his comrades. The commander of the gods smiled and decided that they would have to do everything possible to get this man to join them. The commander-in-chief sat on the fifth floor of the arena with his subordinates. The leader of Jiangnan looked at the screen where the fight was being broadcast. The young man took out his pistols and used precision shooting. Bullets flew out of their barrels. They headed straight for the target. The investigator raised his hands and used a water cannon. Blue rays absorbed the bullets. The man smirked and called his opponent quite talented. The survivor continued shooting, wondering which would run out faster, his bullets or his opponent's spiritual power. Summoning a giant ball of energy, Woody shouted that it was useless and said that he had studied the opponent's fighting style. A wave of energy flew forward. The protagonist smiled and said that he had studied his tactics too. Subspace absorbed all the energy. Shentong crossed his arms and asked if the space system could absorb his attack. His comrade frowned and said that the skills of the space system could rarely withstand such attacks. The girl smiled and called her leader's skills a real rarity. The man scratched his head and agreed. The commander lowered his head and said that it didn't matter anyway, since he only needed his ability to store supplies during the mission. He smiled and said that it would be nice if this man could surprise him. The boy summoned spheres of energy around himself and decided that he needed to wait for the enemy to use his divine power, dodge, and counterattack. Zhang dropped the empty magazines. The fighter spread his arms and realized that this was his chance. New magazines appeared in his pistols themselves. The soldier aimed several beams at his opponent. They almost reached their target. At the last moment, the boy summoned a double portal. The beams immediately went around him. The young man asked if this was really an attack on the entire arena. Waves of energy surrounded him. The investigator said that his comrades doubted him in vain. A powerful explosion was heard in the arena. Woody grinned and shouted that the space system would not help him. The boy swung his fist. The blast wave swept over the survivor. Another explosion was heard. Lion put her hand on the fence and concluded that the fighter was well prepared, since even the portals did not help the situation. Uncle Yu crossed his arms over his chest and noted that each attack inevitably caused damage to their comrade. Shentong smiled and asked if this was the end. Suddenly, the commander of the gods opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist came out of the portal near the explosion site. Zhang raised his pistols and said that his opponent had a very interesting style. The guy pulled the trigger. The heroes again entered the battle with renewed vigor. The man raised his eyebrows and realized that he had escaped that attack with the help of the space system. The soldier sitting next to him said that even with such skills, he would not be able to join the investigation team. Scratching his beard, the commander-in-chief realized that his guest could move between this world and his space and wondered what his combat power was. The guard approached him and said that in his opinion, the youth was hiding his true strength. Frowning, the leader of Jiangnan decided to listen to his words and asked what he was talking about. The soldier looked up and explained that the survivor was acting too calm and confident, as if he knew that he would win no matter what. Xincheng looked at the screen and thought that this man was acting like a robot. The leader of the military base spread his arms and said that this awakened one was not as simple as Bailey said. The protagonist dashed to the side. The commander-in-chief noted his interesting style and the fact that he had the ability to store a huge arsenal and fight until his opponent was completely exhausted. Woody frowned and asked if he really wanted to kill him. The boy jumped into the air and said that he would not allow this. The guy looked up and wondered why his opponent was increasing the distance between them if he knew that he had portals. The fighter rose tens of meters up and decided that the current position was the limit of his skills. The soldier summoned many blue spheres and promised to admit his defeat if the enemy managed to cope with it. Balls of energy swirled around the young man. The investigator explained that he prepared this move especially for him and that these were 300,000 charges that would be active for 2 minutes. A bright flash from the explosion lit up the faces of the audience. Shentong grabbed the handrail and asked what his comrades thought would happen next. Lion opened her mouth in fear and said that the enemy specially came up with this move for his opponent. Woody landed on his feet and waited to be declared the winner. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in shock and thought that this couldn't be happening. The cloud of smoke cleared, and the survivor stood motionless in the arena. The god commander smirked and concluded that he was actually stronger than the report stated. The Jiangnan chief crossed his arms and asked how he was able to do this, considering that his ability shouldn't have such protection. The guard put his hand to his chest and stated that he understood everything. The heroes looked at each other as the soldier explained that the man had worked hard on himself. The military man raised his index finger and guessed that Jiang had opened a portal and absorbed all the damage when the explosion occurred. The leader of the military base looked at the screen and requested a full analysis of the battle. A protective barrier appeared around the protagonist, and it turned out that this was a portal to another space, which had the same absorbing function. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth in surprise and realized that this was full protection. The guard lowered his head and said that there was no such thing as complete protection in this world and that they simply had not yet found the power to destroy it. Xincheng frowned and asked if this guy was too stubborn to defend himself until the very end. Looking at his opponent, the awakened one asked how he managed to withstand his attack and said that there was no way he could block all the bubbles. Woody frowned in displeasure and said that he did not believe it. The young man summoned a barrier around himself and thought that he would have suffered from this attack a couple of months ago, but his strength had grown significantly. The boy sent several dozen more projectiles at it. The balls of energy crashed into the barrier. The survivor realized that his opponent would not have lasted in the arena for even a couple of minutes if he did not need to hide his strength. The protagonist raised his gun. A bullet flew out of it. The projectile hit the fighter right in the chest. The soldier put his hand to his chest. The fight was declared over. The investigator looked at the bullet and realized that it was their ammunition. Jiang headed for the exit of the arena. The awakened one asked where he got these bullets from. The guy looked back and reminded that the result of the fight had already been announced. Grinning, Shentong noted his sharp mind and decided that he had every right to join any of the investigation teams, even though their composition had already been determined. The commander of the gods scratched his chin and began to think about which of his teammates could be replaced by this man. His comrade looked down and said that at first the young man used ordinary bullets to make his opponent lose his vigilance, and then changed them for others. Looking ahead, the man concluded that the survivor would not have been able to pull off such a thing if one of their experienced fighters had fought him. The girl noted that he still skillfully used his strengths and compensated for his weaknesses. Frowning, the commander-in-chief concluded that the information they had about this awakened was no longer relevant, and wondered if Bailey might have intentionally not stated his true strength in the report. The Jiangnan leader looked at the secretary and asked where he got their bullets. Xincheng suggested that the protagonist might have accidentally found them when the investigation team was carrying out their mission. The military base leader smiled and thought that this person might be useful to them in the future. The woman asked if the boss wanted him to stay here and undergo training as a member of the investigation team. The man waved his hand and replied that there was no need for that at the moment. After all, he was the leader of Tianhai, and the city was in a difficult situation and could not be abandoned so easily. Bailey crossed his arms and thanked his comrade for his mercy. Jang asked what about the promised weapons. The captain said that they could go to the armory right now. The boy closed his eyes and said that he needed to change his clothes and was glad that he had someone who could recreate this uniform exactly. Lu smiled and silently asked him not to worry about it. The boy confidently knitted his brows and realized that the new uniform would be in his hands very soon. The survivor put on his usual clothes. His opponent stood in the hallway with the detective. The protagonist noticed that Woody had finally calmed down. The boy looked down and explained that he thought that with enough training he would have a chance to win. Bailey explained that he was still too inexperienced and that he needed to practice more. Jang approached them and asked them to take him to get his reward. The man raised his hand and called his girlfriend over. Xiaoyu was carrying a large case in her hands. The girl handed it to her ally and said that this was his reward. The boy happily took the case. The awakened one placed his hand on it and asked his friend to check it somewhere else. The case was covered in a blue aura. The young man agreed and decided that if he opened it here, someone might see it. The captain spread his arms and hoped that in the future his comrades could become friends. The survivor narrowed his eyes in displeasure and convinced himself that friends were just a word. He extended his hand and hoped that they would get along. The fighter shook his hand. It was snowing outside the arena. Waving his hand, the protagonist explained that they had decided to take a rest and said goodbye to his ally. The detective suggested meeting after the next day's meeting. Jang smiled and promised to have a drink with him. Watching them through the window, Shentong thought that he should not rush and was surprised that the guy had never heard of him. The commander of the gods looked back and asked his girlfriend to invite the young man to his home and show him the tournament table. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man called himself a true talent who earned the maximum number of points in his missions, and asked his ally to tell the guest about his strength so that he himself would ask to join their team. Walking down the street, the young man realized that now he did not need to borrow weapons from Lion all the time, since he had his own blade. The survivor frowned and hoped that their fight had not attracted too much attention. Otherwise, the locals would definitely try to force him to stay here. He looked back when someone called out to him. Chunyu walked up to him with a smile on her face. The protagonist turned to her and asked who she was. The girl introduced herself as a member of the investigation team and explained that she had seen him fight with Woody. Jang frowned sternly and wondered if they were trying to recruit him. The woman raised her hand and said that their captain wanted to see him because she was afraid that he might be led astray. The investigator narrowed her eyes slyly and asked if it was true that Bailey had already tried to recruit him into his team. The guy smirked and was surprised that Shentong did not dare to come to him himself. Chunyu raised her index finger and said that after the death of the previous captain, their group's strength had dropped to level 6, and that in the future it might even be disbanded. The young man scratched his chin and realized that he didn't plan on staying. But he couldn't say it outright, and besides, her captain's status was higher than Jun's, so there was no point in offending him. The survivor raised his hand and promised to visit him after the meeting. The girl smiled and said that she would be happy to introduce him to the history of their team. After that, the woman left. Chunlei called his friend a diamond that everyone was trying to get their hands on. The protagonist smirked and said that it was obvious that they would notice his strength. Putting his hands on his hips, Jang remembered that Jun had noticed his true talent a long time ago and thought about how hard it was for him to be so cool. Holding the case in his hands, the guy asked his friends not to worry and explained that they still wouldn't do anything to him even if he refused. The boy wiped his forehead and said that they would not survive his departure. Lu shuddered in surprise when her friend picked up the case. The young man walked forward, and the mechanic ran after him. Shentong confidently knitted his brows and asked what surprise he would give him the next time they met. The survivor put the case on the table. Lion came closer and asked if she could touch it. The engineer wanted to analyze it first. The protagonist opened the lock and invited them to look at the weapon together. White smoke came out of the case. Jang opened the lid. The girl explained that it was a special substance created to preserve the metal and protect it from corrosion. On a white backing lay a blade. The teacher smiled and said that it looked like one of the swords from the Tang dynasty, which is ideal for close combat due to its lightweight. The boy took it in his hand and said that it was quite good. Lu raised her hand and asked permission to touch it. The young man handed her the sword. The mechanic looked at it and concluded that this weapon would be suitable for those who were not particularly strong physically. Her eyes lit up due to the activation of the analysis. A blue window appeared in front of her. The survivor asked if she would be able to reproduce a similar alloy. The engineer replied that it was quite problematic and that it would take a long time even with her ability. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the protagonist asked if the fact that they had acquired a similar weapon would arouse suspicion and suggested not to rush into it for now. The girl clenched her fist and promised to start making a mold. Lion asked if she could touch the blade. Jang looked at her and allowed her to take the sword, since she liked cold weapons more than he did. Taking the blade in her hands, the teacher called it wonderful and thought that she would no longer need the old sword. The girl pulled it forward and asked her friend to give it a name. The boy gripped the hilt and decided to call it a treasure, and he thought to himself that this treasure could even take away a human life. The boy swung the sword and concluded that he could cut people like paper with it. The commander-in-chief remembered how a barrier appeared around the survivor and wondered if he should take the risk of trying to recruit him since his skills were top-notch. Xincheng walked up to the table and announced that someone had arrived. The head of Kyingnan frowned and asked the guest to come in. The secretary opened the door and invited him in. Wudi saluted and asked his boss to punish him for failing to defeat Zhang. Raising his hand, the leader of the military base asked what this was all about and explained that he had not arranged this fight for the sake of winning, but to learn more about the boy's strength. The man adjusted his tie and decided that this man was perfect as a special occasion fighter, even though he didn't have many attack methods. He smiled and remembered that it had only been 3 months since he had his abilities and said that he simply lacked combat experience. The commander-in-chief pointed at him and said that his authority within the team had now been undermined and that he needed to fix it since he and Bailey were the future of the investigation team. Clenching his fist, the fighter decided that winning and losing meant nothing and realized that he had to live up to Jun's expectations. The soldier saluted and promised not to let his boss down. There was a loud knock on the door of the room. The protagonist got up from his bed. His comrades were standing outside the door. Xingchen said that they came to have a snack together. The man glanced around the living room and noticed that the rest of the team had also woken up. Uncle Yu invited him to sit down. There were empty food boxes on the table. Zhang crossed his arms and explained that they couldn't act the same way here as they did in Tianhai. Frowning, the boy added that there were warriors from 12 cities gathered here and that if they were careless, something bad might happen, and hoped that they wouldn't get involved in conflicts. Honglian crossed her arms and realized that with so many people, it would be difficult to avoid conflicts, and if they continued to give in, they would be seen as weak. Looking at her ally, the girl thought that no one would dare to oppose us and said that they would do what their leader ordered them to do. The boy smiled widely and called it the right approach. Looking at his comrades, the survivor asked them not to worry and said that they would immediately deal with everything if anyone came to them. The guys sitting on the sofa supported him. They were all sitting in the main hall. The protagonist yawned and thought about how they were told to arrive at 8:30, and it was already almost 10. Dr. Zhu nudged him and asked how much longer they would have to wait. He looked down and said he didn't know and just hoped they didn't have another meeting scheduled for the afternoon. A small man appeared and pointed at the protagonist with a pointer and advised the reader to remember what the protagonist had just said. The small man then rewinded the story and said he would take us back 7 hours to the commander-in-chief's office. Yunli entered the office and said that he had sent people to Linhai to find out why no one had come back. He frowned and said that 3 squads had been killed in total. The commander-in-chief knocked on the table and said that Linhai wasn't the strongest city, but there were about 1,000 survivors there, 500 of whom had abilities, so they wouldn't have been able to deal with their people that easily. Yunli bared his teeth and said that their people were attacked by a group. Only Chenki managed to survive. Judging by the information they had, these people spoke Japanese. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth wide in surprise. The blue-haired man put his hand to his chin and wondered if this was really a war, and Yunli said that there weren't many of them, only a few groups, and so he wanted to lead the punitive detachment. The commander-in-chief lowered his head and thought that since they had destroyed the people of Linhai, it meant that they still had the idea of seizing their territory. He imagined the shadows below him and mentally said that if it was only Japan, the Jiangnan region would have razed it to the ground long ago, but he was sure that they had already acquired connections, so starting a war would be unwise. He looked at the young man and asked where this Chenki was, and Yunli replied that he was standing outside and waiting for permission to come in. He looked at the door and ordered him to come in. A man with a bandaged head entered the room. The commander-in-chief looked at him and asked him to tell him exactly what he had seen in Linhai. Chenki sat down at the table and said that when they arrived in the city, they saw many corpses, and on the way back, they encountered a group that spoke Japanese, and they attacked them. The youth looked down and said that there were 3 of them, and one of them was an incredibly fast and agile swordsman. He imagined this and began to cry, saying that they realized almost immediately that they could not win, so his comrades delayed them so that he could escape. Chenki grinned and said that they must kill these bastards and avenge their fallen comrades. The commander-in-chief lowered his head and said that they would not sit idly by, and for the Japanese who dared to spill blood on their land, there was only one way out: death. His eyes lit up and he told the boy to take his time to recover and they would take care of the rest. He frowned and mentally said that they needed to contact the Japanese government to identify these killers. He immediately pressed the phone button and exclaimed that they were definitely looking for death if they thought they could do whatever they wanted. The people were still sitting in the hall wondering if the meeting would take place. The protagonist calmly drank coffee. Chunlei smiled and told them to just eat since there was nothing wrong with the food. The men turned around and asked him with displeasure if he really wanted to finish their food too. Chunlei frowned and said that he would not refuse. The blonde guy put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that they did not need any extra trouble and so he should calm down. The protagonist moved the food containers to his space. He closed his eyes and wondered when the meeting would start. Dr. Zhu started massaging his arm and asked if they were ignoring them on purpose, but she didn't understand the purpose. The protagonist looked at her and said that he thought there was more to it than that. He then noticed Bailey leaving the room. Honglian looked at him and said that this was too much. The protagonist raised a finger and said that there was no point in chatting anyway, since the strongest people were gathered here, but no one had dared to do anything. The girl put her hand to her chin and asked if he was saying that there was a reason for all this. Zhang raised a finger and told her to just pretend that the meeting had already started and that she was listening to something interesting. He stood up and said that he wanted to take a walk. Dr. Zhu wanted to come with him, but he ordered her to stay there since he needed to talk to Bailey. The guard pointed his finger at the protagonist and ordered him to stay as he tried to leave. However, Bailey turned around and said that Zhang was with him. The protagonist approached him and asked if he knew what was going on. The man put his hand on his shoulder and offered to talk on the way. He approached the protagonist's ear and said that something serious had happened, so the commander-in-chief could not come down yet because he was currently trying to settle everything. He did not know anything else. Bailey turned his head and said that their group was only following orders and did not involve them in the rest, so he did not know what exactly had happened. Zhang frowned and said that it seemed like everything in Jiangnan was about to change. He looked into the hall and thought that there were a lot of guys with abilities, and therefore it was better to keep a low profile for now. He looked at Bailey and said that he would go then, and also asked why they had to hang around here. Bailey looked at him and said that this was their way of trying to maintain order because he heard that everything had happened so quickly that there was simply no other choice. Then he exhaled and thought about how after the captain's death, their team's strength had been greatly reduced, and so they couldn't let this turn into a major conflict. The protagonist held out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to him. Bailey took one in his hands. The protagonist lit his cigarette and said that even such a rare treasure couldn't be kept in storage forever. Bailey started smoking and suddenly they heard about a fight. They looked outside and wondered what was going on. Bailey turned to the protagonist and said that someone was fighting outside, and Zhang asked if he shouldn't intervene. Bailey crossed his arms and said that as long as it wasn't related to their city or its people, he shouldn't, and the protagonist said that was the right approach. Bailey smiled and said that he heard that someone from Tianhai was involved in the fight. The protagonist frowned and thought about how he had asked them not to get involved in trouble and just sit quietly and wait, but one of them still dared to disobey him. The protagonist immediately headed for the exit, and Bailey extended his hand and started shouting for him to wait for him. The people in the crowd raised their hands and started cheering. Bailey put his hand to his chin. Two men were fighting in the center of the crowd. They were Guan and also Jianming. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and mentally said that this was quite logical. After all, the Kyoyu base had attacked Jianming's forces quite often, apparently, so he decided to take revenge since there were not so many of them now. The guards approached Bailey and greeted him. He looked at them and asked what started the fight, and they replied that they simply attacked each other, and they simply did not interfere. Jianming enlarged his fists with the ability, and the protagonist saw this and thought that his power was aimed at strengthening his defense, and therefore Guan was clearly not his opponent. Jianming frowned and shouted that if Dinghai were alive, then maybe he could still fight back, but Guan would not be able to do so. The red-haired youth ran at him and shouted that Jianming did not even deserve to say his name. They both attacked each other. Jianming grabbed him with both hands and began to squeeze. Blood came out of the youth's mouth. People began to smile happily and shout. The man smiled and said that there was probably something to profit from in Tianhai. Xingxian stood to the side and grinned, looking at them. Honglian extended her hand in front of him and said that Zhang needed to make a decision. Xingxian began to turn his head and asked where he was, and the girl pointed her finger at him. The protagonist looked at them because the girl asked if he was not going to interfere. The protagonist smiled and remained silent. Bailey looked at him and wondered if he was going to start a massacre here. Bailey extended his hand and said that he could stop it if Zhang wanted, and after all, it would be wrong for Zhang to do it. The protagonist frowned and said that this was a good opportunity to relieve his boredom, and besides, he personally did not need any trouble. He crossed his arms and said that those who now thought of Tianhai as a soft target where they could get supplies, weren't they the ones he should take care of? The protagonist watched the two awakened people fight and mentally said that he just wanted them to understand what would happen if they didn't follow his orders in the future. He turned around and said that it was a waste of time. Bailey turned to the guards and told them to stop the fight, saying that they would not tolerate bloodshed here. Bailey followed the protagonist. Zhang raised his hand and said that he would go sit down and that Bailey could return to his business. The protagonist stayed where he was and Jang entered the building. The crowd headed towards the entrance, saying that Tianhai was worthless. Teacher Lion sighed heavily and said that the situation had become quite alarming, since everyone now thought that Tianhai was full of weaklings who were worthless. Chunlei put his hand to his chest and wondered what would happen if they attacked them right here, but Uncle Yu said that would not happen, since the city authorities would not allow them to do so. Jang looked at them and told them not to worry, since if anyone really tried to cause them unnecessary trouble, he would show them how wrong they were. Chunlei exhaled and said that he felt a little better now. Honglian and two men came into the room. The girl approached the protagonist and said that the guy needed to be examined because his organs might be damaged, but the protagonist replied that he was the one who started the fight, so they shouldn't worry. Guan opened his mouth wide and started telling them that everything was completely wrong, because Jianming was the one who insulted them first, and Guan was afraid that if he tolerated this, everyone would think that the people of their region were weak. Jang smiled ominously and said that he was now the face of Tianhai. Guan bared his teeth. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he didn't need his explanation. Guan opened his mouth wide and wondered if the protagonist had decided to just ignore the Kyoyu base. He looked at the protagonist and said that he was wrong, and therefore asked for forgiveness for the sake of Tianhai's well-being and for the sake of the people of Kyoyu base. The protagonist smiled and thought about how they couldn't stand each other before, and now Guan was entrusting him with the well-being of the entire city. Jang raised his finger and said that the young man should rest. Then he closed his eyes and mentally said that since Guan had asked sincerely, then so be it, he would think about it. Dr. Zhu looked into the distance and thought about how Jang had gotten up to his old tricks again, and she was also curious about what he would demand from the Kyoyu base in exchange for his protection. The girl approached the young man and said that she would examine him. She used her healing magic and realized that his internal organs were seriously injured. A little more and his life could well be cut short. Her hand glowed even more brightly because she used the power of instant healing. Then she gave him some kind of vial and advised him to avoid fights and get more rest. Then the girl turned away and went to the protagonist. She whispered in his ear that this Jianming was too cruel, because this boy's internal organs were badly damaged. He could have died at any moment, but she healed him with her powers. The protagonist looked into the distance at the man sitting in front of him. Jianming smiled and mentally said that it would come soon through the protagonist. Jang crossed his arms and said that they would wait for the meeting. Many people were sitting in the hall and wondering when the meeting would start. The commander-in-chief and his two subordinates entered the room. He stood on the stage and said that his name was Zheng and apologized for the delay, but they had their reasons. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that the purpose of their presence here was that each of them must join their future superpower. In addition, all 12 cities would become important members of the new country. People in the audience began to wonder what they would get for this and whether they could refuse. Zhu extended his hand. All the people sat silently in the hall, and the man felt the pressure in the air. He put his hands behind his back and said that they would not force them to work at a loss, and for completing tasks they would receive appropriate rewards. In addition, the points received for completing missions could be spent on buying medicine, weapons, and other things. Jang opened his mouth and thought that all these things were very cool, and if he could get them, then why not join? Zhu looked at the audience and said that over the past 6 months, the number of deaths due to internal conflicts had increased sharply, so all feuds must be stopped immediately, and anyone who disobeyed would be brought to justice. Dr. Zhu smiled happily and exclaimed that this was great. The protagonist crossed his arms and advised her not to take everything he said at face value, because human greed is limitless and there will always be those who want more power and more resources. Jang turned his attention to the girl in the hall who asked what they should do if some weaklings managed to take too much. Commander-in-Chief Zhu looked at her calmly and said that the region would coordinate the redistribution of resources so that everyone would have enough to survive. The protagonist frowned as he looked at her. Hundi was calm and thought that she had enough supplies to survive, but what about the strategic reserve? A man in bandages stood up and started shouting that this meant that if they joined them, they would become no better than simple puppets. 3 red lines appeared in the air. The man's head flew off his shoulders. The blue-haired youth held his hand in front of him. He was using his ability. Jang's eyes widened in shock and thought that this youth was at least 30 meters away from the man, and he managed to do it in just a few seconds. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and the red lines began to disappear. He clapped his hands. The bloody corpse lay on the chair, and the people were shocked that this young man had just killed a Delta-level guy so easily. The protagonist lowered his eyes and thought that the commander-in-chief's guards should not be underestimated. Besides, Jang thought that they were even stronger than the investigation team members. Bailey extended his finger and shouted at everyone to not move. Other awakened people entered the room. The girls clung to the protagonist, and he told them not to be afraid, because he was right there. The commander-in-chief turned to them and said that this was not a discussion because he was presenting them with a fait accompli. Anyone who refused to join would be regarded as a hostile element and would be eliminated immediately. Zhang smiled slightly and thought that everything was exactly as he expected. The only thing was that he did not think that anyone would be so brain dead as to openly oppose them. Then Zhu crossed his arms and asked who was for and who was against the idea. He waved his hand and said that since they did not say anything, he would take it as consent. Xingqian walked down the rows and handed out forms to them, while the commander-in-chief was talking about how after this, they would officially become members of their organization and would be under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan region. Zhang took the form in his hands and thought about how it was just a signature and he was not obliged to obey them at all because a person should be able to be flexible. He gave the form to the secretary. The girl returned to the stage again, and Zhu continued to talk about how their efforts would not be in vain because from this month on, they would receive supplies every month, including equipment and weapons that they made themselves, and there would be additional rewards for completing missions. He held up a bottle in his hand and said that this thing was called Compound Number 2. According to him, it helps people to reveal their potential. In other words, it can enhance their abilities. The people in the hall were stunned and started shouting that they no longer have to survive at the limit of their capabilities. The protagonist remembered Captain Bayan and mentally said that he must have used this too. The side effects were clearly due to her, so he needed to weigh everything carefully. Zhu clapped and said that they had their first mission. A group of Japanese appeared in Linhai City. He raised his hand and said that there were 13 of them. Whoever could eliminate them would receive 10 ampules and the right to control Linhai. The protagonist presented a map and said that they were cunning guys because they came here, killed their people and seized the territory. Uncle Yu clenched his fist and exclaimed that he wanted to go kill this trash already. Images of people appeared on the screen and the commander-in-chief explained that they were a gangster group calling themselves the Corrosive Moon that had come to them from northern Japan. And when they took over their region, they thought that they could take on China as well. Zhang crossed his arms as the commander-in-chief explained that the Japanese leadership had nothing to do with the group's actions, so they could act without any problems. He opened his mouth wide and said that they were not weaklings at all, so the awakened should take that into account, but they were outnumbered. The man in the audience put his hand to his chin and said that the Japanese leadership claimed that they had not sent them, but it was possible that they would try to attack while they were on a mission. Commander-in-Chief Zhu smiled and said that it didn't matter because they were only interested in official information from the authorities. They could hunt them to their heart's content and nothing would happen to them. He raised a finger and said that if they had proof of their connection to the government, it would be even easier since they would have every right to fight back. They imagined the explosion and said that they were sure that they remembered their history. Uncle Yu looked at the protagonist and asked if they could participate too. Zhang put his hand to his chin and wondered why they did not send an investigation team there since they had over 5,000 fighters, even with the recent losses. He looked at the men in front and mentally said that he thought that he just wanted to save his people and send a bunch of strangers as cannon fodder instead. The protagonist looked at Uncle Yu and said that they cannot act rashly. Zhu raised his hand and said that the participants can go to the headquarters to get weapons, equipment, and supplies. Zhang put his hand to his chin and mentally said that the commander-in-chief was doing this to see how many of them had decided to participate, and if there were few willing, they would most likely resort to more brutal methods. People in the audience began to raise their hands. The protagonist looked at the volunteers and thought that if that was the case, he would not take the initiative, and besides, it would be better if they got rid of these scoundrels themselves. Even if they failed, they would still be able to obtain information that would be useful to them in the future. The secretary pointed with her hand and led the volunteers behind her. Zhu clapped his hands and thanked everyone, and said that if there was a need, they would contact the awakened ones. Then the three of them left the hall. The protagonist looked at the two men in front of him and thought that only 13 people could destroy an entire city, so he couldn't even imagine how strong they were, because even the investigation team was weaker than them. He stood up and mentally said that he was even curious about how many people would die this time. The secretary stood in front of the commander-in-chief and said that 10 teams had signed the consent to go to Linhai, which was quite good. He looked at the documents and said that Linhai was not that far away, and besides, Zhang was strong but avoided confrontations, which was disappointing. He leaned back in his chair and said that Zhang put his own interests first, so they didn't need people like him. The secretary looked at him and said that after the chaos caused by the zombies, Tianhai was abandoned and there were few of them, so they were not very strong, and she did not think that they would be unable to maintain stability in their region. The girl smiled and said that since they were no longer considering the protagonist, shouldn't they look for a new candidate? The commander-in-chief silently thought about the fact that Tianhai used to have about 20 million people, but now there was almost no one left. And since Zhang and the others decided to reject their proposal, there was nothing to stop them from sending troops there. He introduced the appearance of the protagonist and said that this way they could ensure stability within the city and at the same time prevent the protagonist from increasing his authority. He put his hand on the table and said that since 10 teams had decided to go to Linhai, they would send some of them to Tianhai after the mission was completed. Someone started knocking on the door, saying that Captain Shentong wanted to see the commander-in-chief. Zhu raised his hand and allowed him to enter. Xincheng looked at the commander-in-chief and said that she thought he wanted to participate too, and Zhu said that he was active in all of his missions and had been ranked first for 2 months. Shentong extended his hand and asked the commander why he didn't assign this mission to him. He crossed his arms and said that the commander had gathered a lot of people, but none of them were professionals, and there were conflicts within these teams that would make it difficult for them to cooperate with each other. The man looked at him and asked if he knew anything about these Japanese, and he replied that they had never met, so he didn't know anything. Zhu folded his hands on the table and said that Japan was currently divided into eastern and western parts. This group of mercenaries fell under the jurisdiction of Western Kanto, so Eastern Kun could do nothing to them. The commander raised a finger and said that their strength was comparable to his group, so without more information, he could not send Shentong there. After all, he was one of the pillars of their city. The captain frowned and asked if they could really be that strong. Zhu closed his eyes and said that they could not underestimate their opponent. After all, he himself knew very well what losses they had already suffered. He looked out the window and said that they could despise them, but this should not reflect on their strategy, and therefore they simply could not be careless. Shentong folded his arms and asked if the commander was sending all these people there just to get more information, and the commander replied that it would be fine if they could handle it themselves, but the information about the enemy was enough for him. Shentong turned his head and said that he was afraid that with their strength, it would be extremely difficult. He widened his eyes and asked if Zhang would go there too. Zhu extended his hand and said that he did not sign the consent form, and Shentong pointed out that the protagonist was smart because he knew that it was not that simple. Commander Zhu frowned and said that if everyone was as selfish as he was, they would not last long. Shentong raised his hand and said that they all had ambitions, and that he and his team were ready to give their lives for the good of the Jiangnan region at any time. The commander extended his hand and said that he was glad to hear it. Shentong beamed and also thought that a person like Zhang would definitely be useful to them. Then Shentong disappeared. The protagonist stood in the crowd. He turned to Honglian and said that if they wanted to participate, he would not stop them. A man stood in front of them and said that Tianhai was next to Linhai, and as soon as the enemy invaded, they fled in terror. Jianming and his team stood in front of them. Guan grinned angrily. Honglian looked at them and said that they had the advantage in numbers. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked him what he was planning to do, while she was thinking that if he intervened, they would definitely win. The protagonist looked at her and said that he had asked her not to cause trouble. Jianming pointed his finger down and called them cowards. A crowd stood opposite another crowd. The men grinned angrily. On the other side, the men happily showed obscene gestures to the opponents. The protagonist turned to the bald man and said that he should not care what they were doing because participation was voluntary. Jianming smiled and said that Zhang was a joker because when people were in danger, he put his own interests above the interests of society like a real coward, and therefore he could not represent the entire city. Teacher Lion stood behind him and shouted for Zhang to say something to them. The protagonist frowned and thought about how they could not see beyond their own noses, and therefore he wanted to crush them like insects. Zhang suddenly smiled and apologized. He walked away and said that they were leaving. The crowd followed him. The men opened their mouths in shock and wondered if he was really leaving. Honglian looked at the man and said that they had to go, otherwise they would never catch up with them. Xingchen raised his hand and walked after the protagonist, asking him to wait for them. Jianming angrily clenched his fist and called the protagonist a name. Hongdi touched her hair and said that their leader was just a weakling, and that she did not understand how such a person could lead the team. Lion Yu looked at her and said that this could be their chance. Jianming raised his fist and said that it was indeed so, and Hongdi said that they rarely got together, and that she wanted to find a secluded place and have a drink and discuss everything. Guan walked through the crowd of soldiers and asked the protagonist if he could not respond to those who humiliated him. Honglian smiled and told the protagonist that he should do something. Zhang turned around and asked her what she was talking about, and the girl replied that everyone would just think that he was a weakling now. He looked at her and said that getting into a fight with them and breaking the rules of this city was not the best decision. Then he turned away and said that he shouldn't be carried away by emotions, and the girl exclaimed that now they would think that everyone in Tianhai was so worthless. Guan's eyes widened in shock because Zhang asked if it was his fault. Guan frowned and looked down because he realized that Zhang was looking straight at him. Honglian smiled and told Guan not to be angry, because Zhang just blurted out something without thinking. The protagonist turned around and asked if he really needed to explain every step he took. The action moves to the shelter. Honglian is walking down the corridor. Xingqian put his hand on her shoulder and said that everything had changed and they could no longer rely only on the protagonist, and therefore they needed to think about other options. After a while, Zhang was sitting in his room surrounded by his loved ones. Teacher Lion looked at him and asked what they were going to do about it. The protagonist frowned and said that they should not take the initiative since the enemy must attack first. Lion crossed her arms and asked if it would be right to wait for the enemy to act. He smiled and asked if she had a better plan. Chunlei clenched his fist and shouted that it pissed him off since they just humiliated them, and if he could, he would go back there and destroy them all with his own hands. He then smiled and asked if it would be a problem with their strength. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what the fat man meant. Chunlei looked at him happily. However, he immediately closed his mouth. Zhang spread his hands and said that since everyone here was his own, he should declare that he was still far from the former cult leader's power since he could not absorb her power completely, perhaps because of one of her abilities. The protagonist introduced their appearances and said that no one knows their true strength, and therefore it would be unwise to rush into battle without studying the enemy, and therefore there is no talk of killing them now. Dr. Zhu raised her finger and said that even with the help of other bases, they were weaker, their only advantage was Zhang, and they did not know the enemy's abilities, so it was really unwise to rush. The protagonist smiled and said that he understood that they were angry, but they needed to remember that in order to survive, they needed to act rationally. Teacher Lion put her hand to her chin and said that he was right. The protagonist smiled and said that they should not worry, because once they found the enemy's weak points, they would definitely get back at them. Chunlei put his hand to his chest and exclaimed that he knew Zhang would not let this go so easily. The protagonist crossed his arms and promised that they would definitely pay for this. After a while, he pointed to the map and said that before this, they could only guess how strong they were, but now that they had weapons, they would definitely dare to test their strength. The protagonist pointed to Tianhai and said that the enemy would soon decide to invade Tianhai, so they should let the enemy know that anyone who entered their territory was screwed. He crossed out Deiji's territory on the map. They all looked at each other and Uncle Yu exclaimed that it was a good idea because it was really better than running into trouble. Lu looked at the protagonist and asked him why he didn't tell the others about this plan, and the protagonist said that he would tell the others everything when they returned to Tianhai. Lu smiled and said that as expected, Zhang always plans ahead. He patted her and said that everyone was tired today, so it was time to go to bed. Dr. Zhu turned around and said that she warned the others not to wander around the street so as not to give the others an opportunity to pick a fight with one of them. The door closed. The protagonist called Bailey and said that he was busy preparing for the mission to Linhai. Bailey lowered his head and said that it was much more serious than he thought, but he couldn't tell him more. The protagonist looked at the phone and thanked him for the information, while thinking that the mission really seemed very dangerous. He lay down on the bed and said that if they wanted him to participate, they should provide him with all the information he needed and provide him with weapons and other resources. After a while, Zhang was sleeping. He woke up when he heard a knock on the door. The protagonist stood up and walked towards the door, wondering what Guan was doing there. Guan immediately entered the house. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Guan fell to his knees and began to beg the protagonist to save the KOU base. Zhang frowned and thought that Guan must have realized that under his leadership, the base would sooner or later come to an end, and only with his strength did they have a chance. He imagined the ship and mentally said that with the help of the people of the KOU base, he would be able to go to sea. Besides, all he needed was to give them a guarantee that no one would attack them. Guan looked at him with excitement and hoped that Zhang would not look down on them. The protagonist frowned and told Guan to stand up and then they could discuss everything. The youth smiled, thinking that he had not refused him right away, so there was still a chance. The protagonist sat on the bed. Guan sat opposite him and said that the boss was the strongest, and therefore he would not be able to protect the base on his own, and if it was destroyed, everyone would be in danger. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was right, because if outsiders invaded the base, who knows what would happen? Besides, if they encountered someone cruel, a bloody battle could not be avoided. Zhang smiled and asked if Guan really wanted to make him a figurehead and run the base himself. Guan folded his arms and said that he would do as the protagonist ordered. He looked at the protagonist with his arms folded and said that as long as Zhang ensured the safety of their base, they would fulfill all of his demands, be it food or weapons, and they could also provide women. Zhang immediately began waving his hand and said that he would do without women. He imagined the appearance of all of his girls and wondered if Guan really thought he was missing his girls. Guan raised his eyebrows sadly when the protagonist asked if he even realized how much trouble he had gotten himself into. The youth lowered his eyes and admitted that he had been too impulsive. Zhang looked at him seriously and said that he agreed to become the leader of their base. Guan picked up a box and said that these were the keys to the shelter, the captain's office, and the armory, and that only the leader had these keys. He knelt down in front of the protagonist and said that there were only a few sets like this, and so he, as the deputy, would keep one for himself. Jiang opened the box and saw 3 keys. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek, and he said that usually a specific person was responsible for each key, but they were short of people. The protagonist closed the box and said that he understood. Juan smiled as the protagonist moved the box to his space. He bowed and thanked the protagonist, and the protagonist replied that Guan should continue to monitor the base and would also follow his orders from now on. Guan smiled happily and said that he understood, while thinking that he was perfect for the position of deputy as expected. He approached the protagonist and asked what they would do next. Jiang looked at him and said that they should go back and wait for his signal. He would tell them how to fight the enemy when they got home. Guan closed his eyes and said that he would go. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he could go. A day passed. The action still takes place in a multi-story building. Chunyu was walking down the hallway, and the people behind her were discussing the recent conflict. The girl knocked on the door. She entered the protagonist's room. The protagonist extended his hand and asked her to sit down. The girl sat down and noted that there was a lot of talk about him lately. Jiang began to pour tea and said that he did not care about such chatter. Chunyu took the cup in her hands and said that he had a good character. She put the cup on the table and said that their captain wanted to meet him at his estate today. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he thought that the land in this city was so expensive that it was already a luxury to afford a few rooms. So this captain must have a lot of money. The girl introduced the appearance of the estate and said that their captain's family had made a huge contribution to the construction of this city, so they owned the corresponding real estate. Chunyu smiled and said that his family was famous even before the end of the world. Jiang scratched his cheek and said that he had not heard of them, but the girl explained that they had acted secretly before the end of the world, so it was not surprising that Jiang had not heard of them. The girl looked at him and said that everything had changed now because most of the city's enterprises belonged to them, including those related to high technology. She presented some items and said that the uniform of the investigation team was made by them. Roughly speaking, without the Deng family, the Jiangnan region would have lost 20% of its combat power. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. The girl crossed her arms and asked if he was now in a favorable mood towards their captain. Jiang nodded his head and said that he would take it into account. Chunyu stood up and said that the captain wanted to meet at 6 today. The protagonist would be picked up at 5, so he should not go anywhere. He walked her to the exit and said that he would definitely come. The girl closed the door and left. Jiang frowned and mentally said that their captain was indeed an influential person, not without the help of his family, of course, whose arrogant character had a real basis. He introduced Shentong and said that it seemed like he would have to prepare more convincing arguments just in case. Even if they did not cooperate, they should remain on normal terms. A luxury car was parked outside the building. Passers-by looked at the car in shock and said that the car was not cheap. 2 people in suits knocked on the protagonist's door and said that the young master was waiting for him. Jiang got into the car, and a crowd of people watched. They got into the car and one of them ordered the driver to drive. The car immediately sped forward. After a while, they arrived at the Deng family estate. The man turned around and asked the protagonist to get out of the car since they could not drive into the estate itself. Chunyu was already waiting at the entrance to the estate, but she asked the protagonist to wait a little since her captain had some things to do. They walked forward on foot. The protagonist entered a luxurious room. Chunyu clapped her hands. The servants poured him tea. Chunyu stood at the exit. The protagonist drank tea and thought that even with all their influence and resources, they could not afford to heat the entire estate. Money was not so important now, because resources were distributed depending on the contribution to the common cause. Even such noble families could not throw them away. He picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. However, all he saw was white noise. He picked up a disc and said that he wanted to play a game, but doing it with someone would be much more fun. Shentong entered the room. Jiang turned around and said that he had just arrived. The young master put on his slippers. Then he happily sat down on the sofa. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek, and he thought that the young man was now giving off a completely different aura. Shentong put his hand to his face and asked if there was something on his face, but Jiang replied that he simply could not tear his eyes away because Shentong was very handsome. The young man looked at him with his mouth slightly open. Then he laughed and said that he heard that the protagonist did not sign up for the mission to suppress the Japanese gang. He frowned at the protagonist and asked what the reason was. The protagonist smiled and said that many groups from other cities had already decided to participate, so there was no need for them to do so, and besides, there weren't many of them left, so Tianhai didn't want to get into trouble. Shentong put his hand on his chin and said that Ttu Zhang was right. However, his strength was definitely stronger than most. He would be able to handle this mission just fine. The protagonist frowned and said that he was responsible not only for himself, but also for the team. The young master extended his hand and said that he believed that Jiang should listen to himself, so if he didn't want to, then he shouldn't do it. He looked at the protagonist and said that he wouldn't beat around the bush. After all, the reason he invited him was to invite him to join his team. Shentong extended his hand and said that they were the strongest group in the Jiangnan region, and so if Zhang joined them, he would receive the unconditional respect of the people of their city. He said that he would provide the protagonist with women and resources, and that he would have everything he could dream of. Zhang immediately began clapping his hands and exclaimed that this was the first time he had seen such a talented and rich person. Shentong beamed and extended his hand, saying that Zhang had not seen much in his life, but if he joined their team, the young man would show him how big the world was. Zhang widened his eyes and said that he was very touched by this speech, but he wanted guarantees that his life would be safe. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that as long as they guaranteed his safety, he would gladly join. Shentong's mouth opened wide in joy. Suddenly, his eyes went blank when the protagonist said that he was really afraid of dying, so he thought that he should just stay in the city and handle the logistics of the missions. Zhang looked at him and said that he thought that the city was the safest place, and Shentong himself said that he could guarantee its base safety. The young master smiled evilly, because the protagonist said that he admired his strength and generosity, so he would be glad to be part of their team. He raised his hands and said that he thought that the captain should know that he had no intention of leaving Tianhai, because his abilities were aimed at defense, and he was used to defending himself and did not like to take the initiative. Shentong smiled, thinking that he did not even know what to say to this. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he was indeed an interesting person, and besides, he was clearly a gifted talker, but he was too stubborn. Zhang waved his finger and exclaimed that this was not true. Shentong put his hand to his face and said that people with power always try to show it, so the protagonist cannot stand aside forever. Zhang turned away and said that of course he could. The young master closed his eyes and said that each of them had their own ambitions, so he would not force him, and if he changed his mind, he should contact him. Then the young man waved his hand and said that he did not advise the protagonist to delay this, because if he found a more suitable candidate, Zhang would miss his chance. The protagonist made some gesture and said that he understood it. A maid entered the room with a box. It was a gift for the protagonist. Zhang looked at the black box. He picked it up and said that it was quite heavy. The protagonist smiled happily when he saw what was inside. There were many bullets inside the box. Zhang looked at the young master and said that this was too valuable a gift, so he could not accept it. Shentong smiled and said that it meant nothing to him, but he really needed the bullets. The protagonist moved the box to his space and thanked him, saying that he would help them if necessary. They stood up and Shentong said that if Zhang came to them again, they would definitely meet. Zhang left the room. Shentong watched him go and said that if he could establish normal relations with the protagonist, he could be very useful on missions. Chunyu approached the young master and asked if the protagonist was ready to join them, but the master replied that he refused. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise and wondered how he could, since many only dream of such an opportunity. Shentong crossed his arms and said that he thought that was what he liked about him. Chunyu smiled and said that the captain gave the protagonist the bullets anyway. The young master looked down and said that these were just bullets. If he needed them, he could get more. He introduced the protagonist in his hand and said that someone who thirsted for power should not skimp on small things. Even if Zhang did not join them, he would always remember this gesture. Chunyu bowed and exclaimed that she admired him. Zhang went home and told his team that Shentong wanted to recruit him, but he did not agree and asked him to think about it again. Dr. Zhu approached the protagonist and asked if he had done anything bad to the protagonist. Zhang patted her and asked her not to worry, and also said that he had talked to him and thought that he was a good person. Dr. Zhu smiled happily and asked if they would return home now. The protagonist introduced the appearance of the enemies and said that he just had a gift for their comrades. Zhang sat on the bed and said that they were returning to Tianhai today. If they had no other business, he suggested that they come with him. Honglian turned her head to the side and asked what the rush was. It was already quite late. Guan looked at the protagonist and asked if it was because of those guys. Dr. Zhu walked up to the protagonist and asked him why Guan called him boss. The protagonist frowned and said that the Kyoyu base was now under his control, so Guan was his subordinate. Honglian's eyes widened and she wondered why this news had passed her by. Xingqian's mouth widened in surprise and he mentally said that he didn't want to give up his territory to others. But what if he couldn't get the protagonist's protection without doing so? Zhang crossed his arms and said that he thought they were all pissed off by what that group of scoundrels did. Besides, the protagonist said that all the showdowns should be postponed until the business in this city was over, and now that it was over, their hands were untied so they could return the favor. He looked to the side and said that they thought Tianhai was a tasty morsel, so they would let them have a taste of it. According to the protagonist, they would use the support of the Jiangnan region to attack them during their mission in Linhai, and so they needed to return in time to prepare for their visit. Guan clenched his fist and pointed out that this was a deliberate move, because Zhang did not do anything on purpose to make the enemy think that Tianhai was an easy target. But when the time came, they would trap the enemy and destroy them in one fell swoop. Guan smiled happily and exclaimed that then they would know what Tianhai was like. Honglian looked at him and asked if he had a plan and if he needed their help. Zhang spread his hands and said that they would do as always. Territory, time, people, everything would be on their side in this conflict. He sat opposite them and said that all that was required of them now was to take precautions, prepare weapons and not let down their guard, and then everything would depend on the enemy. The protagonist stood up and said that they would take the next train that would take them to Tianhai. They all stood up in the room and exclaimed that they understood him. Jianming looked out the window behind them. The man stood by the window and said that they were really cowards for being afraid of them. He then stretched and said that it seemed like it was time to take action, since they couldn't leave a rich city like Tianhai to such weaklings, and besides, although it was a waste of time, they should help the people of Tianhai share their supplies with them. He picked up the phone and told his allies that it was time to get started, because it looked like something was going on in Tianhai. He looked out the window again and said that Zhang was enjoying his last moments of freedom. The three of them sat in the room. The man picked up a glass and asked his allies what they thought about those Tianhai guys escaping under the cover of night. Hongdi smiled and said that they needed Tianhai, so she wanted to skip the idle chatter and get straight to the plan. The girl looked at Lian Yu and said that it would be better for everyone. Jianming smiled and exclaimed that he proposed that they join forces to get rid of the protagonist's team. He handed over the glass and said that if they gave them most of their resources, they would let them live. The man introduced the protagonist and his allies and said that although they were not as strong, they also had pretty good warriors. The man frowned with displeasure and said that, nevertheless, not everyone might like an open conflict. Hongdi crossed her arms and said that Jianming was right, because they had no need to fight, so they would try to limit themselves to negotiations, and if they did not accept the terms, they would simply get rid of them. The man raised his glass and asked if everyone agreed with this. Lian Yu took the glass in her hands and said that they needed to hurry up before anyone else took this tasty morsel for themselves. Then the three of them raised their glasses. Meanwhile, the protagonist left the subway. He turned around and ordered them to return to their bases and begin preparations immediately. Honglian frowned and thought about the fact that Zhang was now in charge of the Kyoyu base. If the war really started, she would protect her interests and the interests of her people, and they would be left without protection. The girl looked at him and asked if he would help them if they were attacked, and the protagonist confirmed this. Her hands trembled, because she began to think that the Yangsheng base could no longer resist the enemy on its own. Without the protagonist's protection, they could only hide. It would be very difficult to survive anyway, so it was better to be on the safe side. The girl took a step forward. She bowed to the protagonist and asked him to take her and her people under his command. Guan looked at her with a smile and said that this was a wise choice. Xingqian opened his mouth wide and wondered what he should do, because there were already few forces left in Tianhai, and now they were also surrendering themselves to the protagonist. The man put his hand to his chest and exclaimed that his base was also ready to follow the protagonist. Zhang extended his hand and asked if they realized what a price they would have to pay, because they would have to follow all his orders no matter what happened. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that they would have to obey him even if he told them to die. They opened their mouths wide in shock. They looked at each other and thought about how Zhang had emphasized that once they joined him, they would have to obey him unconditionally. They looked at the protagonist and said that they would do whatever he said, and therefore they hoped that he could protect their people. Zhang extended his hand and said that most of the time they could run the bases as they saw fit, but when it came to big troubles, they would have to obey his orders. They smiled and said that they understood him and would wait for his orders. Guan raised his hand and shouted that Zhang would not forget them. The protagonist materialized a car and said that they were coming too. They all got into the car and drove off. Chunlei wondered why they always had to fight, it was so tiring, and Uncle Yu replied that this was life and there was no other option. The man looked out the window and said that after the end of the world, they lived by the laws of the wild, where the strong devour the weak. It was inevitable, and they could only hope that Jiangnan would soon pass a new set of laws. Zhang frowned and said that after this battle, it would be much calmer. He smiled and said that they would not just scare the enemy, but destroy them. The scene shifts to the shelter where the women are sitting. Xingqian picked up a cup of coffee and wondered where their people were. Yami put her hand on the window and said that she thought they would be back soon. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a car. She put her hand on the window and exclaimed that she heard a car. Xingqian put her cup on the table and asked if that was possible. They all walked towards the door. The door opened and Zhang and his team walked in. Xingqian immediately hugged the protagonist. Hai Mei put her hand on the girl's shoulder and told Xingqian to let the guys rest and drink some hot tea first. She then brought over a tray of drinks. Uncle Yu took a glass and thanked her. The girl sat next to him and asked him how it went since he had a serious expression on his face. Zhang looked at the glass and said that everything was fine. Xingqian's eyes widened when the protagonist said that they would have to stay here for a while since their enemies thought they were easy prey. A drop of sweat rolled down Yami's cheek and she exclaimed that they would have to fight again. Uncle Yu put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to worry, since no matter how serious the problem was, they would definitely solve it, and now everyone would do their own thing and everything would be fine. The protagonist told Xingxin that 3 bases of their city were now under his control, and asked her to take control of their enemies' internal networks to always be aware of what was happening, to which she agreed, wide-eyed, and replied that she would try to hack them. The protagonist asked if the girl could handle it, to which she smiled and explained that she would not try to hack into the Jiangnan region's base. But there would definitely be no problems with the rest. Joyfully raising the ends of his eyebrows, the guy exclaimed that the interlocutor should definitely try, because he needed information about the combat power of the opponents, and ideally data on their awakened ones. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that the young man could trust her. Liu sat down on the sofa with them, and Zhang said that she had encountered a lot of new things over the past few days, and then asked her to try to study all the information she had received and be sure to start reproducing their form. Winking, the master mechanic accepted the request. Lowering his chin, the protagonist said that Yami should also prepare as much food as possible. The model's eyes widened and she said that she would do everything to provide them with provisions. Giving a thumbs up, the protagonist exclaimed that this was great and he liked the mood of his allies. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy noted that the rest should prepare for battle and not forget to rest, because they needed strength for a new battle. Raising their hands, the members of the young man's team simultaneously exclaimed in approval. The next day, a red light fell on Zhang's bed and someone shouted that there was an alarm. Taking the phone in his hand, the survivor said that the enemies had arrived even earlier than expected. 2 military vehicles were visible on the screen. The emblem of the rival squad appeared on their hoods. Putting on his cloak, the protagonist decided to see what their new opponents were worth. Looking at the woman and the man, the guy said that it was time for them to go. The teacher frowned and said that the enemy was quite cautious, as they had stopped a few hundred meters away from their hideout and the car was definitely not from here. The young man dropped his jaw and guessed that they had come from Deji, which was the closest to them. Uncle Yu opened his mouth in alarm and asked if the opponents had decided to declare war on them. Zhang grinned and asked him again, asking how long their world had been following military etiquette. The man turned his head towards the captain and asked who it was. Still smiling, the protagonist suggested that the enemy was trying to intimidate them into surrendering without a fight. A drop of sweat appeared on the survivor's face and he noted that they were not weaklings, let alone the leader, and then asked if they were ready to fight to the end, even if Tianai was not the strongest city, and how dare the opponents intimidate them. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, saying that it didn't matter, and suggested that his allies go and find out what the opponent's confidence was based on. The group members all looked at their leader. Zhang clenched his fist and asked why they were looking like that, saying that everything was fine and asked everyone to go about their business. The small pet jumped onto the protagonist's shoulder as he said that Uncle Yu and Teacher Lion would be coming with him. The protagonist used his spatial shield ability, and the survivors were covered in magical protection. The bunker door opened and the fighters moved forward. Walking one after another, the heroes descended the stairs. Looking at the armored vehicles, the guy asked his allies to be on guard. The team began to move towards the military vehicle. 4 people were visible through the windshield. The man with the beard, looking away, said that they were coming. The young man yawned and noted that they did not look like strong warriors, so he could give them the letter and not linger. Putting his elbow on the car door, the young man said that his teammates were wrong to say that, because this was an important visit and soon this territory would be in their possession. Folding his arms, the survivor said that he hoped that they would be wise enough to liberate the city. Frowning, the protagonist asked who these people were and what they were doing here. Holding out the envelope from the window, the bearded man said that they were envoys, and the interlocutor should carefully read this letter, after which he added that the contact information was also there, so they could contact after reading everything. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought that he did not care about this. The envoy held the envelope even closer to the interlocutor. Zhang's palm began to emit blue magic, and he thanked the man. The survivors in the car widened their eyes in surprise. Holding his chin, the guy said that he had space system skills, which was pretty good. Smiling, the bearded fighter explained that they had a day to make a decision, which meant that there were 19 hours left, since they subtracted the time they spent on the way here. Putting 2 fingers to his forehead, the man said goodbye to his interlocutor and wished him luck. At that moment, the armored cars drove back. Uncle Yu asked why not kill them, since they were too arrogant, to which Zhang frowned and replied that he didn't care about useless people like them, and hasty actions could turn into terrible consequences for themselves, and then decided to see what they wrote in the letter. The protagonist moved towards the shelter. The man gritted his teeth and said that few people his age could remain so calm in such situations, to which Lion replied that he was a quiet person capable of unexpected actions, and asked if that suited him. Grinning, the protagonist asked if they thought he couldn't hear them because of the distance. Covering her mouth with her hand, the teacher muttered that she hadn't said anything. The guy said that it would be better to tell him everything to his face, to which the girl smiled shyly and explained that she had only praise for him. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he knew that she liked him. The heroes entered the shelter. The team captain asked Ju to go to the infirmary to check something after she finished breakfast, to which she, holding a plate in her hands, agreed. In the infirmary, Jang showed the girl the envelope and asked if she thought it was dangerous. Putting on a mask and gloves, the doctor examined the letter. After looking at the young man, the doctor expressed her opinion that there was nothing wrong with the item and it could be opened. Taking the tweezers with his fingers, the boy began to unpack the envelope. The protagonist took out a piece of paper. The protagonist looked at the message with concern. At the same moment, the boy used his skills to put the helmet on his head. The young man read the letter, which said that their city was one step away from a bloody war in which many people could die, and their friendly neighbors were ready to help in the defense out of good intentions and hoped for the generous offer to be accepted. Jang laughed loudly, his mouth wide open, and exclaimed that he thought the person who wrote such big words used to work as some kind of office rat. Ju, her eyes wide with concern, asked what was written there. The girl leaned towards the table, and the protagonist admitted that he had to say that these people were quite smart, since they wanted to take their resources in such a way that if anything happened, the Jiangnan region would have no questions for them. Taking off the mask from her face, the doctor asked what they were going to do now. Opening the door of the infirmary, the guy offered to show her the letter to the others. Entering the common room, the protagonist asked the guys to look at it. Opening his mouth wide, Uncle Yu exclaimed that this was very mean. Clenching his hand into a fist, the master mechanic asked if it was true that they could just as easily try to rob them. Closing her lips, the teacher thought that Lu was still very young, so she did not fully understand how this world works. Taking the girl by the hand, Ju explained that her sister did not see the whole situation. Closing her eyes, the doctor said that it was written on the paper that they wanted to come to their aid, and for them this was an excellent chance to get additional resources from the Jiangnan region. Frowning in displeasure, the master mechanic clarified what they would say to the fact that if they did not agree, the enemies would still try to rob them. Smiling, the doctor suggested that their refusal would serve as a perfectly adequate reason for them to attack. Closing her eyes in anger, Lu exclaimed that this was some kind of madness, and these people were just robbers, and asked if there was something wrong with her team if they did not want to agree to their terms. Holding a piece of paper with tweezers, the protagonist explained that this was just an excuse because whoever had more resources was right, and the opponents wanted to take their city, thereby delivering a resounding slap in the face to the Jiangnan region with their ideas of creating a single federation. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that they needed to give the enemy a fight. Uncle Yu clenched his fist and supported her, then said that they would teach the opponents a lesson, and Chunlei said that they dared to look down on them and should pay for it. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist clarified how they would fight because these guys were clearly not inferior to them in strength, and if they rejected their offer, they would have to be on guard all the time, so it would be easier to pretend that they agreed, thereby weakening their vigilance. Xingxin put her finger to her chin and noted that this idea really sounded good, because it would be possible to lure the opponents into a trap. Smiling, Jang said that this was true, and the team needed to win with minimal costs. Lowering his hands, Uncle Yu asked what they should do now. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist said that they needed to contact the others, because now that they were one team, their presence was necessary. 3 cars stopped near the shelter of the protagonist and his team. 3 survivors appeared, thinking that there was no one worse than humans. The protagonist extended his hand and asked the guests to sit down. Ju brought glasses of water for the newcomers. Honglian lowered her eyebrows and asked if the people from Deiji had made the first move. Guan widened his eyes in fear. Xingxin opened his mouth in alarm. Jang raised the glass to his mouth and declared that the girl had guessed correctly and that it would be about them. The JU base fighter lowered the corners of his lips and asked if it was true that the protagonist would protect them. Base leader Yangshin put her finger to her chin and asked the boss to come up with a plan. The boy smiled and thought about how, as expected of a real woman, her tone had changed dramatically in a dangerous situation. The young man continued drinking water and said that he had not thought about it yet, but much would not be required of them, and asked them to simply cooperate with them. Honglian sat with her hands folded, and Jang said that they needed to trick the enemy into entering the city and then destroy it, for which he would need their help. The girl agreed, and the leader of the Kinpu base smiled and told the boy not to worry and promised to do his best. A response message from the protagonist appeared on the screen in the Deiji conference room, saying that they had decided not to accept outside help and hoped that their neighbors would not take any action against them, and if they agreed to this, they were willing to provide them with some of their resources. Jianming slapped his hand on the table and laughed, and then asked if Zhang really wrote this, because it was very funny, and then exclaimed that this guy was scared to death but trying to save face, and this slug really thought he could scare them with the Jiangnan region. Hundi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, saying that the protagonist was cute and that once they captured Tianhai, she would make him her personal jester. Liang Wu raised her fingers to her chin and pointed out that it was the other way around and that this young man did not appreciate their generous gesture, so they should take action. Smiling, the girl suggested that it was not so necessary, since the protagonist was already shaking with fear and they only needed to scare him even more. Raising her palm, the guy began to say what he thought of him. Frowning, the subordinate continued that the Tianhai resident underestimated them. Raising his finger, Jianming said that it did not matter since everyone knew that this city was weak and they were capable of razing it to the ground. Lowering his eyebrows, Liang Yu explained that it was not that simple and that they needed to talk to Zhang again, since if the issue could be resolved peacefully, it would be better than shedding blood. Looking at her nails, Hundi suggested that it would be really great if that guy gave them his territory and resources peacefully, because everyone was hoping that there would not be another war. Resting his head on his hand, the fleet captain decided that in that case, they should try to talk to him again, but it was important to point out that their patience was already at its limit. The reply letter from the Tianhai residents began to disappear from the screen, and the man claimed that he heard his subordinates. There was a bright flash of disappearing information. The system notified that data was being collected and that they needed to wait, to which Xingxin smiled and asked to pinch her. Holding the laptop on his feet, the protagonist explained that according to intelligence, their enemies were quite strong, but not as strong as they were before the zombie disaster, so it wasn't that bad. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist said that he was curious how they managed to defeat Guan. The girl asked him again, her eyes widening. The young man turned the computer screen in her direction. Pointing his finger at the dossier, the guy explained that Jianmi was a person with the ability of Dark Force and could destroy armor and penetrate the enemy's body, and when attacking from a close range, he could damage the enemy's internal organs. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. Zhang lowered his head and continued reading the information, which said that Hundi has an ability called a Crimson Kiss, with which she can penetrate the mind of her opponent to turn them into her puppet, and then added that such a power is really something. Smiling, Xingxin pointed out the weakness of this girl, which says that there is a limit of 100 meters, and the closer she is, the stronger. Turning his head to the interlocutor, the protagonist asked her again. The girl moved the laptop to the side. Opening his mouth, the protagonist exclaimed that a direct kiss would knock down even a Delta-level person, so she is a real professional. Surprised, the girl raised her eyebrows, asking what the interlocutor was talking about. Raising his hand to his mouth, the guy excused himself and offered to continue, and then said that Liang Yu has an ability codenamed Jaguar, and his speed is close to the speed of sound, so the guy is an ideal hunter. Pressing the key, the young man explained that these guys were quite strong together, but he was curious about their weapons. Zhang started typing something on his laptop. Smiling, the survivor said with relief that their weapons arsenal was worse than at the Zishan base, and they would not bring all the weapons with them, so they were definitely 20% weaker. The protagonist lowered the corners of his mouth and saw an incoming message. A letter appeared on the screen in which the residents of Daiji vaguely threatened and asked him to think everything over carefully again because they were already on their way. Grinning, the protagonist said that they liked to play. The guy stretched his hands up. The young man decided that it was time to put on a real show for his opponents, and then began typing. The group leader pressed the button and sent the message. The contents of the reply letter appeared, in which Zhang stated that they could come to the rescue because Tianhai's defense had really weakened, and the city's residents would willingly give them some territory, but they did not want the enemy to approach the place where their base was located. Raising a glass of water to his mouth, the protagonist decided to see how they would react to this. In the beams of teleportation, the letter was seen being sent to the enemies. The protagonist's team was sitting in the common room, and the base leader Daiji was asking what to answer him, because the protagonist had softened, to which Hundi suggested acting decisively and attacking them, and Liang Yu wanted the rivals to voluntarily agree. But the girl said that they would be ready to fight back, and it was necessary to gather those who would scare them, to which their captain agreed. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Yu exclaimed. The guy walked forward and said that he would inform the others that they should be ready. A few days later, a large number of armored vehicles were approaching the Sankey Tower. In one of the cars, the heroes were looking at a map. Jianmi, with his eyebrows lowered, said that he would take the Ju port for himself so that his fleet could use it. Pointing at the map, Hongdi said that she needed the factory belonging to the Yongshan base, and Liang Wu, with his head lowered, decided to take the steel mill for himself. Spreading his legs, the fleet captain clarified where Zhang's territory was, but although it did not matter, he still had to vacate it. His subordinates looked straight at the man. The girl smiled slightly. The military vehicles were approaching the tower, and the survivor said that they were almost at the iconic building of Tianhai, and if they waited a little longer, this city would belong to them. The protagonist walked out onto the upper platform. Emitting magical rays from his hand, the protagonist used the ability Cosmic Space. Raising his palm above himself, the boy used the Spear of Destruction skill. The boy's eye lit up, and he began to use the ability to shoot accurately. At the same second, Jang launched a powerful attack. The survivor's magical aura flew towards the approaching enemies. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. Armored vehicles flew into the air. The blue car stopped at the edge, and someone exclaimed that they did not understand what was happening here. A huge crater from the explosion formed in front of the approaching enemies. The soldiers ran up to the slope and asked if everything was gone and where their people and equipment had gone. Suddenly, one of the fighters fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Another survivor began to crawl along the snowy ground. Putting his fingers to his ear, the protagonist ordered to close the net and not leave survivors. Guan raised his gun up and ordered his subordinates to kill all the enemies, because the boss said that no one should be left alive. The soldiers rushed towards the enemy transport and shouted that they would grind them into dust. The protagonist entered the crater using a magic portal. While snacking on a sweet, the guy realized that using two abilities at once was too energy consuming. At that very moment, the young man saw a man in a cloak lying on the ground. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, Jang asked Jiangmi not to pretend to be dead, because there was no way he could deceive him. The fleet captain opened his mouth wide and did not understand why, to which the protagonist wondered if the man was talking about why he himself pretended to be weak, having such strength. Putting his hand with a magic ability forward, the protagonist explained that he had his own reasons for this. Having formed an energy portal over the enemy's body, the guy said that the man was still not good enough. Powerful magical streams pierced the back of the head of Deji. Sitting down on a chair, the young man decided that his guys would deal with the rest themselves, and he himself could take a rest. Liang Wu ran quickly, leaving a snowy shroud behind him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy said that they had awakened a real monster. A high wall of flames appeared behind him, and he did not understand what it was. Honglian walked through the fire and said that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Half an hour later, the protagonist was looking at his phone screen. Base leader Yanchen approached him and said that she had brought the head of one of the leaders of the enemy squad. The protagonist stood up from his chair and asked to count the number of corpses and compare it with the information that Xingxin had obtained, to which the teacher replied that she was afraid that it would be problematic, because many of them were literally torn apart. Closing his eyes, Jang said that this was also true. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the guy told the soldiers not to relax, because none of the opponents should escape, and besides, no one should know about what happened today. Guan opened his mouth wide and began to carry out the order, exclaiming that they would follow his orders and would never break their word. Xingxin asked what they should say if Jiangnan asked, to which the protagonist folded his arms and suggested that they tell them that they were working together to destroy a common enemy, and the other asked if that was suspicious. The captain grinned and explained that they were victims who were simply defending themselves, and if they were not satisfied with the explanation, it was none of their business. Pointing his finger to the side, the protagonist said that they needed to fill the hole with snow, and for now, the others could check to see if anyone had escaped. Chunlei lowered his arms and said that he understood the order. In the Linhai shopping mall warehouse, the Japanese saboteur group sat in a circle. Holding a spoon in his hand, President Phoenix said that they had killed so many people that they were sure that the Jiangnan region would soon send their people here, and then asked if it was dangerous. Shinkoji smiled and said that it would be very timely, and if that group did not agree to cooperate, they would show their true strength. The man sitting on the bricks admitted that he knew that his subordinate would say that, and added that he was confident in his own strength, but he was still nervous. The interlocutor extended his palm to the side and asked if they were in a winning situation, and then asked them not to worry because Jiangnan would not be able to handle them anyway, since they themselves had a lot of problems. Bringing his fingers together, the guy suggested that they just spur them on a little so that they could come to a peaceful agreement in the future. The director adjusted his glasses and said that it was time for fortune telling. Shinkoji placed his hand on Takucha's head and asked her to begin. The girl placed the fortune-telling item on the bricks. She began to remove the glove from her hand. The small cylinder in the fortune-teller's hands began to glow. Raising his eyebrows in delight, the group member exclaimed that he really enjoyed watching the process of enlightenment. The magician girl unrolled a scroll on the floor. Her silhouette lit up as she held a piece of paper and a brush in her hands. Takuchi bent down and began to draw something. Phoenix's subordinate glanced at the scroll and laughed, then announced that they were coming, and there were many of them. Shinkoji, his mouth wide open, ordered one of the soldiers to go southeast, another to the west to meet the enemy, and a third to the east, and he should be there today. The boys, hands in their pockets, began to carry out the order. The soldiers passed through the doorway. The director's subordinates ate soup, sitting on the floor. The man grinned and said that it was very tasty and decided to eat some more. Towards the southeast of Linhai, a group of survivors appeared, led by a man in a kimono. Jiangguo put his hand to his forehead and asked if they were people. Turning his head back, the leader of the investigation team told the fighters to prepare for battle and beware of an ambush, and not to act rashly, but to conduct reconnaissance first. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared behind the investigation team. The man in the cloak pointed an electromagnetic cannon at them. At the same time, a powerful stream of energy flew straight at the squad members. A hole appeared in the fighter's body from the crushing blow. Taking the beads in his hand, Jiangguo noted that this guy was alone here, and how dare this freak attack them first. The man folded his palms and covered himself in flames, and then shouted that he would kill the damn Japanese. The leader's silhouette began to grow due to the effect of the unbreakable diamond ability. The ears of the investigation team leader drooped. Listening to the melody, the man held his head and realized that this ability was breaking through his defense. Swinging his head from side to side, the commander ordered everyone to cover their ears. The man in the cloak smiled, continuing to use the electromagnetic cannon. Powerful magical currents penetrated Jiangguo's body. In the west of Linhai City, the leader of the Yunju troops looked away, and his subordinate reported that the investigation team was attacked and they were seriously damaged, and then asked if they would help them. Opening his mouth, the young man thought that they could thin out the Japanese troops a little, so there was no need to rush with help yet. Opening his mouth wide, the captain clarified who was here. Through the beams of teleportation, a man in a kimono appeared, using the sword swing ability. Suddenly, a red magical trace from the weapon appeared in the air. The samurai decapitated a squad of fighters with one blow. The man looked ahead with the corners of his lips down. Tianlong lowered his eyebrows in alarm and exclaimed that it was impossible, and how did the enemy know where they were? The ninja suddenly rushed forward. The screens in the Jiangnan Region Operations Command Center were showing all the battles that were currently taking place. Yunli leaned on his hands and didn't understand how this could happen. Standing behind the control panel, the captain of the operations department wondered if someone had leaked their data. Frowning, he realized that it was impossible, because their security was at the highest level and any message was instantly intercepted, so nothing like this would have slipped through unnoticed. Looking at the screen, Yunli guessed that it might be one of the Japanese people's abilities, but the effect range was really that great. The leader of Zoo City, with his mouth slightly open, asked if there was only one opponent and if he dared to go against their entire group, and then declared that it was another suicide. The soldiers simultaneously raised their rifles to their shoulders. A blurry silhouette of a man appeared in the sights. Bright yellow rays emanated from Dago's silhouette. Frowning, the leader of the second investigation team said that this guy was not that simple. Luoqiang smirked and asked if he was really a strengthened awakened, to which the girl replied that the guy said that it was true and he clearly took something. The captain's strands began to grow on both sides of him due to the use of the ice hair ability. The man took two weapons in his hands and used the Taiguai strength skill. Suddenly, they saw the awakened take out a spear. The guy held the weapon with the tip down. With an evil grin, the youth declared that the prediction was very accurate. Luoqiang thrust his fist forward and shouted for the soldiers to run forward and kill the enemy. The awakened turned into a tiger and began to roar. The soldier lowered his eyebrows and was surprised that this guy had the ability to transform into a tiger. The monster began to swing the spear from side to side. Suddenly, a bright trace of the blow appeared in the air. The leaders' bodies were cut in half, and they screamed loudly in pain. The soldier opened his mouth in alarm and exclaimed that it was impossible to destroy 2 Delta-level people in a couple of seconds, and the rest ran away and asked not to touch them, and asked the boss for help. Grinning, Dago asked where they were all going. Yunli, lowering the corners of his mouth, noted that his strength was at the level of an elite fighter of the investigation team, and maybe even a captain, so it was no wonder that these monsters allowed themselves all these outrages, and it would not be easy to deal with them. Stretching his paw forward, the monster swept all the warriors with snow. Licking his mouth, the tiger exclaimed that it was a good fight and hoped that the Jiangnan region would send more victims here, preferably stronger ones. Clenching his jaw, the captain of the operations department looked at the monster. Folding his arms, Yunli asked to show him Giant Luo, to which his subordinates replied that they would fulfill the request now. A wounded fighter was visible on the screen, and the leader noted that there was 1 against 2 and wondered if the man would be able to get something useful. The exhausted leader of the investigation team covered his face with his hand. His opponent was approaching, emitting powerful energy flows. Frowning, the team leader decided that the girl's attack was weaker, so he needed to deal with her first. Hiding behind a snowdrift, Takuchi realized that the prediction was talking about this guy. The fortune teller began to play the flute. Giant Luo's eyes widened in fear as he asked how her musical attack could penetrate his defense. Gritting his teeth, the investigation team leader said that it seemed like it would not be that easy to deal with them, and in that case, even if he died, he would still have to fight to the end. Suddenly, the captain's opponent raised his eyebrows in fear. The glowing image of the squad captain loomed over him. Team leader Jongnan released a powerful light attack at the enemy. The girl mage continued to drain the opponent's strength with the melody. At that moment, Giant Luo began to increase in size. A moment later, the investigation team leader's body was torn to pieces. The exhausted fighter looked at the severed limb. Holding the flute in her hand, the girl said that now there was one less problem. Turning towards her ally, the fortune teller explained that he would not have been able to deal with him without her help, which is why she was sent with him. Frowning, the guy asked her to shut up, because he himself would have defeated the opponent. It's just that he had a lot of assistance and it took a lot of effort. Winking, the girl said that the main thing was to contain his energy, and she was a professional at this. Holding his hand to the wound, the awakened one said that he would handle it himself next time. Only interference was visible on the screen in the operations center, and the captain was silent. The subordinate held out a flash drive and reported that all 10 groups were destroyed, and an analysis of the battles of their teams with the Japanese was received. Opening his mouth, Yunli said that in this case he would tell the leadership, and ordered the others to continue observation. Shinkoji looked out the window and said that even their ancestors wanted to be on this land. Suddenly, the man looked away, hearing a sound behind him. 3 reinforced awakened ones entered the room. The girl extended her palm to the side and noted that the mission was indeed very easy, but she was sure that her partner would not have managed it without her, to which he exclaimed for the fortune teller to shut up. In the beams of teleportation, a samurai in Tianlong appeared. Director Phoenix, clenching his jaw, asked if his subordinate had brought a prisoner. Keeping his hand on his opponent's back, the ninja said that killing alone was not enough and they were facing a great force, so it would be great to get some information about them. The man said that this guy was their leader, so he should know a lot, to which he, lying on the floor, was indignant that the opponent was a Japanese bastard and they could kill him because he would not tell them anything. Opening his mouth wide, Tianlong began to curse in an incomprehensible language, to which the awakened one, pointing at him with his palm, asked if the others understood him. Tapping his finger on his body, the guy in glasses explained that the combat uniform had a built-in translator, to which the fighter replied that the uniform was restricting his movements. Approaching the prisoner, the young man decided to try to do everything himself. Smiling, the director's subordinate used the ability of phantom enlightenment. The guy's hands near the hostage's head began to glow brightly. A moment later, Tianlong's head with white eyes fell to the floor. Rubbing his eye with his hand, the subordinate told the boss that they really made a noise this time. Smiling, the guy said that now the Jiangnan region was serious about killing them, and then added that he did not think that their arrival would cause such a commotion. Putting his palm to his forehead, Phoenix clarified what the young man was happy about, because this was just unnecessary trouble, and if the enemies decided to actually use force, then there was no guarantee that they would be able to leave unharmed. Sticking out his tongue, the subordinate asked the man not to worry, because he guaranteed that everything would be fine. Adjusting his glasses, the guy said that out of the 6 teams, only 2 remained, and in addition, one of them lost its captain, so its ability dropped, and this was an ideal opportunity. Shinkoji folded his arms and asked to clarify something. The subordinate raised his finger, and it was said that in the Jiangnan region there are 30 towns that are guarded by rather strong awakened ones, and the largest of them is Baeksu. Looking at the dead prisoner, the man said that today they encountered the forces of 12 cities, and they did not pose any threat, and the real problem was the official troops of the region. The survivor suggested that the enemy region did not want to part with its elite, so they sent these cannon fodder to them, to which Phoenix, clenching his fists, explained in other words that they had a chance to negotiate with them. Shinkoji spread his arms out to the sides, saying that without this siege they would not have such a chance, but now they will be able to explain to the enemy that not wanting to negotiate with them is tantamount to death. Intyro, holding out his palm, said that he did not think that they would easily agree to such conditions, and the useless creatures were only testing their strength, and next time their people would be much stronger. The man lowered his eyebrows and added that most likely it would be a difficult battle. Shinkoji, grinning, asked that they would not have to go through this if they wanted to stay here. He spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that the man who discovered the new world died in a battle with the indigenous population, but his death completely changed the world. The man in the hat, clenching his fist, said that he assures them that they will go down in history, to which the guys happily said that they will receive their glory, because real warriors do not retreat. Turning around, Shinkoji added that their main trump card is always nearby. The guy in glasses, holding out his finger, clarified whether they still need it, because if not, he will get rid of it. The boss, holding his chin, told him not to hurry because they would still need him, and they needed him to pass on something to his superiors. The leader, looking up, said that they were actually pacifists, so it would be nice to resolve everything peacefully. After a while, the office of the regional capital appeared. A note was visible, which said that everyone died in battle. The commander-in-chief, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was impossible. Sitting down on a chair, He said that no matter how strong the Japanese were, they could not have destroyed so many of their fighters, and even the investigation teams were not up to it. And Yunli replied that from a common sense point of view, it was indeed impossible, but various circumstances could have influenced their victory. The man, frowning, exclaimed that if he had something to say, then let him say it, to which the guy explained that there were two options, that there was a traitor among them who had leaked information about the group's locations, or that they had the ability to obtain such information on their own. The captain of the operations department, pointing his finger at the document, said that they had analyzed the situation and realized that their people had been sent directly to their teams. Yunli frowned and added that if they did not expect an attack, even the strongest awakened would lose combat power. Standing near the table, the guy said that these freaks insisted that they had no connection with the official Japanese government and asked where such power came from. The commander-in-chief, opening his mouth, asked what kind of group it was that they still could not deal with them. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that the others had found out about this situation and were now waiting for the outcome, and they should make the ending colorful and memorable. He slammed the table and shouted that they needed to show them what they were made of. Yunli narrowed his eyes and asked to personally lead the group and go there to destroy their opponents. The commander-in-chief waved his hand and refused, saying that he was the elite of their region, so he couldn't just up and leave. The man threw his head back and said that the others weren't up to his level yet, and the strongest awakened was nothing without systematic training, so they would have to involve one of them. And the guy exclaimed that this opponent was not an easy one, and right now the Black Cloaks were busy with another mission. The captain of the operations department looked down and said that Captain Deng had a difficult character, and he had some doubts about him. The boss raised the corners of his lips, realizing that the two hadn't gotten along, and said that his team currently had the highest score, and if someone was to be sent, it would be them. The commander-in-chief crossed his fingers and exclaimed that they could not afford another failure, so they had to send a serious force. Yunli's pupils narrowed and he asked to take 500 guards with him. The leader raised his palm and refused, saying that he would not do it. The boy clenched his fist tightly and muttered that he could not miss this opportunity. The boss poked his finger at the paper and said that they needed awakened people from other cities, and they had found the necessary information, and now they had to use it. The man, bringing the phone to his ear, said that he was waiting for him. Scratching his nose, he told Yunli that he could go, to which he obeyed the order. A moment later, the commander-in-chief looked out the window. Pushing back his chair, he exclaimed that they could come in. A second later, Xincheng. Walking up to her boss, she said that something interesting had been happening in Tianhai in the past few days. The leader, with widened pupils, thought that the original task was to deal with uninvited guests. But since he mentioned Tianhai, he did so for a reason and asked what had happened and whether this was the protagonist's territory. The secretary, holding the papers, explained that according to the investigation department, 3 large groups had united at night and entered Tianhai's territory. Introducing Sankey Tower, she said that 3 Delta-level awakened were at the head, and with them were 82 awakened and 800 elite soldiers, as well as a lot of weapons and supplies. The commander-in-chief, clenching his fist, asked whether they had decided to attack Tianhai, and how dare they ignore their rules. The man stretched out his palm and asked whether the city had already fallen. The assistant, sweat on her face, replied that this was not so, and according to the latest information, the city was now quiet and there were no signs of a massacre, and the instigators of the attack had disappeared without a trace. The boss, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked again if they had disappeared. Looking at him, Xincheng exclaimed that everything was correct and they had tried to contact them, but they had failed, and the satellites had also found nothing in the city. The commander-in-chief, crossing his fingers, asked if they were preparing a rebellion. He clarified whether they had contacted the residents of Tianhai, to which the secretary, holding the documents in his hands, said that they did not have much strength and asked that they would have been able to cope with them. The man, raising his index finger, asked to call the protagonist because he wanted to talk to him. It seemed that Jiang, sitting on the bed, wondered that if something serious was happening, then the Jiangnan region would definitely not be left out. A moment later, his phone showed the region calling him. Bringing the gadget to his ear, the protagonist listened attentively and thought that this was an amazing coincidence because he only remembered them. The commander-in-chief, lowering his eyebrows, called the guy's name, and he exclaimed that this was a big surprise, and only 3 days had passed since their last meeting, but his heroic image was deeply imprinted in his memory. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man replied that there was no need for flattery and asked to tell him what happened to them. Smiling broadly, the protagonist explained that they were trying to attack them in order to take away territory and resources, but they did not listen to their advice and decided to attack them, and nevertheless, they destroyed them all. The young man continued that they simply wanted to protect their homeland and, in accordance with the principles of the Jiangnan region, they resolutely fought back against their common enemy and gathered all their strength, carefully planned everything to win the war, which made the boss dizzy. Holding his forehead, the leader asked where he got so much energy from and exclaimed that they really killed them all, to which he received the answer that this was true and they even had evidence of the invasion and would send it to them soon. Opening the folder, the commander-in-chief clarified how they managed to do this because these guys were not weaklings at all. Jiang, throwing his hand behind his head, explained that everyone had their own secrets, and apologetically said that he would not reveal them to him, but since he was now aware of the whole situation, he understood that they no longer needed help. The leader asked him with his mouth slightly open if he would tell anything, and the protagonist said that he could not take such a risk, and it was not because he did not respect him. The man smiled slightly and said that it was just his curiosity. The protagonist's face turned blue, and he muttered that if they continued their investigations, they would not find anything. A second later, the boy's body turned white, hearing that he should come to them for a few days, since there was work for him, and wondered if it was again. The young man, through the sweat on his face, thought that he did not want to, and replied that they had just survived a war, so he had a lot of things to do. The commander-in-chief raised his head and exclaimed that he should just come here, thinking that he really underestimated Jiang, and he was full of secrets, so he should definitely send him on a mission to Linhai. The protagonist put his hand on his hair and asked if he could find out why, to which he received the answer that the first group of warriors sent to Linhai had been completely destroyed. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and loudly clarified how this was possible. The guy raised his eyebrows and did not understand how 10 teams had been destroyed in less than 3 days, and wondered if these Japanese were really that strong, and he was also told that they wanted to assemble a strong team to eliminate them, and wanted him to join. The young man, holding the phone to his ear, exclaimed that he would be there soon. A moment later, he got out of bed and pulled the door handle. Lion, noticing Jiang, asked what had happened to him. The protagonist, taking a mug of water from Zhu, replied that all 10 teams sent to fight the Japanese had been destroyed, and he was asked to come and he would also take 2 more with him. The protagonist pointed at the teacher and she asked who would be second. The boy took the cat and said that Hyo would be with them. Uncle Yu raised his finger and asked if he wanted to leave them here and fight the danger alone, and added that he, as a veteran, could not sit and do nothing. Chunlei clenched his fist and exclaimed that they had always fought together and wanted to help this time too. The young man stroked the pet, thanked them and said that this was not a game, but a real war. Jiang, looking at his partners, explained that the strength of the destroyed teams was not much different from theirs, and the leaders of these groups were awakened Delta level, but even so they lost, and asked if they wanted to die. Uncle, lowering his eyebrows, said that he was only level 3 and would do as he said. The protagonist smiled slightly and said that they would try to resolve the situation in Linhai, and if they needed anything, he would contact them. Yu, with his jaw hanging open, replied that it was good, and said to definitely let them know if he needed their help. The protagonist, standing opposite him, asked him to keep an eye on the other bases while he was gone. Zhu, placing her palms on the sofa, asked if this mission would be dangerous and whether their enemy was really that scary since there were only 13 of them. The guy shook his head and explained that he didn't know anything about them, so he would find out everything in Jiangnan. Yanmi, abruptly grabbing him, said that she was afraid that he might get hurt. The young man, hugging her, told her not to worry since he knew what he was doing, and an investigation team would be sent from the region, so everything was fine, to which the girl asked him to take care of himself. Jiang, stroking her head, answered positively. The protagonist got up from the couch and exclaimed that it was time for him to get ready, and Uncle Yu told him not to worry because he and Chunlei would take care of everything. After some time, the protagonist and Lion were seen approaching the SUV. Suddenly, the girl, her eyes bulging, turned to the boss. The guy turned around and asked if something had happened and let him tell her straight, to which the teacher asked if he would abandon them when they became useless to him. It seemed like the guys opened the car doors and got in. The young man, holding the steering wheel, asked Lion if she thought he was the kind of person who would do anything to become stronger. The girl, looking ahead, asked if that was true, and Jiang answered in the negative. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that he shouldn't forget that he could have taken all of Tianhai for himself and asked if he had done that. The teacher, holding her chin, said that he did not do it. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that when the end of the world came, he began to gather talents around him because he needed to protect himself, and everyone only benefited by joining the group. But now the hard times are behind them, and they have long been connected by mutual benefit alone. Smiling, the guy added that they are now a family, and asked how it is possible to neglect this, and whether she thinks that it is not enough for him that they are simply nearby. Lion stroked the cat and answered that it is good if so, because she also considers them her family, so she sincerely hopes that they will all survive. The young man closed his eyes and exclaimed that he forbids her to think otherwise, and asked the question that how can one doubt his family, thinking that he is not selfish, and how could he abandon his family? The girl, lowering her head, apologized for thinking too much. After some time, their SUV stopped near the tunnel, and Jang explained that they had arrived and could get out. The subway appeared, in which a train was moving, and it was heard that they were to keep a queue when getting out of the carriage. A moment later, the doors of the transport began to open. The protagonist and his partner got out of the carriage. Bailey, hugging the protagonist, happily greeted him and said that he was just in time, to which he asked if something had happened. The captain of the investigation team waved his hands and explained that he had been asked to meet him and was a little surprised that he had agreed to join. The young man bit the corners of his lips and thought that their commander-in-chief was serious about destroying the Japanese. Jang opened his mouth and asked how he could refuse, to which he was told that the commander said that he had taken the initiative and decided to come. The protagonist sighed heavily and asked if he was safe from their invasion. Bailey, his eyes wide, exclaimed that he was right, because everything was much more serious than they had assumed. The protagonist, looking ahead, asked what had happened and whether the Japanese were so strong that they had really destroyed 10 teams, and he was told that everything was much more serious, and even the commander-in-chief was shocked by what had happened. The captain frowned and exclaimed that there was something wrong with them and asked if he knew how long it took them to destroy 10 groups, to which the boy asked how long exactly and was told that it was 1 hour. Jang, with his jaw wide open, did not believe that it was only an hour because it was simply impossible. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and asked him to be quiet, and also suggested that they go to a bar and discuss everything there. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, clarified that shouldn't he take him to the commander-in-chief, and thought that he was asked to meet, but he was inviting him for a drink, so something was wrong. Bailey, with a slight smile, explained that he should not worry because a lot of experienced warriors were called to the city, so he would have to wait for them to arrive, and also hold a meeting with other high-ranking officials to discuss the operation plan, and he did not know the details. The guy, spreading his arms out to the sides, added that he should understand that he was a simple warrior. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that then they could go. A moment later, the guys moved towards the stairs. Having gone outside, the young man muttered that Bailey was not very strong, and if not for the death of the captain, he would not have been able to take this position. After some time, a bar appeared, and the teacher, Jang, and the captain of the investigation team were sitting on the sofa. The warrior, holding out his palm, asked for 2 bottles of whiskey and asked the guys what they would like. The protagonist, raising his fingers, ordered 2 glasses of milk, and the guy said that drinking milk in a bar was like him. The protagonist, holding out his hand, explained that he could be called at any time, and asked if he wanted to smell of alcohol at the meeting, to which Bailey replied that their commander also often drank, and in such a cold it was quite normal. Lion, opening her mouth, asked for another cup of oolong. The captain looked at the waiter and said that was all and received a positive answer. The employee approached the door, and the warrior said that the situation in Linhai was extremely complicated, and yet they managed to find out something about their opponents. He lowered his eyebrows and said that they were very strong, and all of their team members were at the Delta level, and no organization in Japan had been able to subdue them, but he believed that they could destroy 10 teams without any preparation. Jang raised the corners of his lips and asked if he wanted to say that there were spies among them and someone was leaking information. The warrior, holding his chin, said that it was impossible, but quite possible, and the Jiangnan region used the most advanced information security methods. A shield icon appeared, and it was heard that the battle center was one of the most important departments in the region with S-level security, and no one would be able to steal information from there. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, said that if they had a complete dossier on the group, they would have destroyed them long ago. Bailey folded his arms and said that their time was full of various mutants, and none of them knew what skills the other had, but it was possible that it was all about the ability of someone from their team. The protagonist, with his eyes bulging, asked if it was possible to predict the future. The warrior lowered his eyebrows and replied that this was only an assumption, and there was no evidence, and clarified that with such an ability, why hadn't they seized all power in Japan yet? The guy, sighing heavily, said that it looked like they didn't have much information, to which his interlocutor exclaimed that he shouldn't say that because they had paid a high price for it. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that the lives of as many as 10 groups. The captain shook his head and said that nothing could be done about it. Jang, stretching out his palm, said that it did not matter because it had nothing to do with him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked if there was anyone among them at the level of Upsilon. Sitting on the couch, Bailey exclaimed that they had a video from the battlefield, so they knew their strength very well, and added that they were good, but did not reach the level of Upsilon. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, explained that if so, then they had a chance. Raising the corners of his lips, The warrior said that he had nothing to worry about because he would just be there to help and he would not have been invited here if they had enough people. The guy, looking at his interlocutor, asked if he would go there too. Raising his hand, Bailey replied that they were told that they had not yet recovered from the last mission, so their team would remain at the base. He extended his index finger and added that if something happened, the God team would handle it because these guys didn't like to lose. Suddenly, the warrior turned to the door and said that they could come in. A moment later, the waitress placed the drinks on the table and Jang said that it seemed like he trusted them. The captain, raising his glass to his mouth, said that on average, all the investigation teams were at the same level, but the God team still stood out and they were first in the overall ranking, and an objection was heard that it was not at all because of money. Woody frowned menacingly, and the protagonist clarified that he wanted to say that they relied on the resources of their captain's family. The warrior, raising the corners of his lips, replied that it was true and his family was the foundation of this city, and they relied on them in many ways, especially in terms of biotechnology, because the parents invested a lot in the captain of the gods. Raising the glass to his mouth, the boy asked if it was like they were trying to mold a god out of their child, and added that it was then understandable why he always wanted to be first. The young man, lowering his head, said that he might become the next commander-in-chief. Bailey, looking to the side, said that the fate of their city depended on his family, and was sure that the commander-in-chief would soon appoint him to some kind of city management position. And it was also not surprising that in troubled times they were trying to get as many resources as possible. The captain of the investigation committee, smiling broadly, clarified that they, simple soldiers, did not care about this, and exclaimed that it did not matter who came to power because they would obey orders if they were given enough freedom, and they needed to drink to that. Jang, his eyes bulging, shouted that they would drink. It seemed as if the glasses with drinks hit each other. After a while, a conference room was visible, with many survivors sitting in it. Shentong's uncle poked his finger at the table and asked if they had found the thing in Tianlong's pocket. The commander-in-chief folded his arms and asked to look at it. A moment later, the flash drive was inserted into the computer. Shinkoji appeared on the screen, greeting the people of Jiangnan, and said that this was their first meeting, so they wanted to give them some advice, adding that he was the leader of the Eclipse group and was glad to meet them, and also clarified that there was a small misunderstanding between them which did not benefit any of them. The man waved his hand and said that they should all calm down, because they should not become enemies, because fighting would not bring any benefit to any of them, and explained that they needed land in the center so that they could settle there. Director Akiro's subordinate pointed his finger sharply and said that many of their people had died and it would be a crime not to use this territory, and asked why they didn't give some to the poor wanderers since they would not forget their kindness. He lowered his eyebrows and added that if they continued to interfere with them, they would suffer the same fate as their comrades, so they should think about their proposal and they would wait for an answer. The conference participants looked at each other thoughtfully. The commander-in-chief slammed his fist on the table and shouted that they were arrogant enough to covet their territory, which was beyond all bounds, so they had to be destroyed. Shenton's uncle, holding his chin, asked why they had to fight at all and why they couldn't just drop a bomb on them. The captain of the gods team, abruptly getting up from the table, exclaimed that there was no need to mobilize the troops because they would simply die and be captured, to which the man asked him to sit down and calm down, saying that young people today were hot-tempered, and asked if it wasn't better to think it over carefully. The guy sat back down a moment later. The boss crossed his palms and turned to Dan and explained that they couldn't just use the bomb because they didn't have that many of them, and they also needed to get approval from other regions. The man frowned and asked if they were to use weapons of mass destruction, wouldn't it be obvious that they had no other forces left, and he was afraid that they would no longer be taken seriously. The gentleman shook his head and said that was true because honor was the most important thing, and even ants could defeat an elephant if they were confident, but they had destroyed 10 of their teams, so it definitely wouldn't be easy. Uncle bit the corners of his lips and thought that they needed a team of gods, and they definitely shouldn't risk them. Yunli stretched out his palm and said that they had not undergone any systematic training and thought that the gods team was superior to them in combat power, to which Deng said that they should send them and several talented awakened ones from other cities. The man scratched his chin and asked if it was working. He wanted to unite the investigation team and the outsiders. Xincheng, adjusting her glasses, explained that many of their teams were currently busy with other missions, and the danger level of this one was no lower than in Linhai. Shentong opened his mouth and exclaimed that there was no point in waiting for them to return, because the gods team would be enough, and if they waited any longer, the Japanese might escape or do something else unexpected. The commander-in-chief, putting his head in his hands, said that he was right and they couldn't sit and do nothing, otherwise they might attack their people in other cities, and then his team would be responsible for this mission, and they should also put an end to this chaos as soon as possible. The boy raised his palm and obeyed the order. After a while, Jang appeared, stroking the cat on his legs. He suddenly took out his phone and saw a message inviting him to a meeting at the combat center, saying that he thought he would want to talk to him alone. Bailey touched his back and said that this time they invited a lot of talented guys, so it would be much more convenient to arrange a general meeting, to which the protagonist agreed with him. The protagonist, closing his eyes, thought that their commander-in-chief did not single him out much from the rest and thought that this was good. The boy realized that they would not see him today, and a second later took the drink and offered to drink. The warrior, opening his jaw, said that then they would rest today. After a while, the captain of the investigation team held the boy and said that it was late, so he rented a room for them. Jang fell onto the bed, and Bailey said that they should have a good rest. Lion, her eyes wide, wondered where she should sleep, on the couch. The girl turned around and suddenly she heard someone ask her to wait. The protagonist, yawning widely, asked if they had left. The teacher sat down on the couch and answered that they had, and asked if he had been pretending. Scratching his face, the protagonist said that he had not been pretending, and that he always thought clearly when drunk. Suddenly, he magically created a small bottle and asked to warm it up. A moment later, Lion took the flask and turned around. The guy was stroking the cat and did not understand why they had decided to give up their numerical advantage and send only elite warriors. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that there were only 13 Japanese people, and there were objectively fewer of them, and wondered why the leadership had decided to send a team of gods in them. The girl brought him a small bottle and asked what they wanted, so that no Japanese could escape, adding that it would be difficult to catch them. Opening the drink, Jang replied that this might be the case. Raising the flask to his mouth, the protagonist explained that this was a war, and therefore it was impossible to say exactly what would happen next. Looking at his partner, the protagonist asked her what would happen if a mouse ran into the ammunition depot with a torch, to which he received the answer that he needed to send a cat with a bucket of water after it. Raising his index finger, the guy said that they were cats, and the Japanese were mice, and asked what water and fire were then. The teacher shook her head and said that fire was the result of the actions of these scoundrels, and they were sowing chaos that was undermining the authority of the Jiangnan region, and as for water, she had no idea. The young man, opening his mouth, exclaimed that perhaps the water was them, but Lion did not understand anything. Jang, placing his palms on the cat, explained that the gods' team would act as the main force, and that they were just cannon fodder, and he thought that the region's leadership would not mind exchanging them for the lives of the Japanese. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist added that there was no need to worry, because he would be there to protect them no matter what happened, and he said this so that she would remember that her personal safety should come first. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, clarified that even if their escape led to the failure of the mission. The protagonist spread his fingers and answered that she should not take everything too seriously, because the region would do everything to get rid of the enemy, and he thought that they would not agree to negotiate with them, even if the price they had to pay was too high. Opening her mouth wide, Lion asked if this was possible, to which the guy explained that when they called representatives from other cities here, it became clear that they themselves could not cope with the situation. Sitting on the bed, the young man said that this should be kept in mind and that they should not immediately agree to their proposals to unite, adding that they needed to rest. The teacher, blushing, asked him again about resting, and Jang replied that it was already late and the hotel staff should be sleeping, but it was definitely not worth spending the night on the street, and the bed was big enough for both of them. Lion, raising her eyebrows, began to speak embarrassedly. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed her hand. A second later, he put her on the bed, which made her confused. The protagonist covered the girl with a blanket. A moment later, the guy got up and lowered his hands. The teacher turned to him and asked if he would sleep on the couch, to which the young man said that it was already late and let him sleep. Lion, through the sweat on her face, thought that she needed to fall asleep quickly so as not to think about unnecessary things. After a short period of time, she closed her eyes. In the morning, the girl raised the corners of her lips and heard that on April 26th, a group of Japanese people had come under the complete control of the county authorities. Looking at the boss, the teacher wondered if she was not charming and attractive enough for him. Lion shook her head sharply, not understanding what she was even thinking about and where such thoughts came from. Jang, sitting on the sofa, asked her what she had been thinking about since the morning and if she wanted to have a snack since there was still time before the meeting, to which she replied that she was not hungry. The protagonist suddenly stood up and exclaimed that they would go then, because Bailey said he would be there at 9, and the girl agreed with him. After some time, the guys moved towards the elevators. Unexpectedly, Lingling, putting her palms on her hips, asked if they were from Tianhai. Opening his mouth, the protagonist thought that he had seen them somewhere before and asked if they knew each other. Yuanhao's wife smiled and explained that last time everyone was talking about him and she didn't think he would be invited again given his reputation. The boy looked ahead and frowned menacingly. A sign appeared with the number 16 on it. The escort lowered her hands and said that they had arrived on the 16th floor. Lingling turned around and exclaimed that she would be looking forward to him proving himself. She could be seen hugging her husband. The boy's cat's fur suddenly stood on end. Jang stroked it and thought that they should be more vigilant this time. After a while, a small conference room appeared, which the boys entered. People were sitting at tables, and their faces were menacing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the squad leaders entered the room. The commander-in-chief sat down on a chair and said that he thought they understood the purpose of today's meeting, because a few days ago, the people they sent to Linhai were destroyed by the Japanese. The man clenched his fist and added that after this defeat, they realized many things, and the strength of these people cannot be underestimated, and they are the best of the best, and he is very glad that they are here. He extended his palm and exclaimed that the God team will act as the main force to settle this incident, and Shentong obeyed the order. The leader, spreading his fingers, said that the Black Cloak team had recently completed their mission in Tianhai, so they will not participate in this mission, and however, Bailey, as an experienced warrior, can help with tactics. The commander-in-chief lowered his eyebrows and said that if they do not mind, he suggests that they familiarize themselves with the information they have. Suddenly, an unusual aura was visible on the screen. Jiang folded his arms and thought that it would definitely be difficult to deal with these Japanese. About 3 hours later, Xincheng, holding the remote control in her hand, explained that in addition to the data obtained in battle, they also checked through other channels available to them. The protagonist bit the corners of his lips and thought that the video was well edited, but it was easy to miss a few details, and it would be ideal to watch the original version. And the secretary of the commander-in-chief Jiangnan added that they would send them all the information for refamiliarization. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, realized that it would be good to have a copy to study everything in detail, and it was heard that there were 13 of them in total, and before the end of the world they were representatives of different professions. Portraits of the opponents were visible on the screen, and Xincheng said that thanks to their leader, they gained authority in their homeland. But their goal was not survival, but banal bloodshed, and they were the first to discover that awakened Delta level are able to absorb the abilities of other people. Adjusting her glasses, the secretary continued that official representatives of the authorities expelled them from Japan, but there are other theories about the appearance of this squad here. The guy raised his hand and asked what she was talking about, to which he received the answer that there was a group of people who held extremely extremist views. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, explained that they believed that sooner or later Japan would be flooded, so the only option to survive was to move to the mainland and settle there. And the young man asked that wouldn't it be easier to land somewhere in Korea, because it was a small country that could be captured faster. Xincheng kept her palms behind her back and answered that he was right and thought that under normal circumstances they would do exactly that, but they were in a real ice age. And apparently they were afraid that the Korean peninsula would also go underwater, and their leader demanded that they be given a piece of land. The man, slamming his hand on the table, exclaimed that how dare they ask for such a thing, because they deserve to die, and they should kill everyone and then show their island allies what awaited them in their country. The secretary pointed to the screen and asked them to return to the additional information and read it carefully. Several enemy portraits and their characteristics appeared. The commander-in-chief, with his mouth slightly open, said that if they had any questions or suggestions after reading this information, they should not hesitate to speak up, and added that compared to them, they were team-fighting professionals, while his people were strong alone. Zia Xiao, holding out her palm, explained that judging by what they knew about them, almost all of them were at the Delta level and did not understand how they could destroy them all so quickly. The man, looking at her, asked why she said this, to which the girl replied that he understood everything himself. The leader, with his mouth wide open, said that leaking information was out of the question, and they could trust their headquarters and their defense system. Zia Xiao said through sweat on her face that if there were no spies among them, then their opponent had someone who could obtain intelligence, which would be even worse. Feiyu raised his hand and said that they had learned too much information today, and it was impossible to come up with a good plan that easily, and asked if he could give them some time to think it over carefully. The conference participants held out their palms and agreed with the guy's words. The commander-in-chief spread his fingers and said that they had practically no time, and if they hesitated, it was unclear what else they could do and their lands could be in danger. Jiang frowned, wondering if they had plundered a lot of cities for resources, and did they think they would believe that they cared about human lives. The man crossed his arms and exclaimed that they had a day to study the information, and then they would begin to prepare for battle. And while they were here, he added that sending everyone at once was too risky, so they would split them into 3 groups. Shentong clenched his fists and listened as their goal was to help the god team, who would take on the bulk of the work. And for convenience, a captain would be appointed in each group, and if there were no orders from headquarters, they should listen to him. The protagonist, looking ahead, wondered if he would have to work with them. Taking the paper in his hands, the commander-in-chief said that the first team would include Jiang, Zia Xiao, and Pingli with their people. The captain of the god team smiled slightly and thought that he liked him, and would also join him. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, did not understand why he was looking at him like that. The girls seemed to frown menacingly, and Pingli thought that they could handle it anyway, and wondered why they had to obey Jiang at all. The boy bit his lips, thinking that he didn't care whether they liked it or not, but for disobeying, they would only be offended by themselves, and the members of the next groups were heard. Opening his mouth, the young man remembered that there should be 13 of them, and he couldn't figure out where Ling Ling was. Suddenly, the girl, frowning angrily, asked what he was staring at, and added that they were married. Yuanhao, taking his wife's hand, asked her not to be angry. The man leaned over and apologized, saying that she was too hot-tempered, and did not mean to react like that at all. The commander-in-chief crossed his fingers and exclaimed that everyone now had a team, and they had assigned them according to their abilities, and the captains had also been chosen with great care, and he hoped that they would succeed. The leader raised his hand and continued that they would gather here again tomorrow, and they should try to come up with some kind of plan to fight the invaders, because they had to set out in 2 days. It was clear that the team captains had started to leave the conference room. Jiang stood up abruptly from the table and said that they needed to go back and study everything carefully again. Lion lifted the corners of her lips and obeyed him. Xia Xiao lowered her eyebrows and muttered that they needed to test his strength, because there must be something special about him to be appointed as a captain, and Pingli silently said that she would never allow him to bully her friend. A moment later, the protagonist and his partner set off. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, asked if he had left, and could not understand how he remained calm at such an important moment, when they were one step away from a bloody massacre with the Japanese invaders. She bared her teeth and wondered why the protagonist had come here at all, and was sure that he simply wanted to be a captain. Xia Xiao, standing up abruptly, told her friend that they should catch up with him. The protagonist and the teacher headed for the exit, when suddenly the new ally called him and asked him to wait. The protagonist turned around and asked what was going on. In her mind, the girl furiously thought about why they had gotten this particular guy, but she smiled to his face and said that they were now on the same team, and he was their captain, so they would like to get to know each other better, and then asked if she would mind thinking about a plan together. The young man, with his eyes wide open in confusion, thought that the new ally was somewhat similar to Honglian. The leader of the industrial city introduced herself, then pointed at her friend and said that her name was Pingli and that they were both from the same Bakken organization. Xia Xiao turned her head from side to side and said that it was not very convenient to talk here and suggested that they find a more secluded place. Jiang smiled and agreed, inviting the girls to the bar where he would treat them. The interlocutor waved her hand and said that they did not need a drink, so they could just talk in the room. The protagonist widened her eyes in alarm, not understanding what kind of strange reaction this was. Crossing her elbows, the member of the organization asked what he was thinking about, since they did not know anything here, so they would go to his room. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist apologized for the misunderstanding. The heroes sat on the sofa and chairs in the room. The girl crossed her legs and wondered if this cute guy could compare to her friend, and answered herself in the negative. The young man stroked his pet and asked what the new allies wanted to discuss, to which Xia Xiao explained that since they were now on the same team, they would have to unite to resist the Japanese. Raising her hand, the girl asked if the interlocutor thought it would be worth learning about each other's abilities. Jiang closed his eyes and expressed his opinion that this was an excellent proposal. Frowning, the leader of the industrial city began to tell her that her ability was called an ice dancer, and she had also studied Brazilian wrestling for 8 years, so she had excellent control over her body. Pointing her palm at her best friend, the girl said that Pingli's ability was codenamed a priest, and her powers were aimed at support. They increased the level of allies' abilities, and also healed wounds. The protagonist clenched his jaw and said that he could use portals to move around in space, and then added that this was his ability. Xia Xiao put her hands on the chair and said that it was no surprise that someone with space system skills was appointed captain, to which the other man said that there was nothing special about it. The leader of the industrial city noted that his abilities were incredibly useful in the conditions of the end of the world, and her friend, folding her hands, said that some people just don't appreciate what they have. Raising her palm, the girl asked what the protagonist's fighting style was and if he could tell her more about himself, to which the guy replied that everything was simple, and that he himself simply used a rifle. Pulling their hands back, the friend simultaneously asked the interlocutor again. The protagonist stroked the cat and told him that his ability increased damage and shooting accuracy, thanks to which it was possible to penetrate even the strongest defense. Xia Xiao smiled and admitted that she was very lucky that they were on the same team, so they would not have to worry not only about logistics, but also about defense. Her best friend confirmed these words, lowering her eyebrows slightly. Pointing his palm at the teacher, the protagonist said that this was Lion and was a master of martial arts and thought that she needed no introduction. Pointing her finger at the cat, the leader of the industrial city asked who it was and asked not to say that it was just a pet, because no normal creature would survive in such a temperature, to which Zhang noted that the interlocutor was quite perceptive, and Hua was indeed an unusual cat, because he was a mutant whose strength was comparable to that of the awakened Delta level. Surprised, her eyes widened, the girl exclaimed that it was a miracle, and thanks to the animal, the power of their team had reached the highest level and there was simply no one stronger. Clenching her hand into a fist, Pingley said that they had every chance of defeating the Japanese. Spreading her palms out to the sides, Xiao suggested looking through the information a couple more times and discussing everything, because several heads are better than one. Spreading his fingers in front of him, the guy asked if it would be better to discuss the terms of cooperation, and explained that he was talking about whether they were ready to obey his orders. The leader of the industrial city lowered her eyebrows in alarm and thought it was strange, because she thought the young man had fallen for the trick, and then said that she recognized the rarity of Zhang's abilities, and they were willing to respect the captain's opinion, but they would not obey orders that they thought were wrong. Raising the corner of his lips, the protagonist explained that then there was no point in working together, and Lion and Hua would be enough for him. Grinning, the protagonist said that they had been working together for a long time, and the teacher obeyed all his orders so they could do without them. A glint appeared in the guy's eyes, and he clarified what the girls thought and whether they agreed to work separately from each other. Frowning, Pingley asked if the interlocutor was serious, and her best friend said that this was an extremely dangerous mission, so the 5 of them had a much higher chance of success, and failure would affect each of them. Turning his head away from the girls, the young man asked what the point was if they couldn't work as a team, to which they replied that they didn't have much time to get used to each other, but the more members there were in a team, the higher the chance of survival. Fidgeting with a small object in his fingers, Zhang suggested that it would be better to split up from the start to avoid disagreements. Taking hold of a chair, Xiao exclaimed that it was a matter of life and death, so there was no need to put everyone in danger just because they didn't want to listen to his every word. The protagonist smiled and asked if the girls thought he would choose people who weren't willing to obey his orders over his own comrades who would survive with a 100% probability. Holding her chin, the leader of the industrial city repeated the question about the survival rate again. Pingley asked if her friend understood, and she leaned on the chair and replied that this guy could move in space, so he could always escape if something went wrong. Realizing this, her companion lowered her eyebrows in disappointment. Frowning angrily, Xiao said that they would obey Zhang's orders, but if they were too absurd, their agreement would end, and then asked how the guy could handle such a proposal. Thoughtfully placing his fingers on his chin, the protagonist agreed with the girl. The protagonist summoned a hologram in front of him and decided to start studying the information. The heroes were sitting in the bedroom. Penley said that she would record. A few hours later, Zhang scratched his chin and wanted to share his thoughts as a captain. Looking at the hologram, the guy explained that they need to be as prepared as possible for enemies whose abilities are the least known, and added that, for example, this man is in no way inferior in strength to the deputy captain. The young man took a glass of water and said that this warrior wields a sword at an unimaginable level, so he needs to be given more attention. Lion crossed her arms over her chest and said that she wants to fight him. The girl looked at her and wondered how a simple subordinate dared to say such a thing. A group of Japanese appeared on the hologram. The survivor asked his comrades to pay special attention to those about whom they know nothing. Shinkoji appeared on the screen. The protagonist said that the main problem was their leader. Because a group of such strong warriors would not obey a weak person, the woman realized that they would have to try hard to defeat an enemy of this level. Xiao raised her fist to her chin and said that she understood what the people from the headquarters were planning. Her friend smiled and thought that she did not expect anything else from her. Zhang raised his hand and asked what they were talking about. The girl explained that they did not know how strong the Japanese really were, so they were all divided into several groups. Raising 2 fingers, she said that 3 teams would be on the front line to expose the enemy's strength, forcing them to engage in battle, and added that the next line of defense would be the God team. The woman imagined them moving forward and said that they could win if they paved the way for the God team, which consisted of the best warriors in the base. Xiao smiled and decided that in terms of brute force, the enemy would not be able to defeat them, so the most important thing was to come up with a smart plan to not leave them a chance. The guy nodded and agreed with her. The young man put his hands behind his head and said that it all seemed much easier this way, since he was best at being bait and stalling for time. Holding a notebook in his hands, Pingley asked him not to forget that this was not enough because they had to do their part to take back Linhai. The survivor frowned and asked why it mattered to him. The girl raised her hand and reminded him that Linhai had a lot of resources, so not only would they expand their territory, but they would also become richer. Her colleague said that no one would stop them from becoming stronger, despite the ban on direct confrontation. Raising his hand, the protagonist agreed with her and said that there was no point in further discussions if they were not willing to follow his orders. Xiao lowered her head and knew that this man would cause them a lot of trouble. Zhang smirked and suggested that they continue since they had no objections. The commander-in-chief held a letter in his hand, which stated that according to the Nebula satellite system, the Japanese had left Linhai and were moving towards northwest Jiangning. Slamming his fist on the table, the leader of Jiangnan was indignant that the enemy had decided to move deep into their country and asked if they really thought that they could treat their region like an empty place. Standing in the central square, Shinkoji said that they needed to find a place where they could get some supplies and rest, and said that the next stop would be in Lindu. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, Akiro explained that things would not go so smoothly from here since they were facing the real forces of the region. The man looked up and expressed confidence that they would fight to the very end. His leader smiled and told him not to worry about anything, as they had everything under control. The Japanese spread his arms and declared that after the next battle, Jiangnan would realize how strong they were and would give up this useless resistance. He confidently knitted his brows and reminded him that it was the same in Japan. Frowning, Phoenix asked how he knew exactly what the leadership of this region was thinking, and said that they would definitely want to destroy them so that their authority would not fall in the eyes of other organizations. Shinkoji waved his finger and asked if the ruling elite were any different from each other. His comrade adjusted his glasses and said that in order to prevent possible sneak attacks, they needed to clear out everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Sitting in the conference room, the head of the military base announced that he had bad news and that this morning the Japanese left Linhai and arrived in Jiangning. Shifeng slammed his fist on the table and asked what was happening to the region now. The commander-in-chief waved his hand and said that everything was fine, adding that they had warned the residents to hide and not to make contact with them. He frowned sternly and said that the enemies had currently occupied the central square and were searching for organized groups. The leader of Chuting gritted his teeth and realized that the villains had occupied the main square. The guy clenched his fist and said that he needed to go back there and help since his people were still there. Raising her hand, Xincheng asked if he thought they had time for that, and explained that the most important thing now was to unite and destroy the Japanese. The leader of Jiangnan asked her to calm down, since their comrade was just worried about his friends and loved ones. Shifeng's mouth dropped open in surprise. The head of the military base frowned and guessed that their group was not that big, so they would hardly have time to deal with anyone. The man turned his head and said that they needed to make a plan of action and head to Jiangning to prevent the enemy from reaching the center of their region. The commander-in-chief frowned sternly and suggested that they listen to the teams led by their captains. Standing up, the protagonist reported that they had found that physical strength, numbers of people, and weapons would not be their advantage, and added that they first needed to find out the abilities of the Japanese group members and how they found information about them. Sitting at the table, the leader of Jiangnan confirmed his words and promised to do everything to help them. The city leader of Chuting asked if they were planning to use the bomb for a pinpoint strike. The head of the military base frowned sternly and denied it. Looking ahead, Zhang remembered that even during the conflict with the cult, they thought of using the bomb as a last resort, and wondered why they were reluctant to use it now. The man placed his hands on the table and explained that the enemy had a satellite jammer that suppressed signals within a radius of 5 kilometers, and said that it would be difficult for them to cover such a large radius with fire. Feiyu raised his hand and said that they had decided that they should not split up, and the distance between the teams should not exceed 2 kilometers, and they also needed to discuss the algorithm of interactions between them in case of unforeseen situations. The head of the city of Yunju added that they needed to analyze the skills of each of the fighters in order to effectively replace each other during the battle. The guy looked at him and decided that this was a pretty effective way. The commander nodded and promised to think about this proposal. The commander-in-chief looked at Shifeng and asked him to share his thoughts. The head of the city of Chuting explained that they needed to deploy their troops in such a way as to make the most of their forces and push out the enemy. Bailey frowned and decided that this sounded good. The fighter asked how long even the most powerful awakened could hold out. Xincheng shook her head and said that they could only equip a few squads, but not the number they were talking about. The soldier clenched his fist and said that with such equipment, they would definitely not be able to destroy the Japanese. The Jiangnan leader furrowed his brows and reminded them that they did not have to kill all the enemies at once, since their enemy was very cunning and would still try to escape no matter how many fighters they sent there. Shifeng raised his eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. The head of the military base explained that they needed to find out what they were capable of and come up with a plan to get rid of them. Shentong crossed his arms and said that killing their leader was a direct path to victory, since after that, the rest of the team would become many times weaker. The man smiled and was glad that his subordinate had a very strong motivation. The secretary reported that they had very little information about their leader, since even in Japan, information about him was classified. The girl adjusted her glasses and added that, according to preliminary estimates, this man was definitely no weaker than the captain of the investigation team, so getting rid of him would be very difficult. Grinning, the commander of the gods asked to leave this matter to him and declared that this scoundrel could already be considered dead. Bailey looked at him in surprise and wondered what his confidence was based on. The commander-in-chief clasped his hands and suggested that they move on if no one had any questions. The woman frowned sternly and announced that they would set out tomorrow at 2 in the morning, as that was the time when people fell into their deepest sleep. The protagonist looked at the time and realized that they only had 10 hours left, which was very little. Standing at the commander's desk, Zhencheng explained that they should concentrate on the square and begin firing from there, while the other teams would hold off the enemy. The leaders of the 3 teams frowned sternly. The secretary folded her hands in front of her and asked if anyone had any questions. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest and thought that there was no difference between them and the teams that had already died, and decided that the reward was too tempting to refuse. The girl raised her hand and asked the others to get ready. Yunli narrowed his eyes and said that they had already prepared a special weapon that they would be given later. The people stood up when the leader of Jiangnan declared that they would fight for the honor of their region and the entire country, and asked them to do everything in their power to get rid of these scoundrels. The best soldiers stood in a row. The head of the military base asked them to stay behind to discuss something, and said that the captain of the Black Cloak team would take the rest to get equipment. Bailey headed to the exit of the office. Zhang was surprised that his friend would not participate in the operation, but would take them to the storage. The man pointed to the armory and asked the soldiers to take as many weapons as they needed. The boy smiled happily and asked if this was true. The commander smiled awkwardly and reminded him that using abilities was prohibited. The youth leaned towards his ear and said that he liked this arrangement much less. Watching him go, the awakened one decided that this was to be expected from him. The survivor touched the armor and noticed that the texture of this equipment was different from the one he used in the arena. The protagonist looked at the camouflage and suggested that this clothing could be even more perfect. Zhang returned to his friend and asked why they were sharing their equipment with them. The detective replied that it was the weapons their troops used. Bailey frowned and explained that adamantium weapons were only available to members of the investigation teams, as their number was limited and special permission was required to use them. The guy raised his hand and asked him to give him a lion that very uniform. The man said that it would not be so easy, since all the equipment would be counted. The young man lowered his hand and said that then they would not need anything. The captain put his hand on his shoulder and explained that it would be difficult, but not impossible. The guys went around the corner. The awakened one promised to give his friend the suit, but on the condition that he return it when the mission was completed. Nodding, the survivor agreed and decided to choose something else. The protagonist returned to the armory. The detective crossed his arms and said that those who had already made their choice could either stay in the command center or go to the scene. The soldiers left the room. Zhang looked back and asked his girlfriend to follow him. They followed Bailey. Entering the rest area, the man handed his friend the suit and asked him to be sure to return everything. The guy asked him not to worry about it. Lion took the suit from his hands and was surprised that her friend could get something like that. The young man went to the toilet to change. The survivor took off his shirt. Someone said that he had a great physique. Bailey looked into the toilet. The protagonist asked what he wanted. The man said that he wanted to talk before his friend left. Zhang put on the suit and said that he was listening carefully. Frowning, the captain asked what his plan was and hoped that his friend was not going to join at the very last moment and then take credit for someone else's merits. The boy clenched his fist and asked if he really thought he could do such a thing. The awakened one asked if this was not how his team wanted to enter Tianhai. The boy gaped in amazement and explained that it was for the safety of his friends. But this time he had a completely different interest. The detective asked what prompted him to agree. Then his comrade identified himself as a Chinese citizen. Bailey smiled and apologized for thinking he had ulterior motives. The survivor asked if a person's life was worth anything if he had no honor. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he would not stand out and reveal all his abilities since the god team would be the main force, and promised to intervene if necessary. Zhang raised his index finger and said that he wanted to keep this between them only. Scratching his neck, the man wondered how he would look the commander in the eye if his friend revealed his abilities, and replied that he understood perfectly well. The boy put his hand on his belt and said that he believed him. The captain came out of the toilet and said that a helicopter was waiting for him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise and asked how it was possible to fly in such weather. The awakened one looked around and said that military aircraft were different from civilian ones and that they had several incredibly cold-resistant machines that were no longer suitable for combat, but were suitable for flying. The survivor's mouth opened in amazement. The guys gathered at the airport. The fighter was glad that they had the owner of the space system. The detective pointed to the helicopter and asked the others to take their seats. The team entered the helicopter. Feiyu looked around and asked if the enemies would attack them in flight. Jingyang asked him not to underestimate the defense of these helicopters. The fighter took the girl by the hand and asked where the parachutes were kept. Bailey scratched his nose and said that at this temperature they would turn into popsicles while still in the air, and just in case, he said that the parachutes were behind the seats. The soldier went to the helicopter and decided to bring a parachute for his friend. The heroes sat down. The woman asked her comrade to stop worrying so much. The soldier explained that he was just worried about her. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought that this was a manifestation of ordinary human feelings. Jang looked out the window and saw the gods' team. The awakened gathered at the helicopter. Chunyu suggested that they finish early. Her comrade said that half an hour would be enough for them. Shentong asked them not to be so careless since they cannot relax. The captain saw his uncle and asked what brought him here. The man explained that he wanted to remind them that these madmen can even sacrifice their lives for the sake of beliefs, so his nephew should be careful. The commander declared that they would definitely win. The uncle put his hand on his shoulder and said that if they won, their family would gain even more power. Shentong headed to the helicopter. He frowned and mentally wondered how the others were doing. The boy looked at him through the window. Smiles appeared on their faces. The boy patted Hua and realized that he had to protect his friends and get rid of the Japanese. The teacher looked at him and asked what he was thinking about. The survivor replied that he was thinking about how strong the enemy leader was. Xia Xiao crossed her arms and said that they would leave that to the god team. Pingli raised her hand and explained that the most important thing was to know the limits of their abilities, because the regular Jiangnan troops were much stronger than them and they just needed to be there for them. The protagonist smiled and agreed with her. Watching the CCTV feed, the commander-in-chief ordered the troops to head to Jiangning. The helicopters took off. The leader of Jiangnan looked at his watch and decided it was time to begin the operation. A warehouse near the central square, Tekuchi looked up and said that trouble was near. Shinkoji looked up and asked what they were talking about. Akiro frowned and asked if they could handle it. The villain smirked and said that they would simply kill all the enemies. The full moon was shining in the sky. Jang noticed many explosions in the city and asked what they were. Bombs were falling on the central square of Jiangning City. The guys were sitting in the helicopter. The commander said that this was the first step of their plan and that this way they would be able to push the enemy back and create room to maneuver. The guy smiled and remembered that the Japanese had a satellite jammer, so the military base decided to fire at everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Looking out the window, the young man decided that in such a situation, this was quite expected. Jingyang looked out the window and said that it would actually be much easier for them now. Feiyu asked him not to rely on the missile attack, since they would not have prepared for the operation so carefully if the enemies could be killed so easily. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that the boss did not need to remind him of this. Pingli looked at her comrade and noted that it was extremely difficult to survive such a shelling without a bunker. The survivor asked if she knew what napalm was. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked what it was. The protagonist pointed out the window and explained that these were incendiary shells and that the base did not use full-fledged missiles so as not to destroy the entire city, so it was unlikely to cause serious damage to the enemy. Frowning, Xia Xiao agreed with him and added that this would make it easier for them to find the enemy. Plus, they now had no way to set up an ambush. The helicopter landed 10 kilometers from the central square. The drone took off. Sound waves appeared around it. The soldier approached the commander-in-chief and reported that all signals in the Jiangning area were blocked and that the enemies would not be able to contact each other. The commander ordered his subordinates to destroy them. Looking at the group call window, the Jiangnan leader ordered the teams to disperse and reminded them that their task was to distract and delay the enemy. The team leaders frowned sternly and agreed. Jang got out of the helicopter with his comrades. The girl watched him go. Her friend approached her and they exchanged glances. The women ran after their leader. The second helicopter descended to the ground. Looking out the window, Shentong concluded that they would not return and decided that he would accept the fact that they had talent if they could hold out until their arrival. Frowning, the god commander hoped that the best fighters would join them and wanted to see what their ally would show this time. Walking through the ruins of the city, the boy explained that if they were unlucky and the enemy leader appeared on their way, they would have to retreat. A fire raged in the city. The boy looked at Hua and asked if she sensed anyone. The cat closed her eyes and sniffed. The beast stuck out its tongue. The survivor realized that his pet did not sense anything due to the fire. Xia Xiao raised her eyebrows and asked what they should do next. The protagonist spread his arms and suggested that they just wait for the enemies here. The girls' mouths dropped open in shock. Jang put his hand to his chin and realized that the risk would be greatly increased if he was attacked by a close combat expert. Pingli said that they could not allow the enemy to surround them. The boy looked at the skyscraper and decided that it was a perfect place for an ambush, from where he could see the entire square. The young man summoned a portal. Looking back, he explained that the villains were already watching them, since they were extremely good at gathering information, and added that they had better stop and wait because they did not know this area. The survivor entered the portal and called his friend to follow him. The portal slammed shut and disappeared. The woman clenched her fist and asked who this captain was who abandoned his comrades. Frowning, Zayek Xiao said that their ally knew very well that their cooperation was temporary, so he did not listen to their opinions and suggested that they do as he said, because otherwise they would be in danger. The commander-in-chief saw the protagonist on the roof and decided that this was a great way to test the enemy's abilities. The Jiangnan leader raised his eyebrows and asked what the other teams were doing. Jiangning put his hand on the ground. A bright flame appeared under it. Mice crawled out from under the snow. The head of the military base opened his mouth in surprise and realized that using mutants for reconnaissance was quite convenient. The mice ran into the city. The boy ordered them to find the enemies. The rodents quickly overcame the obstacles in the form of debris. The Japanese gathered in a warehouse on the other side of the square. Akiro clasped his hands and ordered all the martial artists to go first. A pentagram appeared above his head. The villain raised his hand up and called on his comrades to move forward. A powerful explosion was heard. Jingyang saw fog in front of him and assumed that it was the work of the enemies. Someone shouted that they needed to concentrate and not allow a surprise attack. Feiyu frowned and decided that the enemies were prepared for their meeting. Jiangning grinned and said that the fog would not interfere with his beasts. The protagonist took aim and began to wait for the enemy to come out of hiding. The commander frowned and wanted to see who would dare to make the first move. Crows emerged from the bird's beak. A purple dome appeared above the Japanese. Akira looked at his girlfriend and said that they needed to win this war for territory. Shinkoji smiled and thanked him for his good work. Takeuchi stood in the center of the circle. The girl laid out a parchment in front of her and dipped her brush in her blood. The woman wrote something on the sheet and reported that the enemies were coming from the west and from the north in force. Watching her, Phoenix noticed that there were much fewer of them than last time. The man assumed that they were just cannon fodder, whose task was to lure them out of hiding. The brunette adjusted his glasses and said that it was not so important and that they would trust the fortune teller. Takeuchi took the parchment and agreed. The boy was sitting in the lotus position. Invisible threads were coming out of his forehead. The leader of the group smirked and asked if the enemy really thought their jammers could interfere with them. He patted the crow on the head and said that they were lucky to be able to communicate with each other. Shinkoji looked ahead confidently and said that it was time to show the enemy their true strength. Team Shifeng was hiding behind the rubble on the western line. A flash of light appeared in the cloud of smoke. Jiangning looked up and reported that one of his beasts had been killed. The captain looked at him and asked if the mouse had found someone. The scoundrel was holding a hand grenade launcher. In a few shots, he managed to deal with the mice. Dago put his hand on his belt and offered his pet to enjoy the tasty rodents. The crow flew off his shoulder. The boy's mouth opened in horror. His comrade frowned and asked what happened. The soldier frowned and reported that one of the enemies had come for them. The man's eyes widened in amazement and thought that this man could wipe out several teams in an instant. Shifeng looked at his comrade and said that he simply did not believe that they could not cope. Putting his hand to his head, the soldier explained that the enemy had helpers and decided that they needed to buy time. The team captain pressed his earpiece and reported that they had found 3 members of the Japanese squad. The commander asked him to follow the original plan and delay them so that the God team could deal with them. The man bumped his fists and said that they needed to throw everything they had into delaying the enemy. His friend agreed with him and suggested that they test what these scoundrels were capable of. The fog in front of them cleared. Dago stepped forward and asked if these were the elite sent by the Jiangnan region. His allies suggested not to waste their time on them. Feiyu saw 2 people in front of him and remembered that, judging by the battle records, they were not such serious opponents. Nadai smirked, and Ikutsu crossed his arms in displeasure. The protagonist looked around and wondered why nothing was happening. Jang widened his eyes and assumed that the enemies knew that he was hiding his strength. Looking at the map, Shinkoji said that Takeuchi was right and that there was no one in the east and south, and wondered what these guys were up to. His comrade decided that they would find out soon. The martial artist looked back and reminded that the fortune teller predicted that he would end up in that direction today. The group leader waved his hand and asked him to be in charge of that direction along with his wife. The crow's eyes lit up. Shifen summoned his double. The clones took up their weapons and went forward. Dago frowned confidently and asked if he thought he looked more impressive that way. He had a naginata in his hand. The team captain rushed into battle while his double fired his bow. The man approached the enemy. The villain swung his blade. He managed to block the enemy's attack with just one hand. The fighter jumped back and wondered how he did it. The villain beckoned with his finger and asked him to try again. The crab on his back caught fire. There was a loud explosion. The soldier smiled and was glad that he had managed to cause damage. Fresh wounds appeared on the Japanese man's back. Dago put his hand to his forehead and was indignant that they had ruined his best suit. The villain tore off his jacket and promised to tear the enemy to pieces. Shifeng rushed into the attack and ordered his comrades to join the fight. Jiangning's mouth opened in shock and was surprised that his self-destructing beast had not killed him. The villain parried the blow with his blade. The man dropped his maces and shouted that it couldn't be. The Japanese picked up the crab and looked at it. He squeezed it in his fist and said that it was a bit weak. The ground cracked under his feet. Hetchin crawled out from under the snow and said that the most important thing is to stand firmly on your feet. The mole created a giant hole and wished death on his enemy. At that moment, Dago turned into a tiger. The awakened one jumped into the hole and laughed at the fact that the enemy would not be able to get him out. The villain swung his naginata and growled menacingly. The villain kicked the ground with all his might. The beast found itself trapped between layers of earth and called for reinforcements. The commander-in-chief crossed his arms. Yunli said that this mission was quite difficult and suggested sending Hongle. The leader of Jiangnan frowned and explained that they first had to make sure they had enough information before the god team entered the battle. Looking at the screen, the head of the military base concluded that they should just wait. The rider of the giant snake was approaching the soldiers. Feiyu summoned many machine guns next to him. Sharp knives appeared next to their barrels. Linling grabbed the snake by the tail. She managed to distract the enemy while the captain prepared his weapons. Ikutsu, sitting on the snake, asked if they really thought they could defeat him with such a pathetic ploy. The reptile swung its tail to destroy the machine guns. The man waved his finger. The machine guns telekinetically moved to another location. The awakened one pointed his finger forward. The guns began to fire. The bullets hit the snake's body. The villain shouted that it was useless anyway. One of the bullets hit his pet in the eye. The monster began to wriggle. The villain jumped down and swung his club to kill the fighter. The soldier looked back and opened his mouth in fear. The Japanese grinned and wished him death. The girl jumped forward and blocked his blow. Yuanhao smiled happily and called her the best. The woman asked how the enemy dared to attack her husband. Raising his eyebrows, Ikutsu called her arrogant and offered to see which of them would remain alive when he killed her husband. Linling said that anyone who touched her husband would die. The villain swung his bat and decided to deal with her first. Watching the protagonist, the leader of Jiangnan asked why no one had come to him. Standing behind him, Yunli said that if Shang stayed where he was, their plan would be completely pointless, so they needed to order him and the others to move deeper into the square. The commander-in-chief picked up the radio and asked his subordinate to step forward. The city was covered in fog. The boy decided that if they continued on their way, they would definitely run into the Japanese, and it was too risky since most of them had not shown up. Lion approached him and asked what the headquarters had said. The boy explained that they needed to move forward because the enemy was acting strangely. The teacher asked if that wouldn't make their mission even more risky. The survivor looked back and stated that they had no choice but to obey the order. A portal appeared in front of him. The girl wondered since when her comrade had become so obedient and assumed that he was hiding something. The heroes exited the portal and returned to their allies. The protagonist approached them and reported that they had been ordered to move on. According to the map, the team had walked 100 meters towards the main square. Zhang looked up and suggested that they take a closer look. Xia Xiao gaped in surprise and asked what that meant. Pingli reminded them that they had been told to move towards the square. Wyan covered her smile with her hand and thought that only her friend could handle this. The guy turned to his allies and explained that this was a very important mission and that they had to survey the area from a high point every time so that the enemy could not set up an ambush. The girl approached him and asked if their mission would then be meaningless. The young man said that the most important thing for him was not the mission, but protecting himself. Gritting her teeth, the woman said that they had come to complete a mission, adding that they could not allow scoundrels to rampage on their land. The survivor raised his hands and reminded them of what he had already said, that they could split up at any time. Pingli pointed at him and asked why they needed such a cowardly captain. She grabbed her friend's hand and suggested that they leave. Xia Xiao frowned and realized that they couldn't handle the enemy on their own, but she didn't like her allies' way of thinking either. The girl looked down and thought about how their mission was to lure out the enemy, not defeat them, and wait for the god team to arrive. The woman looked at her commander and agreed that they should disperse. Her friend pointed at her comrade and asked him not to be jealous when they took Linhai for themselves. After that, the girls ran away. The protagonist decided that they didn't realize what kind of enemy they were facing and wondered if they really thought the god team would rush to their aid at the first call. Zhang scratched his chin and wondered why the Japanese hadn't shown up yet. The commander-in-chief leaned on his hand and gave his permission when Xia Xiao reported that they split up because the allies refused to obey the order and decided to act independently. The Jiangnan leader put his hand to his forehead and realized that he had forgotten that this guy always fought defensively, which is why he did not like such orders. The head of the military base crossed his arms and decided to continue watching. Jiangnan clasped his hands together and ordered his comrades to catch the villain and thought that he would definitely not be able to withstand so many spirit beasts. Shifeng turned around and ordered his clone to attack. The captain threw away his bow and grabbed a mace. Looking at the approaching doppelgangers, Dago shouted that they would not be able to stop him. The villain threw them away with a single punch. The man gritted his teeth and realized that he would have died long ago if he were not an enhanced awakened. The fighter lit his fingers and used teleportation. The villain was high in the air. The boy opened his mouth wide and commanded the self-exploding beasts to grab him. The birds surrounded the Japanese. A huge explosion was heard over the battlefield. The tiger landed on its paw, without a scratch on it. Shifen rose to his feet and asked himself how they could fight such an enemy. The soldier grabbed his head and called him a real monster. The werewolf smirked and called them too weak, despite their excellent teamwork. Dago charged and declared that he would send them all on a one-way trip. Jiangning covered his face with his hands to protect himself. The villain's eyes widened in fear and asked who he was. He saw a harpoon in front of him and jumped back. The boys looked back and saw that the god team had already arrived. Chunyu came forward with her comrades and asked to leave the rest to them. Taicheng put his weapon on his shoulder. The Japanese crossed his arms and said that these guys were rumored to be very good. The girl frowned and asked her colleagues to leave since their mission was already over. Team Shifeng withdrew from the battlefield. On the northern front, another team was fighting a giant snake. The reptile approached the sniper who was standing on the roof. Yuchen released a cloud of poisonous smoke. The monster shook its head and asked if it was poisonous gas. The woman explained that the smoke would fill all of its internal organs after just one breath. The monster inhaled the smoke and reminded her that it was poisonous too. The awakened one opened her mouth in amazement and shouted that this couldn't be. The snake spat a clot of poison at her. Acid enveloped her body. Jingyang looked back and saw her lifeless body. The reptile bared its fangs and said that it was his turn. Linling attacked the enemy while Yuanhao supported her. The girl released her sharp claws. Ikutsu swung the bat and declared that it would be a great honor for her to die by his hands. The villain cut her body in half. Her husband's eyes widened in fear. The fighter clenched his fist and asked how the enemy dared to wound her. The villain looked at the slain enemy and wondered what it meant to wound. The two halves of the woman's body grew together. Her wound was completely restored. The Japanese man opened his mouth in shock and asked what it was. The awakened woman rose to her feet. The man concluded that in front of him was a walking dead person. The zombie controller placed his hand on his wife's shoulder and was glad that she was already dead, since otherwise she would have to die again. The soldier hugged her hand and said that killing her right away was the right decision. Akatsu gritted his teeth and declared that he did not think that this man would be such a psycho. The villain cut off the enemy's head. A grimace of horror froze on Lingling's face. A reflection of the snake devouring a soldier could be seen in her eyes. Frowning, Shentong said that if the teams continued to fight, they would simply die, and that 8 members of the Japanese group had not yet shown up, so they should not rely on their plan 100%. The villain stroked his bat and asked the enemy for permission to kill him so that he could reunite with his wife. The commander-in-chief allowed the captain of the gods to join the battle. The commander smiled and said that it was their turn. On the northern front, the Japanese swung his bat and said goodbye to the enemy. Suddenly, his weapon fell to the ground. A hole gaped in his chest. The snake curled up into a ball. The fighter approached him and said that he was unlucky to encounter him personally. Ikiro frowned and saw that the god team had appeared. Ikutsu grabbed his wound and said that it was not in vain that he had foreseen everything. The soldier asked what he was talking about. Cerberus jumped forward. The wolf opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Awakened, he realized that each of the enemies had a backup plan, so he couldn't relax. The man clenched his fists. He hit the monster on the head. The fighter frowned and realized that this beast was very strong and that things were bad for him. The monster swung its paw, but the soldier managed to jump back. A member of the gods group noticed a silhouette ahead and wondered who it was. Surrounded by monsters, Phoenix noticed that his enemy specialized in hand-to-hand combat and offered to fight him. The villain adjusted his glasses and asked if he was scared. The fighter agreed to fight. Holding a sniper rifle in his hands, the protagonist wondered why no one had come to him yet and assumed that the enemy simply did not know about him. Zhang saw a flash ahead and thought that he was not ready to bear the responsibility for the losses if the mission failed due to his fault. The weapon in his hand was enveloped in a blue aura. The boy picked up Hua. Smiling, the boy asked if she remembered the scent of his allies and asked the cat to lead him to them. Lion crossed her arms and asked if he had changed his mind. The survivor replied that the situation had changed so they should not stand still. The teacher asked why he did not contact them directly. The protagonist smirked and explained that they no longer trusted him, so he wanted them to clear the way. The Eclipse team members ran forward. The girl said that they had encountered an enemy for the first time, whose appearance Takuchi could not predict, and hoped that it was a false alarm. The man frowned and said that these people often surrounded their enemy from several sides, while leaving some forces behind to lure them into a trap. Looking at him, the woman concluded that their direction was the most dangerous. The villain confirmed this. Their comrade smirked and asked them not to worry, saying that luck was on their side today. The villain looked away as the crow reported that 2 Jiangnan elites were approaching from the front. The swordsman saw 2 silhouettes and asked if they were really elite warriors. Xia Xiao and Pingli emerged from the fog. The girl gritted her teeth and asked why the enemies appeared just when they separated from the others. Looking at them, the woman asked if they should run, and her friend asked her to calm down. The fighter pressed her earpiece and reported that they had found 3 more Japanese in the southeast. The martial artist stared at them and decided to test them in battle to see if they were really elite warriors. He dashed forward and drew his sword from its sheath. A bright flame appeared around the soldier thanks to her comrade's enhancement skill. The awakened one raised her leg and used a Brazilian sambo fighting technique. Xiaoxiao easily parried the enemy's strike. She had to jump back to increase the distance. The girl turned around. The villain smirked and said that it was impressive. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The woman looked at the wound on her stomach and asked how it was possible. Pingli lit her hands and used healing. The fighter grabbed the wound and was amazed at the enemy's quick movements. Her friend asked her not to move, as she had a very serious injury. The villain put the sword in its sheath and called them more weaklings. His ally suggested to get rid of them quickly. The swordsman saw several more silhouettes in the smoke and concluded that the real enemy had arrived after all. Xiaoshan and his comrades came out of the smoke. The soldier looked back and said that the members of the gods team had arrived. At that moment, the protagonist and lion approached them. Looking at them, the elite warrior explained that they had wasted too much time, so the headquarters sent them here and asked them to take these useless women away from here. Jiang smiled and decided that there was no point in them staying here since the professionals had arrived. The boy looked at Xiaoxiao and asked if she could walk. The girl pursed her lips and remained silent. Hua jumped off her master's shoulder. The cat immediately increased in size. Pingli helped her friend climb on it. The woman grabbed the beast's fur with her hands and thanked her ally. The boy turned away and said that gratitude was not needed at all. The healer said that they came here to do something good and not to become a laughingstock. Frowning, Lion asked why they did not do anything. Since they could have dealt with these three, the survivor asked if she knew how strong this enemy was. The teacher asked if anyone could surpass him. The protagonist looked down and explained that they were there to control everything, not to bask in the glory. The heroes walked through the snowy wasteland. The girl said that her friend never ceased to amaze her. Jiang asked her not to try to read his mind and just follow orders. The Japanese stood in a row. Their comrade asked if everything was okay with them. The villain answered that everything was okay and asked what happened. The boy looked at Takuchi and said that they had just disappeared from her vision. The fortune teller's eyes widened in horror. The Eclipse member said that their friends were okay. The woman opened her mouth wide and screamed that she could not see anything and that something was bothering her. Shinkoji approached his subordinate and ordered him to find out what happened on the battlefield. The fighter reported that their warriors encountered 2 normal soldiers, after which other awakened ones took them away, and in their place 3 members of the god team appeared. Frowning menacingly, the leader of the group decided that the problem was precisely with them and declared that they must be found and killed. The martial artist said that they should follow those guys with the cat. The man looked at him and asked him to stay here while they did this. The girl grabbed his hand and flew into the air. The member of the god team rushed after them. At that moment, the swordsman blocked his way with a swing of his sword. The villain raised his weapon and asked where they were going when their enemy was right in front of them. The fighter standing behind the captain asked what they should do now and said that the enemies will kill the Jiang team if they do not intervene. Xiaoshan looked down and said that it was not that important because their mission was to kill the enemy, not save the others. Hua looked away. Suddenly, the cat opened its mouth wide and noticed something in the fog. The protagonist looked back and warned his friends that someone was approaching. Moving through the air, the villain shouted that the enemies had not managed to go far. The Japanese summoned lightning in his hand and asked why they were running away since they were sent into battle. Lion put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The guy explained that her abilities were not suitable for fighting them and asked her to leave them for him. The young man walked towards the opponents. The girl put her hand on her belt and asked if he really decided to surrender. The Eclipse member wanted to cut off his head. The man crossed his arms and cast a spell. Rays of bright light went to the survivor. The villain grinned and shouted that he would cut him into pieces like a warm piece of butter. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened and he asked how this was possible. The portal absorbed the enemy's projectiles. The Japanese man opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of ability it was that made his attack disappear. The woman raised her eyebrows and concluded that their enemy was capable of something after all. Standing by the cat, Pingli froze and asked if this was his cosmic ability. Xiaoxiao said that defense alone would not be enough. A blue aura appeared around the Eclipse member. The man summoned bright lightning and decided to see how his opponent would cope with such an attack. He fired several volleys of energy cannon forward. The bright beams approached the protagonist. The cosmic shield completely absorbed them. The villain spread his arms and wondered why his enemy was still standing if his attack was capable of piercing even a tank. The girl pointed her finger forward and said that this man had a cosmic system. Jiang took a step forward. The villain asked who he was, but the enemy had already disappeared. The guy came out of the portal behind him. The young man opened a spatial gate and released beams of energy. The Japanese man covered his face with his hand. The woman used the vanish skill. The beams of energy hit their owner. The wounded Takizawa fell to the ground and soon died. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise and wondered if her comrade was so strong that the enemy could not survive even one attack. The Japanese woman's mouth opened in fear when she saw the body of her fallen friend. She gritted her teeth and promised to kill the villain. The girl evaporated into thin air. Several ice whirlwinds appeared on the battlefield. The survivor opened fire with pistols. The wounded woman fell from the sky. Nanako fell to the ground and died from 2 accurate shots. Watching what was happening through the broadcast, the Jongnon leader asked if his comrade had really killed 2 Japanese warriors in just 30 seconds. Bailey smiled and said that this man knows how to surprise. Suddenly, the command center began to warn and a siren began to sound. Holding a piece of paper, the guard said that the situation on the northern front was extremely serious and that there were problems in the west as well. The commander-in-chief frowned and asked how this could happen and where Shentong was. Yunli replied that he was going to destroy the enemy camp. The head of the military base gritted his teeth and decided that the gods team would suffer huge losses even if they managed to eliminate the enemy. The man picked up the walkie-talkie and asked the protagonist to go north to help the others. Looking back, Zhang asked his friend to bring Xiaoxiao and Pingli home and said that he would go north alone because her strength was not enough for these people. Lion crossed her arms and asked him not to look down on him. The boy asked him to just trust him. Blushing, the teacher asked what kind of intonation this was and was indignant that she could not simply contradict him. The young man walked forward and asked her to come back after she brought the wounded home. The Eclipse member opened his mouth in fear. Shinkoji approached him and asked what happened. The man reported that Takezawa and Nanako were dead. The leader of the group widened his eyes in horror. Takeuchi shouted that it couldn't be. The girl frowned and said that her predictions were always right. The soldier suggested that it was all because of that guy. The man gritted his teeth and asked if someone could influence her prediction. The villain agreed with him and explained that their people died because they went after the enemy, which meant that it was his fault. The woman covered her face with her hand and said that she did not see him in her visions. Hugging her, the villain said that everything was fine and promised to kill that man for her. The fortune teller looked at him and said that if she could not fix the situation, there could be even more victims. The Japanese explained that this was a war and that it was important to remember that they all went into this consciously, so it was not her fault. Stroking her head, Shinkoji asked her not to take on such a burden and said that a battle only becomes more interesting when its outcome is unpredictable. Takeuchi opened her mouth wide and asked her comrade to warn the others that fate was unfavorable today. Shentong picked up the dead Eclipse member by his cloak. The girl's eyes widened in fear and screamed that this could not be. The captain of the god group threw the corpse to the ground. The man realized that she had been killed before she had time to raise the alarm and asked if this was the same commander of the elite troops. Smiling, the soldier was surprised that he knew him and said that they were not such barbarians. The commander-in-chief pointed to the screen and asked the computer to zoom in and set it to maximum. Putting his hand on his belt, the soldier concluded that he needed to kill them to end this farce and asked who was the leader. Raising his hand, Shentong said that it didn't matter anyway and decided to just kill them all. The villain trembled, and the captain of the gods asked if he was scared. The villain smiled widely and shouted that he only had to kill him so that the Jongnon leadership would never bother them again. Shinkoji confidently knitted his brows and said that his opponent would die today. The boy took Takeuchi's hand and led her away. They hid behind the warehouse shelves. The warrior asked the fortune teller to be quiet so as not to be noticed. On the western front, the members of the gods group met Dago. Chunyu frowned and said that it would be a quick victory. She turned into a ghost and used Snowgate. The werewolf spread his arms and asked where the enemy had disappeared to. The tiger raised his head and sensed his approach. A lump of snow fell on him. The monster began to swing his blade to free himself. The girl smirked and asked if he really thought this power would help him. Swinging his naginata, the villain said that she would not be able to kill him anyway. The woman said that it was not necessary. Tei-Ching attacked him from behind. The villain parried his blow and called his technique quite good. The Japanese raised his hands and used a gravity field. The fighter was pressed to the ground. Dago offered to see how she could use her snowflakes in this position. The man trembled and threatened to kill him. The werewolf swung his blade and dashed forward. The soldier dodged his blow. There was a distance between them. Holding his weapon in his hands, the awakened one said that he had no equal in strength and technique. Chunyu landed on her feet and asked her comrade to get rid of the enemy who possessed the gravity skill. The boy soared into the air with the help of his wings. He opened his mouth wide and sent a bright lightning bolt at the enemy. The villain jumped aside. The fighter rained thunder and lightning down on him. The villain raised his bazooka and shouted that it was time to hunt. The winged soldier dodged the shot. The girl turned into a ghost and rose into the sky. She looked back as Tei-Ching asked for her support. The monster struck and asked if his opponent realized that they had destroyed 10 teams like them. The man covered his face with his hands and called out to the lieutenant. The chain shackled the monster's paw. The soldier ran forward and knocked it down. The woman looked at her friend and asked him to hold off the others while she helped their comrade. The awakened one shot lightning at the enemies. Many cuts appeared on Dago's body. The werewolf began to spin his weapon above his head. Chunyu frowned and said that he would not be able to catch her anyway. The girl tried to fly out of the whirlwind. She found herself high in the sky. The tiger jumped after her. He managed to pin the enemy to the ground. The monster looked back and said that now it was her comrade's turn. The monster reflected the stream of lightning and said that he would not lift a finger for the boy. The villain swung his blade. The winged fighter's body was cut in half. The soldier rushed forward and screamed furiously. The villain beckoned him with his paw and offered to see how long he could hold out. Taeching pressed the button on his wrist. A syringe on his thigh activated, injecting him with a vaccine that increased the amount of energy for a short period of time. The man grinned. Dago bared his teeth and asked his comrades not to come closer as he wanted to fight him himself. The opponents rushed towards each other. An explosion was heard on the screen with the broadcast. The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth and realized that the detachment of the gods team was defeated. Body parts of dead fighters lay around the werewolf. Tiger smirked and was upset that everything happened so quickly. His comrade said that the outcome of the battle was predetermined from the very beginning, since Takeuchi never makes mistakes. The leader of Jongnon said that they need to throw everything into buying time for the captain of the gods. The protagonist pressed the earpiece and wondered if he should intervene in the fight between the two leaders. Zhang ran forward and decided to use an ally as bait to find out the true strength of the Japanese commander. Akira was surrounded by monsters. A member of the god team was outraged that the enemy learned their tactics and now used them against them, and asked if they really thought they could win. Phoenix smiled and said that in China they say that a student cannot be worse than his teacher, and a teacher should not be better than his student. The scoundrel confidently knitted his eyebrows and said that he thought of something better. The man rushed forward and asked him to show his strength. The monsters rushed towards him. The soldier frowned and decided that the dog and monkey definitely specialized in close combat, and thanks to the crows, the enemies were communicating with each other. The soldier punched the gorilla. A vortex of energy appeared around its wound. Then a red aura enveloped it. The awakened jumped back and realized that he would not have been able to survive its attack if not for the injection. The member of the gods team looked at his opponent and wondered if he would be able to win. Cerberus fired a beam of red light at him. The man landed on his feet and decided to deal with the pawns since he could not reach their leader. The soldier looked at the monsters and realized that he could not even touch their master. The soldier looked away when the commander reported that the man was using talisman beasts to feed himself energy, so he needed to deal with them first. The monsters approached him. The awakened one was outraged by their number and size and realized that he had to deal with them at all costs. He swung his leg. A member of the gods team hit the gorilla on the head. The man jumped back and concluded that his weak point was elsewhere. Watching the fight, Akira thought that the enemy had watched too much anime if he thought that vulnerable spots were only in the heart or head. Phoenix waved his hand and sent the six-tailed fox to attack. A shining sphere appeared above its head. The fighter parried this attack with his fist. A powerful explosion thundered on the battlefield. The soldier jumped out of the cloud of smoke and grabbed the gorilla with his arms. Thanks to their strength, he managed to split the monster's body in half. A paper figure fell to the ground. The god team member tore it up and expressed his regret that it had to end this way. The villain raised another talisman into the air. Another monkey appeared in its place. The villain stated that he had many more figures like this. The man fired his gun and concluded that he needed to act faster. The bullet flew past, and the Japanese realized that this was the very weapon that could defeat the Delta level, and decided that they really should speed up. Akira sent his beasts to attack and ordered them to kill the enemy. The soldier threw several grenades forward to block their view. The birds swept all the grenades aside. They exploded in the air. A bright flash flashed. The phoenix ran back. The soldier jumped out right in front of him and called him a corpse. The villain smirked and suggested that they see which of them would die. Bright rays pierced his body. A strong explosion was heard. Looking at his dead comrade, the commander-in-chief shouted that this couldn't be happening. The villain lit a cigarette and asked if these were the best fighters in Jongnon. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the region remembered that the deputy captain was at the very top of the ranking table and wondered how he could die so easily. Watching the monsters tear apart his comrade, Yunli said that their only hope was the captain of the gods and that if he won, their sacrifices would not be in vain. The boy looked around. The fighter adjusted his glasses and was surprised that the team of gods lost on several fronts at once. The soldier looked at the commander and decided to talk to him after they destroyed the enemies. Akira approached his wounded comrades and said that this was a real shame. Ikutsu clarified that this was really about them. Phoenix injected Nadai and asked what they would do without this vaccine. The villain said that their enemies were very weak and asked what the problem was. The man turned around and asked him not to forget that there was more to the Jiangnan region than just the gods. The warrior smiled broadly and reminded him that Takeuchi's predictions always come true and that luck was on their side today. Suddenly, someone fired a shot in his direction. The bullet hit a member of the Eclipse team right in the forehead. The Japanese squatted down and realized that they had been ambushed. The next bullet killed Nadai. Holding the gun in his hands, the protagonist noticed that his opponents had already disappeared from sight. Jang summoned 2 portals and used the separation of 2 worlds. Gorilla and Cerberus fell into the portals. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered what kind of monster it was that killed 2 of his fighters at such a speed. The guy smiled and decided that 400 meters would be enough to kill him with 1 shot. Blue energy concentrated around his eye. Akiro ran forward and thought about returning to the camp to discuss the next steps with the others. Yunli looked at the screen in amazement and was surprised that the man from Tianai had achieved such success. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth in shock and said that he would have sent him to the front lines if he had known about it in advance. Sun Cheng said that he just killed one of the Japanese. The leader of Jiangnan looked back and asked her not to pretend that she had not seen what Zhang had just done. The secretary asked why the soldier hid his strength and explained that the situation would have been completely different if he had come to help earlier. The girl looked down and said that this man was not loyal to them. Laughter was heard. The woman looked at Bailey and asked what he was laughing at. The captain of the Black Cloak said that they should not make the same demands on the outsiders as the city residents. Sun Cheng said that their fighters would never hide their true strength. The head of the military base closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The man took the radio in his hand and asked the boy to retreat immediately since his mission was completed. The secretary opened her eyes wide and called out to her boss. Raising his hand, the commander-in-chief thought that the captain of the gods had already reached the Eclipse camp and decided that asking the boy to help would be too reckless, so he had better retreat. A medic ran out of the helicopter. The survivor said that he was fine. Inside the car was a gurney with a wounded man. The protagonist understood why Jiangnan had called so many people from outside. Xia Xiao asked if her ally had already completed his mission. Zhang jumped into the helicopter and confirmed it. Zhongning opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he had managed to kill the Japanese. His comrade said that only members of the god team could do such a thing. The boy approached him and called him not strong enough. The boy asked if his ally was sure that he was fighting the Japanese. The fighter said that he was very wrong. The young man sat down on his chair and suggested that he was just lucky to meet and kill the 4 weakest members of the Eclipse. Jing Yang got up from his bunk and decided that this was some kind of joke. Turning away, the survivor thought that now they just had to wait for the captain of the gods and realized that there should be no problem with this. The center of the battlefield, Shinkoji looked at his opponent and said that he would go meet his leadership after he killed him. Shentong beckoned with his finger. Red flames ignited around the villain. Smoke rose around. The villain asked the enemy to show him his strength. The man spread his arms and used the skill world of oblivion. The Japanese man's eyes widened as if hypnotized. The captain of the gods swung his fist and realized that now his vision was impaired and that he would be easy to defeat. The Eclipse leader stopped his fist with his hand. The fighter smiled and called it very interesting. Keeping his arm straight, the soldier asked what use it was to him. The awakened one frowned menacingly and used a sacred blessing. He struck with renewed vigor. Shentong grabbed the enemy's arm and swung his fist. His hand pierced the enemy's body. The man smiled and asked if his opponent was really that weak. Shinkoji smiled and asked him not to jump to conclusions. Flames burst out around him. The captain of the gods jumped back. The fighter shook the fire off his suit and asked what it was. The villain swayed from side to side with a grin on his face. At that moment, his body fell to the ground. A powerful explosion rang out, and a black silhouette appeared in the epicenter. The revived villain narrowed his eyes slyly and declared that the enemy's abilities would not be enough to defeat him. The soldier licked the blood off his glove and said he would kill him again. A bright glow appeared around him. The Japanese wished him luck. The awakened swung his hand and decided to see if he could survive this time. Shentong pierced his chest again. The eyes of the Eclipse leader lit up. Outside the shelter, Takuchi leaned over a parchment. The paper depicted a phoenix. Shinkoji spread his arms and explained that it was simply impossible to kill him. The man realized that his ability was immortality and rebirth from the ashes, and asked if he should try again. Pink flames appeared around him. The captain of the gods said that his comrades were waiting for news of victory, so he couldn't waste time. The villain's eyes widened in shock. The world around them crumbled into fragments. Each of them had its own location. The villain asked if this was an illusion. Suddenly, his head exploded. The Eclipse member said that if his friend continued like this, she would have to amputate her arm, continuing to pour her blood on the parchment. Takuchi asked him to shut up and said that she was ready to do anything so that her people could take root on this land. The image of the phoenix lit up. Looking at the enemy, the fighter wondered why he did not weaken even a little after being reborn. The soldier rushed forward and suggested that it would be easier if he killed him a couple more times. The awakened ran behind the enemy and offered to test how many times he could die. The Japanese blocked his blow. Shentong ducked and swung his fist. The man pierced the enemy's body again. The head of the Eclipse opened his mouth in horror. The captain of the gods decided to find out what would come of it. A bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun. Shinkoji collapsed to the ground. The next moment he rose from the ashes, the fighter realized that he had to use up all his energy to ensure that he would die. The soldier tied him up with a rope and decided to take him with him. The villain smiled broadly and thanked him for giving him the chance to kill him. His body exploded. The clothes of the awakened man caught fire. His body was engulfed in bright flames. Looking at him, the villain said that he wished he had the power of the phoenix. The Japanese man rushed forward and wished his opponent death. Shentong gritted his teeth and wondered if he would die right here. The Eclipse chief threw him back. The man fell to the floor and thought about how he urgently needed to pass on information to his comrades. Shinkoji approached him and said goodbye. The captain of the gods closed his eyes. The villain extended his hand to him. At that moment, the fighter's body exploded. The shock wave rolled through the entire warehouse. Bailey opened his mouth in surprise and said that their comrade had decided to commit suicide. The commander-in-chief gritted his teeth and was indignant that he had sent his best fighters there in vain. The leader of Jiangnan clenched his fist and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Yunli frowned and declared that he would carry out the order. Jumping up from his chair, the head of the military base ordered his subordinates to prepare a bomb to destroy this city and wished the enemies to die under its ruins. Standing at the computer, Xincheng reported that the bomb was ready. Rising to his feet, the villain laughed and declared himself the winner. The Japanese sternly knitted his brows and called the captains of the region real monsters. Takuchi covered her mouth with her hand. The boy tried to support her. Blood was coming out of her mouth. A member of Eclipse realized that she had overdone it with her help. The guy helped his friend to her feet. The girl said that they should quickly get out of here because a great danger was approaching. A car drove up to Shinkoji. The boy looked out the window and said that according to the fortune teller, something terrible was about to happen. The villain concluded that they were going to use weapons of mass destruction to kill them, so they needed to leave. The woman was sitting in the back seat. The villain realized that she needed to be treated quickly since she was the key figure of their squad. Suddenly, the Japanese man's mouth opened in surprise. Helicopters were flying in the sky. The leader of the Eclipse thought that they would definitely meet in the future. Akiro frowned and asked what they were going to do next. Shinkoji lowered his head and said that they all needed rest. Smiling, the villain said that they had won and explained that next time they would prepare a bigger surprise. Sitting behind him, Phoenix reminded them that they had no reinforcements. The villain asked if now that the enemy had seen what they were capable of, there were no others willing to join them. The car drove off into the distance. Loud laughter was heard. The helicopter flew past the SUV. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought that if the leader of the gods had won, they would not have been forced to retreat so quickly and wondered if Shentong had died. Zhang frowned and realized that in that case, it would be very difficult to assess the strength of the Japanese since they were able to deal with the best warriors of the Jiangnan region. The guy imagined the leader of the region overturning the table and decided that it was scary to even imagine how angry he was now. Lion turned and asked what happened. The young man replied that everything was fine and that they would soon return home. A powerful explosion was heard in the city of Jiangning. Jiangning looked down and was surprised that their enemies were so strong that the headquarters decided to use a bomb. His friend told him that in their homeland they were considered the most ferocious group in history. The boy looked at the explosion and said that the enemy would not be able to survive it, no matter how strong they were. The teacher raised her eyebrows and asked why her comrade looked so worried. The boy replied that he had a bad feeling, as if they would not be able to get rid of the enemy so easily. The survivor frowned sternly and suggested that the villains were able to predict the future and wondered if they could have predicted the bomb being dropped. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that someone had dropped a bomb. The man raised his hand and said that they needed to investigate immediately. The commander clasped his hands and decided that the Jiangnan had resorted to this to deal with the eclipse. The commander-in-chief frowned and wondered why he had to do this. Someone had reported that they had spotted the Japanese and that the enemy had fled 10 minutes ago. Jumping up from his chair, the Jiangnan leader shouted that this could not be true and asked how they could have predicted the explosion. Xincheng pointed to the screen and said that it was a satellite image. Returning to his chair, the head of the military base suggested that they really did have a person who could predict the future and asked how they should fight them. The man's eyes widened as he remembered that Zhang had not only killed 4 members of the Eclipse group, but had also scared their deputy leader and called him their last hope. The soldiers surrounded him, and the commander-in-chief declared that the information about today's battle should not be leaked outside their region and promised to personally talk to the family of the deceased captain. The butler approached his boss and said that they had conveyed everything exactly as he said. Deng looked out the window. The man standing behind him said that many people had died there and asked why his master had agreed to cooperate with them. The captain narrowed his eyes and said that they might suffer the same fate as the Jiangnan region, so it would be better to help them stabilize the situation. The servant raised his eyebrows and apologized for his words. Dan frowned sternly and explained that no one should know who was helping the Japanese, otherwise their plan would not work. Looking out the window, the protagonist realized that, judging by the declared martial law, the God team's operation had failed. The helicopters landed at the airport. The heroes went outside. The soldiers greeted them. The warrior smiled and thanked his comrade for his outstanding contribution to this battle, as he managed to single-handedly kill 4 members of the Japanese group and defend the honor of their region. The fighter stepped forward with a tray in his hands. The man handed his ally a card with which he could make purchases in Jiangnan and explained that the total amount of points he had earned was 420 million. Jiang hugged her and asked what could be bought with this card. The soldier replied that, given his merits, he would be able to buy most of the resources and go even to places where ordinary people could not. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what else the warrior could tell. The fighter replied that they had received orders to report all his movements to the higher authorities. Grinning, the young man realized that now the regional leadership would try to shut the mouths of all witnesses of their shame, and remembered that he could move using space. The guard waved his hand and asked him to follow him. The heroes approached the car. The car drove into the private sector. The guys went outside. The man said that they would live here for some time and wished them a pleasant stay. The survivor looked at the cottage and concluded that the scale of the problem had become even greater. The heroes sat down on the sofa. Lion asked if they had really been placed under house arrest and was indignant that they were treating the heroes of this battle like that. Looking up, the protagonist decided that this was expected and explained that the outcome of the battle had shocked the headquarters so much that they were forced to do this. Covering his face with his hand, Jiang said that he needed to find a way to refuse if he was offered to become a captain and asked if they should inform their friends in case the Japanese went to Tianai. The guy took the phone. He put it to his ear and decided to contact the shelter. Xingxin asked how they were doing and said that the bomb explosion had temporarily disabled all their equipment. Smiling, the young man replied that they were fine and decided to share some confidential information with her. Frowning, the survivor explained that the mission had failed and asked his friends not to leave the shelter, to tell him about any incidents and to contact other bases so that no one would go outside. Standing in the command center, the girl said that she understood everything and reported that she found something about those Japanese. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked how she managed to do it. The programmer called herself a real genius compared to local specialists. Blushing with embarrassment, the hacker asked if her friend had called only her and, hearing an affirmative answer, promised never to let him down. The girl walked away from the panel and said that she would never become a burden and would be able to protect herself. Jiang said that he never considered her a burden because she always helped him even in the most difficult moments. When they said goodbye, Xingxin directed him to the exit and decided to become even better. The girl put her hand to her chest and suggested that Zhu begin the experiment. The doctor put her hand in her pocket and warned that this experiment was extremely dangerous and that few could withstand such torment. Folding her hands behind her back, the programmer said that she wanted to become stronger to help Jiang and suggested that they start as soon as possible. The surgeon closed her eyes and agreed. The hacker was chained to the bed. The woman explained that she tied her up so that she would not hurt herself and was afraid that she would not be able to withstand such suffering. The girl closed her eyes and asked her friend not to dissuade her. Zhu placed her head in a special box. The doctor pressed a button to begin the experiment. Water flowed through a pipe into the box. Soon, Xingxin's head was completely submerged. The surgeon was scared when the heart monitor showed that her pulse had stopped. The woman looked at her watch and realized that 2 minutes would be enough. Then she put her hands on her friend's chest and used healing. The water left, and the girl began to cough. The programmer frowned in disappointment and asked if the experiment had failed. Zhu explained that some of her cells had mutated due to the gamma rays. The doctor put her hands to her chest and suggested that the ice soul was complicating things. Turning her head, the hacker said that she knew this awakening method might not be perfect and explained that when a person is on the verge of death, the desire to survive fills their heart, and the strength they gain is equal to that desire. Looking at her friend, the girl added that the ice soul can only awaken auxiliary skills, and to become strong enough, she needs to risk everything. The surgeon raised her hand and said that her friend was very helpful even without her abilities. Xingxin said that was completely different. The girl frowned and thought about how she did not want to remain small and defenseless, and that she wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with her comrades. The woman decided to untie her, but the programmer asked her to continue the test. Winking, the hacker explained that she would not die for real and suggested that they submerge her underwater for a longer period of time. Zhu widened her eyes and thought that this sounded scary. Frowning, the doctor realized that she was scared by the mere thought of a person being between life and death and hoped that the experiment would be successful and her suffering would not be in vain. The Eclipse team stood on board the ship. Shinkoji promised to take revenge on his enemies. Adjusting his hat, the villain said that this battle had exceeded all his expectations, because they had won even though Takuchi's prediction was wrong, and decided that they needed to do something bigger to get Jiangnan to agree to negotiate. The girl looked down in disappointment and expressed regret that her comrades had died because of her and that her predictions had been wrong. The villain put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was not her fault, as they simply did not expect the captain of the gods team to appear. The Japanese frowned and noted that the death of their guys was strange. Akira adjusted his glasses and said that he met one very dangerous person among the enemies, who was on a completely different level. The leader of the Eclipse asked if he was more dangerous than the captain of the gods. Phoenix remembered how the protagonist summoned portals and said that he had strong abilities of the space system, and his bullets were stronger than regular bullets. The martial artist frowned and realized who they were talking about, as this person was among those they were chasing back then. The boy raised his eyebrows and realized that 4 of the 5 dead comrades were killed by the same person. Shinkoji scratched his beard and assumed that he was the one who ruined the fortune teller's prophecy. Takeuchi looked down and said that if this guy participated in the next operation, they would lose unless they found a way to kill him. The villain smiled and promised to find out more about him and kill him. The ship sailed on the sea. A few days later, there were dead Japanese lying on the floor. Jang concluded that he would become much stronger if he absorbed their power, since they were Delta level. The guy squatted down and used the absorption skill. The young man looked at his hands and wondered why his skills had not improved. Lion entered the room. The survivor asked her to try to absorb their power. The teacher put her hand on the energy field. Hua closed her eyes and sighed. The protagonist looked at his friend and mentally wondered if she had managed to reach Delta level. Jang put the phone to his ear and decided to call Bailey to find out the management's further plan, but the voice said that the number he dialed was not answering. Looking at the screen, the boy decided that they were still discussing the battle and remembered that he had a chance to study the information about the Eclipse group. A photo of Takeuchi appeared on the screen. The boy read that her gift was passed down from generation to generation and wondered if their abilities were directly related to the memories of their ancestors. The survivor's eyes widened in surprise and realized that she might have the power of prediction. He frowned and realized that the most dangerous person in their group was not the leader, but her. The protagonist paced back and forth, wondering why the girl allowed her comrades to be killed. Continuing to pace the room, Jang decided that they were simply focused on the gods team and ignored him. The boy sat down at the table and thought that they could win if they found a way to bypass her ability. A new message came to his phone. The boy picked it up and read that Sun Cheng asked him to come to headquarters tomorrow morning. The survivor scratched his chin and assumed that they had already found a solution. The next day, Bailey walked up to his friend and greeted him. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and hoped that he was in a good mood and that he would not scold him for hiding his strength. The secretary walked up to them. Jang thought that something about her made him nervous. The girl pointed to the side and asked them to go upstairs. The heroes went up the stairs. They entered the office. The commander-in-chief was sitting at his desk. He looked up and asked the guests to sit down. The guys took their seats. The leader of Jiangnan said that his ally actually managed to hit him, and was surprised that there could be such a strong awakened among them. The head of the military base pointed at him and said that he did a great job of hiding everything. The man looked down and added that even their investigation team did not suspect anything. The guy explained that having several trump cards during the apocalypse is a vital necessity. The youth smiled and reminded him that he was still far from the elite of the Jiangnan region. The commander-in-chief sighed heavily and explained that the role of the awakened soldiers was becoming less and less because even a strong private could not change the course of the battle. The leader of Jiangnan looked at his ally and said that this mission taught them an important lesson, that strength and intelligence were the keys to victory. Placing his hands on the table, the head of the military base said that next time they would send their best personnel to fight and hoped that his comrade would be able to lead the team. Bailey looked at his friend in surprise. The survivor smiled, but remained silent. The protagonist frowned slyly, surprised that the commander made this decision so quickly, and said that he was not ready to take on such responsibility, so it would be better to find someone more suitable for this position. The man leaned towards him and said that Takeuchi from the Eclipse group had the ability to divination. He stood up from the table and explained that she had predicted all their moves and even the dropping of the bomb. The commander-in-chief frowned and added that this girl knew about his thoughts several minutes before they appeared in his head. The captain of the Black Cloaks turned to him and asked how, in that case, his comrade managed to kill those 4 Japanese. Jang lowered his head. The leader of Jiangnan called it incredible that the fortune teller's abilities did not work on him. Approaching him, the head of the military base asked him to be honest and asked how he did it. Looking up, the guy replied that he did not know why it happened, and thought to himself that this woman probably had something that helped her with predictions, and that she did not see him because of his reincarnation. The man sternly knitted his eyebrows and decided that his ally would not tell anything if it did not benefit him. Pointing at him, the commander-in-chief said that he planned to unite the remnants of the God team and the Black Cloak team to create the Heaven team, and promised his comrade all the resources and rights if he agreed to become the captain. The young man covered his mouth with his hand and wondered if he really thought he would not agree without gifts. Bailey was upset that he had only been the captain for a month and he had already been fired. The survivor crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was not interested in the captain's position and asked if otherwise he would not have an unlimited supply of supplies. The Jiangnan leader confirmed that he could choose any weapon he wanted. The soldier leaned towards him and reminded him that this man had a space system. The head of the military base realized that he had almost lost all of their resources. The man brought his fist to his mouth and asked his comrade to make a list of what he needed. The protagonist raised his hand and said that for starters, he needed a batch of high-end equipment and several sets of their military uniforms. The commander-in-chief crossed his arms and asked if he was going to give it to his friends. Jiang confirmed it and said that he was ready to exchange it for his points. The Jiangnan leader smirked and thought that he would agree to anything if they helped him kill the Japanese and gave his permission to do so. The guy waved his hand and explained that he only agreed to participate in the operation, not to become the captain of the investigation team. The head of the military base asked him not to rush into such matters. The boy raised his hand and asked if he could leave. The man confirmed it and said that he had a meeting with a special person today. The boys gaped in surprise. The survivor asked how special this person was. The commander-in-chief explained that they were trying to contact another investigation team to join them. The protagonist put his hand on the table and asked if there was another team. Bailey asked who they were. The Jiangnan leader clasped his hands and replied that it was the Samsara team. Bailey happily raised his eyebrows and said that with them, their chances of winning would be greatly increased. The commander-in-chief smiled and said that they were on another mission and just didn't make it back in time. Now they were done and were rushing to help them. When the time came, their teams would join forces and they would get rid of the eclipse. Jiang scratched himself and said that he was looking forward to it, and thought to himself that although he did not know who they were, judging by Bailey's reaction, they were quite strong, but he was most interested in resources. He stood up and walked towards the exit. Bailey also stood up from his seat, but the commander-in-chief addressed him. The guy froze and asked what was wrong. The man frowned and told him to take the chance and learn all of Jiang's abilities. He did not want what happened to happen again. The commander stood at attention and said that it would be done. After a while, Bailey exhaled loudly and congratulated himself mentally that he managed to survive this meeting. A hero came out from around the corner and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy approached him and lied that the commander encouraged him and told him to work harder. They walked along the corridor and Bailey suggested going to the warehouse. He would give him a uniform. He frowned and said that it was worth a lot. Was he sure he wanted to spend points on it? Jiang walked forward and said that he didn't need anything else. Besides, since he agreed to help, couldn't he take the weapons and resources he wanted? It was unlikely that the commander would skimp on weapons. Bailey smiled and said that he underestimated the Jiangnan region. The most valuable things were well hidden from prying eyes. Jiang looked back and asked him to speak frankly. He hated riddles. The commander said that weapons and equipment increased his basic combat ability, but drugs could increase their limit. The brunette frowned and asked if he meant those drugs that had huge side effects like the ones Captain Bayan used. The guy replied that he was one of the first to try them on himself. After regular use, the benefits became much more visible. Bailey exposed his biceps and told him to evaluate it, adding that there was nothing wrong with his body. He hugged the hero and said that he suggested that he consider taking a dose of compound number 5. It would greatly increase his strength in a short time. But there would be side effects. Because the drug was really highly effective, Jiang asked if he really carried it with him all the time. He nodded and said that he was taking it to save his life. This thing was very expensive. Not everyone could afford it. The brunette frowned and asked why he didn't use it in Tianhai, and he replied that he was sorry that Captain Bayan decided to sacrifice himself. With the help of the drug, he would have lasted a little longer. Jiang looked down and wondered mentally, maybe he should take one just in case. The guys were going down the stairs. The brunette asked how strong this squad was, if you compare them, for example, with them or the team of gods. Bailey grinned and said that he would definitely introduce them when they returned. He was sure that he would be surprised to find out who their captain was. The hero threw up his hands and said that then he was waiting with impatience. He himself thought that it was unlikely that anything could surprise him. Armory. Name Jiang. Points 420 million. No exchange limits. Jiang approached the administrator and said that he needed a suit like SLDS2. He replied that one set costs 50 million points. The quantity is unlimited. Did he agree to the exchange? The hero frowned thoughtfully. He looked at the guy and asked if he had enough points to buy compound number 5. He replied that it requires access level and 100 million points. He asked him if he agreed to the exchange. Jiang nodded and said that he needed one bottle, and he himself thought that he needed to return to the shelter and let the girls analyze the composition to understand if they could reproduce it. The administrator began to enter something into the computer. The hero asked what other compounds give. He raised his head and said that compound number 1 increases the chance of awakening by 20%. Compound number 2 helps to advance in strength, but its effectiveness is limited by the qualification of the person, and the effect is unpredictable. Compound number 4 is a stimulant that increases the strength of the ability by 20% for 12 hours. It has significant side effects and can be accompanied by symptoms such as dizziness and dehydration. Zhang folded his arms and asked what about compound number 3. He replied that it was not included in the list of items for exchange. The hero noted that this was all strange and also expensive. Bailey approached him and said that if he became a member of the investigation team, he would gain access to things that few people can exchange. Zhang approached him and whispered if he could buy it, and he would give him points. He was indignant that this would not work. The exchange of such items is always registered, so it would not be possible to cheat. The hero spread his hands and said that he would take the rest then. He thought that he would not rush with the suits. It would be better to take the compounds and study them in the lab. The man handed him the ampoules and said that the total was 390 million points. Zhang absorbed them with his hand and said that that was all. Today he would return to his city. Bailey reminded him that the members of Samsara were returning today. He thought that it would be better for him to meet them. The hero put his hand on his shoulder and said that he did not need to grovel before them, so there was no hurry to meet them. The guy noted that even if so, he would still like to introduce them, because their captain was his good friend. The brunette smiled and said that it was possible to meet his friend. They went out to the square where people had gathered. They shouted that they were their pride, not a team of gods. Chang'an was their hero, and not only children from rich families could achieve success, children from ordinary families were no worse. Zhang opened his mouth in shock. His partner asked how he liked the spectacle. The hero looked at the crowd and asked if they didn't have to go to work. Bailey replied that all these girls either had parents in high positions, or those who were willing to face the consequences to meet the stars. The commander looked ahead and said that it was quite risky. If they did not get enough points due to absenteeism, they would have to fight to sleep on the street. Zhang looked ahead in shock and said that the captain of Samsara was a star until the end of the world. He played professionally in the NBA, the same Chang'an who became a champion 3 times. Bailey confirmed that he was a talented guy. The hero looked ahead enviously and asked if he had any flaws at all. He was a star and remained one. People lined up to greet the team and shouted Chang'an's name. The redhead walked towards them. Chang'an got out of the car and smiled. The man shook the hero's hand and said that he had done a great job. The commander was very pleased with them. The latter replied that he was glad that their success had not gone unnoticed. Chang'an waved his hand and called his friend over. The latter looked at Zhang and told him to come with him. He would introduce them. The girls looked at them and wondered who was that man next to Captain Bailey. The latter hugged his friend and congratulated him on his return, asking if everything had gone well. The former replied that the creatures they had encountered were strong but extremely stupid. It only took them so long because there were quite a lot of them. The green-haired man pointed at Zhang and introduced him, saying that his story was quite long. He was from Chanhai City. The man shook his hand and introduced himself as the captain of Samsara. The latter replied that he had heard of him. The hero looked at the people standing nearby and thought that they were probably his deputies. Chang'an raised his hand and thanked everyone. He said that they returned only thanks to their prayers. The people in response shouted at him to kill all the invaders, to rid them of the Japanese. Zhang frowned and thought how smug they were, thinking themselves immortal. You can't look down on an enemy they know nothing about. Chang'an smiled and said that he would go to the staff to report on the mission, and then offered him a drink. He had been gone for a long time and wanted to know what was going on here. Bailey scratched the back of his head and said that the commander would be glad to see him. He replied that he did not want to make a fuss. He had heard about the Eclipse group, so unnecessary honors would be inappropriate. The guy smiled and said that then they would meet later. Then everyone got into the car. Chang'an looked at Bailey and asked what was going on with the Japanese. Zhang thought that it looked like they were really close. The captain held the wheel and said that everything was bad. Almost all of the God team members were killed, only 3 returned. Chang'an frowned and asked if Captain Dan had really lost. Bailey pointed to the back seat and said that the commander would most likely tell him everything himself. He wanted to add that the guy who killed 4 Japanese was sitting over there. The blue-haired man looked at Zhang with delight and said that this was incredible. China was a country of many talents, and in small towns there were no fewer of these uncut diamonds than in megacities. Chang'an returned to his seat and thought that it looked like in order to join forces with the Eclipse group and overthrow the commander, he would first have to get rid of this guy. Bailey looked at his friend and said that they finished pretty quickly. Only an hour and a half wasted. The commander was brief. The guys entered the club. The waiter greeted Captain Chang'an and asked if he could congratulate him on another mission he had completed. The administrator bowed to the captain, thanked him for his hard work, and said that drinks were on the house today. The blue-haired man sat down on the sofa and asked why they hadn't treated him like this before. Bailey replied that they had high hopes for him now. Changkun exhaled and said that after the fall of the god team, everyone was panicking, so they found a hero in him, which they needed now. The guy looked at the glass sadly. The captain looked at Jang and said that the commander had told him about him, which surprised him. He never thought that such a strong person could be found outside the region. He held out the glass and said that he was far from him. Both guys drank. Bailey looked at his friend with interest and asked what else the commander had told him. Were there any interesting details? He replied that they hadn't discussed anything except uniting the remnants of the god team with his guys. Changkun pointed at the hero and said that the commander said that he hoped that he would lead this team. He replied that he did not need it. After all, he was an ordinary manager. He did not have any leadership qualities. He did not want to be a laughing stock. Jang stretched out his hand and said that since he had returned, the team leader had been found, why shouldn't he take this position? Changkun looked down in embarrassment and said that this was impossible. He was afraid that he would not even be offered such a position. Jang frowned and said that he had a question. Could he learn more about their group's mission? Changkun smiled and said that it all depended on what exactly he was interested in. Their mission was full of secrets. The hero put his glass on the table and said that there were 6 investigation teams in the region, but they did not come here when they learned about the Japanese group. Is their mission really more important than the Japanese invaders? Changkun raised his finger and said that all he could say was that all missions were different. They differed in difficulty, the number of enemies, and of course the team members. There were often riots in the area, and they had to suppress them. He pointed to himself and said that the mission they were on was to exterminate beasts, special mutants. All 5 cities near Lake Baiting were literally teeming with them, but thanks to the help of the headquarters, they finished early. Jang looked at him and said that fortunately he had not encountered this and asked what was wrong with the other groups. He replied that they were on secret missions. The guys clinked glasses and made a toast to their acquaintance. Bailey joined their toast. The commander-in-chief spoke on the phone with Jang. He said that he wanted to go home. The commander replied that he needed to hurry, because now that Samsara had returned, they were starting to prepare a plan for an operation that would take place in the near future. He ended the call and turned to Mr. Deng. Could they start for an hour? Maybe he had some questions. He looked at him and asked if the captain had already been appointed. The man replied that Jang was an excellent candidate, but he refused. He clasped his hands and said that his abilities would be extremely useful during the operation, but the captain would have to be replaced anyway. If we talk about the skills of a commander, then Bailey is the most suitable option. Deng extended a finger and said that his strength was not enough to convince the others, and handing over power to Captain Changkun was too dangerous. Jang was the ideal option. Could it be that his offer was too modest, so it did not impress him, so he refused? The commander-in-chief threw up his hands and said that he promised him access equivalent to the captain of the investigation team, and also opened an exchange in the weapons warehouse. This is more than enough. If it were not for urgent need, he would not have received such an opportunity. Deng smirked and said that the military is completely incapable of doing business. Business is mutual benefit. If they want Jang to agree to their terms, they will have to fulfill his demands. He laughed and asked if they couldn't do it, why don't they leave it to him? The man frowned and thought, since when did he become so kind? Mr. Deng frowned and said that if he could persuade him, they should promise him something. The commander-in-chief frowned and thought that he knew that all this was for a reason. He asked what exactly, and he replied that after the mission was successfully completed, he would have to work to raise Jang's reputation level. The military man looked at him and asked if he was worried about Captain Changkun's authority affecting his family. The man smiled and asked if he wasn't afraid that his subordinates would become too influential. Deng stood up and said that he would go talk to Jang. The commander-in-chief watched him go and asked how his family was. He replied that this incident was not a big blow to them, so he did not need to worry. After a while, Shelter, Chunlei ran out to meet Jang and exclaimed why he was gone for so long. They were so worried. He threw himself at his feet. The hero said that he was still the same child. Nothing happened to her. Why was he so worried? He pointed to the window and said that they were fine, but the flue from the explosion was very terrible. Jang looked at him and said not to worry. He asked where the others were and what they were doing. He answered that Uncle Yu was most likely boxing again, and the rest were in the infirmary. But he did not know what they were doing. The hero went ahead and said that she would visit them. He went to the door and wondered what Ju was doing, since he could hear the sounds of water. Was she really swimming? The guy imagined what it might look like. He went through the door and asked if there was anyone alive there. Suddenly his eyes widened. Xingxin was lying tied up in front of him. Ju was treating the girl and said that experiment number 37 had finally been a success. Xingxin stood up and greeted Jang. Suddenly, an angel appeared from her. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that he had returned. Their experiment had succeeded and now she too had abilities. She switched off and the angel began to dissipate. The heroes came closer and asked what was going on. Ju replied that Xingxin had decided to reach a dying state to awaken her abilities. The protagonist nodded approvingly and said that they had tried well. The girl untied the redhead and said that she was fine. Her ability to heal people had come in handy. She just needed to cure her in time. She herself had decided to take such a risk. The hero put his hand on Xingxin's cheek and said that she was crazy. He looked at the girl and said that he would like to discuss something with her. Workshop. Liu turned around and asked why he had returned, if everything was okay. Zhang replied that nothing serious had happened. The engineer put her hand on her chest and said that she was very happy, and asked how things were in the region. Was the Japanese finished? The guy held out his hand with the drugs and said that they would talk about it later. First he wanted her to analyze it all. He looked at her and said that if it was possible to reproduce something similar, it would be great. If not, then no big deal. Zhu took 2 ampoules and asked what kind of drugs they were. The hero frowned and said that he spent a lot of points on them. They say that they are able to enhance abilities and increase the likelihood of awakening. The blue-haired girl opened her mouth and said that this was incredible. Liu confirmed that as expected from the Jiangnan region, their capabilities are amazing. The girl smiled and said that she would return to the infirmary and take a couple of samples. He replied that there was no need to rush. First they needed to have a snack and he would tell them what happened there. After a while, the canteen. Xingxin hugged the brunette and said that now she can help him. He grabbed her by the nose and said that she was already his main assistant. She blushed and Zhang asked what her power was. The girl approached and asked if he wanted to test it. Zhang recoiled and asked what he meant by try. Was her ability really offensive? Xingxin smiled and said that she would not use her power on him. The heroes were completely confused and asked what exactly it was. The redhead smiled and said that her ability was called the Angel of Desire. It allows her to control people's minds, can make a person feel desire, love, hate, and completely take over their emotions. Xingxin smiled and said that it was a wonderful ability to control people's hearts. Zhang was very tense and thought that this suited her temperament very well. He should now be on guard. What if she attacked him and made him fall in love with her? He reached for the fish. Then he handed it to the girl. Xingxin looked at him and asked how the mission went. Everyone at the table listened attentively as he said that the operation was a failure. The captain of the gods died. Among the Japanese there is someone who can predict the future. Chunlei smiled and said that the Jiangnan region gathered all their forces and still lost. Lion replied that if it were not for Zhang, the battle would most likely have ended in complete defeat. Uncle Yu grabbed his head and asked if the Japanese were really that strong. Xingxin replied that there was definitely some kind of conspiracy. Zhang looked at her and asked what she meant. The girl wiped her mouth with a napkin and said that she remembered Captain Bayan. He was so strong, but did not live long. Did he really think that the captain was so easy to kill? The hero shook his head and said that he definitely could not deal with him. Suddenly, a realization pierced him. He asked if she really wanted to say that without knowing the abilities of each of them, it would be impossible to kill. Xingxin smiled and asked if he agreed that in the worst case, the members of the god team should have simply escaped, but they were killed. The hero asked if it was possible that if one of the Japanese can see the future, then it would be easy for them to know their abilities. Red raised her hand and said that if someone really had such power, then that person must be at least at the Upsilon level. If they were so strong, why haven't they attacked yet? Zhang looked at her in shock and asked if she really wanted to say that there was a traitor in the Jiangnan region. Zhu exclaimed that it was impossible. What benefit would they gain from cooperating with the Japanese? Chunlei frowned and said that it was just stupid. Uncle added that most of the people in the region were soldiers, and a soldier would never betray his homeland. Xingxin put her finger to her mouth and said that it sounded outrageous, but no matter how you look at it, without a traitor, the Japanese would not have coped so easily. If you look at it from another angle, it might seem that someone benefits from the Japanese victory. After all, they know that the region is totalitarian. Zhang frowned and wondered if the Deng family's reputation had jeopardized the commander-in-chief and he had teamed up with the Japanese to get rid of the captain of the gods. Xingxin looked at the hero and said that the commander wanted him to lead the mission. Had he ever wondered why? He replied that he thought it was because he could handle the Japanese. The girl nodded and said that whoever was behind this had already managed to harm the Deng family and now needed help in driving the enemy out of their country. She thought that they were hoping that someone local could handle it. Then that person would become the commander-in-chief's unofficial successor. Zhang grabbed his chin and asked if that was why they decided to send an outsider. He had no roots in their region, so even if he completed the mission, he would not pose a threat to the higher-ups. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that it would be difficult to figure this out. The girl said that he shouldn't worry. In her opinion, he is safe now. If he becomes a captain, the region will definitely be at peace. He looked at her and said that he hopes that she is right. If the situation worsens, he will save his life anyway. Xingxin looked at him slyly and said that if he is worried, he can take her with him. She can be useful to him. The guy tapped her on the forehead and said that he cannot guarantee that he can be there all the time and protect her. Is she not afraid at all? Yes, she replied that she is not afraid. Fighting alongside comrades is good. Uncle Yu frowned and said that there is no one more reliable than his people and that he wants to go with them. Jiang extended his hand and said that this is no joke, the headquarters is very serious about selecting fighters for this mission. He promises to think about it. He took a plate of rice and suggested that they return to food. After a while, midnight, someone knocked on Xingxin's door and she told them to come in. She smiled when she saw the hero and said she knew he would come. He frowned and said it was her choice, as long as she didn't regret it later. The recoil was low so it would suit her perfectly. Jiang handed her the pistols and said one was loaded with special bullets and the other with regular ones. Xingxin smiled and said she liked them. The hero sat down next to her and said it looked like she had been training while waiting for him. The redhead smiled and said she had been preparing for this day for a long time. Jiang patted her head and said that when they got there, he would pick out a suitable uniform and assign Huahua to her. He looked into her eyes and said that on the battlefield, he would try to stay close to her, but if a serious opponent came to them, she would have to hide. She replied that he was very kind to her. Jiang hugged her and told her not to worry, he would return her safely. After some time, the next day, Xingxin and the other leaders were sitting in the hero's living room and wondering why he called them so early. Did it have something to do with the Japanese group? Jiang said that Linhai was lost, Jiangning was close to destruction, so he was afraid that Tianhai would be their next target. He frowned and said that they shouldn't worry too much, he would ask them to stay in their bases for a while. Jiang raised a finger and said that if the enemy decided to attack them, it was likely that they would attack from the sea, so they should keep an eye on the coastline. The red-haired man replied that he would order the patrols to be on guard. The hero crossed his arms and said that he would return there soon, so they should be more careful. He looked out the window and thought that he hoped that Xingxin's assumptions were wrong. Districty the crowd stood along the road and shouted Changkun's name. His deputy waved her hand and asked them to stand in line. The girl carried the bag that was given to her and said that it would be great if he became the commander-in-chief in the future. The guy smiled and said that he had a kind heart and sympathized with the common people. With him their life would not be so hard. Human looked at the captain with a smile and thought that it was no wonder that he managed to escape from here in only a month. Changkun scratched the back of his head and asked them not to say that. He did nothing wrong. The commander made their city a wonderful place. Thanks to him they all have a stable life. The woman looked at him and asked if this was stability. There used to be 15 million people living in the city, and after the end of the world, only 2 million were allowed to stay here. She looked down and said that later, due to various problems, many were mercilessly expelled, including her parents who were 70 years old. Changkun threw his hands into the sky and shouted to believe him, that everything would be fine soon. The people smiled and shouted that they believed him. The captain waved goodbye and shouted to them to take care of themselves. He turned around and told his deputies to take a coffee break. After a while, District Ayushin looked at the captain and said that he thought that they still needed to rest. They were given a new mission. The region without them is like having no hands. Changkun brought the map cup and said that they were just lucky. The other investigation teams still have not returned. Human smiled and said that it is not for nothing that they say that the one who gets up earlier gets more. He replied that sometimes luck really does matter. The girl looked down and said that she did not think that Captain Bayan would die in the battle with the awakened level Upsilon, such a loss for his team. Changkun looked at his other deputy when he said that since they had successfully completed the mission, they should take the lead. The brunette leaned over and said that his prestige was about to skyrocket. That was great. He asked if he really thought it was that simple. He didn't think the others would give in to them so easily. Yushin threw up his hands and said that they were not here now. There was no one else to call. They were the best option. The guy frowned and said that by the time they returned, he would already be at the head of the region. Changkun smiled and said that everything was not as clear-cut as he thought. He was a commoner with no past or connections. Even with all his achievements, getting such a promotion would not be easy. Human put her hand on her fist and said that the world was not what it used to be. Now strength was the deciding factor, and you still need to look for someone stronger than him. This was his chance. Yushin put the cookie to his mouth and said that once they got rid of the Japanese, his reputation would be unrivaled in the entire region and then he would be able to enter the ruling elite without hindrance. He swallowed the cookie and said that ordinary guys like them would be able to set foot on the land of region. Changkun smiled and said that he must succeed in this mission. Qianlong Island. The ship sailed along the snowy lands. The pirate leader looked down and asked, is he the leader of the eclipse? Is he the one who caused such a commotion right under the nose of the Jiangnan region? The man stood in front of him and said that it was true. His name was Shinkoji. He was the leader of the eclipse group. Fengxian frowned and laughed. He exclaimed, what a brave guy, to come here alone. That means he is not afraid of death. Suddenly his face darkened. He returned to his chair and asked how he found them, and he better tell the truth or this place will become his grave. Shinkoji smiled and said that he had an ability that allows him to find anything he needs. The pirate frowned and said that this world is becoming more and more insane with the appearance of people with abilities. He asked what is the purpose of his visit. The leader of the group spread his hands and said that he was here to give him a small gift. He is sure that both he and his subordinates will like it. All the pirates laughed. One of them asked who he thinks he is. Shinkoji frowned and said that in the new world, the real value is in weapons, energy, food, and people. Balian adjusted his glasses and asked if he knew how much of their own goods they had. Shinkoji spread his hands and asked that I myself would suggest that they divide the territory. The deputy clenched his fists and asked if he had gone crazy. The leader of the group said that they had raided the Jiangnan region twice and had emerged victorious both times. Compared to them, the region was helpless trash. The pirate leader looked at him and asked if this was all he could offer. He asked if this was not enough. The captain of the 1st Division, Lute, asked if they were really that weak. Why was he asking them for help? The man smiled slyly and said that they were too few to pull off what he had planned, so he came to offer cooperation. He put his hand on his chest and said that if they were worried about their strength, he was the best proof. He assured them that they were not as strong as rumors said. Balian pointed his finger at him and told him to shut up. Does he really think he can use them as bait? He is condemning himself to death by trying to deceive them. Everyone pointed their guns at him. Shinkoji smiled and said that such an opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. They had enough strength, and he would help them direct them in the right direction. If they missed this chance, they would definitely regret it. Fengxian smiled and said that he was a curious guy and also brave. If he appeared in his waters, he would kill him without hesitation. Having such an enemy was extremely dangerous, but he was also no good as a subordinate. The man frowned and waved his hand, telling him to go. He refused his offer. Shinkoji bowed and said that it would be as he wished. He smiled and said that he would definitely prove to them that they made the wrong decision. Fengxian smiled and said that even with great strength, one can lose the meaning of existence and disappear into oblivion. Shinkoji turned around and started to leave, thinking that this pirate was very cowardly. He decided to stay here and try to find out something useful so that his trip would not be completely useless. The pirate leader looked at his people and said that all contact with the Japanese without his permission was prohibited, and those who disobeyed would face inevitable punishment. The captain of the 4th Division, Canute, smiled and thought that this Japanese was interesting. If he cooperated with him, the king would look at him with completely different eyes. He looked at his phone. There was a notification that a man was demanding to stop a guy who looked like a newspaper carrier and bring him to him. After a while, Lune, a member of the 4th Division, drove to the Japanese man by car. He took a gun out of his jacket. Shinkoji asked him who ordered him to come here. The guy pointed a gun at him and told him to follow him and then he would find out. The leader of the group put his hands on his hips and said that he hoped that all this was not in vain. He told him to stop talking. Lune threw him a blindfold and told him to put it on quickly. He looked at the driver and told him to drive quickly. After a while, the car drove up to the ship. A member of the 4th Division told him to get out of the car. Shinkoji began to remove the blindfold. He looked at Canute and asked who he was. He did not answer his question and asked if he really told the king the truth. Was the region really that weak? He spread his hands and said of course not. If they attacked the city straight away, they definitely would not have a chance. He extended his hand and said that they were not so stupid as to confront them head on. This region is very large and they need to deal with it little by little. Then they will get everything they want. The man smiled and said that he wanted to invite the king to join them, but unfortunately he chickened out. Canute's face darkened and told him to shut up. Who did he think he was? How dare he talk like that about their king? Shinkoji raised his hands up and apologized. He said that he did not want to offend anyone. It was just a pity that they were missing such an opportunity. Kanat crossed his arms over his chest and said that their main problem at the moment was the fleet. If they had a way to bypass their patrol, he confirmed. The black-haired man smiled and said that if this was true, then they should work together. Shinkoji extended his hand and said that he hoped for productive cooperation. Kanat pointed a gun at him and told him not to think of it. He was a sly one, otherwise he would attach him with his own hands. He replied that he would not deceive his partner. Entrance to the subway. Jiang and the girls were leaving the subway. They were met by a brunette. He said that Mr. Deng sent him because he wanted to invite him to dinner. What would he say to that? The brunette asked if he could take his friends with him. He answered of course. Everyone got into the car. The hero took out his phone, looked at Xingxin and told her to mentally communicate through it. He started typing and sent a message. What do they think? Why did they invite him to dinner? What is their goal? Lion looked at her phone excitedly and typed that she doesn't know. The redhead smiled and wrote that they want to recruit him. Jiang looked at her and asked what she was talking about. The girl looked at him with confidence and said that Captain Deng died in battle and now they need a new combat unit to protect their position. She thinks that they will try to lure him to their side. The brunette looked at her and typed that he is not going to interfere in the struggle for power. She replied that in any case it is better to study the issue from the inside. His help is needed by this family. Even if he decided to refuse, there is no need to act rashly. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that this is just ridiculous. The end of the world is outside, and they are discussing etiquette here. Half an hour later, the car drove up to the palace. The maids bowed and greeted the gentleman. Jiang looked at this contentedly and thought that the man was serious. Xingxin frowned and thought how mean it was to throw dust in their eyes from the doorway. The butler pointed to the left and asked them to go in, said that Mr. Deng was already waiting for them, and dinner was ready. He took hold of the door handles. The hero entered the hall and was surprised that there was so much red in it. He thought that the captain's body was still warm, and they were throwing chic receptions, or the old man just liked the color red. Deng turned around when the butler told him that the guests had arrived. He smiled and said that he was very glad that they came and invited them to sit down. He clapped and said that Jiang was acquainted with his nephew, so he could call him uncle. He had a small gift for him. He hoped that he would not mind. The guy got worried and said that he shouldn't have done that. The man pointed to the box and said that this thing would help him become stronger. He opened his eyes and asked if that was true. Mr. Deng smiled and said that this was Substance X, which their family was producing. His nephew had achieved such success thanks to this thing. Jiang looked at him in surprise and asked if there were any side effects. He replied that there were none. His principle was to extract the source of power so that he could improve it. The brunette frowned and thought that this was an expensive gift for a first meeting. There is no such thing as a free lunch, so it was better to refuse. He put out his hands and said that he could not accept such an expensive gift. The man looked at him seriously and said that he rarely decided on such a thing. It was just a gift, without any intent. He would not stoop to such a thing. Jiang began to teleport the gift and said that then he thanked him. Deng clapped his hands and said that they had come from far away, so he suggested that they start eating. The maids began to bring in the dish. The man smiled and said that after dinner he would like to talk to him alone. He agreed and mentally noted that kindness should be repaid with kindness. After a while, Mr. Deng was sitting at his desk and said that the hero knew little about this city. If he wanted to gain a foothold here, he would have to earn this right. The commander-in-chief asked him to become a captain. Why did he refuse? Jiang smiled and said that he liked freedom, and becoming a captain, he would have to obey other people's orders. Deng extended his hand and said that being in Tianhai, he would still have to obey the orders of the headquarters. He replied that he would still have more freedom. The brunette frowned and asked why young people are like this now. They do not want fame or wealth, but prefer to sit on the sidelines. He leaned over and asked if he would agree to become a captain for a while. He understands that his candidacy was approved by a large number of people. The man began pouring tea and told him not to worry. He would make him an offer he couldn't refuse. He looked into the mug and said that people who lived outside the city were used to relying on brute force, but their family had been studying abilities for a long time. Jiang looked at him and asked if the awakened had existed for a long time. He replied that mutation was an inevitable thing in the course of evolution. It had existed at all times, but it had only become widely known now in the era of catastrophes. The man smiled and said that in the past, they studied such people for the purpose of developing medicine and using them for military purposes, which brought their family a lot of money. Their team could help him and his comrades become much stronger, fully revealing their potential. Jiang looked at him seriously and said that he did not understand why they were helping him. Did he really want him to become a mercenary and follow his orders? If so, then he had to refuse. He laughed and said that he had never even thought of such a thing. If he was not attracted even by the position of captain, he did not think that his family could offer anything more to keep him. Hero looked at him and asked why he was doing this. He answered that he wanted to avenge his nephew. The guy said that he could not worry, he would destroy the eclipse anyway. Mr. Deng darkened and said that the Japanese were just a knife in the hands of the city headquarters with which they killed his nephew. Jiang opened his mouth and was amazed that he had just confirmed Xingxin's assumptions from yesterday and asked who wanted to harm the captain. The man lowered his head and said that his nephew had been gifted since childhood. After the end of the world, he became one of the strongest awakened in the Jiangnan region. He had a great future, so envy pushed the man to such an act. Jiang folded his hands on the table and said that if he knew who it was, why not inform the commander-in-chief about it? He replied that he did not know the specific executor, he only knew who benefited most from the death of his nephew. The hero opened his mouth and thought that the executors could be Yunli, Samsara or any other group, and the commander could well be their organizer. Jiang extended his hand and said that his offer was tempting, but in order to protect his loved ones, he did not want to interfere in the internal affairs of the region. The commander told him not to worry, he would not set him on anyone. If he copes with the mission better than Samsara, that will be enough. The hero raised his eyebrows and asked if he suspected Changkun. He replied that it was not only about him, only he could complete this mission and their family would definitely help him. Mr. Deng slammed his fist on the table and said that they killed his nephew to gain more power. He could not leave it unanswered. The man pointed at him and said that if an outsider dealt with the Japanese, then the internal order would be practically unaffected. Jiang frowned and asked if he really wanted to say that he would help them so that he would destroy the enemy and the glory would not go to someone else. He confirmed and said that whoever destroyed the Japanese would become the most respected person in the region. The hero smiled contentedly and asked how they were going to help them, really with the help of the development. The man smiled slyly and said that the thing would still be more useful to his comrades than to him. He took the cup, pointed at it and said that he was like her, it could only hold a certain amount of liquid, if you poured more it would spill over the edge. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really wanted to improve his abilities. He confirmed. The brunette smiled slyly and asked if they were really capable of such a thing. If it were true, then Captain Den would have moved on to the next rank long ago. The gentleman exhaled sadly and said that in this matter they had reached the limit, they were not gods. He brought the cup to his mouth and said that although he was now a little short of the captain of the investigation team, the only option would be to increase the strength of his comrades. The hero turned around when the man said that not everyone would be able to become stronger. This requires qualifications and a certain structure of the mind so that the new flow of energy does not tear the body apart from the inside. He noted that the girl with the sword of a real diamond, if she is helped a little, she will become a reliable assistant for him. Dan smiled and asked if he was willing to accept his help. No harm, only benefit. Zhang took a sip of tea and wondered if he could trust him, because if Captain Dan had not died, he would not have helped him, but he should not miss such an opportunity. The man poured him more tea and said that he needed to think about it. He understood this, as well as the fact that his doubts were completely justified, but such a chance came very rarely, so he hoped that he would take advantage of it. The guy looked at him and said that he needed time to weigh everything. He got up from the table and thought that he should consult with Xingxin. Zhang approached the girl and said that he needed to discuss one matter with her. He sat down next to her and said that Dan said that he could help them improve their abilities, but he would have to deal with the Japanese in order to lure out the one responsible for the captain's death. The heroes looked at Lion and said that they can improve abilities, but everything has a price. If the body cannot withstand the flow of energy, they will simply be torn apart. The blonde clenched her fist and said that she was ready to take the risk. If it works and there are no side effects, she agrees. She exhaled and asked what else they can do. They are about to go to war with the Japanese. If they do not improve their fighting power, they will definitely not cope. Xingxin brought her hand to her chest and said that she thinks he should agree. The Deng family has no reason to harm them. Zhang extended his fist to her and said that then he will accept the offer. He returned to the negotiating room and said that they agree to accept the Deng family's help, but they need to be frank. Each of them benefits from this deal. The hero frowned and said that they were grateful for their help, but if he found out that they were up to something, he will not pretend as if nothing happened. Mr. Deng smiled and said that it goes without saying. He looked at the girl and asked if she was sure that he should start with her. She confirmed. Zhang approached him and said that they must guarantee that he could contact her at any time. He replied that he was very careful. He could assure him that there was nothing to worry about. The guy shook his head and said that the situation was too ambiguous. Besides, if he stayed with her, the enemy might become wary. The man looked at him and said that he could also try. You never know. He replied that there was no need. The red-haired man said that if he changed his mind, he could come at any time. He was sure that he would return. He clapped his hands and asked to see their guests out. The butler bowed and pointed to the exit. Mr. Deng looked after him and said that he admired his caution. He turned to his nephew and said that if he had been at least half or even a third more careful, he could have survived. He appeared as a shadow behind him and said that this guy is not easy to understand. The uncle looked behind him and asked if he really thought so highly of him. Did he really think that he could do Changkun? He replied that he should not be underestimated. His upper limit is higher than the other captains. The man turned around in shock and asked did he really mean to say that he could reach the Epsilon level. The blonde opened his mouth and said that their knowledge of mutations is still too superficial, despite the fact that they have been researching for half a century. These are only vague sketches. When he saw how he fought, he understood what a god is. He is too strong for this life. The man smiled and said that it looks like he will have to make him even stronger and reduce the influence of the commander-in-chief on him so that he becomes closer to them. After a while, the living room of the villa and district of the hero threw his head up and said that he felt like he was being too kind to him, and his explanation was a lie. He didn't believe him. The redhead smiled and said that he didn't understand something. She raised her finger up and said that he was too cautious and always thought negatively. Had he forgotten that he was now the strongest person in this region? People like him would be respected wherever they were. Now that the Dan family had lost their main fighting unit, they would want to get him. The guy raised his finger up as if he realized something and said that he had lived in constant struggle for too long, so he had forgotten what it meant to be a civilized person. He teleported an ampoule into his hand. The hero looked at it and thought that he couldn't just take and use this thing. He needed to consult. He called Captain Bailey and said that he had a question. Is the Deng family good at genetics? What can he tell about them? He replied that the region owes most of its success to them. The guy frowned and said that after numerous experiments they brought their drug to perfection. It doesn't even have any side effects. The hero asked what exactly he was taking. He replied compound number 6. Zhang frowned and thought that he had never heard of it. Probably the thing in his hands was also something unique. It's unlikely that ordinary residents of the region could get it. He thanked the captain. After ending the call, the hero looked at the ampoule and said that it doesn't matter whether there are side effects or not, it's better not to use it for now. Jiang looked at his phone. He received a message from Zhang asking him to come to headquarters today. The hero said that it looks like he's already been informed that he agrees. After some time, Zhang's office. The commander-in-chief looked at the guy and said that he heard from Deng that he agreed to be captain. He put his fist on his heart and said that it was all for the sake of the Jiangnan region and their country. They had no choice but to do this. The man coughed and mentally addressed him that he had practically begged him, but he did not agree, so why was he trying to show off in front of him now? He put his hand to the side and said that since he decided to take the position of captain, he must also familiarize himself with the responsibilities, and also ensure that the team members work in peace and harmony. In addition, he will be given expanded access rights. Jiang looked at him and said that he understood everything, but his people came with him and he wanted to add them to the team. Zhang raised a finger and said that this was not a problem. He was the captain and could choose his own trusted people. He replied that he was an interim captain. He planned to return to his city after completing the mission, so he did not want to reveal personal information. Zhang thought about it and said that they had already discussed this issue. They needed to choose code names to ensure additional security. The guy smiled and said that he needed an inconspicuous code name. The commander replied that they had certain rules when making up a code name. The commander-in-chief frowned and said that the current solution was to use characters from ancient mythology as ready-made names. He would check the lists and send him options. Cheng and Bailey would also contact him, so he could wait for news. Jiang stood up from his chair and said goodbye. Zhang looked away and said that he thought that with his help, their problem would be solved. His advisor looked at him and said that now no one would dare to encroach on his authority. After completing the mission, Jiang would go back to Tianhai. This was the perfect ending. The guy frowned and said that the only caveat was that then the new squad would not have a captain. The commander told him not to worry, he had found a suitable candidate. He put the phone to his ear. From there he was informed that Jiang had chosen Chaos as his code name. The man smiled and asked how he could make Jiang stay here and become his subordinate. Judging by the choice of code name, he is quite impudent, which means that he is needed here. After some time, Villa, there was a knock on the hero's door. On the iPad screen, he saw that his friend had arrived. Bailey came to his house and congratulated him on his new position. He sat down on the sofa. Jiang asked if he was no longer a captain. He replied that before that he had only temporarily replaced the captain, so now he could relax. He watched as the hero poured him tea and said that fortunately this would not affect the living conditions of his family. Jiang hugged him and said that when he returned to his city, he would again take up his post and be the captain of the cloaks. Bailey looked into his cup and said that regardless of whether he was a captain or not, the headquarters asked him to introduce the duties of a captain and tell him something else. The hero frowned and asked what exactly. There were two folders on the screen, one with information about the team Slens, the other with the final battle of Captain Deng against the leader of the Eclipse. Bailey looked at the hero and said that the first file was not very important, so he thought it could be watched later. After all, his guys did not object to it, but he would have to work with the gods. Jiang looked at him and asked if he really wanted to use it for his own benefit. The guy waved his hand and said that he was not joking. This file was sent by Captain Deng before his death. It contained all the secrets of the Japanese. The hero teleported a laptop into the room and said that it would be more convenient. He called Xingxin and asked her to come over. He needed her help. The girl entered the room and asked what he wanted. Jiang beckoned her with his hand and said that they should watch it together. The red-haired girl sat down next to him and looked at the screen. Everyone looked at the screen. Bailey said that due to the abilities of the equipment captain, it was difficult to record what was happening, so all that was available to them was a recording of the conversation. They looked at the screen, where Shinkoji's voice was coming from. He was saying that his main strength was that he couldn't be killed. Captain Dan asked if that was true. Maybe he should just try a couple more times. Jiang thought about it and asked if he was immortal. Bailey replied that his ability was super regeneration. I wonder how much strength he needed to maintain it. Xingxin said that this guy was much inferior to the captain in close combat. If they knew the extent of his capabilities, they would be able to find a way to deal with him. There was static on the screen. Suddenly, two men were visible on the video. The captain clenched his jaw and asked where this man's weak point was. Was he really immortal? But that was impossible. There were no organisms in this world that couldn't be killed. Most likely he just missed something. He frowned and asked if he was really going to lose. It should be completely different. How could he lose if he was stronger than him? Jiang's shaking hand held a cup when the captain said that a traitor had appeared in the city. The hero sipped his tea and thought that this video had already been watched many times. Everyone suspected that there was a traitor in the city. That's why they nominated him for the role of captain, or they wanted to make bait out of him. Then there was no point in guessing anyway. It was easier to ask directly. Dan kneeled on all fours and said that he understood everything. He could see the future. That's why he predicted his attacks. They needed to be more careful. Before he was knocked out by a blow, he turned to Jiang. The recording was interrupted. Bailey looked at the screen and said that the captain simply blew himself up. Jang frowned and thought that he was probably trying to hint to them about the origin of his abilities. He remembered Uncle Dan and wondered if he should ask him for help. The fighter looked at the leader and asked what he thought. Chaos grinned. He didn't expect the enemy to be so problematic. The guy patted the captain on the shoulder. The hero said that there was no point in guessing what they wanted to tell him because they would never know anyway. Bailey reminded that the leader had killed 4 of them and now they were sure that there was someone who could see the future. What would they do? The guys walked forward. Jang objected, because even if he had killed them, he would not be able to cope with someone who could regenerate infinitely. The spearman suggested locking him in his space. The leader looked at him closely and said that for such a case, the person must be dead. The guy suddenly smiled and suggested simply cutting him up and throwing him in pieces. The hero looked at him tiredly and asked if he had confused him with Captain Dan because he specialized in defense. The girl suggested that she and their prophetess Mayumi were also present at that battle. The guy looked at her and asked if she really thought that girl had influenced the outcome of the battle. Zinxin replied that their leader had regeneration, fire, and great physical strength. He couldn't have gotten so many abilities so easily. She decided that this girl had contributed to it. She showed 3 fingers and voiced the theory that after Mayumi's death, their leader would lose 30% of his combat power. Jang nodded and thoughtfully rubbed his chin, because it all made sense. He looked at Bailey, who said that there was no need to get so worked up now. The main thing was to deal with the fortune teller, and someone else would take care of their leader. The leader asked if he was talking about Chankun. The spearman nodded and said that his abilities would be more suitable for such a matter, so they needed to recruit him to their side. Jang smiled nervously and suggested discussing it later. He smiled and asked, since he was the captain, could he get a special weapon? He pointed at the red-haired girl and said that 3 of his guys would be joining the team temporarily, so they also needed to get equipment. Bailey smiled and said that they just needed to name what they needed. The leader replied that they should just go and choose everything themselves. He looked slyly at his assistant and hoped that the commander was already in the know. Meanwhile, in the commander-in-chief's office, the man answered. He was informed that Commander Zhang used his abilities and took an amount that was significantly exceeded. The employee looked fearfully at the psycho stealing the arsenal. He started crying and said that they needed a new shipment now. The man shook his head and said that this guy really wasn't wasting his time. He gave the order that the hero could take whatever he wanted. The employee approached the leader and whispered that they also had machine guns. Zhang waved his hand contentedly and said that they were taking everything. The other space was now a real weapons warehouse. The guy was lying on the bed and summed up that there were enough weapons now. He looked at Lion's ringing phone, wondering how she was doing. The leader grabbed the phone abruptly. Then he fell back on the pillow and asked how she was feeling. Was there anything unusual? Lion was in the Deng family's lab. She said that the preparations were complete and she would only get in touch in 3 days, after which she would contact him immediately. The commander said that he would wait for her return. The girl smiled happily. She handed the device to the lab assistant and asked her to put it in the safe. At this time, Dan was watching what was happening from the top floor. A young guy asked him if he really wanted to use a category A source. It would be very, very expensive. The director looked forward seriously and ordered to do as he said. At the start of any business, large investments are inevitable. They cannot lose. His eyes sparkled. Moreover, he wanted to find a trader. Meanwhile, in the living room of the villa the next day, the head and the it girl were having breakfast. The girl looked at the hero with boredom. He said that they had not seen the Japanese for a week. What do she think they are doing now? Zinxin licked her spoon and said that they won a Pyrrhic victory, losing 5 comrades, and it is difficult to call it a victory. She added that the Jiangnan region has forces that can be mobilized, which cannot be said about the Japanese. She smiled and assumed that the enemies were looking for allies. Zhang looked at his friend in surprise and asked if they were talking about other Japanese. But it could be anyone, because the old rules no longer work. Many cities have plunged into chaos and will be ready to join the first comer. The guy sighed and began to stir the porridge. He hated such trash the most, because such people are weak, but they can easily crush you with numbers. He checked the message on his phone. Then he looked at his friend, told her to take Huahua with her to a meeting about the new mission. After a while, they came to the conference room. They sat down and looked ahead. The hero decided that there really were many factions in the city. Everyone was divided into many groups. He saw Yunli in the front row. Sycophants gathered around him. One of the people said that this was a very important mission for each of them. The captain must definitely be in charge to ensure the success of the operation. The red-haired man only nodded briefly. Chankun sat among the crowd. He sarcastically told his opponent that he was the only one who could bear this burden, so they were confident in his success, because if this time everything ended in their favor, then all roads would be open to them. The man smiled and said that he was just an ordinary soldier and his only duty was to protect his homeland and his people. The awakened looked ahead and declared that he would destroy anyone who dared to attack them. The blue-haired man turned around and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Bailey hugged the captain and asked why he was sitting here. The hero smiled and said that he did not want to create a reason for new gossip, because he was just an outsider and this should not be forgotten. The warrior said that the hierarchy has always existed, so for them, Changkun, who rose from the very bottom, is an ideal. Jang shrugged and decided that let them do whatever they want. The soldier sat down next to him. The leader asked him what to expect from this mission. Bailey scratched his chin and said that there were many requests for the captain's position, but Samsara probably had the best chance. Yunli should stay and protect the city, so he would choose the blue-haired one. But why are there only two options? The leader smiled slyly, and the fighter said sheepishly that the captain was not the type to like responsibility. Besides, they were wary of outsiders here. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief came onto the stage to a general greeting. The two opponents looked at him intently, each wanting to be chosen. The old man raised his hand and said that he would like to thank everyone present, especially Zhang from Tianhai. Everyone looked at the outsider in surprise. The leader said that it was decided to merge several investigation teams and appoint Zhang to the position of commander of the new team. A minute of silence and everyone clapped in confusion. The man looked forward with a challenge and shouted that from now on, in order to protect the information about their fighters, they will use call signs. From now on the hero will be called Chaos. Bailey looked at his captain in amazement, not expecting that he could be appointed as the leader. The man straightened up and announced that the new team will be the leader, and Samsara will take care of the rest. Zhang is the leader on the battlefield. Through him they will receive orders from the headquarters. The people began to indignantly consult among themselves. The black-haired guy gritted his teeth and asked who the hero is to be their leader. Changkun looked at him sternly and suggested that the commander may have his own reasons for this. The spearman continued to stare at the satisfied captain. He admitted that he was terribly blind, since he did not see everything. The old man spread his hands and invited the leader to say a few words. Zhang slowly stood up. He caught the microphone. He straightened up and seriously promised to do everything possible to get rid of the enemies and protect the honor of their organization, because their duty is to restore the glory of their country. Suddenly the guy winks and says that it is best to address him by his rank or call sign, and not by his real name. After that, the captain began to descend from the stage. The commander declared the end of the meeting. He raised a finger, asking the hero to stay, because he needed to discuss something with him alone. When the hall was empty, the old man extended his hand to the guy and asked if he had any questions. He only asked if there was any more information about the eclipse. The man shook his head and replied that since they disappeared, there was no new information. They suspected that they returned to Japan to gather more people. Zhang frowned and asked why they decided so. The leader clarified that their main camp was located there. He frowned because he thought that gathering more fighters to attack them again was quite logical. He patted the young man on the shoulder and ordered him to use this time to get to know his team members better. Because all the people in the region were counting on him and he had to give it his all, they had carefully prepared for this operation and would now do everything to help him. Zhang recoiled in amazement and asked if they were really ready to send all the troops, but then who would guard the city? The commander-in-chief put his hands behind his back and smiled. He replied that he had thought of everything and there was no need to worry about it. The young man smiled warily and said that in that case he would go and get ready. The man waved at him and added once again that they were counting on him. Meanwhile, the awakened were sitting on the first floor of the operations center. One of them told Bailey that his friend was an impatient person, so when he learned that Zhang had been appointed captain, he was very indignant. Bailey laughed and waved his hand. He also felt sorry, because in terms of abilities, he was much better suited for this role. But Changkun raised his glass. He decided that the commander had made this decision for a reason, because he would not neglect the safety of his people and whoever the captain was. They would do everything for the sake of victory. The guy agreed and said that it was just a title, and on the battlefield the hero would still rely on him. The girl next to him frowned and said that the title also mattered. She thought that it determined access to the resources of the region. Bailey looked at her. All he could say was that Zhang did not crave glory and did not want to stay in the city. The awakened man smiled with interest. He supposed that this was the reason why the commander had chosen him. The spearman took a sip and looked away. He wondered if the hero should come down now. His eyes widened, because he saw Xingxin behind the captain. He didn't understand where she had been all this time if he hadn't seen her before. The warrior stood up and waved to his friend, beckoning him to him. Zhang smiled, called everyone by name and said that he was glad to meet them. Changking stood up and extended his hand, then congratulated him on his appointment as the team captain. He hoped that they would work well together. The hero shook his hand and objected. He was only a temporary captain and would leave once the mission was over, so he relied on them. The man asked if the chief was free that evening. He wanted to treat him and discuss future cooperation. Zhang thought. In the end he happily accepted his offer. Everyone gathered in the dining room. The awakened took a glass and looked at the hero. He had already heard about him from the commander-in-chief, so he hoped that he would lend them a helping hand when the time came. The chief replied that he was good at defense, but would rely on him in active confrontation. The warrior smiled and showed his mana. He wanted to talk about his power. His ability is mortal reincarnation. Every time he dies, he goes back in time. Only the time period is different each time. Jang sighed and called him immortal. The immortal looked at him and said that before being reborn, he would be able to evaluate the enemy's technique and skills and choose the right method to fight them after reincarnation. The hero asked if the ability had any restrictions on use. The man smiled and replied that the ability only worked once a day. In other words, if he died at 1 o'clock today, he would not be able to reincarnate until 1 o'clock tomorrow. After 24 hours, his ability could be used again. The guy smiled and said that his power was quite simple. He could use space to absorb enemy attacks and store resources. The awakened ones clinked glasses and hoped that together they could handle everything. Everyone began to eat. In the living room of the villa, Jang and Xingxin sat down to rest on the sofa. The leader said that he was intrigued by the Chang'an ability. He looked ahead. It would be interesting for him to look at her from the outside, and if he, for example, can return 3 days back every time after reincarnation, then it is just cheating. If you use such a maneuver over and over again, he will have a huge layer of time that will give him an advantage in any battle. The guy rubbed his chin and added that in addition, since he will know all the enemy's moves in advance, a huge range of actions is open to him. His growth rate can be simply terrifying. The girl looked at her brother in surprise and asked if Chang'an told the whole truth about his ability. The hero answered that there is no point in a warrior lying, because information about his abilities is in his personal file, so it is not a secret. The girl looked ahead and said that his ability still seems strange to her. Are there people who can turn back time? Nasty memories surfaced in the hero's head. In a gloomy tone he answered that it is quite possible. The red-haired girl raised her finger. According to the long-haired man, he can distort time at will and constantly change the course of history. Then he is no longer a man, but a god. Jang looked at her and asked if Upsilon is not the limit. Who knows? He put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked her to relax, because it does not matter whether he lied to them or not. They must figure out how to train the new guys and pull up Lion. The leader stretched. He was curious about how much stronger she will become. He was looking forward to it. 3 days later, they gathered in the living room of the Deng family estate. Jang sipped his tea and wondered if they had succeeded. The luxurious doors swung open and a girl in a tight jumpsuit came out to them. Jang looked at the teacher with satisfaction. Apparently, her physical shape had definitely improved. Xingxin hugged Lion and asked how she was. She replied that she was fine and felt great thanks to Dan's help. The hero looked at the man and thanked him. The gentleman reminded them that they had agreed that he would help them get rid of the Eclipse group. If so, the hero gladly accepted his support. He asked if the man could pump up the rest of his team. The servant looked at the gentleman indignantly and asked if he didn't understand the amount of resources needed for such operations, and not everyone could withstand such a thing, but they could still try. The leader objected. Jang looked at him. He understood that everything was not that simple, but he hoped that their cooperation would not end there. He held out the artifact in his palm and said that this thing belonged to his nephew. With its help, it would be easier for him to join the team of gods. The hero gratefully teleported the object to another space. Dan put his hands in his pocket and asked the servant to see his guests off. The guys gathered in the living room of the villa. The guy asked what kind of experiment it was and how strong she became. Lion answered that everything was very strange. She was placed in a transparent capsule, injected with incomprehensible drugs, and some mysterious manipulations were done on her. The woman looked ahead. Memories surfaced in her head. She had a feeling that everything had been changed. Her skin, blood, and even internal organs. Jang raised his eyebrows and asked if it hurt. The woman nodded and suggested that without sufficient physical training she would have died from Ashka. Xingxin worriedly hugged her, but Lion objected because it was her conscious choice. They said that the more suffering she endured, the better the result would be. She showed her muscles and compared her body to a sports car. She was ready to tear off at any moment. The hero smiled contentedly. He knew on whom they could test their abilities. He scratched his ear and told everyone to gather at the training arena at 9 o'clock in the morning. He was going to hold a general meeting. The next day, everyone gathered at the arena. One of the fighters did not expect the hero to become their leader. Jang looked at everyone and noticed that 3 were late. He suggested not to wait for them. The blonde looked at the teacher in surprise and said that although they had not seen each other for 3 days, she had changed a lot. The hero smiled and asked Bailey what they usually do with those who are late. They first give them a warning or make them speak in front of the team and explain themselves. The leader looked at the team with a smile and said that this is exactly what they will do. At this time, the 3 nervously watched this from the sidelines. Their leader smiled and noted that chaos was a word as if his junior had chosen for himself. He did not think that their captain was so childish. Jang folded his hands together and ordered everyone to follow the rules and focus on the task. The man shouted and asked if the hero had really gone crazy, once decided to ignore them. Jang looked at his watch and said that it didn't matter at all, and if they weren't next to him in 10 seconds, they would be excluded from the team. After that, he started counting down. The awakened one hit the railing and cursed. Kunsheng looked at his friend and suggested that they go down. The trio was enveloped in green smoke, and at the last second, the trio found themselves among the rest. The man with the fur on his hood looked at the hero and asked if he really thought he was worthy of being their captain. He personally wanted to check what he was capable of. Jang glared at him and said that since he himself was looking for death, he had no reason to refuse. The awakened one folded his arms across his chest. He was told that time was a valuable resource, so he should move. Bailey and the others went to the seats and the guy asked if Chaos could win, to which Lion replied that he never got into a fight without confidence in his own victory. The fighter in the Ashanka used the ability of the poisonous healer on his partners. Kunsheng took out a knife and used the power of the storm. The hero extended his hand towards them. Suddenly, a wall of energy appeared in front of him. The fighter appeared behind him, swung the knife and said that he was finished. However, the blow passed through the projection. The guy's hand began to be pulled into the portal. Jang appeared behind him with a gun in his hands and said that this was the end for him. A shot rang out, but it only cut through the air. The awakened one broke the distance and cursed. He looked angrily at the captain and said that he had the abilities of the space system, so he could not attack close. What should he do? But he understood that there must be a flaw in the hero's defense, so he just had to find it. The leader raised a smoking gun and said that it was a warning shot. Kunshin looked at the others and shared that Chaos had a strange ability. He could absorb his attacks, and his aura of outer space scared him. The guy in the earflaps hat suggested trying. He cut himself and used a bloody poisonous mist. Jang created a yellow aura around himself and attacked. He did not intend to kill them. He decided to make it so that the doctors could barely pump them out. Yellow arrows flew at the three. The rebel ran to attack. He did not believe that the captain did not have a weak spot. He just needed to find it and then they would definitely win. Bailey watched them boredly. He said that they did not know that Jang was in the case and his ability was recorded as absolute defense. These three were just wasting their strength. Lion looked at him in surprise and asked him to repeat what he said. The guy pointed to Kunsheng and said that he was a close combat master who used the power of the wind. He pointed to the attacking Lion and said that if someone touched his blood, it would turn the person into a pile of flesh. But he would not be able to reach the hero. Ed was currently dodging arrows. He used his shadow to kill people within a radius of 300 meters. He was also a master of close combat. Jang was firing pistols at them at this time. Faced with his absolute defense, all of them became targets for him who could no longer escape. Anxiously watched the captain's movements. He said that his attacks were very difficult to dodge, and it was almost impossible to get close to him. What kind of monster was he? Does he really have no weak points? The healer shouted that the effects of the enhancements were about to end. Lion looked ahead in amazement. She noticed that for a long time the three had not achieved anything. She called their leader truly incredible. The first shot still hit Kunsheng's leg. He fell to the ground, staining the arena with blood. The shot rang next to his ear. The guy raised his hand and shouted that he gave up. Lee raised both his hands and also said that he surrendered, because he really was no match for the captain. Ed glanced at them and called them useless trash. He created his shadow copies to be able to get close to his enemy. The hero smiled and noted that this guy was quite capable, as expected from a team of gods. At this time, the awakened one looked at him angrily and called him just a pathetic coward, because what would he do if he just ran away from the battlefield? Jang took out new pistols. He wanted to hush everything up, but his impudence left him no choice. His eye was covered in blue energy. A smile appeared on his face. He said that the guy himself was to blame. S shuddered in fear. He used his shadow to greatly break the distance. Jang closed one eye and created a portal using divine power. The portal began to grow around his head. Chaos smiled and asked if he wanted to continue. The guy fell to his knees. An explosion thundered behind him. He cursed himself for the devil made him challenge him. He immediately realized that their previous captain was not so strong. Woody hit Bailey in the shoulder and began to laugh. S suddenly discovered that he had a bald spot on his head. Jang waved to the doctor and said that they would end it here. The guy asked what he could do for the captain. The hero grinned and said that he was a quick learner, after which he ordered his teammates to help. The leader angrily looked at the balding whiner and said that if they did not like something, they could leave the team at any time. In the end, Al was made to look like a complete idiot. Bailey led him aside and asked him not to be too upset, because he was still attractive and he knew a doctor who would help him with his hair. Woody looked at Chaos and thought that he was much stronger than he thought. His defense was impenetrable, and his attacks were lightning fast. Jang looked at his team and said that they may be temporary and will be disbanded later after the mission is completed, but he does not advise showing their character here as long as this team exists. But he will be its captain and anyone who tries to cause her problems will regret it. He pointed to the beaten and said that last time 8 members of their team, including their captain, died and they are no better than them. If they do not want to die, they should take what is happening here seriously. Bailey returned to the squad, straightened up and said that they understood everything. Zhang looked at them seriously and said that they must understand that casualties are unacceptable. He will do everything to protect them in battle. There are few details yet, and the plan of action will depend on the actions of the Japanese. He is very much counting on Captain Bailey's help. He came closer to him and said that in the near future he plans to start training the team members. The hero put his hand on the captain's shoulder and said that the three of them need private lessons. The awakened one looked at the leader seriously and said that it could be arranged, but wouldn't it affect teamwork during combat? Zhang smiled and replied that all they needed was training, and he also wanted to ask him for something. The black-haired man leaned towards him and whispered something in his ear. Bailey turned to the others and ordered them to do basic training. The captain had some business, so Xingxin and Lion would go with them. The leader gratefully put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him for his help. The guy smiled and noted that they were teammates and should help each other. Zhang said that he and Xingxin would watch their fight together. Bailey and Lion began their duel. A strong wind rose from their blows. The hero opened a holographic screen. He did not expect to see an analysis of their data. The girl asked what was written there. The screen reflected a summary of the fighters. Chaos frowned and asked what these ability points were. He scratched his chin. He suddenly became curious about his indicator. Seeing it, the guy said that it was too low. Perhaps this data was from his fight with the sect leader. Meanwhile, the teacher continued to press the fighter. The awakened one broke the distance. He said that if they continue like this, it will be difficult to determine the winner. He suggested taking a short break. Bailey led the woman to the side. He told her that he did not expect her strength to increase so much. She was even able to compete with him, which means that she is ideal for the role of deputy captain. Lion noted that if she did not train, she would hardly be able to fight him on equal terms. Zhang looked at them with satisfaction and was glad that he found his right hand. Bailey waved at him. He said that if that was all, then he would go and prepare everything necessary for training. Lion approached the couple. The leader asked what changes she felt during the fight. The teacher showed the sword and said that it was not comfortable in the hand. The next day, the three rebels bowed to the leader. Yes said that they wanted to apologize for their rudeness yesterday last time. They wanted to join the team and avenge their former captain and comrades. Zhang turned to them and asked if the punishment helped them decide. The guy guiltily handed over their statements and assured that they spoke from the heart. The captain looked at them menacingly and asked if they were ready to sacrifice their lives for the mission without the slightest hesitation if necessary. The three straightened up abruptly and said that they would do everything to destroy the Eclipse group. The hero smiled with satisfaction and ordered in that case to begin training. The ship cut through the Southeast Sea Pirates of the Heavenly Dragon, the 4th Squadron. Three guys were standing on the deck and were going to warm up with alcohol in the cool weather. Someone noticed that they were moving towards Jiangnan. Shinkoji was standing on the bow and talking on the radio. He smiled and asked how many warriors were going to throw at them. He was told that a little more than last time. It was really interesting. Behind the main ship, almost a dozen ships were following it. There were enough people and a pirate. Changkun answered that if they wanted to win, then first they would have to get rid of the person who could deprive you of the power of prophecy. The man looked down, remembered the hero and asked if they were talking about him. He was told that he should not worry, because the immortal would help get rid of him, and began to say what was needed for this. The pirate smiled contentedly and said that it sounded great. He thanked for the information. He became very curious. His eyes were shining and looking forward. He asked who he was talking to and why he was helping them, but the immortal said that it did not matter. Shikanji looked at the city that appeared on the horizon. Changkun said that they had a common goal to overthrow the leadership of the Jiangnan region. The man hung up and laughed. The subordinate asked him why he was so happy. The man turned around and said that he had great news, but they would have to change course a little. He pointed to the city, asked him to help him get rid of one annoying person, and Tianhai would be in their pocket. The skinny blonde looked at him and asked if they could do it. Shikanji pointed his finger to be quiet and asked them not to worry. It would be a little more difficult for them, foreigners, but they should manage, because one only has to think about the supplies and women of Tianhai. If they succeed, all this will belong to them. The pirate smiled with anticipation and said that it sounded great, but if he found out that they tried to cheat him, then he would not even be able to approach the sea. The awakened one spread his hands and asked if he would dare. Besides, if they listened to Mayumi, they would definitely manage, and then they could loot as much as they wanted. The phone rang in the villa area. Zhang sat on the edge of the bed and answered the call. He was told that the enemy was approaching. The captain must immediately gather the crew members. The battle was about to begin. The leader looked forward seriously and said that he understood everything. He stood up and put on his coat, then asked the cat to wake up Xingxin and Lion. He would wait for them at the exit. A few minutes later, the girls went out into the hallway to see their little brother. The cat climbed onto the captain's shoulder and everyone went forward. The center was all red with alarm. The old man looked at the map and noticed that reinforcements were approaching. They used the ability of prophecy to avoid their patrols in 3 places at once. Xincheng approached the leader. He said that he wanted to see who they brought with them. The girl reported that King Long and Yunli had arrived. The man told them to come in. The trio, led by the hero, entered. The commander glanced at them briefly and said that there were 3 enemy squads along the coast, trying to attack from different sides at the same time. He showed the recordings from the surveillance cameras. Pirate ships were sailing on the screens. The old man said that according to the data, the enemies came from Japan. This is the organization of the Yakuza demons, 500 people strong. The ships were approaching the city. Some of the Eclipse members appeared near Linhan. It seems that the main force is located here. The main steel giant was destroying the waves beneath it. Those ships located near Tianhai, the Sky Dragon pirates, they were the true kings of the southern waters. It seemed like they had sent an entire squadron there. The commander looked at Chaos and said that Tianhai was his territory and he was familiar with it, so he would go there to deal with the pirates. The man looked at the Immortal and ordered him to lead the group to Linhai. His main task was to delay the enemy until reinforcements arrived. Yunli looked at him seriously. He was told to take 500 soldiers and go to Huishu. The secretary shuddered and asked who would be left to defend the city. The man stood up abruptly and declared that their main enemy was ahead and they needed to be stopped before they wreaked havoc within their walls. He shouted that they could not let them get here. The 3 saluted. After a while, the hero called Zhu and said that Tianhai was in danger, so he forbade them to leave the shelter. He ordered them to go down to the basement immediately and he would be there soon. He said that the enemies would not get into the shelter and he would be there in half an hour at most. He hung up and finally ordered them to prepare for battle and wait for his order. Zhang looked forward seriously. The captains arrived to him. The red-haired one said that he would get rid of the Japanese in Huishu as soon as possible and would come to their aid. If they encountered a danger that could not be eliminated, they would have to hide and wait for them. The King of the Moons looked at the captain and said that if they needed help, he would let them know. He smiled, turning to Zhang and hoped that they would join them in the fight against the Eclipse group because they were their main target. A bead of sweat ran down the hero's face. He did not expect that even at such a moment they continued to compete with each other and they were also trying to drag him into it. The trio went down the elevator. The team was already waiting for them. Everyone looked at the fighters seriously and unanimously said that it was time to act. Everyone gathered inside the armored vehicles. Zhang looked at everyone and asked to let him briefly tell them about their mission. They need to go to Tianhai and destroy the pirates. Tianhai is his territory, so it will be easier for them to fight, so they can not worry. The hero looked at the girls and told them not to lose sight of Xingxin during the mission. This is her first fight, so the teacher must protect her. The leader looked at Bailey and said that he will leave the battle tactics to him. In his absence, he will be responsible for everything. The column of armored vehicles drove through empty roads. Having received clear instructions, they arrived at the battlefield. In Tianhai, they had to make their way through the snow. The streets of the city were empty, and the pirates roared into the heart of Tianhai. The assassins happily sat in the back of the trucks. Their leader allowed them to loot as much as they wanted. He ordered them to kill all the men and take their resources. At Kyoyu Harbor, the column stopped. The subordinate looked at the boss and said that they had circled the city several times but had not found anyone. The man replied that the Japanese had told him that there were only 4 small groups left that had resources. All the pirates went outside. The boss said that the cunning Chinese must have already managed to hide everything. He ordered them to dig as much as it took to find the treasure. Everyone happily raised their weapons and answered yes. After a while, one of the pawns said that she had found a luxurious shelter, inside which there was probably something. The man raised his hand. He ordered to inspect everything while he stayed here. His team ran forward. At this time, the people of the Kyoyu base were hiding right under the feet of the pirates. At this time, explosions thundered outside Zhang's shelter. The big guy stretched and told everyone to get out of the way. He ran straight to the protective dome. In the basement of the shelter, the uncle took out a minigun. They tried to calm him down and said that help would arrive soon. The entire basement shook. The girls hugged. Heimei said that the shelter's defenses were really strong, but she was worried that she didn't know what was happening outside now. Zhu took out her phone and told the boss everything. At this time, the helicopter was flying between the low clouds. The hero looked at the phone and mentally asked his guys to wait for him. He looked at his beloved's message again and went up to the pilot and said that they needed to go to the Zishan and Lujiang intersection. The helicopter changed course and headed for the villa area. The big guy looked at the helicopter and asked where it came from. A sudden shot tore the pirate's head apart. Zhang aimed a sniper rifle at him. Bailey jumped down and shouted to attack. The whole team followed him. The huge cat landed on its paws. Xingxin pointed her finger at the fighters and used the angel's wish. The captain looked at the battle that had begun and thought that among the hundreds of pirates gathered outside, only 5 were awakened. He thought that with the help of the it girl, they could easily deal with them. The bandits surrounded the team and began shooting at them with firearms. The bullets bounced off the awakened. Bailey took out a spear and used the enhancement. After that, he ran towards the killers to attack. With just one blow, he cut 3 into 2 parts. He looked at them in surprise and asked, "Are these pirates really that weak?" Suddenly, an invisible man jumped on him and screamed "Die," immediately losing his advantage. The warrior ducked, the attacker was shot by the leader. The guy looked at the helicopter in thought. A minute later, 100 corpses lay around the shelter. The helicopter descended, the girl ran forward. She injected the truth serum into the prisoner. The team leader began to ask how many of them were here and asked who their leader was. The blonde opened his eyes wide. He did not know the exact number. Most of them were in the Kaoyang harbor. Their leader was Canute, the captain of the 4th Squadron. Zhang approached them and asked how strong the 4th Squadron was. The guy laughed and said that it was very strong. People like them were rare in the southern waters. The hero folded his arms across his chest and asked the awakened one what he thought. The guy replied that Canute was a Delta-level mutant with an ability index of 8,000 points. The strength of his subordinates was somewhere around 6,000 points. He pointed to the corpse of the big guy and said that the captain had already killed one. Chaos made a call and said that they would go straight there and quickly deal with them all. He said that Lenhai was the main battlefield. After this news, he asked how things were with the pirates. Kunchang looked at the camera screens and said that about 70% went to search for resources, and the rest were guarding the territory. It seems that they learned that they were approaching and decided to set up an ambush using their old fortifications. The black-haired man smiled contentedly. He decided that only the elite remained, and if they were dealt with, the situation in Tianhai would be resolved. The team approached the car. The leader ordered them to get in and leave. An uncle ran out of the shelter to him. The men stood in front of them and asked to let them go with him, because extra hands would definitely not hurt. The fat man said that they had not fought side by side for a long time, because he could at least somehow help on the battlefield. The leader shook his head and said that at the moment they were monitoring the enemy's movements, and for safety reasons they and the other bases should not do anything. In case of an emergency, he would ask them for help himself. He turned away and said that it was time for them to go. Uncle followed him with his eyes and shouted that they would wait for him. Bailey turned to the captain and noticed that he was very good at shooting a sniper rifle, so he suggested going to point. He began to plot a route on the map. Said that the harbor was shaped like a cone. If they attacked from both sides at the same time, they would be able to block the coastline and they would not be able to escape. Everyone watched the leader closely. He ordered the teacher to deal with the leader together with him, while the rest would be responsible for cleaning up. He looked at the hero and asked if he wanted to add anything. The black-haired man said to just do it and reminded that their safety was above all else and therefore they should not underestimate their opponent. After a while, they stopped near the harbor. Everyone got out, and in order not to attract the attention of the enemy, from here they will go on foot. Split into small groups of 3. Zhang looked at Kunchang and told him to create a storm to distract the enemies. The guy went forward and used wind boost. At this time, Pilate looked at the rising tornadoes and asked if these were the regular troops of the Jiangnan region. He ordered his guys to attack. The pirates took out machine guns and shouted die. Satisfied, they pointed them forward and opened fire. Giant ice tornadoes were getting closer. Bailey and the crew ran forward. He gave the order not to worry about these nobodies. First they need to destroy the awakened, and then finish the battle quickly. Suddenly, he bounced off a transparent wall ahead. Zhang opened fire with a pistol and told everyone to step aside. The bullet ricocheted off the wall. The leader shuddered, asking how this was even possible. The captain looked closely at the wall and said that even special bullets were useless. What kind of power was this? Some of the enemies got on snowmobiles and went to attack their main target. Beauty smiled and, noticing the enemy's attack, said that someone was eager to go to the next world. The hero gritted his teeth and said that something was wrong here. He hit his back against the transparent wall and screamed that they could not leave here. It was a trap. The blonde began to feel the wall and say that they were surrounded from all sides. The teacher noticed that they did not ignore both up and down. The team was locked in a box. Connaught stepped forward and asked the heroes to introduce themselves. Zhang looked at his own and said that they needed to try to break through. If there were no awakened Upsilon level among them, then they would succeed. The awakened began to try to destroy the invisible barrier. Bullets and shells colorfully exploded against the thin wall. The man spread his arms and said that they didn't even know the basic rules of etiquette. He raised a finger and advised the crew not to waste their energy in vain, because none of them would be able to escape from this cage. Siyu behind him began to stretch his arm, using the ability of the prison formation. The pirates opened fire. Zhang created a barrier, using protection. Bailey repelled the bullets, spinning his spear. He shouted that their attacks did not reach, but they attacked them without any problems. Is this trap really closed only on one side? At this time, one of the thugs took a huge lump of earth from the ground and threw a stone into the box. The awakened looked at him in shock, but the captain said that he would figure everything out. He just needed to be covered. He stretched his hand forward and released energy. The stone entered the energy disk and evaporated. The leader of the pirates cursed. Realizing that they asked to get rid of him, he noted his defensive abilities. A sly smile appeared on the man's face. He said that he could not escape from this cage, so sooner or later he would die anyway. The killers continued to fire. Zhang opened a double portal. He looked forward seriously and thought about the fact that attacks from the outside were able to penetrate the cage, but they could not reach them. What was the reason for this? Suddenly, shells flew out of the open portal back at the pirates. Explosions were heard, bodies were scattered in different directions. The hero smiled and said that he knew what this cage was for, but they could not escape. Canute raised his hand and ordered to stop firing. The black-haired man opened a portal. He was sure that the creator of this cage was among them. If they killed him, the cage would disappear. He looked at everyone and said that when he counted to 3, everyone would have to sit down. On the second count, he opened another portal. On the third count, cannons began to peek out of them. The entire team abruptly sat down. Machine guns opened fire on the defenseless crowd. The leader waved his hand. A megalodon appeared in front of them. The monster grew 2 legs, while the guy was thinking that he only had one chance to carry out such an attack, since he did not have time to reload 500 guns. But this confirmed his guess that objects in his space are not recognized by the rules of the cage. Megalodon suddenly looked at the hero, cursed and shouted that he would kill him. Jang frowned and guessed that he was protecting the creator of the cage. A message came to his phone from King Long. He wrote that the situation had changed and the killing of the Pilates was just one big trap. The hero looked at his watch in surprise and asked, what is he talking about? Meanwhile, in Linhai, an immortal stood among the corpses. He said that the people who came to Linhai have nothing to do with the Eclipse group, they were all deceived. He asked the hero to think for himself, because if they are not in Linhai, where could they be and who are they most afraid of and who do they want to get rid of so much? The captain looked forward in shock, realizing that they were talking about him, because his actions were the only ones they couldn't predict. The shark on legs squeezed its fin and began to curse, asking what the hero was waiting for. The team suddenly noticed silhouettes appearing on the hill. Naomi, Shinkoji, and Akira were standing majestically on it. The command center was in chaos. The commander was perplexed. How did they know that Chang would be in Tianhai? The secretary looked at him and asked if there was really a leak. Linke started bleeding from her mouth and smiled slyly. Then she fell down dead. The blonde turned to the old man and screamed that the girl had a cyanide capsule. She bit into it. The man slammed his fist on the chair and asked if Samsara could go there and help. The girl wiped her hands and said that they were in Linhai. The journey would take at least half an hour. The battle had started earlier, so they were unable to provide support. The commander took out a walkie-talkie and asked the hero to try to hold out. He would try to send reinforcements as soon as possible. The captain looked around. He assumed that he had crossed someone and now they wanted to get rid of him, but he would not give up so easily. The earphone fell into the snow. The hero waved his hand and shouted that there was an Eclipse spy in the headquarters. From now on, everyone would obey his orders exclusively. The pirate lit a cigarette and ordered to begin. The president summoned a bunch of gold cards and began to command all the gods and grant them the power of submission granted by the heavens. A large pack of wild wolves jumped out of the cards. They jumped into the portal. Akira smiled and said that his space might be able to absorb everything, but it was clearly not elastic, so if you cram more than it can hold, then its ability will become useless. He screamed, folded his fingers and used explosion. Rays of light began to beat from the carcasses of animals in another space. The animals exploded. Jang closed the portal. The man shuddered, asking how this was possible because there were 2 tons of TNT there. His nose turned blue. He asked, was the intelligence really lying? The hero gritted his teeth in anger. Fortunately, he knew the space better than anyone. He took out his phone and said, let's see who is the hunter and who is the prey now. The commander looked around and ordered to begin. An explosion was heard at the base. A wave of fire began to devour people. The leader looked closely and shouted that Tianhai was his home. Colored flashes appeared in the sky. They began to pierce the bodies of the pirates. Smoke rose. Corpses were underfoot. Shinkoji frowned and said that something was wrong. The blonde looked at the sharks and shouted that they were surrounded from the northeast and northwest. No one understood where they came from. Honglian brought her people. She said that their mission was to stay away from the battlefield, but they must cause as much trouble for the enemy as possible. The mages put their hands forward and asked the boss not to worry. They could not imagine that they were prepared to save the boss from the beginning. The sniper took aim and said that Jang gave him a limited amount of bullets, so he should only shoot to kill. The fat man looked at Grandpa, although the boss told them not to get closer. But will their attacks be of any use? The man fired the first shot and replied that they should obey Jang's orders. He didn't just tell them to do it. The pirate looked at the people on the hill. He told them not to be afraid, because they were not reinforcements, but just the people of Tianhai. The shark looked at the others and laughed, calling them just small fry. He gave the order to the others to deal with those in the cage. Jang created a magic sphere. The sphere began to release black lightning. The hero said that, fortunately, he never revealed his true abilities. The team began to cover themselves from such incredible power. Only Lion remained calm, holding the sword. She understood that they cannot allow the people of the Jiangnan region to interfere, because there are traitors among them. The leader expanded the sphere and ordered them to move away from him. Everyone ran away. Zhang raised it up and used a 20-fold increase, after which he activated this bomb. He threw it forward. The plasma ball flew straight at the shark. The fish thrashed around and screamed that it definitely wouldn't survive this. The leader's eyes began to emit lightning. He pointed his hand forward and ordered everyone to die. The sphere filled the sky. The monster looked at its approaching death in fear. His body began to tear apart. He spent the last seconds cursing. A crater appeared near the base. Shinkoji noticed that the pirates were finished. Several hundred simply disappeared. The man concluded that they were misinformed. Does this look like the strength of just a deputy captain? The awakened team looked at their leader in shock, trying to understand how strong he was. Suddenly, F fell. Yudi waved his hands and said that the barrier had disappeared. The leader looked at the hill and gloomily said that the real battle was just beginning. Bailey approached him and conveyed that Samsara would arrive in half an hour, so they just needed to delay them. The hero turned to him and said that he would take care of their leaders, and they should take care of the rest themselves. Bailey turned to the team and began to give orders. The hero approached his girls. He turned to the teacher and said that he wanted her to help hold back the Japanese, and Zinxin should run away as fast as she could. The cat had to do everything to protect herself and her mistress. Lion intercepted the sword and said that she understood everything. She looked ahead and noticed a samurai among them, after which she said that she had found a worthy opponent. Huahua grew larger. The red-haired one asked her brother not to worry because they could stand up for themselves. The villains looked at each other. Shinkoji told Akiro that they should deal with their captain. The man adjusted his glasses. He realized that his partner was really afraid, otherwise he would not have started talking about working together. But Dago had already made a dash. He apologized and said that he could not wait any longer. The boy began his transformation into a beast. He landed in front of his enemies and turned to the leader, asking if he was the strongest here. Bailey stepped forward and asked why he didn't fight him first. The monster looked at him and said that he smelled pretty good. He smirked that someone wanted to curry favor. He grabbed the spear, rushed to attack and shouted that he was for. The two spearmen clashed in battle. The ice under their feet cracked. Dago said that he expected much more from his opponent. Bailey tried to chop off his legs, but the tiger jumped out of the crater. The boy said that he was called the Iron Guard for a reason, because in close combat he has no equal. The awakened one landed and grabbed the spear. He laughed and said, finally an interesting opponent. Suddenly he ran back, asking if the warrior dares to fight him without the cover of his comrades. The spearman turned to the captain, who nodded and ordered him to go. Bailey ran after his enemy. The samurai went down to the teacher and offered to fight. The girl turned to the leader. He glanced at her and ordered her to win at any cost. Lion pulled her sword aside and answered naturally. The man pointed to the side and said that there was a suitable place there. The heroine agreed to go there. Both fighters suddenly ran forward. Zhang raised his hand and shouted to attack. Everyone ran in different directions. The blue-haired man took out a rocket launcher and said that it was time for him to start. A fire beam shot at the team. The projectile appeared in front of the leader's face in an instant. However, he managed to create a portal and suck in the projectile. Akiro called the cards and shouted to get it. A bunch of wolves rushed into the portal again. The guy shouted for Huahua to move away. The president smiled, looking at the wolves. He said that the hero's space definitely has a limit, so it needs to be clogged up so that it becomes useless. He folded his fingers. Because he did not believe that such a number would not destroy his portals, the activation began. Zhang closed the portal and smiled. He said that the enemies still lacked information. He is able to reflect all types of physical attacks, and explosions also apply to them. An explosion was heard inside the portal. Flames shot out from the energy disk. 500 tons of TNT were returning to the sender. Shinkoji created a silhouette of a phoenix around himself. Light flooded the entire hill. The man fell to his knee and said that they made a huge mistake in assessing the captain's strength. He is able to absorb much more than they thought. He compared it to a spring. The harder you press, the more powerful the recoil will be. The president grabbed his head and asked if the hero was really that strong. Phoenix looked at them and said that he was the only one who could handle him, so they should deal with the others for now, and in addition, they must protect Mayumi. The four-eyed man summoned a gloomy creature and promised to protect her even at the cost of his life. The man pointed two fingers at the leader, covered in pulsating stripes. A bunch of firebirds flew at the leader. Zhang created a double portal and ran into it. He jumped out of another at a considerable distance, but the fire crows continued to catch up with him. The black-haired man took out his pistols and opened fire on them with special cartridges. The shots tore the fiery carcasses apart. Hot scraps began to fall down. At the last moment, the guy opened two protective portals. A powerful explosion was heard inside the space. Zhang gritted his teeth. He realized that his space might not cope with them. He continued shooting at the advancing flock, which, fortunately, was not strong enough to destroy him, but if there were too many of them, he would not be able to open portals and defend himself. A jetpack from Mr. Dan opened on his back. With its help he would be able to take a more comfortable position. Shinkoji looked in surprise at the leader who had taken off. He ran towards his comrades, determined to kill them since the captain was unwilling to come down. Jang opened a portal under his feet. He looked at the 3 people on the hill and said that he had found them. He took out a sniper rifle and said that his fortune teller was finished. Phoenix gave him a frightened look. He knew that without that girl's abilities, their fighting power would be greatly reduced and then they would easily defeat them. He gritted his teeth, deciding whether to save her, but if he retreated now, he would lose the opportunity to kill the hero's comrades. What should he do? Akira flew up to him on a firebird and shouted that there was no time to waste, they must kill the captain as soon as possible. The man jumped towards him. The snow around was set on fire. A flock of crows rushed to attack. Jang opened a portal behind him and used acceleration with increased shooting accuracy. The cherished shot rang out. The bullet flew towards the fortune teller's head. The enemy created many puppets and lined them up. The shot pierced each of them. The bespectacled man shuddered, asking if his shots were really that strong. The hero began to retreat into the portal. He had previously divided his space to use a small part of it during the battle and absorb their attacks. The guy looked closely and shouted that the leader was really going to kill her. His face was distorted with fear. He screamed. The leader fired. Phoenix blocked the shot with his chest. Blood spurted from the wound. He looked at the enemy. He said that he could not kill him yet, but he must have weaknesses, right? Shinkoji staggered, grabbing his cap. He suddenly realized that something was wrong here. Someone hit him on the head. Jang smiled, looking at the enemies, and said it was a pity that everything turned out this way, because initially he did not plan to get rid of him so quickly, but he himself chose his fate. He aimed and shouted that the man was really afraid of her death. Akira immediately summoned a huge gorilla. He said that Jang's attack ability was too strong. He would just try to block it for a while, and he had to get rid of him. The man jumped down riding the monster. He threw golden talismans to attack. They turned into a bunch of monkeys that grouped above the girl. Phoenix created a rain of fire. Each drop turned into 1,000 fire crows. Jang opened a portal in his eye. Using divine power, the entire sky was covered in blue energy. The hero looked ahead coldly. One of his eyes glowed blue. There was a moment of silence and everyone froze. The captain smiled, realizing that he alone was holding off several members of Eclipse. And at this rate, he looked at the battles below and thought that if his men dealt with the pirates, they would definitely hold out until Samsara arrived. Bailey popped a pill into his mouth to boost his fighting power for a short period of time. His body was covered in a powerful aura. He shouted that this was the end of Dago. He immediately kicked the enemy. The tiger slid back and complained that his opponent was using doping, but this was a battlefield. Bailey jumped, swinging his spear, and shouted that all means were good for him. The awakened blocked the blow, but the energy threw him back. The monster sweated, realizing that he was truly inferior in strength now. The man drew a blade on the ice and shouted that they, the Japanese, could only steal their country's ideas in all areas, and this was just ridiculous. He was going to prove to him that a pathetic parody could never compare with the original. An exchange of blows began. The spearman understood that he had to kill the enemy before the effect of the pill wore off, because without Samsara's help they would not last long. The captain looked at the battle and thought that Bailey had also drawn a significant part of the enemy's forces to himself. The most important thing now was to get rid of the pirates. Honglian looked at the battlefield and shouted that they should not be there, but they could help Jang and deal with those who were near them. Xingqian covered his entire army with red energy and shouted that he fully supported her. The soldiers opened fire on the crowd of pirates. At this time, the uncle hung himself with firearms and gave the command to the fat man. The guy's hands were covered in blue light. He used a snow blizzard. The snow blinded the enemies, and the shells instantly took their lives. No one understood where the fire was coming from. The man screamed furiously, laughed, and ordered everyone to go to the next world. Among the sea of corpses, a shark's head showed. Zhang turned his attention to it, realizing that killing them with his own hands would be problematic. He took out his pistols, thinking that using chaos would be the ideal option. He opened fire on Dago, mentally saying that this was the effect of surprise. Shinkoji grinned and suggested that the hero check who would be faster among them, he aiming at his people or him. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.